This one is dead, and this one as well. Gu Changfeng paused for a moment and added, also dead. He pointed at two people in a group photo hanging on the wall. This one ended up in a mental hospital, Gu Changfeng said, tapping another person in the photo. And the last one is still alive. That's me. Handsome, isn't it? Gu Changfeng pointed at the young man standing at the very center of the photo, whose features were firm and resolute, his mouth split into a wide grin that revealed a row of large white teeth. The Gu Changfeng in the picture was high-spirited and full of vigor, utterly different from the slightly weathered middle-aged man he had become. Zhao Beichen stared at the photo on the wall, a chill creeping over his heart. A cleaning squad had only 4 members to begin with. 2 dead, 1 insane. This was practically total annihilation, more extreme than a suicide squad. In fact, the cleaning units are considered the safest department in the 749 Bureau, Gu Changfeng said. But since you've joined, there are things I have to tell you. Gu Changfeng never lie to kids. Scared? You can still quit now, Gu Changfeng asked with a carefree grin as he looked at Zhao Beichen. I'm not scared, Zhao Beichen replied, shaking his head with firm resolve. Good, that's guts. Now that you're here, our 5th cleaning squad can finally stand tall again, huh? Gu Changfeng laughed as he slung an arm heavily around Zhao Beichen's shoulders and gave him a few solid pats. Zhao Beichen grimaced from the force of the pats. Captain, our squad. Is it just the 2 of us right now? For the moment, yes. Just for now, Gu Changfeng replied. You know we're an elite unit. Better to have none than to lower our standards, he added. Anyone who joins our 5th cleaning squad has always been the elite among elites. Gu Changfeng straightened his chest and continued. The higher-ups said they'll definitely add more personnel in due time. Don't worry. Soon our 5th squad will reclaim its former glory. No will surpass our former glory. On Zhao Beichen's very first day of reporting for duty, Gu Changfeng skillfully drew the first grand blueprint of his career. This man named Gu Changfeng was the captain of the 5th cleaning squad under the Aftermath Division of the 749 Bureau. The so-called cleaning squads were responsible for collecting bodies, handling the aftermath, and erasing traces of battle. After all, if the public learned that monsters and demons truly lurked in the human world, chaos would erupt. The cleaning squads existed to erase every trace related to such creatures. It all sounded complicated, but in plain terms they were there to wipe the backsides of the 749 Bureau's field agents. Those grand field operatives slaughtered wildly outside, then patted their backsides and walked away. The mess was dumped entirely onto the cleaning squads. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the cleaning units were the very bottom rung of the entire 749 Bureau. Of course, the newly arrived Zhao Beichen knew none of this yet. Zhao Beichen, male, 20 years old, a graduate of Lingdu Medical College with a major in forensic science. Reborn into this life for 20 years, he carried within him a god-level corpse-touching system. A system that promised rewards as long as he touched corpses. From the time he gained the ability to move at 1 year and 8 months old, he began his grand career of touching corpses. Mosquitoes, flies, dead fish, rotten shrimp. Over the years, he had touched no fewer than thousands upon thousands of animal carcasses. Yet the system never granted a single reward. It never even so much as made a sound. Were it not for the unmistakable system interface that existed in his mind, there would have been no proof of its existence at all. If not for that, Zhao Beichen would have long since given up on his corpse-touching pursuit. At first, his parents were completely unaware of their son's peculiar fondness. Until one day, his mother Su Lin took 2-year-old Zhao to the market to buy groceries. The moment he saw the pork laid out at the butcher's stall, the child became impossible to restrain, desperately struggling to lunge forward just to touch it. Only then did Su Lin begin to feel that her son was not quite like other children. When she later saw chickens, ducks, and geese being slaughtered in the market, Zhao's behavior grew even more extreme. Su Lin became certain that there was truly something wrong with her boy. She and her husband Zhao Deju began observing him more closely and soon discovered that the child held a unique obsession with corpses. Whenever he saw a body, whether a kitten, puppy, or a chicken, duck, or goose, he insisted on touching it at least twice. If forbidden, he would burst into tears, wailing as though the heavens had collapsed and the sun and moon had gone dark. Yet the moment he was allowed to touch it, his mood would instantly clear, clouds giving way to sunshine. His bizarre behavior left Su Lin and Zhao Deju horrified. At one point, they even suspected that some malevolent spirit had possessed their son. They prayed to countless deities and sought out exorcisms again and again, both at home and abroad. They reached out to every kind of supposed immortal they could find, famous and obscure alike. They performed small and large rituals, public ceremonies, and secret ones more times than they could count. Yet none of it had any effect. Zhao Beichen continued on as he pleased, utterly unmoved. It was as though all the gods in the heavens were powerless against him. Fortunately, his obsession went no further than touching each corpse twice. Once he had satisfied that urge, he lost all interest until the next corpse appeared. And then it was the same ritual. Moreover, aside from his habit of touching any corpse he saw, Zhao Beichen displayed no other strange behavior over the years. In every other respect, he was no different from a normal child. Only then did Su Lin and Zhao Deju gradually set their minds at ease. By the time he entered high school, Zhao had already spent more than a decade touching corpses, yet the system had not so much as flickered once. Still, it would be wrong to say all those years of effort had been wasted. Even though the system remained dormant, Zhao Beichen had forged nerves of steel. After handling thousands, even tens of thousands of corpses of every kind, anyone's courage would grow. In Zhao's personal dictionary, the word fear had long since disappeared. He began to suspect that the system's silence might be because he had been touching the wrong types of corpses, so far only animals and plants. So he set his sights on human corpses instead. However, human bodies were not something one could easily get access to. Over 3 years of high school, he studied like a madman, forcing himself to climb from hopeless underachiever to top-tier student. Why? Simply to get into a good medical college and gain the chance to touch human corpses. In the end, he did enter medical school, and he did touch human bodies. Yet the system still played dead, showing no response at all. Zhao refused to give up, after all the system panel shining in his mind was no illusion. He began to wonder whether the system's activation depended on factors such as the corpse's age or cause of death. The bodies he came into contact with at medical school were too few and too similar. Therefore, to access a wider range of human corpses of different ages and myriad causes of death, Zhao spent almost every university vacation at the crematorium. He worked for free, serving in the most thankless role, an assistant to the morticians preparing bodies for burial. After 4 years of diligent service, the system remained utterly silent. At that point, Zhao was truly at a loss, unable to see any path forward for himself. And then fortune suddenly. The 749 Bureau secretly began recruiting at his university, specifically targeting forensic science majors. Zhao's deep passion for corpses had allowed him to flourish in the field of forensics. For 4 years, his grades remained at the top of his cohort. When the department chair approached him and explained the 749 Bureau's recruitment, Zhao finally learned that such a mysterious agency existed in the country. The 749 Bureau's interviewer spoke, bluntly telling him that the Bureau dealt with filthy things. That single phrase instantly piqued Zhao's interest. He knew exactly what that meant: abnormal entities. In his 20 years of touching corpses, he had touched everything imaginable except those filthy, unnatural things. Perhaps that was precisely what the system had been waiting for. Without hesitation, Zhao signed the contract. Today was his first day reporting to the 749 Bureau. The Human Resources Department issued his employment certificate and then sent him over to Gu Changfeng. Beichen in the 749 Bureau, our cleaning squad's job is the simplest. Just 4 steps, Gu told him. Gu Changfeng raised 4 fingers. Step 1, arrive at the scene. When we receive notification, we rush to the site as quickly as possible. Zhao nodded, thinking that it didn't sound much different from ordinary police work. Step 2, clean up the scene, Gu continued. We clear away all those, unclean things and erase every trace of their existence. Step 3, bring back whatever needs to be brought back, Gu said, pointing toward the outside. Some items must be turned over to the Special Objects Management Division for sealed storage. The final step is to complete handover, and that's it, Gu exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a relaxed grin. That's all? Zhao asked, hardly able to believe it. Yes, that's all, Gu affirmed with a nod. Our cleaning squad values one thing above all: efficiency. We do things cleanly and decisively, never dragging our feet. He waggled his 4 fingers in front of Zhao. Got it, Captain, Zhao replied with a nod. Good. Then that concludes your induction training. Gu set down his enamel mug with a loud clack. A few drops of tea splashed out and spread across the table. The corner of Zhao Beichen's mouth twitched. So that was it. Is this really my first job? Isn't it a bit too perfunctory? He thought, a faint sense of disappointment in his heart. But I came for the corpses. That's what matters. The rest is trivial. In an instant, Zhao grasped the true core of the situation. Just then the phone on the desk buzzed. Gu picked it up, unlocked the screen, and scanned the message. Beichen, lucky day. You're on the clock, he said. Setting the phone down, he looked up at Zhao. An abandoned factory on the outskirts. The field team just took down an A-class beast. We need to go finish up. Zhao's eyes lit up at once. An A-class beast. He didn't know exactly what that meant, but the name alone made it clear it was anything but ordinary. His heart surged with excitement, more exhilarating than winning 5 million in the lottery. Come on, let's go. Gu sprang to his feet with a sweeping gesture, moving in a flurry of energy. Zhao followed close behind, silently chanting in his heart, System, don't you dare play dead this time. Outwardly his expression remained composed, but inside, he was a storm of turmoil. After 20 years of touching corpses, I'm finally about to see daylight. Beast, I'm coming for you, he thought with a quiet. Following Gu Changfeng, the 2 of them, one ahead and one behind, strode out of the office and headed toward the parking lot. Can you drive? Gu Changfeng asked casually. Zhao Beichen nodded. With a crisp clack, a car key flew from Gu Changfeng's hand in a smooth arc through the air. Zhao Beichen fumbled, barely managing to catch it. That one, Gu Changfeng said, raising his hand to point toward the corner of the parking lot. Following the direction of his finger, Zhao Beichen saw a Ford Transit come into view. Bold characters reading "Roof Waterproofing Services" were painted across the side of the vehicle, and around them the body was plastered with a dense layer of various small flyers and stickers. Phrases like "professional drain unclogging," "veteran army doctor for difficult ailments," and "expert locksmith" crowded the metal surface, an absurd variety covering almost every mundane service imaginable. Then comparing it with the gleaming warriors, cruisers, and G-class SUVs elsewhere in the lot, Zhao Beichen felt the contrast was almost ridiculous. How could Gu Changfeng not guess what was running through Zhao Beichen's mind? After years of grinding through society, though his age was not yet old, he had long since become shrewd and worldly. It's called camouflage, you know, Gu Changfeng said with a squinting smile, patting Zhao Beichen on the shoulder. When you're out in the world, keeping a low profile is the rule. Camouflage. Zhao Beichen nodded. I get it. Yet inwardly, he could not help complaining, thinking this camouflage is a little too close to the grassroots. That flyer about the veteran army doctor curing obscure diseases was especially tacky. If his dad and mom saw him cruising around in a thing like this, he had no idea what they would think. He had not yet told his parents about his job at Bureau 749, mostly because he did not want them to worry. After grumbling inwardly for a moment, Zhao Beichen quickly shifted his mindset. Driving this thing to hunt down beastly monsters in the future would actually be pretty thrilling. Wasn't that the charm of contrast? Of playing the pig to eat the tiger. As a cheerful young man, Zhao Beichen was very adept at talking himself into the right frame of mind. His thoughts never snagged. He reminded himself he was here to handle corpses. What did it matter what he drove? Corpses were the real focus. With that in mind, Zhao Beichen gripped the key and strode quickly toward the transit. Class beast, here I come. His grin nearly reached the back of his ears. System, oh system, don't you dare play dead on me again. Today you have to respond to me at least once. The Ford Transit let out a low, throaty roar as Zhao Beichen slammed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle shot forward like a stray dog off its leash. Gu Changfeng's body lurched backward, nearly cracking his head, and he hurriedly grabbed onto the handrail. Beichen, take it easy. We're going to collect a body, not racing to reincarnate. Zhao Beichen bared his teeth in a grin and agreed aloud, but his foot did not lighten in the least. Chief, just watch. I promise we won't miss a thing. His mind was filled entirely with the corpse of the A-class beast. Slow down. What a joke. Zhao Beichen wished he could bolt wings onto this clunker and fly straight there. To waste even a single second would be an insult to the remains of an A-class beast. Watching Zhao Beichen in this adrenaline-fueled state, Gu Changfeng could only shake his head with a wry smile. The Ford Transit tore along the road like the wind without the slightest delay. Beichen, we're almost there, Gu Changfeng suddenly said, raising his hand to point forward. At his words, Zhao Beichen looked ahead and saw a vast abandoned factory looming into view. Even from a distance, a chill seeped out from the place, boring straight into one's bones, tainted with an indescribable malice. Instinctively, Zhao Beichen hunched his shoulders. This place was more unnerving than a funeral parlor. Inside the factory, Zhao Beichen realized it was even more dilapidated than it had looked from outside. After they got out of the vehicle, Gu Changfeng hauled a bulging black backpack from the rear compartment and slung it over his shoulders. Come on, give me a hand, he called, beckoning to Zhao Beichen. Zhao hurried over and saw a folding stretcher inside. Together the two of them lifted it down. The folding bed was the common hospital type with wheels attached underneath. Zhao Beichen guessed it was meant for transporting the monster's corpse. Push it. Let's move, Gu Changfeng said, swinging his arm and taking the lead with the backpack on his back. Zhao Beichen hurried to push the folding bed, trotting along behind him. As they passed the workshop entrance, Gu Changfeng greeted two field operatives standing there. This is the new kid in our team, named Zhao Beichen. Brothers, look after him from now on. Gu Changfeng introduced Zhao Beichen to the two field agents. Zhao quickly bowed, offered greetings, and introduced himself. A newcomer should keep a low profile. The two field operatives seemed good-natured as well, each briefly introducing himself to Zhao. Only then did Zhao learn that these two were from Action Division Team 1, tasked with hunting down demons and monsters. The cleaning team Zhao belonged to existed to serve people like them. After the introductions, Gu Changfeng once again led the way deeper into the workshop. Zhao followed behind, pushing the bed. The abandoned workshop was in utter ruin. The machines and equipment that once stood there had long disappeared, leaving only a vast empty hall. Thick dust and randomly discarded trash lay everywhere. Pushing the trolley, Zhao Beichen followed Gu Changfeng for another 2 or 3 minutes. They turned a corner and entered a relatively narrow passageway. At the end of the passage lay the inner section of the factory. Careful, we're almost there, Gu Changfeng said, slowing his steps and lowering his voice. Zhao Beichen quickly halted, but Gu Changfeng's figure blocked his line of sight. Tilting his head, Zhao peered past Gu Changfeng, and the sight before him made his heart skip a beat. Holy, he blurted. What on earth was that? The sheer size was insane. Before his eyes lay a massive corpse larger by far than any African lion in a zoo. It sprawled on the floor like a small hill, a huge pitch-black mass. Seeing Gu Changfeng still moving closer inside, Zhao hurriedly pushed the trolley forward to follow. Only at close range did he clearly make out the creature's true form. At first glance it resembled a wolf, yet its entire body was covered in dark sooty scales that gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Several fangs longer than daggers jutted out from its jaw. This isn't a class beast. Zhao's voice trembled, not from fear, but from sheer excitement. Impressive, isn't it? Came Gu Changfeng's voice at his ear, tinged with pride. Impressive. Absolutely stunning. Zhao answered, struggling to rein in the surge of elation in his chest, as he finally beheld a monster's corpse with his own eyes. This thing is called Heju. Gu Changfeng began launching into an explanation. The classic of mountains and seas, Eastern Mountains chapter records it. North lies Hao Mountain facing the northern sea. There grows a tree resembling a poplar with red blossoms. Its fruit is like a juju without a kernel, sour and sweet in taste, and those who eat it do not fall ill with ague. A spring called Sure Water issues there flowing northeast into the sea. A beast lives nearby shaped like a wolf with a red head and mouse-like eyes. Its cry is like a pig's squeal, and its name is Heju. It devours humans. Zhao had not expected that though Gu Changfeng often seemed carefree and unserious, once he began to speak, he was actually well-read. Chief, you're amazing, Zhao said, genuinely impressed. You just reel that off like nothing. You're on another level. Zhao raised his thumb in wholehearted praise, unabashedly offering a flattery. You little rascal, such a bootlicker. Gu laughed, fishing out a cigarette and clamping it between his lips. He lit up and squatted about 2 meters from the Heju's corpse, puffing as he continued his impromptu lecture. It looks like a wolf with a red head and rodent-like eyes. Its cry resembles a pig's squeal, and it can devour. The classic of mountains and seas says Heju's strength rivals a leopard's. One must lie in wait for its hide and hair. This creature possesses extremely high stealth capabilities, able to lie concealed in the grass and approach silently before launching a sudden attack. Its strength is formidable, and its entire scaled armor is tougher than bulletproof vests. Ordinary bullets hardly affect it at all. Gu drew deeply on his cigarette, then exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke and pointed at the monster's remains. Heju comes in 2 types, this black variant and a mutated azure variant. The azure mutant Heju surpasses the black one in both strength and speed. Gu continued his rambling, but Zhao had no patience left to listen. His eyes were locked on the monster's body as he screamed inwardly, "System, say something, would you? Don't pretend you're dead." Even as he silently howled at the system, he shuffled his feet, inching closer to the Heju. When he judged the distance to be just right, he suddenly lunged forward and flung himself onto it. "Don't move." Gu Changfeng suddenly barked low. "What do you think you're doing? Do you want to die?" Though this Heju beast is dead, its flesh and blood still teem with volatile demonic energy. An ordinary person who accidentally contacts it may suffer anything from severe skin necrosis to full demonic corruption, potentially transforming into a grotesque abomination caught between humanity and monstrosity. With that, he strode to the black backpack, retrieved a hazmat suit, and tossed it to Zhao Beichen. "Put it on." Zhao Beichen had never imagined a slain demonic beast could retain such lethal potency. "Team leader, what if we avoid contact with the beast's blood entirely? Would we still be affected?" "No, that wouldn't pose a threat. As members of the sanitation unit, we handle demonic beasts daily. Caution remains paramount." Zhao Beichen nodded in understanding. He knew Gu Changfeng spoke from genuine concern. Yet when Gu Changfeng produced only one hazmat suit and made no further move, curiosity flickered in Zhao Beichen's eyes. "Huh, team leader, you aren't wearing one." "I don't need it," Gu Changfeng replied, glancing briefly at the Heju corpse sprawled on the floor before turning back to Zhao Beichen. "But you do. Remember, this donning protective gear is your absolute first priority upon arriving at any scene." "Understood." Zhao Beichen nodded solemnly, affirming his comprehension. "Team leader, why don't you need protective gear?" Zhao Beichen's fascination with Gu Changfeng deepened. When one's constitution reaches sufficient strength, even demonic blood holds no sway. "Now you're eager. You've only been on the job for 1 day. There's still much to learn. Patience. All will unfold, and hurry up and get suited up. We've work to do." Gu Changfeng offered no further elaboration, urging Zhao Beichen to act swiftly. Zhao Beichen reluctantly began donning the hazmat suit, yet inwardly cursed its suffocating bulk. Wearing this thing, what good is there in touching a corpse at all? And then a spark of cunning lit his gaze. As he bent to pull on his trousers, he palmed a small stone, intending to puncture a discreet hole precisely where his palm would lie against the suit. Ambition soared, reality struck hard. The suit proved astonishingly resilient, its puncture resistance exceptional. Knee stone scraped uselessly against the fabric, leaving not a single mark. Even his fingernails failed utterly. Scraping it was like scratching silk. Zhao Beichen nearly choked on his own fury. Only then did Gu Changfeng finally observe that Zhao Beichen had fully donned the suit. Gu Changfeng withdrew an oversized body bag from his black backpack, unfurled it beside the Heju corpse, and gestured for Zhao Beichen to assist. "You handle the bag. They'll lift the corpse. Be careful not to tear it," Gu Changfeng instructed. Zhao Beichen nodded and delicately grasped one corner of the bag. Gu Changfeng hoisted the massive Heju corpse with both hands, while Zhao Beichen swiftly widened the bag's mouth. With meticulous care, Gu Changfeng slid the creature inside. Seizing the moment Gu Changfeng looked away, Zhao Beichen surreptitiously brushed his gloved hand across the Zege's body, its unyielding hardness perceptible even through the suit's layers. He clenched his fists, suppressing the desperate urge to rip off the glove and touch bare flesh. 1,000 ants seemed to scuttle beneath his skin, itching insatiable. Once the entire Heju lay sealed within the bag, he zipped it shut. Gu Changfeng hooked a single finger through the bag's carrying loop and lifted it effortlessly onto the collapsible stretcher. And holy hell! Zhao Beichen's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This Heju weighed several hundred jin. Gu Changfeng's earlier two-handed lift had already stunned Zhao Beichen, and now lifting it single-handedly. Unthinkable. Such strength was undeniably superhuman. No wonder he needed no protective suit. And, team leader, did you train for this? Zhao Beichen blurted out. Gu Changfeng flashed a grin, revealing gleaming white teeth. Absolutely. Family heirloom technique specially designed to subdue every kind of defiance, and he flexed his biceps theatrically. Though the effect was muffled by his uniform, Zhao Beichen sensed undeniable power behind the gesture. Nan found himself reassessing this seemingly irreverent leader with newfound respect. Few who earned positions within Bureau 749 were ever ordinary. Gu Changfeng said nothing more, instead retrieving a transparent spray bottle filled with a clear liquid from his pack. He methodically sprayed along the blood trails staining the floor. And what is that? Zhao Beichen asked, intrigued. A custom neutralizer. It eradicates residual demonic energy in beast blood. Harmless to humans, yet devastating to lingering demonic essence. And, if left untreated, such blood may attract other demonic beasts and contaminate the environment. Eliminating such latent hazards forms part of our core mandate. As he spoke, Gu Changfeng demonstrated the procedure to Zhao Beichen, who nodded attentively. Zhao Beichen promptly volunteered to spray the area himself. Gu Changfeng handed over the bottle without hesitation. Within minutes, Zhao Beichen handled the task with growing competence. It demanded little skill, only meticulous attention. After spraying the neutralizer, Gu Changfeng circled the workshop, inspecting every inch with practiced thoroughness. He stooped to collect several scattered black scales, wrapped them carefully in a handkerchief, and placed them inside the body bag alongside the Heju corpse. Gu Changfeng's diligence was absolute. He rechecked the site multiple times. Only after confirming no trace remained did he clap his hands once and signal Zhao Beichen they could depart. Push the stretcher slowly. Don't jostle the corpse loose, Gu Changfeng cautioned. Zhao Beichen nodded and guided the stretcher cautiously toward the workshop entrance. Gu Changfeng led, Zhao Beichen followed, pushing the stretcher. Spotting his chance, Zhao Beichen quietly slipped his hand free from the suit's glove. He stealthily unzipped the body bag. Gu Changfeng's warning echoed, clearly: direct contact with demonic blood risked grave consequences for ordinary humans. Zhao Beichen recalled those words well, so he deliberately chose a spot on the Zege's hide untouched by blood. Knees pulse hammered as though threatening to cease entirely. For 20 years he had touched every conceivable corpse, living, dead, human, or otherwise, yet his system remained utterly silent. This Heju corpse was his final desperate hope. If even a demonic beast yielded no response, his path would end here, forcing him to abandon everything and begin anew. With breath held, he pressed his bare fingertips to the chosen spot. Cold, unyielding. Was this truly the scale of an rank demonic beast? Ding. Na crisp chime resonated unmistakably within his mind. Zhao Beichen's heart leapt. Finally, the divine level corpse touch system had awakened. Indeed, a simple and clear panel appeared in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen. Corpse touch value 50-100, max value reward SSS skill soul piercer. Current realm mortal. Special note: only by touching the corpse of a demon or monster that has been dead for less than an hour will you gain corpse touch value. Simple, direct, and brutal. Zhao Beichen nearly couldn't help but laugh out loud. After looking at the special note, he understood. It turned out the system indeed had requirements for the type of corpses. Only those of demons and monsters will do. Moreover, they must be fresh with a death time of no more than an hour. No wonder he had been touching corpses for 20 years without any reward. It seems he had been targeting the wrong objects. Having figured out the system's quirks, Zhao Beichen felt much more assured. Without clear guidance, it was truly too difficult to explore aimlessly. This system was designed with bugs lacking interaction and an instruction manual. It had led him down the wrong path, but now he had finally unlocked it. Zhao Beichen felt as if he was bursting with joy. Pushing the cart, he carefully examined the system panel in his mind. Soul Piercer, that sounds really cool. From the name it was clear it should be a skill related to soul attacks. Directly attacking the soul, just thinking about it made him realize it must not be simple. The system really delivered. If it was going to give, it should give good things. But he didn't know what this SSS level was about. Zhao Beichen stared at the system panel in his mind, completely at a loss regarding this SSS level. In the spirit of asking, when he didn't understand, Zhao Beichen tentatively spoke to Gu Changfeng, who was walking ahead. Team leader, what level is SSS? What? Didn't you read the employee manual? Gu Changfeng didn't even turn his head. Zhao Beichen then remembered that the HR staff had not only given him the employment documents. They had indeed also handed him a small booklet, but after meeting Gu Changfeng, he had been too busy being swayed by him. Then it was time for missions, and the booklet was still lying in the office. Where was the time to read? I haven't had the chance to look yet. We just went out on a mission, right? Zhao Beichen smiled awkwardly. SSS level is the highest level for ability users. I've only heard of it. I've never seen an ability user of this level, Gu Changfeng said as he walked. Hearing Gu Changfeng's explanation, Zhao Beichen secretly exhaled. He hadn't expected SSS level to be so terrifying. What about SSS level skills? SSS level skills. I've never even heard of them. Such skills probably only exist in legends. Hearing Gu Changfeng's words, Zhao Beichen felt ecstatic. He initially thought the soul piercer skill given by the system was already impressive. He didn't expect it to actually be SSS level. This level of skill, even the knowledgeable team leader didn't know about, showing how truly extraordinary it was. Zhao Beichen stared at the 5,100 progress in his mind, filled with motivation. Zhao Beichen suppressed his excitement and pretended to be nonchalant as he continued to push the cart. Team leader, do you think the meat of this thing can be eaten? Eat. Gu Changfeng didn't even turn his head. What are you thinking? The meat of this thing is full of demon power. If an ordinary person took a bite, they would immediately mutate into a monster. So sinister. Zhao Beichen smacked his lips. What a shame, such a big chunk of meat not being able to eat. It is simply too wasteful. Wasteful. Gu Changfeng snorted lightly. This thing is full of treasures. The bones, fur, and blood of the demon beast. They are all precious materials for making weapons, armor, and potions. How could it be wasteful? Zhao Beichen pouted, thinking that may be true for you, but for me, touching corpses is the real treasure. The two external team members responsible for vigilance were now leaning against their respective vehicles, whispering to each other. Seeing Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng come out, they also stopped chatting and got into their own cars. Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng worked together to lift the folding bed containing the corpse of the demon beast into the trunk of the Ford Transit. Creak. The old trunk door was closed with a dull sound. Zhao Beichen sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, shifted into gear, and stepped on the accelerator, slowly driving out of the factory. An external off-road vehicle led the way, with Zhao Beichen driving closely behind. Another vehicle closely followed Zhao Beichen, and them forming a small convoy of 3 cars heading towards the direction of the 749 Bureau. Zhao Beichen looked ahead, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Team leader, can you tell me more about the monsters? Gu Changfeng sat in the passenger seat, slightly leaning back, seemingly resting his eyes. Hearing Zhao Beichen's question, he didn't open his eyes, just slowly said, monsters. Actually, there's not much to say, just things that crawl out from various cracks. These guys have varying strengths, and to differentiate them, we have classified them into levels. Their classification is roughly similar to the levels of ability users, generally divided into A, B, and C levels. Each level is further subdivided into 3 small realms: initial stage, intermediate stage, and late stage. Zhao Beichen nodded. That was quite good, saving him the trouble of going back to painstakingly review the employee manual. Team leader, what comes after? Is it SSS level? Zhao Beichen continued to ask. After ABC levels, it goes to S level, SS level, and finally SSS level. So is the Heju we encountered this time considered powerful? A level demon beast, what do you think? Gu Changfeng glanced at him. But among the levels, it is considered to have moderate strength. Zhao Beichen silently nodded. By the way, team leader, Zhao Beichen suddenly remembered something. You just said that monsters crawl out from various cracks. What does that mean? Gu Changfeng turned his head to look at Zhao Beichen. Some things you'll gradually understand later. He didn't answer directly, but vaguely said. Seeing this, Zhao Beichen didn't pursue the matter further. He knew that some secrets were not something he could touch at this moment. Stop! Gu Changfeng suddenly shouted loudly. Zhao Beichen instinctively slammed on the brakes. Back up, quickly back up. Gu Changfeng's voice came again. Zhao Beichen did not dare to be slow, immediately shifted into reverse and stepped on the gas. He saw the off-road vehicle behind speedily dart ahead. After retreating for several hundred meters, Gu Changfeng shouted again, stop. Zhao Beichen slammed on the brakes. The vehicle shook violently, and the tires left 2 deep marks on the ground. He steadied the vehicle and turned to look at Gu Changfeng. Zhao Beichen knew something must have happened, but he didn't know what. Gu Changfeng was staring intently at the windshield. Zhao Beichen quickly turned his head. Oh no, Heju, it's green. Zhao Beichen whispered. A level late stage, it should have come after smelling the scent of that black Heju from earlier. Gu Changfeng continued, then looked out the left and right windows. Fortunately, this place is remote, and there are no otherwise the work we have to do would increase again. Zhao Beichen stared intently at the Heju in front of him. Standing on the road, its hind legs straightened, its height was probably 2 to 3 meters. Its fangs were much longer than the previous black one. Get out of the car, grab your weapons. Gu Changfeng said, and hearing Gu Changfeng's words, Zhao Beichen's heart sank. Oh no, we're really going to fight. Zhao Beichen was watching the 2 field workers approaching the green monkey-like beast. He was unsure if they could handle it when he heard Gu Changfeng shout to grab the weapon. Damn, they are really going for it. Zhao Beichen's heart skipped a beat. He never expected to encounter a living beast on his first day at work, and it seemed they were about to clash head-on. Zhao Beichen was indeed a bit flustered, but being flustered and being cowardly were 2 different things. Who said being afraid meant being cowardly? To hell with it. Today he was determined to kill that beast. Thinking about the value of the corpse he was about to acquire, Zhao Beichen's blood surged. He jumped out of the vehicle with a leap. Creak. He pulled open the back door and rummaged through the compartment. Gu Changfeng's vehicle was a mess filled with all sorts of random stuff. In the end, Zhao Beichen pulled out a rusty crowbar from a pile of tools. He weighed the crowbar in his hand, but it had a good heft to it. Zhao Beichen walked to the front of the vehicle where Gu Changfeng was standing watching the battlefield ahead. The two field workers were already trading blows with the monkey-like beast. Zhao Beichen took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the crowbar without thinking too much, and charged toward the battlefield. That kid really goes for it when there's trouble. Gu Changfeng stared at Zhao Beichen's back, stunned. He had only intended for Zhao Beichen to wear protective gear and prepare to collect the corpses. Unexpectedly, this kid directly grabbed a weapon. Are all the students studying forensic science this fierce nowadays? This kind of momentum and determination is truly commendable. Gu Changfeng secretly gave Zhao Beichen a thumbs up, thinking, not bad, really not bad. However, compliments aside, he couldn't truly let Zhao Beichen go to his death. Are you kidding me? An ordinary person thinks he can confront a mutated monkey-like beast with just a crowbar. Isn't that asking for death? Gu Changfeng took several steps forward and pulled Zhao Beichen back from his charge. I told you to wear protective gear. Prepare to collect the corpses, not to throw your life away. Collect corpses? Hey. Zhao Beichen was taken aback. He finally realized he had misunderstood. He scratched his head, smiling a bit awkwardly. Captain, this is my first time, so I don't have much experience. Gu Changfeng couldn't help but chuckle at Zhao Beichen's silly expression. This monkey-like beast, don't be fooled by its mutation, it's not a match for those two fellows. Don't worry, it's just a small scene. Alright, hurry up and put on the protective gear, you'll have things to do soon. Zhao Beichen replied, and quickly pulled the hazmat suit backpack out of the vehicle. He put it on in a hurry, not forgetting to find a tool in the vehicle. He punctured a small hole in the palm of the hazmat suit for convenience when collecting corpses. The two of them stood back, resembling two spectators, just missing some sunflower seeds. After a series of flashy attacks and defenses, the green monkey-like beast quickly lay down. Zhao Beichen watched with wide eyes, utterly amazed. A field worker waved at them. The two got into the vehicle and stepped on the gas toward the scene. The monkey-like beast lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. Its massive form was even larger than the previous black monkey-like beast. Its green scales shimmered with a ghostly cold light under the sun. The familiar process followed the same formula. Although it was only the second time Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng worked in perfect harmony, after all, this job didn't require much technical skill. The only difference this time was that the hazmat suit had a barely noticeable small hole. The moment Zhao Beichen touched the scales, a ding sounded in his mind. He knew that this time he had succeeded again. Just like last time, there were no flashy effects and no unnecessary work. Post Zhao Beichen corpse collection value 15100, full value reward SSS skill soul piercer, current realm mortal 15 points. Zhao Beichen stared at the corpse collection value, his eyes sparkling. Last time, when he collected from the black monkey-like beast, he only gained 5 points. This time, collecting from the green monkey-like beast directly granted him 10 points. It seems that the corpse collection value is directly linked to the level and strength of the beast. Zhao Beichen analyzed quietly in his mind. After a flurry of activity with Gu Changfeng, they finally tidied up the battlefield. They pulled out a folding bed from the vehicle, wrapped the mutated monkey-like beast in a body bag, and carried it onto the vehicle. The return trip was smooth without any further disturbances. The Ford Transit steadily drove into the 749 Bureau. Upon reaching the parking lot, they unloaded the two folding beds containing the monkey-like beast corpses. Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen each took a vehicle and headed toward the warehouse of the Special Item Management Department. This was the final step of the cleanup team process to hand over these dirty items to the warehouse. Captain, what kind of department is the Special Item Management Department? Zhao Beichen hurriedly caught up with Gu Changfeng, walking side by side. Just from the name you can tell, it's a place specifically for managing various special items. Gu Changfeng replied in a Hong Kong accent, clearly in a good mood. Having gone out once and directly collected 2 corpses, Gu Changfeng was certainly pleased with this efficiency. The 749 Bureau also had KPI assessments. Captain, what counts as a special item? Zhao Beichen continued to ask. The scope of this includes a lot. The corpses of beasts count as one category, and others like the cauldron of King Zhou and the sword of Baichi also count as another. Gu Changfeng pushed the cart in a rhythmic step, freely expressing his joyful mood. What? The cauldron of King Zhou? Baichi's sword? You're not joking with me, are you? Hearing Gu Changfeng list these special items, Zhao Beichen was completely stunned. What a joke! King Zhou had been dead for over 3,000 years. Baichi had been dead for over 2,000 years. After so many years, how could their used items still be found? This is too magical. Zhao Beichen couldn't help but doubt that Gu Changfeng was pulling his leg. Why would I joke with you? These 2 items are not anything extraordinary. Gu Changfeng completely dismissed Zhao Beichen's surprise. Newcomers were like this, having never seen the world with a shallow understanding of it. Just saying a few things to them would make them act all surprised. Gu Changfeng had experienced this too many times. These fresh-faced kids needed to have their brains reconfigured, otherwise they would always be acting surprised. Beichen, don't feel inferior, you'll slowly understand in the future. After saying this, Gu Changfeng patted Zhao Beichen on the shoulder to comfort him. This left Zhao Beichen feeling frustrated. I was just asking a question, what's wrong with that? How did it turn into feeling inferior in your mouth? Which of your eyes saw me being inferior? Zhao Beichen was internally ranting about Gu Changfeng, but didn't dare to say it out loud. After venting his grievances, Zhao Beichen thought again that Gu Changfeng had no reason to deceive him. Perhaps the things Gu Changfeng mentioned really existed. After all, even he could possess such an unfathomable system. It wasn't impossible for the 749 Bureau to obtain the cauldron of King Zhou and Bai Qi's sword. Captain, what's special about the cauldron of King Zhou and Bai Qi's sword you mentioned earlier? Driven by curiosity, Zhao Beichen continued to ask Gu Changfeng. Special? Don't you know who these two are? They are two great murderers. The countless lives lost at their hands are unfathomable. This cauldron and Bai Qi's sword have too many vengeful spirits attached to them, and their resentment runs deep. Just think about it. In the Battle of Chomping this, Bai Qi brother executed 4500 soldiers from Zhao. 45000, what does that even mean? If you lined up that many people, it would be a sea of humanity with banners waving and drums beating. Just one spit from each person could drown you. With that many people, Bai Qi could bury them all alive with a single command. Additionally, during his campaign against the 6 states, this Bai Qi brother had massacred cities with the souls lost beyond counting. Just think about how many people died at his hands. The title Human Slayer Bai Qi isn't just for show. Even now, over 2,000 years later, the vengeful spirits on Bai Qi's sword still cannot dissipate. Performing rituals to release them is useless. Their resentment is far too deep. Zhao Beichen felt that Gu Changfeng's analysis made a lot of sense. Considering it this way, Bai Qi indeed seemed to have killed quite a few people. Compared to Bai Qi, King Zhou was even more ruthless. Even the goddess Nuwa couldn't bear to look on. Just think about how fierce this guy must have been. Gu Changfeng joked. These two items have too much murderous aura going against the heavens. Once they appear, it will surely cause a bloody... So do you think these count as special items? Gu Changfeng's words made Zhao Beichen feel like he had wasted his life before this, much like a fool knowing nothing. Captain, is there a lot of stuff in the special warehouse? A lot. You can't even describe it as a lot. It's simply a sea of items. You wouldn't believe it even if I told you now. Wait until you see it later and you'll understand. Gu Changfeng said, whistling as he danced a little more happily. Zhao Beichen followed closely behind Gu Changfeng with the folding cart. He had originally thought that possessing a system meant he had seen a lot. Little did he know that on his first day in the 749 Bureau, his worldview was shattered. In terms of understanding this world, he was still too naive. Luckily, he had entered the 749 Bureau, otherwise he would have lived his life in confusion. The road to the special warehouse was even more complicated than Zhao Beichen had imagined. He and Gu Changfeng pushed their little cart through several security checkpoints. First was iris scanning, then fingerprint recognition, followed by a full-body X-ray scan. There was even a section where both needed to input passwords, and the passwords were dynamic, changing every minute. After a long hassle, they finally stepped into the elevator leading to the special warehouse. Once inside, Gu Changfeng pressed the button for the 26th floor. Zhao Beichen then realized that the special warehouse was actually underground. And it was quite deep, 26 floors underground. Wow. Zhao Beichen's heart raced. Buzz. The elevator slowly descended. The sound of metal grinding echoed in the elevator space. Gu Changfeng crossed his arms, leaning against the elevator wall, appearing very relaxed. Beichen, when we get to the warehouse, I'll let you see what a big scene looks like. Gu Changfeng's lips curved up slightly, his tone laced with pride. The elevator moved quickly, and before long with a ding it stopped, and the doors slowly opened. We've arrived. Gu Changfeng wheeled the cart out of the elevator with Zhao Beichen following closely behind, pushing. Zhao Beichen raised his eyes and saw 3 people standing before a tightly closed iron door alongside a collapsible handcart. Gu Changfeng quickened his pace, wheeling his cart toward them. Qiu Shui, you're here to submit your mission too. Gu Changfeng called out as they drew near, addressing one of the women. Xin Qiu Shui's voice was gentle as she replied. Yes, Lao Gu, you've come as well. Her gaze swept lightly over Gu Changfeng and then lingered briefly on Zhao Beichen behind him. Standing behind Xin Qiu Shui were a young man and a young woman. Beichen, come meet the elite members of Team 7. Gu Changfeng beckoned Zhao Beichen forward. Zhao Beichen hurried forward, wheeling his cart swiftly to join them. This is Xin Qiu Shui, the head of cleaning Team 7 and the so-called Ice Queen of Bureau 749. Gu Changfeng introduced, gesturing toward Xin Qiu Shui. Zhao Beichen offered a slight courteous smile and bowed respectfully. Director Xin, hello. I'm Zhao Beichen of Team 5. Xin Qiu Shui glanced at him and returned a warm, graceful smile. Hello. Welcome to Bureau 749. Xin Qiu Shui was not only strikingly beautiful, but her voice carried a soft, soothing warmth, utterly at odds with the cool resonance of her name. And this is Hong Do, the sweetheart cheerleader of Team 7. Gu Changfeng continued, pointing to a petite, charming young woman beside Xin Qiu Shui, whose demeanor was tender and endearing. Zhao Beichen smiled and nodded politely. She responded with an equally sweet, radiant smile. This is Lin Xiao, the team's technical pillar, Gu Changfeng concluded, turning toward the bespectacled young man. Quiet, refined, and fair-skinned, he bore all the hallmarks of a devoted technophile. Zhao Beichen smiled and nodded toward Lin Xiao, offering a friendly greeting. Lin Xiao adjusted his glasses with a gentle push and nodded back warmly. Thus introductions were complete. Xiao Shui, what did your team collect today? Gu Changfeng asked. Shin Xiao Shui did not answer directly. Instead, she turned calmly toward Lin Xiao and instructed softly, Lin Xiao, open the body bag. Lin Xiao acknowledged her command and walked to their team's cart, slowly unzipping the body bag. Zhao Beichen stepped forward, quickly drawing near to Team 7's cart. Inside the bag lay a humanoid corpse, its entire body covered in coarse matted fur tinged with an eerie bluish-black hue, as though soaked in some unnatural corrosive substance. Yet its feet were grotesquely inverted, heels facing forward, toes pointing backward, in total defiance of human anatomy. The sight was profoundly unsettling. What is this? Zhao Beichen frowned slightly. Grade B Tier 1. Mountain Spirit. Gu Changfeng interjected, answering his unspoken question. Gu Changfeng then launched into an erudite exposition. In the Huainanzi's chapter Fanlungsen, it states owls and yang emerge from mountains. Gao Yu annotated this as Xiao Yang, the mountain spirit. However, Gao Yu's annotation contains a critical error. He conflates the mountain spirit with Xiao Yang. He pauses as if sifting through memory. His voice paused as though recalling ancient texts. Indeed, the Shanhai Jing, in its Hainan and Jing section, records earlier the Shaoyang kingdom lies west of Beichu. Its people possess human faces and elongated lips, black bodies covered in fur, inverted heels, and laugh upon seeing humans, holding a pipe in their left hands. Gao Yu mistakenly equated the mountain spirit with Shaoyang. Though outwardly similar, the two are worlds apart. First, Shaoyang does not devour humans. Second, it never possesses only a single leg. This mountain spirit, however, resembles a human in form, also bearing inverted heels, but it does not laugh when encountering people. Instead, it crushes its victims between its teeth with a crisp, bone-shattering snap. And curiously, some possess 2 legs, others only 1. Gu Changfeng, a seasoned veteran, spoke of these creatures with encyclopedic familiarity. Zhao Beichen listened with genuine admiration. His curiosity piqued his mind, absorbing each revelation. Once Gu Changfeng finished his scholarly exposition, Shin Xiao Shui shifted her gaze from the mountain spirit's corpse to him and asked, "And you? What did you collect today, oi? Come. Everyone gather round." Gu Changfeng enthusiastically summoned Team 7's members. Striding confidently to his own cart, he reached down and, whoosh, yanked open the zipper of the first body bag. Tada! Gu Changfeng performed an exaggerated flourish. Inside the bag lay the lifeless form of a saru. Zhao Beichen grimaced from the force of the pats. "Captain, our squad. Is it just the 2 of us right now?" "For the moment, yes. Just for now." Gu Changfeng nodded approvingly at her insight. "Now everyone, behold this next one." With swift precision, he unzipped the second body bag. Within it lay another Heju. All 3 members of Team 7 instinctively focused their attention there, distracted just long enough. Standing beside Team 7's cart, Zhao Beichen reached out and seized the mountain spirit's furry arm. No matter whether fruit hung on the branch or not, he'd strike twice with his bamboo pole first. At the sight of the corpse, Zhao Beichen's old habit resurfaced. Yet, the system remained utterly silent. The loot value bar still read 15,100 unchanged. Has the corpse expired? Zhao Beichen wondered inwardly. His luck was truly abysmal. He'd assumed it was fresh and warm. Zhao Beichen knew little about cleaning teams, and even less about how long Team 7 had spent neutralizing them. To better secure freshly harvested corpses in the future, he resolved to deepen his understanding of cleaning team operations. Quietly, he edged closer to Hong Do and murmured, "Senior sister, how long has your mountain spirit been deceased?" Hong Do, absorbed in observing the Heju, blinked in mild surprise at the sudden question. After a moment's thoughtful pause, she replied, "Roughly 40 to 50 minutes. What's wrong?" She turned her gaze, settling on Zhao Beichen, curious, probing. 40 to 50 minutes. Are you certain? A chill surged up Zhao Beichen's spine. Absolutely certain, Hong Do affirmed with a firm nod. Zhao Beichen shuddered violently, as though drenched in ice-cold water. Damn it, the thing isn't dead, he cried, inwardly, adrenaline surging. No wonder the loot value hadn't budged. It wasn't a corpse yet, so no loot value could accrue. The mountain spirit is still alive. Zhao Beichen jerked upright, pointing urgently at Team 7's cart, his voice sharp with alarm. His words detonated like a shockwave, shattering the corridor's calm silence. Everyone froze, stunned by the sudden, horrifying turn. A flicker of disbelief crossed Shin Xiao Shui's icy features. Instinctively, her eyes darted to the body bag atop the cart, disbelief warring with dawning dread. Gu Changfeng reacted fastest, bolting forward to Team 7's cart, eyes locked unblinkingly on the mountain spirit. At that very instant, the creature, previously motionless within the bag, stirred. Its shaggy body lurched upright with stiff, unnatural jerks, as though puppeteered by invisible string. Crack, crack. The grating, grinding sound of its bones shifting echoed with unbearable clarity in the suffocating silence, scraping directly against eardrums, raising goose-flesh, chilling spines. Charge, let's do this. Gu Changfeng bellowed. As soon as his voice fell, a gleaming chopping knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. The blade was thick and sharp, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Without hesitation, Gu Changfeng swung the knife, aiming for the mountain spirit's head, creating a fierce gust of wind. If the strike landed, the mountain spirit's head would surely burst like a watermelon. Almost simultaneously, Shun Xiaoxue also moved. She flipped her wrist, and a delicate short blade suddenly appeared in her hand. The blade was slender, shimmering with a ghostly cold light. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Xiaoxue crouched low and swiftly stabbed towards the mountain spirit's abdomen. The two displayed remarkable teamwork, clearly not their first time joining forces against an enemy. Zhao Beichen was dumbfounded. He was unarmed and had no idea what to do. In his panic, his gaze fell upon a fire extinguisher in the corner. He thought that while it wasn't the best weapon, at least it could make some noise. Just as he grabbed the fire extinguisher, he noticed the petite figure of Hong Do suddenly brandishing a large-caliber revolver. The gun barrel was thicker than a baby's forearm. A cute girl wielding such a deadly weapon, the contrast was enough to shock anyone. Zhao Beichen couldn't help but murmur, "This girl is a bit fierce." Turning his head again, he saw that Lin Xiao beside Hong Do had somehow acquired a wolf fawn club that was taller than her. The club was thicker than an adult's thigh, with the spikes glinting ominously. What kind of divine operation is this? Zhao Beichen was completely bewildered. He glanced at Hong Do's revolver, then at Lin Xiao's wolf fawn club, and finally at the fire extinguisher in his own hands. The disparity was just too great. Where did they pull all these bizarre items from? Storage bags. But he hadn't seen any bags on them. Filled with confusion and shock, Zhao Beichen momentarily forgot to react. Meanwhile, Gu Changfeng and Shun Xiaoxue had already engaged with the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit had somehow escaped from the body bag. Standing on the ground, it fought fiercely against the two without losing ground. Upgrade beginner level was no joke, its combat power was formidable. Gu Changfeng and Shun Xiaoxue attacked from above and below. Their coordination was quite impressive. Watching the three battle back and forth, Zhao Beichen snapped back to reality and steeled himself. Raising the fire extinguisher in hand, he charged forward. Spotting an opening, he threw the fire extinguisher forcefully towards the mountain spirit's back. What could a small fire extinguisher do against a upgrade monster? The extinguisher hit the mountain spirit's back and then fell to the ground. The mountain spirit had no reaction, instead turning to attack Zhao Beichen. Gu Changfeng swiftly moved, placing himself in front of Zhao Beichen, shouting, "Beichen, get back." Zhao Beichen, being someone who listened to advice, quickly retreated several steps. Hong Do aimed the large revolver for a long time, but due to the narrow passage, she hesitated to fire for fear of hitting her teammates. Lin Xiao's wolf fawn club was a long weapon, which also couldn't be fully utilized here. They could only stab at the mountain spirit during openings, but the effect was minimal. Fortunately, Gu Changfeng and Shun Xiaoxue were gradually gaining the upper hand. The mountain spirit was covered in wounds, blood flowing freely, howling in agony. Indeed, Gu Changfeng was right, it was a lie that it would smile at humans. Those sharp fangs were clearly not meant for smiling. Shun Xiaoxue stabbed into the mountain spirit's thigh. The mountain spirit stumbled, and Gu Changfeng seized the opportunity to leap into action. With the large knife in hand, he struck down towards the mountain spirit's head. Just as it seemed the mountain spirit was doomed, it surprisingly reacted with incredible agility. With a swift move, it perfectly dodged Gu Changfeng's lethal strike. Fortunately, Shun Xiaoxue was quick enough to pull the short blade out of the mountain spirit's thigh. In one fluid motion, she stabbed it into the mountain spirit's belly. This was a fatal blow for the mountain spirit, causing its movements to severely slow down. Gu Changfeng performed a flourish with his knife and aimed another strike at the mountain spirit's head. At that moment, Zhao Beichen inexplicably pulled out another fire extinguisher from some corner. Holding the fire extinguisher, he prepared to charge again when he heard Gu Changfeng's voice. "You three don't move, I've got this." Zhao Beichen's eyes widened, and he looked closely. The mountain spirit was now lying on the ground, covered in blood, its body twitching. "Beichen, come over here." Gu Changfeng said. The knife he held had vanished as if it had never existed. Zhao Beichen set down the fire extinguisher and walked over to Gu Changfeng. "Now take a look, is this thing really dead?" Gu Changfeng pointed at the mountain spirit on the ground. Seeing the mountain spirit's head in ruins, Zhao Beichen reached out to touch it, but Gu Changfeng grabbed him. "You're not wearing protective gear, you can't touch it." "But I already touched it earlier, that's how I knew it wasn't dead," Zhao Beichen muttered. "You kid," Gu Changfeng admonished. "Didn't I always emphasize not to touch monster corpses without protective gear? How can you not remember?" "Team leader, I'm fine, see," Zhao Beichen said shamelessly. Afterward, he squatted down next to the mountain spirit and reached out to feel its fuzzy arm. Then he began to pretentiously observe the mountain spirit back and forth. At that moment, the familiar system interface appeared in Zhao Beichen's mind again. Host Zhao Beichen Corpse, touch value 35100, full value reward SSS skill soul piercer, current realm mortal, upgrade beginner mountain spirit, had added 20 to the corpse touch value. Not bad, Zhao Beichen felt overjoyed. After continuing to feign observation for a bit, Zhao Beichen stood up. Feeling cool and soaring high, Zhao Beichen joked, "Report team leader, this thing is definitely dead. It won't be causing any more trouble." In truth, the mountain spirit's head had been smashed to pieces by Gu Changfeng. How could it possibly still be alive? Now Gu Changfeng asking him to check again was merely for psychological comfort. "Earlier, how did you know it wasn't dead?" Shun Xiuxue asked curiously. My major in university was forensic science, so I'm sensitive to corpses. Zhao Beichen began to spin a tale. What do you want? Should I tell you I have a system? Zhao Beichen silently added the latter part in his mind. Oh, forensic science, no wonder. Shun Xiuxue nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Shun Qiuxue's expression, Zhao Beichen secretly pondered. This team leader, Shun, has no idea what she's imagining. Perfect, let her handle it, saving me the trouble of explaining. Then everyone started cleaning up the battlefield in a flurry. The entire passage was left in a bloody mess, but fortunately they were all professionals. With clear divisions of labor, it didn't take long before everything was neatly tidied up. Just as they finished, a noise came from the iron door ahead. Bang! The last large door of the Special Management Office's special warehouse finally opened slowly. Accompanied by the low hum of the motor, the heavy iron door of the special warehouse finally creaked open, revealing a portly middle-aged man stepping out. The man grinned widely, showcasing two prominent big front teeth. This was the warehouse manager Li Mingqing. Upon seeing Gu Chongfeng, Li Daya began to tease old Gu. With your show of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, it seems you're getting more backward as you age. Gu Chongfeng was not offended. He gave Li Daya a punch on the chest, saying, Li Daya, you old rascal. Why didn't you come out to lend a hand when the mountain spirit was reanimating? Were you hiding inside to watch me put on a show? Li Daya laughed heartily. You, Gu Chongfeng, are quite the renowned figure. A mere great mountain spirit is nothing to worry about. If I were to intervene, wouldn't that overshadow your glory? Stop talking nonsense with me. Gu Chongfeng scolded playfully. Hurry up, stop being cheeky. Come over and help push the stuff inside. Got it. Li Daya readily agreed, and then turned his gaze to Zhao Beichen, who was standing nearby. Old Gu, is this the new recruit in your team? He scrutinized Zhao Beichen from head to toe. Yes, new here, just reported today. Gu Chongfeng nodded. Call him Yeji. Gu Chongfeng gestured toward Zhao Beichen. Yeji. Zhao Beichen quickly called out obediently upon noticing. Li Daya nodded at Zhao Beichen. Young man, you've got quite the guts. You dared to charge in with a fire extinguisher. You have a bright future ahead. Li Daya gave Zhao Beichen a thumbs up. Zhao Beichen felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head. Yeji, you flatter me. The situation was urgent, so I didn't think much about it. Haha, not bad, you're a good seedling. Li Daya patted Zhao Beichen on the shoulder, grinning. Alright, stop loitering here and hurry up to push the stuff inside. Gu Chongfeng urged repeatedly. Let's go. Li Daya called out, pushing a cart into the warehouse first. The warehouse was illuminated brightly by lights, leaving no dark corners. However, the overall area of the warehouse was not very large, roughly the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. Apart from a solitary workbench in the center, the surroundings were empty, with nothing at all. Zhao Beichen was a bit stunned. Oh, was this really a warehouse? Why is there nothing here? Where's the grand scene that was promised? There's nothing. How can there be a grand scene? Hongdo noticed Zhao Beichen's confusion and smiled, patting his shoulder. Look over there, pointing to the warehouse walls. Zhao Beichen followed Hongdo's finger and then discovered that the walls of the warehouse were covered with doors densely packed. My goodness, how many rooms must there be? Zhao Beichen swallowed hard after seeing the numerous doors. These doors were all sorts of fancy, with words, patterns, numbers, and many incomprehensible symbols. Some were twisted, resembling cryptic runes. Others had fierce animal patterns, whether tigers or leopards, representing various elements like wind, fire, thunder, and electricity. Zhao Beichen was dazzled. What in the world was all this? Hongdo noticed the confusion in Zhao Beichen's eyes and said cheerfully, behind these doors are all small worlds. When I first saw it, I was also bewildered. There are too many strange things inside. It's hard to explain, you'll understand in time. Zhao Beichen was taken aback. Small worlds. What on earth? The more Hongdo spoke, the more confused Zhao Beichen became. I say, old Gu, your team has really struck gold this time. This newcomer is quite impressive. Li Daya pushed the cart to the lonely workbench in the center of the warehouse. This kid, thinking he can take on a mountain spirit with just a fire extinguisher, is quite bold. He clicked his tongue in amazement as he worked quickly. Li Daya took something resembling a tablet off the workbench. Zzz. The device emitted a faint electrical sound, projecting a pale blue light. It scanned the bodies of the mountain spirit and the monkey spirit thoroughly. Gu Chongfeng observed silently from the side, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This kid is indeed something. Zhao Beichen withdrew his gaze and watched Li Daya busying himself. Beep beep. The device in Li Daya's hand emitted 2 notification sounds, and a pile of data appeared on the screen. He glanced at it and took out something resembling a stamp. Smack. It was placed on the body of the mountain spirit. I say, Daya, your speed is impressive. You're getting more skilled at this. Gu Chongfeng teased. Hey, with enough practice, I could do this with my eyes closed. Li Daya, without lifting his head, stamped the 2 monkey spirits' bodies as well. In this day and age, we're no longer in the era of handwritten records. We have to keep up with the times. As he spoke, he handed the device to Gu Chongfeng and Shun Xiuxue. Here, old Gu group leader Shin, sign here. Gu Chongfeng and Shun Xiuxue each took the device. They quickly signed their names on the screen and pressed their fingerprints. Daya, where should we put these 2 monkey spirits? Room B7. As per usual, Li Daya replied without looking back. Group leader Shin, yours goes in room B8. Li Daya directed Shun Xiuxue. Hearing Li Daya's words, Shun Xiuxue nodded at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao pushed the cart towards the door marked B8. Gu Changfeng pushed the cart, while Zhao Beichen followed closely behind. Gu Changfeng led them to a stop in front of the east wall of the warehouse. On this wall there was a white door. The door had B7 written in large black letters. Crooked red lines covered the entire door. It resembled a mysterious spell, as if drawn with dried blood. Gu Changfeng turned to Zhao Beichen and explained this is room B7, specifically for storing A-grade monsters. The red things on the door are suppression talismans for safety. Alright old Gu, you can go in now. Li Daya finished his work at the console and called out from afar. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally motionless red lines on the B7 door slowly began to flow. Then a swirling blue light curtain quickly appeared out of nowhere, and the white door vanished without a trace. Let's go, Gu Changfeng called out to Zhao Beichen and pushed the cart through the light curtain, disappearing from Zhao Beichen's sight. Wow, this is so freaking sci-fi. Watching this incredible scene, Zhao Beichen couldn't help but curse. This was simply a teleportation portal straight out of a sci-fi movie. Zhao Beichen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He too pushed the cart and stepped towards the blue light curtain. As he passed through, Zhao Beichen felt a sudden brightness in front of his eyes. Shortly after, a blast of cold air hit him. Wow, this! Zhao Beichen shivered. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but exclaim. The sight completely overturned his understanding of a warehouse. This was no warehouse, it was clearly a massive cold storage facility. No, to be precise, this was a vast ice and snow world. In an endless expanse, a chilling air pervaded. Massive ice blocks were scattered everywhere, some towered several meters high like small mountains, while others stood just above a person's height, each with unique shapes. A mysterious light source illuminated the entire space. These ice blocks were not ordinary ice, as they refracted a ghostly blue light under the illumination. Upon closer inspection, various monstrous corpses were surprisingly sealed within. Some resembled giant lizards, their scales shimmering with a metallic sheen. Others looked like hairy mammoths with tusks that curled like hooks measuring several meters long. And some resembled humanoid creatures, with wings and sharp claws. A bizarre array of forms was present. These monstrous corpses were either completely encased in ice, appearing lifelike, as if they could break free at any moment, or they were cut into several pieces stored in different ice blocks, with dark red bloodstains lingering at the severed edges. This is too thrilling. Zhao Beichen felt his heart racing, adrenaline surging. It was only now that he understood what Gu Changfeng meant by a grand spectacle. Zhao Beichen scanned this vast, icy world, wondering just how many monstrous corpses it contained. If only he could touch them. How much corpse value would that yield? Zhao Beichen's old habit kicked in again. But alas, the opportunity had already passed. Sighing inwardly, Zhao Beichen lamented the missed chance. Stop dawdling, hurry up and bring the corpses over. Gu Changfeng's voice called from ahead, interrupting Zhao Beichen's thoughts. Returning to reality, he noticed Gu Changfeng had already pushed a cart to a massive ice block. This ice block stood over 5 meters tall and more than 3 meters wide, completely transparent. Within it was a gigantic creature resembling a pangolin. This is the one. Gu Changfeng pointed at the ice block. He took out a strangely shaped clasp, aligned it with a groove on the ice block, and gently pressed it. Buzz! A faint vibration sounded and ripples appeared on the surface of the ice. Following that, an entrance large enough for the folding cart to pass through slowly opened. Gu Changfeng pushed the cart inside. This is incredibly convenient. Zhao Beichen stared in awe. The technology of the 749 Bureau far exceeded his imagination. He quickly followed suit, pushing his cart behind. Once inside the ice block, Zhao Beichen discovered an unexpected world. It was an independent space of approximately 50 square meters. The walls were made of solid ice, with several cold light fixtures embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire space brightly. In the center of the space was a rectangular groove perfectly sized to accommodate a small cart. Gu Changfeng pushed the cart with the corpse into the groove and then approached a nearby wall. There was a device resembling a touchscreen, and Gu Changfeng began to operate it. The groove was covered, and after a rumbling sound, it opened again, revealing that the corpse had vanished. Only the done. He clapped his hands and turned to Zhao Beichen, saying, "Push yours in too." Zhao Beichen nodded, rolling the cart that no longer contained the corpse of the Huanjiao into the groove. He pushed his cart into the groove as well. Gu Changfeng operated the device again, and after another sound, the groove opened once more. The corpse of the Huanjiao had also disappeared. All done, let's go. Gu Changfeng waved at Zhao Beichen. Team leader, what about the corpse of the Huanjiao? Zhao Beichen, it was transported via a special conveyor belt and sealed in the ice, Gu Changfeng explained. So these monstrous corpses, will they remain frozen here indefinitely? Of course not. These corpses are valuable. In due time, specialized personnel will come to handle them. Handle them? How? For research disassembly. The bodies of monsters are treasures in themselves. The research department will recycle them, Gu Changfeng replied. That's great waste utilization, Zhao Beichen nodded. The two exited the storage room. No. B7A, and the blue light curtain gradually faded, with the red lines on the door returning to stillness. Zhao Beichen scrutinized the door closely, finding no signs of disturbance. Let's go check on team leader Shun and the others, Gu Changfeng called, heading toward Shin Xiuxue and the others. Lin Xiao had already preserved the corpse of the mountain spirit, standing beside Hong Do at the workstation. The two were whispering and staring at the images on the monitor. Shin Xiuxue and Li Daya were also engrossed in animated conversation. Back already. Hong Do's keen eyes immediately spotted Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng approaching. She trotted over to Zhao Beichen, wearing a sweet smile. Her voice was soft and gentle, making it hard to associate her with the terrifying large revolver. How was it? Didn't it feel like your eyes weren't enough? Hong Do asked. Zhao Beichen nodded vigorously. It was so shocking, more exhilarating than watching a sci-fi blockbuster. He never expected that our country's technology had become this impressive. Of course. Hong Do proudly lifted her head like a proud little peacock. You must know this is the most advanced space technology. Is it true that your weapons are also stored in your own space? Zhao Beichen suddenly recalled how these people had pulled out their gear out of thin air during the earlier battle and couldn't help but ask Hong Do. Yes, nanochips of space technology are directly implanted into the body. All formal employees of the 749 Bureau have them, and once you get regularized you'll have one too. Hong Do explained enthusiastically. However, the technology of these nanochips still needs improvement. Currently, personal spaces are not very large. My space is only 2 cubic meters, while the external personnel of the operations department can have 5 cubic meters. Fixed space technologies like special warehouses are truly impressive. You saw it earlier, doesn't it resemble a small world? I wasn't lying, was I? Hong Do excitedly enlightened Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen's mind buzzed. Isn't this just the legendary storage bag? That's right. So the world of immortals might really exist. Hong Do replied cheerfully. She had a good impression. After all, in this day and age there weren't many who dared to confront a mountain spirit with just a fire extinguisher. Let's go, let's eat. Gu Changfeng waved his hand, calling everyone. Shin Xiuxue also nodded toward Hong Do, signaling everyone to wrap up. Zhao Beichen had only nibbled on a pancake for breakfast in his rush this morning, and by now his stomach was growling. It was already nearing 3 in the afternoon, and if he didn't eat, soon his stomach would rebel. The group said their goodbyes to Li Daya and left the special warehouse. Hey, thanks. Next time I'll buy you a drink. Gu Changfeng called out. Got it, I'll hold you to that. Li Daya's voice echoed from the warehouse. Zhao Beichen trailed at the back of the group, still pondering the storage bag that Hong Do had mentioned. The technology of the 749 Bureau had truly shattered his perceptions. If he could get a storage space, it would make things so much easier for retrieving corpses. Cough cough, working would be much more convenient. But for now, filling his stomach was the priority. He quickened his pace to catch up with the group. A few people did not dawdle and headed straight to the cafeteria. After hastily grabbing a few bites of food, everyone returned home to their respective families. Upon arriving at the office, Gu Changfeng pulled out a report template from a folder and tossed it to Zhao Beichen. Fill in today's report according to this format, and write the electronic version. Gu Changfeng pointed at the computer and added, it's very simple, give it a try. Zhao Beichen glanced at it, understood what to do, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Gu Changfeng then pulled out a folding bed from the corner and lay down. I need to catch up on some sleep. Ooh, I didn't sleep well last night. If there's nothing going on, you can leave at 5:30. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of snoring filled the room. The report was completed, and the time was nearly 5:30. Zhao Beichen looked up and saw Gu Changfeng sleeping soundly, so he decided not to disturb him. After leaving the office, he gently closed the door and went straight home. Zhao Beichen was a native of Lingdu City. His family ran a small restaurant called Zhao's Home-Cooked Restaurant. Usually his parents were busy in the shop. The place wasn't very big, only about 200 square meters, but the business was decent. When Zhao Beichen returned to the restaurant, it was dinner time, and the place was bustling with customers. His father Zhao Dezuzu was standing behind the cash register, tapping vigorously on the calculator. His mother Su Lin was darting between tables like a spinning top, too busy to stop. Zhao Beichen was already accustomed to this scene. He wasted no time, rolled up his sleeves, and helped serve dishes to the customers while clearing tables. He was quick, but his eyes scanned the entire restaurant like radar. Growing up in this small restaurant, he had seen all kinds of people, and he considered himself somewhat discerning when it came to judging character. Today, however, a customer at table 3 in the corner struck him as somewhat off. The person had their back to the dining area, facing the wall, wearing a loose trench coat on a hot day and a hat that covered their face completely. Zhao Beichen felt that the person's eating movements were awkward and gave off an eerie vibe. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. He discreetly pulled out his phone and recorded a short video to send to Gu Changfeng. Team leader, can you help me check if there's something off about this person? Gu Changfeng replied, quickly instructing Zhao Beichen to find a way to capture the person's face. He also asked Zhao Beichen to send the restaurant's location. Zhao Beichen acknowledged and sent the location. He pondered how he could capture that guy's face. Just then the kitchen shouted, table 3, the sweet and sour pork is ready. Zhao Beichen's eyes lit up. The opportunity had arrived. He carried the dish to table 3 while turning on the video recording on his phone. As he reached the table, Zhao Beichen set down the dish and casually stole a glance at the person's face. It was a young man who was quite handsome. Zhao Beichen couldn't see anything unusual, leaving him a bit puzzled. Could it be that I misjudged him? He sent the video to Gu Changfeng. After a short wait, Gu Changfeng called back, his tone urgent. It's a wine-swallowing boy. The thing from over there is quite sinister. Keep him steady. Oh, don't let him escape. I've already notified the field team. Upon hearing this, Zhao Beichen's heart sank. Wine-swallowing boy. That name doesn't sound good at all. Zhao Beichen quickly asked team leader, what level is this guy? Mid-tier class. Gu Changfeng's words almost made Zhao Beichen throw his phone. His voice changed pitch. In the afternoon, he had witnessed a low-tier class mountain spirit that had taken a lot of effort from Gu Changfeng and Shun Xiuxue to handle. Now right in front of him was a living, breathing mid-tier class, a whole level higher. This was going to be difficult. Damn it, I run into such a tough opponent even when I go home. On the other end of the line, Gu Changfeng's voice remained urgent, but carried an undeniable certainty, no doubt about it. This guy has a heavy killing intent, especially targeting women and children. I don't know how he slipped over from that sinister place. This isn't simple. Team leader, I have no experience here. How do I keep him? Zhao Beichen's voice tightened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. This was a class mid-tier monster. The restaurant was bustling with customers, including his parents and a bunch of patrons. If a fight broke out, the scene would be too chaotic. He couldn't bear to imagine it. If things went wrong, his entire family could be in serious trouble. He secretly glanced at the wine-swallowing boy who was still leisurely eating the sweet and sour pork. This guy looked harmless. Who knew what he would be like if he went berserk? Don't panic. He hasn't made a move yet, nor does he seem inclined to leave. He should still be observing the situation. Gu Changfeng's voice softened slightly. I've already notified the field team. They should arrive in about 7 to 8 minutes. I and the people from Team 7 are also on our way. We'll be there soon. You hold the fort and don't act rashly. After hanging up, Zhao Beichen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. 7 to 8 minutes. Not too long, yet not too short. In that time, a lot could happen. Hold steady. What can I use to hold steady? Damn it. Zhao Beichen's heart hardened. He had to stand firm. He must endure, even if it meant death. Damn it, I'm going all in. Zhao Beichen cursed under his breath, turned, and dashed into the kitchen. The kitchen knife is too delicate. I need something more powerful. After rummaging around, he pulled out a cleaver from under the cutting board. Heavy in his hand, Zhao Beichen radiated an intense determination while holding the cleaver. He tucked the cleaver behind his waist, but still felt something was off. If he was going on the offensive, he needed defense as well. He casually grabbed a large pot lid, weighing it in his hand. It felt manageable. Damn it, I'm going all in. With resolve, Zhao Beichen emerged from the kitchen, heading straight for the bar. Zhao Dezuzu was crouched behind the bar, tapping away at the calculator. Suddenly seeing his son dressed like this, his eyes nearly popped out. Left hand holding a pot lid, right hand. Oh no, tucked behind his back was a cleaver. What was he planning to do? Tear the place apart? Chinchin, what are you doing? What role are you playing? Zhao Dezuzu's voice trembled. Zhao Beichen had no time to explain. He quietly instructed, Dad, follow my orders in a bit. When I shout run, you take Mom, and run, don't look back. Run. Where are we running to? Everything is fine here. Business is booming. Why run? Zhao Dezuzu was even more confused. Chinchin, are you possessed? Zhao Dezuzu reached out, trying to feel Zhao Beichen's forehead to see if he had a fever. Zhao Beichen swatted his hand away, speaking urgently, Dad, don't waste time. Just remember, when I say run, you all run for your lives. Just treat it like a fire drill. He couldn't think of a better excuse, so he just made one up. Zhao Dezuzu was stunned by his yelling. Although still confused, he dared not ask further upon seeing his son's After briefing Zhao Dezuzu, Zhao Beichen touched the cleaver tucked behind him. He fixed his gaze on the wine-swallowing boy. As long as this guy dared to make a move, Zhao Beichen would not hesitate to attack. The phone began to ring, presumably a call from the field team. Zhao Beichen quickly answered, and indeed it was the field team. Zhao Beichen lowered his voice, where are you guys now? We're nearby? Is that guy still eating? The field team still eating. Like a starving ghost, he hasn't stopped using his chopsticks. Zhao Beichen replied. That wine-swallowing brat is not very bright. He just explodes without any judgment. The tone of the field team grew serious. When we arrive, well, act immediately. Look for an opportunity to assist. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. Assist? Zhao Beichen was taken aback. How was he supposed to assist? This was entirely outside his area of expertise. During the morning training session with Gu Changfeng, he had only been taught 4 steps: arrive at the scene, secure the scene, retrieve what needs to be taken back, and hand over. The phrase assist was completely unrelated. Zhao Beichen stood there in a daze. He was so angry that he nearly threw his phone. What kind of situation was this? Forget it, now was not the time for complaints. Zhao Beichen was too lazy to think further. He needed to figure out how to get his parents out of there. He pulled the still-dazed Zhao Dezuzu to the side. Dad, quickly take Mom to hide in the back, hurry. Zhao Dezuzu was stunned. Hide? Hide from what? There are still a bunch of customers in this shop. Don't ask so much, just hide. Zhao Beichen urged. This. Zhao Dezuzu wanted to ask more. But Zhao Beichen didn't have time to explain. Hurry. Something big is about to happen. Seeing his son's urgent expression, Zhao Dezuzu began to panic and quickly called for Su Lin. Su Lin was busy cleaning the table when Zhao Dezuzu pulled her toward the kitchen, completely confused. What are you doing, old man? There are still customers outside. Don't worry about it. Chunshin said something big is about to happen and we need to hide. What big thing? How would I? If our son says to hide, then we hide. As Zhao Deishu's and Su Lin's figures disappeared through the kitchen door, Zhao Beichen finally let out a sigh of relief. There were still other diners in the restaurant, but Zhao Beichen had no choice left. He could only think of plans once the field. He picked up the pot lid, took a deep breath, and felt a heaviness in his chest. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? Zhao Beichen gritted his teeth, lifted his butt, and pulled out the cleaver from his back. Damn it, if he was going to die, then so be it. If that wine-swallowing brat blew up here, not only his parents, but the entire street would be done for. Just a few steps out of the bar, 3 uniformed figures burst in. The field team. Zhao Beichen felt a surge of joy. They had finally arrived. Looking at these 3 guys, each one more muscular than the last, their arms thicker than his thighs, it was clear they were fighters. The 3 men noticed Zhao Beichen as well. A pot lid in his left hand, and a cleaver in his right. What kind of combination was this? Their eyelids twitched, but they had no time to think further. The leader gave Zhao Beichen a thumbs up, as if to say, brother, you're quite fierce. Zhao Beichen thought to himself, fierce my ass, I'm really scared. Before he could react, the 3 field members shot out like arrows. Their target was the wine-swallowing brat who was still stuffing his face in the corner. Go! The leader shouted, his voice booming. These 3 didn't hold back. They charged in without hesitation. Bang! 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 The 3 members of the field team unleashed a violent assault on the wine-swallowing brat. The cold weapons in their hands sliced through the air with bright arcs. The wine-swallowing brat was no pushover either. He overturned a table and started fighting back against the field team. The sounds of plates and bowls smashing on the ground echoed throughout. The diners were stunned, as if someone had pressed the pause button. They stared blankly, chopsticks in hand. Some had their mouths wide open and food was beginning to fall out. Suddenly someone started screaming, murder! Murder! The voice cracked. This shout seemed to restart the diners. The restaurant instantly erupted in chaos. Tables were flipped. Plates and bowls lay shattered on the ground with screams and cries filling the air. Some of the quicker ones had already crouched under the tables, holding their heads and trembling. The faster ones began to run for the exit, rolling and crawling, shouting murder! Murder! It seemed like shouting it would lessen their fear. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Zhao Beichen's eyes nearly popped out, his heart dropped. This was truly it. He originally thought the field team would act discreetly, quietly taking care of the wine-swallowing brat. Who knew they would be so aggressive, not even giving a warning? Right in front of everyone they launched their attack, using knives and swords directly against the wine-swallowing brat. In broad daylight, they were completely unrestrained. From a distance, Zhao Beichen could see the blood splattering from the wine-swallowing brat. This was great. Not only would there be a mess to clean up, but even the 749 Bureau might get involved. Zhao Beichen's mind was buzzing blank, completely unsure of what to do next. He could only hold the cleaver in one hand, and the large pot lid in the other, watching from afar. At the kitchen door, Zhao Deishu's and Su Lin peered out, also stunned by the sudden chaos. Zhao Deishu's instinctively shielded Su Lin behind him. What is going on? Su Lin, who had never seen such a scene, turned pale, gripping Zhao Deishu's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Zhao Deishu's comforted Su Lin while trying to steady himself, but he was nearly scared to death. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Beichen noticed the 3 muscular men from the field team moving with precision. Suddenly, the wine-swallowing brat, who was still resisting, fiercely collapsed to the ground like a pile of mush. Dead. Zhao Beichen's heart raced. He had to admit the field team was indeed fierce. In no time, they had taken down the wine-swallowing brat. But damn it, how was he supposed to clean up this mess? Zhao Beichen couldn't think of anything else. His mind was filled with thoughts of searching the body. No matter the flood, he had to act first. Taking advantage of the chaos in the restaurant, Zhao Beichen dropped the cleaver and the pot lid, crouching low as he quickly made his way toward table number 3. Upon getting closer, he saw the wine-swallowing brat's body lying there, surrounded by blood, with his hat long gone, revealing a thick head of black hair. Zhao Beichen noticed 2 horns hidden within the hair. Damn, there really are horns. The 3 field team members were surrounding the body, trying to shield it from view. Seeing Zhao Beichen, they paid him no mind. Zhao Beichen seized the opportunity, squatting down and placing his hand directly on the wine-swallowing brat's head. Ding! Here it comes. Damn, that sound was exhilarating. Host Zhao Beichen. Morgue value 75100, max value reward SSS skill Soul Piercer. Current realm mortal. Still simple, crude, and straightforward. 5 points for an A-level middle tier monkey spirit, 10 points for a mutated A-level monkey spirit. 20 points for a B-level initial tier mountain spirit, and the B-level middle tier drunkard directly boosted the morgue value by 40 points. The higher the realm, the higher the morgue value. This principle is unchanging. Zhao Beichen felt elated. He couldn't even bear to look at how his family's rustic restaurant had been turned upside down. Crack. Stop. Suddenly a loud shout drowned out all the noise in the rustic restaurant. What had been a bustling scene became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Very good, everyone. My name is Gu Feng, and I am the director of this film. The previous shot was perfect. On behalf of the production team, I thank you all. Gu Changfeng finished his shout into the megaphone and even bowed. What on earth? Zhao Beichen looked towards the sound and immediately spotted the flamboyant figure of Gu Changfeng. Wearing a director's hat, a multi-pocket vest, and a megaphone, the most eye-catching thing was that he was wearing a pair of frog glasses at night. Beside him, Lin Xiao was carrying a professional camera strapped to her waist. She was constantly moving around stylishly, sometimes focusing on Gu Changfeng and at other times on the diners in the restaurant. Occasionally, she even shoved the camera up close to people's faces for close-ups. Hong Do was waving a massive clapperboard around, thrusting it in front of people, as if afraid they couldn't see it. The clapperboard read, Scene 25, Shot 12, Take 16, Date February 21st, 2025, Director Gu Feng, Film title Urban Pursuit. Shin Xiuxue was even holding a bright photography light that was blinding. That wasn't all. A group of people rushed in behind them. Some were pushing tracks, others were holding reflectors, and some were carrying microphone stands. This commotion left the restaurant patrons dumbfounded. Are they filming a movie? Gu Changfeng walked over with the megaphone. Ahem, everyone don't panic, we are filming a movie, an immersive shoot. Gu Changfeng cleared his throat and pointed at the surveillance camera on the restaurant ceiling. Filming a movie. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. Who films a movie in someone's restaurant and causes damage to the place? At that moment, several police officers entered from outside. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Someone recognized the police officers and asked in surprise. Zhang Ming was the chief of the local police station and was quite familiar with the residents nearby. He entered with several officers, his face filled with apology. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal. Zhang Ming kept apologizing, his attitude sincere. This is indeed a film crew. We just received notification and didn't have time to explain to everyone, causing you all to be startled. He pointed to Gu Changfeng and his crew. We apologize for the inconvenience. Seeing that Chief Zhang said so, the patrons in the restaurant began to calm down, albeit with lingering doubts. After all, with the police involved, it couldn't be a fake, right? Some people began to murmur, quietly questioning whether they had overreacted. Others pondered that the movie was indeed. Zhao Beichen watched from the side, his mind as clear as day. This wasn't filming a movie, it was clearly the 749 Bureau cleaning up the mess. Only the way they were doing it was truly creative. What does professionalism mean? This is what it means. Zhao Beichen silently gave a thumbs up. If he didn't know these people, he might have actually believed their nonsense. Chief Zhang and Gu Changfeng were still soothing the diners in the front, while several staff members quietly surrounded table 3 with large backdrop curtains. Zhao Beichen's eyelids twitched. These people were impressively efficient. By the time everyone came to their senses, a person emerged from behind the curtain. This person was dressed in the outfit of a drunkard covered in red bloodstains. Gu Changfeng rushed over, wrapped an arm around the actor's shoulders, and shouted into the megaphone. Everyone, look at this. This is our crew's professional actor. All of this is red dye. Gu Changfeng even poked at the bloodstains on the outfit and held up his finger stained with the dye to persuade the audience. Everyone, see how great the effect is. Doesn't it look just like real blood? While speaking, he showcased his blood-stained finger, even bringing it close to the diners' faces. This crew is quite meticulous. The color of the blood is indeed very realistic, and the attention to detail is quite impressive. Exactly. I saw the blood splattering when the stabbing occurred. That must have been a blood pack. The effect is quite good. Of course, I saw when they were filming the fighting scene, the knife seemed to truly strike the body and blood immediately oozed out. These guys coordinated so well. I bet the actors' outfits are marked with spots indicating where the blood packs are. Makes sense. These filmmakers are quite clever. The diners were clearly swayed by Gu Changfeng's persuasion, murmuring and discussing among themselves. Zhao Beichen looked again. The backdrop around table 3 was gone, and there was nothing on the ground except for a puddle of blood. They must have used quantum space to collect the drunkard's corpse. With no corpse left behind, it only solidified Gu Changfeng's deception further. Moreover, these individuals are our specially hired professional martial artists. Gu Changfeng introduced the 3 external personnel to the diners. They stood together like a wall. They were also splattered with quite a bit of the drunkard's blood, boldly standing in front of everyone. They greeted everyone enthusiastically, smiling as if they were addressing their fans. Zhao Beichen felt his understanding once again shattered by these talents from the 749 Bureau. Damn it, the Oscars owe each of them a little golden man. Hey, look at those 3 guys, they're really solid. Their arms are probably as thick as my thighs. Didn't you hear the director say? They are specially hired martial artists. They're professionals. I saw it earlier, those guys were really ruthless. That little actor must have had a hard time. Old brother, you don't get it. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while professionals see the essence. Don't be fooled by how fierce they look. It's all fake. Did you not see that little actor is now full of life? Right, makes sense. That is what professional. The diners below began to murmur again. The reactions during that last scene were very realistic, and the shots. Gu Changfeng continued to persuade. Our film tells the story of combating evil forces, promoting positive energy. We truly startled everyone today. He waved at the actors, who had emerged from behind the curtain, and the 3 external personnel. Come on, actors, give a bow and apologize to everyone. The 4 of them stood in a row and bowed in unison. We apologize, everyone. This sincere attitude and well-timed performance. If it weren't for Zhao Beichen witnessing the drunkard being taken down, he might have almost believed them. These people from the 749 Bureau would truly be a waste if they didn't become actors. He secretly criticized them in his heart. However, their method of cleaning up was indeed brilliant. Now the restaurant patrons were completely convinced. After all, the person who had just died was now lively and standing right in front of them. How could it be fake? While this filming is too realistic. Indeed, I was so startled earlier that I almost had a heart attack. These actors truly have it tough. They risk their lives for the sake of filming. The diners discussed excitedly, looking at the actors with admiration. Zhao Beichen stood by silently, giving Gu Changfeng a thumbs up. This guy would truly be a loss not to become an actor. His acting skills and adaptability are unparalleled. Gu Changfeng saw that the situation was under control and quickly seized the opportunity. Today's meal is on our film crew, he shouted into the loudspeaker. Moreover, everyone present regardless of age will receive a red envelope. Adults get 1,000, children get 1,500, and anyone under 18 is considered a child. Everyone gets a share. As soon as these words were spoken, the restaurant erupted in cheers. 1,000 for adults and 1,500 for children. For most people, this was no small amount. Those who were initially still in shock were now all smiles. Parents with children were especially delighted, while those without children were left feeling frustrated. Families dining out were particularly thrilled, feeling they had scored a full value meal. Gu Changfeng's maneuver was truly impressive. Everyone, our crew still needs to shoot a few more scenes, so we won't take up too much of your precious time. Gu Changfeng, holding the loudspeaker, spoke loudly with a smile. When you leave, there will be someone at the door handing out red envelopes, so don't forget to collect yours. As soon as this was said, the diners lost all interest in staying, quickly slipping away like rabbits. The entrance of Zhao's rustic restaurant was bustling with people. Originally, everyone had come to see what the commotion was about, only to find diners collecting money in front of the rustic restaurant. After hearing the whole story, those who hadn't dined at Zhao's rustic restaurant that night were filled with regret. Some wives had already started blaming their husbands for not eating at Zhao's and opting for the place next door instead. This back and forth resulted in a loss of several thousand. The staff from the 749 Bureau even hung up a banner outside Zhao's. The banner read, "Congratulations to the production team of Urban Pursuit for the successful immersive shooting at Zhao's rustic restaurant." This was indeed a bold move. Of course, this was also the brilliance of the 749 Bureau, which opted to make a big deal out of it, instead of hiding it, making it easier for people to believe. Outside the restaurant, the atmosphere was lively with the extras who received red envelopes, overly excited and in need of an audience. Meanwhile, onlookers wanted to learn more. Thus, the two groups connected. Outside, they formed several clusters, with the more eloquent diners attracting more listeners. Those less articulate still managed to keep quite a few people engaged with their enthusiasm. After all, they were recounting first-hand experiences, and everyone was passionate about it. Even the little kids could say a few words. Soon a group began to embellish the story. As a result, Zhao's rustic restaurant became a popular spot for online check-ins for quite some time afterward. The scene outside the rustic restaurant was a stark contrast to what remained inside. Inside the restaurant, only members of the 749 Bureau and a few police officers remained. "Old Gu, there's nothing more for us to do here. We should leave and check in with the neighbors to explain the situation to prevent any unnecessary panic." Zhang Ming patted Gu Changfeng on the shoulder, speaking in a familiar tone. "Oh Zhang, we really owe this to you today. Next time I'll definitely treat you all to a good meal." Gu Changfeng shook Zhang Ming's hand vigorously, expressing his gratitude with great enthusiasm. "Hey, we're all brothers here, no need to be polite." Zhang Ming waved his hand and cheerfully left with a few police officers. Gu Changfeng glanced at Zhao Beichen but remained silent. The others acted as if they didn't know Zhao Beichen, each busy with their own affairs. Zhao Beichen understood that this group didn't want to reveal their identities. Gu Changfeng approached Zhao Dezuzu and Su Lin, apologizing profusely and assuring them that all losses in the restaurant would be covered by them. Zhao Beichen watched as Shun Xiuxua pulled out a wad of red bills from her bag and handed it to Gu Changfeng. "Boss Zhao, boss Su, here's 50,000 yuan as compensation for today, along with the meal costs for those guests. Please check if it's enough for you both." Gu Changfeng handed the money over. "Oh no, we can't accept this. It's too much." Zhao Dezuzu and Su Lin both waved their hands repeatedly. "Director Gu, you're being too polite. Breaking a few plates isn't worth this much money." Su Lin quickly declined. "Just accept it, please." Gu Changfeng insisted on stuffing the money into Zhao Dezuzu's hands. "Tonight we still need to borrow your place to shoot a few more scenes. Any extra money can be considered as rent for the location. If you two refuse, it would be like looking down on me, Gu." With those words, Zhao Dezuzu and his wife had no choice. If they continued to refuse, it would be truly ungrateful. After the matter was settled, Gu Changfeng pulled out another wad of red envelopes from his pocket and began distributing them to the staff of the rustic restaurant. Come, everyone gets a share, 1,000 each to share the joy." Zhao Beichen also received one. He pinched it and found it quite thick. He thought to himself that the 749 Bureau was indeed wealthy, being so generous. "Boss Zhao, we need to get a copy of the surveillance footage from today, else some key shots will still be needed." Gu Changfeng rubbed his hands together, smiling as he looked at Zhao Dezuzu. Zhao Dezuzu had just stuffed the thick wad of cash into his pocket, feeling quite pleased, and had no reason to refuse. No problem, Director Gu. I'll have my son take care of this for you. He patted Zhao Beichen on the shoulder and assigned this honorable task to his own son. Qinshin, you must cooperate well with Director Gu and his team. Don't delay their important work. Got it, you can rest assured, Zhao Beichen replied. Zhao Dezuzu and Su Lin, clutching the 50,000 yuan, felt like they were carrying a rabbit in their hearts, pounding with excitement. In this day and age, it was safer to keep cash in the bank. Fortunately, there were now self-service deposit machines. Qinshin, make sure to come home early after you finish up. Su Lin didn't forget to shout a reminder before leaving. Understood, Mom, Zhao Beichen replied. The restaurant staff also received their red envelopes and left home, each beaming with joy. Soon only the people from the 749 bureau remained in the restaurant. The corpse of the wine-swallowing boy was retrieved from the space again. It was placed back in its original position, lying stiffly in a pool of blood, and everyone gathered around. Gu Changfeng squatted down beside the corpse and began his informative session. This creature is called the wine-swallowing boy, a monster from the realm of small joys. Speaking of which, this wine-swallowing boy was originally a pitiful individual. He was a little monk from the Iblis mountain in the kingdom of Jingjiang during the peaceful era of small joys. This little monk was quite handsome, but was unfortunately ill-intentioned, harboring a belly full of malice. With his looks he attracted quite a bit of jealousy and faced much exclusion. Over time the resentment in his heart grew heavier, eventually transforming him into a ghostly creature. He paused, his tone turning serious. This scoundrel committed numerous heinous acts, specifically abducting women and children, employing extremely cruel methods. He would capture people, and after tiring of them would feast on them. Simply a beast. I wonder how many sins he has incurred. Gu Changfeng said this, furrowing his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. But I can't quite figure out how this thing ended up here with us. Shun Xiuxua voiced her concern. Old Gu, is there something wrong with the rift? Gu Changfeng shook his head. I don't know. We must report this to our superiors. The matter needs to be clarified. These Shaorizi monsters slipped into our place without a sound. It is an ill omen, Shun Xiuxua said. Denyo, I think your operations team will have to work hard on this. Gu Changfeng turned to the field agent crouching beside him. The man called Denyo was the leader of the 3-person field team. He nodded. Old Gu understood. They'll report it up immediately. Thanks for your hard work. The 3 of us will head back now. Gu Changfeng said nothing more, merely waving them on. Denyo greeted Shin Xiuxua and led his subordinates away. The rest were members of other cleanup teams. Only now did Zhao Beichen learn that the squads were assembled flexibly according to the situation. Some scenes cannot be handled by a single squad. Like today, had there not been enough people and a big enough display, they would never have managed so many diners. If the truth leaked out, it would spell trouble. Team leader, what shall we do now? Zhao Beichen asked, seeing Gu Changfeng still staring at the Tunjiu Tongzi in thought. Work, Gu Changfeng said, slapping his thigh and standing clearly done with pondering. Lin Xiao and the actor who had played the Tunjiu Tongzi deliberately filmed several in-and-out takes at the entrance of the two Kaiguan. Since they said they needed reshoots, the onlookers outside had to see them, otherwise the ruse would be exposed. Even if only a few simple shots, they still had to look convincing. Lay the tracks where needed, set up the camera, rig the lights, hoist the boom. Every detail had to be attended to. For verisimilitude, Gu Changfeng, acting as director, even stepped outside to call cut several times. He had the actors run their takes a few extra times. In short, everything was to be done as professionally as possible. The spectacle thoroughly satisfied the crowd outside. Inside the two Kaiguan, no one idled either. Trash was cleared, blood scrubbed away, and soon everything was made presentable. The Tunjiu Tongzi was zipped into a body bag and placed into a quantum space by one team. With so many people outside, carrying him out was impossible. He had to be put into the space. At first, Zhao Beichen could not understand why, if they had a space, they still laboriously pushed a cart. Later he asked Hongdo and learned the reason. The cleanup squad space was only 2 cubic meters. Some larger monsters simply could not fit inside. More importantly, those spaces often contained many personal effects. Clothes, food, utensils, even weapons. People generally disliked leaving corpses in them. The gore was off-putting. Whenever possible, they preferred to use carts. Zhao Beichen thought that made perfect sense. Beichen, I'm going to remove your surveillance hard drive and replace it with a new one. Is there anything important on the old drive? Lin Xiao, at some point finished with his filming duties, had come over to handle the surveillance. Fine, it's nothing important. Swap it out, Zhao Beichen said. Okay, I'll change it then. Go ahead. Having said that, Lin Xiao dashed into the room with the surveillance unit, and Beichen, did you tell your parents you work at Bureau 749? Shun Xiuxua asked, appearing beside him unnoticed. Leader Shun, not yet. Is there a regulation about this at the Bureau? Haven't you read the onboarding manual? Shun Xiuxua glanced at Zhao Beichen and smiled. Zhao Beichen scratched his head sheepishly. He had indeed forgotten. He had been busy in the afternoon writing reports, and had completely neglected the manual. Leader Shin, we've been busy all day, and I simply forgot. I haven't had time to read it. As for whether you can tell your family, in principle the matter is confidential. Leader Shin, do your family know your identity? They don't. They've always thought I'm just an ordinary clerk at a state-owned enterprise, Shin Xiuxua said with a smile. Leader Shin, did the Bureau provide that clerk identity? Yes. The whole dossier is complete. Even the social insurance can be verified. Oh, that's impressive. Zhao Beichen felt a thrill, as if he were engaged in clandestine work. At the same time, he found Gu Changfeng rather unreliable. Though both were team leaders, Shin Xiuxue was far more meticulous. All day Gu had said nothing of these matters to him. Leader Shin, what sort of cover should I set up? With Shun Qiuxue's guidance, Zhao Beichen decided to get it sorted. Otherwise, he had no idea how to handle his parents. You studied medicine, why not assume the identity of a staff doctor at a corporate hospital? It's easier to manage, Shun Xiuxue suggested. But Leader Shun am a forensic pathologist. Would that suit a staff hospital? There's nothing wrong with that. People change specialties all the time after starting work. It's fine. Shun Xiuxue said it with conviction. Zhao Beichen considered and thought her suggestion made sense. After all, he would not actually practice medicine, merely bluff. Who would bother checking his university major? Posing as a junior doctor at a state-run staff hospital was entirely plausible. After asking Shin a few practical details, Zhao Beichen promptly became Dr. Zhao. Gu Changfeng worked the crowd at the door again, and only when people began to disperse did he return to the two Kaiguan. The other cleanup teams, seeing the scene, cleared, packed up, and withdrew. Only 5 members from Teams 5 and 7 remained. Only then did Zhao Beichen realize Team 7 was not much better off than Team 5. They had only 3 members in total. Zhao Beichen glanced at the time. It was past 10. He proposed preparing a late-night snack for everyone. At the mention of food, Hongdo was the first to raise her hand in eager agreement. She volunteered to assist Zhao Beichen, and he did not refuse. Help would certainly speed things up. Lin Xiao had finished replacing the hard drive, and came to help fetch bowls and chopsticks. The kitchen had all the ingredients. Zhao Beichen assigned Hongdo some helper tasks. When the high flame was lit, he began cooking properly. After all, his family ran a restaurant. Zhao Beichen liked to cook, and had learned much from the head chefs. Soon Hongdo began serving dishes, and Lin Xiao came to help too. Before long, Zhao Beichen had laid out a full table. With matters resolved, everyone was in high spirits. The 5 began to feast. Beichen, I didn't expect your cooking to be so good, Hongdo mumbled with sweet and sour pork in her mouth. Delicious. This spicy crayfish is truly excellent. Lin Xiao said, his hands sticky with sauce as he peeled the crayfish. This one wins, Gu Changfeng declared, gripping a marrow bone in one hand and biting fiercely, grease smearing his mouth. Shun Xiuxue monopolized the silverfish egg custard and swore she had never tasted such a sublime custard. Clearly everyone was famished. Zhao Beichen himself ate with great relish. Eventually, everyone's pace slowed, and the dishes were nearly gone. Xiuxue, 4 monsters appeared today, one of them a Xiao Rizi. I can't shake the unease, Gu Changfeng said. Gu Changfeng lit a cigarette, his brow furrowing anew. Old Gu still thinking. Shun Xiuxue dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. I can't help it, something about today felt odd. Gu Changfeng exhaled a smoke ring. Leader Gu, could the rift really be malfunctioning? Hongdo asked. Hongdo asked from the side. Enough, but it's late. Sitting here won't make things clearer. Go home and rest. The higher-ups will investigate. Shun Xiuxue checked her phone and suggested, Xiuxue is right. Go rest first, this requires long-term consideration. Gu Changfeng agreed. They helped Zhao Beichen tidy up, then each went their separate ways home. Zhao Beichen knew he still had to face his parents when he got back. He had to account for his day's behavior, or the cover would be blown. How to explain it? On the way home, Zhao Beichen walked and began to plan. Zhao Beichen arrived home just before 1 o'clock in the morning. The lights in the house were still on. Zhao Dezuzu and Su Lin were waiting for Zhao Beichen in the living room. They had already called Zhao Beichen earlier and knew that Director Gu and his team were having a late-night snack at the restaurant. Chin have Director Gu and the others left. Seeing Zhao Beichen enter, Su Lin hurried to greet him, asking, while handing her son his slippers, they've all left. Didn't I tell you to go to bed early and not wait for me? Why are you still up? Zhao Beichen took the slippers from Su Lin's hand, changed his shoes, and entered the living room. Your dad and I couldn't sleep at all. The events of today have us too excited to rest. Su Lin chuckled. Exactly. Tonight felt like a roller coaster ride. It was so thrilling. Zhao Dezuzu, sitting on the sofa, also chimed in. Zhao Beichen did not disagree with their words, as he himself found the events of the evening quite exhilarating. By the way, Chin, how did you notice something was off earlier? This question had been on Zhao Dezuzu's mind for quite a while. On the way back, Zhao Beichen knew his parents would definitely ask him this question, and he had already thought of how to deal with it. Didn't you notice anything wrong with the guests at table 3? Zhao Beichen countered, asking Zhao Dezuzu and Su Lin. Zhao Dezuzu and Su Lin shook their heads. I was too busy calculating at the bar, I didn't even lift my head. I was even busier running around with no time to think about the guests at table 3, Zhao Dezuzu and Su Lin replied. See, that's the difference. I was working too, but I was observing the customers. Zhao Beichen plopped down on the sofa, grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, and took a big bite. Look at you, so capable. Quickly tell me what happened next. Su Lin playfully patted Zhao Beichen's head. With just a glance, I noticed something was off with the guests at table 3. On such a hot day, they were wrapped up like zongzi, but just didn't sit right with me. Wasn't I supposed to take them their food? I also saw a knife tucked under his arm. Zhao Beichen began to embellish. After all, Zhao Dezuzu and Su Lin hadn't seen anything. How he spun the tale was entirely up to him. Is that all? Zhao Dezuzu felt it couldn't be that simple. Of course not, Dad, you have no idea. When I served him the dish, he looked up and shot me a glance. Just one glance, but his eyes were so menacing it startled me. How could he not be a professional actor? Zhao Beichen knew he couldn't make up too much nonsense and had to guide his parents into the trap set by Gu Changfeng. After that, director Gu and the others arrived, and I felt that actor was quite intimidating. Su Lin was clearly captivated by Zhao Beichen's fabricated story. Saying it like, that makes me feel the same way. Zhao Dezuzu was successfully led into the narrative by his wife. Qinshin, in the future, if you encounter something like this, don't be so impulsive like today. If someone has a knife or a gun, you should call the police immediately, Zhao Dezuzu said seriously to Zhao Beichen. Got it, Dad. I was just anxious at that moment. I had to protect you and Mom, Zhao Beichen replied with a grin. Exactly, Qinshin, you mustn't do that again. Playing with knives and guns is too dangerous. Su Lin also sternly warned Zhao Beichen. I understand, Mom. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Zhao Beichen knew his parents were honest people, having run a small restaurant all their lives, leading a grounded life. They had never been involved in violence, and if they knew what Zhao Beichen had experienced today, they might go crazy. By the way, Dad, Mom, I signed a contract today. It's with a state-owned employee hospital working as a doctor. Zhao Beichen proactively changed the subject. Really? That's great. Qinshin, a state-owned enterprise, is good. It offers security. Su Lin beamed with joy upon hearing Zhao Beichen had secured a job. An employee hospital is better than a top-tier hospital. It's not exhausting. This job is great, Zhao Dezuzu also said happily. Zhao Beichen then shared the details he had discussed with Shun Xiuxua, and the two were thrilled, expressing their satisfaction with his new job. The family chatted for a long time before heading to their respective rooms to sleep. After a busy day, Zhao Beichen was indeed tired and fell into a deep sleep until dawn. Well-rested Zhao Beichen, full of energy, opened his eyes to check the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen. Corpse touch value 75100. Full value reward SSS skill soul piercer. Current realm mortal. It was only the first day of his job yesterday, and his corpse touch value had already increased by 75 points. Only 25 points remained to reach the required 100 points. Thinking of the reward that was about to be his, Zhao Beichen felt a surge of excitement. He got up and washed up quickly. Considering it was Zhao Beichen's first day at work, Zhao Dezuzu had even lent him his car. Driving his dad's car and humming a tune, he soon arrived at the 749 Bureau. The 749 Bureau was located in the southwestern part of Lingdu City, in the outskirts where the area was mostly mountainous. The entire 749 Bureau was built against the mountains, occupying a vast area. There were no other units nearby, and the closest village was over 5 kilometers away. When Zhao Beichen arrived at the office of cleaning team 5, Gu Changfeng had not yet arrived. Zhao Dezuzu had specifically instructed Zhao Beichen to not be afraid of losing out as a newcomer and to be diligent. Zhao Beichen thought his dad made sense and began to tidy up as soon as he entered the office. Sweeping, wiping tables, mopping the floor, he was busily engaged. He organized the office neatly. Or did I walk into the wrong place? Gu Changfeng, pushing the door open and seeing the clean and tidy office, looked puzzled and glanced at the nameplate hanging outside for Team 5. Only then did he confirm he was indeed in the right place. Zhao Beichen happened to return from taking out the trash and saw Gu Changfeng standing hesitantly by the door. Team leader, what's wrong? Did you clean this up? Gu Changfeng asked, looking at Zhao Beichen, who was holding an empty garbage bin, then pointed to the office. Yes, Zhao Beichen nodded. Not bad, Beichen. I thought kids these days wouldn't do chores. You did well, very well. Gu Changfeng gave Zhao Beichen a thumbs up. Team leader, you know, I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family, though I've done these chores since I was little and am very familiar with them. Not bad, not bad. I'm starting to like you more and more. You're not afraid of those demon beasts, and you can cook well. I didn't expect you to be good at housework too. I just wonder which little girl will benefit from you in the future, huh? Gu Changfeng laughed heartily. What little girl? A voice suddenly interrupted. Zhao Beichen turned his head and saw it was Shun Xiuxua. She had just come around the corner and heard Gu Changfeng's words. Between Team 7 and Team 5, there was only Team 6 in between, so it seemed Shun Xiuxua had just arrived for work. Gu Changfeng also saw Shun Xiuxua and pulled her into the office. He pointed at the clean and tidy office and reiterated the praise he had given Zhao Beichen earlier. On the surface, he was complimenting Zhao Beichen, but in reality, he was showing off to Shun Xiuxua. Shun Xiuxua, well aware of Gu Changfeng's nature, chose to ignore him. Instead, she praised Zhao Beichen quite a bit, making him feel very embarrassed. He didn't expect that just cleaning would earn him so much praise from the two team leaders. After chatting for a little, while Shun Xiuxua planned to return to her office, just as she reached the door, it seemed she suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at Gu Changfeng. Old Gu, have you told Beichen about the newcomer training? You can't be late. Hearing Shin Qiuxu's words, Gu Changfeng smacked his forehead, saying, look at my memory. Autumn snow, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have really forgotten her. It completely slipped my mind. Zhao Beichen rolled his eyes at Gu Changfeng's words. Meeting such a carefree team leader was truly a unique experience. Beichen, this Gu is really unreliable. Every day he's all over the place. Why not come to our Team 7? We happen to be short one person, Shin Xiuxue said with a smile, looking at Zhao Beichen. Xiuxue, you can't just poach people like this right in front of me. If Beichen really leaves, you'll be left all alone. Gu Changfeng was genuinely worried. It was hard to find a new recruit for Team 5, and now on the second day, he might lose him. Seeing Gu Changfeng's anxious expression, Shin Xiuxue chuckled. Alright, stop complaining. I was just joking. She then turned to Zhao Beichen. Beichen, old Gu is a good person, just a bit unorthodox. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. Okay, I'll get back to work now. We'll talk later. After saying that, Shin Xiuxue walked straight out. Once Shin Xiuxue left, Gu Changfeng finally let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Zhao Beichen quickly approached him. Team leader, what is this newcomer training that team leader Shin mentioned? Oh, you'll find out when you go. Team leader, is there any way to avoid this training? Zhao Beichen had no interest in the newcomer training at all. He was only 25 points away from unlocking a system reward. Wouldn't it be better to use this training time to complete a few more field tasks? Why go for training? If you don't want to participate, that's fine. Gu Changfeng's words made Zhao Beichen's eyes light up. Just withdraw from the 749 bureau. After all, today is only your second day on the job. Zhao Beichen knew that Gu Changfeng was teasing him. Got a team leader. He'll go. Zhao Beichen had a bitter expression on his face. You have half an hour left, get ready. While saying this, Gu Changfeng checked the time on his phone. Hearing Gu Changfeng's words, Zhao Beichen was utterly speechless. This Gu Changfeng was truly unreliable, as Shin Xiuxue had said. I don't know anything, and you just tell me to prepare. At least you should tell me what to prepare. Zhao Beichen had a black line on his forehead. Team leader, if you want me to prepare, you should at least tell me what I need to get ready for. Otherwise, how can I prepare? Zhao Beichen complained softly to Gu Changfeng. Hearing this, Gu Changfeng didn't respond, just looked Zhao Beichen up and down several times. Alright, t-shirt, jeans, sneakers. Aren't you all set with those? I don't see anything else you need to prepare. Gu Changfeng stroked his chin, staring at Zhao Beichen. Then, team leader, what exactly are we training for in this training session? Zhao Beichen, finding no other questions to ask, began to inquire about the training content. There's a lot of content, I can't explain it all in a moment. Anyway, you're not in the action team, and the training requirements for the cleaning team are not high, just follow along. Gu Changfeng said casually. So are there a lot of newcomers in this cleaning team? I'm not sure about that, you'll find out when you go. Do the cleaning team and the action team train together? I don't know that either, or once you go you'll naturally know. Zhao Beichen was infuriated. This Gu Changfeng was truly unreliable. He knew nothing, and he really didn't know how he became a team leader. Team leader, when was the last time someone from our Team 5 participated in the newcomer training? Zhao Beichen asked. Let me think. Gu Changfeng frowned, as if trying to recall. About 10 years ago, I think. After a moment, he nodded. Yes, that's right, 10 years ago. Time flies, it's been 10 years in the blink of an eye. Gu Changfeng seemed to be reminiscing about the passage of time. Hearing his words, Zhao Beichen finally understood. So the cleaning team hadn't had a newcomer in 10 years, which explained why Gu Changfeng was so clueless about the newcomer training. Alright, team leader, I'm leaving now. Is there anything else you want to remind me about? Seeing that time was running short, Zhao Beichen planned to go to the designated assembly area. Oh, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have really forgotten. Gu Changfeng smacked his forehead again. You need to inform your family that this training lasts 15 days, during which you won't be able to go home, and you'll likely have to hand over your phone. Hearing Gu Changfeng's words, Zhao Beichen's head started buzzing again. It seemed that if he hadn't said anything earlier, this Gu would have completely forgotten about it. Zhao Beichen quickly called his mother to inform her that the company would be conducting concentrated training for newcomers. During this time, he wouldn't be going home, and his phone would also need to be handed in. Su Lin felt it was quite sudden, and Zhao Beichen explained for a while before she felt reassured. Even so, she still reminded him several times before they ended the call. Team leader, can you think again if there's anything else I need to handle in advance? Zhao Beichen asked Gu Changfeng, afraid that he might miss some important information. Gu Changfeng thought seriously for a moment, and then looked at Zhao Beichen. I can't think of anything else. It should be all good. Team leader, are you really sure there's nothing else? Zhao Beichen asked again, feeling uncertain. Nothing else. Gu Changfeng replied confidently. Then team leader, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Zhao Beichen turned to leave. Beichen, wait a moment. Gu Changfeng suddenly called after him loudly. He then ran into the office storage room and rummaged around, and after a while he came out holding a black plastic bag. This is toothpaste, a toothbrush, a towel, and slippers. You can't go empty-handed. How can you manage 15 days of training without anything? After saying that, he handed the black plastic bag to Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen was completely stunned by Gu Changfeng's unexpected actions. Team leader, do I really need to bring these things myself? Zhao Beichen was directly left speechless. The key was that Gu Changfeng hadn't mentioned this earlier. Zhao Beichen thought that these kinds of daily necessities would be provided during the training. Of course, who would prepare them for you? You have to bring your own. Gu Changfeng said firmly. Team leader, what about change of clothes? Do I need to bring those too? Gu Changfeng didn't say anything, just nodded. Zhao Beichen was thoroughly exasperated by Gu Changfeng. Take it, hurry up. If you're late, don't blame me. Seeing Zhao Beichen still in a daze, Gu Changfeng urged. Take it, hurry up. If you're late, don't blame me. Seeing Zhao Beichen still in a daze, Gu Changfeng urged. Zhao Beichen took the plastic bag and opened it to take a look. Inside was a pile of disposable toothpaste and toothbrushes, a new towel, and a pair of slippers. Seeing that the assembly time was approaching, Zhao Beichen couldn't afford to think much more. He hurriedly took the plastic bag from Gu Changfeng and rushed out of the office, heading towards the assembly location that Gu Changfeng had told him. Fortunately, Gu Changfeng was quite reliable this time. The meeting place was indeed correct. By the time Zhao Beichen arrived, many people were already waiting. Zhao Beichen glanced around and saw at least 100 people, both men and women. Since the assembly hadn't started yet, these individuals formed small groups here and there. Chatting and joking, the assembly site was bustling much like a market. Zhao Beichen wandered into the crowd with his plastic bag, hoping to see someone he knew. After wandering for a bit, he didn't recognize anyone. However, he learned quite a lot about their gear. It was clear that these individuals were well prepared. Most of them were dressed in outdoor sports attire. Jackets, pants, quick dry shirts, quick dry shorts, and hiking shoes. Some even carried trekking poles and wore headscarves and sunglasses, looking quite flamboyant. Moreover, everyone had backpacks of various kinds. The vast majority had hiking backpacks, and they were quite sizable. A casual glance showed that they were no less than 60 liters, if not 70. The more sophisticated ones even had rain covers. Most backpacks had moisture-proof mats hanging outside. They all looked like they were ready for outdoor camping. Zhao Beichen wondered if the training would take place outdoors. In contrast to everyone else's professional appearance, Zhao Beichen stood out with just a black plastic bag. Look, that guy just came with a plastic bag. Oh, what a talent. No way, a plastic bag. Does he not know that the training lasts for 15 days? This kid seems pretty bold. Could he be looking down on the training? Zhao Beichen naturally heard the surrounding chatter. However, he didn't care at all. The moment he stepped out of the office, he had come to terms with it. After all, it was just 15 days. Given the hot weather, he could wash his clothes at night, hang them up to dry, and wear them again the next day. Admittedly, the plastic bag was a bit low-end, but the toiletries inside, even if only disposable, were quite complete. It was fully sufficient for 15 days. Besides, carrying a backpack in such hot weather was uncomfortable, so a plastic bag was actually more convenient. Therefore, he completely disregarded what others said. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, it was others who felt awkward. Zhao Beichen strolled around the crowd with his plastic bag. Dude, you really only brought a plastic bag? Suddenly a voice came to Zhao Beichen's ear. Turning his head, he saw a chubby guy who was not short. Zhao Beichen, standing at 1.80 meters, noticed that the other person was clearly taller than him. Probably around 1.90 meters, he was at least 2 sizes bigger than Zhao Beichen. Coupled with a large hiking backpack, he appeared even more massive, resembling a bear. Are you Bearda? Zhao Beichen found the chubby guy amusing. He looked just like Bearda from Bears Can't Get Enough. You know my brother. I'm not Bearda, I'm Bear Air. The chubby guy seemed surprised by Zhao Beichen's comment. Hearing this, Zhao Beichen was taken aback himself. He hadn't expected his random remark to unexpectedly hit the mark. What a coincidence. I'm Zhao Beichen from the cleaning team, nice to meet you. Zhao Beichen switched the plastic bag to his left hand and extended his right hand. Bear Air also reached out with his fan-like hand and shook hands with Zhao Beichen, saying, I'm Xiong Shan, nicknamed Bear Air from the action department. Did you really just bring a plastic bag? Bear Air was evidently still very curious about this issue and continued to ask. Zhao Beichen nodded, wandering around, while others were indeed curious about his plastic bag. Whenever they saw him, they would point and whisper. Zhao Beichen initially didn't care, but given Bear Air's curiosity, he couldn't help but take it seriously. What's up? Aren't plastic bags allowed during training? Not exactly, but it might be inconvenient to move around during training. Bear Air's words piqued Zhao Beichen's curiosity. He had been quite curious about the training. It was just that Gu Changfeng seemed clueless about it, but now Bear Air seemed to know about the training content. What exactly will the training involve? What? You don't know the training content? Bear Air's reaction clearly showed surprise at Zhao Beichen's words. Zhao Beichen shook his head. Just as Bear Air was about to speak, a loud whistle suddenly sounded at the assembly site. Upon hearing the whistle, the crowd ceased talking and the area fell silent. Then a man's voice came, everyone sit down where you are. The voice was loud, likely amplified through a loudspeaker. Zhao Beichen looked around and saw people starting to sit down. He quickly sat down as well, and Bear Air sat next. We will now begin distributing identity wristbands. Oh, please remain silent. The voice from the loudspeaker sounded again. Zhao Beichen followed the sound and saw a man standing in the center of the crowd, holding a loudspeaker. He also saw many staff members, each holding a box, starting to distribute wristbands to the seated newcomers. When it was Zhao Beichen's turn, he finally saw the so-called identity wristband. The wristband was made of an unknown material and was entirely silver. It looked very metallic, but when held it felt light as a feather. Now please put on the wristband and find the red button on it. After pressing the button, a virtual display screen will appear, and everyone should place their work badge in the designated area on the screen. The wristband will automatically record the information. Once everyone received their wristbands, the man in the center began explaining how to use them. As soon as Zhao Beichen put on the wristband, it began to shrink automatically. The shrinking only stopped when the wristband made contact with his skin. Indeed, there was a small red button on the wristband. When pressed, a virtual screen about the size of an iPad appeared. Following the instructions on the screen, Zhao Beichen placed his work badge on it. Soon, all his information was displayed on the screen. Then it performed facial recognition. After a successful recognition, the number 87 popped up on the screen. Zhao Beichen estimated that this 87 was likely his number. Beside him, Bear Air had number 13. Now everyone should gather here according to their numbers. You have 2 minutes. The man's voice came again from the loudspeaker. Only then did Zhao Beichen notice that 5 more people had appeared next to the man, each holding a large sign. The signs read 122,140, 4,160, 6,180, and 81,100. It seemed they had divided everyone present into 5 groups. His number 87 placed him in the last group. Zhao Beichen exchanged greetings with Bear Air, stood up, grabbed his plastic bag, and quickly ran toward the sign for 81,100. The young woman holding the sign was quite beautiful. When she saw Zhao Beichen running over with a plastic bag, her brows. Zhao Beichen did not notice the change in the woman's expression and stood in front of her lost in his own thoughts. Soon the 20 individuals numbered 81 to 100 gathered around. Zhao Beichen quickly scanned the crowd and did not recognize anyone. Among these 20 people, several evidently had never seen Zhao Beichen before. When they saw Zhao Beichen holding the plastic bag, confusion and bewilderment filled their faces. Perhaps they could not understand why he had come to the training session with just a plastic bag. Zhao Beichen had long since gotten used to such reactions and paid them no mind. Once everyone had arrived, the woman holding the sign lowered it. My name is Wu Yadi, and for the next 15 days of training, I will be your instructor. Wu Yadi looked at the 20 newcomers and began her self-introduction. Not only was Wu Yadi beautiful, but her voice was also pleasant to hear. Although this is just training and not a selection process, no one will be eliminated. However, I still hope everyone can persevere. She added, I also hope everyone treats this seriously. After finishing, Wu Yadi cast a special glance at Zhao Beichen. It seemed it was the first time she had seen someone participate in training while holding a plastic bag. Does everyone have the confidence to complete the training? Wu Yadi asked loudly. Yes, yes, yes. The responses from the crowd were completely disorganized and chaotic. Does everyone have the confidence to complete the training? Wu Yadi asked again loudly. Yes, yes. The responses were a bit better than before, but a few people still failed to keep up with the group's rhythm. Does everyone have the confidence to complete the training? Wu Yadi asked for the 3rd time loudly. Yes. This time the crowd finally responded in unison, their voices clear and resonant. Wu Yadi nodded, slightly visibly satisfied with the response. Everyone is in listen to my command, march at a brisk pace. Without even organizing the line, Wu Yadi turned around and started leading the run. The crowd quickly followed suit, becoming chaotic once more. Zhao Beichen also began to run with the plastic bag in hand. Running while holding a plastic bag was indeed not a good idea, and Zhao Beichen had to tighten his grip on the bag to avoid it hitting him constantly. Although Wu Yadi was not running fast, Zhao Beichen still felt awkward running. After running for about 1 or 2 kilometers, Wu Yadi led everyone to a building resembling a factory before stopping. A few girls in the line were already panting and sweating profusely. Inside here is the first challenge of your training. Each of you must live alone in the small world inside for 3 days. Wu Yadi said, pointing to the building behind her. The training is designed to mix all new employees. I know that among you are members from the Operations Department, Research Institute, Intelligence Department, Logistics Department, and the Aftermath Department. No matter which position you hold, a staff of 749, you must possess extraordinary courage. After all, everyone knows what kind of entities we are dealing with. I believe everyone is already familiar with the situation in the small world, so I want to elaborate on it here. I trust you are. At this point, Wu Yadi glanced again at Zhao Beichen and the plastic bag he was holding. It was evident that she thought this guy holding the plastic bag was not prepared. Hearing Wu Yadi's words, Zhao Beichen finally understood why everyone was surprised to see him with a plastic bag. It turned out there was such a twist to the training. At this point, it was time to act. Zhao Beichen could no longer care about much, since he was here, he would make the best of it. He believed everything would work out. Now let's first collect food. Wu Yadi waved her hand, leading everyone into the factory. Hearing Wu Yadi's words, Zhao Beichen felt a surge of joy in his heart. It turned out they provided food as well, so there was no problem. He had been preparing for the worst, thinking he would go hungry for 3 days. As long as there was food, wouldn't it just be living alone for 3 days? Zhao Beichen did not think there would be any difficulty. Upon entering the factory, he saw a long table filled with various foods. There were breads, canned goods, compressed biscuits, dried meat, mineral water, and so on. The table was piled high with food. There were also many unopened packages underneath the table, indicating that there was plenty of food available. Everyone choose what you need and take as much as you want. Wu Yadi pointed at the food on the table. Everyone eagerly opened their backpacks to stuff food inside. Zhao Beichen looked at the plastic bag in his hand and then at the food on the table. His mind was buzzing. Instructor, can I request a backpack? Zhao Beichen walked over to Wu Yadi and asked. The training notice has long been sent to all departments, didn't you see it? Look at them, and then look at yourself showing up with just a plastic bag. Do you think training is a joke? I really don't know how you got into 749. Wu Yadi spoke without holding back, delivering a tirade at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen was momentarily speechless. He certainly could not say that Gu Changfeng had not explained things clearly. After all, Gu Changfeng was on his side. To speak ill of him in front of Wu Yadi would be like betraying him. Such things should not be done. Watching Zhao Beichen stammering, Wu Yadi became even more irritated. Having brought so many newcomers, it was the first time she had seen someone like Zhao Beichen showing up with just a plastic bag. Don't even think about a backpack. However, there are plastic bags still available, so make do with them. Despite her irritation, Wu Yadi had to provide Zhao Beichen with something to carry the food. So she dug out 2 yellow plastic bags from the pile of food and handed them to Zhao Beichen. He certainly could not complain, as Zhao Beichen had already thought it through. If he really could not find anything to carry the food, he would even take off his clothes to carry the food. It was a joke. It was 3 days after all. Although one could survive 3 days without food or drink, it would still be uncomfortable. Zhao Beichen quickly thanked her and hurried to fill the 2 plastic bags with food and drinking water. The previous black plastic bag had been tied to his belt. He held a bulging yellow plastic bag in each hand, with the black plastic bag still hanging from his waist. Zhao Beichen's appearance was quite comical, resembling a beggar with 3 bags. This caused the girls in the group to giggle incessantly. Fortunately, Zhao Beichen remained completely unfazed. He felt no embarrassment and even laughed along with them. The group's atmosphere lightened immediately. "My name is Lin Shurqing from the Research Institute," said a ponytailed girl standing next to Zhao Beichen, taking the initiative to greet him. "Hello, my name is Zhao Beichen from the Aftermath Department." Zhao Beichen looked at the girl's outstretched hand, instinctively reaching out with his right hand, only to realize he was still holding the plastic bag. He hurriedly put the plastic bag down before shaking hands with Lin Shurqing. Seeing Zhao Beichen's flustered state, Lin Shurqing laughed even harder. Before they could chat more, Wu Yadi's voice called from not far away. Everyone gathered together. Zhao Beichen and Lin Shurqing hurriedly gathered around Wu Yadi. "Although this is training and not an evaluation, I still hope everyone can take it seriously and strive to complete every subject of training. Some of you are from the operations department. I know that this training is a piece of cake for you, but I still hope you can complete it earnestly," Wu Yadi said, glancing at a few individuals in the crowd. They were a mix of males and females, appearing quite young. Following Wu Yadi's gaze, Zhao Beichen felt that these individuals were not ordinary. They exuded an aura distinct from that of regular people. The members of the operations department were all genuinely skilled. Although the research department mainly focuses on research, they should also possess the necessary qualities, so I hope you all work hard to complete this subject as well. The logistics department and the aftercare department are the same, especially the aftercare department. You should have some standards for yourselves. Wu Yadi glanced at Zhao Beichen either intentionally or unintentionally. Zhao Beichen understood that this statement was directed specifically at him. It seemed he had not left a good impression in Wu Yadi's mind. It appeared that this misunderstanding would not be resolved anytime soon. Perhaps he could address it later. "Everyone check your wristbands and find the green button and the call button in this area." Wu Yadi held up an identity wristband in one hand while pointing to a specific area on it with the other. Everyone looked at their wristbands. Zhao Beichen put down the plastic bag he was holding and found the 2 buttons that Wu Yadi mentioned on his wristband. If you encounter difficulties in the small world and cannot stay any longer, press the green button on your wristband, and the door to the small world will open, allowing you to return the way you came. If you have difficulty moving and cannot walk, press the call button, and I will come in to assist you. Wu Yadi explained the functions of these 2 buttons. Next to the call button, there is a button with a question mark. If you have any questions in the small world, you can press this button. Then ask your question, and the wristband's built-in AI system will help you answer it. Of course, the question must be related to the small world. If you ask for the winning numbers of the lottery, it won't be able to. Wu Yadi's words elicited laughter from the crowd. Does anyone have any questions now? Wu Yadi looked around at everyone. Zhao Beichen certainly had questions, not just one, but a whole bunch. What is the small world like? Isn't it just staying alone for 3 days? Why did it say there would be difficulties? Would he even need to ask for help? Could it be life-threatening? Zhao Beichen was filled with questions. However, he did not dare to ask, as everyone else seemed to know the answers. It was likely that the details were all clearly stated in the notification that Wu Yadi mentioned. Others obviously understood. He was the only one who knew nothing. This matter could be serious or trivial. He was unsure if it would reflect poorly on Gu Changfeng. There's a saying, better safe than sorry. Although Gu Changfeng was indeed unreliable, he treated Zhao Beichen quite well. Zhao Beichen did not want this minor issue to affect him. Thus, Zhao Beichen decided not to ask any questions. After all, it was just training. How difficult could it really be? Moreover, there was the AI system of the wristband. He could just ask it later. Alright, since no one has any questions, the training officially begins now. Please turn off your phones and place them here together. Wu Yadi gestured with an empty bag in her hand. Everyone stepped forward, turning off their phones and placing them into the bag held by Wu Yadi. Zhao Beichen also submitted his phone. Fortunately, Gu Changfeng had remembered to mention that the training would last for 15 days, giving him time to inform his family. Otherwise, if they couldn't find him for 15 days, his parents would surely go crazy. Seeing that everyone had submitted their phones, Wu Yadi continued. When the 3 days are up, the wristband will give a notification, and everyone will return the way you came. After saying this, she pointed to the small doors on the walls around the factory. Choose one, and just go in. Zhao Beichen then realized that this place resembled the layout of the special warehouse. There were doors all around, but unlike those with strange symbols, there were none here. There were no blue light barriers either. Upon hearing Wu Yadi's words, everyone dispersed. Lin Shiqing greeted Zhao Beichen and walked away with her bag. Zhao Beichen picked up his plastic bag, looked around, and casually chose a door that no one else had selected. He walked straight over to a dark red door that bore no markings. Zhao Beichen held the 2 plastic bags in his left. With his right hand, he turned the doorknob and walked in without hesitation. As soon as he entered, the door slammed. Zhao Beichen tried to open the door, but couldn't. It seemed he would have to wait until 3 days later or press the green button to open it again. He decided not to worry about the door any longer. Behind the door was a tunnel with lights installed on the ceiling every few meters. The white light illuminated the entire tunnel brightly. The tunnel was not wide, accommodating about 2 to 3 people walking side by side. It was approximately 3 to 4 meters high. The entire tunnel was built of stone, and water dripped continuously from the ceiling. Zhao Beichen didn't hesitate, carrying his plastic bags as he walked forward through the tunnel. It was very quiet in the tunnel, and the sound of the plastic bags rubbing together was amplified. The noise echoed continuously in the tunnel. However, if he stopped walking, all sounds would vanish, leaving only the sound of water dripping from the ceiling. Such a place could indeed be quite eerie for an ordinary person. However, Zhao Beichen was far from ordinary. Decades of his career in the graveyard had forged him into someone with iron courage. Zhao Beichen walked at a leisurely pace while holding the plastic bags. After all, there were 3 full days. As long as he entered this door, it didn't matter where he was. Even if he had to spend 3 days in this tunnel, it was something he could accept. After walking about 100 or 200 meters, the tunnel began to turn. Upon turning the corner, he could see the light at the tunnel's exit in the distance. It was about 500 to 600 meters away from the exit. Soon Zhao Beichen emerged from the tunnel. The tunnel opened at the foot of a mountain, and outside the sun shone brightly, marking the height of summer. This reassured Zhao Beichen considerably, as he was wearing only minimal clothing. If it were like the ice-cold small world where the corpses were stored in the special warehouse, it would be a big question whether he could survive 3 days. After exiting the tunnel, Zhao Beichen took a few steps forward, then looked up to survey the area. He was surrounded by mountains. The mountains were lush and filled with dense forests. Before him lay a dense thicket. Below his feet, a muddy path extended toward the dense forest ahead. Zhao Beichen planned to climb the mountain to see what lay behind the thicket. However, just as he turned around and took 2 steps toward the foot of the mountain, he was obstructed by an invisible barrier. He could not approach the mountain at all. A barrier. A thought popped into Zhao Beichen's mind. He was undeterred and tried twice more, but still could not pass through the transparent obstruction. It seemed this barrier would only open after 3 days. It appeared that climbing this mountain was out of the question. He could not return through the tunnel either. Zhao Beichen simply decided not to think about what lay beyond the thicket and followed the path. Thus, carrying his plastic bags, he walked along the dirt road toward the dense forest. The sun was fierce, shining down with a scorching intensity. The distance from the foot of the mountain to the dense forest was about 1 or 2 kilometers. It wasn't until he entered the forest that the sunlight was obscured by the thick leaves. Only then did he feel a bit cooler. The dirt path continued to extend through the woods, with the vegetation on both sides clearly having been intentionally cleared. The road's surface was not obscured. This made it much easier for Zhao Beichen to walk. As he walked, Zhao Beichen noticed something unusual. The entire forest was eerily silent, with no insect chirping or bird singing. Apart from the sound of his footsteps, there was not a single other sound. Once he stopped, the silence was so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. Zhao Beichen recalled that during his journey from the foot of the mountain to the dense forest, he had not heard any sounds. He simply hadn't noticed it at the time. This was obviously very abnormal. Could it be a problem with his ears? Zhao Beichen quickly shouted loudly. Fortunately, it wasn't an issue with his ears. He could hear his own voice clearly. If it wasn't his problem, then it had to be an issue with the small world. In the realm of the 749 Bureau, the only small world Zhao Beichen had encountered was the icy world storing the rare beasts in the special warehouse. He couldn't even claim to have a general understanding, having hurriedly followed Gu Changfeng in just once. Now Zhao Beichen was utterly confused about this small world he found himself in. Suddenly, he remembered the identity bracelet. Wu Yadi had just mentioned that he could ask the bracelet about anything unclear regarding the small world. So Zhao Beichen found a large rock, set down the plastic bags in his hands, and sat down on the stone. He located the question mark button on the bracelet and pressed it. A virtual image resembling a little girl appeared before Zhao Beichen. Startled, he had never imagined that the technology of the 749 Bureau was advanced to this degree. I am the intelligent answer system. My name is Lingling. How may I assist you? The little girl surprisingly spoke, leaving Zhao Beichen utterly astonished. Lingling, what is this small world I find myself in? Zhao Beichen asked the little girl intently. Your question pertains to training content. Please explore on your own, and I am unable to provide further information. Zhao Beichen almost spat out a mouthful of blood from the little girl's response. Lingling, what is the name of this small world? The Silent Land. What is the Silent Land? Your question pertains to training content. Please explore on your own, and I am unable to provide further information. What exactly can you answer? Your question is too broad and lacks necessary logic, and I am unable to respond. Hearing Lingling's words, Zhao Beichen got angry. This artificial intelligence was hardly intelligent at all. He pressed the question mark button again, and the little girl vanished. Zhao Beichen no longer felt like asking. Evidently, this so-called artificial intelligence was on par with artificial stupidity, and he couldn't expect much. However, Zhao Beichen did learn something valuable, at least the name of this small world. The Silent Land. It seemed this place should be devoid of sound. This was quite a novelty. Zhao Beichen was already filled with curiosity about the small world, and now he was even more intrigued. What lay beyond this dirt path after it crossed the dense forest? Zhao Beichen stood up, picked up the plastic bag again, and continued forward. He walked for about another 10 minutes. Having given up his phone, Zhao Beichen had no watch either. He could only roughly estimate the time. Finally, he emerged from the dense forest. Before him spread a field with rice paddies growing vigorously. Could there be people here? Zhao Beichen murmured to himself as he looked at the rice fields. These fields were clearly being tended to by someone. Zhao Beichen looked around, but did not spot anyone. In fact, there were no living creatures to be seen at all. The rice paddies were crisscrossed, and the ridges were well maintained, making them easy to walk on. In the distance, he could see a village. The architecture in the village was clearly of an ancient style, with white walls and black tiles. Among the buildings he could see, Zhao Beichen did not spot a single modern cement structure. This made Zhao Beichen even more curious. Choosing a ridge, Zhao Beichen quickened his pace toward the village. Along the way, carrying 2 plastic bags filled with food made his fingers ache. Zhao Beichen regretted not finding a stick in the dense forest to carry the plastic bags. It was truly uncomfortable to carry them like this. After walking for a while, Zhao Beichen spotted a bamboo pole stuck in the rice field by the roadside. The thickness was just right, so he pulled out the bamboo pole. The 2 yellow plastic bags filled with food hung one in front of the other on the bamboo pole. Zhao Beichen carried it and felt much lighter now. Most importantly, his fingers were no longer suffering. Not long after, Zhao Beichen saw a dirt path. This dirt path was wide and led directly to the village. Zhao Beichen stepped off the ridge and onto the dirt path heading toward the village. At the village entrance stood a massive ginkgo tree, its crown spreading out like a giant umbrella. The thick roots of the tree were exposed above the ground, looking strong and powerful. As Zhao Beichen approached the tree, he noticed many red ribbons tied to the branches. Casually glancing at a few, he found that he could understand them. They were all written in Chinese characters expressing words of blessing. The surroundings remained eerily quiet, with no insect chirping or bird calls, and not a single person in sight. Zhao Beichen continued toward the village. All the visible buildings were of ancient style, and even the roads in the village were paved with bluestone slabs. Wherever there were characters, they were all in traditional Chinese. Could this be ancient times? Zhao Beichen pressed the question mark button on his bracelet, calling forth Lingling. Lingling, is this Silent Land ancient? Before Lingling could speak, Zhao Beichen eagerly asked, "Your question pertains to training content. Please explore on your own, and I am unable to provide further information." Fine. Zhao Beichen was too lazy to fuss, quickly pressed the question mark button again, and Lingling disappeared once more. The village roads were very clean, with no debris. There wasn't even a trace of animal droppings commonly found in rural areas. Not only were there no animal droppings, but there were also no signs of any chickens, ducks, geese, cats, dogs, cattle, or sheep. "Is anyone here?" Zhao Beichen shouted loudly. It was silent. No one answered. "Is anyone here?" Zhao Beichen continued to yell, and aside from his own voice, he heard nothing. Passing by a house, the gate was open. Zhao Beichen walked in, and the courtyard was very tidy. It was a standard Heju with east and west wing rooms and a main house. "Is anyone here?" Zhao Beichen shouted in the courtyard. Still no response. Zhao Beichen went directly into the house, exploring all the rooms. The house was clearly inhabited, kept very clean and tidy. However, there was not a single living creature. He wondered where all the people had gone. Zhao Beichen carried his food bags and entered several other courtyards. The situation was the same. No one. Zhao Beichen meticulously searched the entire village, front, back, and every corner. No one. Not a single living creature. Yet unmistakable traces suggested this place had been inhabited. It was as if every living being had vanished in an instant. This eerie phenomenon left Zhao Beichen utterly. When something defied understanding, he simply let it go. Zhao Beichen had never been one to obsess over unsolvable riddles. On the contrary, he possessed remarkable equanimity. He circled the village once more, then settled on a modest courtyard. The small compound was immaculately kept. A mature osmanthus tree stood in the yard beneath, which rested a bamboo rocking chair. He decided to stay here for the next 3 days. He had already inspected the rooms, spotlessly clean, fully furnished, ready for immediate occupancy, requiring neither moisture-proof mats nor tents. He felt profoundly grateful he hadn't lugged such gear. Even carrying 2 plastic bags under the scorching sun had left him drenched in sweat. Those burdened with massive hiking backpacks were truly pitiable. This silent place seemed unremarkable, except for its absolute stillness. Zhao Beichen could not fathom how such a locale could serve any purpose for military training. What precisely could one train here? When logic failed, he abandoned the question, just as he always did, refusing to torment himself. He reclined upon the bamboo rocking chair beneath the osmanthus tree. Gently swaying, he tore open a food package and devoured his meal with relish. After hours of exertion, exhaustion and hunger weighed heavily upon him. All around remained deathly quiet, so silent that even a needle's fall would echo. Only the crisp rustle of tearing packaging and the steady rhythm of chewing broke the hush. Zhao Beichen paid it no mind, absorbed entirely in his feast. Once sated, he retrieved a palm leaf fan from the room and began fanning himself. A soft breeze stirred, delightful, soothing. Unknowingly, he drifted into slumber. Stranger, wake up, wake up. Zhao Beichen felt someone nudging him. Blinking awake, he beheld an elderly man. The old man wore ancient-style robes, his hair and beard gleamed snow-white. His gaze fixed intently upon Zhao Beichen. You're awake. Come, the banquet begins shortly. I've come especially to invite you. Seeing Zhao Beichen stir, the elder spoke hastily. Zhao Beichen, still groggy from sleep, struggled to grasp his surroundings. He simply stared wide-eyed and uncomprehending at the old man before him. Noting his dazed expression, the elder continued, Stranger, today our village observes a funeral rite. Every household has gathered. Since you've arrived, you shall join us. The feast commences immediately. Follow me. Zhao Beichen now snapped, fully awake, glancing around. The same small courtyard unchanged. Yet the sky had darkened. He had no idea how long he'd slept. And this ancient-clad elder, his top knot neatly tied, had appeared without warning. Fortunately, Zhao Beichen sensed no malice radiating from him. Come along, stranger, urged the elder, judging him, now fully alert. Zhao Beichen rose from the rocking chair. Elder, where exactly is this place? And why do you wear attire from antiquity? This is Taoyuan village. As for your ancient clothing, I confess I don't understand what you mean. Taoyuan village. Zhao Beichen murmured softly to himself. Come along, stranger. The villagers await, pressed the elder once more. Zhao Beichen nodded and followed the elder out the courtyard gate. There a large yellow dog crouched at the threshold and barked sharply. Woof, woof. Huangda behaved. The elder rebuked the dog sternly. Instantly the barking ceased. The dog lowered its head, nuzzling gently against the elder's leg, an unmistakable gesture of apology. Our village seldom receives outsiders, so Huangda grows naturally vigilant. I beg your pardon. The elder offered a sincere apology. Zhao Beichen, of course, bore no grudge against the dog. What troubled him far more was this: by day the village had been utterly deserted. Not a soul, not even a canine presence. So how had they all suddenly materialized? Elder, why was the village empty this morning? Zhao Beichen asked. Empty. The elder halted mid-step, turning toward Zhao Beichen with genuine astonishment. Stranger, our village teems with people, both day and night. Today old Master Zhang passed away. Villagers have labored since dawn. Everywhere, bustling activity. How then could you say it was empty? Perhaps you're unwell. Zhao Beichen studied the elder's expression. He seemed truthful. Yet Zhao Beichen distinctly recalled seeing no one, hearing not a whisper throughout the day. Now not only were people visible, but distant sounds rang out: gongs, drums, flutes, firecrackers, children's laughter, barking dogs. It was inexplicable. Zhao Beichen faltered, speechless, uncertain how to articulate his bewilderment. Sensing his confusion, the elder wisely dropped the matter. Let us go. The banquet awaits. With that, he led the way forward, Zhao Beichen following closely behind, while the yellow dog trailed silently in their wake. With each step the clamor intensified. Gongs thundered, swonas wailed, firecrackers exploded, children shrieked with delight, dogs barked, all converging into vibrant, raucous life. Where then was that promised silence? Zhao Beichen stood utterly bewildered, following the elder to a grand estate. Here we are. Old Master Zhang has just departed this world. He lived to 113. His passing is a white joy. All have gathered to honor his final journey. The elder explained. Zhao Beichen recognized the estate. He had visited it earlier that day. Then it had lain perfectly still, empty, silent, untouched. Now, however, a solemn memorial hall had been erected, and the vast courtyard overflowed with banquet tables, crowded with guests, while mischievous children darted playfully among them. Several Swana players sat outside the memorial hall, blowing fervently. Taoist priests brandished bronze bells and peachwood swords within, chanting and dancing in ritual fervor. Mourners clad in white mourning robes knelt reverently before the altar, bowing deeply to pay respects to arriving guests. Firecrackers cracked intermittently beyond the courtyard walls. That old Master Zhang had only just passed, and yet everything stood prepared, left Zhao Beichen astounded. Elder, did old Master Zhang pass only moments ago? How could all this be ready so swiftly? He asked, gesturing at the scene. Ah, these arrangements were completed days ago. Would we wait until his last breath to begin? That would be far too late, the elder replied with a gentle smile. Were all these things present this morning? Zhao Beichen asked, perplexed. Indeed, they've been here for several days, affirmed the elder, nodding firmly. But Zhao Beichen remembered clearly none of this had existed during his daytime visit. Not the furnishings, not the people. How then had they all emerged so abruptly? Could they possibly be spirits? Zhao Beichen hesitated not for a moment as he poked the old man twice with his finger. It is said that ghosts do not have a true physical form. According to this theory, whether what stands before him is a ghost can be determined by a simple poke. His finger pressed firmly against the old man's body, having a physical form that means he is not a ghost. The old man, having been poked twice, turned around to look at Zhao Beichen. A look of confusion crossed his face, wondering why this outsider was poking him with his finger. Cough, cough. Zhao Beichen cleared his throat twice in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Elder, I still don't know. Everyone calls me Uncle Fu, the old man replied, still evidently puzzled by the earlier poking. Uncle Fu, this is my first time in Taoyuan village, and it just so happens that I encountered the passing of old Master Zhang. I am unsure of what I should do, so I hope you can guide me, so that I do not lose my manners. Zhao Beichen hastily fabricated an excuse for his earlier actions. Uncle Fu seemed to have taken Zhao Beichen's words to heart. He nodded and began to instruct Zhao Beichen. You are an outsider. If you truly wish to express your condolences, you simply need to offer incense to old Master Zhang and bow your head. Then it is sufficient to walk around old Master Zhang's body 3 times. Zhao Beichen listened and found these rituals to be quite normal, similar to what he knew. Though various doubts lingered in his heart, there was no way to uncover their reasons in the current situation. Since he was already here, he decided to conform to local customs and proceed. Zhao Beichen made up his mind and walked towards the morning hall. The filial descendants were kneeling in several rows dressed in mourning attire. Seeing Zhao Beichen approach, someone stepped forward to hand him 3 sticks of incense. More people curiously scrutinized Zhao Beichen. After lighting the incense at the candles before the memorial tablet, Zhao Beichen took 2 steps back. Holding the incense, he bowed 3 times at old Master Zhang's memorial tablet, then placed the incense into the incense burner. He then retreated to the prepared kneeling mat. He respectfully knocked his head 3 times. The gathered descendants quickly returned the gesture. After bowing, Zhao Beichen remembered Uncle Fu's words to walk around the body 3 times. Thus he approached the body. Old Master Zhang had not yet been placed in the coffin and lay flat on a door plank covered with bedding, revealing only his upper body. Upon seeing the corpse, Zhao Beichen's old habit resurfaced. He felt uncomfortable unless he touched it. Zhao Beichen took small steps circling around old Master Zhang's body. At the same time, he secretly observed the reactions of those around him. Just then another guest arrived to pay their respects, diverting the attention of the other mourners. Zhao Beichen quickly extended his hand and made contact with old Master Zhang's forehead. With a ding, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. There was no time to check the system panel. Zhao Beichen felt the surrounding space and time begin to twist. Everything around him started to blur. A tremendous force pulled him upward toward the dark, cavernous sky. The sound of the wind around him grew louder. The powerful airflow began to spin Zhao Beichen, increasing in speed. Zhao Beichen felt as if he had been thrown into a spinning washing machine. He lost track of how long he had been spinning. Suddenly the rotation stopped, and a great centrifugal force hurled Zhao Beichen away. Zhao Beichen plummeted rapidly, and the intense feeling of weightlessness caused him to close his eyes and scream aloud. Zhao Beichen heard his own voice echoing. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a canopy of leaves and dappled sunlight. He was still lying in a rocking chair beneath the osmanthus tree. Zhao Beichen quickly stood up and looked around. It was still the same small courtyard as before. He hurried out of the shade of the osmanthus tree, looked up at the sky, and saw the sun still shining brightly overhead. The surroundings remained silent, with even the sound of a falling needle audible. Zhao Beichen ran a lap around the inside and outside, finding everything unchanged since he fell asleep. Returning to the courtyard, Zhao Beichen sat back in the rocking chair. Could it be that he had been dreaming the entire time? This dream was too real. He recalled Uncle Fu and old Master Zhang vividly. He remembered that after touching old Master Zhang's forehead, it seemed he had heard the sound of the system. So he quickly checked the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen corpse, touch value 0, 100, full value reward, a level, subsequent realm, current realm, mortal. The system panel had changed. Zhao Beichen felt a new piece of information added to his memories. It was about the soul piercer. This must be the reward granted by the system. The arrival of the reward made Zhao Beichen ecstatic, and he set aside thoughts of Uncle Fu and old Master Zhang. He began to study the soul piercer. As expected from the system, the reward of the soul piercer felt as though Zhao Beichen had successfully used it countless times before. It was incredibly familiar and smooth. The soul piercer is a specialized means of attacking the soul. Once an opponent's soul is struck, they may feign at worst, or even face death. When using the soul piercer, it is formless and shadowless, making it impossible to defend against. It is undoubtedly a tool for striking fear. As one's realm and soul strength increase, the attack range and intensity of the soul piercer will continuously enhance with no upper limit. Zhao Beichen was very satisfied with this skill. After studying the soul piercer, he recalled Uncle Fu and old Master Zhang again. The system does not deceive. He had indeed received the reward. This means he was not dreaming earlier. At least old Master Zhang certainly existed, but he did not know what species he belonged to. Zhao Beichen raised his wrist and pressed the question mark button. Lingling appeared before him. Lingling, what exactly is old Master Zhang? Zhao Beichen did not give Lingling a chance to respond, questioning directly. Amei. Lingling's reply was surprisingly quick. Amei, what is that? This had touched upon Zhao Beichen's area. At this moment, if Gu Changfeng were present, Zhao Beichen would have felt a bit nostalgic for him. What is a mei? The Zhuozhuan states in ancient times there was virtue, far-off lands sought treasures offering gold to 9 lords casting bronze vessels to symbolize objects preparing for all things enabling the people to know of the divine and the treacherous. Thus the people entered the rivers, marshes, mountains, and forests, not meeting a single one. The chi mei cannot be encountered, and those able to cooperate with heaven's favor are rare. Lingling spoke fluently, just like Gu Changfeng possessing a wealth of knowledge. Speak plainly. In simple terms, mei is one type of the chi mei wang liang where the male is handsome and dashing and the female is beautiful and alluring, capable of enchanting people. This time Lingling's explanation was direct and clear. After hearing Lingling's explanation, Zhao Beichen nodded. Do they eat people? Generally not, they only absorb people's essence. Well, those whose essence is absorbed die. Zhao Beichen. In the short term there is no major problem, but over the years those whose essence is drained will feel mentally depleted and fatigued, it will not lead to death. Zhao Beichen pondered and found it reasonable. The 749 Bureau dared to throw him a person without any realm in here. They must have considered safety. What just happened when I saw Mei? Zhao Beichen still couldn't figure out the situation earlier. Your question pertains to training content. Please explore on your own. No further information available. Zhao Beichen realized that Lingling was not genuinely an artificial intelligence, but likely a deliberate training method from the 749 Bureau. Some questions could be answered while others must be solved on one's own. Thus he did not continue to dwell on this issue. Do you know how to see a Mei again? Zhao Beichen asked tentatively. Your question pertains to training content. Please explore on your own. No further information available. Lingling's reply was as expected. Seeing there were no other good questions to ask, Zhao Beichen turned off Lingling. Obtaining the corpse touch value from old Master Zhang made Zhao Beichen incredibly excited. He had not anticipated such benefits from participating in the training. If he could encounter a Mei again, perhaps there would be other opportunities. This time there was only 3 days to spend in the small world. If he did not act quickly, time would soon pass. Zhao Beichen began to feel a sense of urgency. But how could he come into contact with a Mei again? Zhao Beichen fell into deep thought. Xiaozhang, what is going on? Wu Yadi asked the person beside her, staring at the image of Zhao Beichen on the monitor. Zhao Beichen just entered the realm of Mei. How could he come out again? The young man called Xiaozhang quickly moved to the computer and began to operate it. Captain Wu, please hold on, let me check. Wu Yadi focused intently on another monitor. On the screen, Zhao Beichen was sitting under a osmanthus tree, seemingly lost in thought. This is real-time monitoring of Zhao Beichen. Not only him, but also the 20 newcomers who entered the small world were under Wu Yadi's close surveillance. The monitoring room was filled with display screens, each one dedicated to a newcomer. According to the design, the newcomers would remain inside the realm of Mei after entering. They could only exit the realm of Mei after 3 days had passed. Living for 3 days in the realm of Mei was the true objective of the 749 Bureau's training. The previous notifications asking participants to prepare their own items were merely a deliberate guide, making everyone think it was just an independent survival training. Otherwise, would the 749 Bureau lack those few backpacks? The small world that the 20 newcomers entered appeared different on the surface, with mountains, deserts, and beaches. In reality, the core was the same. It was all the realm of Mei. Mei did not possess strong lethality, ensuring the safety of the training participants. At the same time, Mei could influence a person's mental state, allowing participants to gain practical experiences. Currently, the others were in normal condition and had all entered the realm of Mei. Only Zhao Beichen had just entered the realm of Mei not long ago, but suddenly detached from it. This was the first time Wu Yadi had encountered such a situation. So did you find out what the problem is? Wu Yadi asked Xiaozhang again. All the data appears normal, no issues were found. I also don't know why Zhao Beichen came out. Xiaozhang tapped the keyboard a few more times, checking the newly retrieved data again. Unable to find any issues, Wu Yadi had no choice but to say, alright, just continue monitoring and observe. She then raised a chair and directly sat in front of Zhao Beichen's monitoring screen, now intrigued by him. After coming out of the realm of Mei, this guy merely glanced at the sun, then ran around the front and back of the house, before lying back down on the reclining chair. Shouldn't there be surprise, fear, or confusion upon encountering Mei? Why was he behaving as if nothing had happened? At one point, he even waved his hands, joyfully, seemingly very happy. Wu Yadi couldn't understand what was going on with Zhao Beichen, so she intended to observe closely. Meanwhile, in the small world, Zhao Beichen was still lying on the rocking chair under the osmanthus tree. Holding a fan in one hand, he rocked the chair while thinking about how to meet Mei again. He touched Zhang Laotai, and his corpse value directly increased by 25 points. This was even higher than the 15 points from the mutated monkey, but still lower than the 40 points from the wine-swallowing boy. It seemed Zhang Laotai's realm should be at the level late stage or the level early stage. Zhao Beichen felt fortunate that he still retained his little hobby of corpse touching, otherwise he wouldn't have gained those 25 points today. His understanding of monsters and demons was still too limited. It seemed he couldn't just focus on those corpses that obviously looked like beast monsters in the future. He needed to do as he did before. As long as he encountered a corpse, regardless of whether it looked human or ghostly, he should still touch it. After all, touching wouldn't bring any harm. Oh, what if he touched the right one? Wouldn't that be a free gain? After thinking for a while, Zhao Beichen realized he had gotten off track. Wasn't he supposed to be pondering how to meet Mei again? Zhao Beichen pulled his thoughts back. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a way to meet Mei again. Did he have to fall asleep to do so? Last time he met her was because he fell asleep. Perhaps that was a solution, or Zhao Beichen stopped fanning himself, and he closed his eyes and began to sleep. After lying down for a while feeling uncomfortable, Zhao Beichen moved his body left and right. Then he continued to close his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. However, sleeping was not something one could decide on their own. Sometimes when one didn't want to sleep, they felt extremely drowsy. Yet at other times when one wanted to sleep no matter what, they couldn't fall asleep, and instead became more awake. Currently, Zhao Beichen was in the latter situation. He tossed and turned on the recliner with no sign of sleepiness at all. Zhao Beichen could only abandon his plan to see Mei again through sleep. After pondering for a while, Zhao Beichen remembered Zhang Laotai's yard. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, it might be worth checking. Without further ado, Zhao Beichen got up and exited the yard, heading towards Zhang Laotai's house. The entire village remained so quiet one could hear a pin drop with not a sound in sight. The village was not large, and soon Zhao Beichen arrived at Zhang Laotai's house. As expected, the entire yard was empty, with no spirit hall or tables and benches. Zhao Beichen, not willing to give up, wandered around the front and back of the house, but found nothing. With no other options, he had no choice but to leave Zhang Laotai's yard and began to wander aimlessly in the village. Unknowingly, he arrived at the entrance of the village, where the large crown of the ginkgo tree still resembled an enormous umbrella. The leaves blocked most of the sunlight, and the shade beneath the tree was pleasantly cool. Zhao Beichen found a spot to sit down, leaning against the ginkgo tree, still pondering about Mei. He realized he didn't know enough about Mei, so he summoned Lingling again. Lingling, what exactly is Mei? Please explain it to me properly. Mei is a type of spirit creature commonly formed when plants attain intelligence under certain opportunities and then transform into human form after cultivation. Mei that transforms from plants has a gentle nature and does not like violence. Absorbing human energy is also unintentional. Mei has a different energy system than humans. As long as the two are together, human essence will automatically flow towards Mei. Therefore, strictly speaking, Mei does not actively absorb human essence. Hearing Lingling's explanation, Zhao Beichen became excited. So Uncle Fu and Zhang Laotai, are they Mei transformed from plants? Yes. In other words, Mei, like Uncle Fu and Zhang Laotai, do not actively attack humans. Zhao Beichen asked again. Yes. This time Zhao Beichen finally understood why he hadn't felt any danger from Uncle Fu and the other Mei. Then why do they transform into human form? Wouldn't it be better to remain as plants? Transforming into human form helps them cultivate. Lingling continued to explain. Okay, I understand now. You can go back. After saying that, Zhao Beichen closed Lingling. Sitting under the ginkgo tree, he continued to contemplate Lingling's earlier words. Indeed, it was the voice of Uncle Fu. Zhao Beichen was very certain, and quickly stood up to look around, but saw nothing. The voice continued to call out, outsider, outsider. Is that you, Uncle Fu? Zhao Beichen shouted loudly. It's me. Where are you? Why can't I see you? Zhao Beichen could clearly hear Uncle Fu's voice, yet he could not see him. Turn around, I'm behind you. Uncle Fu's words startled Zhao Beichen, and he hurriedly turned around. But there was nothing but emptiness behind him. Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu. Not seeing anyone, Zhao Beichen continued to shout loudly. Stop shouting, you're going to deafen me. I am the ginkgo tree. Only then did Zhao Beichen stop shouting loudly, and leaned forward to observe the ginkgo tree carefully, but found nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary tree, albeit a bit larger. Uncle Fu, why can't I see you? Zhao Beichen could not find even a hint of Uncle Fu on the tree. I'm injured and unable to take form, so you naturally cannot see me. Uncle Fu's tone sounded somewhat weak. What happened to you? Weren't you fine before? Zhao Beichen remembered that Uncle Fu looked quite lively the last time he saw him. How could he be injured after such a short separation? After you were swept away by a gust of wind, it was as if a hole opened in the sky. I don't know where it leads. Suddenly a group of ghost soldiers emerged from the hole and began to kill anyone in the village. I was injured by them. Uncle Fu spoke in a fragmented manner, and it was clear that even saying these few words was quite exhausting for him, indicating he was seriously injured. Zhao Beichen instinctively looked around, wanting to see the ghost soldiers Uncle Fu mentioned, but it was eerily quiet, and still there was nothing. Uncle Fu, I don't see any ghost soldiers either. What's going on? It's hard to explain right now. I want to ask you to bring that way the ghost soldiers won't be able to harm them. Hearing Uncle Fu's words, Zhao Beichen was stunned. He couldn't make sense of everything happening. He had no idea what was going on, and it seemed that this current Taoyuan village was not the same place he had visited with Uncle Fu. Since I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it. Uncle Fu, how do I bring your kin over? Our whole clan is ginkgo trees. Are you saying I should dig up these trees? Zhao Beichen thought this task would be difficult. If he encountered a ginkgo tree as big as even if he managed to dig it up, how could his small arms and legs possibly handle it? Moreover, he had seen many of Uncle Fu's kin before. This task was impossible for him. No, it's not that complicated. Uncle Fu realized that he had not explained clearly, leading to Zhao Beichen's. There's a well in the middle of Taoyuan village, and inside it is a bottle containing the essence of our kin. You only need to bring that bottle back. Wherever the essence is, we will be. As long as he only had to bring back a bottle, this was much easier than before. When Zhao Beichen heard Uncle Fu mention the hole in the sky, he knew it must have been caused by his system. He had no idea where this hole connected to causing the ghost soldiers to run rampant. Nevertheless, no matter what, Uncle Fu's kin were being killed, and he felt somewhat responsible. Since Uncle Fu had asked for help, Zhao Beichen decided to assist if he could. Moreover, there might be some corpse loot to gain. After all, Uncle Fu had just said that the ghost soldiers killed anyone they saw. Who knew how many had been killed? That loot was pure corpse value. Although building his happiness on the deaths of others was indeed somewhat unethical, however, he was not the one killing them, and ignoring the pure corpse value would be a great disrespect to the deceased. Now that Uncle Fu was asking for his assistance, helping them could also balance out the corpse value he would gain. As for the ghost soldiers, Zhao Beichen wasn't particularly afraid. The soul-piercing needle targets the soul, while the ghost soldiers had no physical bodies, only souls. They happened to be completely suppressed by the soul-piercing needle. He had just received the system reward and had not yet had a chance to experiment. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity with the ghost soldiers? If he truly could not win, he could just run away. Although he still didn't know how to escape, Uncle Fu should also have a way to bring him back. Moreover, there was the call button on the bracelet. Wu Yadi had said that as long as he pressed that button, she would come to pick him up. Zhao Beichen still had confidence in the 749 Bureau. Having come to this conclusion, without any hesitation, Zhao Beichen directly agreed. All right, Uncle Fu, I will give it a try, but I can't guarantee I will succeed. Outsider, thank you in advance regardless of the outcome. Uncle Fu, let's focus on the task. How do I get there? Zhao Beichen pragmatically knew that they needed to handle the matter first. You just need to touch my body, and I can send you over. Once you get there, if you find the bottle, go to the village entrance. There's also a ginkgo tree at the entrance. Touch the ginkgo tree, and call out to me 3 times, and I will bring you back. Zhao Beichen did not expect it to be so simple. All right, Uncle Fu, let's begin. After saying that, he placed his hand on the trunk of the ginkgo tree. Are you ready? Uncle Fu asked. Yes, I'm ready, let's go. Close your eyes, Uncle Fu reminded Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen hurriedly closed his eyes, and after a brief moment of dizziness, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a reclining chair under the osmanthus tree in the small courtyard. The difference was that it was completely dark outside, just like the first time he met Uncle Fu. However, the small courtyard outside was still relatively quiet. Zhao Beichen quickly stood up and walked to the courtyard gate, peeking out. He saw the large yellow dog that had been following Uncle Fu lying on the street outside, apparently lifeless. Since he saw the corpse, Zhao Beichen instinctively walked over and touched the large yellow dog. Ding! A system notification sounded in his mind. He did not expect the large yellow dog not to be a real dog. Zhao Beichen quickly checked the system panel in his mind. Post Zhao Beichen corpse value 2100 full value reward A grade later stage realm current realm mortal. The large yellow dog contributed 2 points of corpse value, which wasn't much. However, Zhao Beichen was not picky, having some was better than none. He silently thanked the large yellow dog. Suddenly Zhao Beichen heard distant shouts of killing. Zhao Beichen cautiously moved toward the direction of the shouting and killing sounds. The path was dark, and as he walked he felt something trip him, nearly causing him to fall. Turning back, he realized it was a piece of wood. Hidden in the darkness, it was completely undetectable unless one paid attention. Zhao Beichen continued to feel his way forward, but his mind began to grumble. He wondered which careless person had thrown wood onto the street late at night. Suddenly Zhao Beichen halted. He recalled that Fu Bo had mentioned that his clan was composed entirely of ginkgo trees. Could that piece of wood be from the clan members that Fu Bo had mentioned were slaughtered by the shadow soldiers? With this thought, Zhao Beichen hurriedly turned back and walked over to the wood. It was simple to verify if it was from Fu Bo's clan. Oh, just a touch would tell. Without hesitation, Zhao Beichen crouched down and placed his hand on the wood. Ding! A prompt sound from the system echoed in his mind. Zhao Beichen quickly glanced at the system display panel. Post Zhao Beichen corpse touch value 12100. Full value reward A-class post stage realm current realm mortal. It indeed belonged to Fu Bo's clan, contributing 10 points to his corpse touch value. It should be significantly higher than that of the big yellow dog. Zhao Beichen felt fortunate that he had reacted quickly. If he had simply walked away, he would have missed out on those 10 points. Just by coming over, he had gained 12 points in corpse touch value, making Zhao Beichen feel that his decision to help Fu Bo was not wrong. One cannot seek rewards without taking risks. Such a good fortune simply does not exist. This corpse-touching experience had enlightened Zhao Beichen. It turned out that the charms would revert to their true forms after death. Previously, when he went to pay his respects to Old Master Zhang, it must have been other charms that confused his mind, preventing him from seeing Old Master Zhang's true form. Zhao Beichen couldn't help but admire the charms for their craftiness. On the road ahead, he walked carefully while checking for any more pieces of wood. Sure enough, he soon discovered 2 more pieces of wood at a fork in the road. These 2 pieces contributed an additional 20 points to his corpse touch value, bringing his total to 32. This made Zhao Beichen even more excited, feeling as if he were collecting coins in a game. The sensation of growing stronger just by picking things up was truly delightful. Now Zhao Beichen was even more motivated. He decided not to head directly toward the loudest sounds of battle, but instead wandered around the village based on his memory. His goal was to find those charms that had been killed by the shadow soldiers. Since the village was not large, he would collect the dead charms first before going to the central well to fetch a bottle, which wouldn't take much time. It must be said that these shadow soldiers were indeed ruthless. Zhao Beichen found quite a number of charm corpses along the way. His corpse touch value had now reached 95, and he was practically overjoyed. With just 5 more points, he would step into the A-class post-stage realm, completely transcending the mortal realm. Zhao Beichen noticed that a courtyard's gate was wide open with a hole in it seemingly penetrated by a weapon. He looked around carefully and did not detect any danger. Zhao Beichen cautiously entered the courtyard. Many charm corpses had been found within houses along this route. Thus he couldn't afford to overlook any room. Upon entering the courtyard, he clearly saw signs of a struggle. Indeed, a piece of wood lay in the middle of the yard. Zhao Beichen hurriedly stepped forward and touched the wood. Ding! The system's sound echoed in his mind. Zhao Beichen quickly checked the panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen corpse touch value 50, 100 full value reward max level concealment technique current realm A-class post-stage reward in progress. Before he could celebrate, a surge of immense energy flooded into his body. Zhao Beichen understood that his previous corpse touch value had reached its maximum, and now the system was rewarding him with the A-class post-stage realm. This warm energy flowed throughout every meridian in his body. For the first time in his life, Zhao Beichen felt the existence of his meridians as the energy continuously washed over them. The originally very fine meridians gradually widened under the impact of the energy. As the meridians expanded, Zhao Beichen felt slight twinges of pain, but it was entirely within a tolerable range. A steady stream of energy continued to flow into his body, relentlessly widening the meridians. More energy flowed through the expanded meridians. Zhao Beichen heard a cracked sound, as if something had been broken. Then he felt the energy flowing through the cleared meridians into his dantian. Suddenly, he could clearly see the situation within his body. The golden energy continuously flowed through the meridians into the dantian. Soon the dantian became misty, and this process showed no signs of ending. At the same time, a large amount of black impurities were forcibly expelled from his body, increasingly so. Slowly, his entire body became completely enveloped by these black impurities, forming a thick layer. The mist in the dantian accumulated more and more, while the entire mass of golden mist began to slowly swirl. At first, the swirling speed was not fast, but as the energy continued to flood in, the speed of the mist's rotation increased. Liquid-like droplets began to fall from the mist. Energy continued to pour in unceasingly, and the meridians were expanded even wider. This also resulted in more golden energy entering the dantian. The mist swirled even faster. The liquid energy dripping from the mist also increased in quantity. A small puddle began to form in the dantian. The water in the puddle was no longer golden, but had turned into a faintly white color. This process seemed to have no intention of stopping, as an even greater amount of energy continued to flow into Zhao Beichen's body. The swirling mist in the dantian resembled a pump, generating a powerful suction that absorbed energy from the meridians. Zhao Beichen felt as if he were soaking in hot water, with an indescribable feeling of comfort enveloping him. Every muscle and cell in his body relaxed immensely. At the same time, his mind was extraordinarily clear. He realized he could effortlessly perceive everything within a 20-meter radius. Within this range, nothing escaped his perception. This sense was unrelated to the 5 senses, but directly affected. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly perceive everything within this range. The impurities in his body had ceased to be expelled, leaving Zhao Beichen feeling unprecedentedly light. As light as he felt, the odor emanating from him was quite unpleasant. Zhao Beichen noticed that everything happening in the dantian was automatic, requiring no control from him. Thus he began to peel off the thick layer enveloping his body. This stuff smelled so bad that it was hard to imagine it all came from within his own body. If it weren't for the lack of time, Zhao Beichen would have considered finding a place to take a proper bath. After spending some time, he finally managed to get rid of this layer of filth. However, the odors still lingered. Zhao Beichen felt that his current eyesight, hearing, and perception were terrifyingly strong. Even in the dark, he could easily see everything around him. His body felt as light as a feather. With a gentle jump, Zhao Beichen leaped onto the rooftop effortlessly. Was this the realm of A-class post-stage? Zhao Beichen felt as if he had become a different person, completely unlike before. He glanced again at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen corpse touch value 50, 100 full value reward max level concealment technique current realm A-class post-stage's realm had indeed reached the A-class post-stage. The system also provided a new reward max level concealment technique. By the name, it should be a good thing. Just then Zhao Beichen noticed something outside the courtyard. A shadow soldier dressed in ancient soldier attire holding a spear was drifting toward the courtyard gate. The ancient soldier had evidently not noticed Zhao Beichen standing on the roof. It drifted on blank-faced and unseeing, apparently intent on entering the courtyard. This was Zhao Beichen's first time seeing a ghost, and it was nothing like he had imagined. He had pictured specters with green faces, fangs, and hair in wild tangles. In truth, the soldier before him was different. Besides hovering a few inches above the ground, it resembled an ordinary ancient soldier more than a horror from nightmares. Clad in armor and clutching a long spear, its visage suggested it had been a young man in life. Why he had not been reborn, Zhao could not say. Instead, he had become a soldier. The thing floated lazily to the gate of the small courtyard and stopped, glancing about in all directions as if searching for something invisible. Zhao had been planning to test himself on a soldier. He had not expected one to come to him. Seeing it pause at the gate, he decided not to wait any longer. With a light spring, he dropped from the roof into the courtyard. His movement was feather-light, like a single leaf falling from a branch to the ground. He made no sound. Zhao was ready to strike at a moment's notice. His Shinhansi Shinhuan spike gathered its power. As the name implies, Shinhansi is meant to attack the spirit itself. People possess 3 Hun and 7 Pu. The 3 Hun are Tai Guang, Shuang Ling, and Yu Jing. Among them, Tai Guang is the most vital. Without it, a person may still eat and breathe, but death is not far off. Shuang Ling governs a person's intellect, acuity, and reaction speed. Some are born quick and bright, others simply not so sharp. Those differences stem from the relative strength of Shuang Ling among the 3 Han. A strong Shuang Ling begets cleverness, a weak one yields dullness. Children who once seemed fine but gradually become withdrawn often have lost their Shuang Ling. If that soul can be restored, the child may recover. A child born normal may, through excessive fright or exposure to unclean influences during upbringing, lose Shuang. Yu Jing determines a person's sexual inclination and capacity, shaping whom they will love in the future. When people speak of a soul being stolen by a fox spirit, the soul in question is Yu Jing. Even a homosexual orientation, it is said, is tied to the condition of Yu Jing. A broken heart after a breakup, that profound sorrow can be understood as losing Yu Jing. Ghosts, being pure spirit, lack flesh to shelter their 3 Han. The 3 Han of a ghost stand exposed. To Zhao Beichen, who possessed the Shinhansi, those 3 Han blazed before him like 3 small torches. They were crystal clear. With intent, he could extinguish them at any moment. All of this lore about souls had been furnished by the system when it awarded him Shinhansi. By now, Zhao was a true expert on spirits. The soldier, apparently unaware of him, drifted upright into the courtyard after surveying its surroundings. The instant it entered the yard, it saw Zhao standing there. Without a word, the soldier flicked its spear and lunged toward. Zhao had already prepared. The moment the soldier moved, Shinhansi shot forth, aiming straight for the 3 Han. The spike was formless and unseen, invisible, and without trace. How could one defend against it? Zhao watched the 3 torch-bright Hun snuff out in an instant. As the Hun vanished, the soldier went limp like a strand of cooked noodle and crumpled to the ground, utterly motionless. The whole affair was silent, devoid of flashy techniques or screaming struggle. In that quiet, without fanfare, the outcome was decided. Life and death were separated. Zhao liked this manner of fighting. It made no commotion. Had he possessed such a method, when facing Tunjiu Tongzi, things would have been different. In a single breath, he could have ended Tunjiu Tongzi without any of the diners noticing. There would have been no need for Gu Changfeng's noisy theatrics. Thinking this, Zhao's smile grew brighter as he strode toward the fallen spirit. Many people did not realize it, but ghosts could indeed die. While a ghost persists, its 3 Hun bind its energy, maintaining a corporeal semblance. Once the Hun are extinguished, that energy is no longer bound. At that point, it becomes a ghost corpse, the last remnant of the ghostly form. Such corpses soon dissolve into the world, returning to nothing, and then entering the wheel of rebirth anew. Whether ghost corpses carry corpse touch points, Zhao was not certain. But his previous encounter, when a Mei reverted to its wooden original after death, had taught him a lesson. Whatever the corpse, he must not let it go untouched. He resolved to continue his small hobby of probing corpses, lest he miss many chances to gain points. Approaching the ghost corpse, Zhao reached out, without the least hesitation, and touched it. A delightful system chime rang in his mind. At the same moment, the system panel's figures shifted, registering the host Zhao Beichen. Corpse touch points, 10,100. Full reward, max level concealment technique. Current realm, a rank later stage. Ghost corpses could be touched, and this one contributed 5 corpse touch points. Watching the points climb on the panel, Zhao's face split into a grin. The system truly was a god-tier corpse touch system. It registered both beast corpses and ghost corpses. Its scope of operation had suddenly widened considerably, and Zhao could not help but be pleased. Earlier, when he first entered the courtyard and found a dead Mei, earning those points had already set the system to upgrade his realm. He had just finished upgrading when the soldier appeared. He still had not inspected the room. After dealing with the soldier, Zhao thoroughly searched the room from top to bottom. Sure enough, effort bore fruit. He found 3 pieces of wood in the room and gained another 30 corpse touch points. The panel now read 40,100. Seeing the corpse touch meter climb, Zhao brimmed with anticipation for the promised max-level concealment technique. After all, a system reward was bound to be valuable, and a full-level skill doubly so. SSS rank was the maximum, full-level meant SSS. As with Shinhansi, a full-level skill stood at the pinnacle among its kind. There would be no need to hunt for advanced manuals, no bitter arduous comprehension, not even practice. To wield it at once and cut a swath through foes. That is the allure of a full-level skill, only a fool would dislike it. With dreams of the max-level concealment technique in his heart, Zhao resumed his quest for wood. Unfortunately, he entered several households in succession without finding any. He remembered clearly how in old Master Zhang's courtyard tables had been set out everywhere, and people had sat upon them. Now he could only find a dozen odd pieces of wood at best. To make sense of the situation, Zhao swung himself back onto the roof. The sounds of battle had ceased some time before, the surroundings were hushed utterly still. Then from the center of the village a great blaze burst forth. A woman's wail rose on the wind. The flames grew larger, illuminating the entire sky in a crimson hue. As the fire intensified, waves of weeping surged forth. Zhao Beichen had no idea what was happening. Unable to hear the sounds of battle, he had thought the slaughter was over. Yet the cries were deafening. He decided to take a look as this location appeared to be in the center of the village. Coincidentally, he was headed there as well. The well that Fu Bo had mentioned was located in the village center. Zhao Beichen was too lazy to walk on the ground. Instead, he jumped across the rooftops, quickly approaching the village center. He paused atop a house. He was about 10 meters away from the small square in the village center. The houses of Taoyuan village exhibited a strong Heju architectural style. It was unclear whether they had copied Heju's style, or vice versa. The horsehead wall was a distinctive feature of Heju architecture. Due to the dense construction of houses, fire prevention was an important issue to consider. The horsehead wall was specifically built for fire protection. The horsehead wall, rising several decimeters above the house walls, could help block the spread of fire. At that moment, Zhao Beichen was hiding behind the wall, with only his head visible. The situation in the small square at the village center was fully visible. A pile of wood was gathered together and set ablaze. The towering flames emanated from this pile. Without a doubt, these were the dead spirits. Seeing so much would made Zhao Beichen's heart ache. How much corpse value could this be? This group of ghost soldiers was truly wasteful. You can kill, but to burn the bodies is utterly excessive. Zhao Beichen's perception of the ghost soldiers dropped significantly. Not far from the bonfire, a group of women was crying, their voices rising in sorrow. Zhao Beichen saw several young women rush from the crowd towards the bonfire, but they were quickly knocked down by the ghost soldiers guarding them and thrown back into the mass. It seemed they were trying to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones. Zhao Beichen counted 8 ghost soldiers in the square. 6 were guarding the women, while 2 were by the bonfire. Next to the 2 ghost soldiers by the fire, there was a small pile of wood, and they were continuously adding wood to the flames with long spears. Having grasped the situation, Zhao Beichen decided not to wait any longer. He was determined to collect the corpse value from the wood and not let the ghost soldiers get away. Zhao Beichen circled around the horsehead wall and leaped down from the rooftop. He sprinted towards the bonfire, intending to deal with the 2 ghost soldiers first. These 2 were consuming his corpse value. How could he tolerate that? Zhao Beichen was startled by his own speed. Was the grade late stage this formidable? He ran like a gust of wind. The 10-meter distance was crossed in the blink of an eye. His prepared soul-piercing strike shot towards the 2 ghost soldiers without delay. It remained formless and soundless without a trace. The 2 ghost soldiers fell limply to the ground. Zhao Beichen crouched slightly as he ran past their bodies, collecting from both. Ding ding, 2 sounds immediately echoed in his mind. There was no time to look at the system panel now. Zhao Beichen pressed on, charging towards the 6 ghost soldiers guarding the women. 3 of the 6 ghost soldiers had their backs to Zhao Beichen, watching over the women. Only 3 had witnessed what had just transpired. Unfortunately, the process was too swift. The 2 ghost soldiers by the fire were dispatched in an instant. They had no reaction before collapsing, leaving these 3 ghost soldiers bewildered about what had happened. All they saw was a figure moving like the wind, seemingly touching their fallen companions. The 2 companions fell silently. Zhao Beichen's speed was simply too fast, and he was too close. As the 3 ghost soldiers fell, Zhao Beichen's hand brushed past their bodies, and without pausing he charged towards the remaining 3 ghost soldiers. Unsurprisingly, the 3 ghost soldiers watching the women also collapsed in an instant. From the moment Zhao Beichen jumped down from the rooftop to the 8 ghost soldiers falling, it was less than 30 seconds. Ding ding ding. 8 system sounds rang clearly in Zhao Beichen's ears. No one present could react, including the women who had been watched. They only saw a fleeting shadow, and those ghost soldiers who had slaughtered the entire village all lay down. After eliminating all the ghost soldiers, Zhao Beichen immediately turned and ran towards the bonfire. His corpse value was burning. This was unacceptable. Without a second thought, Zhao Beichen rushed into the flames, punching and kicking, pulling the wood out of the fire. The once mighty flames quickly diminished. At the moment his hands touched the wood, the sounds of ding 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 echoed in his mind once more. Indeed, the strength of the grade late stage was not to be underestimated. This small fire only burned his clothes, otherwise it had no effect on his body. Even his hair remained unburned. The group of women finally came to their senses and rushed towards the wood that Zhao Beichen had thrown out. They attempted to extinguish the remaining embers on the wood. Soon the entire bonfire was dispersed by Zhao Beichen, while the residual fire on the wood was extinguished by those women. Smoke wafted everywhere after the fire was put out. There was still a small pile of unburned wood next to the ghost soldiers who had been burning the fire. Zhao Beichen did not forget this, and quickly walked over to inspect it. Ding ding ding. The system sounds echoed in his mind once again. Zhao Beichen could no longer contain the smile on his face, grinning widely. He quickly looked at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen corpse value 310500, full value reward max, level wine thunder, / current realm a grade late stage. He had obtained so much corpse value, the max level concealment technique had already rewarded him. Moreover, a new reward appeared on the panel, max level wine thunder / However, this wind thunder / seemed quite impressive, requiring 500 corpse value. Fortunately, so much would have contributed 310 points to him. Otherwise, it was uncertain when he would fill up to 500 points. Taoyuan village was truly his treasure and blessing land. Just as Zhao Beichen was contemplating this, memories regarding the max level concealment technique flooded in. Now Zhao Beichen understood that the concealment technique was not what he had previously imagined. It was a form of invisibility skill. He had fantasized about whether he would gain the ability to become invisible after acquiring this skill. It turned out he had misunderstood. This concealment technique concealed one's own realm. With his current grade late stage strength, once he utilized the max level concealment technique, he could completely hide his realm. Even those who were 2 major realms higher than him could not see through it. In other words, only those its grade could perceive his current realm. Grade and grade individuals would have no way of discerning it. Since it was a max level concealment technique, Zhao Beichen could freely control the realm he wished to reveal. For example, he was currently at a grade late stage. If he wished, he could allow those below grade to perceive him as an ordinary person completely unaware of his true realm. He could also display his grade early stage or mid-stage realm. Zhao Beichen never expected this skill to be so powerful. It was simply an ultimate trick. With the max level concealment technique, acting weak to deceive others would be effortless. Zhao Beichen was so delighted that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Benefactor, benefactor. A crisp female voice suddenly rang in Zhao Beichen's ears. Benefactor, benefactor. Xing'er called out a few times towards Zhao Beichen. The man before her had appeared so suddenly and without any warning. She didn't know what means he had used, but before she could see clearly, all the Yin soldiers in the square had been killed. Not only had he saved her, but he had also saved the entire village. However, there were still other Yin soldiers in the village, and Xing'er felt she should remind this benefactor. She noticed Zhao Beichen was still grinning foolishly and hadn't noticed her. Xing'er stepped closer to Zhao Beichen and said, benefactor, benefactor. This time Zhao Beichen heard her, quickly suppressing his foolish grin and looking at the girl before him. The girl looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. She was extraordinarily delicate with large eyes and a small mouth. Her long pitch-black hair accentuated her fair skin, which looked almost flawless. Dressed in a light yellow long dress, she resembled a living fairy. Zhao Beichen silently admired her. Truly, she was a member of the Mei clan, and her looks and demeanor were beyond compare. Benefactor. Xing'er saw that Zhao Beichen finally reacted and called out softly again. Miss, I do not deserve such a title. I merely helped out in passing when I witnessed injustice. It is nothing extraordinary. Zhao Beichen appeared very humble. Benefactor, you saved the lives of everyone in our village. You are indeed worthy of the title. However, there are still Yin soldiers here, and a leader is in the ancestral hall. Xing'er pointed in a direction. After she spoke, Zhao Beichen knew there was indeed an ancestral hall over there. Besides the leader, do you know how many other Yin soldiers there are? Zhao Beichen became excited again. The opportunity for corpse looting had presented itself. Not taking it would be a desecration of the great cause of corpse looting. I'm not sure of the exact number, but I only saw the leader take 4 or 5 Yin soldiers with him. Xing'er recalled and said, 4 or 5, not bad, not bad. That's another several points of corpse looting value, and I'm about to make a small fortune. Zhao Beichen thought to himself. I was sent by Fu Bo to help you all stay safe. I will head to the ancestral hall to take care of the remaining Yin soldiers. Hearing Zhao Beichen mention Fu Bo, Xing'er visibly relaxed. Benefactor, is Fu Bo all right? Stop calling me benefactor, it feels strange. Just call me Zhao Beichen. Fu Bo was injured and he said he cannot transform now. I'm not clear on the other details. Oh, I see. Thank you, young Master Zhao. By the way, young Master Zhao, my name is Xing'er. Xing'er was quite clever. Instead of calling him benefactor, she switched to calling him young Master Zhao, and also introduced herself a little. Zhao Beichen had never heard anyone address him that way, young master. Zhao felt quite novel, and he didn't bother to correct her. Xing'er was a pleasant name, and suited the girl before him quite well. Xing'er, I will go to the ancestral hall to handle the remaining Yin soldiers. You all stay safe, and we will chat when I return. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Beichen dashed toward the direction of the ancestral hall like a gust of wind. From a distance he could still hear Xing'er's voice. Young master, Zhao, be careful. This little girl was quite nice, and Zhao Beichen's fondness for her increased significantly. The village was small, and the ancestral hall was only a few alleys away from the small square in the center of the village. Since Zhao Beichen was walking on the rooftops, he quickly spotted the ancestral hall. The doors of the ancestral hall were open, and it was completely dark inside, not a glimmer of light. If this had happened before achieving the 11th realm, Zhao Beichen would have seen nothing. But now things were different. Whether there was light or not, Zhao Beichen could see clearly in the darkness. He didn't pause his steps and leaped down from the rooftop, arriving at the entrance of the ancestral hall in just a few steps. Sounds of rummaging echoed from within the ancestral hall. It seemed the group of Yin soldiers was searching for something. As he entered the courtyard, 2 Yin soldiers wielding long spears were aimlessly waving around, occasionally stabbing the ground with their spears. Without hesitation, Zhao Beichen activated his divine soul piercer consecutively and approached the ghostly corpses with swift strikes. Clang clanged. The system's sound echoed in his mind. Zhao Beichen was now quite proficient in his tasks. Silently eliminating the 2 Yin soldiers in the courtyard, he continued deeper inside. The ancestral hall was not small. The courtyard alone had 2 sections. The one Zhao Beichen had just entered was only the first section. In the second courtyard, 3 Yin soldiers continued to poke at the ground with their long spears. They were definitely searching for something, there was no doubt. Zhao Beichen ignored them and activated his divine soul piercer again, moving silently. In his eyes, the bright souls of the Yin soldiers extinguished instantaneously. It was the same approach. He stepped forward a couple of paces and touched each ghostly corpse once. Clang clang clanged. Another 3 delightful sounds rang out. Zhao Beichen took a moment to glance at the system panel. Host Zhao Beichen corpse looting value 360500. Full value reward max, level wine thunder, / current realm, a level late stage 5 Yin soldiers had contributed 50 points of corpse looting value, bringing the total to 360 points. He was getting closer to the target of 500 points. Every time he saw the increase in corpse looting value, Zhao Beichen felt a tremendous sense of achievement. The work of looting corpses could not be stopped. There were no more Yin soldiers in the second courtyard. There were a total of 5 Yin soldiers across both courtyards. This matched the number Xing'er had mentioned, so the only one left was the leader. The sounds of rummaging in the main hall of the ancestral hall had not ceased, indicating that the silent slaughter in the courtyard had not attracted the attention of the people inside. Zhao Beichen stealthily approached the main hall. As soon as he entered a range of 20 meters, he sensed the aura of the Yin soldiers inside. There was only one Yin soldier in the main hall, and it seemed to be the leader. One had to admit that the perception ability after reaching the level late stage was truly remarkable. It was like a little radar and a 360-degree coverage with no blind spots. Every little movement within a 20-meter radius was monitored by this little radar. Upon entering the main hall, what caught the eye were rows and rows of memorial tablets. These should all be the ancestors of Fu Boss clan. However, now these tablets were all Askew. A giant man dressed in armor was wielding a ghostly blade, chopping at these stands. Then he would flip them over and he was likely searching for something. This made the burly man appear even larger than Xiong. Zhao Beichen felt he must be at least a size larger than Xiong, truly brawny and stout, standing no less than 2 meters tall. From his attire and equipment, it was clear that this giant was not on the same level as the previous Yin soldiers. The weapons and gear were different. He was undoubtedly the leader of the Yin soldiers that Xing'er had mentioned. Zhao Beichen's entrance went unnoticed. The Yin soldier leader continued searching on his own. After watching for a while, Zhao Beichen could no longer hold back and deliberately coughed a few times. Hearing the cough, the Yin soldier leader suddenly turned his head. It was then that Zhao Beichen clearly saw the leader's appearance. His face was covered in hair, and his large eyes were glaring red at him. 2 tusks protruded from his mouth, and he wore a fierce expression. Who dares to stare at this official? You are courting death. You prepare to pay with your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader charged at Zhao Beichen with his ghostly blade raised. This was the first time Zhao Beichen heard a ghost speak. Previously, the ghostly soldier Kara Mi had not been given the chance to say anything. Zhao Beichen could understand the words of this ghostly soldier leader, but the voice was grating on his ears. The sound was piercing, reminiscent of 2 pieces of glass grinding against each other. Watching the ghostly soldier leader charging towards him with a ghostly blade, Zhao Beichen swiftly retreated from the main hall of the shrine. This fellow was clearly different from the previous ghostly soldier Karami. The brightness of the 3 souls was significantly greater, indicating that this fellow's strength was much stronger than that of ordinary ghostly soldiers. Although the shrine's main hall was quite spacious, it could not compare to the vastness of the outer courtyard. Zhao Beichen was clear in his thoughts. He would fight if he could win, and if not, he needed to strategize and maneuver. The outer courtyard clearly offered better conditions for evasion. Zhao Beichen's sudden movement caused the ghostly soldier leader to miss his attack. This seemed to infuriate the ghostly soldier leader even more. You brat, don't run away. As he spoke, the ghostly soldier leader also charged out of the main hall. In the courtyard, Zhao Beichen took a step back, stopping about 10 meters away, watching the ghostly soldier leader rush out from the main hall. Seeing that Zhao Beichen had stopped in the courtyard, the ghostly soldier leader halted his advance as well. I am Zhang Peng, the 100-man leader under the command of the guerrilla general Lei Batian. State your name, young one. This ghostly 100-man leader named Zhang Peng shouted angrily at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen had not expected this fellow to make such an introduction. He had thought that after Zhang Peng's reaction in the main hall, he would rush out swinging the blade. Instead, he not only refrained from attacking, but also chose to introduce himself. It seemed he was a ghost that valued etiquette. Unfortunately, Zhao Beichen had no interest in this ghost's background. To him, these were merely values earned from corpse looting. Did it matter whether the contributions came from a ghost named Zhang Peng or one named Li Peng? Of course it did not matter. Where do you come from? What are you rummaging around for? Zhao Beichen was not bored enough to introduce himself to a ghost, so he directly asked the question that concerned him. Perhaps it was Zhao Beichen's lack of response that further enraged the ghost named Zhang Peng. Suddenly he threw his head back, opened his mouth wide, and let out an extremely shrill howl. It seemed to express his anger. You insolent little brat, dare to ignore me. Let you taste the power of my ghost. Zhang Peng clearly had no intention of continuing the conversation with Zhao Beichen. He raised the ghostly blade in his hand, his red eyes wide open, swiftly gliding toward Zhao Beichen. When conversation fails, it seems that no agreement can be reached. The soul piercer was launched without hesitation, and the three flames of the soul instantly extinguished. The ghostly 100-man leader Zhang Peng fell to the ground just like his companions. Zhao Beichen shook his head, initially thinking that dealing with this seemingly ill-tempered leader would take some effort. After all, his soul fire was indeed brighter than that of other ghostly soldiers, and Zhao Beichen wondered if this fellow could endure longer than the others. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be just as incapable before the soul piercer. Approaching the corpse of the 100-man leader, Zhao Beichen took a moment to feel. Ding. With the sound, he checked the host Zhao Beichen corpse looting value 390500 max value reward max level wind and thunder / current realm A-class later stage goodness. As expected of a 100-man leader, he contributed a full 30 points of corpse looting value. Now with 390 points of corpse looting value, he was just over 100 points away from 500. Zhao Beichen was delighted and casually picked up the ghostly blade of the 100-man leader, weighing it in his hand. It was quite hefty. It looked quite impressive, but unfortunately he couldn't take it with him due to the lack of quantum space. Otherwise, it would have been nice to give it to Gu Changfeng, who he remembered was fond of blades. After playing with the blade for a couple of moments, he lost interest and tossed it onto the ground. Then Zhao Beichen thoroughly inspected the shrine both inside and out, and did not find another ghostly soldier. It seemed that this group of ghostly soldiers had been completely wiped out by him. The shrine was in disarray, but Zhao Beichen had little interest in what the ghostly soldiers were searching for. His earlier inquiry about the 100-man leader was purely out of curiosity. With the god-level corpse looting system, what treasure could be more valuable? Seeing that everything in the shrine was settled, Zhao Beichen leisurely made his way toward the small square in the center of the village, checking the houses he passed by. Unfortunately, he found no wood. It seemed all the wood had been dragged to the small square by the ghostly soldiers. Now that all the ghostly soldiers had been eliminated, the hole in the sky had long disappeared. Zhao Beichen suddenly thought of this question. While walking and thinking, he arrived at the small square, without even realizing it. Zhao Beichen suddenly thought of this question. While walking and thinking, he arrived at the small square, without even realizing it. Young Master Zhao, young Master Zhao. Xing'er ran over from a distance. Young Master Zhao, are you alright? As soon as she got close, she immediately expressed her concern for Zhao Beichen. Being cared for felt quite good, and Zhao Beichen felt he hadn't made the wrong choice in helping the clan members of Uncle Fu. At least Xing'er had consistently shown her recognition of him. Among the few women who had attempted to rush into the fire to save wooden corpses, there was Xing'er. Fine, it's all settled. 100-man leader and 5 ghostly soldiers. I looked around and found no more ghostly soldiers nearby. They should all be gone. Young Master Zhao, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, everyone in our village would have been killed. You are truly our village's great benefactor. Just after saying this, Xing'er prepared to kneel. Startled, Zhao Beichen quickly grabbed her. Xing'er, no need for that, it's just a small effort, don't take it to heart. As the two were talking, more women gathered around. It was this young Master Zhao who saved us. I saw him at old Master Zhang's house. Yes, he came with Uncle Fu. Fortunately, there was young Master Zhao, or our village would be finished. Indeed, young Master Zhao is our great benefactor from Taoyuan village. The women grew increasingly excited, and seeing Xing'er lead the way, they all knelt down a sea of gratitude to Zhao Beichen for saving their lives. Now there were no men left in Taoyuan village, only these hundreds of women, at least 300 or 400 of them. Zhao Beichen had never seen such a scene before. In his life, not only had no one knelt to him, but even bowing was something he had never experienced. After all, modern society no longer practiced such customs, so naturally, he could not experience it. Ladies, please get up quickly. Zhao Beichen shouted loudly to the women kneeling around him. Yet no matter how he called, they remained on the ground. Zhao Beichen, after all, was a good youth who had received 9 years of formal education. He truly could not accept kneeling as a way to express gratitude. And the women were unable to stand up again. Ladies, if you don't get up, I'll kneel too. Zhao Beichen had no choice but to threaten them like this. After saying this, he pretended to kneel down for real, scaring Xing'er, who was kneeling in front, to quickly help him up. Seeing that Zhao Beichen was serious, everyone else finally stood up. As Zhao Beichen was about to say a few words, now that everyone had stood up, he suddenly saw a huge bright light erupting from the well in the center of the small square. A sudden intense blue light burst from the well, growing ever stronger. Within the well sat the bottle that held the spirit essences of the Yingxingshu clan, the very vessel Fu Bo had told Zhao Beichen about. Zhao Beichen's original task had been to retrieve that bottle. He had not foreseen how plans could be overturned. The entire Yinbing squad had been wiped out. Just moments earlier, Zhao Beichen had been weighing whether to take the bottle, intending to consult Xinger. Unexpectedly, the others treated him like a savior, kneeling and prostrating themselves. The discussion was postponed as the well's radiance swelled. Zhao Beichen, of course, had no idea what had triggered the dazzling light. He did know, however, that a bottle full of spirit essences lay in the well. Xinger, do you know what is in the well? Watching the light grow, Zhao Beichen asked Xing. She surprised him by answering with a question of her own. I don't know. There's something in the well. His mind went blank for a moment. What? Could Xinger be unaware of the essence bottle? Zhao Beichen wondered. Then, as he reconsidered, he conceded that it might well be possible. After all, Zhao Beichen did not know Xinger's rank within the clan, as something as important as an essence bottle would not naturally be common knowledge. Xinger, is there someone in charge here? I have matters to discuss. Zhao Beichen thought it best to meet the person in authority and quickly produced his credentials. God knew what was actually emitting that light in the well. If the bottle of essences were damaged, the consequences would be dire. The person in charge. I am the sacred maiden of our clan. If a person in charge is required, it can only be me. Xinger's words startled Zhao Beichen. He had not expected her to hold such a title. Xinger and Zhao Beichen spoke openly before the others, and those nearby heard. They nodded toward Zhao Beichen, as if confirming that Xinger's claim was true. Having found the rightful keeper, Zhao Beichen wasted no time. Xinger, Fu Bo originally asked me to take a bottle from the well. He said the bottle contained the spirit essences of your entire clan. Oh, if it were brought away, you could return with it. That would allow you to escape the pursuit of the Yin soldiers. In a few words, Zhao Beichen laid out the sequence of events for Xinger. Oh, so the essence bottle was hidden in the well. How marvelous! Fu Bo was clever indeed. Hearing this, Xinger leapt up with joy and hurried to the well. Without hesitation, she dove straight in. Seeing her plunge without a word, Zhao Beichen surmised she was after the essence bottle and briskly moved to the well. The well's mouth was wide, and the intense light pouring from within made it impossible to see. Fortunately, Zhao Beichen possessed heightened perception. He could sense everything clearly within a 20-meter radius. At first, he could detect Xinger, but he had not expected the well to be so deep. As she descended, Zhao Beichen soon lost track of her aura. It was not only him. Other women stood clustered around the well with grave expressions. It was clear the essence bottle meant a great deal to them. 10 minutes passed, and still there was no sign of Xinger. No wonder the Meizu, such endurance to hold their breath for so long. Had it been Zhao Beichen, even with the power of an ranked cultivator, 10 minutes, without breath, would likely have killed him. When Fu Bo asked Zhao Beichen to fetch the bottle, simply holding his breath underwater was something Zhao Beichen could not have managed. Fu Bo, desperate, must have overlooked whether Zhao Beichen could endure such a long submersion. Fortunately, events soon turned in their favor, otherwise Zhao Beichen could not have fulfilled Fu Bo's charge. After a few more minutes, the light in the well began to wane. Slowly the light vanished, and the well returned to its former blackness. With no sign of Xinger, Zhao Beichen began to fear she had come to harm. Xinger was a fine girl. She had only just escaped the Yin soldiers. That would have been an unbearable waste for her to perish. Luckily, within his 20-meter perception, Zhao Beichen once more detected Xinger's aura and finally relaxed. She drew closer to the rim. To give her room, Zhao Beichen stepped back and called out, "Everyone stand back. Xinger is about to surface. Make some space for her." At Zhao Beichen's shout, they all stepped aside quickly, leaving a ring of open ground around the well. After 5 or 6 paces, he felt that was sufficient and stopped. At that moment, a pale yellow figure shot from the well mouth. Who else could it be but Xing? As she landed, Zhao Beichen saw the bottle clutched in her hand. Small in stature, the vessel resembled the pure water bottle often held by Guanyin, plain and unassuming. Xinger's face shone with smiles. Obtaining the essence bottle clearly delighted her. "Young Master Zhao, I have it," Xinger called, waving the bottle at Zhao Beichen. He smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Her breath-holding could win an Olympic swimming event. Whether 100 or 400 meters, she might swim the whole distance without taking a single breath. No sooner had Zhao Beichen raised his thumb than the surrounding women erupted in excited cries. The bottle was indeed of grave importance to them. "Young Master Zhao, thank you for saving us once again." Xinger moved to kneel, but Zhao Beichen hurriedly steadied her. Xinger was admirable in many ways. She was admirable, that was true. Only she was overly ceremonious, quick to kneel at every turn, which troubled Zhao Beichen. "What do you mean by saved you again?" he asked, puzzled. "You will see soon enough." Xinger did not wait for his reply. She called to the women around them. "Quick! Bring the bodies of our clan here at once. Not a single one left behind. Search the whole village carefully." She shouted the order, and the others dispersed. Soon the small square held only Zhao Beichen and Xing. "Xing, what are you going to do?" "Young Master Zhao, I suppose you know we belong to the Yingxingshu clan." Zhao Beichen nodded. Fu Bo had mentioned it before. "As long as our spirit essences do not dissipate and the bodies remain, we can be revived. But only within a certain window of time. If too much time passes, there is no remedy. If you had not slain all the Yin soldiers in time and revealed the bottle's location, there would not have been enough time to resurrect our dead." Hearing Xing'er's explanation, Zhao Beichen understood. All right, I understand. I will help carry your clan members by. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Beichen turned and ran. He knew precisely where to find the timber. Zhao Beichen's speed was remarkable, far surpassing that of the women. With Zhao Beichen's assistance, the scattered wood around the village was quickly dragged to the small square. Xing'er held the spirit bottle and began to chant while the other women knelt on the ground, their hands clasped in prayer. Their prayers were not in human language, and Zhao Beichen could not comprehend what they were invoking. As the prayers continued, the spirit bottle in Xing'er's hands began to emit a radiant glow. The light intensified, expanding in range. Soon the entire small square was enveloped in light. Then Xing'er opened the bottle cap. Zhao Beichen watched as shadows began to drift out of the bottle. They appeared to be male, both adults and children. The shadows floated over the wood, seemingly searching for their bodies. Once they found their bodies, the shadows would attach themselves to the wood and vanish. This process lasted quite a while, with the women's prayers remaining unceasing throughout. Xing'er's murmured incantations did not cease either. Zhao Beichen quietly observed, finding everything to be extraordinarily wondrous. Different groups exhibiting entirely different states of existence. This world was far more miraculous than he had imagined. As the last shadow attached itself to the wood, the light from the spirit bottle gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Finally, the bottle returned to its ordinary appearance. Zhao Beichen stared intently at the wood on the ground, waiting for it to transform into human form and rise. However, this vision did not occur. The wood remained quietly lying on the ground. Xing'er and the other women completed their prayers. No one moved or spoke, maintaining a profound silence. Zhao Beichen did not dare to move, fearing he might disrupt the entire reincarnation ceremony. Fortunately, this silence did not last long, as Xing'er was the first to speak. Young master, Zhao, the reincarnation ceremony is over. Over. Zhao Beichen felt puzzled, turning to look at the wood, which appeared unchanged. He truly saw no difference. They have now fallen into a deep sleep. They are very weak and need to recover through slumber. Xing'er, noticing Zhao Beichen's confusion, began to explain. Oh, I see. Zhao Beichen nodded. So how long will they need to sleep? It's hard to say. It could be 3 years or 5 years. Each individual situation is different. While sleeping for 3 to 5 years is quite a long time. Zhao Beichen felt that if he also slept for that long, it would be an utter waste of time. To us, the Yinxing tribe, 3 to 5 years is a very brief moment. Do you know how old I am? Xing'er blinked her big eyes, waiting for Zhao Beichen's answer. Zhao Beichen examined Xing'er from head to toe, estimating, I guess you're 18, at most 19. Pucci. Xing'er covered her mouth and laughed. Young master, Zhao, I am already 120 years old. What? Zhao Beichen was taken aback. He never expected this young girl to be so old. Didn't Uncle Fu say that old Master Zhang was only a little over 100? He probably didn't want to scare you. That's why Uncle Fu said that old Master Zhang is actually over 1,000 years old. Xing'er seemed quite pleased to see Zhao Beichen's astonished expression, her face beaming with delight. All right, you win. Young Master Zhao, would you like to bathe and change your clothes? Xing'er asked Zhao Beichen. Hearing Xing'er's question, Zhao Beichen glanced down at his clothes and pants. He realized they had been burned with several holes and were completely black. It was likely from when he rushed into the fire to save the wood. Zhao Beichen hurriedly wiped his face with his hand, only to find it was also covered in soot. At this point, it was impossible to tell whether his hands or face were dirtier. Having been busy all this time, Zhao Beichen had completely forgotten how disheveled he looked. Xing'er, it would be best to take a bath, but I don't have any clothes to change into. Zhao Beichen looked at Xing'er with embarrassment. That's easy. Oh, I will find you some clothes, young master. Then I would trouble you, Xing. Zhao Beichen quickly expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. You are too polite, young master. Please follow me. After saying this, Xing'er led the way, and Zhao Beichen hurriedly followed. The other women in the square began moving the wood, though it was unclear where they were taking it. Xing'er, where are they taking the wood? Zhao Beichen asked curiously. To the ancestral hall. The atmosphere there is the purest, and will aid in their recovery, Xing'er replied as she. The ancestral hall reminded Zhao Beichen of the ghost soldiers who seemed to be searching for something there. He then told Xing'er about what he had seen in the ancestral hall. After hearing Zhao Beichen's words, Xing'er stopped and turned to look at him with a serious expression. Young master, this is actually a secret of our Yinxing tribe. They are likely searching for the ancestral root. Ancestral root. Zhao Beichen repeated softly, clearly unaware of what it was. Legend has it that before Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, the world was a chaotic void, but within this chaos, boundless life was nurtured, including a seed of the ginkgo tree. After Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, he transformed himself into mountains, rivers, and earth. The seed of this ginkgo tree then sprouted and grew in this land. This is our ginkgo tribe's ancestor. After countless years, only the last segment of the root remains. That is the ancestral root, which has been protected by the ginkgo tribe. It is said that the ancestral root contains the purest life force in the world, with effects beyond description. However, I have never seen it. This is merely passed down orally from the elders. The specifics remain unknown. If the ghost soldiers are rummaging through the ancestral hall, I can't think of anything else they could be searching for besides the ancestral root. Zhao Beichen was surprised to learn of such a hidden legend among the ginkgo tribe. How long ago must Pangu have opened the heavens? It must have been countless years ago. Could anything still remain? Yet it was hard to say if the ginkgo tree could transform. It wasn't impossible for the ancestral root to have survived. Zhao Beichen felt his mindset becoming more open. Perhaps it was better to believe in the incredible, as the experiences of the past few days were sufficient proof. Xing'er continued to lead Zhao Beichen as they entered a courtyard. It was a delicate courtyard. Zhao Beichen had been here while searching for wood. Though he couldn't say he was familiar with it, he had some impression. This is my home, Xing'er explained proactively. She arranged for Zhao Beichen to wait in the living room while she busied her. Zhao Beichen, seeing his dirty appearance, simply sat down on the ground. Before long, Xing'er returned and led Zhao Beichen to a room. Inside was a large wooden tub filled with steaming hot water. It appeared to be the bathing area. Upon hearing Xing'er calling from outside, Zhao Beichen hurriedly exited the house. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xing'er with a face full of panic. Zhao Beichen noticed that Xing'er just stared at him blankly without saying a word. Her small mouth formed an O shape, and her already large eyes widened, even further fixed on him. Could it be that there's something unwashed on my face? Zhao Beichen reached up to touch his face, then looked at his hand, finding no dirt. Could it be that I wore the wrong clothes? Zhao Beichen glanced down at his long robe, unable to see anything wrong. Little did he know the reason for Xing'er's reaction was the stark contrast he presented. Their first meeting was when he had just rushed out of the fire, his entire body covered in soot. Except for his 2 eyes, he looked like a piece of charcoal, his face so black that it was impossible to discern his features. His clothes were tattered and full of holes, far less clean than those of a coal miner. Zhao Beichen was naturally somewhat handsome, and after bathing and changing into new clothes, his entire demeanor transformed. After all, it is often said that a person relies on their attire just as a horse relies on its saddle. Most importantly, his agreed post-stage realm had expelled a large amount of impurities from his body, making him significantly more handsome and his aura remarkably elevated. To say he resembled a celestial being descending to earth might be an exaggeration, but the current Zhao Beichen undeniably deserved the title of a dashing young man. No wonder Xing'er reacted that way. Xing'er, Zhao Beichen approached her, waving his hand in front of her face. Only then did Xing'er snap back to reality, asking, "Are you young Master Zhao?" "Absolutely." Xing'er scrutinized Zhao Beichen from head to toe several times, her expression still showing uncertainty. "Stop staring, Xing'er, it's me. You still remember my voice, right?" Seeing her expression, Zhao Beichen spoke helplessly. This seemed to remind Xing. Right, you are young Master Zhao, your voice hasn't changed." She reached out to pinch Zhao Beichen's face, seemingly confirming whether he was wearing a mask. "Xing'er, stop pinching, it's real." Zhao Beichen looked quite innocent. "Didn't you say something happened?" Upon his reminder, Xing seemed to recall something important and withdrew her hand. Then she grabbed Zhao Beichen and rushed outside, saying, "Uncle Fu is in trouble, we need to hurry." "What happened to Uncle Fu?" Hearing this, Zhao Beichen felt anxious. Zhao Beichen had a good impression of Uncle Fu and did not want anything to happen to him. Uncle Fu's injuries are severe, the situation is quite dire right now. But isn't there a soul essence bottle? Can it help Uncle Fu? Zhao Beichen was puzzled. The soul essence bottle could even revive a dead wooden man, so how could it not handle a minor injury? Uncle Fu used his soul essence many years ago, there is none left in the bottle now. She continued, "If we can't save him this time, Uncle Fu is finished." Zhao Beichen then realized that the soul essence bottle was not omnipotent. "What do we do then?" He also began to, "Others notified me earlier, and I came to find you. We need to wait until we see Uncle Fu to know the specifics." Xing'er's speech clearly revealed her own anxiety. The two hurriedly rushed to the village entrance. Uncle Fu had told Zhao Beichen to go to the village entrance after getting the soul essence bottle, where there was also a ginkgo tree. As long as he touched this ginkgo tree and called out Uncle Fu 3 times, he could return. However, when Zhao Beichen saw the ginkgo tree at the village entrance, he was stunned. The tree was indeed a tree and not small. It was about the same size as the one at the entrance of another peach blossom village. However, the tree before him was completely bare with not a single leaf. The whole tree exuded a strong sense of death. Anyone could tell that this tree was either already dead or on the verge of dying. A group of women had already gathered around the tree. They must have discovered it first and then gone to inform Xing'er. Upon seeing Zhao Beichen and Xing'er, they immediately parted to make way. As Zhao Beichen approached, he was startled again. The tree was actually bleeding. Fresh blood gushed out from the trunk continuously like a small stream. With such a flow, no amount of blood could withstand it. "Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu." Zhao Beichen shouted loudly, but received no response. Not willing to give up, Zhao Beichen pressed his hand against the trunk and shouted again, "Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu." Still there was no response. With no response at all, what should he do now? Zhao Beichen was at a loss, completely helpless. Xing'er also pressed her hand against the trunk, but did not call out for Uncle Fu. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly engaged in some form of communication. This communication appeared to be quite challenging, as Zhao Beichen noticed beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. With her eyes closed, her eyelashes quivered continuously, showing that Xing'er was putting in great effort. Everyone remained silent, not daring to disturb her. After quite some time, Xing'er finally withdrew her hand, her face already covered in sweat. "Are you alright?" Zhao Beichen asked with concern, noticing her exhausted expression. Xing'er shook her head. I'm finding I just managed to contact Uncle Fu through a secret method. She continued, but Uncle Fu is in a very weak state, severely injured, and managing to connect with me has nearly exhausted his last bit of strength. If we don't think of a way quickly, Uncle Fu might be in grave danger. After saying this, Xing'er's expression darkened, and it was unclear whether it was due to worry for Uncle Fu or the toll from the communication. Are you really okay? You look unwell, Zhao Beichen asked Xing'er again. With Uncle Fu in this state, if something happened to Xing'er too, that would be a disaster. I'm fine, don't worry about me. We need to think of a way to save Uncle Fu now. The surrounding women clearly had never experienced such a thing, and everyone was in a flurry, unable to come up with any solutions. Although Zhao Beichen specialized in forensic medicine, he at least had some medical knowledge. If it were about saving a person, he could still offer some suggestions. But how to save a tree, he had no idea. Moreover, this tree was bleeding. He had never even seen such a thing, let alone know how to save it. Xing'er, where exactly is Uncle Fu injured? Can we stop this bleeding? Zhao Beichen pointed at the blood flowing out like a small stream. If it were a person, at least stopping the bleeding would be a possibility. Xing'er shook her head. We can't stop it. This isn't blood, it's Uncle Fu's soul essence. If his spirit isn't restored, the loss of this soul essence cannot be halted. Soul essence. Zhao Beichen keenly grasped the key point in Xing'er's words. Are you saying Uncle Fu's spirit is injured? Zhao Beichen asked urgently. Yes, Xing'er nodded. Uncle Fu's spirit has been severely injured by a Yin soldier. Zhao Beichen immediately perked up. He might not understand much else, but he certainly understood about spirits. Xing'er, could you elaborate on Elder Fu's spiritual soul injury? Master Zhao, you understand spiritual souls? Xing'er appeared slightly astonished. I possess only rudimentary knowledge, Zhao Beichen replied with his customary humility. That is excellent news. Our Ginkgo clan's cultivation system begins with the consolidation of the three souls. For among all beings in this world, the human physique is uniquely suited for cultivation. Thus, to accelerate our progress, we emulate humanity. Only upon consolidating the three souls can we assume human form. First comes Tai Guang, the soul of vital light, followed by Shuang Ling, the soul of keen insight, and finally Yu Jing, the soul of profound essence. Of these, Tai Guang is paramount. Without its successful formation, the other two souls cannot coalesce. Elder Fu's Tai Guang has suffered grievous damage from Yin soldiers. Xing'er paused briefly, as if allowing Zhao Beichen time to absorb her words. Zhao Beichen had not anticipated that the Ginkgo clan's path to cultivation would prove so arduous. His thoughts drifted to Buddhist sutras he once studied. The sutras emphasized the rarity of attaining human birth, and the Buddha offered a vivid parable: a blind sea turtle surfaces once every 100 years to draw breath, only to vanish again beneath the waves. Drifting across the boundless ocean floats a wooden plank pierced by a single hole, precisely the size of the turtle's head. The probability of obtaining human birth mirrors that turtle's fleeting chance, surfacing once per century, and in that instant threading its head perfectly through the plank's aperture. Thus the Buddha declared human incarnation extraordinarily rare. Compared to the countless other forms of life, those who attain human form have already surpassed the vast majority. Hence the Buddha exhorted all beings to cherish this precious human vessel, and never recklessly squander it through despair or self-destruction. In realizing Xing'er awaited his response, Zhao Beichen swiftly gathered his thoughts. Xing, please continue. Xing'er nodded. Elder Fu's damaged Tai Guang can no longer contain his Hun Jing, the vital essence of the soul, causing it to leak outward like floodwaters breaching their banks. Once Tai Guang is formed, our life essence transforms into Hun Jing governed entirely by Tai Guang. Thus Hun Jing is our life essence, but should it dissipate completely, life itself will cease. Through Xing'er's explanation, Zhao Beichen grasped the core dilemma. The immediate priority was repairing Elder Fu's Tai Guang to halt further Hun Jing loss. Otherwise Elder Fu would surely perish. Xing'er, I understand. Let me first assess the situation. Without waiting for her reply, Zhao Beichen turned and strode outward. He intended to observe the ginkgo tree's full form from afar, to determine whether he could perceive its three souls in its native arboreal state. And when members of the Ginkgo clan assumed human form, Zhao Beichen could easily discern their three souls. Yet he had never attempted such observation while they remained in their original rooted form. After all, previously encountered wooden entities were either corpses or slumbering reborn saplings. Yet he had never attempted such observation while they remained in their original rooted form. After all, previously encountered wooden entities were either corpses. After walking 20 or 30 meters, he halted, now at an optimal distance to view the entire ginkgo tree. However, a cluster of women stood directly beneath the tree, obscuring its roots. Zhao Beichen called out loudly, prompting them to hastily retreat and clear the space. Zhao Beichen activated his divine soul thorn technique inwardly. Only in this state could he perceive souls. Na-level max skill truly lived up to its name. Its effect was astonishing. He effortlessly perceived Elder Fu's three souls in his arboreal form. And indeed, Tai Guang glowed faintly, like a candle flame trembling in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Remarkably, Tai Guang adhered to one colossal root. and seeing it meant the path forward was clear. Zhao Beichen formulated his plan and returned beneath the ginkgo tree where Xing'er and the others quickly gathered around him. Xing'er, I have devised a method. Zhao Beichen outlined his plan to restore Elder Fu. Very well, Master Zhao. We place our trust entirely in you. Having heard his strategy, Xing'er assented without hesitation. Zhao Beichen was struck by the depth of her unwavering faith in him. Swiftly under Xing'er's direction, every villager from Taoyuan village assembled in a wide circle. Those behind placed their palms upon the backs of those before them, with Xing'er standing foremost. Their collective energy would flow through her and into Zhao Beichen. While the women formed their line, Zhao Beichen excavated a large pit in the earth with tools he'd gathered. Within the pit lay the massive root, housing Elder Fu's Taiguang. Are we ready? Zhao Beichen asked, turning from the pit to face Xing'er behind him. Ready, Xing'er affirmed with a nod. Then let us begin. Zhao Beichen turned back, fixing his gaze upon the colossal root within the pit. He would channel the villagers' Taiguang energy, via his divine soul thorn, into Elder Fu. His aim to mend Elder Fu's fractured Taiguang. The greatest challenge lay in refining control over the divine soul thorn. Previously manifesting as piercing arrows, it now required profound attenuation of its aggressive nature. Yet its fundamental structure must remain intact, elongated into a conduit through which Taiguang energy would flow directly into Elder Fu. Before commencing, Zhao Beichen conducted several covert trials, confirming feasibility. Now the sole uncertainty was whether the spiritual conduit could withstand the influx of energy or collapse mid-transmission. Time allowed no further testing. Each passing moment diminished Elder Fu's chance of survival. Per prior agreement, the villagers began contributing Taiguang energy in minimal measured increments. Though each individual offered but a trace, their combined output was formidable. Thus Xing'er had pre-organized them into groups of 10. Only one group would contribute at a time, completion preceding the next. If stable contributions would scale to 2 groups simultaneously. This ensured precise adaptive regulation of energy volume. Soon the first group's Taiguang energy reached Zhao Beichen. As originally conceived, Zhao Beichen would serve as vessel, the divine soul thorn conduit as bridge, channeling energy into the great root where its Taiguang should absorb it. Upon arrival, the energy flowed smoothly, and the divine soul thorn conduit solidified successfully. Zhao Beichen carefully guided the current, preparing to transmit it through the conduit, when unexpectedly it slipped entirely beyond his control. It surged violently, not toward the root, but inward, flooding desperately toward Zhao Beichen's spiritual. Zhao Beichen could not fully control the influx of energy into his divine sense. As the rotation speed increased, the suction force formed, automatically drawing energy from the energy channel. This was also previously agreed upon. Once the group felt the increased suction, it meant that Fu Bo had begun. However, little did everyone know that this suction did not come from Fu Bo, but from Zhao Beichen's divine sense. At this moment, Zhao Beichen was unable to stop the rotation of the green energy within his divine sense. Worse yet, he could not even speak, let alone move. Thus a continuous stream of pure fetal light energy from the women flowed into Zhao Beichen's divine. The green pure energy within the divine sense spun faster and faster. The faster it spun, the more energy was drawn into the divine sense. Zhao Beichen realized that more groups had joined in providing energy. He silently lamented in his heart. Did this mean he had become the great demon Ren, washing from the smiling proud one? Once the star absorption technique was initiated, it could drain a person dry in an instant. He hoped he wouldn't end up draining the women of Taoyuan village. That would be utterly inhumane. But helplessly he could not move at all, and could only let the situation escalate. As more energy flowed in, the rotation of the entire green energy mass quickened. Zhao Beichen found that the boundaries of his entire divine sense were constantly expanding. From 20 meters, it continuously increased to 21 meters. From 20 meters, it continuously increased to 21 meters, 22 meters, 23 meters. At the same time, Zhao Beichen noticed that the original golden gas mass in his dantian was also spinning. Ever since entering the level post-stage realm, Zhao Beichen had either been scavenging corpses or on the way to do. He had no time to introspect into his dantian, and was unaware that the golden gas mass was continuously. When the green energy mass in the divine sense gathered into a certain form, it seemed to resonate with the golden gas mass in the dantian. Bang! A sound echoed as if something had been broken. Then Zhao Beichen began to feel a tugging sensation in the middle dantian area. At first the tugging was very subtle and hard to detect. After a while the tugging sensation became more pronounced. Focusing his attention on the middle dantian, Zhao Beichen discovered that it had actually been opened. He knew that there had previously been no space in this position, and now it had actually been opened. Zhao Beichen recalled the bang sound he had just heard. That should have been the sound of the middle dantian opening. Zhao Beichen felt a surge of excitement. He never expected the middle dantian to actually open. Since it had come to this, and he could not control it, he simply decided to stop overthinking. He carefully observed the changes within his body. In the middle dantian, there were 2 very thin lines of energy. One was green, and the other was golden yellow. The green energy came from the divine sense in his brain, while the golden yellow energy originated from the dantian. The meridians connecting the brain's divine sense and the middle dantian began to feel a sharp pain as the green energy flowed smoothly. Zhao Beichen had experienced this sensation before as it happened when the system rewarded him for reaching the 11 post-stage realm. He knew that this meant the meridians were being unblocked. At the same time, the meridians from the lower dantian to the middle dantian were undergoing the same changes. It seemed that these meridians were usually not very smooth, and some were completely blocked. Cultivation was essentially about unblocking these meridians to allow energy to flow more effectively. Unblocking and widening the meridians, transmitting energy, while forming a dantian cyclone and expelling impurities from the body. Things were happening in an orderly manner according to the established procedure. It's Uncle Fu. It really is Uncle Fu's voice. Uncle Fu is saved. This is truly wonderful. Uncle Fu is saved. The sound caused an uproar among the women present. Uncle Fu's voice was exceedingly familiar to them. Seeing the chaos, Zhao Beichen quickly raised his hands to signal for silence. Everyone please be quiet, everyone please be quiet. Hearing Zhao Beichen's voice, the women gradually quieted down. Uncle Fu, can you hear me? After everyone calmed down, Zhao Beichen shouted loudly towards the ginkgo tree. I can hear you, outsider. Uncle Fu's voice came from the tree. Outsider, I still need some time to recuperate before I can manifest. I am unable to express my gratitude in person right now, and I sincerely apologize for that. It's alright, Uncle Fu, you don't need to worry about that. How is your injury? The injury is no longer serious. I will recover after some time of resting. Uncle Fu's tone sounded quite relaxed. Zhao Beichen's keen eyes noticed that the branches of the ginkgo tree had begun to sprout many small buds. It seemed that Uncle Fu was truly not in serious trouble. That's great, Uncle Fu. Take care to recover well. Zhao Beichen was now thinking of quickly returning to wash up and change clothes as he was feeling quite unpleasant. Earlier he had noticed that Xinger's little nose was twitching as she must have been trying hard to endure. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Zhao Beichen suddenly remembered something. Uncle Fu, if I return, is it still the old? Yes, when the time comes, just touch the trunk and call out Uncle Fu 3 times. Understood, Uncle Fu. I will leave now. See you later, and please rest well. Zhao Beichen turned to leave. Young Master Zhao, what happened to you? Xinger pointed at Zhao Beichen's face. Zhao Beichen quickly touched his face, finding it covered in a thick layer of impurities. He was completely enveloped in the impurities expelled from his body. Only his eyes and mouth were visible, the rest of his face was dark. It was as if he were wearing a black mask. Looking at his hands, they too were covered in a thick layer. Xing, I need to take a bath and change my clothes now. As Zhao Beichen spoke to Xing, he noticed her little nose still twitching. He knew she was trying to endure the foul smell emanating from him. Alright, young Master Zhao, let's go home now. With Uncle Fu saved, Xinger's heart was finally at ease. They hurried home, and upon arriving immediately began to prepare bath water and clothes for Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen also didn't waste any time. He entered the room where he had bathed before and first cleaned out the previous bath water. Then he filled the water vat in the room with fresh water. He understood that merely soaking in one bucket wouldn't solve the problem. After a flurry of activity, Zhao Beichen soaked in the water bucket again. Soon the water in the bucket became as dark as ink. After washing several times with the clean water from the vat, Zhao Beichen finally felt clean. Not only was there no foul smell, but he also surprisingly emanated a faint fragrance. This was something new. Moreover, his skin had become more delicate and radiant. Xinger prepared a set of clothes. Zhao Beichen, now experienced, quickly tidied himself up and stepped out of the room. There was no one outside, and Xinger's voice could be heard coming from the living room. In the living room, there were not only Xinger, but also several other young girls. As soon as Zhao Beichen stepped into the living room, the several girls who had been chatting excitedly fell silent. They stared blankly at Zhao Beichen, their eyes wide and faces filled with surprise. These girls were of similar age to Xing, each one looking vibrant and lively. They all had charming appearances, and their dazed expressions were quite endearing. Not only were these girls dazed, but even Xinger was no exception. This situation puzzled Zhao Beichen. Last time after the bath, Xinger acted like this. Now after this bath, she was acting the same way. Could it be that there was still dirt on her face? He touched his face and confirmed there was none. Was it the clothes he wore that were wrong? He checked, but that wasn't the case either. So what was up with these women? Why were they staring blankly at him? Zhao Beichen walked up to Xinger and waved his hand in front of her eyes, a gesture he was becoming accustomed to. Xinger, what's wrong with you? Xinger blinked and came back to her senses. You are young Master Zhao. Here we go again. Zhao Beichen helplessly shook his head, wondering what was going on with Xinger as she repeated the same scene. My voice. Zhao Beichen was too lazy to elaborate this time. Oh right, this is young Master Zhao's voice. You are young Master Zhao. As soon as she finished speaking, Xinger reached out and pinched Zhao Beichen's face. Zhao Beichen did not evade. This had become a routine. Otherwise, who knew what else this woman might do? Xinger, stop pinching, it's real. Zhao Beichen felt that the Ginkgo clan was truly strange. Was there something wrong with the water in this peach blossom village? Could a single bath change a person so much? Fortunately, after pinching a couple of times, Xinger stopped. Xing'er, why do you always look at me like this after I take a bath? Zhao Beichen finally asked this question. Last time he was in a rush to save Uncle Fu and had no time. But now he had plenty of time. Young master, you don't know? Xing'er seemed quite surprised by Zhao Beichen's words. No, what? What should I know? Her words left Zhao Beichen even more puzzled. Xing'er, should I know something? Zhao Beichen asked cautiously. Young master, wait a moment. Instead of answering Zhao Beichen, Xing'er turned and exited the living room, not saying what she was up to. Meanwhile, the other girls in the living room continued to stare blankly at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen walked up to them and waved his hand, prompting them to come to their senses. What on earth was going on? Zhao Beichen felt even more confused. One of the girls stood up from her chair and walked over to Zhao Beichen. She sniffed vigorously at Zhao Beichen, her face filled with a look of satisfaction. Seeing this, the other girls swarmed over, surrounding Zhao Beichen and sniffing him eagerly. They all revealed expressions of contentment. Zhao Beichen quickly raised his hand to sniff himself, then lifted the hem of his clothes and gave it a good sniff. However, he didn't smell anything particularly special. If he had to say, after the bath, he did notice a fragrance emanating from himself. But now he could no longer smell it. He truly couldn't understand what these girls were smelling. Fortunately, these women were also restrained. They merely sniffed and didn't take any excessive actions. Otherwise, Zhao Beichen would probably have no choice but to run away. Just as Zhao Beichen was surrounded like a fragrant sack, Xing'er finally returned. She shouted at Zhao Beichen, "Young master, please look." Hearing the voice of Xing'er, Zhao Beichen turned his head to take a look. Xing'er held a bronze mirror in one hand and was struggling to push through the girls beside Zhao Beichen with the other. Struggling to squeeze closer to Zhao Beichen, she said, "Young master, Zhao, take a look for yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, Xing squeezed to Zhao Beichen's side, her little nose starting to twitch. Despite her nose twitching continuously, Xing'er did not forget to hold the bronze mirror up in front of Zhao Beichen. Although the bronze mirror could not compare to a proper mirror, when Zhao Beichen caught a glimpse of himself in it, he was taken aback. There was no denying it, the reflection in the mirror showed him as strikingly handsome. His face remained the same, yet it appeared more harmonious, softer, and even more attractive than before. His eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and eyebrows seemed to have undergone meticulous adjustments. Every detail, proportion, and relative position was just right. Whether viewed individually or as a whole, his features were truly delightful. Zhao Beichen certainly understood the reason behind this transformation. It was undoubtedly closely related to the expulsion of impurities from his body. Zhao Beichen couldn't help but admit that he was excessively handsome now, but what could he do about it? He could only silently endure it. In fact, Zhao Beichen's understanding of his own changes was still rather insufficient. The change in appearance he observed was merely a part of it. In the eyes of others, his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. At that moment, Zhao Beichen radiated an extraordinary, carefree, and pure aura. Of course, this did not account for the faint fragrance that naturally emanated from him. This scent seemed to have a fatal attraction for girls like Xing'er. They drew closer to Zhao Beichen, greedily inhaling the aroma, as if they were a group indulging in opium, each puff bringing them immense satisfaction. Xing'er, Xing'er. Upon Zhao Beichen's repeated loud calls, the girls, led by Xing'er, finally quieted down. Young master, the scent on you is simply too pleasant. After inhaling it, my entire mind feels extraordinarily clear. Zhao Beichen never expected to possess such an invigorating effect merely by being inhaled. All right, Xing, and now that the matters in Taoyuan village have been resolved, I came to bid farewell. I am preparing to leave. Hearing Zhao Beichen's words, Xing'er grabbed Zhao Beichen's hand. Young master, are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay a few more days? It was evident that Xing'er did not expect Zhao Beichen to leave right away, and felt quite— Xing'er is right. Young master Zhao, you have helped us in Taoyuan village so much, and we haven't even thanked you yet. How can you leave so quickly? Exactly. Young master Zhao, we haven't thanked you yet, you can't leave. Young master, stay a couple more days so we can properly express our gratitude to you. The girls all chimed in, urging Zhao Beichen to stay. Young master, please stay a couple more days and give us a chance to express our gratitude. Xing'er held Zhao Beichen's hand, looking at him with anticipation. Seeing the hopeful expression in Xing'er's eyes and glancing at the other girls beside her, Zhao Beichen could sense their sincerity. They truly wanted to find an opportunity to repay him. Considering he had nothing pressing to attend to, he thought that it would be the same wherever he spent these 3 days. After all, here at least he had someone to talk to while returning to Taoyuan village would mean solitude. Compared to that, this place was better. Alright, I can't refuse such hospitality. I will impose on you all for another 2 days. Zhao Beichen said with a smile to everyone. Oh, that's wonderful. Young master Zhao, we'll go prepare a feast right away. Xing'er was the first to cheer, and the other girls also looked delighted. It was evident that they truly wished for Zhao Beichen to stay. The girls busied themselves, and soon a large table of dishes was prepared. Young master, we apologize. After our transformation, our clan members eat only vegetarian food, so there are no meat dishes. I wonder if these vegetarian dishes suit your taste. Xing'er cautiously pointed at the table of vegetarian dishes. It's alright, I eat anything. Looking at the steaming hot dishes and soup on the large table, wasn't this much more comfortable than eating packaged food? How could he complain? Zhao Beichen didn't hesitate and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. He personally enjoyed cooking and had learned quite a bit from the chef at home. As soon as the dishes entered his mouth, Zhao Beichen realized that they were indeed well-prepared, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. Therefore his speed of eating increased, and he enjoyed it immensely. Seeing Zhao Beichen eat happily, the girls finally felt reassured and picked up their chopsticks as well. However, their pace of eating was far more refined compared to Zhao Beichen. Watching Zhao Beichen devour his food with gusto, the girls couldn't help but giggle. Zhao Beichen paid no mind to this. He was indeed hungry. He had only eaten a little at noon, and with the breakthrough in his realm and the encounters with corpses and ghosts, he hadn't had a moment's rest until this moment, when he finally relaxed and felt truly hungry. Xinger kept serving him dishes, but with Zhao Beichen's speed, she alone couldn't keep up. Two other girls joined in to help, just managing to match Zhao Beichen's pace. It wasn't until he had downed 3 bowls of rice that Zhao Beichen slowed his pace. He had many questions about Taoyuan village and originally intended to ask Uncle Fu when he returned. Since he had chosen to stay now, he decided to ask Xinger and the others. Xinger, how come there are 2 Taoyuan villages? As Zhao Beichen finished eating, Xinger and the others also stopped serving dishes. Young master, there was originally only one Taoyuan village, which is the one we are in now. About 10 years ago, something strange happened one day. Uncle Fu suddenly sensed the existence of 2 Taoyuan villages. The other Taoyuan village looks exactly like this one, but it's empty and uninhabited. Uncle Fu, as our village's guardian, can freely move between the 2 Taoyuan villages. So does that mean Uncle Fu is like a bridge between the 2 Taoyuan villages? Zhao Beichen asked Xing. No, Xinger shook her head. The large ginkgo trees at the entrances of the 2 villages are the bridges, and Uncle Fu is the bridge keeper. Oh, now I understand. Zhao Beichen had roughly grasped why Uncle Fu always appeared. Later, a group of people came to the new Taoyuan village, and their attire resembled yours before. Xinger continued. Zhao Beichen then realized why Xing didn't find it strange when she first saw him. It turned out she had seen many people like him already. He then heard Xinger say they said they were from some 7-something bureau. 749 Bureau. Zhao Beichen. Yes, they said they were from the 749 Bureau and that they used some spatial technology. As she said this, Xinger stumbled over her words. Quantum spatial technology. Zhao Beichen recalled that Hong Do had mentioned this to him while in the special warehouse. Yes, quantum spatial technology, that's it. Xinger smiled at Zhao Beichen, seemingly thanking him for the reminder. Then she continued, they said that they used this quantum spatial technology to replicate our Taoyuan village, and now the 2 Taoyuan villages can communicate through the large ginkgo trees. And this connection is very strong. We have tried many times to break it, but couldn't. But fortunately, anyone from the other Taoyuan village must pass through Uncle Fu, so it poses no danger to us. More importantly, the people from the 749 Bureau have no malice toward us. On the contrary, they have provided us with considerable cultivation resources. Our lives have not been disturbed, and thus several more years passed. Then the 749 Bureau sent more people saying they needed our assistance. Oh, what do they need your help with? Zhao Beichen's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. It's nothing major. They occasionally send people to that replicated Taoyuan village. Then they ask Uncle Fu to bring the people over. Although our clan is not skilled in combat, we have some ability in disturbing people's minds. The 749 Bureau requests us to disrupt the minds of these people, allowing them to experience various realms. Oh, this time Zhao Beichen finally understood why they had undergone such intensive training over the past 3 days. He hadn't expected the Bureau to truly invest heavily in training newcomers. So you all will be toying with the people sent by the 749 Bureau? Zhao Beichen continued to ask. Hearing Zhao Beichen's words, Xinger had not yet spoken when a girl named Yezi beside her laughed and chimed in. Where's the need to toy with them? Just slightly influencing their minds is more than enough for them to be overwhelmed. This sparked Zhao Beichen's interest even more quickly. Tell me, how do you all do it? Seeing Zhao Beichen's curious expression, Yezi cooperated. Generally, we let them see things like tigers, and some people get so scared they lose control. Zhao Beichen knew that these people were unlikely to be from the action department. As ordinary folks, they would surely be frightened to the point of losing control if a big tiger or lion suddenly appeared before them. Then what else? Zhao Beichen urged Yezi to continue. Yezi didn't hold back. There's a small portion of people who aren't scared just by tigers and lions. At that point, we show them various monsters. Then these fellows start fighting these monsters in midair until they are utterly exhausted. When we see they are about to collapse, we stop. After they have rested, we bring in another monster. Haha, Zhao Beichen imagined a fool battling against thin air for a whole day, finding it quite amusing. Is there? Yes, there's more. For example, if the weather is fine, we make them believe it's a raging storm. That scene is far more entertaining than fighting monsters. Yezi seemed to recall related images and chuckled. Have you cast such spells on me? Zhao Beichen suddenly thought of himself. He was quite sure that the ghost soldiers were not illusions, as the tangible evidence of their presence was right before him. These ghost soldiers couldn't be any more real. I certainly haven't, but I can't speak for others. Yezi shook her head. I haven't either. The women present all expressed in unison. How about we give it a try? After all, I came for training, and it wouldn't make sense to not try anything. Zhao Beichen looked at the women and made his request. Young master, that wouldn't be appropriate. You are our benefactor. How could we confuse your mind? Xing'er is right, but wouldn't be appropriate, young master, Yezi agreed. How about this, you cast a spell to make me see this table of food as a feast instead, oi? Zhao Beichen thought for a moment and proposed a plan that everyone could accept. The women were silent, exchanging glances. Finally, it was Xing'er who spoke. Young master, do you really want to try? Yes, let's give it a shot, otherwise it would be a wasted visit. Moreover, I came for training, and if I don't experience anything, I won't have a good report to give when I return. Zhao Beichen nodded affirmatively. All right, then, young master, prepare yourself. I'm about to begin. Go ahead. With that, Zhao Beichen no longer looked at Xing'er, instead fixating on the food on the table. Everyone fell silent, and the room became eerily quiet. As time passed, Zhao Beichen stared at the food on the table, but nothing changed. He blinked, the dishes remained. Was he too nervous? Zhao Beichen tried to relax again, continuing to gaze at the food. After a while, still no. Did Xing'er hold back on him? Zhao Beichen turned to look at Xing'er, who was now drenched in sweat. Xing'er, are you alright? Young master, I can't influence you at all. Your spirit is too powerful, Xing'er replied, beads of sweat rolling down her face. Xing'er's words left Zhao Beichen feeling perplexed. He hadn't felt anything at all. Xing'er, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? I haven't felt anything. Young master, really, why would I lie to you? Seeing Xing'er's eyes redden as if she was about to cry, she genuinely seemed. Xing'er, what should I do? I haven't experienced anything yet. Zhao Beichen said with a frown. He truly hadn't expected his spirit to have become so strong. At 120 years old, even Xing'er couldn't do anything about it. Young master, do you really want to experience it? Xing'er wiped the sweat from her face. Yes, I really want to experience it. If we sisters join forces, it should work. Xing'er looked at the other ladies. That would be wonderful, I thank you, ladies. Hearing Xing'er had a new plan, Zhao Beichen immediately perked up. He really wanted to have a proper experience of what it felt like to have his mind disturbed. Seeing Zhao Beichen so insistent, Xing'er exchanged glances with the other ladies. They all stood up, placing their hands on Xing'er's shoulders. Young master, prepare yourself, we are about to begin, Xing'er said seriously to Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen remained silent, merely nodding. He needed to relax even more so that his mind could be influenced. More time passed. Zhao Beichen looked at the dishes on the table, yet still no reaction. He continued to tell himself to relax, waiting a bit longer, but still nothing happened. Was their preparation taking too long? Zhao Beichen wondered and glanced at Xing'er and the others. Upon looking, Xing'er now looked pale and sickly. The girls behind her were all drenched in sweat. Xing'er, are you alright? Zhao Beichen quickly stood up and walked 2 steps to Xing'er's side. Young master, I am just too exhausted. Just as she finished speaking, Xing'er collapsed. Zhao Beichen reacted quickly and caught her, otherwise she would have fallen to the ground. Young master, Xing'er has exhausted her soul energy and needs to rest, Yezi said while wiping her dripping sweat. Zhao Beichen hurriedly helped Xing'er to a nearby chair to sit down. Then he activated his divine sensibility to observe her spirit. Yezi was right. There were clear signs of exhaustion in one of Xing'er's 3 souls. What a foolish girl, Zhao Beichen thought to himself. He certainly understood that Xing'er was putting in such effort for his sake to allow him to experience the feeling of his mind being disturbed. Luckily, after treating Uncle Fu, Zhao Beichen had gained some insights into restoring the spirit. Silently activating his divine sensibility, he formed an energy transfer conduit. Then he gradually infused the energy from his dantian into Xing'er's soul. The energy from his dantian could even heal Uncle Fu's severely damaged soul, let alone this exhausted soul of Xing'er. Soon her complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Her spirit also perked up significantly. Young master, is this how you saved Uncle Fu? That's amazing. Clearly Xing'er was astonished by Zhao Beichen's methods. It's nothing much, Xing'er. How do you feel now? I feel great, even better than before the spell was cast. Look, young. Xing'er stood up, twirled around her long skirt, fluttering, looking ethereal. She was indeed very beautiful, and Zhao Beichen silently applauded her. Look, young master, am I all right now? Xing'er asked, twirling again. Yes, you're fine. I'm relieved. Zhao Beichen nodded repeatedly. He then looked at the other ladies. What about you? Has anyone experienced any exhaustion? The women all shook their heads. Worried they might be shy to speak up, Zhao Beichen activated his divine sensibility to check each one again. Indeed, he didn't find anyone who had overexerted themselves, which put his mind at ease. Everyone sat back at the table. Xing'er, what exactly just happened? Zhao Beichen found it very strange, and thus asked Xing. Young master, were you not affected just now? Xing'er asked Zhao Beichen. Not at all, Zhao Beichen shook his head. Nothing. At the beginning, the sisters pooled their strength into me. To prevent any accidents, everyone dared only to use 2 parts of their strength. Who would have thought this strength was like a cow sinking into the sea with no response whatsoever? We had no choice but to increase it to 5 parts, yet the situation remained the same. As she said this, Xing'er paused for a moment, picked up the teacup in front of her, and took a sip, evidently parched. Later we gave it our all, but you remained utterly unmoved. Before your divine soul, our strength seemed utterly insignificant. After saying this, Xing'er looked into Zhao Beichen's eyes filled with stars of admiration. She had evidently become a little fan of Zhao Beichen. I didn't feel a thing. Then did you draw on your original spirit, which caused the depletion? You know this is very dangerous, right? Zhao Beichen asked Xing'er seriously. Xing'er, like a student who had done something wrong, lowered her head. I know you want to help me, but putting yourself in danger like this, please be careful in the future. Seeing Xing'er's demeanor, Zhao Beichen realized he had spoken too harshly, and Xing'er then raised her head, giving Zhao Beichen a sweet smile. I understand, I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Zhao Beichen thought for a moment and said, Xing'er, I was too harsh, just now it's my fault, I apologize to you. And I also want to thank you for taking such a big risk to help me. Zhao Beichen was a straightforward person, right was right and wrong was wrong. Mistakes must be admitted. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Xing. Xing'er, I raised this cup of tea in place of wine to honor you. He then lifted the teacup in front of him. Xing'er had probably not expected Zhao Beichen would apologize to her and even thank her. Her face was filled with smiles, her little nose scrunching up with delight. She hurriedly picked up her teacup. Young master, you saved our entire village and also saved Uncle Fu. I haven't thanked you yet. How can I accept your thanks? Xing'er, let's not keep thanking each other. Let's drink this cup, and from today on we are friends. Okay, young master, I'll listen to you. Their cups clinked together, and then they tipped their heads back to drink in one go. Zhao Beichen picked up the teapot to refill Xing'er's cup and his own. I also thank all the young ladies for their help. If you all don't mind, drink this cup, and we will all be friends. The ladies all raised their cups and stood up without any hesitation, their cups clinking together. Thus Zhao Beichen made a bunch of friends in Taoyuan village. Everyone continued to eat and chat. Zhao Beichen shared stories about the outside world. Meanwhile, the ladies would tell Zhao Beichen about the many strange anecdotes in the cultivation world. Everyone was happily engaged in conversation. For the past 20 years, Zhao Beichen had focused solely on how to plunder corpses. Where had he ever had such close contact with girls? This training not only brought him systematic rewards and improved his, but he also gained a bunch of beautiful confidants, truly a great profit. After a busy night, while eating, it was already bright outside. Fortunately, with his realm supporting him, Zhao Beichen felt no fatigue at all. On the contrary, he felt quite energetic, and Xing'er and the others, being cultivators, had no issue staying up late. Young master, do you want to try to have your mind disturbed again? Is there a way? Zhao Beichen certainly wanted to try. After all, experiencing it was different from not experiencing it. Yes, we have plenty of people in our village. Let's gather more people to try. What do you think? That sounds good. Zhao Beichen slapped his thigh. Xing, then I'll trouble you to organize this. Young master, didn't we just say we are friends? There's no trouble, or not. Xing'er said with a smile. Young master, wait a moment, I'll go find people right now. Let's meet at the village entrance later. Bit spacious there, and Uncle Fu is also there. Perhaps he has a solution. Alright, that's settled. Xing'er then instructed the other young ladies present, and each of them hurried out to call for people. Xing'er went off to gather people as well. Zhao Beichen leisurely strolled toward the village entrance. Upon reaching the entrance and contacting Uncle Fu was greatly startled upon seeing Zhao Beichen. Although Uncle Fu could not transform now, he could still see the situation outside. In less than a day, Zhao Beichen's appearance and aura had undergone a tremendous change. Uncle Fu couldn't help but marvel in secret. He informed Zhao Beichen that in all the years he had collaborated with Bureau 749, he had never seen anyone like Zhao Beichen before. Shortly after, the village women all gathered under the ginkgo tree at the village entrance. Knowing they were to help young master Zhao, everyone rushed over immediately. Upon seeing Zhao Beichen, the women exclaimed in surprise. They were all astonished by Zhao Beichen's transfer. They surrounded Zhao Beichen, constantly sniffing, nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, Xing'er appeared just in time to regain control of the scene. After calming everyone down, Xing'er relayed Zhao Beichen's situation to Uncle Fu. After listening, Uncle Fu also expressed his astonishment, stating that in his hundreds of years of life, he had never encountered someone like Zhao Beichen. At such a young age, his divine soul strength was incredibly powerful. Uncle Fu then provided suggestions on how to arrange personnel. According to Uncle Fu's advice, 10 people would form. If 10 people were not enough, another group would be added. In short, they would add groups one by one, just like when they saved him. This way it would ensure safety and test Zhao Beichen's limits. Both Xing'er and Zhao Beichen found Uncle Fu's reasoning sound, so they divided people into groups of 10. As the holy maiden of the ginkgo tree clan, Xing'er was the most accomplished among these women. Naturally, Xing'er would be the last to cast the spell. However, this time Zhao Beichen insisted that Xing'er guarantee not to overexert herself, otherwise he would rather not experience it. After Xing'er agreed, Zhao Beichen felt assured. The first group of 10 consisted of the strongest women, plus Xing'er, making 11. They unleashed their power to 80%, but Zhao Beichen still felt nothing. 80% was the limit they had agreed upon earlier. After all, with so many people, there was no need to risk overexertion. The second group joined in, but Zhao Beichen still felt no sensation. They continued to add more groups. By the time they reached the 15th group, Zhao Beichen saw an old tiger before him. The tiger had been agreed upon beforehand. Its appearance represented a successful mental disturbance against Zhao Beichen. However, the tiger vanished in less than a second. Then Zhao Beichen sensed the green energy mass in his sea of consciousness starting to extract spiritual energy from the outside world. This spiritual energy was being released by the women to disturb his mind. Fortunately, Zhao Beichen could now control the energy mass in his sea of consciousness. He quickly cut off the extraction of external spiritual energy. The tiger reappeared. Then Zhao Beichen began to control the energy mass in the sea of consciousness to absorb external spiritual energy. The tiger disappeared again, while external spiritual energy continuously flowed into his sea of consciousness. He was afraid of accidentally draining the spiritual energy of these 150 women. He hurriedly cut off the absorption in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the tiger reappeared. Since he had already tested his current limits, there was no need to continue the experiment. Thus, Zhao Beichen voluntarily called off the subsequent tests. Withstanding the mental interference of 150 people, such a high intensity of divine soul was something the villagers of Taoyuan had never seen or heard of. Uncle Fu repeatedly expressed his disbelief. Having lived for over 800 years, he had seen many different types of cultivators. However, he had never seen nor even heard of a divine soul intensity like Zhao Beichen's. Although the experiment was no longer necessary, the women of Taoyuan village were unwilling to leave. They tried every means to gather around Zhao Beichen, eager to take a whiff. Those who couldn't get close pushed desperately towards him, surrounded by the crowd. They seemed determined not to stop until they had inhaled at least once. Uncle Fu was still processing the astonishment brought on by Zhao Beichen's extraordinary divine soul intensity. Now witnessing this situation, he was completely bewildered. In his 800 years of life, he had seen far too. Uncle Fu had thought his experiences were rich enough that nothing could surprise him anymore. Yet he never expected that just Zhao Beichen alone would keep surprising him endlessly. He had already sensed the fragrance emanating from Zhao Beichen. It was indeed quite pleasant, but aside from that he felt nothing particularly special. However, his female kin seemed to feel completely different. The aroma from Zhao Beichen appeared to possess a deadly... Why was that? Uncle Fu was at a loss. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he still came up empty. Watching the frenzied women, he began to worry that with just a word from Zhao Beichen his female kin would all follow this young man away. If that really happened, the Ginkgo clan would be finished. Of course, Uncle Fu was thinking too much. Not everyone enjoys being surrounded and sniffed at by others. Zhao Beichen happened to be one of those people. At that moment, he felt as though his head might explode. If such things happened every day, he would rather just die. He simply couldn't handle it, not at all. These women surrounded him, and while sniffing was one thing, Zhao Beichen wasn't a stingy person. However, if they were going to sniff, they should do it quietly. But these women not only sniffed, they also had to exchange their experiences and insights. Their incessant chatter was overwhelming, especially since Zhao Beichen's senses had already been greatly enhanced. It was impossible not to listen. The key was that while it could be bearable to chat about insights, the topics these women veered into were far off track. There were all sorts of nonsensical topics being discussed, and they were only getting more excited. Among them were quite a few inappropriate words, although they weren't directed at Zhao Beichen. However, Zhao Beichen's keen ears caught everything, leaving him blushing. As a fine young man, he had never heard such. The scene was chaotic and noisy, resembling a market. Fortunately, Zhao Beichen felt no malice from them. He understood that they simply wanted to sniff him. Moreover, the women hadn't gotten Hansen and had maintained a semblance of restraint. Otherwise, given the women's reactions, Zhao Beichen would have had reason to doubt. These women seemed to want to tear him apart and turn him into sachets, each taking one for themselves. Yet the situation remained largely within control. Xinger Yezi and several other girls protected Zhao Beichen closely. They resolutely stood by Zhao Beichen's side. However, Xinger's little twitching nose betrayed her. It was obvious she was also enjoying the sniffing. Xinger, this won't do, let's go home. Zhao Beichen finally couldn't hold back any longer. The buzzing voices of the women were giving him a headache. At this point, Zhao Beichen realized how impressive the emperor truly was. With 3,000 beauties in the harem, if they were to have a family reunion dinner, the noise would surely collapse the palace roof if they all let loose. The fact that the emperor could manage these thousands of women indeed spoke to some skill. All right, young master, let's go home, Xinger said, leading the way with a few other girls to clear the path for Zhao Beichen. The group stumbled out of the encirclement and returned home. Once inside the yard, Zhao Beichen hurriedly closed the gate. The women who had followed them waited outside for a long time, gradually dispersing when they saw there was no opportunity. Xinger, what on earth is going on? Why is the scent on me so attractive to you all? Zhao Beichen slumped into a chair, not out of exhaustion, but shock. When women went wild, it was indeed terrifying. He couldn't strike back. After all, they only wanted to sniff him. He couldn't possibly unleash a divine soul attack to eliminate them. What could be so pleasant about it? Thinking this, he raised his hand and took a deep sniff of himself. Unlike before, this time he indeed caught a whiff of the scent, though it was merely the fragrance of various women's cosmetics. It must be said that the women of the Ginkgo clan used very pleasant fragrances. It was clearly natural, likely made from various flowers. It smelled truly delightful, and Zhao Beichen began to ponder whether he should take some back with him. He could send some to his mother, and also to Shun Xiuxiue, who had helped him. The Red Bean people were quite nice too, so he could send some to them. If their feedback was good, he might consider stocking up on this and opening a perfume shop outside. He could even sell it in his own restaurant, as the shop was already set up. Business would surely thrive. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was a venture worth pursuing. Zhao Beichen's mind began to wander. Young master, I don't know, I just want to sniff. After sniffing, it feels very comfortable, refreshing, and my mind feels clear. Xing'er, sitting next to Zhao Beichen, answered him, and then leaned closer to take a deep sniff of his head. Then she wore a satisfied expression. Hearing Xing'er's words, Zhao Beichen realized he had strayed from the topic, and quickly, Xing'er, are you saying it feels refreshing and clear-headed? Yes, very comfortable. Right, young master, I also feel very comfortable after sniffing. Yezi chimed in. Yes, me too. Me too. The other girls all expressed that they indeed felt very comfortable after sniffing. Earlier during dinner, these girls had already started sniffing the scent on Zhao Beichen. At that time it was only these few, but later they began attempting experiments that disturbed the mind. Zhao Beichen didn't think too much about it at the time. However, after experiencing the incident at the village entrance, he felt he needed to understand this matter better. Otherwise, he might face continuous troubles in the future. Thus, he planned to clarify this situation. Xing'er, Yezi, and all the girls, could you help me figure this out? Young master, no problem, I am willing to cooperate. Xing'er was the first to raise her hand, expressing her willingness to it. I am willing to. Me too. The other girls all expressed their willingness. Young master, what are you planning to do? Xing'er asked after taking a deep sniff of Zhao Beichen's head. Seeing her actions, Zhao Beichen could only smile wryly and shake his head. After Zhao Beichen finished his explanation, the women finally understood the experiment and began to prepare. Before long, the wooden tub was refilled with hot water. Since the experiment required pure samples, Zhao Beichen decided to wash himself thoroughly, especially to remove every trace of perfume and cosmetics. Otherwise, it would compromise the results. Of course, he also changed all his clothes. In less than half a day, Zhao Beichen had soaked in the tub for the third time. 3 baths in half a day, if not for the impurities being washed away, his skin might not have improved. After the 3 soaks, his skin was pruned and wrinkled. He cleaned himself meticulously and put on the new garments Xing'er had prepared. Having gone through 3 outfits in under half a day left him slightly embarrassed. Everything in order, Zhao Beichen stepped out of the room and into the center of the courtyard. The household was empty. The maidens had scattered in all directions at roughly 100 meters. The women did not know what a meter precisely meant, so Zhao Beichen estimated the distance as 30 zhang. 1 zhang equals 33 meters, so 30 zhang is approximately 100 meters. The first thing he wanted to test was how far the fragrance would spread. Ladies, I am ready. Can you smell it now? Zhao Beichen stood in the yard center and called loudly. With no phones or walkie-talkies, long-distance communication could only be done by shouting. We can't smell it. We can't. The answers floated back from all directions. Fortunately, they all possessed cultivation. Relieved that the scent could not be detected 100 meters away, Zhao Beichen felt much calmer. Step forward, 3 zhang. 3 zhang is roughly 10 meters. The circle the women formed tightened to about 90 meters. Okay, can you smell it now? Zhao Beichen, no. The replies came in intermittently, which steadied him further. He hoped the fragrance's spread would be as limited as possible. Under his precise direction, the experiment proceeded. As the maidens drew closer, they finally began to perceive the scent when within 3 meters. The first result was in the effective diffusion radius of the scent was 3 meters. The conclusion eased Zhao Beichen considerably. Including Xing'er, there were 8 maidens. They stood at a distance of 3 meters, forming a ring, while Zhao Beichen remained at the center. He quietly activated his Shinhansi, a spirit sense sting, to monitor whether the scent would provoke any reaction in their souls. The first subject was Xing'er. Zhao instructed her to walk toward the center step by step on command. Zhao Beichen observed that as Xing'er drew nearer and inhaled more of the scent, he emitted the yujing among her 3 hun grew increasingly active. The yujing determines a person's sexual inclination and sexual capacity. It helps decide whom one will fall for. Under normal circumstances, A develops feelings for B. That occurs because B has stirred as yujing. The stronger the provocation, the deeper as emotional investment. Such stirring is beyond conscious control and involves many complex factors. Now that Xing'er was smelling his scent, her yujing began to stir. In this scenario, Zhao Beichen was B and Xing. If she kept inhaling, perhaps before long, she would be consumed by love. This realization made Zhao Beichen break out in a cold sweat. Was this not tantamount to intoxicating someone? Zhao Beichen was not that sort of man. He then ordered Xing'er to step back outside the ring to see how long the effect would persist. Xing'er obediently stood beyond 3 meters where the scent could not be detected. Zhao clung to a sliver of hope that perhaps she had liked him from the start, which explained the pronounced yujing response. What drove him to despair was that the other 7 maidens exhibited the same reaction as Xing. He had them all step back past the 3-meter mark. Worse still, long after they ceased inhaling the scent, the changes in their yujing persisted. Although it had not yet risen to full-blown love, a definite fondness had formed. Even without further exposure, it did not erase the affection they had already developed for Zhao Beichen. Their goodwill toward him remained intact. The present situation was clear. As long as they continued to perceive his scent, their fondness would deepen. Over time, as the fondness accumulated, it could turn into love. If they continued to inhale, that love would deepen further. If they recklessly persisted, it would become the sort of all-consuming life-and-death love. Zhao Beichen had considered every contingency, yet never expected this. He was, it seemed, a walking pheromone. Whether he liked it or not, he would become coveted by women with no choice in the matter. Zhao Beichen silently prayed that this effect would be limited to female members of the Yinxing clan. It must not happen in the human world. With a somber face, Zhao Beichen relayed the experiment's results in full. They were friends, and he insisted on honesty. He did not want to take advantage of anyone. He also voiced his concerns. Young master, thank you for telling us the truth. You have helped us so much. Without you, we do not know what our fate would have been. We are already friends with or without this fragrance. After hearing Zhao's account, Xing'er walked toward him without hesitation. Seeing her approach, Zhao instinctively wanted to back away, but she grasped his hand. Young master, though we have known each other only a short while, I see you as an upright man. Besides, your experiment has a flaw. She finished with a playful wink. Oh, what flaw? Zhao Beichen asked, puzzled. If someone had no liking for you to begin with, perhaps this scent would have no effect. You saved everyone in Taoyuan village. We already feel grateful to you. Maybe the scent only takes hold because we already had goodwill toward you. If that's the case, you need not worry. We already like you. A little more scent changes nothing. Zhao Beichen found Xing'er's words persuasive. His sample size was indeed too small, and her frankness moved him. Yezi stepped forward as well. Exactly, young master, you are overthinking this. Don't forget we are friends already. If it bothers you, I can simply stop smelling you. Young master. Young master. The women clustered around to comfort him, and Zhao Beichen was deeply touched. Suddenly, an urgent bell rang from the direction of the village gate. What's going on? Zhao Beichen asked Xing'er upon hearing the urgent ringing of the bell. It's Uncle Fu, something has happened. Xing'er knew that Uncle Fu wouldn't ring the bell unless it was urgent. Let's go take a look, Xing'er said, leading the way outside as everyone followed. By the village entrance, quite a number of villagers had already gathered. Just as they reached the ginkgo tree, they heard Uncle Fu's voice. Outsiders, someone from your bureau has arrived. They specifically asked for you. Me. Uncle Fu's words left Zhao Beichen puzzled, his brows furrowing unconsciously. Zhao Beichen began to worry that the bureau might have learned about his breakthrough in the matter of slaying the Yin soldiers. He was slowly becoming aware of the bureau's technology. Heaven knows what strange surveillance methods they had. His inexplicable breakthrough to the level intermediate stage, slaying Yin soldiers as easily as chopping vegetables. If the bureau really knew about this, how would he explain it? Could he really tell them he had a system? He was certain it would lead to him being dissected for research, and Zhao Beichen couldn't afford to take that gamble. Uncle Fu, who is here? Why do they want to see me? It's a woman. Oh, I've never seen her before. She said to bring you out. A woman. Could it be Wu Yadi? Zhao Beichen quickly raised his wrist to check his identity bracelet. Wu Yadi had previously mentioned that if he encountered difficulties, he could press the call button, and she would come to fetch him. He hadn't pressed the call button. Logically, Wu Yadi shouldn't have come. If it wasn't Wu Yadi, then who could it be? Moreover, only a little over a day had passed in the 3-day training period. The time wasn't up yet. What could they want with him? Unable to think of any lead, Zhao Beichen decided to follow Uncle Fu outside and see for himself. Uncle Fu, did you tell the person about my slaying the Yin soldiers? No, not a word. That's great. Uncle Fu, please keep my matter of slaying the Yin soldiers a secret, okay? Uncle Fu didn't ask why, but readily agreed. Determined, he glanced at Xing. Xing, you heard too. I don't know what happened outside. I need to go with Uncle Fu to take a look right away. Please tell everyone to keep my matter of slaying the Yin soldiers a secret as well. Xing'er nodded. Also, I don't know if we'll be able to come back from this. Xing'er, I hope we meet again by chance. Xing'er knew Zhao Beichen was truly leaving this time, her eyes filled with reluctance. Young master. Xing'er took a jade pendant from her waist and handed it to Zhao Beichen. There's nothing that can truly repay your life-saving grace, young master. This jade pendant has some utility. Oh, I give it to you as a keepsake. Saying this, she pressed the jade pendant into Zhao Beichen's hand. Xing'er, how can I accept this? Zhao Beichen attempted to return the jade pendant. Young master, this is my small token of appreciation. If you don't accept it, it would mean you look down on me, Xing. Seeing that Xing'er had said it this way, Zhao Beichen had no choice but to tuck the jade pendant into his chest. Then he fumbled around, wanting to find something to give Xing'er as a memento. However, other than the identity bracelet on his wrist, he had nothing at all. The clothes he was wearing were still those given to him. Unable to find anything, Zhao Beichen could only awkwardly say, Xing'er, I have nothing on me. I wanted to leave you something as a keepsake, but I can't find anything. I'm truly sorry. Young master, I have already received your kindness. There's no need to worry about it. Xing'er, take care. If I have the chance, I will come back to see you and everyone again. Then I will take my leave first. Zhao Beichen cupped his hands towards Xing'er and then towards the other women around. Young master, safe travels. Young master, take care on your journey. Young master, please come back to see us again. The voices of farewell from the women came from all directions, and Zhao Beichen glanced around, feeling the unwillingness of everyone. Zhao Beichen once again cupped his hands to everyone. Take care, everyone. We will meet again by fate. Young master, take care. Until we meet again. Safe travels. Zhao Beichen placed his hand against the ginkgo tree, shouting, Uncle Fu, I'm ready. Let's go. Then he took another glance at Xing'er, whose eyes were already red. Zhao Beichen smiled and nodded at Xing'er, who also nodded back, though her tears had already fallen. The surrounding women were sobbing with voices of, Young master, take it slow, ringing in waves. At that moment, a wave of dizziness struck, and Zhao Beichen knew Uncle Fu was starting the process. He quickly closed his eyes, and soon the dizziness faded. He found himself lying on the recliner under the osmanthus tree again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wu Yati's silhouette in the courtyard. "Captain Wu," he called out, and hurriedly stood up from the chair. The sudden sound didn't seem to surprise Wu Yati. She slowly turned around, and when she saw Zhao Beichen, she froze unexpectedly. Zhao Beichen knew she was likely stunned by his transformation. Fortunately, he had already become accustomed to this kind of reaction from Xing'er and the others. Before coming here, he had activated his maximum concealment technique, and to outsiders he still appeared as an ordinary person. However, his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament were impossible to conceal. Zhao Beichen could only go with the flow and respond to the situation. Captain Wu, Zhao Beichen called softly twice. Hearing Zhao Beichen's voice, Wu Yati seemed to suddenly snap back to reality. Then without saying a word, she began to scrutinize Zhao Beichen from head to toe. Not only that, but her nose was twitching as well. She was smelling his fragrance. Zhao Beichen knew this all too well. His heart tightened, and he quickly activated the soul piercer, secretly observing Wu Yati's 3 souls. Sure enough, the activity level of the ghostly essence in Wu Yati's 3 souls was continually increasing. This meant that Wu Yati's fondness for Zhao Beichen was growing. It seemed that this fragrance not only affected the ginkgo tree clan, but also had an effect on human women. What to do? Zhao Beichen felt a headache coming on. However, this wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least she had a good impression of him, which was better than her disliking him. As long as he controlled the amount, ensuring she didn't constantly smell it every day, the situation should remain manageable. Zhao Beichen really had no better plan than to just go along with it. If he could conceal the fragrance emanating from him just like he did with his concealment realm, he would have done it long ago. Unfortunately, it was impossible, wasn't it? Zhao Beichen could only use his clothes as an excuse, thinking he would deal with future matters later. Wu Yati nodded, seeming to accept this. Zhao Beichen didn't expect Wu Yati's first question to be this. "Captain Wu, my clothes got dirty, and now I'm wearing what the villagers gave me. It must be the scent from the clothes." Zhao Beichen could only use his clothes as an excuse, thinking he would deal with future matters later. Wu Yati nodded, seeming to accept this explanation. People in ancient times liked fragrances, so Zhao Beichen's explanation was plausible. "Why do I feel like you're different from before?" Wu Yati scrutinized Zhao Beichen's face, looking left and right. "Really? Captain Wu, I took a bath in the village. Could that be the reason?" Zhao Beichen couldn't think of a good response regarding his appearance and temperament. He decided to play dumb, claiming he had always looked like this, that nothing had changed. After all, regardless of appearance, after seeing someone a few times, one would get used to it. Xing'er and the others were the best examples. "Really? Why do I feel like you're much more handsome than before?" "Captain Wu, really? That's strange. Nothing particularly special has happened to me. Could it be that this small world has a beautifying effect?" Wu Yati didn't respond, continuing to stare at Zhao Beichen's face, looking left and right, seemingly pondering something. After waiting for a while, seeing Wu Yati still in this state, Zhao Beichen couldn't help but ask, "Captain Wu, did you come specifically to find me for something?" Hearing Zhao Beichen's question, Wu Yati seemed to suddenly remember something and slapped her forehead. "Oh no, in the midst of our conversation, I completely forgot about the main issue. I'm here to take you back." Back? Hadn't the 3 days not yet passed? What exactly had happened? Zhao Beichen was filled with confusion. "Let's go and we can talk along the way." Wu Yati's voice became much gentler. Wu Yati found him naturally pleasing to the eye, and her speech softened as a result. It must be said that the fragrance emanating from her was indeed beneficial. "By the way, make sure to pack your things." Wu Yati pointed at the plastic bag filled with various items belonging to Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen quickly organized his belongings, placing even the used food wrappers into the plastic bag, checking once more to ensure no trash was left behind. He then continued to lift the plastic bag with his bamboo pole, noting that he hadn't eaten much of the food he brought. The toothpaste and toothbrush were completely unused. 2 bulging yellow plastic bags and 1 black plastic bag were hung on the bamboo pole. Wu Yati smiled happily at his amusing appearance. Zhao Beichen was not bothered and laughed along with Wu Yati. He indeed looked quite funny in this getup. "Let's go," Wu Yati said as she saw that Zhao Beichen was all packed. The two walked toward the village entrance with Wu Yati always by Zhao Beichen's side. She kept sniffing the air. Zhao Beichen was used to it, and let her be. As long as it wasn't a prolonged exposure, it wouldn't reach the level of love. It would merely increment his favorability. This wasn't a bad thing for Zhao Beichen. Didn't a great man once say, "To minimize enemies and maximize friends"? Who would dislike others having a good... When they reached the village entrance, Zhao Beichen greeted Uncle Fu while passing by the large ginkgo tree. They exchanged a few words before parting. "It seems you have a good relationship with Uncle Fu." Wu Yati leaned a bit closer to Zhao Beichen, took a deep sniff, and said, "Yes, I've been getting along well with Uncle Fu. During this time we hit it off quite well." "So did you encounter anything strange in Taoyuan village?" Zhao Beichen knew Wu Yati was going to ask about disturbing things, but what Wu Yati didn't know was that the people of Taoyuan village had already revealed their cards to Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen could manipulate the situation as he wished. He was part of the cleaning team according to the agreement between Bureau 749 and Taoyuan village. For someone like him, an ordinary person without any realm, the level of disturbance to his mind would simply be due to changing weather, tigers, lions, and the like. At most a few insignificant beasts would be used to frighten him just to provide a bit of experience. The ones who truly had to be ruthless were those from the action department. After all, the action department's personnel would be on the front lines against monsters in the future. Zhao Beichen had already thought of his excuses. Oh yes, this weather in Taoyuan village is really bizarre. It can go from clear skies to fierce winds, thunderstorms, and torrential rain in an instant. Sometimes it can be scorching hot, and suddenly it turns into a snowstorm. The speed of transition is so rapid that it catches one off guard. Zhao Beichen spoke earnestly as if he had genuinely experienced these occurrences. There was even one time when a tiger suddenly appeared right in front of me. Thankfully I ran quickly, otherwise I might have lost my life. He patted his chest, displaying a look of lingering fear. Now you understand why the Bureau arranged for the training, right? Even though you're part of the cleaning team and won't be fighting on the front lines, you still need to possess the necessary psychological resilience. This training is meant to adjust your mindset. This is just the beginning. There will be a lot more targeted training in the future. Seeing that Wu Yadi hadn't noticed his deception, Zhao Beichen felt much more relaxed. By the way, Captain, why did you come to pick me up? Isn't the training time not up yet? Zhao Beichen asked. Alas, you don't know about our team, but you have been eliminated in the first round of training. Captain, what do you mean by eliminated? You are the only one still in the small world. Everyone else has already left. This batch of newcomers is concerning overall. Wu Yadi sighed softly after finishing her sentence. Actually, the original plan was for the first round of training to last 3 days. We thought everyone could last for 2 days. But unexpectedly, people started dropping out on the first afternoon. By this morning, everyone had exited except for you. Wu Yadi's words surprised Zhao Beichen. He genuinely didn't expect that the other 19 had already given up. Zhao Beichen thought about the newcomers from the action department. How could they have dropped out so early as well? Could it be that the strength of the Meizu they encountered varied? So he asked, Captain, is it because my Ginkgo tree clan in this small world is the weakest? Is that why I'm still here? No, among the 20 small worlds in the first training, although they appear different, their goals are the same. They aim to disturb the trainees' minds as much as possible. All the worlds contain plant-type Meizu, and their strengths are quite similar. Therefore, it's not the Meizu's fault, but rather the individual trainees. Zhao Beichen remembered that there were several from the action department in his group, and continued to ask, Captain, what about those from the action department? Are they also not doing well? No, they are all from prominent families. I don't know how they were trained, but they aren't capable of anything, yet they excel. Wu Yadi seemed to recall something, and said with disdain. Zhao Beichen was hearing about prominent families for the first time. When he first saw the newcomers from the action department, he was curious about what abilities these individuals possessed, and how they were trained. Was there a school in the country specifically for training such special talents? He had planned to ask Gu Changfeng about it after the training. Unexpectedly, Wu Yadi brought it up, so he asked, Captain, what are prominent families? Prominent families are those with inherited special abilities. Quite a number of people in the action department are children of these families. The entire action department is actually controlled behind the scenes by several major families. They have the numbers after all. There are too few people who self-awaken abilities. Even when they do, many do not show strength in battle. By the way, you are from Cleaning Team 5, right? Zhao Beichen nodded. Your team leader Gu Changfeng is an ability user who awakened his powers on his own. He is quite impressive. Wu Yadi's information was a bit overwhelming, and Zhao Beichen had a vague feeling that Bureau 749 might be quite different from what he had thought. However, he didn't care about these matters. As a small Karamii, no one would take notice of him. As long as he took care of his own corpse, that was enough. So as for the rest, as long as others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. Thus, Zhao Beichen brought the topic back to this training. Captain, so the newcomers from the action department also dropped the ball. Yes, the last one gave up earlier. That's why the higher-ups sent me to bring you back. Captain, why did you tell me to be careful? Zhao Beichen asked, puzzled. You offended someone, don't you know? If you're not careful, aren't you afraid of becoming the target of someone else's schemes? Wu Yadi looked at Zhao Beichen as if he were an idiot. No, Captain, I'm fine. How could I have offended anyone? Wu Yadi's words left Zhao Beichen utterly baffled. You took first in the first stage of the training. Do you not think that makes you an offender? What the? Captain, that counts. Of course it does. The signs of the great families couldn't last 2 days, yet you, a mere member of the cleaning crew, managed to bob about until the end. Doesn't that make those families look incompetent? Where does that leave their pride? Do they have no shame? And Wu Yadi fell silent, merely staring at Zhao Beichen. Captain, and what else? Zhao hurriedly asked when she stopped speaking. Look at yourself. Hearing this, Zhao stopped and inspected himself carefully, finding nothing apparently wrong. Captain, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Wu Yadi rolled her eyes. You really are a blockhead. Look, spotless from head to toe, neat and smelling sweet. Those who know you're in training would be surprised that those who don't would think you were on holiday. Compared to others who are filthy and covered in dust, doesn't that make you more resented? Hearing Wu Yadi, Zhao Beichen suddenly realized the point. Wu Yadi's reasoning was sound afresh to the world. Zhao had never considered such things. Had she not pointed them out, he would have remained completely unaware. The world is treacherous and hearts are inscrutable. He had only minded his own affairs, yet that alone could offend others. Fortunately, Wu Yadi had warmed to him. Earlier, she likely would not have bothered to say such things. Zhao clearly remembered the assembly. When she looked at him carrying a plastic bag, her eyes had been full of disdain. The scent that emanated from him apparently had its advantages. He had worried unnecessarily about smelling pleasant. With that thought, Zhao no longer fretted over the fragrance. Let them savor the scent, so long as he did not use it to. But how to deal with having offended people remained without a plan. Captain, what should I do? He asked. In any case, you truly did hold out until the end of the first stage. That can't be changed. You stole the limelight from the Scions, and they'll want their face back. As for how they'll act, I cannot say. Just keep more than a few wits about you. Also, if you go out dressed like this, you'll not only invite hatred but suspicion. Why is everyone else dusty and you Besides, when did Heju ever become so kind as to provide trainees with fresh clothes? When have trainees not been played with, left dusty and humiliated? Look at you like this. What do you think others will imagine? Wu Yati's words struck Zhao like a lightning bolt, but he had never considered any of these questions. Heju had done far more than change his garments. They'd bathed him 3 times. They had given him 3 sets of new clothes, fed him sumptuous meals with servants, even offering him dishes. When he left, the women had cried in a chorus. He still carried the jade pendant given by the saintess of the Yingxingshu clan. Who would believe there was no intrigue? If there were no strings attached, why would they treat him so? Why not treat others the same? Wu Yati was right by going out like that. Wouldn't he be plainly announcing that there was something unusual? A cold sweat broke out over Zhao. He stopped, tore his clothes in a few quick pulls until they hung in tatters, barely covering his private parts. He rubbed his hands hard on the ground to soil them and smeared the dirt across his face. His visage became filthy and only roughly discernible. In no time he had made himself a shabby sight. Wu Yati watched with a pleased smile and approving nods. She was clearly satisfied with his performance. And make the areas the clothes don't cover dirty as well, she coached. Your skin is far too good, more tender than ours. Women noticed the oddest things. Even now she fretted over such details. Zhao could only smile ruefully and quickly soil every patch of exposed skin. When Zhao was finished, Wu Yati came close and inhaled, deeply intoxicated. Strange. How do you still smell so fragrant? I don't know, Captain. Let's hurry. If we get out early, won't I draw less hatred? Zhao did not want enemies in the bureau. Quiet cultivation suited him fine. They were scions of great houses. Who could tell what old monsters lurked among them? Why provoke them? In the bureau, as long as he could scavenge corpses, he needed neither resources nor renown. There was nothing to fight others for. He would not do things that earned him enemies. So he resolved to be a small, unnoticed presence if he could. If that proved impossible, he would at least not flaunt himself. Cultivate furtively. Wu Yati inhaled twice and said, let's go. You're clever. You catch on at once. Zhao hastily shouldered his burden. Mostly because the captain enlightened me. Otherwise I wouldn't know any of this. Good speaker, promising, Wu Yati said with a grin, giving him a thumbs up. Be careful of someone in our team, called Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang. The name sounds formidable. What's his background? Have you heard of the Wu family of Qilianshan? Zhao shook his head. The Wu family of Qilianshan is a powerful clan of force within the operations division. Wu Shuang is one of the newcomers the Wu family sent this year, reputed to hold high status in his house. I've heard of him from the sidelines. Not a good sort. You stole his spotlight in the training. I fear he may come after you. Captain, what cultivation rank is he? A grade mid-level. Among newcomers, he's exceptional. Hearing this, Zhao felt he had a rough sense of the danger. Still, don't worry too much. After all, the 749 Bureau belongs to the state. These families dare not go too far, Wu Yati reassured him. Understood, thank you, Captain. Zhao did not seek trouble, but he did not fear it either. He was no longer a completely ordinary nobody. Anything could happen. Who knew who might wind up with a bump on the head? He was nonetheless grateful for Wu Yati's concern. Soon the two of them reached the tunnel mouth at the mountain's foot. A barrier still stood before them. Ready? Wu Yati asked. Ready, Zhao nodded. All right, then let's go back. With that, Wu Yati reached out and opened the barrier. One can only wonder what means Wu Yati employed. The barrier has been breached. Zhao Beichen, carrying his load, entered the tunnel alongside Wu Yati. Before entering the tunnel, Zhao Beichen glanced back. Captain, will I have the chance to come here again? Of course, this little world isn't going anywhere. Why would you want to leave it behind? Wu Yati teased. No, I just happened to get along quite well with Uncle Fu these past 2 days and wondered if I would have the chance to visit him again in the future. Zhao Beichen quickly explained, of course, using Uncle Fu as a shield. He couldn't possibly tell Wu Yati that he had become friends with the saintess of the Yingxing Tree clan. Don't worry, there will be chances as long as you are still with the 749 Bureau, Wu Yati assured him. The journey back was uneventful. Upon opening the door again, Zhao Beichen returned to a place resembling a factory. Damn it, I'm finally here. I've waited too long. I must teach that brat a lesson later. He wondered if this was the Wu Shuang that Wu Yati had mentioned earlier. Just as Zhao Beichen intended to confirm this with Wu Yati, he noticed. Feigning indifference, Zhao Beichen glanced in the direction of the voices and saw 4 people seated on the ground. The one speaking appeared to be a young man of noble demeanor. He wondered if this was the Wu Shuang that Wu Yati had mentioned earlier. Just as Zhao Beichen intended to confirm this with Wu Yati, he noticed she had quietly slipped away. Zhao Beichen, over here. At that moment, he heard someone calling out from a distance. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Lin Shurqing, a newcomer from the research department. In the hall, newcomers were gathered in small groups, presumably taking a break. Lin Shurqing was sitting alone on her large hiking backpack, waving at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen had a good impression of Lin Shurqing, so he shouldered his gear and walked over. At that moment, Lin Shurqing looked quite disheveled. Her clothes were covered in mud, her hair was a mess, and her delicate face was dirty. She looked utterly unkempt. "How are you doing? Are you alright?" As Zhao Beichen approached, Lin Shurqing asked with concern. After all, at that moment, Zhao Beichen looked just as disheveled in her eyes. His clothes and pants were tattered, and he was a mess all over. "I'm fine. When did you come out? Are you okay?" Zhao Beichen also inquired about Lin Shurqing. "I came out about an hour earlier than you," Lin Shurqing replied, fixing her hair. Zhao Beichen was surprised that this girl who seemed fragile had managed to endure for so long. He silently praised Lin Shurqing. "I had a terrible time. Shortly after entering the little world, I encountered a giant python." Lin Shurqing began to recount her harrowing experiences in the little world. "I've never seen such a large python in my life. It opened its enormous mouth to swallow me. You can't imagine, it was terrifying, and I barely escaped. Then it got even more outrageous. Can you believe it started snowing in that little world during this weather? I almost froze." As Lin Shurqing spoke, her eyes turned red, clearly having suffered a lot. "I was afraid I wouldn't make it back," she said. "Huh, what's that delicious smell?" She lifted her arm to sniff, shook her head, and then sniffed again in Zhao Beichen's direction. "Zhao Beichen, why do I feel like the fragrance is coming from you? Is it a..." Zhao Beichen pretended to raise his arm. "No, there's no fragrance here." "No way, there definitely is. My nose is the sharpest," Lin Shurqing said, moving closer to Zhao Beichen and sniffing him intently. "It's definitely the scent on you. It's so fragrant." After sniffing, she said, enchanted. Zhao Beichen quickly activated his spiritual sense to check her 3 souls. Indeed, it was the spiritual essence, clearly very active. "Maybe I brushed against some flowers while escaping in the little world, leaving this scent behind." Zhao Beichen had no choice but to fabricate a lie. "It smells good. Do you know what kind of flower it is, eh?" Lin Shurqing leaned closer to Zhao Beichen, taking a deep whiff. "I don't know. I was too busy running for my life. What a pity. If only I knew what flower it was, I could make perfume and sell it. Wouldn't that be a fortune?" Hearing Lin Shurqing's words, Zhao Beichen suddenly remembered how he had rushed out without asking the women of Taoyuan village for some powder. What a pity, what a pity. Zhao Beichen felt quite vexed. While they were talking, he noticed 2 more girls approaching him. Within a 3-meter range, this was the limit of the fragrance Zhao Beichen had detected in Taoyuan village. Now these 2 girls were about 2 meters away from Zhao Beichen and Lin Shurqing. "Shurqing, do you smell something fragrant?" "It smells so good," one girl asked Lin Shurqing. "Come here." Lin Shurqing waved to the girl who had spoken. The 2 girls then moved closer. Zhao Beichen looked at them astonished. Once again there were 2 beautiful girls. They were no less attractive than Lin Shurqing. One was tall with short hair, exuding a capable vibe. Her features were delicate and her eyes were bright, suggesting she was not an ordinary person. She was likely an ability user. The other girl had long hair and an air of elegance. She was also sweet and charming. "This is Huang Jiayi from the action department." Lin Shurqing introduced the tall, short-haired girl to Zhao Beichen. "And this is Wang Xuechuan from the logistics department." She pointed to the girl with long hair. "This is Zhao Beichen from the cleaning group," finally introducing Zhao Beichen to the 2 girls. "Hello, hello, hello." The 3 greeted each other, marking their acquaintance. "Shurqing, what fragrance is so lovely?" Huang Jiayi asked, deeply inhaling the scent with an expression of delight. "Yes, this scent wasn't here before." Wang Xuechuan also took a deep breath. "Come a bit closer, it's even more fragrant." Lin Shurqing beckoned the 2 girls closer. The girls moved even closer to Zhao Beichen. "Indeed, it's so fragrant, so fragrant," Wang Xuechuan exclaimed after taking another deep breath. "I've never smelled anything like it. It's simply wonderful." Huang Jiayi's eyes widened in surprise. "Isn't it great? Zhao Beichen must have brushed against something while fleeing in the little world. This fragrance refreshes the spirit. It really lifts my mood. What a pity that this guy doesn't know anything. When asked, he seems completely clueless," Lin Shurqing said, casting a resentful glance at Zhao Beichen. The 2 girls didn't respond, merely continuing to sniff intently, clearly enchanted. As they sniffed, they edged even closer to Zhao Beichen. Now the 3 girls surrounded Zhao Beichen completely, and to outsiders the 4 looked very intimate. Zhao Beichen was also busy activating his spiritual sense to observe the 2 girls. Indeed, the spiritual essence was becoming active again. It seemed that the fragrance he emitted was also attractive to human females. There was no doubt about it. "Hey Wu Xiao, look over there." Zhao Beichen heard someone seemingly talking about him. He looked in the direction of the voice. It was still the same 4 people. Because they were a bit far away and Zhao Beichen was surrounded by 3 girls, they didn't notice him watching. "This brat is quite arrogant. He dares to flirt with the women Wu Xiao has his eye on." "Wu Xiao, should I teach this brat?" "Not yet." A young man with a rather handsome appearance finally spoke. He viciously snapped a dogtail grass stem in his hand. "Does he not know how to write the word death when he dares to touch a woman? I Wu Shuang have my sights on. It's not the right time now. We will teach him a good lesson in the next round." Zhao Beichen realized that this was indeed Wu Shuang, the one from the Chilean Mountain Wu family that Wu Yadi had mentioned. This brat was really targeting him. Zhao Beichen disliked trouble, but was never afraid of it. If it came down to it, he would confront them head-on. Zhao Beichen was no soft persimmon. Do you know about Wu Shuang? Zhao Beichen intended to probe into this guy's background, as well as to find out which of the three women he was interested in. Zhao Beichen noticed that Wang Xuechuan frowned upon hearing his words, her face displaying a look of disgust. Yes, that person is extremely annoying. Wang Xuechuan remained silent, but Huang Jia was the first to speak. I know too that person relies on his family's power and flaunts himself every day. Lin Shiqing also spoke up. Oh, what's the situation? Tell me more. Zhao Beichen did not expect that all three women were aware of it. He has been pursuing Xuechuan, who has turned him down countless times, yet he still clings on. As Huang Jia spoke, she glanced back at Wu Shuang and the others. If it weren't for Zuchen's family having some background, Wu Shuang wouldn't dare to go too far. Xuechuan wouldn't even know what her fate would be now. Huang Jia looked at Wang Xuechuan with concern in her eyes. No way in this day and age can Wu Shuang really use force. Zhao Beichen felt that Huang Jia's words might be a bit alarmist. Zhao Beichen, you are an ordinary person, you have no idea what the world of abilities is like. Huang Jia looked at Zhao Beichen seriously and said some ability users can easily control a person's body, just like a puppeteer controls a puppet, making you do whatever they want. There is someone like that beside Wu Shuang. If I hadn't intervened in time last time, Xuechuan would have fallen into their trap. Once they successfully control Zuchen's body, she would have no choice but to follow their will. He only needs to shoot a video that would prove Xuechuan was acting voluntarily. If he wanted to go further, he could even create a false impression of Xuechuan forcing Wu Shuang. You tell me legally who would be the victim and who would be the perpetrator. Damn, that's despicable. Zhao Beichen did not expect the world of abilities to be so vile. These kinds of things Wu Shuang and his group have done countless times, and the number of victimized girls is incalculable. You mean Xuechuan, an ordinary girl who knows nothing? Isn't that just like meat on the chopping block? Did those victimized girls not sue them? Zhao Beichen couldn't believe that in the 21st century such things still happened. Isn't this a society governed by law? Sue. How do you sue? These guys have videos in their hands. If you are the victim, how can you sue? Tell the police that I was controlled by an ability user. Do you think the police would believe that? Huang Jia's words left Zhao Beichen stunned. She was indeed right. Then how did such scum get into the 749 bureau? Zhao Beichen asked. I know this one. Lin Shiqing spoke up. This Wu Shuang is from the Wu family of Chilean Mountain, and there are quite a few people from the Wu family in the action department, and even within the bureau. This family still has influence in the bureau, so it's not too difficult to get a few people in. Lin Shiqing's words were similar to what Wu Yadi had said. It seems the waters of the 749 bureau are quite deep. So no one can deal with this Wu Shuang. Their family can't cover the sky with one hand in the bureau, right? Zhao Beichen asked. Deal with him? How do you deal with him? Unless you catch him in the act, but who would want to do something that offends people? Huang Jia said coldly. Then what will Wang Xuechuan do next? She is also an ordinary person. Would it be better for her to leave the 749 bureau? Zhao Beichen glanced at Wang Xuechuan, who had been silent, then asked Huang Jia. Sighed. Huang Jia sighed. What can we do? We can only be extra cautious. What else can we do? As for leaving the 749 bureau, while in the bureau they are not too arrogant and still have some restraint. If Xuechuan truly leaves the 749 bureau, wouldn't these guys become even more lawless? Huang Jia appeared very helpless. Zhao Beichen felt his worldview shatter into pieces. Only now did he truly realize that he and these ability users do not live in the same world. His understanding of ability users was indeed too limited. Originally, Zhao Beichen thought that as long as he didn't provoke Wu Shuang and his group, they would leave him alone. As long as everyone kept to themselves, everything would be fine. But after listening to the three women, Zhao Beichen felt that such scum could not be let go. We need to think of a way to deal with them. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent girls will suffer at their hands. How about we four tackle the next challenge together? The previously silent Wang Xuechuan spoke up. Sure, it's best if we form a group of four. Lin Shiqing immediately raised her hand in agreement. I'm fine with anything. Huang Jia also expressed her opinion. The three women looked at Zhao Beichen, who was utterly confused, not even knowing what they were going to do in the next round. I said, ladies, what exactly do we do in the next round? Zhao Beichen thought it was best to clarify first. You don't know? Lin Shiqing looked at Zhao Beichen surprised. Didn't you see the notice we sent out? This? Zhao Beichen awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't see it. To be honest, I only found out about the training camp shortly before it started, so I know nothing. No wonder. Lin Shiqing seemed to think of something and nodded. So you came here holding a plastic bag, right? She then glanced at the few plastic bags Zhao Beichen had placed by his feet and burst into laughter. Her laughter triggered the other two, and all three of them looked at Zhao Beichen's plastic bags, laughing even harder, as if they had thought of something funny. Looking at the three women who had become a bundle of laughter, Zhao Beichen was left puzzled. Hadn't they just been discussing a serious topic? How did the emotional shift become so drastic in an instant? Ladies, stop laughing. What exactly are we doing in the next round? Zhao Beichen glanced around. and noticed the laughter of the three women had attracted everyone's attention, so he hurriedly interrupted them to ask. The next round is very simple. It's about survival as a group. It should be training for teamwork, Huang Jia said while laughing. How we are supposed to group up is still unknown, but that's what the notice said. 4 people in a group, and we just happen to be 4. Lin Shiqing added. Am I going to slow you guys down? It's fine, I won't mind you. Lin Shiqing seemed to have some thoughts of her own as she spoke, laughter escaping her lips. Zhao Beichen looked at Huang Jia and Wang Shuechuan. I'm fine with it, Huang Jia nodded. I'm fine too, Wang Shuechuan said smiling. Being in a group with you means I can at least enjoy the fragrance, which is quite nice. Alright, then since you ladies don't mind, I shall accompany you at the risk of my life, Zhao Beichen said, performing an ancient salute, causing the 3 women to burst into laughter again. The lively atmosphere among Zhao Beichen and the others evidently provoked Wu Shuang's group. Wu Xiao, this brat is too arrogant, he simply doesn't take you seriously at all. Just watch, I'll show you how to deal with this guy. A burly man beside Wu Shuang said, preparing to charge toward Zhao Beichen. Wu Shuang was quick and agile, grabbing Hu Peng, who was about to charge forward. Pengzi, don't be impulsive. This place is not suitable for a fight. We'll take care of him in the next round. Wu Shuang said, coldly looking at Hu Peng. Wu Xiao, should we just kill him directly? Isn't that a bit excessive? Hearing Wu Shuang's words, Hu Peng appeared somewhat surprised. What excess? This brat is just an ordinary person who managed to last until the end. And I, a dignified grade intermediate, can't manage that. If this gets out, won't it be a slap in the face for the Wu family? Wu Shuang added. And now he even dares to touch my woman. Pengzi, have you ever seen me tolerate such humiliation? If I don't kill this brat, I won't be able to hold back my anger. Wu Shuang glared viciously at Zhao Beichen in the distance, throwing the dog-tail grass in his hand onto the ground. Wu Xiao, this is the 749 Bureau. Is it really okay to take him out? Hu Peng asked with concern. Didn't I already inform you about the next round situation? As long as we keep our hands clean, no one will ever know. Are you afraid? If you're scared, then back out. Wu Shuang's face was icy as he stared hard at Hu Peng. Afraid? Wu Xiao, how could I be afraid? I, Hu Peng, have been with you for a long time now. Hu Peng replied confidently. I've done this kind of thing 8 out of 10 times already. It's just killing an ordinary person, right? What's the big deal? Just tell me what to do, and he'll handle it. Hu Peng quickly patted his chest in assurance. The other 2 also chimed in. Right, Wu Xiao will listen to you. As long as you give the order, we guarantee this kid won't see the sun tomorrow. Their conversation reached Zhao Beichen's ears without missing a word. Zhao Beichen already knew these guys were not good people. However, he never expected they would dare to kill, and from the sound of it, it wasn't their first time. To them, human life seemed utterly worthless. They were even unafraid of killing during the training period. What had he? Was it just being the last one to come out of the small world? Was it just getting a bit too close to 3 girls? Just like that, Wu Shuang wanted to kill him. This shows how narrow-minded and malicious Wu Shuang truly was. Such a person was undoubtedly a venomous snake. He previously just wanted to teach him a lesson. Now it seemed that mere lessons would not suffice. He had to be struck down decisively without giving him any chance. Otherwise, endless troubles would follow. Zhao Beichen had assessed the cultivation levels of these 4 individuals. Wu Shuang was in a grade intermediate while the other 3 were a grade beginners. He should be able to handle them easily, especially since they had already developed murderous intent against him. Zhao Beichen was not a saint and had no reason to indulge them. Killing a dog doesn't require much skill, does it? He was now looking forward to the next round starting soon. Zhao Beichen, how about putting your things in my backpack? It looks like you're struggling with those plastic bags. Wang Zuchen's voice pulled Zhao Beichen back. Thanks. I'll carry the backpack myself later, Zhao Beichen replied with a smile. Since the mask had been torn off, he might as well turn up the heat a bit more and provoke these guys further. Zhao Beichen decided to stir the pot a little more. Wang Shuechuan ran back to grab her backpack. Zhao Beichen squatted down to put his belongings inside, standing up and deliberately wearing the backpack for a few steps. As expected, the people around Wu Shuang grew even angrier. However, Wu Shuang remained calm, keeping his subordinate. Wu Shuang seemed to have a deep scheming nature and was indeed not simple. Zhao Beichen's understanding of Wu Shuang had deepened a bit. However, in the face of absolute strength, schemes meant nothing. Zhao Beichen didn't feel like dealing with them any longer and continued to laugh and chat with the 3 girls. After a while, Wu Yadi suddenly appeared from nowhere. After returning with Zhao Beichen, she had disappeared. Now she had finally reappeared. Everyone, please gather around me. Wu Yadi waved her hand, signaling everyone to come closer. With Zhao Beichen carrying Wang Zuchen's backpack, the other 2 also grabbed their things and walked toward Wu Yadi. Once everyone was gathered, Wu Yadi spoke up. Everyone, we are now preparing to enter the next round of training. This time it's a team training, 4 people per group. Has everyone formed their groups? She asked. If not, please raise your hand. After waiting a moment, Wu Yadi looked around and saw no hands raised. Very good, it seems everyone has formed their groups already. She continued. I want to emphasize that the next round carries certain risks. I hope everyone will be particularly careful, wear your wristbands properly, and if you encounter danger you cannot handle, press the green button. Once the green button is pressed, you will be transported back immediately. Is that understood? Wu Yadi appeared very serious, scanning each person present with her gaze. Understood, everyone replied in unison. Wu Yati nodded. In a moment, enter the teleportation gate by group. The task for each group is to last as long as possible for 5 days. When the 5 days are up, the wristbands will automatically bring you back. She added, however, this time, the inquiry function of the wristbands is disabled. Oh, everything will depend on your own exploration. Does anyone have any questions? After Wu Yati finished speaking, her gaze swept over the crowd. Captain, will there be food supplies this time? No, whatever you had left from the last round is all you get. There are no new supplies this time, Wu Yati answered. Captain, will there be life-threatening risks this time? Hu Peng beside Wu Shuang raised his hand. Yes. Wu Yati nodded firmly. Therefore your wristbands are your last lifeline. As long as you press the green button, the wristband can take you back immediately. Wu Yati's words sparked discussions among the others, and everyone began to murmur. Hu Peng glanced at Wu Shuang and nodded. It seemed they intentionally asked this question, likely to prepare a justification for killing Zhao Beichen afterward. Since training could lead to death, Zhao Beichen's death would make perfect sense. As long as they kept their hands clean. The two companions beside Wu Shuang also laughed, intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Zhao Beichen. At this moment Wu Yati spoke again. Military exercises can lead to casualties. We in the 749 Bureau face situations far more perilous than the military. So there are indeed risks in the training. If you are not prepared, you can still back out now, and no one will laugh at you. Wu Yati's voice drowned out the whispers of the crowd, and after hearing her words the scene fell silent. After waiting a moment, seeing that no one spoke, Wu Yati continued, since no one is backing out now, please line up according to your teams. We will enter one by one. Good luck to everyone. After speaking, Wu Yati took out a tablet-like device and began to operate it. Shortly after, a blue light screen slowly formed behind her. It looked very much like what Zhao Beichen had seen in the special storage room. Alright, now each group line up according to your teams. For people per group, hold hands and enter in sequence. Zhao Beichen and his three companions quickly lined up. This is the real small world, Lin Shiqing said beside him. What do you mean by a real small world? Zhao Beichen asked Lin Shiqing, puzzled. Wasn't the first round won? Did you not notice the barrier in the first round? That small world was very small, not worthy of being called a small world. After Lin Shiqing's reminder, Zhao Beichen realized the situation. This small world is much larger. It's the true quantum space technology of the 749 Bureau, one of a kind in the world. Lin Shiqing continued, her words filled with intense pride. My grandfather was involved in the design and manufacturing of this quantum space technology. Wow, Shiqing, I didn't know that your grandfather is so impressive. Wang Xuechuan expressed her surprise. Of course my grandfather is quite remarkable, Lin Shiqing replied with pride. Alright, enough talk, it's our turn now. Huang Jiai reminded everyone. Soon it was the four's turn. They held hands and walked toward the light screen. Passing through the luminous curtain, the four emerged into a desolate urban wasteland. They stood at the entrance of a massive supermarket. Zhao Beichen raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings. The distant sky hung heavy and ashen beneath thick, oppressive clouds. Skyscrapers lay in ruin. Shattered facades, collapsed floors, skeletal remains of concrete and steel. The ground was strewn with rubble, shattered bricks, and rusted abandoned vehicles, some still engulfed in roaring flames. Something exploded within the fire, sending sharp, crackling echoes into the silence. Otherwise, an eerie stillness blanketed the ruins. Whoa, did a war happen here? Lin Shiqing scanned the devastation, her voice edged with astonishment. It certainly looks like one, an abandoned city utterly forsaken. This supermarket appears relatively intact. Shall we go inside and explore? Wang Xuechuan suggested. She had already stepped briefly beyond the entrance earlier, taking in its overall structure. Yes, let's enter. We might yet find useful supplies. Zhao Beichen nodded in agreement. What about the other? Huang Jiai suddenly asked. I suspect they were scattered to different locations, Lin Shiqing replied, adjusting the strap of her backpack, a weighty burden judging by its strain on her shoulders. Here's my proposal, everyone hand me your heaviest items. I have exceptional stamina. Empty your packs, we may discover vital resources later. That's not advisable. You're no awakened cultivator. Carrying too much could hinder you. Wang Xuechuan Exactly. Excessive weight would compromise your mobility, Lin Shiqing concurred. No worries. We'll also take this chance to inventory exactly what we're carrying. After all, we must survive 5 days. Zhao Beichen persisted. After brief deliberation, and likely recognizing the logic in his words, the three women began emptying their backpacks onto the floor. The inventory revealed Zhao Beichen carried the largest food supply, augmented by the others' rations. If strictly rationed, the provisions might barely sustain all four for 2 days. Securing additional food thus became urgent. Equally critical was clean drinking water. Only 4 bottles remained, all carried by Zhao Beichen, thanks to Shaoxing's meticulous care back in Taoyuan village. She had pampered him with abundant nourishment, leaving his own reserves untouched. Food and water, these are our top priorities, Zhao Beichen declared after the tally. The three women nodded silently. We don't know what dangers these 5 days may bring, so we also need a secure shelter, he added. All three voiced firm agreement. After final sorting, retaining only essential personal garments, the rest was consolidated onto Zhao Beichen. Can you manage it? If not, let's switch loads, Huang Jia said, watching him shoulder the immense pack. Fine, I'll call you when I need relief, Zhao Beichen replied with a light smile. How absurd, to complain about such weight. As a latest rank cultivator, it felt featherlight barely registering against his frame. Of course, he couldn't reveal that truth. Turning to them, he said, let's head inside the supermarket. Perhaps something useful awaits us. Zhao Beichen led the way, shouldering the pack as he entered first. Inside, darkness reigned. Thick dust on the windows blocked nearly all ambient light. Such gloom posed no obstacle for Zhao Beichen, but it overwhelmed Lin Shiqing and Wang Xuechuan, ordinary mortals unaccustomed to absolute blackness. Huang Jia, however, moved with quiet confidence, her vision clearly unimpaired. Zhao Beichen, you can see clearly too. Huang Jia called out, her voice cutting through the shadows. Only then did he realize he'd overplayed his hand. His composure betrayed no trace of ordinary human limitation, especially not in pitch-black voids. With no recourse left, he improvised, I've always had extraordinary eyesight, especially at night. I see better in darkness than daylight. Really, your eyes are rather unusual. Huang Jia hurried ahead, peering intently into his eyes with scholarly scrutiny. What is it? Zhao Beichen asked, startled by her unwavering gaze. Nothing, just checking whether your eyes hold any anomaly. Maybe you possess an awakening ability you haven't yet recognized. With that, she drew a deep, deliberate breath, inhaling sharply near his collar. These women grew bolder by the hour, seizing every opportunity to breathe him in, freely, unabashedly. As freely as they wished. Zhao Beichen sighed inwardly. He had no choice but to acquiesce. Did you detect anything unusual? He asked. Huang Jia shook her head, smiling. Not yet. As they spoke, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing caught up, each instantly hooking an arm through one of Zhao Beichen's. Zhao Beichen, why rush ahead so fast? Lin Shiqing teased, her tone laced with playful reproach. Xuechuan, and I can't see a thing. She leaned in and inhaled deeply once more. Strange. I felt tense entering this pitch-black supermarket. Yet just smelling you calms me completely. Her bewilderment hung in the air. Same here. Wang Xuechuan chimed in beside her, nostrils flaring. I have no idea. Perhaps this flower possesses soothing properties. Zhao Beichen offered another plausible. That makes sense. Next chance we get, we must visit your pocket realm to search for this flower. Lin Shiqing declared with fervent conviction. Zhao Beichen's brow furrowed in silent dismay. Huang Jia, meanwhile, remained firmly ahead, refusing to yield her vantage point. With no alternative, Zhao Beichen resigned himself to guiding them forward, one woman clinging to each arm. Moving slowly, carefully, avoiding stepping on Huang Jia's heels, their proximity unnervingly intimate. Thus the four advanced deeper into the supermarket, Zhao Beichen's innate spatial awareness extending 100 meters in every direction. He'd already swept the perimeter upon entry, no threats detected within that radius. Had danger lurked nearby, he'd never have permitted their leisurely pace. Even in darkness, his perception remained razor-sharp. Yet disappointment followed. Supermarket shelves wore thick shrouds of dust, utterly barren. They stood on the ground floor, once dedicated to fresh produce and perishables. Nothing remained. Farther in, they discovered the stairwell leading upward. Ascending cautiously, they found the second floor littered with toppled, empty shelving units. The supermarket's vast interior beckoned them onward. Zhao Beichen glanced upward. Above hung a faded sign reading Daily Necessities section. Ahead lies the Daily Necessities section. Perhaps fortune favors us today. He relayed the observation to the others. Where? I can't see it. Huang Jia paused and turned back, her voice edged with frustration. You truly cannot. Zhao Beichen countered. She pivoted forward again, squinted, shook her head, then faced him anew. No, I see nothing. This way. He gently withdrew his right arm from Lin Shiqing's grasp and pointed into the dim air ahead, only for her to reclaim it instantly, holding it tight. Zhao Beichen stifled a wry smile. Huang Jia stared intently where he'd indicated, then sighed, shaking her head. Zhao Beichen, I still see nothing. I'm an awakened cultivator, early stage rank. I can't see. Yet you, an ordinary man, perceive everything with perfect clarity. Her gaze held genuine perplexity. Well, Zhao Beichen faltered, words failing him entirely. Just as Zhao Beichen was racking his brain to come up with a plausible explanation, Lin Shiqing, who was holding his right arm, spoke up. Actually, there's nothing strange about it, whether it concerns nocturnal animals or not. All animals rely on the light receptors in their retinas to capture light particles, namely photons, just like humans. The light receptors transmit the information about the photons to the brain and other cells within the retina, allowing the brain to filter this information to construct an environmental image perceived by the eyes. Typically, the stronger the light, the more photons enter the eyes. On a sunny day, the number of photons entering the eyes could be billions of times greater than on a moonless night. However, everyone has inherent differences in their light receptors. Zhao Beichen's ability to see clearly in the dark should be due to his unique light receptors compared to ordinary people. After listening to Lin Shiqing's explanation, Huang Jia responded with an "oh" and fell silent. As a graduate of the medical school, Zhao Beichen was certainly well aware of these concepts. However, since it was Lin Shiqing who spoke, it felt more credible given her background in research. Zhao Beichen, you're really amazing. Wang Xuechuan, who was holding Zhao Beichen's left arm, sweetly praised him. Zhao Beichen understood that both Lin Shiking's explanation and Wang Zuchen's praise were demonstrations of growing affection. Now that they were all together in this situation, he couldn't possibly leave them behind. He could only make do with the situation and take it one step at a time. The four of them continued to explore until Huang Jia finally spotted the sign Zhao Beichen mentioned after walking several dozen meters. Zhao Beichen, you are truly incredible. Oh, I only just saw it now. That distance was probably about 100 meters, and in such darkness you could still see. Your eyesight is just amazing. Huang Jia turned to Zhao Beichen and made a gesture of admiration, then took a deep breath. It's not that exaggerated. Oh, let's see if we can find something useful. Let me ask you too, why don't you stay here and don't wander off while I take a look? Zhao Beichen tentatively asked the two girls beside him. The environment here was indeed unfriendly for the two girls. The second floor was even darker than the first. The surrounding windows were covered in thick dust, blocking any light from entering. Moreover, tall shelves obscured the view, making the entire space feel like a black hole. All right, you go ahead, Shiqing, and I will wait here for you. Wang Xuechuan said, voluntarily releasing Zhao Beichen. Yeah, we will be fine. Go on. Lin Shiqing also let go. Zhao Beichen did not expect these two girls to be quite brave. They'll be right back. Oh, just stay put and don't move, Zhao Beichen reassured them. Okay, understood. Go ahead. Wang Xuechuan replied, then held on to Lin Shiking's hand. At that moment, they felt like two blind people. It was dark, and it would be false to say they weren't scared. Nevertheless, they also knew they couldn't become a burden, so they held each other's hands for encouragement. After making sure the two were settled, Zhao Beichen began to wander around the living area. Compared to the food area on the first floor, there were still some items here. Zhao Beichen spotted a few daily necessities on the shelves, though not many. As he continued to walk, he found a bag of candles on a shelf, but unfortunately, he didn't come across any matches or a lighter. Nonetheless, he decided to keep the candles. After wandering around again, he found nothing else. The entire living area was basically empty. When he returned to the spot where they had separated, Lin Shiqing and Wang Xuechuan were still standing there without moving. Huang Jia had not returned yet, but Zhao Beichen could clearly sense her presence with his radar, so he didn't worry about it. Instead, he mentioned that he found the candles, but no source of fire. It's okay, we can easily manage the fire source when Jia comes back later. Wang Xuechuan smiled at Zhao Beichen. Does she have a lighter? You'll find out soon. Oh, it's much better than a lighter. Wang Xuechuan teased him playfully. Before long, Huang Jia returned empty-handed. She hadn't found anything useful. Upon hearing that Zhao Beichen found candles, but no fire source, Huang Jia didn't say much, and simply asked Zhao Beichen to take out the candles. Zhao Beichen quickly retrieved the candles and handed them to Huang Jia, who raised her hand. With her right hand forming a sword gesture, a small flame sprang forth from her fingertip. Huang Jia lit 2 candles and handed one each to Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. This is so cool. This was Zhao Beichen's first time witnessing a supernatural ability in action. I am a fire-type ability user, naturally having control over fire, Huang Jia explained to Zhao Beichen. So in the future when we cook, we won't need to find fuel. You can just start a fire at the bottom of the pot. What are you thinking? Cooking. Using abilities consumes a lot of energy, you know. Huang Jia's remark shattered Zhao Beichen's dreams. The group playfully bantered for a moment before deciding to head out and find a higher vantage point to get a better understanding of the city. After all, there was nothing left to search for in the supermarket, and this place was not suitable as a safe house. So they began to make their way outside. Even though they all had candles, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing clung tightly to Zhao Beichen's arm. Zhao Beichen had no choice but to go along with them. Upon exiting the supermarket, they spotted a nearby high-rise building that seemed relatively intact. After a brief discussion, they headed toward the building, planning to reach a higher level to gain more insight into the city. The journey was marked by ruins. There were no signs of life, not even a living creature. Although they passed by several small shops, they found nothing of value inside. Once outside the supermarket, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing no longer clung to Zhao Beichen's arm. Everyone knew that something had happened in this city, but what exactly was still uncertain. However, based on what Wu Yadi had said earlier, there was definitely danger looming. They just didn't know where the danger would come from or in what form it would manifest. Thus, they cautiously advanced, mentally preparing themselves. Zhao Beichen remained vigilant, sensing everything within a 100-meter radius. He was on guard against any unexpected events. Fortunately, the journey was safe, and they finally reached the building they had previously selected. It appeared to be an office building, though most of its exterior glass was shattered. The entire structure still seemed relatively sturdy. Upon entering the first floor, they found a scene of devastation, but in one corner, they located an emergency exit. Zhao Beichen went in first to have a look, as the exterior glass was completely broken. The stairwell had decent lighting, so the group began to ascend. After climbing over 20 floors, they were just a few floors away from the rooftop. However, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were utterly exhausted, sitting on the ground and panting. If they were to wait for them to recover, it was unclear how long that would take. Zhao Beichen decided to carry one girl under each arm and continue upwards, leaving Huang Jia in astonishment. Zhao Beichen, you're incredibly strong. It's a piece of cake. Oh, I've been exercising since I was young, and those two don't weigh much at all. The city was vast, stretching beyond their line of sight. What lay before them was a desolate ruin, as if the entire city had been ravaged by cannon fire. It was all in ruins, devoid of life, lacking the bustling noise that a city should have. The whole place was steeped in an atmosphere of death. Zhao Beichen had experienced silence before and found it inconsequential. However, the other three girls could not contain themselves, exclaiming, "Isn't it too quiet? Why isn't there a single sound?" Wang Xuechuan was the first to break down. "Yes, I haven't seen any living creature so far. What about the others? Are they in a different world from us?" Lin Shiqing also couldn't help but mumble, "I think they've come in too, but it's just that the city is too vast, so it's normal not to see them." Huang Jia replied. "So what do we do now?" Wang Xuechuan asked. "We have to stay in this cursed place for 5 days, and our main problem is still the lack of supplies, especially water. I think we need to keep searching for supplies." Zhao Beichen expressed his thoughts. The three girls remained silent, merely nodding. Each of them had only a 550-milliliter bottle of mineral water. Moreover, they did not have any food that was rich in moisture, leaving them reliant solely on the mineral water they had. Earlier they had climbed the building and were parched, yet no one dared to drink. They all knew that water was precious right now. As for whether there was a water source in this city, even if there was, could it be drinkable? These were all questions. Zhao Beichen, being a medical graduate, was acutely aware of the consequences of prolonged dehydration. Going without food for 5 days wouldn't kill a person. But water was a different story. Just 2 days without water could lead to symptoms of dehydration. After 3 days without water, an average person would experience symptoms such as fainting, organ failure, and severe headaches. At this point, the blood in the body would become extremely viscous. When a person loses 10 of their body weight in water, they risk dying from heart failure due to severe dehydration. Although individual differences exist, it essentially comes down to enduring an extra day or two. There is no fundamental difference, which is why water is extremely important. What would happen to those with abilities if they don't drink water? Zhao Beichen himself was in a grade advanced, yet he had never experienced the limits of dehydration. In normal circumstances, who would willingly test how long one can survive without water? Hence, regarding the consequences of prolonged dehydration, Zhao Beichen considered himself as an ordinary person. After all, there was no need to take risks. Finding water would solve all their problems. Thus, water was the prerequisite for them to endure 5 days. The group split up again, thoroughly searching the rooftop, but found no signs of lakes or rivers. Instead, they made another disquieting discovery. So far, they had not seen a single plant. Whether on the road earlier or now on the rooftop, their view was filled with a dull gray, and even Zhao Beichen's keen eyesight couldn't spot a single plant. The absence of plants meant their plan to find fruits and vegetables for hydration was dashed. This realization made everyone anxious. Zhao Beichen glanced up at the sun's position in the sky. Based on his experience, it was likely around 4 or 5 o'clock in the outside world. However, he was unsure whether the sun's movement in this small world was the same as in the outside world. If it was, darkness would soon fall. That would make it even more challenging for them to find food and water. "Let's go while it's still light. Let's search thoroughly. We might discover a water source," Zhao Beichen suggested to the 3 girls. They nodded in agreement. Despite the situation, Huang Jia remained calm, being an ability user with a grade initial rank. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were ordinary people and couldn't compare to Huang Jia. They appeared more listless. Zhao Beichen knew they were burdened by psychological stress, so he approached them saying, "You don't need to worry too much. Things may not be as dire as we think. Perhaps the next store will have plenty of mineral water for us. I didn't expect this stage to be like this. Just climbing a building has worn me out. I'm worried I'm holding everyone back," Wang Xuechuan explained. Only then did Zhao Beichen realize he had misunderstood her situation. As soon as Wang Xuechuan finished speaking, Lin Shiqing also chimed in, "I feel the same as Xuechuan. I won't drink this water. I'll save it for you and Jia. In the end, I can just teleport back. After all, I am from the research department, so I'm not afraid of losing face." "Yes, Shiqing is right, and my water is for you too." After saying that, Wang Xuechuan handed her water to Zhao Beichen. "Things haven't reached that point yet. If it really comes to it, we can all teleport back together. We are a team, and since we came together, we should return together, right?" Zhao Beichen pushed their water back and smiled. Upon hearing that Zhao Beichen said they could just teleport back, Lin Shiqing seemed to remember something. She stared at Zhao Beichen and asked Zhao Beichen, "Don't tell me you don't know about the rewards." "Rewards? What rewards? Didn't the head of your department tell you? Although this training session doesn't eliminate anyone, those who perform well will be rewarded." Lin Shiqing's words reminded Zhao Beichen of Gu Changfeng. If it weren't for Shun Qiuxu's reminder, that guy wouldn't even remember the training. How could he still remember any rewards? Zhao Beichen shook his head, and Lin Shiqing continued, "Your leader is so irresponsible. How could they not tell you such an important thing? For those who perform well, the Bureau will issue rewards based on their situations. Like you being an ordinary person, you would probably receive a barrier-breaking pill that might awaken your abilities. How could you not know about something so important?" Lin Shiqing's mention of the reward was indeed unknown to Zhao Beichen. He didn't care much about awakening abilities, but was quite curious. "What? There are drugs that can awaken abilities?" "Yes, the barrier-breaking pill can, but this item is too precious and rare. Lin Shiqing explained. So if you can endure, just try to hold on. You performed well in the first stage. Oh, what if you could get the barrier-breaking pill? After saying that, Lin Shiqing stuffed the water in her hand into Zhao Beichen's hands. Yes, Shiqing is right. Wang Xuechuan also handed her water over. Zhao Beichen glanced at the two girls' exuberance. Their spirits were lively. Zhao Beichen wouldn't take advantage of them. You two are also ordinary people. Oh, let's hold on together, just like Xuechuan said. What if? Then wouldn't we all have the chance to become ability users? There's always a way out as long as we work hard together. I believe there is hope. After saying that, Zhao Beichen pushed the water back into the girl's hands. All right, let's not waste time. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he headed towards the stairwell. At that moment, he sensed something entering his 100-meter range of perception, rapidly rushing towards them. Jia, hurry, come in, something is coming. Zhao Beichen turned around, pulling Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing as they rushed towards the hallway, shouting loudly for Huang Jia. Huang Jia was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Beichen's words, then hurried into the hallway. Beichen, what is it? She asked while glancing outside through the hallway. She had just peeked outside and saw nothing. Zhao Beichen sensed that this thing was not very large, but its speed was not. It's probably a bat, Zhao Beichen said. A bat? How can there be bats during the day? Huang Jia peeked out of. What's there to be afraid of about bats? Why do we need to hide? Wang Xuechuan couldn't understand why Zhao Beichen was so nervous. Xuechuan, since we came in, haven't we found any living creatures? Isn't it strange for a bat to suddenly appear in broad daylight? And it's flying towards us, isn't that too coincidental? Zhao Beichen's words reminded everyone that this suddenly appearing bat was indeed unusual. Be careful, don't speak, it's coming. Huang Jia, who was looking outside, whispered back. Zhao Beichen's divine sense was already activated. As soon as the bat flew into the hallway, he would not hesitate to strike it. Lin Shiqing and Wang Xuechuan kept their mouths shut, standing close to the wall. Huang Jia pulled her head back, but continued to watch intently outside. After a while, she continued softly, it should be fine now. I've seen this bat before. It belongs to Wu Shuang's subordinate. This person's family is adept at controlling bats. I've seen him show off once before. His bats have special markings on their wings. Wu Shuang. It seemed this guy had already started looking for him, Zhao Beichen thought to himself. Okay, the bat is gone, let's go. Huang Jia looked outside once more, then turned to the others. Zhao Beichen had sensed the bat flying away earlier, but chose not to mention it. It was better for Huang Jia to take the lead since he couldn't see from the hallway. Otherwise, he would have to fabricate an explanation. The group began to descend the stairs, and after taking a few steps, Wang Xuechuan spoke up. I wonder if the bat saw us. Wang Zuchen's words carried a hint of worry. It shouldn't have. We hid in the hallway before the bat flew over. Xuechuan, don't worry, it's training time. Wu Shuang doesn't have the guts to do anything. Huang Jia comforted. Exactly, Xuechuan, don't forget you have the bracelet. If it comes to it, we can teleport back. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Shiqing quickly added her reassurance. Zhao Beichen knew that this time Wu Shuang was not after Wang Xuechuan, but rather aimed at him. Wu Shuang wanted his life. He was actually glad they had come to him. In his heart, Zhao Beichen had already sentenced these few people to death. Jia Yi and Shiqing are right, it's not like there's no way out, don't worry too much. Zhao Beichen also hurried to comfort her. Perhaps the group's reassurances worked, and Wang Xuechuan slowly relaxed. As they walked, Zhao Beichen carefully sensed his surroundings within a 100-meter radius, and there was nothing particularly unusual. After exiting the building, the group continued moving in the direction they had chosen earlier on the rooftop. Wang Xuechuan walked beside Zhao Beichen, occasionally looking up at the sky, seemingly worried about the bat returning. What's wrong? Still worried? Zhao Beichen asked. Yeah, Wu Shuang and his gang are very treacherous. If Jia Yi hadn't shown up in time last time, I would have been in big trouble. Didn't you tell your family? Upon hearing Zhao Beichen mention family, Wang Xuechuan fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. My Wang family is also a small clan, and there have been ability users in every generation. My dad was the strongest in his generation. Later he met my mom, but she was just an ordinary person. My dad went against my grandfather's opposition and eventually married my mom. From that point on, my dad was marginalized in the family. 10 years ago, my dad died in an accident, leaving just my mom and me to rely on each other. The Wu family has proposed marriage, and everyone knows Wu Shuang's character. My mom strongly opposed it. But my grandfather wanted me to marry Wu Shuang, saying it would be the best for the family. Moreover, Wu Shuang has also proclaimed that he will marry no one but me, constantly pestering me. Of course I'm unwilling, but my mom and I couldn't compete with my grandfather. My dad had a good friend in the 749 Bureau, and through his connections I managed to get into the Bureau. It was just to give me a place to shelter and escape Wu Shuang's clutches. But unexpectedly, Wu Shuang also, I don't think the 749 Bureau can contain Wu Shuang, and nowadays I sleep with Jia Yi at night. I don't dare to stay alone, fearing I might fall into their trap. After speaking, Wang Xuechuan took a deep breath, looking much more relaxed. Zhao Beichen, the scent on you is really pleasant. Just smelling it makes me feel less tense. Wang Xuechuan's change of topic was too abrupt, catching Zhao Beichen off guard. If it helps, then just keep smelling. Constantly being tense isn't good. Zhao Beichen leaned closer to Wang Xuechuan, allowing her to enjoy the scent better. Wang Xuechuan took the liberty of hugging Zhao Beichen's arm greedily, inhaling the scent. Zhao Beichen didn't mind her anymore. However, he felt that Wang Zichun's words earlier were truly melodramatic. What era is this? And these families are still playing the marriage alliance game. But then he thought about it, it's not just ability users, even financial and political families engage in marriage alliances, right? This is called matching social status and binding interests. The world is like this, whether you are an ability user or an ordinary person, you cannot escape the word benefit. Thinking of this, Zhao Beichen could only shake his head helplessly. However, it also strengthened his resolve to eliminate Wu Shuang and his gang. Such scum does not deserve to live. The surroundings were dilapidated, and he saw quite a few shops. But after searching inside, there was nothing useful, not to mention water. After wandering for a long time, he still found it seemed this city had nothing but reinforced concrete. Zhao Beichen was fine, but after walking for a while, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing couldn't take it anymore. As night fell and the situation was still unclear, Zhao Beichen suggested everyone find a place to spend the night. Eventually, they found a relatively clean room on the third floor of a hotel. The group planned to spend the night there. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing had dry lips, but were reluctant to drink water, saying they wanted to save it for Zhao Beichen and Huang Jai. Zhao Beichen sensed that the direction of the four individuals was heading straight towards him. Not knowing which group they belonged to, he decided to hide. In case it was Wu Shuang's group, it would be a good opportunity for a sneak attack. He scanned his surroundings and spotted an abandoned bus in the middle of the road. Zhao Beichen felt that the position of the bus was just right. He walked over to the side of the bus and gently leaped onto the roof. Lying down on the rooftop, he could monitor the street very well from this vantage point. On the other hand, it was also hard for people walking on the street to notice him. Sensing that the four individuals were getting closer, Zhao Beichen looked as they turned onto this street and recognized that it was indeed Wu Shuang's group of four. Zhao Beichen silently rejoiced. Truly, heaven has a path you don't take, while hell has no door, yet you wander in. Earlier he had seen bats, so he estimated that Wu Shuang and the others weren't too far from him. Thus he had come out not only to search for supplies, but also to see if he could find those four. Wu Shuang had murderous intentions toward him, and Zhao Beichen didn't want to be the one getting beaten. However, as he walked, he had not found any trace of them, and Zhao Beichen felt a bit disappointed. He didn't expect to run into them here. Zhao Beichen had already activated the soul-piercing technique, ready to strike without hesitation as soon as these fellows approached. He aimed to finish them off. Soon he could hear their voices chatting. Wu Xiao is at this direction. Zhao Beichen heard Hu Peng's voice. He saw Hu Peng pointing towards Zhao Beichen's hiding spot while asking Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was looking down using a flashlight to examine a piece of paper in his hand that appeared to be a map. Wu Shuang glanced at the map and then looked around, seemingly trying to locate himself. After a short moment, he said, "Yes, it's this direction." He then pointed to the direction where Zhao Beichen was hiding. Wu Xiao, is it true that when it hits midnight this city will really be rearranged? My uncle said that he has no reason to lie to me. Wu Xiao, in such a big city, goodness, the commotion from the rearrangement would be enormous. Pengzi, look at your face, you seem to have never seen the world. It's just a rearrangement. Oh, what's there to be so astonished about? That's right, Wu Xiao, anyway we have the map in hand, so we don't need to worry about getting lost, right? Hu Peng said awkwardly. Hearing their conversation, Zhao Beichen's heart sank. He temporarily halted his soul-piercing attack. What Wu Shuang and the others implied was that this city seemed to undergo changes at midnight. They were talking about a rearrangement, but what kind of rearrangement? Zhao Beichen decided to wait a little longer to see if he could hear more useful information. After all, his knowledge about this situation was basically zero. Wu Xiao, you mentioned earlier that this city is actually a huge maze that will ultimately lead people to the Colosseum. Hu Peng began to ask Wu Shuang again. Didn't you notice that the paths we've walked are quite interesting? Wu Xiao, what's wrong with the paths? I really haven't noticed anything. Look. Wu Shuang held up the map, shining the flashlight on it. Hu Peng and the other two hurriedly leaned in closer to Wu Shuang. Only these paths are navigable. Other places are blocked for various reasons. Wu Shuang indicated on the map with the flashlight. Ah, truly. Wu Xiao, if you hadn't mentioned it, I really wouldn't have noticed. These navigable paths were all planned in advance. Hu Peng said as he leaned closer to the map, seriously studying the routes on it. So this city is a huge maze, and the only navigable path ultimately leads to the Colosseum. Unless one doesn't walk, otherwise the only destination is the Colosseum. Wu Shuang continued explaining to the others. Is there really no way to avoid walking? A guy asked. Not walking. In a bit the poisonous fog will likely appear. If you don't walk, you'll just be surrounded by the fog. The remaining choices are either to die or to be teleported out. Wu Xiao, there's poisonous fog too. Hu Peng exclaimed. This is just like playing a battle royale game, with poisonous fog forcing you from all directions to head towards the center. However, unlike the battle royale where you can run anywhere, here is a maze. Even if you want to run, it's not guaranteed you can find a way out. Moreover, it resets at midnight every day. Places that used to be paths may become dead ends after the reset. You'll have to find another way. As Wu Shuang said this, he put away the map and shone the flashlight around. Then he began to lead the way forward, and Hu Peng and the other three quickly followed his lead. Wu Xiao, isn't this just a training session? With the poisonous fog and the maze, isn't the bureau making too big of a move? Hu Peng asked, following behind Wu Shuang. My uncle said that training is just one aspect, it's also to explore the secrets of this city. This small world is connected through quantum space technology, not something the Bureau created by itself. Technically, I don't understand either. This small world has been connected for over 10 years, and its secrets have yet to be uncovered. Wu Shuang seemed to have learned a lot about this small world from his uncle. Wu Xiao, why doesn't the Bureau send people to continue investigating? Hu Peng didn't quite understand Wu Shuang's words. Investigate, of course they have, and they spent quite a bit of effort before, but gained little. Why there's poisonous fog, and why the city maze resets every day, they couldn't figure it out even after a long time. Eventually it was shelved due to time constraints. The main reason is that the Bureau has too many small worlds. This one isn't deemed important enough, so it was used for training new recruits. Wu Shuang explained. So Wu Xiao, what will happen when we finally reach the Colosseum? I don't know. In fact, no one has ever reached the Colosseum in these past 10 years. The Colosseum is just a name given by the Bureau. As for what the situation is there, no one knows. Wu Xiao, since no one knows, why do they call it the Colosseum? Hu Peng continued to press. I don't know that either. My uncle is unclear about it. Anyway, everyone just calls it that. Moreover, with the city resetting every day, the location of the Colosseum keeps changing, so to this day, no one knows exactly where it is. While this place is just too eerie, Hu Peng said, rubbing his nose and glancing back, seemingly afraid something might suddenly leap out from the darkness. As they walked and talked, they drew closer to the bus where Zhao Beichen was hiding. He listened intently to their conversation, not missing a single word. Zhao Beichen didn't expect this city to be so treacherous. With poisonous fog and resets, they were ultimately being driven towards some Colosseum. Moreover, the routes would change with the city's daily resets. It wouldn't allow one to arrive at the destination safely. It felt as if the entire city was conducting a selection process, only allowing those who passed the selection to enter the final area. What could this be for? Zhao Beichen's curiosity was piqued. Wu Xiao, are we still going after Zhao Beichen? Hu Peng suddenly quickened his pace and approached Wu Shuang. Erzi, has your bat not found anything yet? Wu Shuang halted and turned to look at the person behind him. Wu Xiao, we released 5 before, but couldn't find that guy. However, we did locate 2 other groups. Hurry up, who knows what this cursed place will turn into after midnight. Wu Shuang urged Erzi. Sure thing, Wu Xiao will send out a few more to scout around. Wu Shuang nodded and began walking forward again. Wu Xiao, doesn't that kid have a few women around him? Is it appropriate to act in front of them? Hu Peng pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang accepted the cigarette and playfully tapped Hu Peng on the forehead. What on earth are you thinking, Pengzi? Are you out of your mind? Of course we can't act in front of those people. Don't you know about luring the tiger away from its mountain? Do you really have to kill someone in front of them? Wu Shuang tapped Hu Peng's head a few more times. Hu Peng cried out from the tapping and had to force a smile, saying, Wu Xiao, you are right, my brain just isn't functioning well, ha. He awkwardly laughed a couple of times. Zhao Beichen was hiding on top of the bus, listening to their conversation clearly. He could tell these guys were still fixated on him. Zhao Beichen decided he could wait no longer. His divine sense was ready to strike, waiting for these guys to get closer before delivering a fatal blow. He saw Wu Shuang ignoring Hu Peng and checking his watch. Wu Xiao, does the watch still work here? Erzi asked as he approached Wu Shuang. It works. The time here is the same as outside, as my uncle said. Then he took out a bottle of water from Erzi's backpack and drank deeply. It's already past 9. We need to find a place to rest while we wait for the city to reset. Wu Shuang capped the water bottle and stuffed it back into Erzi's backpack. At this moment, Erzi also pulled out a bottle of water and gulped it down, saying, Wu Xiao, it's a good thing you knew about the training content early, or our supplies would definitely be insufficient. Of course, we've never been at a loss following Wu Xiao. Hu Peng said, his mouth full of cigarette. Don't forget who has always cleaned up your messes. Last time with those women you could have just had fun, but you had to kill them. If it weren't for Wu Xiao, you'd probably be in serious trouble now. Haha, that's right, if it weren't for Wu Xiao's protection, I wouldn't have the guts to do that. You know, being with Wu Xiao is quite nice, Hu Peng flattered Wu Shuang. By the way, after taking out that Zhao Beichen, can we have Lin Shiqing and Huang Jiai as a reward? One of the 4 who had been silent asked Wu Shuang. Old Knife, do you still have the face to ask for a reward? Last time you messed up controlling Wang Xuechuan, and Wu Xiao didn't even get mad at you. Hu Peng finished and slapped the back of Old Knife's head. Peng Gu, if it weren't for Huang Jiai jumping out unexpectedly, I wouldn't have failed. Old Knife said sheepishly. He quickly took 2 steps forward and said to Wu Shuang, Wu Xiao, I promise I won't fail this time. I will ensure Wang Xuechuan is completely submissive to you, and you will be satisfied. Don't you dare fail again. If you do, we'll break your legs, Hu Peng said as he stepped forward and gave Old Knife's head a few hard taps. Peng Gu, don't worry, I guarantee it won't happen again. Last time was truly an accident. Old Knife promised Pat. Alright, as long as the job is done, well, have I ever mistreated you? As long as you perform beautifully, those 2 women will be yours. Wu Shuang glanced back at the others. Wu Xiao, long life. Being with Wu Xiao is so comfortable. He'll follow Wu Xiao for the rest of my life. After hearing Wu Shuang's promise, the group shouted in excitement. Hu Peng and Erzi's teasing made Zhao Beichen change his mind about directly obliterating their divine senses. He couldn't let them die too easily. Zhao Beichen began to assess their divine senses. Wu Shuang was at the level mid-tier, his divine sense strength significantly brighter than the other three level initial tier members. However, compared to the captain of Taoyuan village, he was still lacking. If he were to truly use his divine sense to obliterate them, it wouldn't be more difficult than defeating the ghost soldiers in Taoyuan village. It was practically a piece of cake. However, Hu Peng and Ertz's conversation made Zhao Beichen increasingly disgusted with these people. He didn't expect these individuals to be so despicable, not only wanting to kill him, but also having their eyes on the throat. As a superhuman, instead of protecting ordinary people, they were exploiting them everywhere. They didn't care even if the other party was their colleague. Zhao Beichen was determined not to let this scum die too easily. He decided not to target their divine senses this time, but rather to focus on their souls. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls control the person's spirit, while the 7 spirits govern the person's body. If the 3 souls are intact, the person's spirit is healthy. If there are fewer than 7 spirits, the person's body will also be healthy. The 3 souls are comprised of Tianhuan Daihun and Rinhan. The 7 spirits are Shirgo Chiluan Fusher, Chue, Tunziai Faidu, and Cain. The Shirgo spirit is particularly interesting. When a person becomes a corpse, they naturally lose any response to external stimuli, which is an extreme representation of insensitivity. Thus, the corpse in Shirgo represents extreme insensitivity to external stimuli, while a dog as an animal can sense even the slightest disturbance, signifying extreme sensitivity to external stimuli. The purpose of the Shirgo spirit is to balance the sensitivity of the human body, ensuring one does not become insensitive nor overly sensitive. For instance, if hot water is poured into a glass, merely touching the glass could feel unbearable, as if this is considered excessive sensitivity. On the other hand, if a hand is submerged in boiling soup and one is unaware, that is extreme insensitivity. The function of the Shirgo spirit is to balance such sensitivity. This is where Zhao Beichen planned to strike. When the Shirgo spirit is removed, the balance of the Bodhi's response to stimuli is also lost. Then a person will either be completely unresponsive to external stimuli, like a corpse, or hypersensitive. Regardless, for scum like Wu Shuang and his companion Zhao Beichen felt no psychological pressure to use any means necessary. He was not a bodhisattva, and compassion was not part of his job description. Since his thoughts were clear, and the 4 had entered the optimal range, what was there to wait for? Zhao Beichen acted without hesitation. He targeted the Shirgo spirits of the 4. 4 formless and invisible divine sense needles shot towards the Shirgo spirits of the 4. Zhao Beichen observed keenly. The souls of the 4 corpse dogs extinguished instantly, leaving only 6 of the original 7 souls. Yet the 4 had no awareness, completely oblivious to the fact that their souls had already been attacked. This is the peculiar power of the soul piercing. Unless the opponent's soul strength surpasses Zhao Beichen's, they would not sense it at all. Alternatively, their cultivation must have reached the realm of either the Yin God or the Yang God. To manifest the Yin God signifies a considerable mastery over one's own soul. As for the Yang God, it is even more remarkable, as it indicates a bodily manifestation that allows for the creation of another self. Such control over the soul reaches a truly extraordinary level. Otherwise, one could not possibly perceive the changes in their soul. The corpse dog has been destroyed, and this is merely the beginning. Zhao Beichen then set his sights on the soul of Fu Shi. The position where Fu Shi's soul was attached is in the human large intestine, which governs the extraction of essences from the intestine and the expulsion of waste. Once Fu Shi's soul is gone, the extraction of essence is out of the question. The expulsion will immediately fall into 2 extremes, either an unceasing flow or complete inability to expel. Don't Wu Shuang and the others enjoy tormenting ordinary people. Zhao Beichen intended to use their own methods against them, allowing them to truly experience the taste of being toyed with. Similarly, 4 soul piercings silently surged toward the souls of the 4. Each person had 6 soul lamps, and with a synchronized extinguishing, one was snuffed out, leaving only 5. Wu Xiao, I need to relieve myself. As soon as Fu Shi's soul was extinguished, Hu Peng reacted. Go ahead, lazy cows take long to relieve themselves. Wu Xiao, I don't know what's wrong, but I also need to relieve myself. Erzi said, clutching his stomach as he approached Wu Shuang. Go ahead, be quick about it. Wu Xiao waved his hand at Erzi. Erzi hastily dropped his backpack and ran toward a street corner. Wu Shuang looked in their direction and turned to Lao Dao beside him. What about you? Do you need to relieve yourself too? Wu Xiao, I don't need to. Unlike them, my stomach is just fine, Lao Dao replied as he patted his own belly. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Beichen understood that the effects of losing Fu Shi's soul had begun to manifest. Hu Peng and Erzi were likely the type to be constantly expelling, while Wu Shuang and Lao Dao were the type that could not expel at all. One must admit that Hu Peng and Erzi were quite fast. Before long, the previously quiet street echoed with the sounds of their strenuous expulsion. The volume was so great that Zhao Beichen couldn't help but marvel at the impressive effects of losing Fu Shi's soul. At the same time, Hu Peng's scream drowned out the sounds of expulsion. Toxic fog is coming, run. Before he finished speaking, Hu Peng with his pants in hand dashed toward Wu Shuang and the others. Hu Peng's scream startled Zhao Beichen. He had previously heard Wu Shuang mention that the toxic fog would drive people toward the center. Zhao Beichen quickly looked in Hu Peng's direction, but after a long time, he didn't detect any toxic fog. Could this toxic fog be formless and invisible? If that were the case, it would be troublesome. Just as Zhao Beichen pondered whether to reveal himself and retreat first, Hu Peng had already reached Wu Shuang's side, and he saw Wu Shuang quickly retreating, keeping his distance from Hu Peng. Pengzi, don't come over, your scent is toxic. Wu Shuang perhaps felt it was still unsafe, and stepped back 2 more paces. Lao Dao standing still looked a bit confused. Wu Xiao, I don't smell any poison, just the smell of feces. Lao Dao, what kind of nose do you have? This isn't the smell of poison. Hu Peng seemed to agree with Wu Shuang, and reached out his hand to Lao Dao's nose to make him smell, while he appeared quite restless. Is it? Pengge, shouldn't you put your pants back on first? Lao Dao said while taking another sniff off Hu Peng's. Pengge, it really is the smell of feces, didn't you use any paper earlier? Lao Dao looked at Hu Peng with a face of disdain. Didn't you just smell the poison? I haven't even finished resolving it yet. Hu Peng appeared a bit embarrassed. Then he hastily exclaimed, Lao Dao, and truly poisoned. I smell of toxic fog all over. Pengge, it's not toxic fog, it's the smell of feces. Why won't you believe me? Lao Dao desperately explained. Look, it's still on your shoes. Lao Dao said as he shone his flashlight onto Hu Peng's shoes. Hu Peng ignored Lao Dao and shouted loudly toward Wu Shuang in the distance, Wu Xiao, help me. I've been contaminated with poison. I'm going to die. He then began to cry uncontrollably. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Beichen understood it was not toxic fog. It should be the reaction of the 4 after losing their corpse dog souls. To confirm, Zhao Beichen carefully discerned the scent in the air. Indeed, he did not detect any smell of poison. It seems that after losing the corpse dog souls, Hu Peng and Wu Shuang were extremely sensitive, while Lao Dao was extremely insensitive. This was why their reactions were so different. While Hu Peng was crying loudly, Erzi, who had finished his business, also came over. He naturally heard the previous comment. He walked up to Hu Peng and patted him on the shoulder. Pengge, Lao Dao is right, it's the smell of feces, not toxic. It appears that this guy, after losing the corpse dog soul, was also similar to Lao Dao, both being insensitive types. Nonsense, it clearly smells toxic. I feel like I can hardly breathe. Wu Shuang had unknowingly retreated a few steps, and then shouted loudly at the 3, Wu Xiao, save me, Wu Xiao. Hu Peng was crying with tears and snot everywhere. Zhao Beichen originally thought that those who dared to act wickedly were probably tough characters. He never expected that Hu Peng was actually a coward. Oh, this won't do. I didn't finish relieving myself just now, you all wait for me. Erzi, who had just returned for less than 2 minutes, said to Lao Dao before running off again. Before Lao Dao could respond to Erzi, Hu Peng in front of him could no longer hold it, and squatted down to relieve himself. Fortunately, Lao Dao was extremely insensitive, so it didn't matter. It was just unfortunate for Hu Peng, who was crying loudly while calling for help as he relieved himself. Wu Shuang retreated quite a distance again and shouted at Lao Dao, throw a backpack over here. As Wu Xiao, he naturally wouldn't carry a backpack. All 3 of his little brothers were carrying it. Hearing Wu Shuang's words, Lao Dao hurriedly grabbed Erzi's backpack from the ground and ran toward Wu Shuang. Just 3 to 5 meters away from Wu Shuang, he was called to a stop by Wu Shuang. Lao Dao, you've got Pengzi's poison on you, don't come over. Just throw the bag over. Lao Dao complied obediently and tossed the bag he was holding. Wu Shuang did not catch it, allowing the bag to fall to the ground, then carefully wrapped his hands with his sleeve. He opened the backpack, took out the food inside, sniffed it, and upon finding no abnormalities began to devour it. Seeing Wu Shuang eating, Lao Dao seemed to feel the call and also set down his backpack. He opened it and began eating the food in large bites. Seeing their actions, Zhao Beichen understood that this was the reaction after losing Fu Shi's soul. Without Fu Shi's soul, one could not extract the essence from food. People would feel lethargic, then extremely hungry. However, no matter how much they ate, it would be of no avail due to the absence of Fu Shi. Those like Wu Shuang and Lao Dao who only consumed without expelling were akin to a paishio. As long as there was enough food, they would eventually burst. While Wu Shuang and Lao Dao were continuously eating, Hu Peng and Erzi over there began as well. The 2 boys hurried over to Hu Peng, holding up their pants. While quickly stuffing food into their mouths from Hu Peng's backpack, they could not stop themselves from relieving themselves. Wu Shuang and Lao Dao had now split into 2 groups. A little distance away, Wu Shuang and Lao Dao were eating non-stop, while Hu Peng and the 2 boys were constantly eating and relieving themselves. The sounds of chewing food, tearing open food packaging, and relieving themselves blended into a cacophony, shattering the original tranquility of the street. The foul odors in the air were overwhelming and nauseating. Zhao Beichen had to cover his mouth and nose with his clothing, yet even then the stench was still overpowering. Watching Hu Peng and the 2 boys continue their relentless diarrhea, Zhao Beichen, a gifted forensic student at the medical school, was acutely aware of the dangers posed by continuous diarrhea to the human body. Continuous diarrhea would result in significant loss of fluids and electrolytes, leading to dehydration and electrolyte imbalance, which in turn could cause reduced blood volume and lower blood pressure. If effective treatment was not obtained and the diarrhea continued, the electrolyte imbalance would directly affect the levels of potassium and sodium in the body, leading to hypokalemia and hyponatremia, which could directly impact the heart. If this continued, they would likely perish. Hu Peng and the two boys could never have imagined that as superpowered individuals they could die from diarrhea. On the other hand, Wu Shuang and Lao Dao, who were eating without relieving themselves, were not faring much better. With a large amount of food entering their intestines without being expelled, the pressure in their intestines would naturally increase, leading to abdominal pain. If the problem was not resolved, the next step would be intestinal obstruction. The entire intestine would be packed with food, swollen and distended, resembling a sausage. If they continued to eat, their intestines would rupture, resulting in severe infections in the abdominal cavity, leading to a similar fate of demise. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wu Shuang fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen and groaning in pain. It appeared that the constant influx of food into his intestines, which could not be expelled, increased the pressure within, leading to abdominal pain. Having lost the spirit dog soul, Wu Shuang was highly sensitive. Even the slightest bodily change would trigger an overwhelmingly strong reaction. In other words, at this moment, Wu Shuang was experiencing extreme abdominal pain. Consequently, his rolling on the ground became more intense, evolving from mere groans to loud cries. Lao Dao continued to eat, watching Wu Shuang's sudden plight with a completely bewildered expression. After losing the spirit dog's soul, he had become extremely insensitive. He of course had no idea what Wu Shuang was going through. He dropped the food he was holding and rushed over to Wu Shuang's side, saying, "Young Master Wu, what's wrong?" "It hurts, it hurts." Wu Shuang rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach, the pain twisting him into a knot, making it difficult for him to articulate. Brother Peng, something's wrong with young Master Wu." Lao Dao was at a loss, completely unsure of what to do, and could only loudly call for help from the distant Hu Peng. At that moment, Hu Peng was so incapacitated by diarrhea that he lacked the strength to stand, squatting on the ground, looking unsteady, barely able to spare a thought for Wu Shuang. He weakly raised a hand to gesture, as if to say, "Buddy, I can't take it anymore either." Meanwhile, Lao Dao continued to shout insistently, "Brother Peng, hurry, young Master Wu might not make it." At this point, Wu Shuang was sweating profusely, his face pale as a sheet. The intensity of his rolling on the ground had significantly decreased, and he was now drawing in breaths without exhaling. Upon hearing Lao Dao's words, Hu Peng no longer even waved his hand, likely because he simply had no strength left. He could only squat no longer and sat down heavily on the ground. Feces continued to flow from beneath him. The second boy beside him was not in a much better state, looking as though he might collapse at any moment. This was Zhao Beichen's first attempt at targeting the soul, and he was surprised at how effective it turned out to be. Although the four of them were now in this dire state, they would not die immediately. This was quite good, as Zhao Beichen did not want them to die too quickly. Of course, he could not allow them to escape the small world. After all, if these guys remembered the green button on the bracelet, a simple press could lead to their escape. Who knew what kind of powerful individuals might be outside? If any of them were able to rescue these guys, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, Zhao Beichen unhesitatingly shot out 4 soul needles, directly targeting the earth souls of the 4. Without their souls, their combined intelligence would likely not exceed 80. They probably wouldn't even know what the identity bracelet was. Naturally, they would not press the green button. The soul needles struck true, and unsurprisingly, each of the 4 extinguished one of their 3 soul lamps. Originally possessing 3 souls and 7 spirits, now each of them was left with only 2 souls and 5 spirits. They were as incapacitated as one could be. One wondered if such individuals could even join the Disabled Association. Zhao Beichen confirmed the status of the 4 once more. Hu Peng and the 2 boys had completely collapsed, soaking in their own excrement. One was shoving indescribable things into his mouth, while the other was continuously releasing various substances from below. Very good, this was the kind of behavior one would expect from fools, as Zhao Beichen mentally gave a thumbs up to both. Looking over at Wu Shuang and Lao Dao was now ignoring Wu Shuang, squatting in front of the backpack and eating on his own. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang was in so much pain that he could only curl up on the ground, seemingly unable to even feel his breathing. Zhao Beichen was pleased with the performance of these 2, as well, readily giving them a thumbs up. Since things had turned out so perfectly, Zhao Beichen decided to retreat. Who knows when this toxic mist would arrive? It would be better to regroup with the 3 girls first. As for whether to take Wu Shuang and the others' supplies, drinking water and maps, Zhao Beichen was indeed a bit confused. These items were right before his eyes, and they were all things he currently needed. The food on his side would last at most 2 days, with only 1 bottle of water per person. The flashlight was an excellent item, far more useful than candles. If he took all these supplies back, it would indeed resolve. Moreover, the map in Wu Shuang's hand might be very helpful in the coming days. Just as Zhao Beichen was preparing to jump down from the roof of the vehicle to gather the supplies, 4 more people appeared at the edge of his 100-meter perception range. Zhao Beichen recognized that this was another small group. Today's events absolutely could not be traced back to him. There could be no suspicion. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he might be killed in the future. Wu Shuang was from the Wu family of the Chilean mountains, and he knew nothing about the situation of the Wu family. God knows what kind of superpowered individuals this Wu family might have. Better safe than sorry. Zhao Beichen decided to leave immediately to reduce the risk of being discovered. He would leave everything behind. Thus, he jumped down from the roof of the vehicle, scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground, and jumped back up to the roof, carefully scattering the dirt over the top to cover up any traces of his presence. In case the Wu family decided to investigate this matter, he did not want to leave any clues that would lead to trouble. Though this city resets every day, the bus might have moved elsewhere by the next time. However, Zhao Beichen felt it was unnecessary to take risks. It's better to be overly cautious than to face dire consequences. In the darkness, Zhao Beichen carefully tidied everything up. Then he quietly withdrew. Just as Zhao Beichen finished erasing all traces of himself and began to retreat into the darkness, he sensed that 4 individuals had entered a range of 70 meters. Fortunately, the night was dark and Zhao Beichen's movements were discreet, so he did not attract the attention of these individuals. He stealthily made his way back along the street, carefully covering some distance. Only then did he allow himself to run at full speed, soon putting considerable distance between himself and the street. It was then that he slowed his pace. After meticulously recalling the entire sequence of events, he found that he had handled everything quite cleanly. Most importantly, he had not taken anything from Wu Shuang and the others, nor had he even approached them. This way it could withstand scrutiny. Zhao Beichen understood far too little about the world of supernatural beings. Heaven knows what strange abilities these supernatural individuals possess. It was better to remain cautious and careful. After all 4 people had died. With this thought, Zhao Beichen's heart, 4 people died. No, Zhao Beichen negated this thought in his mind. When he left, none of Wu Shuang's group had died. They could only be said to be in critical condition. He was quite certain that Wu Shuang and the others still had a breath left in them. Now another group had arrived. Could there be any supernatural beings among them? Could they rescue Wu Shuang and the others? Even if they couldn't save them, they might at least help them transmit a signal by pressing the green button. With this thought, Zhao Beichen's heart raced. Such a scenario was highly likely. If he could think of it, others could surely. If these 4 individuals were sent back, it would be disastrous. He would have worked in vain. Not only would he have worked in vain, but he would also leave himself with 4 ticking time bombs. No, he had to go back and take a look. He must confirm what the situation really was. Zhao Beichen made up his mind and turned back, sprinting toward the street he had just come from. When he was still a few hundred meters away from the street, Zhao Beichen stopped. He cautiously approached the deeper shadows by the roadside, moving forward. Outwardly, he was just an ordinary person. In such a pitch-black night, without any lighting tools and not accompanied by his, once discovered, it would indeed be difficult to explain. Soon within a range of 100 meters, Zhao Beichen immediately sensed the presence of 4 individuals. It's over. Zhao Beichen thought to himself, the situation he most dreaded had indeed occurred. Now he only sensed 4 individuals, while this place should have 2 groups of 8 people. It seemed that Wu Shuang's group had indeed been transported back. Zhao Beichen's heart sank. Nevertheless, he cautiously continued to move forward. He needed to see for himself. At a street corner, Zhao Beichen stopped. From this position, he could clearly see the scene on the street. Indeed, only a new group of 4 people remained. Wu Shuang and the others were already gone. They must have been transported back by the new arrivals. Zhao Beichen silently blamed himself for not having directly eliminated Wu Shuang and the other source of power earlier. He would not have allowed these 4 scoundrels to have any chance of survival. However, since the event had already occurred, there was nothing he could do. He would just have to take it as a lesson learned. Having learned a lesson, Zhao Beichen did not intend to dwell on it. This matter could be considered closed. It was normal to encounter some unexpected situations during his first mission of eliminating evil. Zhao Beichen observed as the 4 individuals were collecting the supplies of Wu Shuang and the others. However, it seemed that this task was not easy. All 4 had their heads wrapped in clothing, leaving only their eyes exposed. It seemed that the smell in the street was indeed overwhelming. Zhao Beichen couldn't be bothered with the 4 of them and quietly left the scene. The journey back was uneventful, with neither any accidents nor the discovery of anything useful. On the 3rd floor by the window of the hotel, Huang Jiai remained vigilant. From afar, she saw Zhao Beichen. She hurriedly jumped down from the upper floor and ran toward Zhao Beichen. One reason for choosing the 3rd floor as a safe house was that Huang Jiai could easily jump up and down. This way, if any danger arose and the stairs were blocked, Huang Jiai could lead people out through the window. However, what the 3 women did not know was that what Huang Jiai could do, Zhao Beichen could also do. Yet what Zhao Beichen could do, Huang Jiai could not. After all, Zhao Beichen was at the 11 late stage, while Huang Jiai was only at the 11 early stage, a full 2 minor realms apart. Beichen, did you find anything? Huang Jiai asked eagerly before reaching him. Zhao Beichen spread his empty hands. No, I didn't find anything. It's fine, it's fine. The city is so large, we can continue searching in the morning. We'll surely find something, Huang Jiai comforted. What about the other 2? They're still sleeping. After all, they are ordinary people, and climbing up and down today has indeed exhausted them. After saying this, Huang Jiai looked at Zhao Beichen. What about you? You've been running all night. Are you exhausted? Of course. Even though I usually exercise quite a bit, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed right now. Zhao Beichen played along with Huang Jiai's words. After all, he was just an ordinary person in her eyes. You've worked hard, go back and rest. After saying this, Huang Jiai helped Zhao Beichen dust off the dirt from his clothes. Originally, when he left Taoyuan village, Zhao Beichen had deliberately made himself look dirty. After a night of running around, Zhao Beichen looked even dirtier now. His entire body was covered in dust, making him hardly recognizable. It's so strange. Look how dirty you are, yet you still smell so good, Huang Jia said, having dusted off Zhao Beichen's clothes, inhaling deeply several times. Zhao Beichen didn't know how to deal with this, so he simply feigned ignorance and did not respond. Let's go back and rest. Luckily Huang Jia was considerate and did not cling to Zhao Beichen. The two returned to the room on the third floor, where Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were still curled up on the sofa sleeping deeply. Their position seemed unchanged from when Zhao Beichen left. They looked genuinely exhausted. This room was a business suite with both a living room and a bedroom. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Huang Jia had spread out her outdoor sleeping mat on the floor of the living room, seemingly planning to spend the night like this. Zhao Beichen had nothing with him, so he simply went into the bedroom, dusted off the mattress, and dragged it to the living room. He didn't mind, cleanliness was no longer important, he just needed a place to lie down. Fortunately, the living room was large enough to accommodate all four of them. Lying on the mattress, although he closed his eyes, Zhao Beichen's mind was racing. Throughout the journey back, he had been pondering how to explain the toxic fog and the city's reset. After all, the three women knew that he was completely unaware of these matters. Tossing and turning on the mattress, Zhao Beichen couldn't think of any good ideas. Jia, do you have a watch? What time is it now? He had given up his phone during the training session and had no watch, so he could only ask Huang Jia. It's 10:40. Huang Jia raised her hand to check her watch and replied. You've worked hard all night, you should rest now, she added. Okay, you'll just take a quick nap then. Zhao Beichen closed his eyes. He wasn't tired at all, in fact, he felt quite energized. Running outside tonight hadn't consumed much of his energy. However, to fit the persona of an ordinary person, he had to pretend to be fatigued, otherwise it would be hard to explain. It was now 10:40 at night, and no toxic mist had appeared. The toxic gas in the game of chicken continuously. Zhao Beichen estimated that for the toxic mist here to push people toward the central area, its design should be similar. Otherwise, how would it force people out? He hadn't seen the toxic mist for such a long time. This could only mean that their current location was likely not at the edge of the city. As for how far it was from the central area, Zhao Beichen didn't know. If they weren't at the edge, they wouldn't be affected by the toxic mist for now. What he had to consider now was the reset of the city at midnight. He had no idea what would happen during the reset. Throughout this time, the three women hadn't mentioned this topic. This likely meant they were unaware, otherwise, given their fondness for him, there was no reason for them to hide it. Although he didn't know exactly how the reset would occur, Zhao Beichen felt that at least he shouldn't stay indoors when it happened. It was safer to be outside. At least if something went wrong, he could run away. Being trapped inside would be troublesome. There was still over an hour until the Zhao Beichen made up his mind to take everyone out a bit earlier when the time came. Having thought it through, he finally felt relief. He wasn't feeling sleepy either, thinking that he hadn't checked the system panel for almost a whole day. He focused his attention on the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen Corpse touch value 390500 max value reward max level wine thunder / current realm A-class post stage to reach max level divine soul stab A-class post stage and max level concealment technique. Only 100 corpse touch values are needed. However, this wind thunder / required 500, a full 5 times more than before. It should be quite powerful. Fortunately, he had collected a lot of wood in Taoyuan village, otherwise he wouldn't know when he would gather enough for these 500 points. Zhao Beichen silently pondered while looking at the system panel. The panel had always been this simple, and there wasn't much more to see, so he glanced at it, and then looked away. Even now he couldn't figure out why he had a system. He had no clues about it at all. However, the good news was that the system was indeed powerful in just a few days. It had led him to a qualitative change. If he kept collecting corpses, who knows what other rewards the system would grant. Zhao Beichen was very much looking forward to it. After thinking aimlessly for a while, Zhao Beichen felt that it was probably about time. He opened his eyes and glanced toward the area Huang Jia had been watching vigilantly. Huang Jia was still sitting by the window, occasionally looking left and right, appearing very alert. This little girl was quite impressive, Zhao Beichen thought to himself, praising Huang Jia. During this time, Zhao Beichen had been sensing the surroundings within 100 meters. Everything was very safe, with no unusual movements. Jia, what time is it now? Oh, you're awake. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? Huang Jia glanced at her watch and said, It's only 11:40 now. Oh, it's still far from dawn. Just sleep easy, you don't need to worry about me. I can manage, Huang Jia added. Jia, I feel something strange inside. It seems like something is going to happen here, and I think we need to leave. Zhao Beichen couldn't think of a better way to put it, so he just said that. Oh, really? What do you feel? I can't say, but it just feels strange here. My intuition is usually quite accurate. I think we should go outside first. After saying this, Zhao Beichen deliberately looked around and pretended to feel uncomfortable. Seeing Zhao Beichen looking around, Huang Jia also glanced around. Beichen, do you really feel something strange here? I don't feel anything at all. Huang Jia was not willing to give up and scan the area again. I truly feel something strange. I rarely have this feeling. The last time I felt like this was in the first level, and I was able to escape from a tiger's mouth, otherwise I might have been eaten by it. To enhance his credibility, Zhao Beichen started to fabricate stories. After all, Huang Jia didn't know anything about what happened in the first level. Why not make it up as he pleased? Huang Jia looked at Zhao Beichen, who nodded firmly at her. Alright, since you say so, let's go out first. At worst we can find another place to rest. Huang Jia agreed to Zhao Beichen's suggestion. She then walked over to Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, waking them up. After the two woke up, Huang Jia informed them of Zhao Beichen's words. The two had no objections, and everyone began to pack their things. In fact, there wasn't much to pack, they just needed to put the food back into the backpacks. Huang Jia rolled up the mat she had laid on the ground. Soon they had packed everything and exited the hotel. Outside it was pitch dark, there was basically no light to be seen. Zhao Beichen took out 2 candles from his bag. Huang Jia ignited them with her abilities and gave one to each of the 2 girls. Beichen, where are we going now? There's a square ahead, oh let's head there first. It's more open over there, Zhao Beichen suggested. The 3 girls did not object for them now. As long as they were together, it didn't matter where they went. Although the sky was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Wang Xuechuan still occasionally looked up at the sky. Zhao Beichen knew she was still worried about Wu Shuang and her group. However, he couldn't tell her about their situation, so he could only let her look. The square was not far from the hotel, and soon the 3 arrived. The square was quite large, but many of the bricks that had originally paved the ground were broken. In some places large sections of the pavement were missing, revealing only dirt. The 4 slowly made their way to the center of the square. Jiayi, what time is it now? Zhao Beichen asked Huang Jiayi. She looked at her watch and replied, it's 11:59. Beichen, you've asked for the time several times, is something wrong? Before Zhao Beichen could respond, he felt something was off. The ground beneath his feet was actually trembling. Is it about to start? Zhao Beichen suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. The tremors on the ground grew increasingly intense. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing clung tightly to Zhao Beichen's arms on either side, the faint candlelight illuminating the ground. They could clearly see the gravel on the ground jumping. Beichen, what's happening? Huang Jia asked nervously as she moved closer to Zhao Beichen. I don't know. Everyone, let's stay close together, Zhao Beichen said, looking around. They were currently in the center of the square with no buildings in sight. Zhao Beichen had considered coming to this place. He was unsure how the city's reset functioned, but given the commotion, it was likely not a minor event. Many buildings in this city were swaying precariously. Heaven knows if these structures could withstand the reset. If they collapsed, being buried inside would be disastrous. Thus, when he saw this square on the way back, Zhao Beichen immediately favored it. The square was large, and with no surrounding buildings, it was much safer. The group held hands tightly together as the tremors from the ground intensified. Zhao Beichen observed clearly that buildings in the distance began to sink. It wasn't a collapse, entire buildings were sinking as if trapped in quicksand. The speed was alarming, and soon a large building disappeared. It was as if it had never existed at all. As far as the eye could see, this phenomenon continued. Was this the city's reset? Zhao Beichen was left dumbfounded. The action of the reset was too dramatic. Due to the darkness, the girls could not see what was happening in the distance. When the nearby buildings began to sink, they finally saw it. Oh my god, those buildings are sinking! Lin Shiqing exclaimed, tightening her grip on Zhao Beichen's arm. What on earth is happening? Huang Jia shouted. If Beichen hadn't let us out of the hotel just now, wouldn't we have? Wang Zuchen's words seemed to remind everyone. Indeed, this is terrifying. Beichen, your intuition is simply remarkable. In this situation, Huang Jia still remembered to praise Zhao Beichen. Everyone, don't talk. Quickly use something to cover your heads, the dust storm is coming. As the buildings continued to sink underground, dust filled the air. More and more dust rushed towards the square. Upon hearing Zhao Beichen's words, the girls hurriedly pulled their outer garments over their heads. Zhao Beichen, being tall, turned and shielded the girls in front of him. He served as the first line of defense against the dust. Just as they got ready, the dust storm swept in. Before long, the 4 of them were completely engulfed. The dust was overwhelming, resembling a sandstorm filling the sky. No one dared to open their eyes, let alone speak. After a while, the noise gradually subsided. Zhao Beichen shook off the dust on his body, carefully lowering the clothing covering his head. Dust clung everywhere on him, and he hurriedly shook it off. Looking around, everything was flat, covered by a thick layer of soil. All that met the eye was dirt, nothing else. Zhao Beichen patted the girls. Only then did they cautiously lower the clothing covering their heads. Despite Zhao Beichen shielding them from some dust, everyone was covered in grime. They patted each other off, sending up another cloud of dust. Once they were tidied up, they finally saw their surroundings. Oh my god, not a single building is left. Is the ground beneath us empty? Lin Shiqing, being from the research department, was the most curious. She crouched down, starting to check the ground, knocking and tapping, but it seemed like she found nothing. What on earth is going on? Wang Xuechuan looked around with wide eyes, a puzzled expression on her face. The group had yet to recover from the earlier scene. Then they felt the tremors beneath their feet again. Oh no, not again. Zhao Beichen's heart tightened. Everyone hold on tight, don't let go. Zhao Beichen shouted to the girls. They quickly gripped each other's hands tightly once more. The tremors beneath their feet grew stronger, much more intense than before. Then Zhao Beichen felt the ground lifting him up. Not only did he feel it, but the 3 girls also sensed it and began to scream. As the ground rose, it was accompanied by a tremendous roar. The sound was so loud that Zhao Beichen shouted to the girls, but they couldn't hear him even though they were right next to him. At this moment communication through sound was impossible. Zhao Beichen could only hold tightly to Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiking's hands, while Wang Zichuan's other hand grasped Huang Jiai. The speed of the ground's ascent increased rapidly. The immense force caused the four of them to tumble to the ground. The ground continued to rise, accelerating, and Zhao Beichen felt as if he were on a fast-moving elevator. A massive building emerged from beneath the square. Zhao Beichen and the others just happened to be on top of this building. Fortunately, the roof was flat, so they merely fell down. Zhao Beichen struggled to lift his head and look around. Countless buildings erupted from all directions like bamboo shoots. These structures seemed to sprout from the ground. However, the speed of their emergence was astonishing. Originally, the surroundings had been flat, devoid of anything. Now buildings of various sizes were desperately pushing up from the ground following some unseen order. Some buildings stopped growing after reaching a certain height. Yet the one beneath Zhao Beichen and the others continued to rise relentlessly. After waiting for a while, when he saw that the building beneath him had stopped moving, Zhao Beichen stood up. No, it wasn't the ground. He stood up on the rooftop of the building. In his view, the building beneath him was the tallest. The three girls were quite startled. The speed at which the building had shot up was simply too rapid. It shot up towards the sky with the four of them. The enormous acceleration was indeed uncomfortable. The three girls sat up from the ground still in shock, while Huang Jiai, being an ability user, quickly recovered. Only Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shurqing, the two ordinary ones, needed more time. Zhao Beichen had already reached the edge of the rooftop. The sky remained pitch black with the distance completely enveloped in thick darkness. Even with excellent eyesight, Zhao Beichen could only vaguely see the silhouettes of some buildings. However, the structures that were relatively closer were clearer. The building they were standing on was surrounded by various other buildings, tall and short, all different. The square that had been there earlier was long gone, part of it now being the very building beneath them. Zhao Beichen was relieved that they had stood in a relatively safe position earlier. Had they inadvertently stood at the edge, they would likely have been thrown off during the building's ascent. The scale of this city's reset was astonishing. It was as if the entire city had vanished first, and then buildings emerged from different locations. It was akin to a brand new city. Roads, landmarks, everything was different. The paths explored before were rendered meaningless, changing all over again at midnight. No wonder the Bureau had been investigating for over a decade without any clarity. Each investigation essentially spanned only one day. If they couldn't figure it out within that day, then with the city's reset, all previous efforts would be in vain, and they'd have to start over. And in such a vast city, completing it in a day was impossible. Just as Zhao Beichen was pondering this, the three girls walked over to him. As they approached, Huang Jiai gasped in astonishment. "My goodness! What's wrong?" Upon hearing Huang Jiai's exclamation, Zhao Beichen hurriedly asked, "Look over there." Huang Jiai did not answer, but pointed towards the west. Zhao Beichen had not yet had the chance to check that direction, so he quickly turned to look where Huang Jiai was pointing. To their west, there was a patch of bright light. This patch of light formed a stark contrast against the otherwise dark city. The colorful lights illuminated the sky, creating a breathtaking sight. No wonder Huang Jiai had suddenly screamed. The area of the bright light appeared to be quite large. Standing on the rooftop, they could see that the illuminated region resembled a street bustling with lights during a holiday. However, it was too far away for them to see clearly. "What place is that?" Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shurqing also noticed the lights. "I don't know." Zhao Beichen shook his head. He wondered if it could be the so-called beast fighting arena, but he kept that thought to himself. After all, if the three girls hadn't mentioned it, that meant they were also unaware. If he brought it up without being able to explain the source of his information, wouldn't that just cause trouble for himself? The group looked for a while longer, but did not notice anything else. This place is truly bizarre. Houses can sink underground and then grow back up. It's simply unbelievable. Wang Xuechuan brought up the strange occurrences in the city that night. "Yeah, if it weren't for Beichen making us come out of the building early, we would probably have been teleported by now. Of course, being buried underground would only lead to teleportation. By the way, Shurqing, didn't your grandfather mention anything about the situation in the small world before?" Huang Jiai suddenly asked. "No, my grandfather just said to be careful and did not elaborate further. It's probably because we have identity bracelets we can return anytime anyway." Lin Shurqing explained. "How about we find a place to rest first?" Zhao Beichen suggested. "Oh, it's already 2 o'clock. We should indeed rest a bit." Huang Jiai glanced at her watch. "You all should drink some water." Zhao Beichen noticed that the lips of the three girls were cracked. "No need, let's save it, or we don't want to waste it," they replied. "I can hold on, or it's fine." No, your health is important. There's no need to force yourselves." Zhao Beichen firmly disagreed. Under Zhao Beichen's insistence, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shurqing took a symbolic sip. "You should drink some too," Zhao Beichen said, noticing Huang Jiai was silent. "I am an ability user. Ooh, I don't need this sip. Let's hurry to find a place to rest." "All right, let's go then." Zhao Beichen slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked towards the stairs. The three girls quickly packed up their things and followed behind. The entire hallway was dark, and Zhao Beichen took out a candle for Huang Jiai to light. He handed candles to Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shurqing. With the candlelight, the hallway became much brighter. Even though the candlelight was limited, it was enough for Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, two ordinary people, to feel their way through. The stairs were covered in dust thick with layers. It seemed like no one had walked here for a very long time. After reaching the top floor, Zhao Beichen led the way and opened the fire door between the floors, only to discover that they were on a commercial top floor. The entire floor had partitioned offices and a workspace filled with cubicles. It seemed that this building was an office building. Within Zhao Beichen's 100-meter perception range, it was quiet. How about we rest here for the night? What do you all think? Zhao Beichen felt it was unnecessary to spend more time looking for a new place. When dawn breaks tomorrow, we can go up to the rooftop again to observe the current situation in the city, which will save us from climbing the building again tomorrow. Zhao Beichen shared his thoughts with the three girls. The three girls did not object to. Eventually, they found a large office at the far end. Inside, there were sofas, furniture, and it was nicely decorated. It looked like it should be the boss office. The glass on the windows was intact. Due to being sealed well, there was dust in the room, but it was much better than in the hallway. After a rough cleanup, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing each chose a sofa to lie down on. The city had reset tonight, and it truly exhausted them. Huang Jiayi insisted on keeping watch, urging Zhao Beichen to rest quickly. Zhao Beichen used the mat attached to Wang Zuchen's backpack. He found a corner in the office, laid it out, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Although staying awake was possible, it was quite comfortable to sleep. When Zhao Beichen woke up, it was already bright outside. The office was still quiet. He turned his head and saw Huang Jiayi asleep in the boss chair. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were also sound asleep on the sofa. He did not disturb the three girls, but quietly got up and approached the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the sky was bright, and he could see far away. The buildings outside looked completely different from before the reset, appearing less dilapidated overall. However, the overall tone was still gray. The road from yesterday was unrecognizable, completely transformed. The city still appeared quiet with no signs of life. Zhao Beichen suddenly remembered another group of four he had seen on the street yesterday. He wondered if they had been affected by this. As Zhao Beichen scanned the surroundings, he suddenly noticed a layer of gray misty wall in the distance, seemingly moving. Zhao Beichen quickly focused and looked carefully for a while. Using the building as a reference, that wall in the distance did not appear low at all. It was indeed moving. This wall was not only tall, but also very wide. Poison mist. Zhao Beichen's heart skipped a beat. He looked left and right and found that the entire gray wall was connected as one. Fortunately, the wall was still far from them. To confirm whether it was indeed poison mist, Zhao Beichen ran out of the office and headed to the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, he had a clearer view. Zhao Beichen immediately saw a circle of gray walls surrounding them. There was no escape. It was a complete circle, and it was still moving, definitely the poison mist Wu Shuang had mentioned. According to Wu Shuang's explanation, this poison mist forced people towards the central area. Zhao Beichen hurriedly determined the general direction of the central area. It turned out to be the direction where they had seen the lights last night. It seemed the poison mist was driving them towards that place. Zhao Beichen did not dare to delay and quickly ran back to the office to wake the three girls. The three were still groggy from sleep, and when Zhao Beichen called them, they were not fully awake. Zhao Beichen didn't say much, directly pulling them to the floor-to-ceiling window. He briefly explained what he had seen on the rooftop. He did not mention it was poison mist, but said he saw the entire circle formed by the gray wall continuously shrinking. After listening to Zhao Beichen's words, the three girls finally woke up. They quickly packed their belongings, fortunate that the poison mist was still far from their position. After packing, Zhao Beichen led the group back up to the rooftop. The visibility was high now. Even Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, two ordinary people, could easily see the mist wall in the distance. What is that thing? It's still shrinking. Lin Shiqing looked around and focused on the mist wall in the distance. Look, that building is being swallowed. Hurry up, this thing is closing in from all directions. It will definitely reach us soon, Zhao Beichen said. What should we do? Wang Xuechuan asked. That way seems to be the center of the city. Zhao Beichen pointed to the west of the building. The place where the light was last night seems to be in that direction too, Lin Shiqing added. Yes, we can only head that way and see. Based on the current situation, the city center should be the last place this thing reaches. Zhao Beichen finished speaking and let the girls check the direction to ensure they understood. Then the four of them hurriedly turned and went down the stairs. Upon exiting the building, the four of them headed toward the direction they had previously planned. The road was still gray and dusty, but the buildings appeared to be in better condition than before, not as dilapidated. The streets were eerily empty, just like the previous city, with no signs of life or any plants to be seen. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence. The group cautiously moved forward with Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing flanking Zhao Beichen. The scent emanating from Zhao Beichen helped ease their tension. It's strange we didn't see these gray walls yesterday, so why are they here today? Lin Shiqing suddenly spoke up, clearly still preoccupied with the gray walls. Yesterday the four of them had climbed to the top of a tall building and had indeed not noticed anything like this. Could it be that this city's transformation occurred last night? Huang Jiayi speculated. That's possible, Lin Shiqing nodded. Now we just don't know when this transformation will happen again. Thinking about how we might have been buried underground yesterday gives me chills, Lin Shiqing said, patting her chest. Indeed, it seems we should remain cautious in the coming days. Wang Xuechuan, after speaking, looked up at the sky. Clearly she was still worried about Wu Shuang and the others. Are you still concerned about Wu Shuang and the others? Huang Jia asked upon noticing her demeanor. Wang Xuechuan nodded. Well, as long as you all are here, even if Wu Shuang comes, I won't be afraid. She then leaned closer to Zhao Beichen and took a deep breath. Zhao Beichen remained silent, merely smiling. It was impossible for Wu Shuang to come. It was uncertain whether he was still alive. Oh, there's a small supermarket. Lin Shirin suddenly pointed ahead. Zhao Beichen looked in the direction she indicated and indeed saw a supermarket sign. This was the first supermarket they had encountered since the city reset. They quickened their pace and approached. It was a small supermarket, not very large in facade. The door was open with several windows around. Light streamed in from outside, making the interior quite bright. Zhao Beichen sensed no danger and led the way. The interior of the supermarket was about 100 square meters in size. The areas where shelves could be placed were completely filled, leaving only narrow aisles between them. At a glance, the shelves were mostly empty, covered in a thick layer of dust. The girls dispersed from behind Zhao Beichen to search for anything useful. At that moment, Zhao Beichen sensed movement within 100 meters. Countless small dots had just crossed his 100-meter alert range, rushing toward the supermarket. Not good. Zhao Beichen's heart tightened. The number he sensed was alarmingly high. They swarmed like a tide. Not good. There are rats, a lot of rats. Zhao Beichen shouted in haste. Jai, come help me block the door. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed his backpack aside and rushed toward the supermarket door. Upon hearing his shout, Huang Jia did not hesitate and quickly dashed toward the supermarket exit. Xuechuan searching see if there are any other exits. Zhao Beichen reached the door and quickly shut it. However, the supermarket had double glass doors which might not hold for long. He hurriedly pushed empty shelves against the door, attempting to barricade it. At this moment, Huang Jia also arrived and began to help him push. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, upon hearing the call, ran deeper into the supermarket to see if they could find it. Zhao Beichen laid the shelves down and stacked them one after another. This way, the base of the shelves could form a wall. Though the shelves were a bit thin, there were several layers from top to bottom. At least it could delay the rats' offensive momentum. However, the supermarket doors were wider than the shelves, leaving a gap of about 20 to 30 centimeters. Huang Jia searched for items to stuff into the gap, trying to block it. The small dots within Zhao Beichen's sensing range were getting closer, with more and more dots continuously flooding into the 100-meter alert zone. The number of these rats was likely in the tens of thousands. Beichen, there are windows too. Huang Jia, although not yet seeing the rats, firmly believed Zhao Beichen's warning. After all, Zhao Beichen's sensing abilities had already been proven during the previous bat incident and the city reset. Zhao Beichen quickly stacked the last shelf and turned to run toward the windows. The situation was dire. There was space between the shelves and the ceiling, and the rats were likely able to climb over. Blocking them completely was impossible. They could only delay for a bit. However, there was no time for further thought. Zhao Beichen hurriedly began to block the windows in the same manner. There were 3 windows in total, and he had just blocked 2. Countless rats were crashing against the supermarket's glass doors like a tide. The sound of shattering glass was particularly pronounced. The shelves blocking the door began to shake. Fortunately, there were enough shelves stacked together that the rats could not push them open. They had temporarily halted the rats' advance. However, Huang Jia could not completely block the 20-centimeter gap beside the supermarket. Rats had already begun to crawl through that gap. Huang Jia wasted no time and activated her fire abilities, sending flames toward the rats in the gap. Strangely, even when the flames engulfed the rats, turning them into fireballs, they emitted no cries of pain. These rats continued their relentless charge until the flames consumed them completely, rendering them unable to move before finally stopping. Even though the small gap had become an inferno, the rats behind pressed on, and several had already charged through the fire, becoming fireballs as they ran amok inside the supermarket. Zhao Beichen had just blocked the 3rd window with a shelf when he turned around to see several fireballs racing wildly in the supermarket. He activated his divine sense and immediately detected the faint soul light within the fireballs. Without hesitation, several divine sense spikes flew out. The faint soul light within the fireballs was extinguished instantly, leaving those fireballs motionless on the ground. Upon seeing the corpses, Zhao Beichen approached without a second thought. He had a personal rule of checking every corpse. The fireballs continued to crackle and burn. Time was tight, and Zhao Beichen couldn't afford to hesitate. He quickly extended 2 fingers and pointed at one of the fireballs. As long as he pressed once, he could retract quickly, and he should be safe from getting burned. As his fingers touched the rat's corpse, a ding sounded in his mind. Zhao Beichen took a quick glance at the system panel. Host Zhao Beichen, corpse value 391500. Full value reward max level wind and thunder / current realm A-class late stage. His corpse value had increased by 1 point from the previous 390 to 391. It seemed each rat contributed a point to the corpse value. Zhao Beichen glanced at Huang Jia and found that she was still holding her ground. He quickly ran to the other fireballs and pointed at them as well. Ding ding ding. The sounds echoed in his mind. Looking at the panel again, the corpse value had reached 396 points. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Beichen felt a sense of joy inside. He then quickly ran toward Huang Jiai. At the entrance of the supermarket, Huang Jiai was continuously unleashing her fire-based abilities. By the time Zhao Beichen arrived, Huang Jiai was already drenched in sweat. It seemed that using her abilities took a significant toll on her. Jiai, can you hold on? There are just too many rats. I probably can't last much longer. Huang Jiai raised her hand and shot out another burst of flames, then wiped the sweat from her face. Just then she heard the sound of rats coming from the stacks of shelves. It seemed they had begun to climb into the supermarket through the gaps between the shelves and the ceiling. Jiai, you cover the passage, you'll take care of the top. Zhao Beichen said to Huang Jiai while holding a metal folding chair. As soon as he finished speaking, rats started to peek out from the top of the shelves. Zhao Beichen quickly activated the soul piercer. The rats that were hit by the soul attack immediately froze, and Zhao Beichen hurriedly swung the folding chair at them. Killing the rats with the folding chair was merely for Huang Jiai's benefit. Then Zhao Beichen began to knock them off the top of the shelves. The sound of a system notification echoed constantly in his mind. Zhao Beichen had no time to check it. Beichen, how's it going? Huang Jiai asked as she continued to set fire to the passage while glancing at Zhao Beichen. I'm fine for now. Zhao Beichen swung the folding chair as if playing whack-a-mole, continuously hitting the rats. However, most of the rats had already been taken out by the soul piercer before he could hit them. Zhao Beichen was merely putting on a show for Huang Jiai. Zhao Beichen continuously tossed the rat corpses away as he could only gain corpse collection points by touching the bodies. The notification sound for corpse collection in his mind kept ringing. Zhao Beichen exerted himself to activate the soul piercer, but its limitations became evident. It wasn't very effective against the swarm of rats. The soul piercer was powerful, but it couldn't achieve mass destruction. This was akin to the difference between a sniper rifle and artillery on the battlefield. The sniper rifle kills precisely, while artillery causes widespread devastation. The two have entirely different applicable scenarios. Zhao Beichen couldn't help but feel excited about the full-level thunderstorm slash that he would receive once his corpse collection points were maxed out. The name sounded like a skill capable of mass destruction. It would be perfect for the current situation. After all, weren't these rats just coming to deliver corpse collection points? Zhao Beichen became even more vigorous in his efforts to hit the rats. Fortunately, he had blocked the doors and windows ahead of time. Otherwise, if the rats charged into the supermarket, the consequences would be unimaginable. While his soul piercer was quite powerful, its attack range was too small. Conversely, although Huang Jiai's fire attack had a larger range, its power was insufficient. She couldn't kill the rats with a single strike, and there were always some that slipped through the gaps and entered the supermarket. Zhao Beichen also had to help Huang Jiai deal with the rats that were already on fire and running amok. The notification for corpse collection kept ringing in Zhao Beichen's mind. Suddenly a surge of memories flooded in, and he realized that he had reached 500 corpse collection points. He had already had 396 points, so he only needed a little over 100 more. The relentless waves of rats made it easy for Zhao Beichen to reach the 500 points. He quickly glanced at the system panel. Host Zhao Beichen corpse collection points 01000 max value reward B level initial stage current stage A level late stage. Indeed, the memories flooding into his mind were of the full-level thunderstorm slash that the system was rewarding him. Fortunately, Zhao Beichen was already familiar with this process. The memories of the full-level thunderstorm slash didn't hinder him from continuing to eliminate the rats. He looked at Huang Jiai, who was now pale and drenched in sweat. It was clear that using her abilities had taken a tremendous toll on her. Jiai, are you okay? Seeing her condition, Zhao Beichen estimated that she wouldn't last much longer. Beichen, I'm struggling, the consumption is too severe. You should go, we'll hold them off. After Huang Jiai shot out a burst of flames, she paused looking exhausted. Zhao Beichen didn't expect her to tell him to leave first, which increased his fondness for the girl. Jiai, I'm fine, you go first. I'm the one with the abilities, there's no arguing. You go first, Huang Jiai insisted firmly. How could Zhao Beichen leave first? Within 100 meters of his perception, he felt the dense swarm of rats surrounding the entire supermarket. To make matters worse, more rats kept charging into his perceptual range. Although he had gained the full-level thunderstorm slash, he hadn't tested its power yet, so he couldn't be sure. For now, he could rely on the soul piercer, but he knew it wouldn't hold out much longer. The soul piercer also consumed spiritual energy, and with so many rats, even the strongest spirit would eventually be exhausted. If so many rats really charged into the supermarket, anyone left behind would be turned to bones in an instant. He could never leave Huang Jiai here to die. Xuechuan searching, have you found anything? Zhao Beichen stopped arguing with Huang Jiai and shouted loudly towards the inside of the supermarket. He didn't hear a reply, but he heard the sound of footsteps. It was Wang Xuechuan returning. Xuechuan, why did you come back? Zhao Beichen said, while waving his folding chair and turning to Wang Xuechuan. Beichen, there's a cold storage room at the back. It only has a door and no windows, and it's quite sturdy. But it's locked and Shirqing is trying to unlock it. I came back to tell you. Wang Xuechuan gasped for breath, clearly having run very quickly. Jiai, hurry and go with Xuechuan. Find a way to open the cold storage door. He'll come right after. Zhao Beichen swung the folding chair again, killing a few more rats on top of the shelves. Then he knocked the rats down to the ground. The ground was already piled with rat corpses, causing Wang Xuechuan to frown. Beichen, are you okay? Huang Jiayi's voice now clearly reflected her weakness. It was evident that her energy was severely depleted. I'm fine. Once you unlock it, shout loudly, and it'll come over. Zhao Beichen responded loudly while swinging. Alright, then we'll go first. Huang Jiayi was also decisive, turning and pulling Wang Xuechuan to run back. Seeing them leave, Zhao Beichen no longer needed to pretend. He opened the folding chair and sat down. After all, using the soul piercer didn't require direct contact, so sitting was more comfortable, right? His head moved like a radar, swinging left and right. He continuously unleashed the soul piercer towards the rats that poked their heads out. Before long, the exit of the passage was filled with rat corpses. However, more rats kept charging out, only to be taken down by Zhao Beichen. The pile of rat corpses grew higher. Whenever a rat peeked out from the top of the shelves, it was immediately taken down, and its body was pushed off by the rats behind it. Dead rats fell like rain from the top of the shelves. The ground was soon covered with a layer of them. Since he had to monitor two places simultaneously, Zhao Beichen was truly overwhelmed. Some rats escaped Zhao Beichen's lethal attacks and charged towards him. As the rats rushed towards him, Zhao Beichen had no choice but to stand up and slay them. These rats were about the size of house cats, with red eyes and glossy black fur, their long tails trailing behind them. Whether ignited into fireballs or attacking Zhao Beichen, they were eerily silent, as if they felt no pain at all. Looking at the corpses of the rats sprawled on the ground, Zhao Beichen had no chance to examine them. There were simply too many rats, and he barely had enough time to guard the two openings, let alone examining each corpse, which would have yielded a fortune in rewards. As Zhao Beichen felt an increasing surge of frustration within. Should he try the Wind Thunder Slash? Zhao Beichen pondered. Through the memories of his max-level Wind Thunder Slash, he knew it was indeed a devastating area attack. Once unleashed, its range of attack was vast, perfectly suited for crowd control. However, the skill was directly proportional to one's cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the attack range and intensity, and the more uses he could obtain. With his current A-level late-stage cultivation, he wouldn't be able to use it many times before exhausting his internal energy. Consuming energy might be the only drawback of this skill. However, sensing the dense swarm of rats within 100 meters, Zhao Beichen ultimately decided against it. Especially with a continuous influx of rats entering the perception area. Who knows how many more were behind? The max-level Wind Thunder Slash had to be saved for the moment of life or death. Using it now wouldn't be cost-effective. He heard the sound of shattering glass behind him. Zhao Beichen realized the rat horde was attacking the windows. Although he had blocked the windows with shells, there were still plenty of gaps. The events had unfolded too suddenly for Zhao Beichen to seal the windows in time. Reluctantly, he began to retreat. He had to retreat to a position that covered both the supermarket entrance and the windows, then kill as many rats as possible that entered the supermarket, to buy time for Huang Jiayi and the others. Just as Zhao Beichen found a suitable position, rats began to pour. The shells were not that secure, and the remaining gaps were sufficient for the rats. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Beichen continuously unleashed his soul-piercing attacks. Now he had too many areas to defend alone, often neglecting one for the other. More and more rats began to breach the death line constructed by his soul-piercing. They charged into the supermarket, recklessly lunging at him. Zhao Beichen could not allow these creatures to get close. He could only keep firing soul-piercing while dodging. The situation worsened. What was even worse was that in his perception, the rats outside the supermarket began to climb the walls. Were they planning to counterattack from the second floor? Zhao Beichen's heart tightened. He recalled the ventilation ducts and plumbing places where rats could easily traverse. In a brief moment of distraction, even more rats stormed into the supermarket. Zhao Beichen felt an even greater pressure. He wondered what trouble Huang Jiayi and the others were having with the lock, as they had yet to resolve it. Zhao Beichen could only grit his teeth and hold on. Several times, he narrowly escaped being bitten by the rats. Once these creatures got within striking distance, they would leap to bite him. They were coming from all directions, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Beichen, hurry, come here. Just as Zhao Beichen was exhausted from fending them off, he finally heard Huang Jiayi's shout. Okay, coming. Zhao Beichen grabbed the backpack he had dropped on the ground and rushed toward the sound, while unleashing his soul-piercing. At this moment, Zhao Beichen was solely focused on eliminating the rats attacking him in the supermarket. He had entirely abandoned the defenses at the entrance and the windows. As a result, the pathways into the supermarket were completely open for the rats. Countless rats crawled in through Soon the supermarket was engulfed in darkness. Zhao Beichen fought while retreating, but still could not shake off the pursuit of the rats. Beichen, hurry. Huang Jiayi's urgent voice called from behind. After firing off several more soul piercings, Zhao Beichen, the dark swarm of rats, closely pursued him. Huang Jiayi's voice came from a corridor connected to the supermarket. As Zhao Beichen ran down the corridor, he saw Huang Jiayi had already unleashed flames to ignite it. A narrow passage was left in the middle for him to pass through. Zhao Beichen paid no mind to the flames around him and dashed through the passage. Just as he exited, there was a loud bang, and the entire corridor connected to the supermarket turned into a sea of fire. Huang Jia had apparently knocked something over, completely blocking the corridor. The raging flames inside slowed the rat's advance. As soon as Zhao Beichen exited the corridor, he saw the three girls, all sweaty and likely just having searched for flammable materials to block the corridor. He couldn't help but admire their cleverness. Seeing Zhao Beichen emerge from the corridor, Huang Jia raised her hand and pointed at the cold storage door. Everyone hurry inside. Zhao Beichen glanced and saw the thick steel door. This was the supermarket's cold storage. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, hearing Huang Jia's words, led the way inside. Zhao Beichen followed, and finally Huang Jia pulled the door closed behind them and shut it tightly. Seeing the door close, the three girls slumped onto the ground, clearly exhausted from their earlier efforts. Zhao Beichen began to survey his surroundings. He had sensed that the rats were beginning to climb the walls, so he needed to check whether there were any ventilation ducts or similar passages inside this cold storage. After a careful inspection, it was fortunate that this was a small cold storage, unlike large ones that required air ducts. Additionally, there were no plumbing facilities. He patted the cold storage wall, feeling it was solid, which finally put Zhao Beichen at ease. He walked over to the three girls and plopped down beside them. He knew it was time for them to take a deep breath and relieve their anxiety. Sure enough, as soon as he sat down, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing each hugged one of his arms and began to inhale deeply. Although Huang Jia couldn't hug his arm, she leaned on his back and also began to breathe deeply. The three girls were silent, simply inhaling vigorously. After a long while of deep breathing, they seemed to finally regain their composure. "Oh, I was so tense just now, it was unbearable." Lin Shiqing said, her face resembling a calico cat as she leaned lazily against Zhao Beichen's shoulder. "Fortunately, we were able to find plenty of things to burn out, otherwise we would have had no way to fend off those rats." Wang Xuechuan took another deep breath and leaned against Zhao Beichen's shoulder. Her face also resembled a calico cat covered in dirt and sweat from the recent chaos. Zhao Beichen noticed Huang Jia leaning on his back, silent, clearly exhausted. Just as Zhao Beichen was about to speak, he heard a loud bang. Something had violently slammed into the steel door of the sound of the steel door of the cold storage being struck startled everyone. Zhao Beichen remained silent, merely looking up at the steel door of the cold storage. In his senses, which extended 100 meters, a mass of objects scattered into small dots after hitting the steel door. It seemed that the sound was caused by a bunch of rats that had collided together against the steel door. After one impact, the group of rats dispersed again. Then another group struck the steel door, producing a bang sound. Fortunately, the steel door was very sturdy and did. However, even so, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were frightened, clutching tightly to Zhao Beichen's arms. "Ladies, I need to go check it out. Can you let go of me for a moment?" Zhao Beichen said softly to the two women. Upon hearing his voice, they seemed to realize they were holding him too tightly and quickly released their grip. Zhao Beichen approached the door and pressed his ear against the steel surface, seemingly listening to the commotion outside. In truth, he was very clear about the situation outside. He just needed to maintain appearances. At that moment, a dense swarm of rats had gathered outside the cold storage. It seemed that the flames in the corridor had not held them off for long. These rats appeared to have some form of coordination, able to huddle together to form a larger mass, attempting to break through the cold storage door. If one attempt failed, they would come again, tireless. It seemed they would not give up until they achieved their goal. Zhao Beichen reached out and touched the steel door, uncertain if it could withstand the assault from the rats. However, based on the current situation, the steel door looked quite sturdy and did not seem easy to breach. He returned to the three women, reassuring them, "Fortunately, the steel door is very strong. These rats shouldn't be able to break in for a while." Zhao Beichen's words visibly relaxed the three women, and they began to discuss quietly among themselves. "How could there be so many rats? Earlier we didn't see a single living creature. I don't know, but these rats are strange. Just now I used my fire ability to burn them, and they didn't even squeak. It's as if they don't feel pain at all. Oh, as long as they're not dead, they attack relentlessly. I've never seen anything like this before." Huang Jia had a look of lingering fear. "Moreover, these creatures are too large, almost the size of house cats with bright red eyes. I seriously suspect these rats have gone mad." Wang Xuechuan, who had seen the rats when she called out to Zhao Beichen and Huang Jia, described them accurately. "So what? We are trapped. Although the rats can't get in, we also can't get out." Lin Shiqing looked up at the cold storage door, her voice filled with helplessness. Everyone fell silent. Oh, Lin Shiqing was right. Their situation was quite grim. "Let's wait and see. Maybe the rats will eventually realize they can't get in and disperse." Zhao Beichen comforted the women. "Yes, that's the only option. If it really doesn't work out, we can teleport back." Wang Xuechuan seemed quite optimistic. "Everyone's been through a lot. It's already noon with all this commotion. Let's replenish some energy." Huang Jia glanced at her watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Fortunately, Beichen remembered to grab the backpack when he ran, otherwise would be out of food. Huang Jia said as she opened the backpack and took out some food to share. Due to a lack of water, the dry food was hard to swallow, and both Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing only ate a little. "You two aren't eating enough. Well, need energy for the next move. Don't be stingy with water. Drink as much as you need." Zhao Beichen noticed Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing's reluctance to drink water. "Think about it. If there are so many rats, doesn't that mean they need food and water too? This means there must be water in this city, we just haven't found it. Otherwise, how could so many rats survive? Zhao Beichen explained to the two women, knowing that unless he convinced them, they would continue to avoid drinking water. Exactly what Beichen said makes sense. Rats also need to drink water, so there must be water in this city. Huang Jia quickly encouraged them. After hearing Zhao Beichen and Huang Jia, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing reluctantly drank some water and ate a little more. Out of the 550 milliliters of water that had been delivered since yesterday, the two women had only consumed a tiny bit. Their lips were now cracked. Zhao Beichen knew they were still trying to save water for him and Huang Jia. He felt very touched by this, and his fondness for the two women increased significantly. After eating, everyone sat on the ground to rest, waiting for the rat swarm to disperse. Zhao Beichen continued to carefully sense the movements of the rats outside. These rats, besides continuously crashing against the cold storage door, also sent many of their number to climb the walls in search of an entrance. Fortunately, the design of this cold storage had no external passages, neither air ducts nor sewers. Otherwise, given the density of these rats, even if they were blind, they would have stumbled upon an entrance. Additionally, he sensed more rats continuously pouring in through the corridor. Upon entering, they did not scatter, but quietly crouched on the ground like well-trained soldiers. When the rats that had been crashing into the door dispersed, the ones behind would push forward, regrouping for another charge. The strong sense of organization left Zhao Beichen deeply shocked. Could it be that these rats were being controlled? He pondered silently. The behavior of the rats was too bizarre to comprehend. Fortunately, the women did not witness this, otherwise they would have been terrified. Having so many rats was already a headache, and if someone was controlling them, how could they possibly deal with it? The only option would be to flee. Originally, Zhao Beichen's objective in this situation was merely to deal with Wu Shuang and the others. He had not expected an accident to allow these four to escape. He himself was not overly worried. After all, there was no evidence linking him to Wu Shuang's fate. His concern was for Wang Xuechuan. If Wu Shuang was truly not dead, there would be no reason for him not to continue coveting Wang Xuechuan. And after returning, he was uncertain if he would have another chance to eliminate Wu Shuang. He couldn't always be there to protect Wang Xuechuan. When he learned from the women that good grades would lead to rewards, specifically the barrier-breaking pill that could turn mortals into abilities users, Zhao Beichen had an idea. He wanted to strive to obtain the barrier-breaking pill and give it to Wang Xuechuan, so that this girl could also become an abilities user and protect herself. In just over a day of getting to know each other, he had already come to regard the three women as friends. Since they were friends, he felt it was his duty to help them. This was Zhao Beichen's character. After the city reset, this was their first encounter with danger, and the future was uncertain. But regardless, Zhao Beichen wanted to give it a try. If the situation truly became dire, he would let the three women teleport back, while he stayed behind. Just as Zhao Beichen was planning internally, he noticed a new change within his 100-meter sensing range. The mice actually began to retreat. Zhao Beichen sensed it very clearly. The mice at the cold storage doors started to withdraw in an orderly fashion. The back row became the front row, turning around to run towards the supermarket. They came quickly and left just as swiftly. The small dots in his perception withdrew like a receding tide, quickly exiting the 100-meter alert range. The sudden change left Zhao Beichen bewildered. Could it be that they gave up because they couldn't break through the steel door after so long? Or had they discovered a new target? Zhao Beichen could not know for sure, but the retreat of the mice was ultimately a good thing. He let out a long breath. The mice have retreated, he said softly to the three women. At this moment, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were leaning on his shoulders, dozing off. The first to react after hearing Zhao Beichen's words was Huang Jia, who was sitting cross-legged behind him, recovering her energy. Beichen, what did you say? The mice really retreated. Huang Jia opened her eyes and asked. Yes, I felt that Zhao Beichen said, while gently shaking his shoulders, trying to wake Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. What's wrong? Wang Xuechuan opened her eyes, still dazed, as if she hadn't fully woken up. The mice are gone. I need to take a look, Zhao Beichen explained. What? The mice really left? Lin Shiqing. Yes, I'll go check it out. Zhao Beichen moved his arm slightly, signaling the two women to let go. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing quickly released Zhao Beichen's arm. Zhao Beichen stood up and walked to the cold storage steel door, pressing his ear against it. It was quiet outside. Even within the 100-meter perception range, it was still silent, with no living creatures. I'll go out and take a look. After I go out, you girls make sure to lock the door. Zhao Beichen turned back and said to the three women. Should we wait a bit longer? Wang Xuechuan seemed very uneasy about Zhao Beichen going out. Yes, Xuechuan is right. Oh, let's wait until they are farther away before going out, Lin Shiqing agreed. It's fine. I will be careful. Jai. Zhao Beichen waved to Huang Jia. You come and close the door later. Huang Jia hurried to the door, ready to close it, then nodded at Zhao Beichen. Just be careful. Zhao Beichen said nothing, nodded, and then cautiously pushed open the cold storage steel door. The door opened easily, and Zhao Beichen slipped out. In his perception, there was still nothing. The 100-meter range was very safe. Seeing that Zhao Beichen had already gone out, Huang Jia quickly pulled the door back and locked it swiftly. Jia, is it all right that Beichen went out? Wang Zuchen's face was filled with concern. Don't worry, Xuechuan, it's fine. Beichen is more clever than we think. He has sensed danger before us in the last few instances. Huang Jia comforted Wang Xuechuan. Yes, Beichen is indeed quite capable, and he is a good person too. Lin Shiqing also moved to the door. Those who perform well in this training will receive breakthrough pills. I plan to fully support him in earning the rewards. Shiqing, we are on the same page. I was thinking the same. Although I can't do much, at least I can leave supplies for him. Wang Xuechuan also expressed her thoughts. Alright, you two should not think too much. Didn't Beichen just say that? Since so many mice appeared, there must be water sources and food. We will find them eventually, Huang Jia said, looking at the two women. Moreover, don't you want to become extraordinary beings? Perhaps some groups from last night's city reset couldn't hold on and have already been teleported back. And the mouse tide we just encountered of other groups might have encountered different things, right? It's not impossible that they couldn't hold on and were teleported back. Perhaps we just don't realize it. Our current performance might not be bad. So you two need to stay motivated. Let's all work hard together. Huang Jia raised her fist to encourage Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. Her words were quite persuasive, and it was clear that Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were moved. The two nodded heavily. Meanwhile, Zhao Beichen, who had gone outside, was surprised to find that there wasn't a single mouse corpse outside. Although they hadn't fought with the mice outside the cold storage door, the mice that had run out were from the burning corridor. At that time, those mice had been set ablaze, becoming fireballs, which Zhao Beichen witnessed with his own eyes. They couldn't have all turned to smoke and floated away, could they? Zhao Beichen stepped out not only to assess the situation, but also to collect corpses. He had previously eliminated quite a few mice. However, due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't had the chance to collect any corpses. He could only watch as a large number of corpse collection points slipped away, feeling immense pain. Zhao Beichen glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen corpse collection points 71,000 full value reward, B grade initial stage, current realm A grade late stage. This time the system was going to reward him with a B grade initial stage, which would allow him to advance another major realm. It had only been a few days since he reached the A grade late stage, and now he could continue to advance. Just thinking about it made him feel elated. However, 1,000 points of corpse collection value was indeed a lot. He had just killed so many mice and had only managed to collect 7 points. If he had collected them all, he might have had several hundred points. What a loss, as Zhao Beichen felt immense pain. But at that time the situation was indeed urgent and he had no choice. This mouse swarm was simply a treasure trove for corpse collection. If only there were a way to ambush them, he could have collected corpses at ease. Zhao Beichen mumbled to himself. The fire in the corridor had long since extinguished, leaving the entire corridor charred black. Some walls had even cracked open due to the fire. However, it was strange that Zhao Beichen still hadn't found even a single mouse corpse. They couldn't have all turned to ash, could they? Looking at the scene before him, Zhao Beichen thought. He exited the corridor and arrived at the main battlefield of the supermarket. The shelves by the window were still there, but all the glass was shattered, allowing more light to pour into the supermarket. The entire floor of the supermarket was spotless without a single mouse corpse. Zhao Beichen, not willing to give up, walked to the supermarket door where he and Huang Jia had killed the most mice. Yet he still didn't find a single mouse corpse. What the hell? Zhao Beichen frowned. Could it be that these mice dragged away all their companions' corpses? Zhao Beichen, unwilling to give up, walked around again. Still he found nothing, not a single mouse corpse. If it weren't for the shelves he had piled up blocking the supermarket door and windows, one would hardly be able to tell that a fierce battle between humans and mice had occurred here. What is going on? Are these mice really being controlled? Do they even clean the battlefield and take away the corpses? Zhao Beichen's doubts grew deeper. This is not a good phenomenon. He would rather face a group of unorganized mice acting purely on instinct than a mouse army with command and tactics. Zhao Beichen carefully sensed the 100-meter range again. It was still eerily quiet as he turned around and walked towards the cold storage. He needed to quickly call the 3 women out and leave this cursed place. The 3 women tidied up their belongings and followed Zhao Beichen out of the cold storage. Beichen, where are the mouse corpses? Huang Jia exclaimed as she stepped out of the cold storage, looking at the clean floor in surprise. Right when I ran into the cold storage earlier, I saw quite a few burning mice. How come there isn't a single one now? Lin Shiqing squatted down to take a closer look at the ground. I don't know, all the mouse corpses have disappeared. The group didn't linger and quickly passed through the corridor. In the main hall of the supermarket and near the entrance, Huang Jia searched back and forth several times, but she couldn't find even a single mouse corpse. Beichen, I burned quite a few mice here at that time. Why is there not a single trace left? Huang Jia pointed at the entrance of the supermarket, her face filled with confusion. I'm not sure either. I suspect that these mice are not just acting on instinct, but they have a leader. Zhao Beichen's a leader. Lin Shiqing was clearly shocked by Zhao Beichen's words. Is that why they took away their companion's corpse? Yes, that's what I think. Otherwise, it doesn't explain the current situation. What if they were eaten? Wang Xuechuan asked. It doesn't seem like it. I checked carefully, and there are no traces left. No bones, no fur, no blood. It doesn't look like they were eaten at all. Huang Jia crossed her arms and stared at the supermarket floor. If there is a leader behind the mouse horde, it would be troublesome, she added. No matter what, we should leave first, Zhao Beichen suggested. The three women nodded, and then they pushed aside a shelf that was blocking one of the windows of the supermarket. They climbed out of the supermarket through the window. Zhao Beichen remained alert, sensing everything within 100 meters. Outside the supermarket, it was eerily quiet with no signs of life. The ground was covered in countless mouse footprints densely packed. The three women gasped at the sight of these footprints. If Zhao Beichen hadn't reacted quickly to block the entrance of the supermarket, delaying the mice's attack, they could have been instantly devoured by so many mice. Beichen, your instincts are truly remarkable, Lin Shiqing said, moving closer to Zhao Beichen and hugging his arm. The dense mouse footprints made her feel suffocated. Only by staying close to Zhao Beichen did she feel a little better. Zhao Beichen smiled at her, but said nothing, unsure of how to respond. Deciding not to say anything, he let the girl fill in the gaps herself. Come quickly, Huang Jiai suddenly called out from a distance. Outside the supermarket, she was observing the surroundings. The meditation and rest in the cold storage had helped her recover quite a bit. Hearing Huang Jiai's call, the three rushed over. Huang Jiai was standing at the corner of the supermarket. Look at this, Huang Jiai pointed to the ground covered with mouse footprints. They must have headed north. Is there something attracting them to the north? Could it be other groups of people? Wang Xuechuan murmured, looking toward the north. I don't know, but fortunately we are heading west, which is not in the same direction, Lin Shiqing said, glancing toward the west, where they had identified the city center. I think we should hurry. Look, that gray wall seems to be getting closer. Huang Jiai pointed at the fog wall in the distance. The group looked up in the direction Huang Jiai was pointing. The tall fog wall was visible from afar, as long as it wasn't blocked by buildings. Indeed, the gray fog wall had engulfed several structures. The group looked up in the direction Huang Jiai was pointing. The tall fog wall was visible from afar, as long as it wasn't blocked by buildings. Indeed, the gray... Let's go. Hopefully, if there are other groups to the north, we can safely escape the claws of the mice. Wang Xuechuan glanced at the street leading north and turned to follow Zhao Beichen. The other two women followed suit. The street was as lifeless as ever, with only thick dust and cold, unfeeling buildings. Zhao Beichen sensed nothing within 100 meters. However, he remained highly vigilant, observing his surroundings and preparing for any emergencies. Yesterday, the brightly lit area he saw from the rooftop was not very close. Given their current speed, Zhao Beichen was uncertain if they could arrive before midnight. The main issue was that Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were too slow. However, Zhao Beichen didn't blame them. After all, they were just two ordinary girls. Moreover, their supplies were insufficient, and now the girls' lips were severely chapped. It was evident that they were quite dehydrated, yet they continued to persevere. Zhao Beichen had taken Lin Shiqing's backpack onto himself to lighten her load. Initially, Lin Shiqing refused vehemently, saying that Zhao Beichen had already helped Wang Xuechuan and shouldn't have to bear too much burden. Despite insisting on carrying her own, she eventually agreed after Zhao Beichen's persuasion. Though they were just ordinary people, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing showed great resilience. This made Zhao Beichen secretly admire them. He took the initiative to pull them closer, holding one of each girl's hand. This way they could be enveloped in a pleasant scent, helping them relax their tense emotions. At the same time, he could guide them along, saving them some energy. Beichen, why do you still smell so fragrant? Lin Shiqing decided to cling to Zhao Beichen's arm and took a deep breath. Exactly. After all this commotion, I smell terrible, yet you still smell so good. Wang Xuechuan also hugged Zhao Beichen's other arm, inhaling deeply and wearing a look of bliss. Zhao Beichen quietly activated his divine sense to observe the two girls' subtle energies. They remained quite lively, but fortunately their feelings were still within the realm of fondness and had not escalated to love. The liveliness of their energies improved the girls' conditions, and their pace quickened. Zhao Beichen couldn't answer their questions, so he continued to feign ignorance, turning to observe his surroundings. The street they were currently walking was not wide, lined with various shops primarily focused on dining, surrounded by residential complexes. Huang Jiai walked ahead, wanting to peek into every shop they passed. However, she found nothing of interest. Beichen, there's nothing in the shops. Should we try our luck in the residential buildings? Sure, if we don't find some food and water soon, we're in big trouble. Huang Jiai looked at the three who followed her. Zhao Beichen nodded. Huang Jiai scanned the area and noticed a residential complex entrance not far ahead. How about that residential complex? She pointed to the complex entrance. All right. Then the four of them walked toward the entrance of the complex. This was a rather upscale residential area, and they had reached the back entrance with one of the large iron gates ajar. The other gate stood alone on the side with the words Jinxiu Garden still clearly visible above the door frame. Upon entering the complex, they found themselves surrounded by residential buildings. The floors were not low at a glance. There were buildings with 20 or 30 stories. How about this building? Huang Jiai pointed to the residential building closest to the entrance, which had building 17 marked on its side. Sure, building 17 to my neighborhood also has a building 17. Zhao Beichen smiled and nodded at Huang Jiai. After all, in his 100-meter sensing range, there was nothing unusual, so it didn't matter which building they entered. As soon as they entered the hallway, the four saw the walls covered in various large red runes. The huge red runes contrasted sharply with the white walls. The four of them were stunned. What was going on here? Oh my, what is going on here? Lin Shiqing exclaimed, turning to look at the enormous red runes on the walls. No one could answer her question. Everyone was as bewildered as she was. Everyone was sizing up the runes on the walls. Huang Jia stood before one of the massive red runes constantly, turning her head to examine it. After a moment she spoke up. This seems to be Yunzhuan. Yunzhuan. What is that? Zhao Beichen asked, having never heard the term before. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing also stared at Huang Jia, waiting for her reply, seemingly unaware themselves. It is said that Yunzhuan is the script used to record the Three Sovereigns Classic, but unfortunately no one can understand it now. Huang Jia continued to gaze intently at the massive runes on the wall. Back in the northern and southern dynasties, the three largest Taoist sects were Shangqing, Lingbao, and Sanhuang. Huang Jia began to explain to the others. At that time, Lu Shoujing compiled the Tao Classic, establishing the Sandong system. By now, Shangqing has evolved into Maoshan sect, once becoming the largest sect in Taoism. The Lingbao sect's rituals became the orthodox rituals of Taoism. However, the Sanhuang sect has vanished, and the Three Sovereigns Classic has also disappeared. The Three Sovereigns Classic is the foundation of the Sanhuang sect, said to primarily record extremely important spells and talisman techniques in Taoism. The Sanhuang sect is the most powerful sect among the three Dong in terms of talismans and Taoist techniques. Huang Jia said, gesturing with her hands, as if she were sketching the talismans in the air. Jia, are you saying this rune is from the Sanhuang sect? Zhao Beichen approached Huang Jia, staring at the talisman before him, the disordered lines making no sense to him. I can't be sure. The Sanhuang sect has been gone for too long since the Tang dynasty. However, I can be fairly certain that this rune uses Yunzhuan. Hearing this, Zhao Beichen was intrigued and began to look closely at the rune. Jia, can you tell me more about the Three Sovereigns Classic? He asked Huang Jia. Huang Jia nodded and began to speak about the Three Sovereigns Classic. It is said that in the Taoist tradition, the Three Sovereigns Classic is a transformation of pure yang essence, and reciting its verses can connect with deities for protection. More importantly, the Three Sovereigns Classic records Taoist techniques and talisman methods whose effects and powers are boundless. It is said that these talisman techniques were passed down by the ancient heavenly sovereign Fuxi, Earth Sovereign Shinong, and human sovereign Yuhua. Because of these three sovereigns, the collection of spells and techniques was named the Three Sovereigns Classic. However, no one has ever seen it, and its authenticity is unknown, Huang Jia patiently explained. So what is Yunzhuan then? At this moment, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing also walked over, standing beside Huang Jia. I've seen this kind of writing in the Tao canon, but I don't know its meaning. No one can understand it anymore. Huang Jia explained. It's such a pity. If only we had a phone, we could have taken pictures. She looked around at the runes with a sense of regret. Jia, do you know what this rune is for? Lin Shiqing asked, mimicking Huang Jia's earlier gestures as she sketched the rune in the air. I feel like it resembles a suppression rune, but I'm not sure, Huang Jia replied. Suppression? What for? As the name implies, it's to suppress unclean things. Huang Jia smiled at Lin Shiqing. Seeing Huang Jia smile, Lin Shiqing realized that her earlier question seemed rather foolish. She also smiled awkwardly. Unclean things. Hearing the conversation between the two girls, Wang Xuechuan immediately grew anxious and tightly hugged Zhao Beichen's arm. Then she looked around, as if expecting something to jump out at any moment. Zhao Beichen patted Wang Xuechuan's hand around his arm, signaling her to stay calm. Shall we continue walking inside? Maybe we can find a house to check out. Zhao Beichen suggested to Lin Shiqing and Huang Jia. Huang Jia and Wang Xuechuan nodded, since they couldn't understand these runes. Staying any longer was pointless. Zhao Beichen and Wang Xuechuan led the way forward. There were only 4 households on this level, with a passageway on each side, 2 households in each passageway. Zhao Beichen entered the passage on the right, but both doors were locked. Lockpicking was not his strong suit. It was Huang Jia who had unlocked the cold storage door at the supermarket. He could only rely on her now. Huang Jia approached the door and pulled out a small pouch from her backpack. With a flick of her wrist, the pouch popped open, revealing an array of tools inside. Huang Jia took out 2 hooked needle-like tools and inserted them into the lock, fiddling with them. With a click, the door opened. Zhao Beichen felt a surge of excitement. He was determined to learn this skill. There was no danger inside the house. Zhao Beichen had sensed it beforehand. However, he still stepped in first. The interior was quite clean, and he noticed that the windows were securely shut. Upon entering, they found themselves in the living room, and from the decorations and layout, it was evident that the owner was likely an elderly person. Following Zhao Beichen, the 3 girls also entered the house. They each began to search through the rooms. In the bathroom, Zhao Beichen discovered a large barrel, and upon lifting the lid, found it contained half a barrel of water. This made Zhao Beichen extremely happy. He first leaned down to sniff it, and found no foul odor. Then cautiously he dipped a finger in and tasted it, concluding that the flavor was decent. It seemed that this water was still drinkable, but it needed to be boiled first. Zhao Beichen eagerly called the 3 girls over, and they all rushed to the bathroom, their faces lighting up at the sight of the large barrel of water. Jia, what time is it now? Zhao Beichen asked Huang Jia. Huang Jia checked her watch. It's 4:53. Everyone, how about we rest here for a while? What do you think? Zhao Beichen suggested. I agree. Wang Xuechuan was the first to raise her hand. She was simply too tired and welcomed the chance to rest. I agree too. With that gray wall speed it won't reach us anytime soon. Lin Shiqing also raised her hand. But what if the city resets again tonight, like last night? Huang Jai appeared worried. It's hard to say, but it's very likely. If that's the case, we need to rest well and go out. Zhao Beichen explained. He was certainly aware that the city would reset at midnight, but he couldn't disclose this to the three. Fortunately, they had found water, providing a perfect excuse to settle down. Well, Beichen, you make a good point. Huang Jai thought for a moment and agreed with Zhao Beichen's suggestion. By the way, Beichen, there's gas in the kitchen. I tested it earlier, and the stove still works. Wang Shuechuan, who had checked the kitchen, chimed in. That's great. They'll go boil some water and prepare something to eat. You all keep looking to see if you can find anything else. Zhao Beichen began assigning tasks to the girls. Then everyone started bustling about separately. As a heavy cooking enthusiast, Zhao Beichen took the lead in kitchen duties. To conserve water, he utilized the ingredients at hand and made a mixed stew. Though it didn't look very appealing, it actually tasted quite good. The three girls were thrilled. Having gnawed on packaged food all day now, they could enjoy a bowl of hearty stew. This was very beneficial for their physical recovery. Beichen, I didn't expect you to have such culinary skills, Lin Shiqing said, patting her belly after finishing the last sip of soup. She not only ate a lot, but also ate quickly, completely lacking the demeanor expected of a lady. Delicious. Wang Shuechuan mumbled with her mouth full, pushing the food around in her bowl. Huang Jai, on the other hand, had no time to talk, though she had just finished a bowl. Now she was busy serving herself a second bowl. Oh, by the way, I found a diary in the drawer of my room just now. Oh, I read a few interesting passages. Lin Shiqing, having had her fill, picked up a notebook. He'll read you a couple of passages. Seeing the three of them enjoying their meal, she didn't mind that they were ignoring her. She opened the notebook and began to read. April 14th, cloudy. The news on television said there has been a new discovery at the excavation site, though they haven't disclosed what it is. The announcer merely read the news from the script. The city center has been sealed off for a long time, and it's unclear when the excavation work will finish. As soon as Lin Shiqing finished reading, Zhao Beichen immediately stopped eating and looked up at her. Shiqing, can you read that part again? Lin Shiqing quickly read the passage again. Beichen, what's wrong? Did you discover something? The diary mentioned the city center. Isn't that also the direction we are heading toward? All right. We are indeed planning to head toward the central area. Lin Shiqing had no idea that Zhao Beichen was focused on the city center because of the arena mentioned by Wu Shuang. She only knew that to avoid the moving gray walls they had to head toward the center of the city. However, Zhao Beichen's reminder made Lin Shiqing realize something, prompting her to read the diary even more fervently. April 28th, cloudy. I haven't written in the diary for many days. There hasn't been much to write about. Oh, by the way, it's been nearly half a month of cloudy weather. It's strange. It should be a bright spring season, but the sky has been overcast the entire time. The clothes I washed can't dry properly and always smell musty. Also, the excavation at the city center is still ongoing, and the officials have expanded the blockade. Oh, I wonder what significant thing they have unearthed. Huang Jai and Wang Shuechuan also slowed down their eating, watching Lin Shiqing, intently waiting for her to continue reading. July 3rd, cloudy. Recently, Heju fell and was hospitalized, and I have been taking care of her in the hospital. I haven't written in the diary, but the good news is that Heju has finally been discharged, though she must now use a wheelchair. Both of us are already in our 70s. We take it one day at a time. July 4th, cloudy. Today many people came to the community. There were police and soldiers, and I even saw a Taoist priest. The Taoist priest drew many runes in the corridor, not just in our building, but also in others that I've checked. They say it's for safety. Oh, I've never seen anything like this. Upon hearing about the runes in the diary, Lin Shiqing straightened her posture, her expression turning serious. It was evident that she hadn't read this part before. The other three also put down their bowls and chopsticks, staring at Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing took a sip of water and continued reading from the notebook. July 5th, cloudy. Today the property manager Xiao Zhang came to deliver water. He told me that the city center is no longer excavating, but it is still sealed off, and no one knows what happened. He also said that not only our community has drawn runes, but the neighboring community has as well, and it seems related to whatever was unearthed in the city center. Everyone is quite anxious now, and he reminded me to stock up on food. I think Xiao Zhang is right. Oh, I also went to buy some rice flour and oil. However, Heju and I are old and can't eat much. July 8th, cloudy. The group of people drawing runes came again, telling us to move out immediately, but they didn't explain why. I feel like something must have happened. I privately asked the property staff, but they couldn't clarify what was going on. Heju and I discussed it and decided not to move. We're too old to be on the move. July 9th, cloudy. The weather is strange. It has been cloudy for over a month. Today some neighbors started moving out, and it was a military vehicle that came to pick them up. I don't know where they are being taken. Not only our community, but it seems several nearby communities are also moving. The streets are chaotic. I was afraid of being pushed around, so I hurried home. July 11th, cloudy. Something must have happened to I just don't know what. Today I walked around, and I didn't see a single person. The streets were completely empty. The military personnel came again, urging us to leave. Heju and I discussed it, and decided that at our age we shouldn't create trouble for the country. Xiao Hui is no longer here. Heju and I have nothing to hold on to, so, well, just go with the flow. Lin Shiqing paused here looking at a photo of the three of them hanging on the living room wall. The photo depicted a middle-aged couple and a bright, beautiful girl. Zhao Beichen followed Lin Shiqing's gaze and took the photo down from the wall. This must be Xiao Hui. Zhao Beichen pointed at the girl in the photo. A middle-aged couple who lost their only child, Huang Xuechuan said softly. That seems to be the case. Huang Jia nodded. Shiqing continue, Zhao Beichen urged Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing nodded and continued reading. July 12th, cloudy. Today the water was cut off, but luckily, I had filled a big bucket with water in the bathroom beforehand, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Heju has not been in good spirits these past few days. She keeps mentioning Xiao Hui, and she can't be left alone now. After she fell asleep at noon, I went out for a walk, but I still didn't see a single person. Everyone must have moved away. The whole city suddenly became empty. July 15th, cloudy. The power went out the day before yesterday, and the internet is down. It seems this city has been abandoned. I caught a cold, and my head hurts. Even medicine doesn't alleviate it. Heju said she has seen Xiao Hui these days. She said Xiao Hui misses us and wants to see her. July 18th, cloudy. Yesterday I saw Xiao Hui by the window looking just like she did before the incident, still wearing that floral dress. I called her but she ignored me. By the time I chased outside she had already disappeared. Heju and I have decided to go to the cemetery to see Xiao Hui tomorrow. But I don't know if I have the strength to push Heju to the cemetery. Lin Shiqing suddenly stopped here holding the notebook. Shiqing, why did you stop reading? Looking at Lin Shiqing suddenly halting, Zhao Beichen wondered what was wrong with her. Look at this. Lin Shiqing raised the diary in her hand. The diary was filled with runes. Let me see, Huang Jia said to Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing hurriedly handed the diary to Huang Jia. Taking the diary, Huang Jia lowered her head and began to examine it closely. While looking, she gestured animatedly and suddenly slapped her thigh, appearing very excited. The others looked at her unsure of what had happened, but they did not dare to interrupt. After a while she exclaimed excitedly, these runes are also Yinzhuan, but they are different from those on the outer wall. At this point, everyone had gathered behind her, carefully examining the diary she held. However, they couldn't decipher its meaning. Aren't they suppression runes? Lin Shiqing was the first to ask. Not quite, these runes are quite strange. I have never seen this method of drawing runes before. Huang Jia said, pointing to one of the runes. Many people have a deep misunderstanding about drawing runes, thinking it is similar to painting, but that is incorrect. Seeing that everyone had no reaction to the runes she had just pointed out, Huang Jia realized it was because the three were unfamiliar with runes, so she began to explain. Runes are divided into rune head, rune core, rune feet, decree, and seal. Of course not all sects require seals, but most do. Runes are actually carriers of energy. What they carry is the energy of the rune creator, also known as qi. Of course it also has the function of a decree, but I don't understand that too well. Continuing with qi, the process of drawing runes is essentially the process of the rune master laying out qi. The most critical part is the rune core, also called the rune aperture. There is a saying in Taoism, if you draw runes without knowing the aperture you will only provoke the laughter of ghosts and gods. This emphasizes the importance of the rune aperture, or rune core. Look, this is the rune core of this rune. Huang Jia pointed again at the rune she had previously indicated in the diary. I have never seen such a method of drawing a rune core before, but I can feel its extraordinary nature. The three of Zhao Beichen listened to Huang Jia's explanation, yet remained puzzled. After all, drawing runes is not a simple matter, and it is not something Huang Jia can explain in just a few words. This rune core is quite extraordinary, and then Huang Xuechuan blinked her big eyes at Huang Jia, clearly also confused. That's it, this rune core is special. Huang Jia turned to look at Huang Xuechuan behind her. I thought you discovered something remarkable. Huang Xuechuan mumbled as she sat back down. You don't understand, this is a significant discovery in the world of talismans. Huang Jia earnestly explained. Jia, we don't understand these things and can't see their value. If it's so important, just keep it safe. Lin Shiqing also spoke up, then returned to her seat. Jia flipped through the pages and see the later entries in the Zhao Beichen, unable to understand the rune core that Huang Jia found astonishing, was more concerned about what happened to the previous owner of the diary. Hearing Zhao Beichen's words, Huang Jia flipped through the diary again, but it was blank. Why is it empty? The last entry in the diary mentioned that he was going to push as to the cemetery. Didn't he really go there and never come back? Huang Xuechuan reminded. Yes, what Xuechuan said makes sense. Perhaps both of them died outside. Zhao Beichen nodded. Then everyone fell silent, as they had indirectly witnessed the death of an elderly couple. Their emotions were inevitable. After a while, Zhao Beichen was the first to speak. I wonder what exactly was excavated in the city center that caused such a... His words broke the silence, and everyone began to discuss. The diary mentioned seeing a deceased daughter. Could it be related to ghosts? Huang Xuechuan glanced at the group photo of the three on the table. It's possible. Aren't there suppression runes all over the outer wall? I think what Xuechuan said makes sense. Huang Jia nodded. Could ghosts really cause an entire city to evacuate? Isn't that too exaggerated? Lin Shiqing clearly had a different opinion. While Shiqing has a point, in such a large city, if they say evacuate, it must mean something very dangerous is about to happen. Ghosts shouldn't have that much power, right? Huang Xuechuan thought Lin Shiqing's point was valid. Suddenly Zhao Beichen seemed to think of something. Jai, can you check if the diary mentions what year it is? Huang Jai quickly began to search through the diary, flipping back through the pages. After a long time, she stopped. Huang Jiai's voice trembled slightly. This year. Upon hearing Huang Jiai's words, the three were stunned. They hadn't expected the entries in the diary to be from this year. According to the outside time, today is July 23rd, 2025. If the time here is consistent with the outside, doesn't that mean these events happened just a few days ago? Lin Shiqing covered her mouth, appearing shocked. Shiqing, don't scare me. Wang Xuechuan nudged Zhao Beichen. Shiqing is right. The last diary entry is from July 18th, which is just 5 days ago. Huang Jia looked at the date of the last entry in the diary. Then why just 5 days later does the entire city look like it has been vacant for a long time? Wang Xuechuan asked in confusion. Such a big event, wouldn't the bureau know about it? No one could answer her question. Everyone was clueless. Everyone, I am very worried right now. Zhao Beichen frowned as he looked at the several girls, his expression grim. What's wrong, Beichen? This small world is connected to ours. Whatever they excavated in the city center cannot be good. Could it escape? Zhao Beichen's words startled the three girls. This possibility was not unfounded. Something capable of turning such a large city into a ghost town in a short time must be extraordinary. Shiqing is the passage we came through two-way. Huang Jia also became anxious looking at Lin Shiqing. I don't know, I only know that the passage in the special warehouse is two-way, allowing entry and exit. Lin Shiqing shook her head. The previous small world was one-way with a barrier. Zhao Beichen recalled the scene when he first emerged from the tunnel. This time we came directly to the supermarket entrance without seeing a passage. It might also be one-way here. Wang Xuechuan. She was right. When the four of them held hands and entered the blue light, they directly arrived at the supermarket entrance. Near the entrance they indeed did not find any passage. Wang Xuechuan's words reassured everyone a bit. In the outside world they all had relatives and friends, and they certainly did not want whatever was here to escape and harm the outside. So what should we do now? Lin Shiqing looked at Zhao Beichen after speaking. Wang Xuechuan and Huang Jia also turned their eyes toward Zhao Beichen. They were all waiting for Zhao Beichen to speak. I believe this matter is quite complicated, Zhao Beichen said, looking at the three women. Should we send someone back to report to the bureau? Wang Xuechuan suggested. Xuechuan, what can we say when we return? That we found a diary. Huang Jia raised the diary in her hand. Do you think anyone would believe us? Huang Jia added. Her words were not without reason. Oh, apart from this diary, they had no evidence. They were newcomers, making it hard for others to believe them. Moreover, what if the city resets again tonight? Who knows what it will be like after midnight? Huang Jia added. This was indeed a problem. No one knew what the next change would bring. It was uncertain whether these things would still exist. Haven't we also suffered an attack from the rat swarm? And those runes on the outside wall, aren't they evidence? Wang Xuechuan was clearly not ready to give up. Do you have rat corpses? Do you have photos of the runes? Xuechuan, things in the bureau are not as simple as you think. Without tangible evidence, no one will believe you. Unless your dad is the director. Huang Jia looked at Wang Xuechuan's defeated expression and added with a chuckle. Wang Xuechuan rolled her eyes at Huang Jia. Watching the two women bicker, Zhao Beichen felt helpless and didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, the two women stopped after a few exchanges. Zhao Beichen suddenly remembered what Gu Changfeng had said after killing the swallowing wine boy in his family's restaurant about the gaps. He also suggested that the action department should investigate quickly. So he shared this information with the three women. Swallowing wine boy. The monster from our daily lives. How did it come to us? After hearing Zhao Beichen's account, Huang Jia raised a common question among them. I don't know, our team leader mentioned that it might be a problem with the gap. But I don't really know what the gap is. After saying this, he glanced at the three women, who all wore puzzled expressions. Clearly they also didn't know. Shiqing, didn't your grandfather ever tell you about the gap? Wang Xuechuan nudged Lin Shiqing beside her with, no. Lin Shiqing shook her head. I only met my grandfather a few times in several years. Recently I've been seeing him more often since I joined the bureau. But actually I haven't met him that many times, every time was in a hurry. Beichen, is your worry about the things here escaping because of this gap? Wang Xuechuan asked Zhao Beichen. Yes, I am quite worried. If the things here escape, it would be a disaster. Zhao Beichen replied. So do we have to go to the city center? Wang Xuechuan glanced at the three of them and asked. Her words made everyone fall silent again. From the diary, it's not hard to see that the changes in this city are closely related to the excavation in the city center. Given this, the trouble in the city center should be considerable, and the danger goes without saying. Whether to go or not truly needs careful consideration. We still don't know what that approaching gray wall is, but it shouldn't be anything good. After a moment of silence, Zhao Beichen spoke first. Now we don't have many choices. We can either continue towards the city center to avoid the gray wall or teleport back. After hearing Zhao Beichen's analysis, the three women nodded. Sigh, this training really is full of difficulties, Wang Xuechuan muttered. Yes, apart from Jai, the three of us are ordinary people. Does the bureau really need to expend so much effort? Lin Shiqing also began to complain. Exactly, this kind of training should only be for the action department. It's a waste on us. Wang Xuechuan, seeing Lin Shiqing also starting to complain, became more enthusiastic. And my grandfather really should have informed us ahead of time. Instead, I had no preparation and ended up looking like a mess. Lin Shiqing shifted the blame to her grandfather. Zhao Beichen learned from Wu Shuang that the Bureau does not have a deep understanding of this small world. They probably didn't expect these changes, especially with the city resetting every day. It is hard to say how many rules the Bureau has figured out. The rat swarm attacks and suppression runes, these issues are likely unknown to the Bureau. Otherwise, it would be too risky to casually throw newcomers in. Lin Shiqing's grandfather probably also doesn't know these things, otherwise he would have told her earlier. I think the Bureau might not be aware of the current situation. Zhao Beichen offered his speculation. Otherwise, they wouldn't casually throw in newcomers. So, Shiqing, you can't blame your grandfather. Zhao Beichen said, looking at Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing smiled faintly, not saying anything, but it was clear that she didn't truly blame her grandfather. Anyway, the difficulties are right in front of us. My suggestion is to go to the city center to take a look, and while we're at it, try to achieve a good ranking. Zhao Beichen expressed his thoughts. Are you interested in the breaking barrier pill, eh? Lin Shiqing blinked her big eyes at Zhao Beichen. Don't you? Zhao Beichen replied with a smile. Of course I do. Who wouldn't want to become an extraordinary person? Lin Shiqing also smiled, her face dirty like a calico cat, looking very cute when she smiled. Then that's settled. Let's not overthink it, just do our best to persevere. If we truly can't hold on any longer, we'll talk about it then. After listening to Zhao Beichen's words, everyone fell silent, no one spoke. After a while it was Wang Xuechuan who spoke first. Beichen, I agree with your proposal. I also think we need to clarify this, otherwise we will be too passive. Of course, it would be even better if we could also earn a reward from the Bureau, Wang Xuechuan added with a smile. Seeing Wang Xuechuan agreeing with Zhao Beichen's proposal, the other two women also nodded in agreement. They all felt it was necessary to clarify the situation. Jai, what time is it now? Zhao Beichen turned to Huang. It's 5:28 in the afternoon, Huang Jai replied. Since everyone agrees, let's take a break now. Before midnight, we'll act again. If the city really resets, we'll head straight for the new central area overnight and won't rest tonight. Do you all agree? Zhao Beichen sought the opinions of the three women. Agreed. The three women expressed no objections. So everyone quickly tidied up, with the three women taking 2 beds in the bedrooms. Zhao Beichen took over the living room sofa. Seeing the women resting in their rooms, Zhao Beichen carefully checked the doors and windows again. After confirming everything was locked tight, he cautiously sensed the surroundings within 100 meters. Everything was normal with no special findings. Only then did he pull a chair to sit by the window, carefully monitoring all movements within 100 meters. The three women had spent the day fleeing and fighting, and they were indeed exhausted. They quickly fell into a deep sleep. Time passed swiftly, and outside it was getting darker. Beichen, it's time to wake up. A voice from Huang Jai reached Zhao Beichen's ears. Zhao Beichen hurriedly sat up from the sofa, saying, Jai, is it time already? It's 11:30. Wow, time flies. That nap was really refreshing. Zhao Beichen stretched lazily. I'll go call them. Huang Jai walked towards the room where Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were staying. Zhao Beichen put on his shoes and walked to the window, where it was pitch black outside with nothing visible. Within 100 meters, everything remained quiet. Before long, the three girls came out of their room. Zhao Beichen slung Lin Shiqing and Wang Xuechuan's backpacks over his back and led the way outside. This time all four had experience and stopped directly in the small square in the center of the community. Although this square was not as large as the one from last night. However, it was the most spacious place they could find nearby. Jai, what time is it? Lin Shiqing asked. Shiqing, you've asked 6 times already, it's 11:58. Huang Jai replied impatiently. I'm just nervous, okay? Lin Shiqing pouted at Huang Jai. Jai, will it really reset again? Lin Shiqing asked, clearly still quite anxious. We'll know soon. Seeing her expression, Huang Jai could only shake her head helplessly. It's almost time, everyone start preparing. As soon as he finished speaking, both of Zhao Beichen's arms were tightly wrapped by Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. Meanwhile, Huang Jai was tightly hugging his waist from behind. Zhao Beichen felt helpless in this situation. Huang Jai said she was the one losing out the most. This time he had to give her an arm, but Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were unlikely to agree. After some argument, the three girls settled on their current plan. Their backpacks were placed at their feet, as carrying them was too cumbersome. Of course, Zhao Beichen had no say in all this, and could only accept it helplessly. Prepare, it's almost 12. Zhao Beichen looked down, and could just see the watch on Huang Jai's wrist. Just after he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. The city's reset was beginning again. Having experienced it once, everyone was much calmer this time. The buildings before them started to sink into the ground. The shock this time was much greater than the first, because they were right in the community. The 2 or 3 dozen-story residential buildings were right in front of them, looking very real. They watched as these massive structures slowly sank into the ground. The visual impact was extremely intense. All of them stared wide-eyed. Even though everything was happening right in front of them, it still felt unreal. From near to far, the vibrations of the ground continued for quite a while. Then everything fell silent. The surroundings became bare again, with only the ground remaining. All the buildings had vanished without a trace. Prepare, dust is coming. As Zhao Beichen reminded them, the three girls quickly let go of him. Each of them adjusted the clothes they had wrapped around their heads earlier. This time, everyone had experience and had wrapped their clothes around their heads beforehand. Zhao Beichen still sheltered the three girls in his embrace as before. The dust filled the sky without delay, quickly engulfing the four of them. After quite a while, the dust slowly receded. The four hurriedly helped each other brush off the dust, as they didn't have much time left. The new city was about to reset, but they didn't know if their luck would be as good as last time to stand right on top of a building. Without much time to think, the four lined up again. This formation had been meticulously discussed. Each girl held onto Zhao Beichen's belt with one hand, and kept the other hand free. Unlike when the buildings disappeared earlier, new structures were going to appear soon, and no one knew what would happen. Zhao Beichen's hands needed to be freed, while they also needed to maintain some self-defense capability. Most importantly, they couldn't separate. If someone got thrown out, it would be troublesome. Thus the three girls experimented repeatedly and came up with this plan. The vibrations underfoot began signaling that the city was about to reset. The four held their breath and focused to face the impending reset. The ground beneath them cracked, and Zhao Beichen felt something rushing up from below. He felt a rising force beneath his feet. Here it comes, Zhao Beichen thought to himself. The object's ascent from underground was rapid and powerful. Suddenly Zhao Beichen felt a heavy pull at his waist. Not good. The three girls hadn't managed to stand on the building. Zhao Beichen quickly realized. He wanted to use his waist to pull the girls up, but before he could act, he found himself being pulled backwards, starting to fall off. In a flash, Zhao Beichen desperately lifted his hands and grabbed the edge of the rapidly rising building. His hands held on tightly, resisting the immense pulling force at his waist. The building shot upwards swiftly, and he, using his hands, brought the three girls hanging onto his belt along with him. "Hold on tight," Zhao Beichen shouted loudly. However, the roar accompanying the building's emergence from the ground completely drowned out his voice. Thus the building grew wildly, while Zhao Beichen clung tightly to its edge. He was reassured to feel that the gravitational pull at his waist had not changed. It seemed the three girls were holding on tightly. No one had fallen off. Compared to last night when the office building emerged from underground, today's ascent was noticeably shorter. Soon the building stopped growing upward. Fortunately, he had reached the level post-stage realm. Otherwise, even for a short time, Zhao Beichen would not have been able to hold on. The rumbling around continued, and Zhao Beichen didn't plan to shout to the girls anymore. They wouldn't hear him anyway. He began to exert strength in his arms, climbing upward while dragging the three girls on his belt. Soon his chest surpassed the edge of the building. Then he laid his right forearm flat on the building, using it as support for his entire body. With his right forearm providing support, Zhao Beichen could free his left hand. Lin Shiqing was holding onto his left belt, and Zhao Beichen reached down. He grasped Lin Shiqing's wrist and slowly lifted her up. "Grab the building," Zhao Beichen shouted at Lin Shiqing. Despite the loud rumble, Lin Shiqing still heard him and nodded vigorously. Then she quickly grabbed the edge of the building with both hands. Zhao Beichen then placed his hand on her waist, giving her a gentle push, helping Lin Shiqing onto the building. Using the same method, he switched his support hand to his left. Then he helped Wang Xuechuan, who was holding his right belt, up as well. "Jai, grab my hand." Zhao Beichen called out to Huang Jai, who was unable to reach his waist belt. Fortunately, the nearby buildings had finished resetting, and the rumble had quieted down significantly. Huang Jai should be able to hear him. "Okay." Sure enough, Huang Jiai's voice came back. Then Zhao Beichen felt a pull downwards on his belt, and a hand grasped his right wrist. Zhao Beichen exerted force with his right hand, directly throwing Huang Jai upwards. After that, he used his strength to jump onto the building himself. As soon as he was on the building, Zhao Beichen saw the three girls lying on the ground, gasping for breath. They must have been frightened just now. Especially Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. Two ordinary girls were not just scared. They were likely exhausted, as they had to desperately hold on to Zhao Beichen's belt or they would fall. This required quite a bit of Fortunately, this building was not very high, otherwise it was uncertain if they could last until it stopped. Now that they were finally safe, the tension released, and their fatigue became apparent. Huang Jai was not in much better shape than Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. So the four girls lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing that they were all okay, Zhao Beichen felt relieved. It had indeed been quite dangerous. Fortunately, it was all behind them now. He looked up to survey the surroundings. What on earth is happening? Zhao Beichen was dumbfounded at the sight before him. Zhao Beichen rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to comprehend the scene before him after the city's reset. The sight once again overturned his understanding. It left him speechless. The few of them were standing on top of a massive city wall with a vast stone-paved expanse. On both sides were countless battlements. Not far to the left stood a watchtower illuminated by countless lanterns that made it glow brightly. Inside the surrounding wall was a brightly lit city, yet all that met his eyes were ancient buildings. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any living beings except for the four of them. Zhao Beichen's gaze couldn't find even a single modern high-rise. He silently pondered if this might be a film studio. He had visited several film studios domestically, all featuring ancient architectural styles. However, none were as vast as this one, which seemed to stretch endlessly before him. Whether it was a true ancient city or a film studio, Zhao Beichen couldn't discern. The film studios he had visited previously always had some modern structures nearby. He couldn't see any modern buildings in the places illuminated by lights. The areas that lacked light were too dark for him to discern the situation, clearly making it impossible to determine if modern buildings existed. He was equally puzzled about the nature of this city. At that moment, the three women also got up from the ground. Gazing at the brightly lit ancient city behind the wall, they too were bewildered. Beichen, have we arrived in ancient times? Wang Xuechuan murmured, habitually clutching Zhao Beichen's arm. I don't know. Zhao Beichen shook his head. Could it be a film studio? Lin Shiqing stepped beside Zhao Beichen, wrapping her arms around his other arm. It had become a habitual reaction for her to cling to Zhao Beichen whenever she felt anxious. Look outside the wall, Huang Jiai said, having somehow found her way to the edge of the city wall, her voice coming from behind Zhao Beichen and the others. As soon as Zhao Beichen and the others turned around, they saw Huang Jiai standing at the edge of the wall, peering down. The three of them walked over, and below the wall was a dark abyss. They couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The spot where they had just stood sank deeply downwards, and they had no idea how deep it was. At that moment, Huang Jiai, not knowing where she had found a stone, tossed it down. It took a long time before they heard the sound of the stone hitting the ground. It's probably over 100 meters deep, Lin Shiqing said softly after hearing the sound of the stone landing. Wow, that's so deep. If we had fallen in, wouldn't that mean we'd be done for? Wang Xuechuan stuck out her tongue, a look of fear on her face. This city reset is too bizarre. I didn't expect it to have such a pitfall, Huang Jiai remarked. Luckily, Beichen held onto the wall, who otherwise all four of us would have fallen in, Wang Xuechuan said, unconsciously tightening her grip on Zhao Beichen's arm. Yes, it's so frightening. Lin Shiqing patted her chest and took a deep breath beside Zhao Beichen. The look of anxiety on her face visibly relaxed. I don't think it's a pitfall. Oh, it's likely a moat that's simply run dry. Zhao Beichen leaned forward, looking around. The deep, bottomless ravine stretched alongside the city wall. Wow, such a deep moat. It's quite impressive. Huang Jiai also leaned forward, looking around. It was too dark for Zhao Beichen to see how long the ravine actually was. If it really is a moat, it must encircle the city wall completely. The width of this ravine is estimated to be no less than 20 meters. At the city gate near the watchtower, there was a massive raised drawbridge. That area should be the city's entrance and exit. Beyond the ravine lay an endless darkness, and Zhao Beichen could only vaguely see a stretch of flat land. He found nothing else. Beichen, have you found anything? Huang Jiai asked. No, it's too dark. I can hardly see anything in the distance. Zhao Beichen shook his head. Now that there are lights everywhere, it's hard to tell where the central area is. Lin Shiqing had already turned around, looking at the brightly lit city. Yes, last night the city reset, and only one area had light. And today the whole city is illuminated. How are we supposed to find the center? Wang Xuechuan also murmured. Why don't we go check out the watchtower first? Zhao Beichen pointed to the watchtower not far to the left. Alright. Zhao Beichen slung the backpack on the ground over his shoulder, considering it fortunate that when the city reset, the backpack had been left in its place on the city wall. Otherwise, it would have fallen into the deep ravine outside the city wall. The backpack contained food and drinking water they had gathered from Jingxuan. Losing it would have been troublesome. With the backpack secured, Zhao Beichen led the three women toward the watchtower. There was no sign of movement within 100 meters. With its flying eaves and intricate arrow windows, countless glowing lanterns illuminated the watchtower. The tower exuded both beauty and a strong sense of impending doom. When soldiers shot arrows through these arrow windows, they formed lethal beams of fire. From the ground level to the higher levels, they created a three-dimensional network of firepower. This firepower coverage could reach about 200 steps, or approximately 200 to 300 meters. Any invading enemy would be turned into a pincushion before even approaching the edge of the moat. What a massive watchtower! Wang Xuechuan exclaimed as they approached it. The five-story structure indeed appeared enormous, towering before them like a small mountain. This doesn't seem like a film studio. Oh, it feels too real, Lin Shiqing said, stroking the blue bricks of the watchtower. Yes, I also feel it's not like one. Which studio would dig such a deep moat? Huang Jiai also shared her opinion. If only we had our phones, taking pictures here would surely look magnificent. Wang Xuechuan glanced at the watchtower's vermilion gate, and then at the large hanging lanterns. Under the glow of the large red lanterns, the watchtower's gate truly appeared stunning. Exactly. If we changed into Tang suits, we should wear straight-collared robes and paired skirts. Lin Shiqing enthusiastically chimed in. Don't forget the hairstyle must be styled into a high bun. Huang Jiai evidently also became interested. Right, Jiai is correct. We can't forget the shawl either. It's essential to create an ethereal vibe. Wang Xuechuan began to gesture excitedly. The conversation among the girls caught Zhao Beichen off guard. How did the topic suddenly shift to photography and costumes? Thankfully, there were no phones. Otherwise, Zhao Beichen believed the three of them could spend an entire day taking pictures. Hey, I didn't notice any power lines. Wang Xuechuan suddenly changed the subject, staring closely at the lanterns on the wall. Huang Jiai remained silent, taking a quick step forward, then lightly leaped to retrieve a lantern from its hook. The lantern remained lit after being taken down, revealing a large candle burning inside. It's a wax candle, Huang Jiai said, then jumped lightly to inspect a few other hanging lanterns. I didn't find any power lines. They're all candles inside. After checking, Huang Jia hopped back in front of the others. It really doesn't seem like a film studio, Lin Shiqing said. Could it be that we've truly traveled back in time? Wang Xuechuan exclaimed with wide eyes. Let's head up and take a look. Maybe we'll find more discoveries. Zhao Beichen pointed to the watchtower. The three women nodded, seemingly having set aside their thoughts of photography. Zhao Beichen walked ahead and pushed open the vermilion gate of the watchtower. With a creak, the gate slowly opened. The large door slowly creaked open, illuminating the hall with the bright glow of candles mounted on the pillars inside. Zhao Beichen carefully sensed his surroundings, yet discovered nothing within a 100-meter radius. He stepped inside, finding the room piled high with various weapons. Bows, arrows, armor, and shields were neatly arranged. The three women followed in and began to look around. Zhao Beichen noticed the staircase leading to the second floor. Just as he was about to call out to the three women, he realized they had wandered off. Observing them curiously exploring, he decided against calling them back. Since they were so interested, he might as well let them explore. Jia Yi Shiqing, come over here, there are a lot of cosmetics. Wang Xuechuan shouted from the corner, calling out to Huang Jia Yi and Lin Shiqing. Zhao Beichen naturally heard her voice. How could there be cosmetics in a Bao Tower? As Zhao Beichen pondered this strange occurrence, Huang Jia Yi and Lin Shiqing had already run over, huddled around a table, whispering to each other and busying themselves. They were blocking Zhao Beichen's line of sight, preventing him from seeing what was on the table. Although he couldn't see the items, he noticed that the women seemed to be applying something to their faces. Curiosity piqued, he walked over. Upon reaching the table, he saw that there was nothing, no cosmetics at all. At that moment, the three women had nothing in their hands. Their hands were empty, yet they mimicked the motion of applying cosmetics as if they were actually putting on makeup. They even reminded each other of areas where they had applied too little or too much. They were giggling and appeared to be quite happy, completely unaware of Zhao Beichen's presence as they were absorbed in their activity. This bizarre scene startled Zhao Beichen. Were they possessed? Xuechuan Jia Yi Shiqing, Zhao Beichen called out, waving his hands in front of them. There was no response. The three continued their application of the so-called cosmetics. They laughed and chatted amongst themselves. Illusion, mental interference, spiritual attack. Zhao Beichen suddenly recalled the methods used by the Charm clan in Taoyuan village to confuse one's mind. The issue was that within his 100-meter sensing range there were no other movements aside from the four of them, unless the attacker could influence a person's mind from 100 meters away. As this thought settled in, Zhao Beichen's heart tightened. If someone could control minds from 100 meters away, that person must be a master. Jia Yi, he decided to start with Huang Jia Yi, as she was an ability user. Zhao Beichen grabbed Huang Jia Yi's shoulders, shaking her as he called her name. After a moment, she blinked awake, looking at Zhao Beichen in confusion. Beichen, what happened? What? She quickly turned to look at Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, who were still empty-handed, helping each other with their imaginary makeup and laughing. This. Huang Jia Yi looked at her empty hands, then touched her face, wearing a puzzled expression as she looked back at Zhao Beichen. Seeing that Huang Jia Yi had awakened, Zhao Beichen didn't linger, grabbing Wang Zuchen's shoulder and shaking her while calling her name. Huang Jia Yi seemed to understand and quickly moved to Lin Shiqing's side, mimicking Zhao Beichen's actions. Earlier, when Zhao Beichen first entered the room with the three women, he had felt the green energy cluster within his sea of consciousness beginning to automatically absorb external spiritual power. This situation mirrored what he experienced in Taoyuan village when Xing'er and the others helped him understand the interference to his mind. Thus, he was certain the three women were suffering from mental interference. This was a spiritual attack, and the only thing he feared less than a spiritual attack was a spiritual attack itself. Spiritual attacks were akin to feeding him, the more the better. Moreover, the green energy cluster in his sea of consciousness would autonomously absorb the spiritual power, requiring no effort on his part. He could simply enjoy the benefits. However, it seemed there wasn't much of this spiritual power, and it was quickly depleted. Zhao Beichen felt as though his sensing range had expanded just a little bit more. Although it sounded like a long time had passed, in reality, only a few seconds had gone by. At that moment, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing also woke up. The two stared blankly at Zhao Beichen and Huang Jia Yi, then glanced at their empty hands finally touching their faces. Their reactions were similar to Huang Jia Yi's when she first woke up. How were the cosmetics? Wang Xuechuan looked at the empty table, which had nothing on it. Not willing to give up, she crouched down to check under the table, but found nothing there either. Stop looking, there are no cosmetics at all. You must have been hit by a spiritual attack and are experiencing an illusion. Zhao Beichen said to the busy Wang Xuechuan. Spiritual attack? Is there anyone around? Huang Jia Yi cautiously surveyed the area. Jia Yi, protect the two of them. I'll go take a look outside, Zhao Beichen said, dropping his backpack and striding out of the bout. After wandering outside for a while, Zhao Beichen found nothing amiss. To be sure, he even ran a lap around the city wall. This outermost area of his lap was much more than 100 meters away from the Bao Tower, yet he still encountered nothing. This indicated that the earlier spiritual attack did not occur as he had anticipated from beyond 100 meters. Then how did it happen? Zhao Beichen fell into confusion. Without answers, he could only return to the Bao Tower. What's the situation? Did you find anything? As soon as he entered the Bao Tower, he heard Lin Shiqing calling from the corner. Zhao Beichen hurried over. No, I found nothing at all. Since there's no one else, how did we get hit by a spiritual attack? Lin Shiqing asked in confusion. I don't know, I can't figure it out either. Then what about you? Why weren't you attacked? Lin Shiqing turned into a curious child, eyeing Zhao Beichen up. I don't know either, Zhao Beichen said with a bitter face, shrugging his hands. He couldn't possibly tell them that he could absorb spiritual power. This was a trump card he could never reveal. Since we didn't find anyone, where did the spiritual attack come from? Huang Jia now focused entirely on this question, beginning to inspect the area around the table closely. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing joined in the search. The three women meticulously examined the corner. To see more clearly, Huang Jia even went to fetch 2 lanterns. With the lanterns, the corner was illuminated even brighter. The table placed in the corner of the hall was just an ordinary table, showing no signs of any mechanism. The table was pushed against the wall on either side, and there was nothing on the walls. Above were beams where, aside from a large spider web, there was nothing else. Not even a spider. Strange, there's nothing here, Huang Jia murmured. What could have produced the spiritual attack? Lin Shiqing stood by the table holding a lantern. It's just a very ordinary table, nothing special about it, she said, leaning her nose almost against the tabletop. Wang Xuechuan, however, said nothing and carefully scanned the wall. Did you find anything? Zhao Beichen asked the 3 women. I didn't. Lin Shiqing raised her head as she had checked the table several times. I didn't find anything either, Wang Xuechuan said, returning her gaze from the wall. Huang Jia remained silent, merely shaking her head. What did you all see earlier? Zhao Beichen asked curiously. The table is filled with cosmetics, and the packaging looks extraordinarily beautiful. Lin Shiqing gestured towards the table, so much of it here. I even smelled the fragrance of the cosmetics, the osmanthus scent, it's incredibly fragrant. Wang Xuechuan spoke up as well. The powder feels smooth and slightly cool on the skin, Huang Jia added. While this mental attack is quite something, it encompasses visual, tactile, and sensory elements. Zhao Beichen murmured. Yes, it's impressive. I didn't notice anything at all. Huang Jia, being an ability user, failed to detect anything unusual and was instantly caught off guard. This city's reset feels more dangerous than the last one, Wang Xuechuan said, looking at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Shall we go up? Yes, we must go, otherwise we can't determine the central area. How can we investigate? Huang Jia raised the lantern in her hand. This time let's be cautious. I refuse to believe we can be caught again. She wore a defiant expression on her face. Alright, let's go, but everyone be careful. Zhao Beichen also wanted to check it out. This arrow tower was indeed quite peculiar. However, with the green energy orb in his sea of consciousness providing protection, Zhao Beichen felt no concern. After all, for a mental attack, the more it came, the more he could absorb. What was there to fear from such a nourishing item? Let's go and take a look, Zhao Beichen said, shouldering his backpack and walking towards the staircase to the 2nd floor. You all keep your distance from me while I scout ahead. Zhao Beichen took 2 steps and turned back to instruct the 3 women. Beichen, why don't I go in front? After all, I'm an ability user. How can I let you, an ordinary person, scout ahead? Huang Jia stepped up beside Zhao Beichen. Jia, you saw earlier that this mental attack has no effect on me, so let me handle it. Huang Jia thought for a moment and nodded. Then you be careful. Don't worry. Zhao Beichen smiled and turned back towards the staircase. The wooden staircase wound up to the 2nd floor, and lanterns hung along the stairs, allowing for clear visibility. A thin layer of dust coated the handrail, and the staircase entrance was blocked by a spider's web, although no spider was in sight. Zhao Beichen sensed no unusual movements within 100 meters. About 2 meters from the staircase entrance, he felt the mental attack. The green energy orb in his sea of consciousness spun continuously, absorbing the incoming mental attack. With each absorption, Zhao Beichen felt his mind become clearer. The range of his sea of consciousness also expanded slightly. Even though it was minuscule, it was indeed an expansion. Don't come over here, there's a mental attack. Upon sensing this, Zhao Beichen shouted loudly. The 3 women stopped about 4 to 5 meters away from him. Are you alright? Lin Shiqing shouted at Zhao Beichen. I'm fine. Zhao Beichen replied, feeling surprisingly good. How could he possibly be unwell? Unfortunately, this mental attack didn't last long and was quickly absorbed. Alright, you can come over now, Zhao Beichen said, waving to the 3 women after confirming the external mental force had been depleted. Huang Jia was the first to run over, carefully observing the staircase entrance with her lantern. Beichen, are you up? Wang Xuechuan ran over and pulled Zhao Beichen, asking, are you alright? I'm fine, really am good, Zhao Beichen laughed. Beichen, can you feel from which direction the mental attack came? Lin Shiqing came over holding her lantern and searching for clues alongside Huang Jia. It was from the direction of the staircase. Zhao Beichen had now also arrived at the staircase. Is this it? Lin Shiqing looked at the staircase in confusion. Aside from the wooden staircase, there was nothing else. Could it be the staircase itself? She murmured as she patted the handrail and then the stair treads, but found nothing. Zhao Beichen could only sense the general direction and really had no idea from where the mental attack was originating. He was also curious and scanned the area. Shiqing, do you think the spider web could emit a mental attack? Wang Xuechuan suddenly asked. Spider web? Upon hearing her words, the other 3 turned their gazes towards the spider web at the staircase entrance. Earlier there was a spider web by the cosmetics, and now there is also a spider web. I found it a bit strange. Wang Xuechuan explained. Wait, let me think. Lin Shiqing frowned, seemingly recalling something. Spiderweb mental attack, spiderweb mental attack. She muttered to herself as she walked. At this moment Huang Jia stared at the spiderweb at the staircase entrance, also lost in thought, probably contemplating Wang Zuchen's words. Zhao Beichen deeply missed the erudite Gu Changfeng. Zhao Beichen felt that if Gu Changfeng were here, he would surely understand the situation. The bride of the spider. Suddenly Lin Shiqing and Huang Jia shouted in unison. Zhao Beichen was startled. The bride of the spider, it must be the bride of the spider. I can't think of anything else, Lin Shiqing said, looking at Huang Jia excitedly. Yes, it should be it. Huang Jia nodded at Lin Shiqing. Oh, why didn't I think of it earlier? Huang Jia regrettably patted her head. Xuechuan, you really helped us out this time. What is the bride of the spider? Jia, what does it mean? Wang Xuechuan was completely baffled, not understanding what Huang Jia and Lin Shiqing were talking about. Zhao Beichen also had no idea what the bride of the spider was, and looked on with curiosity, waiting to be enlightened. Strange, really strange. Oh, why is it a monster of the little days? Huang Jia murmured softly, seemingly not planning to explain, but rather fell into thought. Watching Huang Jia talking to herself, Zhao Beichen and Wang Xuechuan turned their inquisitive gazes towards Lin Shiqing. The bride of the spider is no simple matter, it's a monster of the little days, Lin Shiqing said, looking at the spider. Another monster of the little days, eh? Zhao Beichen furrowed his brow. Oh, first, it was the wine-swallowing boy, now, it was the bride of the spider. It was too coincidental. Is there some conspiracy behind these little days? There is still a vast ocean between us. Why do their monsters keep coming over here? How did they manage to come over? Zhao Beichen felt a vague unease within. Just as Zhao Beichen was lost in thought, Wang Xuechuan asked Shiqing what happened next. The spider woman is a type of spider monster that specifically drains human blood, sucking them dry. Lin Shiqing began to explain. Is the spider woman a single entity or a category? Wang Xuechuan continued to inquire. It's a category. According to legend, the first spider woman was the wife of a certain lord who was discovered by her husband after committing adultery. The husband locked her in a box filled with venomous spiders, and she died from their bites. After her death, her vengeful spirit fused with the venomous spiders, transforming into the spider woman monster. She began to take revenge on men, killing not only the lord, but also seducing and murdering young men. Lin Shiqing pointed at the spider web. This is one of her methods. Since then, the spider woman has evolved into a category. Records show various types of spider women, though it's unclear if they originated from the first one. Lin Shiqing walked over to the spider web and tugged at it. Don't underestimate this web. It's the spider woman's trump card. The silk spun by the spider woman is not only strong and resilient, but can also unleash mental attacks, influencing the minds of her enemies and drawing them into illusions. Just like what we experienced earlier, once the opponent is trapped in an illusion, the spider woman will devour them. Wang Xuechuan exclaimed, patting her chest, feeling a sense of dread. But that's not even the most powerful aspect. The most formidable ability is that the spider woman can transform into a beautiful young woman. It is said she appears to be in her teens or 20s, with flowing long hair, dressed in luxurious clothing and adorned with exquisite makeup, breathtakingly beautiful, capable of captivating men. Taking advantage of men who are mesmerized, she drags them into her web and then drains them dry. Lin Shiqing shared her knowledge about the spider woman. However, it's strange that there are only spider webs here, but no sign of the spider woman. Lin Shiqing looked around again. Shiqing, are spider women usually found together with their webs? Zhao Beichen asked. Usually yes, unless they have moved to a new hunting ground, they would abandon their original webs. Lin Shiqing replied. After Lin Shiqing's explanation, Zhao Beichen understood the source of the mental attacks. It was the spider webs, but since the spider woman was absent, the strength of the mental attack was not very strong. He wondered where the spider woman had gone. For others, mental attacks could pose a significant threat. But for Zhao Beichen, it was a great boon. He truly wished for more monsters like the spider woman. Wouldn't it be nice to expand his spiritual sea a bit more? You three stay put. I will go up and destroy all the spider webs first, then you can come up. Zhao Beichen found an excuse to separate from the three women. After all, absorbing the spiritual energy from the webs takes time. To absorb the energy, he needed to stand in front of each web for a while, making it difficult to explain to the three women. Moreover, if the three women immediately destroyed the webs from a distance upon seeing them, wouldn't he lose the spiritual energy? So it was necessary to temporarily separate from them. The three women did not oppose his suggestion. Zhao Beichen tore through the spider web at the staircase and quickly ascended. The spider woman must have stayed in the arrow tower for quite some time, as there were far more webs on the second floor than on the first. With so many webs, he wondered how many people had fallen victim to her. The monsters plaguing daily life truly deserve to be punished, Zhao Beichen silently cursed. The green energy mass in his spiritual sea activated as soon as Zhao Beichen stepped onto the second floor, beginning to automatically absorb the sensed mental attack energy. Zhao Beichen noticed that the sizes of the webs varied, affecting their attack ranges. The smaller webs could only cover an area of about 1 meter, while the larger ones could cover 2 to 3 meters. Soon all the energy from the webs on the second floor was absorbed by Zhao Beichen. His perception range expanded to 110 meters, an increase of 10 meters. This delighted Zhao Beichen. The reset of this new city was essentially presenting him with a major gift. Now, just from the first level of One Arrow Tower, his perception range had increased by 10%. If the entire city was filled with spider webs, what would that mean? To what extent would his perception range increase? He could hardly imagine it. After tearing down all the webs on the second floor, he notified the 3 women. Then he headed straight up to the third. The situation on the third floor was even more terrifying, with spider webs densely covering every surface. It seemed that many had suffered at the hands of the spider woman on the third floor. After clearing the third floor, Zhao Beichen called out to the 3 women on the second floor and continued towards the fourth floor. The gains on the third floor were far greater than those on the second. Zhao Beichen's perception range had now reached 140 meters. His spiritual sea also expanded significantly, and the green energy mass within it grew brighter and denser. Enhancements always brought excitement, and Zhao Beichen rushed to the fourth floor. The number of spider webs on the fourth floor far surpassed that on the third. Dense and tangled, Zhao Beichen felt it was difficult to move even slightly. Just as Lin Shiqing had described, the webs spun by the spider woman were incredibly tough. Before the spiritual energy was absorbed, even with Zhao Beichen's grade latest stage realm, tearing them apart was no easy feat. Not to mention, ordinary people, those ensnared, would face certain death. Heaven knows how much web the spider woman can produce. If these creatures were to escape into the outside world, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Zhao Beichen quickly absorbed the mental energy from the webs and tore apart all the webs that had lost their energy. There were too many webs on the fourth floor, consuming a significant amount of his time. However, the rewards were delightful. His perception range had reached 200 meters, doubling what it was before. This thrilled Zhao Beichen. Moreover, this perception was three-dimensional, forming a sphere centered around him. He could clearly perceive all the movements of the 3 women on the third floor. After handling the fourth floor, Zhao Beichen similarly notified the 3 women downstairs and ran towards the fifth. With so many spider webs on the fourth floor, there would surely be even more on the fifth. Zhao Beichen's heart was filled with hope. As he ascended to the fifth floor, he was stunned by the scene before him. The fifth floor was indeed filled with numerous spider webs. The entire vast space was covered by layers upon layers. Zhao Beichen felt as if he had entered a spider's lair. As always, after absorbing the energy from the webs, he began to destroy them. However, he had to be much gentler in his movements this time. With so many webs, any sudden movement could easily get him stuck to an adjacent web. Tearing through the spider web, countless corpses came into view. These bodies were suspended in the air, ensnared by spider silk, all of them stark naked, exhibiting a deep brown hue. They were extremely emaciated, reduced to mere skin. As they hung by the spider silk, they swayed gently with the wind. Zhao Beichen had not counted how many there were. They were everywhere he looked. Even for someone as strong as Zhao Beichen, who had spent 20 years in the profession of examining corpses, witnessing such a dense array of dried-up bodies all at once caused him to gasp in shock. From the first floor to the fifth, there were no signs of struggle, confirming Lin Shiqing's theory. These people had been lured into the web by the illusion cast by the spider woman and then dragged up to the fifth floor. The fifth floor must be the lair of the spider woman in the Arrow Tower. It was unclear how many of these damned spider monsters existed. Damn it, how cruel these monsters are. A surge of unnameable rage ignited within Zhao Beichen. He was determined to eliminate these fiends. There were still many spider webs present in the vicinity. Clearing these webs consumed quite a bit of Zhao Beichen's time. Finally, after finishing, his perception range extended to 300 meters. The space of his spiritual sea had also doubled in size, becoming more expansive. The green energy sphere within the spiritual sea was not only larger, but also brighter. The rotation speed had also increased significantly. Zhao Beichen looked inward and saw more green energy surging from the spiritual sea through his meridians into the middle dantian. The rotation speed of the yellow and green energy spheres in the middle dantian was also accelerating. The increase in rotation speed in the middle dantian caused the golden energy sphere in the lower dantian to spin faster as well. This situation had never occurred before. Previously, it was the energy from the lower dantian that circulated throughout his body. With the surge of energy from the middle dantian, it gradually replaced the energy originally present in the meridians from the lower. This situation had never occurred before. Previously, it was the energy from the lower dantian that circulated throughout his body. With the surge of energy from the middle dantian, it gradually replaced the energy originally present in the meridians from the lower dantian. Zhao Beichen felt as if he were soaking in hot water, an indescribable sense of comfort washing over him. His entire body began to expel black, foul impurities. This situation left Zhao Beichen bewildered. What was happening? Could it be a breakthrough in his realm? He quickly glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen. Corpse touching value 71,000. Full value reward B class initial realm. Current realm A class late stage 1. Current realm A class late stage 1. What was going on? Zhao Beichen distinctly remembered that his previous realm was clearly A class late stage. Why was there suddenly a 1? The green energy sphere in his spiritual sea was inadvertently opened during the healing of Uncle Fu in Taoyuan village thanks to the energy provided by the women of the Ginkgo family. It was only after acquiring the energy sphere in the spiritual sea that the middle dantian was unlocked. The energy in the middle dantian formed a convergence of the energies from the spiritual sea and the lower dantian. The energy used to assist Uncle Fu was precisely this energy from the middle dantian. However, apart from saving Uncle Fu once, Zhao Beichen had not discovered any other uses for it. All along it had been quietly rotating in the middle dantian. To his surprise today, the energy from the middle dantian began to output and completely replace the energy from the lower dantian. In other words, the energy coursing through his body was a combination of the upper dantian and lower dantian's energies. Zhao Beichen could not fathom how this had come to be. Why had there been a sudden breakthrough? The system had not given him any prior notice. It hadn't even indicated that there were other realms between A-class late stage and B-class. Could it be that the system had some tricks up its sleeve? A bold hypothesis suddenly struck Zhao Beichen. The next reward displayed on the system panel was B-class initial realm, not A-class late stage 1. Yet the current realm field on the system panel clearly stated A-class late stage 1. This indicated that the system could at least detect A-class late stage 1, so why not reward him for it? Instead, it jumped directly to reward him with B-class initial realm. What did the system mean by this? For the first time, Zhao Beichen began to doubt the system. Fortunately, the system did not seem to harbor any ill intentions toward him. Perhaps it was just a bug. Zhao Beichen chose not to dwell on the system any further. What he was more concerned about was how this breakthrough had occurred. Zhao Beichen began to ponder in his heart. Previously, he had clearly heard Gu Changfeng say that A-class late stage was equivalent to B-class initial realm, and that there were no other realms. Gu Changfeng had no reason to deceive him. The fact that he had said this could only mean that he too was unaware of any lesser realms within A-class late stage. It seemed he had inadvertently touched upon some unconventional territory. Yet the rules for upgrading remained unclear to Zhao Beichen. In his introspection after the realm upgrade, the space within the spiritual sea showed no change, but the size of the entire green energy sphere had decreased. Strangely, the size of the energy sphere in the lower dantian remained unchanged. Why hadn't the energy sphere in the lower dantian changed? Zhao Beichen began to ponder. He examined the constantly rotating golden energy sphere in the lower dantian along with a small puddle of liquid. Zhao Beichen started to theorize. The energy in the lower dantian had been directly infused during the system's reward of A-class late stage in Taoyuan village. After the infusion, this mass of energy had remained in that form. It existed both in a liquid and gaseous state. Could it be that during the infusion of energy for a major realm, the system provided all the energy needed for that realm in one go? Then when the energy from the spiritual sea reached a certain threshold, it would trigger a breakthrough in the realm. Zhao Beichen suddenly formed a conjecture. If this hypothesis were correct, it would mean that when the system rewarded him with A-class late stage in Taoyuan village, the lower dantian had stored all the energy needed for the entire A-class realm. Now that his perception range in the spiritual sea had expanded to 300 meters, it triggered the breakthrough to A-class late stage 1, a minor realm. The more Zhao Beichen thought about it, the more logical it seemed. Otherwise, why would the energy sphere in the spiritual sea shrink after the breakthrough, while the energy sphere in the lower dantian remained unchanged? No, Zhao Beichen negated his own hypothesis. He suddenly noticed the liquid puddle within the lower dantian. The puddle had changed. He felt it had shrunk compared to before the breakthrough. The energy sphere in the lower dantian had not changed, but the liquid energy had decreased, indicating that the energy from the lower dantian had indeed participated in the realm enhancement. This made sense. The lower dantian stored all the energy required for the system's reward of a major realm existing in both gaseous and liquid forms. Only liquid energy could cooperate with the energy in the spiritual sea to achieve a realm breakthrough. Typically, when the liquid energy reached a certain level, the gaseous energy would not convert back to liquid, maintaining some balance. Once the liquid energy was depleted, the gaseous energy would then convert back into liquid. Indeed, in his introspection, the gaseous energy in the lower dantian was transforming into liquid, replenishing the total amount of liquid energy in the puddle. With this, everything made sense. The energy in the spiritual sea stemmed from the absorption of external mental power. When the energy in the spiritual sea reached the appropriate level, the liquid energy from the lower dantian participated in the reaction, both meeting the standards, thus triggering the realm enhancement. Then the gaseous energy stored in the lower dantian would begin to convert back into liquid energy to replenish the consumption of liquid energy during the breakthrough, preparing for the next realm enhancement. As long as the energy in the spiritual sea met the standards, again the realm would continue to break through and rise. Zhao Beichen felt he had roughly understood the conditions for realm upgrades and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He looked out from the arrow window at the brightly lit city. He wondered how many spider women were hidden there and how many spider webs were lurking. Zhao Beichen's heart ignited with passion once again. Isn't the appearance of the spider woman just a gift of an upgrade package for oneself? As long as I continuously absorb spiritual energy, I can keep enhancing myself. It's simply exhilarating. For a moment Zhao Beichen wished he could rush into the city and wreak havoc. He hadn't yet had the chance to use the max-level Thunder Slash. Zhao Beichen felt a constant itch in his heart. However, he knew he couldn't be too hasty. He needed to stay calm as impatience would lead to failure. He took a few deep breaths to calm his excited emotions. He clenched his fist, feeling that his strength had indeed increased significantly compared to before. The Soul Piercer was also thicker now, and its lethality had noticeably improved. Simultaneously, the effective attack range had expanded from the previous 100 meters to now 300 meters, an increase of a full 200 meters. As for the Thunder Slash, he could only use it 4 or 5 times at most when he was at the level post stage before exhausting himself. Now he could clearly sense that after upgrading to 1, he could use it at least 6 or 7 times. It seems that this level post stage 1 realm is quite astonishing. What would happen if I continued to upgrade to 2, 3? Zhao Beichen was filled with anticipation. Suddenly a strong stench pulled him back to reality. His entire body was covered in dark, foul impurities. It appears that as his realm continuously increased, impurities within his body were being expelled. Zhao Beichen couldn't understand why there were so many impurities inside him, as if they would never end. However, it must be said that after these impurities were expelled, he felt completely different, much more comfortable. Zhao Beichen raised his hand, which was nearly enveloped by these impurities. He touched his face, finding it the same. How could this be? It was not like in Taoyuan village where there was water. Even then it took multiple washes to clean himself. Now the water they had was barely enough to drink, let alone to wash. Just then a voice from downstairs, Wang Xuechuan, called out, "Beichen, is it good up there?" No, there are a lot of webs up here, you all wait a bit longer." Zhao Beichen was startled by Wang Xuechuan's voice and quickly shouted back after regaining his composure. How would he explain his current state to the girls if they saw him? Even if they didn't need an explanation, the foul smell would be hard. "Okay, well, wait for your news," Wang Xuechuan replied. "By the way, be careful." She added another sentence. "Okay, I understand. Wait for my news." Zhao Beichen reassured the 3 girls. He walked to the arrow window and began to take off his clothes and pants. He had no other way. He needed to deal with the impurities clinging to him first. He scraped off the hard impurities from his body piece by piece, and then threw them far out of the arrow window. It took a great effort to get rid of all the impurities. He picked up the clothes on the ground and sniffed. A foul stench emanated from them. These clothes were given to him by Xing'er back in Taoyuan village. However, while he was following Wu Yadi back to the factory to avoid jealousy, they had already become unrecognizable. Now with the impurities sticking to them, the smell was truly overwhelming. But there were no other clothes to change into. He couldn't possibly go around naked. With no choice, Zhao Beichen had to endure the foul smell, feeling disgusted as he put on the clothes and pants again. The jade pendant that Xing'er had given him was always kept in the close pocket of his clothes. Now he could only hang it around. He thought that he would have to keep his distance from the girls. "Okay, you can come up now, but this is the lair of the Spider Woman, and there are many corpses. You need to be mentally prepared." Zhao Beichen shouted loudly towards downstairs while he moved away from the staircase, fearing that the smell would affect the girls. "Oh, and it's very stinky up here." Zhao Beichen remembered that the foul smell from the impurities still lingered on the 5th floor and quickly reminded them loudly. The sound of footsteps from the 3 girls ascending the wooden staircase made him realize that his hearing had improved significantly. "Oh!" A loud scream erupted as Wang Xuechuan, who was at the front, saw a hanging corpse and was frightened. It seemed that Zhao Beichen's warning had little effect. In fact, it was quite normal. They were all good youths of the new era who had never encountered such a brutal scene before. It was only natural for them to be frightened. Fortunately, Huang Jiai and Lin Shiqing managed to control themselves well and did not scream. However, once they reached the upper floor, they stood dazed at the staircase entrance, seemingly shocked by the multitude of corpses before them. It took them a while to regain their senses. "Beichen, have you discovered anything?" After regaining her composure, Lin Shiqing looked at Zhao Beichen, who was standing by the arrow window, and walked towards him. "Shiqing, don't come over." As Lin Shiqing began to approach, Zhao Beichen hurriedly called out to stop her. Hearing his words, Lin Shiqing halted in her steps. She looked at Zhao Beichen in confusion. Not only was Lin Shiqing puzzled, but the other 2 girls were also confused, wondering why Zhao Beichen wanted to stop Lin Shiqing. "Shiqing, I don't know what I've rubbed against, but I smell really bad. You all should keep your distance, otherwise you won't be able to stand it." Zhao Beichen quickly explained upon noticing Lin Shiqing's confusion. "Beichen, are you okay?" Lin Shiqing asked loudly, clearly worried about Zhao Beichen. I'm fine, it's just the smell that is unpleasant." "So what? I'm not afraid." After Lin Shiqing finished speaking, she walked straight towards Zhao Beichen. Huang Jiai and Wang Xuechuan, having heard their conversation, also approached Zhao Beichen without hesitation. "Beichen, it's strange, why do I feel like you've suddenly become more handsome?" Lin Shiqing stood beside Zhao Beichen, staring intently at his face, examining him from all angles. "Yes, so handsome." Wang Xuechuan joined in, her big eyes sparkling as she instantly transformed into a little fangirl. "Not only handsome, but look at the skin, it's simply incredible." Huang Jiai raised her hand to touch Zhao Beichen's face. "Exactly, it's so soft and smooth, even better than a baby's." As soon as Huang Jiai made a move, Wang Xuechuan couldn't help herself either and grabbed Zhao Beichen's hand to caress it. Huang Jiai raised her hand to touch Zhao Beichen's face. Exactly, it's so soft and smooth, even better than a baby's. As soon as Huang Jiai made a move, Wang Xuechuan couldn't. Don't you think I smell bad? Zhao Beichen raised his hand to sniff, and the smell was quite overwhelming. I don't know what you've got on you, but it's not pleasant. Lin Shiqing wrinkled her nose. Then why don't you keep your distance? It's bearable, oh I can endure it. Lin Shiqing played with Zhao Beichen's other hand. But it's a bit strange, have you all noticed that there's a fragrance mixed in with the stench? Wang Xuechuan holding Zhao Beichen's other hand sniffed vigorously. I can smell it too, there's indeed a fragrance. Huang Jiai leaned in to smell Zhao Beichen's face closely. Here the fragrance is strongest here. Upon hearing this, the other two girls also leaned in on tiptoes to sniff Zhao Beichen's face closely. Yes, it's so fragrant, even more so than before. This scent is delightful, I feel like my mind is so clear now. Zhao Beichen realized that the fragrance emanating from him had become stronger, indicating that it was related to his realm or the expulsion of bodily impurities. He activated the soul piercer and observed the three girls' three souls indeed, noticing an increased influence from the spectral essence. Fortunately, everything was still within controllable limits. Did you discover anything? Zhao Beichen interrupted the three girls' conversation. We just came up, but we didn't find anything below. Lin Shiqing, who was enjoying the scent, seemed a bit unhappy to be interrupted by Zhao Beichen. Come over here. Zhao Beichen led the three girls to the Arrow window. This was the 5th floor of the Arrow Tower, one of the few tall buildings in the entire city. From here one could see very far. Look over there. Zhao Beichen pointed to an area within the city. How could this be? The girls exclaimed. Why is there no light? Huang Jiai glanced in the direction pointed by Zhao Beichen. That should be the east, right? Wang Xuechuan also spoke up. Yes, that's definitely east. Lin Shiqing also looked over. Surrounded by bright lights, yet that area is completely dark. It's rather strange. Yes, Huang Jiai nodded. The center of the last city had lights while everywhere else was dark. This one is the opposite, it's quite interesting. Wang Xuechuan remarked, looking at the dark area. The central area was to our west last time, but now it's to our east. Does the central area change every time it resets? Lin Shiqing, being from the research department, was skilled at observing details. Could it be related to the actual location of the city? The new city might not all be on the original site. Huang Jiai said, it's possible. Lin Shiqing nodded, falling silent, as if deep in thought. Everyone, it seems the city resets at midnight. We have less than a day left to reach the central area. We need to hurry, Zhao Beichen suggested. Yes, if it resets again, all our efforts will be in vain. Huang Jiai nodded. Then let's go quickly. Wang Xuechuan nudged Zhao Beichen's arm. Zhao Beichen nodded, taking the backpacks from Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing and slinging them onto his back. He then turned and led the way downstairs. His perception range had now reached 300 meters, although he sensed no living beings. However, Zhao Beichen remained cautious. It was hard to say where the spider women were hiding. He had to be on high alert. He circled around the city wall and descended into the inner city. Indeed, the inner city was filled with ancient architecture. Lanterns illuminated the entire street, yet not a single living creature was in sight. The street was in disarray, with swords, spears, and shields strewn across the ground, indicating something unfortunate had occurred. The bright red lanterns cast an eerie light on the deserted street. Zhao Beichen opened his senses fully while carefully checking for any signs of mental attacks. Who knows where these spider women might be hiding? The four of them cautiously walked towards the eastern part of the city, the direction of the dark area. Huang Jiai had checked several lanterns since entering the city. The lanterns had no electric wires connected, they were lit with candles. It seems this place is likely not a film base, Huang Jiai remarked after checking 7 or 8 lanterns. Could it be that we really traveled back to ancient times? Wang Xuechuan seemed a bit excited as she pondered. Xuechuan, it could also be that an ancient city has transported to the present. Lin Shiqing immediately poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Yes, Shiqing has a point. We cannot rule out this possibility, Zhao Beichen nodded. As the road extended towards the city center, residential houses began to appear along the sides. Seeing the door of a house open, the group walked in. Upon entering, they found a yard, but Zhao Beichen detected nothing within his 300-meter perception range. Stop, he exclaimed as he sensed a mental attack the moment he stepped inside. The three women quickly halted. Wait for me, you'll go check it out first, Zhao Beichen said as he stepped into the yard. Sure enough, there was a spider web between a tree near the gate and the yard wall. This position was very discreet. One could not notice it without entering the yard. However, stepping into the yard would put them within its mental attack range. One must admit that the spider women were quite clever. Zhao Beichen unceremoniously drained the spiritual energy from the spider web. Though it was little, he would not waste any, adhering to the principle of accumulating small amounts into a larger whole. There was only this one spider web in the yard, but Zhao Beichen did not dare to be careless and did not let the three women enter. Instead, he checked inside the house again, where indeed there were several more webs. Zhao Beichen quickly dealt with all these webs. It seemed this household had all fallen victim to the spider women. Only after Zhao Beichen's notification did the three women enter the yard. They then began to search the house. Before Zhao Beichen and the others entered, the entire place had been in disarray. Tables and chairs were overturned, suggesting a struggle had taken place. Moreover, it must have been quite intense, as Zhao Beichen even saw dried blood stains on the floors of several rooms. Beichen, could this city have been attacked by the spider women? Lin Shiqing squatted on the ground, carefully examining the dried blood. It's quite possible, Zhao Beichen nodded. With such a large city, how many spider women could there be? Wang Xuechuan frowned and spoke. Do you remember the rat swarm in the last city? If there could be such a terrifying rat swarm, it wouldn't be surprising if this city faced a spider monster horde as well. Huang Jai came out of the kitchen holding a bamboo basket. What a pity how all these fruits and vegetables have gone wrong. As she spoke, Huang Jai rummaged through the bamboo basket, ultimately finding nothing edible. If that's the case, how many people must have died? Lin Shiqing recalled the corpses that were hung upside down on the 5th floor of the arrow tower. Beichen, we haven't found any corpses in this house. Could they have been taken away? Lin Shiqing turned to look at Zhao Beichen. It's possible. Oh, look, there are drag marks here. Zhao Beichen pointed to a scratch mark on the muddy ground. They were dragged to their lair. Wang Xuechuan leaned closer to Zhao Beichen, hugging his arm tightly. It was evident she was starting to feel anxious. It's possible, Zhao Beichen nodded. I'd rather die than be drained by those disgusting creatures. Wang Xuechuan tightened her grip on Zhao Beichen's arm. Just thinking about the spiders made her feel uneasy. It won't happen, and don't forget about the bracelet. If anything goes wrong, we can teleport back immediately, Zhao Beichen reassured Wang Xuechuan. Yes, I know. Wang Xuechuan obediently nodded. By the way, I found a well in the backyard earlier. I really can't stand the smell on me anymore. I want to wash up a bit. Zhao Beichen looked at the three women, appearing a bit awkward. Go ahead, it won't hurt to take a moment. Lin Shiqing waved her hand at Zhao Beichen. Wang Xuechuan also released his arm. Zhao Beichen searched the house and found a set of clothes and shoes that fit. Without hesitation, he went to the backyard, drew some well water, and began to wash up. It was unclear how many buckets of water he used, but Zhao Beichen finally cleaned himself thoroughly. The foul smell was entirely gone, replaced by a delightful fragrance. Even Zhao Beichen found this fragrant. Fortunately, the ancient clothing wasn't new to him, and Zhao Beichen quickly tidied himself up. He was lucky that the clothes, shoes, and socks he found all fit well. He arrived at the front yard where the three women were waiting for him. They had been chattering away. Upon seeing Zhao Beichen emerge, they suddenly fell silent, staring at him blankly. At present, Zhao Beichen was indeed strikingly handsome. His elegant appearance and extraordinary aura rendered the three women speechless. They stared at him for a long time before finally regaining their senses, especially the rich fragrance emanating from him, which rendered the three women unable to resist. After a moment of inhaling and savoring, they gradually calmed down. Why do you smell so good? Wang Xuechuan tightly clutched Zhao Beichen's arm and took a deep breath. Indeed, not only does he smell good, but he's also incredibly handsome. And his skin, I'm simply envious. Lin Shiqing and Huang Jai chimed in. At that moment, Lin Shiqing was clinging tightly to Zhao Beichen's other arm. Huang Jai didn't manage to grab an arm, but she wrapped her arms around Zhao Beichen from behind. The three women greedily inhaled the fragrance he exuded, their faces filled with intoxication. I don't know either, have you all not noticed I've always been this handsome? Zhao Beichen began to play coy. No, I think you're even more handsome now than before. Is it because you're clean, eh? Lin Shiqing said confidently. You definitely weren't this handsome when I first met. Perhaps it's because you were too dirty before. Zhao Beichen thought of a different way to respond when he saw that Lin Shiqing was not easily fooled. That could be possible. Lin Shiqing nodded. Zhao Xuechuan, should we clean ourselves up too? We're really too dirty, she suggested. Shiqing makes a good point. Since we have water now, who knows what the city will turn into later. Wang Xuechuan raised her hand in support. Then let's hurry, we still need to go to the central area. Huang Jai released Zhao Beichen and said to the other two. The two didn't hesitate, quickly rummaging through their bags for clean clothes before heading to the backyard. Fortunately, it was now summer, and even at night the temperature was not low. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, being ordinary girls, wouldn't mind taking a cold shower. Gladly, everyone understood the urgency of time, and the three girls didn't delay for too long. Dressed neatly, they stood before Zhao Beichen, making his eyes widen in surprise. Huang Jai was competent and extraordinary. Lin Shiqing was quirky and charming. Wang Xuechuan was graceful and poised. Each of the three had their own strengths, and all were top-notch beauties, indeed a feast for the eyes. So how about us? We're not bad, right? Lin Shiqing twirled around in front of Zhao Beichen. Wang Xuechuan and Huang Jai gathered around too. Beautiful, beautiful. Zhao Beichen hurriedly gave the girls a thumbs up. You certainly have good taste, Wang Xuechuan said as she hugged Zhao Beichen's arm. On the other side, Lin Shiqing was quick to seize Zhao Beichen's other arm. Then let's hurry up. Huang Jai took the lead as they walked forward, a weight in her heart due to the presence of the Spider Woman. Unlike Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, she was aware of the Spider Woman's terror. The group exited the courtyard and continued heading east. They passed by numerous residences each time Zhao Beichen would enter to take a look while the girls waited on the street. Zhao Beichen was of course pretending to be looking for supplies. In reality, he was absorbing spiritual energy. So far he had entered every building he encountered. He was able to find cobwebs in almost every house, although these were not as dense as those in the arrow towers. Zhao Beichen estimated this might relate to the number of people inside the buildings. Generally, a typical family would have around 5 or 6 members. Even affluent families would have just a few more servants. If the Spider-Woman hunted, she wouldn't need many cobwebs. Though they were few, Zhao Beichen didn't mind at all. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. As long as there's enough, it can still fill him up. After entering over a dozen houses each with cobwebs, his sensing range had now reached 353 meters. This was an increase of 53 meters from before, and Zhao Beichen was quite satisfied with this speed. As long as nothing unexpected happened, if he kept absorbing like this, he would soon be able to elevate to the next small realm. This feeling was simply delightful. Compared to the tediousness of traditional cultivation, this was truly refreshing. After exiting another household, Zhao Beichen remembered he didn't yet know how many small realms existed between the level post stage and the level initial stage, so he turned to Huang Jia for advice. After all, Huang Jia was the only one publicly acknowledged as an ability user. She must know these things. By the way, Jai, are there any realms between the level post stage and the level initial stage? A level post stage to level initial stage. Huang Jia thought for a moment and shook her head. I haven't heard of any realms existing. Zhao Beichen didn't expect Huang Jia to be unaware, just like Gu Changfeng. Could it be that today's ability users don't know there are small realms in the level post stage? Zhao Beichen pondered. No, Jia, there are more. At that moment, Lin Shiqing suddenly interjected. Oh, there are more. Zhao Beichen was momentarily intrigued. Huang Jia also turned to Lin Shiqing. I once read in an ancient book that thousands of years ago there were indeed 10 small realms between the level post stage and the level initial stage. However, as time has passed, the methods to break through these 10 small realms have long been lost. So now everyone basically doesn't know. Lin Shiqing recounted what she had read from the book. Indeed, what Shiqing said, my father told me when I was young. He mentioned that one must complete these 10 small realms to be considered perfect. Otherwise, advancing from a level to level is incomplete. Wang Xuechuan also spoke up. Incomplete. What does that mean? Zhao Beichen asked Wang Xuechuan. I'm not quite sure, it's been too long, and I can't remember clearly, Wang Xuechuan said somewhat embarrassedly. This is simple. Once we return, I'll find that ancient book, and you can take a look. Lin Shiqing sniffed deeply and slowly said, all right, find it for me to look at when we return. Zhao Beichen, he didn't expect his luck to be so good, inadvertently stumbling upon the cultivation system from thousands of years ago. So there were actually 10 small realms between the level post stage and the level initial stage, and he had only just elevated to the first small realm of the level post stage, significantly boosting his strength. What would happen if he could perfect all 10 small realms? He thought it would be incredibly beneficial. However, a realistic issue loomed before him. If he were to complete the system's task of 1,000 corpse touching points, the system would reward him with the level initial stage. Then he would miss the chance to perfect all 10 small realms of the level post stage. Wang Xuechuan had mentioned that these 10 small realms seemed to relate to whether the later cultivation could be perfected. Although she hadn't explained it clearly, Zhao Beichen felt it should be quite important and needed to be taken seriously. Thus, he began to contemplate. Before completely breaking through the 10 small realms, he needed to strictly control the corpse touching points, preventing them from reaching 1,000 points. Otherwise, if the system rewarded him with the level initial stage, he would be out of luck. Currently, this city was like his upgrade gift pack. All he had to do was madly absorb the spiritual energy from the Spider-Woman's webs. He aimed to rapidly raise the energy in his sea of consciousness to meet the upgrade conditions and then level up. Missing out on the Spider-Woman, this treasure would leave him uncertain if he would have such an opportunity again. Having figured all this out, Zhao Beichen became clear about what to do next. At that moment, he sensed the limit of 353 meters, and there was a reaction. There's a situation. Zhao Beichen lowered his voice and whispered to the 3 girls. Upon hearing his words, the 3 stopped in their tracks and began to glance around. However, they saw nothing. Beichen, what's going on? Huang Jia prepared to unleash her fiery abilities, fingers forming a gesture. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing quickly released Zhao Beichen's arm and instinctively stepped back a bit. They were aware they couldn't join the fight, but they would never be a burden knowing exactly when to do what. There's someone over there, Zhao Beichen said while gently placing his backpack down, his eyes fixed on the left front. Huang Jia hurriedly looked in the direction Zhao Beichen indicated, but found nothing. At a distance of 353 meters, even with a lantern, she couldn't see clearly. You protect Xuechuan, and Shiqing will sneak over to take a look. Zhao Beichen said softly to Huang Jia. Beichen, let Jia go with you for support of Xuechuan, and I can take care of ourselves. Hearing Zhao Beichen's arrangement, Lin Shiqing quietly said from behind. Yes, we are fine, let Jia accompany you. Wang Xuechuan also urged softly. I'm fine, I run fast, and with Jia with you I feel more at ease. Zhao Beichen turned to the 2 girls, a smile appearing on his face. This smile left the 2 girls stunned. Zhao Beichen's appearance and aura were simply too striking. Almost no woman could resist such a smile. Seeing the 2 girls no longer opposing him, Zhao Beichen reminded Huang Jia. Jia, if you encounter any problems, retreat into the house. He pointed to a nearby residential building, having just checked it and found it very safe. Gotta be careful. Huang Jai nodded after glancing at the house. Zhao Beichen said no more, activating his divine sense and stealthily moving towards the left front. In his perception, the other party was human, but he couldn't tell the three girls. Otherwise, he couldn't explain how he sensed it from so far away. The person in his perception was lying on the ground, unmoving, but with all 3 souls and 7 spirits intact, indicating he was likely not dead. If Zhao Beichen hadn't taken 2 steps towards him, entering the 353-meter range, he wouldn't have sensed anything. The girls watched from behind, and Zhao Beichen dared not move too quickly lest it didn't fit his persona as an ordinary person. Until he obtained a breaking barrier pill, he could only maintain the appearance of an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would be completely unexplainable. Soon he approached within 100 meters of the other party. In his perception, there were no other dangers aside from this person. As he walked closer, Zhao Beichen saw that it was a man lying on the ground. He was face down, and judging by his build and attire, he appeared to be a man. Moreover, he was quite tall. The man lay completely still. If not for Zhao Beichen sensing his heartbeat, he would have nearly thought he was dead. Zhao Beichen cautiously approached the man, activating his divine sense. It was strange for someone to be there who could say what was going on. Better safe than sorry. By the time Zhao Beichen reached the man's side, the man remained motionless. His attire resembled that of a modern person. How could he be from another team? Zhao Beichen pondered. He then carefully turned the man over. To his surprise, it was Bear 2. He never expected it to be Bear 2, whom he had met at the assembly site before the grouping the Bear Mountain from the action department. Zhao Beichen remembered clearly that Bear Mountain had received the number 13 belonging to the first group. How could they meet here in such different groups? Bear 2, Bear 2. Zhao Beichen checked Bear Mountain, finding no wounds on his face or body. He estimated he had likely just fainted, so he began shaking him. After shaking him twice, Bear Mountain showed no reaction. Zhao Beichen thought for a moment and decisively slapped Bear Mountain's face with 2 sharp slaps. Isn't this how many dramas portray it? Sure enough, Bear Mountain's eyelids fluttered. Zhao Beichen sensed hope and immediately gave Bear Mountain a series of slaps. Ouch! Bear Mountain suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively covering his head with his hands. Looking at the bright red handprints on Bear Mountain's face, Zhao Beichen felt he might have been a bit too forceful. Bear 2, it's me, Zhao Beichen. Now that he had hit him, Zhao Beichen had no other choice. He could only divert Bear 2's attention. Zhao Beichen. Bear Mountain seemed to come to his senses, staring at Zhao Beichen. I remember you from the grouping. Zhao Beichen said nothing, merely nodding at him. Bear Mountain sat up abruptly, surveying the surroundings. Where am I? It's a long story, we can talk later. Seeing that Bear Mountain was awake, albeit still looking dazed, Zhao Beichen couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. He stood up and walked into the street, whistling to the girls. This was previously agreed upon. Hearing the whistle indicated no danger, so the 3 girls could come over. Shortly after, the girls approached with their backpacks. Bear Mountain, what are you doing here? Huang Jai asked as she drew closer and spotted Bear Mountain sitting on the ground, still looking confused. Before Bear Mountain could say anything, Huang Jai noticed the numerous overlapping handprints on his face. Seemingly understanding something, she turned to Zhao Beichen. You didn't hit him, did you? Zhao Beichen nodded. I had no choice. This guy is built like a bear, and a lighter touch wouldn't have worked at all. Hearing Zhao Beichen's words, Huang Jai pursed her lips and smiled. Bear Mountain and Huang Jai, do you remember me? She squatted in front of Bear Mountain, waving her hand. Both were newcomers in the action department and naturally recognized each other. At that moment, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing also walked over to Zhao Beichen. Lin Shiqing looked at Bear Mountain's face, swollen like a pig's head, and sternly addressed Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen, I warn you, if I faint, you can't use this method on me. Huh? Wang Xuechuan covered her mouth, laughing at Bear Mountain's pig-like face. Zhao Beichen, startled, quickly pulled her behind him. It was not the time for such antics. Don't worry, I absolutely won't do that, I swear. As soon as he pulled Wang Xuechuan behind him, Zhao Beichen quickly turned to Lin Shiqing, raising 3 fingers to the sky in a vow. Enough, who asked you to swear? Just knowing to cherish the fairer sex is enough. Lin Shiqing playfully scolded, pulling Zhao Beichen's hand down. You are Huang Jai. Bear Mountain finally fully regained his senses. Where is this? Huang Jai briefly explained the situation to Bear Mountain. What? Are there spider spirits here? Bear Mountain suddenly stood up from the ground. His nearly 2-meter-tall frame, combined with his muscular build, looked like a small mountain. Yes, probably quite a few. I consider yourself lucky we found you. Otherwise you would have been drained dry. Huang Jai looked up at Bear Mountain. Bear Mountain said nothing, merely touching his face before looking at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen, you woke me up just now, right? Bear Mountain suddenly glanced over, and Zhao Beichen's heart skipped a beat. This Bear too wasn't going to hold him accountable for slapping him, was he? Zhao Beichen secretly prepared himself. As Zhao Beichen watched the approaching Xiangshan, he contemplated whether to make a move first. Thank you. Before he could decide, he heard Xiangshan say this. However, could you be gentler next time? Xiangshan rubbed his pig-like face, his voice sounding quite aggrieved. Okay, I'll be sure to pay attention next time, Zhao Beichen hastily assured. It turned out that this big fool wasn't here for revenge, but to express his gratitude. Zhao Beichen found himself quite fond of someone who could distinguish right from wrong. At that moment, Wang Xuechuan darted out from behind Zhao Beichen, pointing ahead. There's a tea house over there. How about we sit there and chat? Following Wang Zuchen's direction, Zhao Beichen indeed saw a shop with its door open. A pole was planted at the entrance with a flag fluttering that read Fujic Tea House. Alright, as per usual, I'll go check it out first, Zhao Beichen said, without hesitation, quickly running toward the tea house. Xiangshan, hello, I'm Wang Xuechuan from the logistics department. Wang Xuechuan smiled as she looked at Xiangshan's pig-like face and extended her hand. Operations department Xiangshan, he replied, shaking hands lightly with Wang Xuechuan. Lin Shirqing from the research department. Lin Shirqing also reached out her hand toward Xiangshan. Operations department Xiangshan, he echoed, shaking hands gently with Lin Shirqing. Alright, come over. Zhao Beichen's voice called out from the tea house. The group grabbed their backpacks and hastily walked toward the tea house. Is everything okay inside? Huang Jia asked Zhao Beichen. I took a look around, not a single cobweb, it's very clean. Oh, there were no attacks from the spider spirits here. Wang Xuechuan seemed somewhat surprised by Zhao Beichen's words. Maybe the spider spirits didn't attack because no one was having tea. If no one is drinking tea, there naturally won't be any cobwebs, Lin Shirqing said as she stepped into the tea house. That makes sense. Shirqing, you're really smart, no wonder you got into the research department. Wang Xuechuan quickly followed Lin Shirqing into the tea house. The tea house was well furnished with tables and chairs, and everyone found a table to sit down. Xiangshan, tell us what exactly happened. How did you end up at our training site? As soon as they sat down, Zhao Beichen asked. This is quite a bizarre story, Xiangshan replied, taking a large gulp of water that Huang Jia had handed him, clearly very thirsty. Not satisfied with just one gulp, Xiangshan took several more mouthfuls before stopping. Thankfully there was water in this city, otherwise he wouldn't have survived his thirst. Watching Xiangshan drink, Zhao Beichen pondered to himself. Xiangshan wiped the water from his mouth and began recounting their group's ordeal. Through Xiangshan's narration, Zhao Beichen's group learned that their second trial had transported them into a small world filled with jungles. In that small world, there were many aggressive spirit beasts. These beasts had lost their physical forms, leaving only their lingering souls. The Bureau had used some method to keep these spirit beast souls intact, maintaining their aggressiveness. The Bureau collectively referred to these cohesive, yet not dispersing spirit beast souls as soul beasts. Although the aggressiveness of soul beasts was significantly weaker than that of physical beasts, they could still be deadly. Xiangshan's team of 20 was also divided into 5 groups of 4. Their objective was for each 4-person group to survive for 5 days. The first 2 days went normally, they killed quite a few soul beasts and escaped the hunts of some very fierce ones. However, unlike Zhao Beichen's group, all 20 members of Xiangshan's first team were from the operations department, and their average level was mid-rank, with Xiangshan himself having reached later rank. Things became strange afterward. Xiangshan's team discovered that the soul beasts had begun to merge. Originally easy-to-kill soul beasts suddenly became incredibly powerful after merging. They had no choice but to run for their lives. The merging of soul beasts became more and more exaggerated, and when Xiangshan saw them again, the soul beasts had merged into a massive creature. Unable to hold on any longer, the 4 of them could only press the green button on their bracelets. At the moment he pressed the button, Xiangshan was knocked unconscious by something. Then he found himself in the small world with Zhao Beichen. Why do you say the merging of soul beasts is strange? Huang Jia was the first to ask after hearing Xiangshan's account. There's someone from the Li family in our team. He said that soul beasts in the small world never merge, which means something must have gone wrong. Li family? Are you referring to the Longxi Li family? Huang Jia frowned as she looked at Xiangshan. Yeah, when it comes to the Li family, there's really only them. Zhao Beichen was perplexed by their conversation. First there was the Wu family from Qilian Mountain, and now the Longxi Li family had popped up. What kind of chaos was going on in this Bureau 749? Noticing Zhao Beichen's confusion, Lin Shirqing took the initiative to explain. Not only the Longxi Li family, but also the Zhao County Li family, the Boling Chui family, the Qinghe Chui family, the Fanyang Lu family, the Xinyangjing family, and the Taiyuan Wang family. Lin Shirqing counted them off on her fingers. Shirqing, are you talking about the 5 families and 7 influences? Zhao Beichen asked, astonished by Lin Shirqing's words. Yes, who else could it be? Lin Shirqing said with a slight pout. Wasn't the Huang Chao uprising supposed to have physically destroyed them all? Zhao Beichen hurriedly asked. Physically destroyed? Then who is she? Lin Shirqing pointed at Wang Xuechuan. Seeing Lin Shirqing's gesture, Wang Xuechuan smiled and winked at Zhao Beichen. You belong to the Taiyuan Wang family. Zhao Beichen looked at Wang Xuechuan in shock. Branch family, not the main line. Wang Xuechuan replied cheerfully. Wow. Zhao Beichen felt that this world was simply too fantastical. It seemed that historical texts needed to be viewed dialectically and not taken at face value. Huang Jia ignored Zhao Beichen's astonishment. In the circle of supernatural beings, the 5 families and 7 influences were hardly a secret. These 7 families wielded immense power in the world of supernatural beings. Ordinary people couldn't afford to provoke them. The Wu family from Qilian Mountain, where Wu Shuang wasn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. What exactly did the Li family member in your group say? Huang Jia continued to ask Xiangshan. Someone from their family is in the research department, and before the training that member informed me of all the details. In the small world we went to for the second trial, soul beasts didn't merge at all, and historically, there has never been a case of soul beast merging. That's why the Li family member in our group determined that something went wrong in the small world. Xiangshan quickly finished speaking, then rubbed his head, as if recalling something. Oh right, I remember seeing someone far away in the small world. What kind of person? Huang Jiayi asked, curiously staring at Xiangshan. They were very far away, completely covered in black robes with only a bald head exposed. Could it be other members from your 20-person team? No way, that person was too eerie, who just one glance from afar was unbearable. There's no one like that in our team of 20, Xiangshan asserted. Moreover, when we spotted him, he seemed to be performing some sort of ritual, which was very strange. Even stranger, many soul beasts floated around him, yet those soul beasts did not attack him. Xiangshan continued to elaborate. Are you suspecting that the merging of soul beasts is related to this person? Huang Jiayi inquired again. Xiangshan nodded. The appearance of this person is indeed too peculiar. I believe the merging of soul beasts must be related to him. By the way, Xiangshan seemed to suddenly remember something. When he was performing the ritual, I heard him speaking in a language very similar to that of the Japanese. You mean he was speaking in Japanese? Zhao Beichen looked at Xiangshan and asked. Yes, at least when he was chanting spells, he used Japanese. Xiangshan pondered for a moment and affirmed to Zhao Beichen. His words left everyone in silence. Damn it, why are there Japanese here too? What on earth do these bastards want to do? Zhao Beichen muttered to himself. Upon hearing Xiangshan's words, everyone sensed that the issue was far from simple. Xiangshan and his group might have encountered the Little Days. Currently in this world there exists a spider monster linked to the Little Days. Moreover, with the previous incident involving the swallowing wine boy, it was clear to anyone that there was definitely something amiss. However, what exactly the Little Days intended was unknown to anyone. Zhao Beichen and the others did not have more clues at hand, so they could only set it aside for now. Lin Shirqing, being from the research department, was very interested in the issues Xiangshan faced during the teleportation. Thus she asked Xiangshan, when you were teleporting, aside from being knocked out, did anything special happen? Xiangshan did not answer immediately. Instead, he thought seriously for a moment before shaking his head. I couldn't think of anything. May I take a look at your bracelet? Lin Shirqing asked Xiangshan. Xiangshan readily extended his left hand, revealing the bracelet snugly around his wrist. Lin Shirqing leaned in closely to observe, and suddenly exclaimed, your bracelet has a crack. She lifted her head and pointed to the area near the green button on the bracelet. Xiangshan quickly brought the bracelet closer to his eyes, and indeed saw a noticeable crack. It was unclear whether it had existed before, or if it was damaged during the teleportation when he lost consciousness. The others also crowded around Xiangshan, all noticing the crack on the bracelet. What do we do about this? Can it still take us back? Xiangshan looked at Lin Shirqing with a troubled expression. She was the only one from the research department, so they could only ask her about the bracelet. Lin Shirqing furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment. Why don't you try pressing the green button to see if it still works? Lin Shirqing did not come up with any good solutions, so she suggested this to Xiangshan. What if it sends Xiangshan back to that soul beast world again? Wang Xuechuan abruptly interjected. Xiangshan, who was about to follow Lin Shirqing's suggestion and press the green button, jumped in surprise. Xuechuan has a point. Maybe it's best not to press it randomly for now. Let's leave it at that, Lin Shirqing said. With this, Xiangshan was completely thrown off by Lin Shirqing's response and was at a loss for what to do next. Xiang'er, why not just stick with us for now? Xuechuan and Shirqing have valid points. If you teleport back to the soul beast world again, it would be disastrous. Zhao Beichen suggested to Xiangshan. Right, if your bracelet really has an issue, we can always return and find someone to rescue you. Huang Jiayi also recommended that Xiangshan stay. Xiangshan thought for a moment and seemed to agree with their advice, nodding in agreement to stay. While chatting with the others earlier, Zhao Beichen had secretly activated his divine soul probe to observe Xiangshan. Xiangshan claimed to be at the level late stage, and his divine soul strength was significantly higher than that of Huang Jiayi, who was at the level early stage. However, he was still somewhat weaker than the captain of the ghost soldiers from Taoyuan village. Back then he could easily wipe out the captain, and now if he wanted to deal with Xiangshan it would be just as easy. Since Xiangshan was at the level late stage, Zhao Beichen could definitely wreak havoc among the level opponents. Even against level foes, as long as their divine soul power wasn't stronger than his, he could take them down as well. With this reference point, Zhao Beichen became more aware of his own strength. Outside, the sky had started to brighten, and after resetting at midnight, the group had been busy all night. With Xiangshan's addition, this small team had become significantly more powerful. Even if Zhao Beichen ventured out, he felt more at ease knowing that Xiangshan was there to protect the three women. Everyone, it's almost dawn. Why not take a few hours to rest? Zhao Beichen glanced at the tables and chairs in the room. We can push the tables together, and everyone can take a quick nap. Especially Xuechuan and Shirqing, we don't know how much more distance we may have to cover today, Zhao Beichen said, looking at Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shirqing. And he'll take this opportunity to go out. and see if I can find some food, Zhao Beichen said, casting a few glances at Xiangshan. This Xiangshan likely spent all his time escaping in the soul beast world, and now his backpack was missing, leaving him with just his belly. With such a large frame, who knows how much he could eat if left unchecked. The little savings they had accumulated wouldn't stand a chance against him. Zhao Beichen silently muttered to himself. Of course, while his desire to act alone was partly to find food, more importantly, it was to absorb spiritual energy. Thus, acting alone was the most prudent choice. He had wanted to act alone even before encountering Xiangshan. The entire city was a vast treasure to him, filled with riches. However, he truly did not dare to stray too far from the three women. Huang Jiayi's level early stage was hardly sufficient in such an environment. A small spider web could easily ensnare her. If he couldn't protect her, there was no hope she could protect Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. Fortunately, with Xiangshan around, he could run a bit further. Wang Xuechuan giggled as she watched Zhao Beichen glance at Xiangshan, covering her mouth. Beichen, you haven't rested all night either. If you go out to gather supplies, won't you be too tired? Yeah, you should take a break too. Rest well before continuing, Lin Shiqing chimed in. No need, I'm in great shape. It's all good, Zhao Beichen replied with a smile. Really, you're fine? Huang Jiayi asked with concern. Really, I'm fine. You all can rest easy. He'll find something delicious for you, Zhao Beichen assured the three women. He then looked at Xiangshan. Xiong'er, I leave their safety in your hands. Why don't I go instead? After all, I'm at the level late stage, and you're just an ordinary person, and my stamina is better than yours. Xiangshan patted his chest. I'm immune to the mental attacks of the spider webs. If I encounter danger, I can just run, there's no need to fight. Zhao Beichen patted Xiangshan on the shoulder, make sure to protect the three of them well. Hearing Zhao Beichen's words, Xiangshan could only nod in agreement, as he wasn't sure if he could withstand the mental attacks. After arranging everything, Zhao Beichen emptied 2 backpacks and exited the tea house. Wait a moment, Huang Jiayi said as she stepped out of the tea house ahead of Zhao Beichen. Now that it's dawn, let me see if I can find the gray wall from last time. After speaking, Huang Jiayi lightly leaped onto the rooftop. A few jumps later, she moved from the tea house roof to the roof of a 3-story tavern next door. Zhao Beichen and the others also stepped out onto the street, watching Huang Jiayi agilely jump around. Now that the sky was lightening, standing on the tavern's 3rd-floor rooftop, Huang Jiayi had a great view. She scanned her surroundings thoroughly before leaping down from the rooftop. I don't see the gray wall now, so it should be safe, Huang Jiayi said to Zhao Beichen as soon as she landed. Okay, I understand, Zhao Beichen nodded at Huang Jiayi. Then I'll head out first, you all take your time to rest. Zhao Beichen waved goodbye to everyone, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and turning to leave. Be careful, Beichen, the 3 women called out loudly from behind him. Zhao Beichen smiled back at them, signaling for them to relax, and then ran north. Today they were heading to the east side of the city, where they could absorb spider webs along the way. The other 3 directions were not on the planned route, so he would absorb as much as possible now. Otherwise, there would be no more opportunities later. There were 2 large banners, the one depicted a majestic tiger descending from the mountain, while the other showcased a gigantic black bear. Zhao Beichen's heart soared with joy as he spotted the 2 grand banners from afar, for he knew that beneath them lay the military camp. With many people inside, according to his previous deductions, there should be plenty of webs within. In ancient China, military flags were divided into 9 categories. For instance, the flag representing the sun and moon, known as the Great Common, symbolized the monarch and was adorned with sun and moon imagery. The banner known as Jiaolong features 1 or 2 intersecting dragons representing the flags of feudal lords. The Xionghu flag, depicting a bear and a tiger, served as the military banner for various levels of military officers. As Zhao Beichen approached, he indeed saw a vast area enclosed by wooden fences. At the entrance stood 2 wooden arrow towers, and the ground was strewn with caltrops. It was unmistakably a military camp. In the 463-meter perception range, there was still complete silence as Zhao Beichen entered the camp. Not a single living creature was present in the expansive military grounds. Rows upon rows of dormitories were neatly arranged in numerous lines. Zhao Beichen quickly stepped into one of the dormitories, which was quite simple, featuring large communal beds on either side. However, there were indeed many webs, at least a dozen, essentially 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary household. Happiness arrived unexpectedly, and Zhao Beichen immediately immersed himself in the endeavor of absorbing spiritual power. After finishing one dormitory, he swiftly moved on to the next without wasting any time. However, just as he began to absorb in the 3rd dormitory, he heard a pop sound from within his body. He knew that he had broken through once again. He hurriedly glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen Corpse, touch value 71,000, full value reward B class, initial stage, current realm A class, late stage 2. Indeed, he had broken through another minor realm, and at this moment the range of his divine sense had reached 500 meters. He had broken through to A class late stage 1 when he reached the range between 100 meters and 300 meters. It seems that with every 200 meters the range of spiritual sense expands. One can break through to a small realm. Zhao Beichen's previous speculations about realm breakthroughs were indeed correct, and a joyful smile blossomed on his face. This breakthrough was just like the previous ones, with the upper, middle, and lower dimensions all rotating in unison. The energy from the middle dantian continuously surged forth into the meridians of his body. The meridians had widened and the energy within them had become more abundant. Moreover, he also discovered that the area in the lower dantian for storing liquid energy had expanded. This discovery made Zhao Beichen even happier as it meant there would be more space to accommodate liquid energy. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Black impurities continued to be expelled from his body. Zhao Beichen had grown accustomed to this process. After all, it was all automated. He simply continued to absorb spiritual energy, as time was tight and tasks were heavy, leaving no room for delay. He finished one dormitory and quickly moved on to the next. Along the way, he had to constantly scrape off the black impurities clinging to him. The strong odor was almost suffocating. However, this was not the time for cleaning, so Zhao Beichen could only endure it. The absorption of spiritual energy was simply delightful, and not long after Zhao Beichen heard a pop sound from within his body. He hurriedly looked at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen Corpse, touch value 71,000, full value reward level, initial realm, current realm a level late stage 3. He had broken through to another small realm and had reached the third layer of a level late stage. At this point, the range of his spiritual sense had also reached 700 meters. The black impurities he had just scraped off were once again emerging from his body. As the impurities continued to be expelled, Zhao Beichen felt increasingly clear all over. Moreover, he noticed that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy had also increased with the elevation of his realm. One must admit that the elevation of realms was truly marvelous. It was impossible to stop. Thus, as Zhao Beichen continuously absorbed spiritual energy, his realm kept breaking through. Just as he finished clearing one layer of impurities, a new layer soon appeared with the breakthrough of a new realm. Though it was indeed very foul-smelling, Zhao Beichen completely did not mind this delightful trouble. Now he could hardly care about what level he had reached. With continuous absorption of spiritual energy, a pop sound would echo within him after a while. Zhao Beichen no longer checked the system panel. His mind was filled with the absorption of spiritual energy as he continuously traversed various areas of the military camp. Although the military camp was vast, he left no corner unexplored. Only after running through all the places did Zhao Beichen finally stop. He had heard the sound of breakthroughs within his body too many times. While focused on absorbing spiritual energy, he had lost count of how many times it rang. At this moment, he looked at the system panel in his mind with great anticipation. Host Zhao Beichen Corpse, touch value 71,000, full value reward level, initial realm, current realm a level late stage 9. Had he already reached the 9th layer of a level late stage? Zhao Beichen was taken aback by his own realm. In a short time, he had broken through from the first layer of a level late stage to the 9th layer. Such speed was truly terrifying. Zhao Beichen clenched his fist. A tremendous power surged forth like ocean waves. This feeling was surreal, and he experienced it several times over. Aside from a significant enhancement in power, his range of perception had reached 1,900 meters. He sensed the situation as far as 1,900 meters away, his heart surging with excitement. The previous perception range of 100 meters was like comparing clouds to mud when compared to now. Zhao Beichen suddenly recalled a cultivation novel he had read where it was mentioned that the spiritual sense range of latest-stage foundation establishment cultivators could reach 4,000 or 5,000 meters. Whether that was true or not remained unknown, but if it was, then he still had plenty of room for improvement. Additionally, the range of his sea of consciousness had expanded significantly compared to before, making Zhao Beichen feel as if the entire sea of consciousness was vast and empty. The energy clusters in the upper, middle, and lower dantians not only became brighter, but also increased in size. The space for storing liquid energy in the lower dantian had transformed from a small puddle into a lake. The golden energy cluster was continuously converting gaseous energy into liquid energy, which dripped into the energy lake. Moreover, the usage of wind thunder slash had reached 60 or 70 times. Zhao Beichen felt this number was already sufficient. If using wind thunder slash 60 or 70 times was still insufficient to defeat the opponent, then even an additional couple of 100 times would yield no different results. However, the attack range of Soul Piercer still remained at 300 meters unchanged. On the other hand, the attack intensity had significantly increased. Zhao Beichen could not understand why Soul Piercer still could only attack within 300 meters. Nevertheless, 300 meters was sufficient for him at present. Having gained a general understanding of his realm situation, Zhao Beichen ran over to the water well in the military camp. If he didn't wash up soon, the smell on him would truly suffocate him. He didn't know how many buckets of water he had used, but Zhao Beichen finally washed himself clean from head to toe. The fragrance on him had grown stronger and more pleasant. Zhao Beichen could clearly smell it himself. After putting on the clothes and shoes he found in the military camp, he finally managed to tidy himself up. While absorbing spiritual energy earlier, he had found the military camp's kitchen. In the kitchen, he discovered plenty of dried chickens, dried ducks, and preserved meats that were still edible. These were all good things, especially when paired with the rice he brought from the splendid garden. Zhao Beichen decided to showcase his skills to everyone later. The backpack was too small to carry it all, but fortunately he found a cart. Now there was no need to pack. He could simply throw everything onto the cart. Zhao Beichen looked at the position of the sun, which had risen quite a bit. It had probably been 2 or 3 hours since he came out. If he didn't return soon, the others would likely start to worry. After making sure there was nothing left behind, Zhao Beichen pulled the cart toward the military camp's main gate. As he passed by the arrow tower at the entrance of the military camp, Zhao Beichen jumped up. He wanted to check if the fog wall had appeared, and also to find a new route for the return trip. The good news was that he did not see the fog wall appear. It was best if it didn't show up. Looking at the empty sky, Zhao Beichen murmured to himself. Then he chose a new route for his return. He had already absorbed all the spiritual energy from the spider webs on the old road he took. Finding a new path that would not hinder his return while continuing to absorb spiritual energy was a win-win situation. After planning a rough route, Zhao Beichen jumped down from the arrow tower and pulled the cart toward the direction of the city. Zhao Beichen halted the cart whenever he encountered a building. He entered the room, tidied up, and drained the spiritual energy within before continuing his journey. Thanks to his enhanced absorption power, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had increased significantly. Thus, each time he entered a house, he did not waste much time. Of course, aside from absorbing spiritual energy, Zhao Beichen was also unreserved when it came to jewelry and ornaments. Rather than letting them sit here gathering dust, it was better to take them out for practical use. If it weren't for exploring the central area, Zhao Beichen would have thoroughly searched the entire city. Not to mention just the jewelry, jade, gold, and silver. How much could there be? With these treasures, his father Zhao Dizhu's and mother Su Lin wouldn't need to run a rustic restaurant anymore. They could easily retire and enjoy their lives. As for Zhao Beichen, he was undoubtedly a minor tycoon. His life had suddenly reached its peak. Wasn't that wonderful? Zhao Beichen felt invigorated. After all, these golden glimmering jewels were not stolen or robbed. They were unclaimed treasures right before. Zhao Beichen had no reason to refuse. As he walked and loaded, the cart soon became filled to the brim. Under the sun's rays, the entire cart radiated a dazzling glow. This cart was practically worth a fortune. He passed several cosmetic shops and clothing stores. Zhao Beichen recalled how a few girls had fallen for the cosmetics at the arrow tower, indicating that these items must have a great allure for girls. Thus, he thoughtfully packed all the cosmetics from those shops for the girls. Fortunately, there was a horse cart nearby that could hold a lot, so he placed the cosmetics inside. He did not spare the clothing from the clothing store either. He chose a few sets for himself as backups, as every time his cultivation level increased, he would end up in a stinky mess. It was better to prepare early, otherwise he would have to scramble for clothing each time. The store also had many beautiful clothes and dresses for girls, colorful and quite lovely. Zhao Beichen couldn't quite understand, but found them appealing. He remembered how the girls had clamored to wear traditional outfits for photos at the arrow tower. They must also like these items. So empathetic, Zhao Beichen emptied several clothing stores as well. Since he was already on a roll, he no longer hesitated or picked and chose. He did not overlook the fabric shop next door, carrying away the finest silk and brocade. The empty horse cart was soon filled to capacity. Zhao Beichen tied the horse cart to the back of the cart to pull it along. The weight of both the cart and horse cart was nothing. This street was likely inhabited by the wealthy, with every household boasting grand courtyards. Zhao Beichen scavenged a considerable amount of good items as the floodgates had already opened. Now Zhao Beichen was no longer limited to just jewelry, jade, gold, and silver. Paintings, antiques, and rare treasures. Anything that caught his eye was taken away. With a total of 5 people, he couldn't hog it all. Anything he found should be shared. Therefore, the more of these mundane yellow and white treasures Zhao Beichen could gather, the better. It was no wonder this was a gathering place for wealthy families. In modern terms, it would be considered a high-end community. There were indeed many good items available, not to mention the usual gold and silver. Just the half-height coral trees alone, Zhao Beichen had collected 7, each more beautiful than the last. The variously shaped and styled incense burners filled 2 whole horse carts. There were also large and small gold ingots packed in crates. Zhao Beichen had not even searched for secret passages and had already filled 7 horse carts. Silver cast into large winter melons weighed at least a couple of 100 pounds each. As for porcelain, it went without saying that Zhao Beichen recognized its value. Earlier he had seen on television that a 5-legged roux kiln sky blue glaze bowl from the Song dynasty sold for over 300 million. A 10-centimeter roux kiln sky green glazed basin fetched 260 million at Sotheby's. Although Zhao Beichen was unclear about what dynasty this city belonged to, he knew for certain it wasn't the Q dynasty. As long as it wasn't the Q dynasty, the items couldn't be bad. Hence, just in porcelain alone, Zhao Beichen had filled a total of 5 large horse carts. The paintings took up less space, only filling 3 carts. Fortunately, in these wealthy households, Zhao Beichen found quite a few horse carts. He tied them together one by one, forming a long convoy. He would empty one house, and then tie on a new empty horse cart, immediately starting to scavenge the next house. Zhao Beichen was simply overjoyed, humming a little tune like a busy little bee. This was the first time in his life he enjoyed such a zero-cost shopping spree, with no danger, no pressure, and most importantly, it wasn't illegal. The thrill of this zero-cost shopping was surprisingly as intense as a breakthrough in cultivation. Perhaps he was too excited as Zhao Beichen not only loaded items onto the cart, but also adorned himself. He placed thick jade rings on both his thumbs. Had it not been for the other fingers being too small to where all 10 of his fingers would have certainly been adorned with jade rings. His entire waist was adorned with various jade pendants large and small. As he walked, the jade pendants clinked against each other, producing a pleasant jingling sound. Around his neck hung a myriad of beads and necklaces. Zhao Beichen looked at the beautifully extravagant headpieces in the cart, gesturing as he imagined wearing them. However, his hair was too short to don any. Otherwise, Zhao Beichen would have certainly filled his head with them. Nevertheless, he was undeterred, placing a pair of hairpins in each ear. As he walked, the tassels and pendants on the pins swayed. Zhao Beichen was extremely proud. This was wealth he had never dreamed of. He never expected to acquire it so effortlessly today. It was truly surreal. Humming a tune, he pulled along the long convoy, glancing back every few steps. The smile on his face had never ceased. After leaving the wealthy district, the following residences were somewhat lacking apart from the spiritual energy absorbed from the spider webs. There wasn't much that caught Zhao Beichen's eye. Fortunately, this did not dampen his spirits, as he had already gathered a considerable amount of items from the wealthy district. Even if split among 5 people, each one would receive a substantial share of the items from several horse carts. This was the very essence of becoming rich overnight. Moreover, Zhao Beichen had finally broken through to the 10th layer of the Agrade post phase, which was a double joy. This time, he was well prepared for the breakthrough. He found a well and washed himself clean, changing into the clothes he had scavenged from the clothing store. He then adorned himself with the previously acquired rings, beads, necklaces, and pendants. He looked like a complete nouveau riche. Then he continued to pull his convoy back. The 10th layer of the Agrade post phase was indeed extraordinary. Zhao Beichen felt no effort in pulling the long convoy. Walking felt no different from strolling empty-handed. Aside from his strength continuing to grow, there were also noticeable changes in other aspects. His perception range had reached 2,100 meters. The range of the divine soul piercing still remained at 300 meters, but its intensity had significantly increased. With the current attack power of the divine soul piercing, if he encountered the ghost soldier captain from Taoyuan village again, it would only take 20 of its power to easily defeat it. As for the fully upgraded Wind Thunder Slash, he could unleash it at least 100 to 200 times. The reason for the significant increase in the number of uses of Wind Thunder Slash was not merely due to the increase in energy itself. More importantly, with the enhancement of divine soul power, the control over internal energy had become more precise. This would help avoid unnecessary energy consumption. Zhao Beichen spotted a 4-story tavern by the street and effortlessly leaped onto the rooftop. Describing his agility as light as a swallow was no exaggeration. This was without even exerting himself. If he went all out, Zhao Beichen estimated that he could leap at least 20 stories high. Such feats were completely unattainable during his Agrade post phase. What delighted Zhao Beichen the most was that the liquid energy lake in his lower dantian had expanded significantly, now resembling an ocean. Although Zhao Beichen was not well versed in cultivation, his intuition told him that this liquid energy sea was undoubtedly important. It might even relate to the issue of whether the future cultivation could reach completion, as Wang Xuechuan had previously mentioned. The 10 small realms of the Agrade post phase likely served the primary purpose of expanding the space in the lower dantian. The larger the space, the more energy it could store. In the same Agrade post phase, one person might have only a bowl of water worth of energy, while another could possess an entire ocean. The difference was clear. Now Zhao Beichen began to understand Wang Xuechuan's statement that not completing the 10 small realms of the Agrade post phase would affect the future elevation of realms. Though Zhao Beichen had done plenty along the way, he was fast enough not to spend too much time. Soon within his 2,100-meter perception range, he easily sensed Huang Jiai and the 3 others. Zhao Beichen quickened his pace, pulling the convoy towards the 4 individuals. Humming a little tune, Zhao Beichen walked with a light step. His mood was simply too good. Just about 1,000 meters away from Lin Shiqing and the others, Zhao Beichen sensed something amiss. To the east, within his 2,100-meter limit of perception, a multitude of living creatures began to appear. A swarm of spiders made Zhao Beichen's heart skip a beat. Damn it, not a single one comes out alone. When they do, it's a whole horde. These little monsters are too inconsiderate, Zhao Beichen complained inwardly. Lin Shiqing and the others were positioned right in the center, about 1,000 meters away from the swarm of spiders. Clearly, they had not yet noticed the approach of the spiders. Zhao Beichen dared not delay and dropped the strap of the cart he was pulling. He also took off the jade pendant ring and beads hanging from him. He leaped onto the roof in a single bound. Moving on the rooftops was faster than on the streets, as rooftops allowed for a straight path. Zhao Beichen thought clearly he would not reveal himself in front of Lin Shiqing and the others. Because revealing himself would be pointless, he could only stealthily eliminate them like he did with the rat swarm. This time he planned to lie in ambush and quietly launch a surprise attack on the spider swarm. It was just the right time to test the full-level Wind Thunder Slash he had never used before. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing for Zhao Beichen now. He crouched low, weaving between the rooftops, quickly reaching within 100 meters of the Fuji Tea House. This building was an inn with 3 stories, and from the rooftop, Zhao Beichen could overlook the entire street. Through the open doors and windows of the Fuji Tea House, Zhao Beichen saw the 4 of them clearly. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing had pushed several tea tables together and seemed to be sleeping. Huang Jia sat at one of the tea tables in meditation. Xiong Shan was pacing outside the tea house looking vigilant. Meanwhile, the advance party of the spider swarm had already entered within 500 meters of the Fuji tea house. Within the limit of Zhao Beichen's 2100-meter perception area, he had not detected any new spider swarms entering. Even so, this wave of spiders was considerable, likely numbering in the thousands. Zhao Beichen lay prone on the rooftop tiles, lifting his head slightly to glance eastward. Now he could see the advance party of the spider swarm. The spiders the size of wash basins were covered in a strange blue hue. This was Zhao Beichen's first time seeing such large spiders, and he was indeed startled. These spiders were entirely blue and hairy, looking quite disgusting. Where the advance party of spiders passed, the spiders behind them began to spin webs. Some of the spiders further back carefully circled around, expanding the area of encirclement. Zhao Beichen had not expected the spiders to cooperate like this. This reminded him of the rat swarm he encountered in the last city. Could there be a commander behind these spiders? Zhao Beichen thought to himself. Soon over 1,000 of these creatures spread out like a fan charging towards the Fuji tea house. Zhao Beichen glanced back at the tea house. The others were still in their previous state. He contemplated warning them and felt around on the rooftop until he found a piece of broken tile. With a slight exertion, he snapped off a small piece. He flicked it with his fingers, sending it directly towards the tea house, shattering a ceramic teapot on the table with a loud crash. Xiong Shan, standing outside, quickly ran inside upon hearing the sound. Seeing the broken teapot on the table, he shouted, "Who?" and scanned the area warily. Huang Jia also opened her eyes, breaking from her meditation and jumping down from the table. She hurried over to Lin Shiqing and Wang Xuechuan, shaking them vigorously. After a few shakes, the two women awakened, and Huang Jia said something to them. The two women quickly jumped down from the table. Seeing that all four of them were now alert, Zhao Beichen decided to leave. He looked back at the approaching spider swarm from the east. Now the advance party of the spider swarm had reached within about 200 meters of the Fuji tea house. Yet at the limits of his 2100-meter perception, no new spiders had entered. It seemed that these were the only spiders involved in this attack. Zhao Beichen decided not to wait any longer and unleashed the full-level wind thunder slash towards the advance party of the spider swarm. This was his first time using it, but it felt as familiar as if he had used it countless times. This is the magic of the system, the legendary corpse looting system, which truly lives up to its name. With one strike, the clear sky was suddenly filled with roaring winds and thunder. The howling winds, accompanied by bolts of lightning, slammed down upon the leading spiders. Among them, faint rumbles of thunder could be heard. Under the gusts, the advance party of spiders was engulfed by a whirlwind of dust. Flashes of lightning intermittently appeared within the dust. Zhao Beichen saw clearly that any blue spider struck by the lightning would instantly emit smoke from its body, thrash its legs wildly, and then fall still. The lightning crackled continuously in one area. It took about 3 to 5 seconds before it all disappeared. With just one move of wind thunder slash, many of the advanced spiders fell. Zhao Beichen knew that the skills rewarded by the system must be impressive, but he didn't expect them to be this powerful. It was indeed a massive area effect attack. Zhao Beichen was overjoyed at the sight of the wind thunder slash in action. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed consecutive attacks on the spider swarm in different directions. The four inside the tea house were also drawn outside by the commotion. They all rushed out of the tea house. Huang Jia and Xiong Shan jumped onto the rooftop of the adjacent inn with a leap, gazing eastward. At this moment, about 200 meters to the east, a scene of swirling dust, roaring winds, and flashing lightning unfolded, creating a tremendous uproar. "Jia, what happened?" Wang Xuechuan shouted from the street at Huang Jia, who stood on the roof of the inn. Huang Jia did not respond, but gestured to Wang Xuechuan to remain calm. "Huang Jia, what's going on over there?" Xiong Shan shielded his eyes and stared intently towards the east. "Is that a spider?" Huang Jia pointed at a rooftop of a house where no dust was flying, where a dead blue spider was indeed lying. Hearing Huang Jia's words, Xiong Shan looked in the direction she pointed. "Yes, a blue spider. It's a Joro spider. Is this what a Joro spider looks like?" Huang Jia knew about Joro spiders, but this was her first time seeing one. "Yes, blue and hairy," he confirmed. It was indeed a Joro spider, but it should be of a low tier. Xiong Shan clearly had more knowledge of Joro spiders than Huang Jia. At this moment, Zhao Beichen was hiding at a distance, observing everything, continuously executing the full-level wind thunder slash. The spiders in his perception were being struck down in clusters, and very few remained alive. As some areas cleared with the disappearance of the wind thunder slash, the dust gradually settled, revealing a ground full of spiders. "My God, so many Joro spiders!" Huang Jia exclaimed. After seeing the motionless spiders on the ground, she curiously asked, "Xiong Shan, were those spiders struck down by the lightning?" "That should be the case," Xiong Shan replied, staring blankly at the scene before him. As the swirling dust gradually settled, more spiders appeared within 200 meters to the east. A vast expanse of spiders lay motionless all around. "Are they all dead?" Huang Jia looked at the scene before her, seemingly in disbelief. "It seems so," Xiong Shan nodded numbly. "Let's go take a look." As soon as Huang Jia finished speaking, she dashed towards the east, disregarding Xiangshan. Zhao Beichen could no longer sense any living spiders. Moreover, within a 2100-meter range, no news. Seeing Huang Jia and Xiangshan rush east, he decided to ignore them. Since there was no danger at present, it was better for him to retreat quickly. Thus Zhao Beichen crouched low, darting across the rooftop, and soon returned to the spot where he had left the convoy. He first retrieved the jade pendant beads, strings, and ornaments he had previously discarded. He put everything back into the cart. He had played with these items enough. Once the novelty wore off, they lost their charm. Once organized, Zhao Beichen led his convoy swaying as he made his way toward the Fuji tea house. Although the straight-line distance was only 1,000 meters, Zhao Beichen, pulling a long convoy, could only take the main street. This detour added quite a bit of distance before he turned onto the main street of the Fuji tea house. In the distance, he spotted Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing still standing in the street. Huang Jia and Xiangshan were still inspecting the spiders, and Zhao Beichen sensed everything clearly within the 2100-meter range. Beichen, Wang Xuechuan also saw Zhao Beichen and waved as she ran toward him. Hearing Wang Zuchen's words, Lin Shiqing turned around to see Zhao Beichen. She quickly followed Wang Xuechuan. "Come help," Zhao Beichen called out to the two girls who were running. "Beichen, are you up?" As they reached Zhao Beichen, Wang Xuechuan grasped his arm, asking with concern. "I'm fine, really, all is well." Zhao Beichen replied with a grin. "Beichen, why do you smell even better now?" Wang Xuechuan took a deep whiff of Zhao Beichen's arm. She looked utterly intoxicated. Before Zhao Beichen could respond, Lin Shiqing had also run over. "Wow, Beichen, how did you come back looking even more handsome?" Lin Shiqing leaned closer to Zhao Beichen's face, scrutinizing him closely. "Really? I hadn't noticed." Wang Xuechuan looked up at Zhao Beichen as well. "Indeed, you are even more handsome now," she nodded while speaking. "Wow, your skin is simply flawless," Lin Shiqing observed, rubbing Zhao Beichen's face. "And your scent is richer and more pleasant now." After rubbing his face, she hugged Zhao Beichen's other arm, taking it. The two girls were inhaling deeply around Zhao Beichen like two addicts lost in ecstasy. Zhao Beichen was already used to this, and chose not to explain, knowing it would only confuse them. Moreover, the two girls did not really care about any explanations. As long as they could touch and inhale enough, that was all that mattered. Sure enough, after a while, Wang Xuechuan seemed to be satisfied and finally noticed the convoy behind Zhao Beichen. "What are all these?" Wang Xuechuan asked, curiously looking at the long convoy behind Zhao Beichen. "Come, let me show you something good." Zhao Beichen turned to the girls and began inspecting the first cart. This was the first cart he had found in the military camp, and it was clear what it contained without any covering. "Dried chicken, dried duck, and cured meat," Wang Xuechuan exclaimed, as they hadn't had a proper meal with meat for several days. "So what do you think? Is it good stuff?" Zhao Beichen grinned proudly. "What about the others? Are they all food too?" Lin Shiqing glanced at the long line of horse-drawn carts behind. Since the carts behind were all horse-drawn and covered, unlike the first cart, it was not immediately clear what they contained. "The things in the back are even better. Come, let me show you." Saying this, he walked to the second horse-drawn cart and lifted the curtain. "Silk. Wow, and a lot of cosmetics." Wang Xuechuan released Zhao Beichen's arm and dashed to the front of the cart. "And clothes, so many clothes." Lin Shiqing also rushed to the front of the cart and pulled out a lattice-long dress. "What a beautiful dress, and it's made of silk." Lin Shiqing held the long dress against herself for comparison. "And there are so many more." Wang Xuechuan took out another one and began to measure it against her own body. This was just the beginning. They were so excited that Zhao Beichen feared what would happen when they saw what was in the back. "Beichen, you're back." Zhao Beichen heard Huang Jiayi's voice and turned to see her running toward him. Xiangshan was following closely behind her. "Wow, why do I feel like you look even more handsome again?" As she reached him, Huang Jiayi stared at Zhao Beichen, examining him from top to bottom. "You seem to have even more charisma now." Huang Jiayi nodded as she looked, then her nose twitched. "Strange, your scent is even richer and more pleasant now." After saying this, she hugged Zhao Beichen's arm and began to inhale deeply, occasionally touching Zhao Beichen's face. Zhao Beichen didn't resist, only smiling as he allowed Huang Jiayi to do as she pleased. Xiangshan, being a single man, had never witnessed such a series of events. He stood awkwardly by, unsure of. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Xuechuan noticed Huang Jiayi as well. "Jiayi, come quickly, we have good stuff." Wang Xuechuan waved at Huang Jiayi. Seeing Wang Xuechuan calling her, Huang Jiayi released Zhao Beichen's arm and ran toward Wang Xuechuan. "Jiayi, do you think it's pretty?" Before Huang Jiayi could get close, Wang Xuechuan held the long dress against herself and shouted at Huang Jiayi. "Jiayi, this one is for you." Lin Shiqing had somehow found another long dress and tossed it to the approaching Huang Jiayi. Huang Jiayi caught the long dress with one hand, but before she could react, she was pulled to the front of the cart by Wang Xuechuan. "Quick look, so many cosmetics, all brought by Beichen." Wang Xuechuan pointed at the cart. Huang Jiayi looked and saw the cart filled with cosmetics and silk clothes crammed to the brim. "Beichen, did you bring all this?" Huang Jiayi stared at Zhao Beichen, her face filled with disbelief. Come, let's keep going back. The stuff in the back is even better." Zhao Beichen smiled as he walked to the third horse-drawn cart, pulling back the curtain. Wang Xuechuan was the first to follow closely behind him. "Wow, Wang Xuechuan covered her mouth, staring blankly at the contents of the cart, speechless. Lin Shiqing and Huang Jiai, who lagged a few steps behind, noticed Wang Zuchen's reaction and realized there was something extraordinary inside the cart. Exchanging glances, they quickened their pace. Wow, oh my god! Upon seeing the cart filled with various jewelry, Huang Jiai and Lin Shiqing were as speechless as Wang Xuechuan, staring wide-eyed. Zhao Beichen anticipated that these items would astonish the girls, but he did not expect them to be this shocked. The three of them stood frozen, as if bound by a spell. After a moment, the girls finally regained their senses. Look, is this a hairpin? It's so beautiful. Wang Xuechuan held up a golden ornament adorned with red and blue gemstones. Wow, yes, it's a hairpin, it's too beautiful. This is a gold headpiece with rubies. It should be part of a set. Let's look for more. There must be other pieces. Lin Shiqing carefully examined the hairpin handed over by Wang Xuechuan before speaking. For a set of headpieces, since we have the hairpin, there should also be a top pin, a side pin, 2 ear pins, and a brooch. Lin Shiqing said to Wang Xuechuan and Huang Jiai, who were searching through the jewelry. Wow, every piece is so beautiful. Wang Xuechuan held a flower hairpin with great affection. What do you think? Is it pretty? Lin Shiqing inserted a hairpin she held into her hair, turning to the two girls. The two girls seemed to awaken from a dream, starting to try on various headpieces. The three girls were utterly ecstatic, completely ignoring everything else. Zhao Beichen was stunned. He had anticipated that these items would create a stir among the girls. However, he did not expect it to be this intense. Luckily, Xiong was a man, otherwise the situation would have been even harder to manage. Xiong, why don't we pull the cart back to the tea house first? Looking at the several girls, Zhao Beichen could only shake his head helplessly and then discuss with Xiong. Xiong, being a straightforward person, walked to the first cart and began to lead the entire convoy. The girls watched the convoy leave without feeling annoyed, following beside the jewelry-laden cart, chatting and laughing continuously, trying on various pieces of jewelry. Zhao Beichen was too lazy to bother with them. Xiong, pull it to the restaurant next to the tea house. I have gathered quite a few ingredients, and I'll show everyone a thing or two later. Zhao Beichen pointed to the restaurant next to Fuji Tea House. All right, Xiong nodded. Zhao Beichen impressive. Xiong gave Zhao Beichen a thumbs up. It's nothing much. I just picked these up, or anyone could do it. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Zhao Beichen said it wasn't worth mentioning, but his chest puffed out high like a victorious general returning home. That's not what I meant. Seeing Zhao Beichen's smug look, Xiong appeared slightly disdainful. Not that. Xiong's words left Zhao Beichen puzzled. What I was referring to was you and Huang Jiai. Xiong clasped his fists, tapping his thumbs together. Impressive. Only then did Zhao Beichen realize that Xiong had misunderstood, thinking he and Huang Jiai were a couple. Xiong, my relationship with Huang Jiai is one of pure friendship. Don't ruin that girl's reputation, Zhao Beichen said seriously. A pure friendship. Who would believe that? Xiong teased, his large hand like a fan reached towards Zhao Beichen's face. Let me, as your classmate, have a feel. Zhao Beichen quickly jumped aside. He couldn't stand a man touching his face like that. So you just confessed. Xiong glanced at Zhao Beichen, who had jumped aside, chuckling. You? Zhao Beichen didn't know how to explain, so he simply chose to remain silent. Xiong had only seen Huang Jiai's actions. If he were to see Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing's actions, he would probably be compelled to take off his socks. To have enough thumbs to give likes. Seeing Zhao Beichen no longer arguing, Xiong wore a proud expression. By the way, many new brides attacked earlier, but it was strange, they were all struck down by lightning. Xiong recounted what had happened earlier to Zhao Beichen. No wonder, I also saw the lightning in the east earlier, and I thought it was going to rain. Zhao Beichen pretended to be serious. All dead? Zhao Beichen asked Xiong. I checked with Huang Jiai earlier, they were all completely dead. Xiong spoke, while pulling the cart to the front of the restaurant. Xiong, take some dried chicken, dried duck, and cured meat inside first. He'll go check on the new brides in the east, and see what they're all about. Alright, besides what you just mentioned, is there anything else you need to take inside? Xiong asked, looking at the ingredients. Also the rice and other things I left at the tea house when I emptied my bag earlier. You should bring those to the restaurant too. I'll show everyone a thing or two later. Zhao Beichen thought for a moment, and said, good. After saying that, Xiong began to move the items. Zhao Beichen turned to glance at the three girls. They were busy trying to find clothes on the second cart. Then they ran over to the third cart to match appropriate jewelry, busy as can be. It seemed they wouldn't settle down until they had. Zhao Beichen was too lazy to manage them. He turned and walked towards the east. There were plenty of corpse loots lying around there. 200 to 300 meters to the east was the main battlefield for defeating the new brides. Everywhere lay fluffy, blue glowing giant spiders motionless on the ground. Not even an hour had passed, and they were all fresh corpses. Seeing the ground filled with fresh corpse loots, Zhao Beichen smiled broadly enough to reveal his back teeth. Now that he had broken through to the 10th layer of the grade rear stage, it was time to push for the initial grade. Zhao Beichen touched a corpse of a new bride at his feet. A sound of ding echoed in his mind. Zhao Beichen quickly checked the system panel in his mind. Post Zhao Beichen corpse loot value 81,000 full value reward grade initial realm current realm grade rear stage 10. The corpse loot value had increased from the previous 71,000 to 81,000, adding 1 point. Zhao Beichen did not expect that the huge spider the size of a basin was only worth 1 corpse loot value, just like a little mouse. Well, 1 is 1. Although the individual isn't worth much with a large quantity, it's still satisfactory, right? Zhao Beichen quickened his pace running around the area. Wherever there was a corpse of a new bride, there was his figure. The sound of ding 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 resonated in his mind. It wove into the most beautiful melody. Suddenly a surge of immense energy began to flow into his body, accompanied by a pop sound from within. Zhao Beichen knew that this was the corpse loot value reaching 1,000 points. The system was starting to reward him with the grade initial realm. A massive flow of energy poured in, continuously expanding his meridians and expelling impurities. The energy surged through the meridians, rushing towards the lower dantian. This energy was still golden yellow, merging with the original golden yellow chi mass in the lower dantian. With the addition of new energy, the chi mass in the lower dantian began to spin faster and faster. As the speed increased, more gaseous energy began to liquefy and drip into the energy pool. With the entry into the grade realm, the original scope of the energy pool expanded by a full double. After breaking through to the 10th layer of the grade rear stage, the energy pool in the lower dantian had already become like an ocean. Now entering the grade initial stage, Zhao Beichen did not expect the energy pool to double again. Now Zhao Beichen had a deeper understanding of the importance of the 10 small realms of the grade rear stage. If it weren't for breaking through those 10 small realms, his energy pool wouldn't be this large. He also wouldn't be able to store so much energy. As the energy pool expanded, the liquid energy level in the energy pool dropped significantly. Fortunately, the golden yellow chi mass was continually converting gaseous energy into liquid energy, replenishing the energy pool. The liquid energy in the energy pool began to flow into some tiny meridians that Zhao Beichen had never discovered before. These meridians were extremely fine, and Zhao Beichen felt a slight stinging sensation as the liquid energy flowed in. He knew this was a sign that the meridians were beginning to widen. The liquid energy widened the fine meridians while advancing, eventually merging into the Bodhi's circulatory system. Meridians and blood vessels are not the same. Blood vessels are much wider than meridians and contain blood. One could say they are like veins. When Zhao Beichen viewed this scene internally, he was astonished. He never expected that liquid energy would actually enter the blood vessels. The blood vessels not only contain blood, but also a large amount of moisture. With so much liquid energy pouring into the blood vessels, what would happen to the moisture? Would it force the moisture out? If all the moisture were forced out, wouldn't he become a mummified corpse? Thinking of this, Zhao Beichen became anxious. Indeed, things are unfolding in the direction that Zhao Beichen feared. The moisture within the meridians is being continuously forced out by the liquid energy. If someone were to see him now, they would be greatly astonished. At this moment, Zhao Beichen was drenched all over as if he had just been pulled out of water. Simultaneously, a large amount of black impurities reeking with a foul odor were dissolved in the expelled moisture from his body. It transformed into black sludge, covering Zhao Beichen from head to toe. However, Zhao Beichen was not dehydrated, nor had he become a desiccated corpse. The vast liquid energy surged into his meridians, forcing out the moisture, which not only felt uncomfortable, but also made him feel extremely comfortable. He was enveloped by a warm sensation, without any corners left untouched, making him feel like he was about to melt. It was simply exhilarating. But the situation was not over, as some of this liquid energy entered the meridians, while another portion seeped into his bones. Although Zhao Beichen was a forensic doctor, he had some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. The thought of Qi Heng, Ji-Fu surfaced in his mind. In traditional Chinese medicine, the brain, marrow, bones, meridians, gallbladder, and uterus are considered Qi Heng Ji-Fu. Qi Heng represents the meaning of the unusual, indicating the extraordinary organs within the human body. There are 6 such organs characterized by their physiological functions of storing vital energy. Zhao Beichen had previously not believed in this traditional Chinese medicine theory. But today the events were happening to him firsthand, making it impossible not to believe. A large amount of liquid energy indeed began to flow continuously into the meridians and bones of the Qi Heng Ji-Fu. In his inner vision, Zhao Beichen saw his bones starting to emit a faint white light. The bone density was also becoming denser. The bones infused with liquid energy became harder and glossier. Meanwhile, the liquid energy surged through the meridians, forcing out all the moisture and impurities in one go. Zhao Beichen knew that he would never suffer from vascular diseases in his lifetime. Now his blood vessels were becoming increasingly clean and unobstructed. Zhao Beichen reveled in this seemingly incredible experience. He felt as though he was being remade. He felt indescribably comfortable all over. The energy continued to flow into his body without ceasing. The chi mass in his lower dantian was still rapidly transforming into liquid energy. It seemed that the energy input would not stop until the entire energy pool was filled. Meanwhile, the liquid energy in the energy pool was continuously being fed into the meridians and bones. In other words, only when the meridians and bones throughout his body were filled with liquid energy could the remaining liquid energy replenish the energy pool. Fortunately, the energy pouring into his body from the outside was limitless. Zhao Beichen could not help but marvel at the divine-level corpse touching system, a name that was not given haphazardly. Just based on the ability to provide endless energy, it fully deserved the title of divine level. Recalling the breakthroughs in realms described in books where one might drain the spiritual energy within 100 miles or invoke various celestial phenomena, he preferred the low-key, yet luxurious way of breaking through offered by the divine-level corpse touching system. There were neither spiritual energy eruptions nor white birds coming to greet him. Quietly and silently, no one could detect any clues. Soon the meridians were filled with liquid energy. Every bone in his body had also absorbed the liquid energy. Only when the liquid energy in the energy pool was completely filled did the system stop pouring energy into Zhao Beichen's body. Zhao Beichen knew that the upgrade had finished, and he also realized that he now possessed all the energy required for the entire Blevel Realm upgrade. He just didn't know if the Blevel Realm upgrade required the assistance of spiritual power. These were things he would need to explore slowly later. Zhao Beichen was too lazy to think about it. He looked at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen Corpse, touching value 02000 max value reward max level meteor step current realm B level initial stage. The system presented a new goal max level meteor step, a name that clearly indicated a movement skill. Previously he had only offensive skills, and now he had a movement skill, which made Zhao Beichen very happy. This would fill the gap in his movement skills. However, 2,000 points of corpse touching value was no small number. He hoped there would be more Luo Zinfus, and Zhao Beichen instinctively looked towards the east. That was the only pitch-black area from last night. He hoped it was the lair of the Luo Zinfus. Zhao Beichen was filled with anticipation. His perception range had surprisingly doubled, reaching 4,200 meters. This range was comparable to a genius-level foundation establishment cultivator in the later stages. Even better news was that the range of his sea of consciousness had also expanded by double, which greatly excited Zhao Beichen. The attack range of his divine soul thorn had also reached 600 meters. He could use Wind Thunder Slash so frequently that it was practically at will. Entering the Blevel realm with the help of max-level concealment technique, now only 2s-level ability users could detect his realm. Ability users below the 2s realm could not perceive Zhao Beichen's true situation at all. A significant increase in realm could surprisingly drive improvements in various aspects. Advancement in realm could lead to a comprehensive enhancement of a person. Zhao Beichen clenched his fist. The power within him surged violently, a level of strength that could not be compared to that of the 10th layer of the level late stage. He clenched his fist a few more times to slowly familiarize himself with this surging power. Zhao Beichen sensed that the 3 women and Xiong were in the tavern. He then leaped into the air to test how high he could jump. During the 10th layer of the level late stage, he could jump about 20 floors, or roughly 60 to 70 meters. But now with a single leap, he astonishingly reached 140 or 50 meters, a full doubling of his previous height. While suspended in the air for a moment, Zhao Beichen carefully observed the east. Indeed, the east was the center of the city, but it was still quite far from their current position. He estimated it to be about 20 to 30 kilometers away. For an ordinary person, it would take 4 to 5 hours to reach there. After landing, Zhao Beichen hurriedly found a courtyard to clean himself up. By the well, he poured bucket after bucket, not knowing how many buckets of water he used before he finally cleaned himself. He had anticipated this upgrade, so he had also brought a change of clothes and shoes. After putting on his clothes and tidying up, he looked like a dashing young gentleman. His appearance had become even more handsome. It turned out that a person could look very different with subtle adjustments to various proportions. Zhao Beichen was now like that. Those who knew him could still recognize him as Zhao Beichen, but he was now infinitely more handsome than before. He exuded a more pleasant fragrance, rich, yet not cloying. His demeanor had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to before breaking through the 10th layer of the level late stage. Ethereal, transcendent, and untouched by the mundane world. At this moment, Zhao Beichen resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. However, he was unaware of all this. He was aware that each realm breakthrough would bring various changes. He just didn't know that the changes brought about by a major realm breakthrough would be far greater than he had anticipated. After tidying up, Zhao Beichen ran towards the tavern. There were still plenty of dried chickens, dried ducks, and cured sausages waiting for him to cook. Zhao Beichen had just stepped into the tavern when a loud crack echoed. It seemed something had shattered. Following the sound, he saw Wang Xuechuan standing by a table staring intently at him. At her feet lay a mess of broken porcelain. It appeared that the earlier sound had indeed come from her. Observing Wang Xuechuan's dazed expression, Zhao Beichen realized that he had likely undergone a significant transformation. While he pondered how to feign an excuse, Huang Jiai and Lin Shiqing rushed over. The two approached Zhao Beichen, their eyes fixed on his face, not uttering a word. This scene was reminiscent of how Xinger had reacted upon seeing Zhao Beichen after he had bathed. Fortunately, Zhao Beichen was seasoned by life's storms and remained unfazed. Jiai Shiqing. He waved his hand in front of the two girls. When they did not respond, he gently patted each of their shoulders, and only then did they come to their senses. Are you Zhao Beichen? Lin Shiqing extended her hand, cautiously caressing Zhao Beichen's face as if afraid of breaking his skin. Yes, it's truly me, Zhao Beichen replied with a cheerful smile. Huang Jia, however, said nothing, grabbing Zhao Beichen's hand and bringing it to her nose for a deep whiff. It's definitely Beichen's scent, but it's even more pleasant now. After finishing her statement, she took another deep breath, her face filled with enjoyment and intoxication. Upon hearing Huang Jiayi's words, Lin Shiqing immediately seized Zhao Beichen's other hand to smell it as well. It really is Beichen's scent, it's so delightful, she said, wrapping her arms around Zhao Beichen's arm and inhaling deeply. Wang Xuechuan rushed over, seeing both hands taken, and simply wrapped her arms around Zhao Beichen's waist. She pressed her face against Zhao Beichen's chest and took a deep breath. This was a well-established routine, and Zhao Beichen remained calm, allowing the three girls to do as they pleased. Witnessing the entire scene, Xiong was completely unable to stay calm. He continuously gave Zhao Beichen a thumbs up, his hand moving so quickly that it left after images. His mouth did not stop saying, wow, indicating the shock he felt was immense. Zhao Beichen certainly knew that Xiong had misunderstood, but there was no opportunity to explain. All he could do was offer a sheepish smile to Xiong. After a while, the three girls finally calmed down. Beichen, you've become even more handsome. Also, you smell even better now. Your aura has transformed dramatically, as if a celestial being had descended, and your skin is simply flawless, it looks so delicate. How on earth did you achieve this? The girls, coming back to their senses, chatted excitedly, without caring whether Zhao Beichen replied. Eventually, the three girls began to converse among themselves. Zhao Beichen saw that the opportunity was ripe. Ladies, I have prepared a lot of ingredients. Why don't I cook first, and then I'll join you for a chat? Alright, don't forget the dried chicken, hurry up. Lin Shiqing released Zhao Beichen's arm. I want to eat hand-pulled dried chicken. I want steamed dried duck. I want dried old duck stew. The three girls unabashedly began to place their orders. Zhao Beichen made an okay gesture. I want stir-fried cured meat. Xiong, having recovered from his earlier shock, chimed in, add more spice. No problem, let's head to the kitchen. As Zhao Beichen passed by Xiong, he threw an arm around his shoulder. Once the two entered the kitchen, the three girls immediately began chatting. I can't go like this, I need to dress up a bit. Otherwise, being seen with Beichen would be too much pressure. Wang Xuechuan was the first to speak. Xuechuan is right, we have the means now. Lin Shiqing glanced at the carriage outside the door. Let's go. Huang Jiayi waved her hand and led the way out of the tavern. With dresses and various accessories, the three girls carefully selected a large pile of items and entered the Fuji tea house to beautify themselves. The kitchen of the tavern was equipped with all kinds of pots and pans. Zhao Beichen assigned Xiong some odd jobs, so he started fetching water from the well and chopping firewood, humming as he worked. As a passionate cooking enthusiast, Zhao Beichen had quite the skill. Under his organized direction, dishes were prepared in various methods like steaming, frying, stir-frying, braising, and stewing. Though the main ingredients were all dried duck and dried chicken taken from the military camp, lacking additional side dishes, Zhao Beichen's remarkable culinary skills ensured each dish was appealing in taste, aroma, and appearance. Seeing the food, Xiong was practically drooling. Considering Xiong's size, Zhao Beichen made sure to prepare substantial portions and even boiled a large pot of rice. Once everything was ready, he took bowls and chopsticks. Zhao Beichen and Xiong each held a large tray, carrying the dishes out of the kitchen. Upon entering the hall, they discovered the three girls were not present. Zhao Beichen certainly knew that the girls were next door at the tea house, but Xiong was unaware. After setting the dishes down, just as Xiong was about to go search for them, the girls walked in. The three girls were dressed in colorful ancient-style long skirts with hair ornaments adorning their heads. They were already stunning beauties, and now dressed up, their beauty was simply dazzling. Xiong was nearly drooling. Zhao Beichen was also transfixed. The three girls approached Zhao Beichen, saying, Beichen, how do we look? Beautiful, beautiful, simply outstanding. Zhao Beichen gave the three girls a thumbs up. His words brought immense joy to them, and they all nestled close to Zhao Beichen. A perfectly good large table was now cramped with 4 people on one side. Zhao Beichen was squeezed in the middle. It was difficult to even move, let alone eat. Seeing this, Huang Jiayi, who was on the edge, reluctantly moved to the other side of the table. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing unabashedly took their seats on either side, continuing to sandwich Zhao Beichen in the middle. The two picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Everyone was surprised that Zhao Beichen had actually cooked all the dishes they ordered. After tasting, they found the flavors to be delightful. Initially, the three girls attempted to maintain their ladle-like image. However, overcome by the deliciousness of the food, they abandoned any pretense, and soon chopsticks were flying with everyone eating messily. Xiong didn't even leave any soup behind. He cleared the battlefield entirely. The group slumped back in their chairs, their bellies round and full, all having overeaten. In the midst of their previous focus on eating after being satiated, Huang Jiayi finally brought up the incident of the spider spirit being struck down by wind and thunder. Could there be an ability user with wind and thunder attributes here? It's unlikely. I didn't see anyone at the time, nor did I sense anyone. Lin Shiqing said, gently touching a very fine bracelet on her wrist. Xiangshan was the first to shake his head in denial. Moreover, there are too few ability users with wind and thunder attributes. Are there any among our batch of newcomers? Xiangshan looked at Huang Jiai with confusion. I've never heard of any. Huang Jiai shook her head. Neither have I, Wang Xuechuan added, shaking her head as well. Don't look at me, I'm clueless about cultivation. Zhao Beichen shook his head vigorously. There were too many secrets surrounding him for now. He could only keep a low profile, or else if he was dissected, who would he complain to? Then it must be divine retribution. Heaven could no longer tolerate it. Oh heaven, I love you. Wang Xuechuan smiled and made a heart gesture towards the ceiling. Realizing they could not draw any conclusions, the group decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. Zhao Beichen struggled to get up and brewed a pot of tea for everyone. He poured each person a cup to aid digestion. After eating and resting for a while, they remembered there were still many carriages to inspect. Thus the 5 of them hurriedly rushed out of the tavern. Under Zhao Beichen's lead, they began to examine these spoils. Except for Zhao Beichen, the other 4 were increasingly excited as they looked around. We've hit the jackpot. Wang Xuechuan exclaimed, joyfully dancing around. On a carriage loaded with silver gourds, Lin Shiqing clung to it, unwilling to come down. It was only when Zhao Beichen assured her that there were even more valuable items ahead that she reluctantly got off. Indeed, when she saw box after box of gold ingots, the silver gourds instantly lost their appeal. As they continued forward, everyone seemed to become desensitized with excitement. Money, after all, loses its charm when seen too often. Let's split these things evenly. From now on, each of you will be a wealthy figure. After the tour, Zhao Beichen smiled and cupped his hands towards everyone. Really, split evenly? That wouldn't be fair to you. Wang Xuechuan looked at Zhao Beichen. Yeah, I just arrived and haven't done anything. How can I accept an equal share? Xiangshan quickly chimed in. Seeing Huang Jiai and Lin Shiqing about to speak, Zhao Beichen waved his hand to stop them. Folks, I can't take all of this by myself. As the saying goes, those who witness should share. We fought side by side, so what does this little wealth matter? Zhao Beichen declared grandly. As for Xiong'er, he indeed contributed nothing. He glanced at Xiangshan. So you can lead the convoy from now on, is that all right? Report, Chief, I guarantee completion of the task. Xiangshan stood at attention and saluted Zhao Beichen, then laughed heartily. Everyone was amused by Xiangshan. Just then a melodious bell chimed unexpectedly from afar. The sound of a bell. Wang Xuechuan abruptly grasped Zhao Beichen's arm. The bell sound was inexplicably sudden. To the east, Xiangshan's ears twitched, then he turned to look in that direction. It couldn't be the central area, could it? Lin Shiqing climbed onto the cart, shielding her eyes with her hand as she looked east, but was blocked by buildings and saw nothing. Huang Jiai quickly ran down to the tavern's lower level, leaping onto the rooftop in a few swift movements. Not good, the fog wall is coming, she exclaimed as she spotted the surging fog wall approaching from the west. The others hurriedly looked west, but were obstructed by tall buildings and could see nothing. Xiangshan quickly jumped onto the tavern's roof, joining Huang Jiai in gazing toward the west. Indeed, a massive fog wall was slowly closing in on their location. Xiangshan glanced around and realized that where they were standing was the closest to the fog wall. Xiangshan and Huang Jiai exchanged a glance and quickly jumped down from the rooftop. At the current speed of the fog wall, I estimate it will reach us in an hour at the fastest, 2 hours at the slowest. The entire city is surrounded by the fog wall, and it's continuously shrinking just like in a battle royale game, Xiangshan remarked as he looked up toward the west again. It seems they want to drive people toward the central area, Huang Jiai said, adjusting a strand of hair at her temple. Ever since she donned ancient attire, she exuded an air of elegance in her every gesture. Then what are we waiting for? This fog wall might be toxic. We should hurry and leave. Lin Shiqing, being from the research department, immediately grasped the critical point. Yes, let's go quickly. Wang Xuechuan tightened her grip on Zhao Beichen's arm. Upon reaching the tavern, they took the remaining rice and other miscellaneous items and hastily tossed them onto the cart. Get on. He'll pull the cart, Xiangshan shouted to the 4 of them. It wasn't his style to just divide the spoils without doing any work. He had promised to pull the cart and would not back down. The 4 of them wasted no time and climbed onto the top of the cart. The cart was filled with various fabrics and clothes, making it quite comfortable to sit on. Xiangshan was quite strong. His level advancement was no mere decoration. Seeing that the 4 were seated properly, he began to pull the cart. Which way? He called out loudly. Keep heading east, and when we reach an intersection, I'll guide you. Huang Jiai recalled seeing a major east-west road 3 intersections away from the tavern. As long as they turned onto that major road, they could continue heading east. The road was wide, making it easy for the cart to advance. Zhao Beichen gave Huang Jiai a thumbs up. She was quite meticulous. Now that we're all wealthy, do we really want to venture east? Lin Shiqing asked while fiddling with the jade pendant on Huang Jiai's hairpin. I don't mind. This amount of money could last several lifetimes, Wang Xuechuan said nonchalantly while hugging Zhao. Aren't you afraid of Wu Shuang? Huang Jiai suddenly turned to stare at Wang Xuechuan. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's name, Wang Xuechuan wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Stop it, Jiai, why must you bring that up? Lin Shiqing gently punched Huang Jiai, seeing Wang Zuchen's dismay. I was just stating facts. We had previously agreed to strive for the barrier-breaking pill. We mustn't be blinded by material wealth. And without strength, do you think you can keep these things safe? Huang Jai sat up straight, speaking seriously. No way, Jai, surely no one would rob us. Wang Xuechuan looked up at Huang Jai. Naive. What does it mean to have riches stir hearts? Just think about those antique paintings on the carts. Any one of them could be worth a fortune. And those silver melons, golden ingots, golden beans, and the ornaments on your heads. Huang Jai pointed at the various hair ornaments on the two girls' heads as she spoke. Tell me which of these items wouldn't drive people mad. Huang Jiai's words were evidently reasonable. They really had to carry so many things out. Even if nobody moved against them openly, they would inevitably appear as fat sheep in the eyes of others. It is said that a commoner is innocent but bears the crime of holding treasure. Lin Shiqing nodded. Jai is right. If we lack strength, we are merely passing through treasure seekers, the movers of others' goods. Ultimately, these items might just end up benefiting some bastard. Wang Xuechuan also sat up straight, resembling a little hen ready to fight. We must strive for the barrier-breaking pill. We must enhance our strength. Lin Shiqing stood up, raising her voice. Her shouts startled Xiong, who was pulling the cart in front, making him turn back, quickly thinking something had happened. Yes, let's strive for the barrier-breaking pill and enhance our strength. Wang Xuechuan also stood up, declaring loudly. Beichen, what about you? Make your stance clear. After Wang Xuechuan shouted, she looked down at Zhao Beichen. Strive for the barrier-breaking pill and enhance our strength. Zhao Beichen also stood up and shouted. This was originally his plan. Although he didn't need it, he couldn't ignore Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing's needs. They had reached a consensus back at the Jingxuan. But who would have thought they would acquire so much wealth? Although wealth dazzles the eyes, Zhao Beichen felt reassured that the three girls remained quite clear-headed. Distinguishing what was key and what was important was crucial. Having reached a consensus again and solidified their goal, the four were very pleased. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing each clung tightly to Zhao Beichen's arm. Huang Jai simply lay in Zhao Beichen's embrace. The three of them greedily inhaled the scent on Zhao Beichen. Their spirits grew more vibrant, filled with fighting spirit. Xiong pulled the cart in front, occasionally glancing back at the four on top. Three stunning beauties surrounded Zhao Beichen closely. Xiong's admiration for Zhao Beichen had reached its peak, feeling utterly in awe. Fortunately, Xiong was a simple-minded person with no ill intentions. Zhao Beichen had always been wary of Xiong. If Xiong ever harbored inappropriate thoughts toward the girls or attempted to pocket the riches, Zhao Beichen would not show any mercy. Xiong could never have imagined that his honest nature had saved his life. Xiong turned left. Huang Jai shouted from the cart roof as she saw a crossroad ahead. Upon hearing Huang Jiai's words, Xiong turned the cart to the left. Just as Xiong's figure rounded the corner, the entire cart train came to a halt. Xiong, why aren't we moving? Huang Jai shouted, because their cart had yet to turn, and she couldn't see Xiong. Xiong did not answer, and the cart train did not advance. Within Zhao Beichen's perception range, everything remained quiet with no signs of danger. What's going on? The group exchanged glances atop the cart. Huang Jai flipped off the cart and quickly walked toward the left side of the intersection. You two stay on the cart and don't move, Zhao Beichen instructed Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. He also jumped down from the cart. Seeing that Huang Jai had already turned past the intersection and was no longer visible, Zhao Beichen called out loudly, Jai, wait for me. However, Huang Jai did not respond. Zhao Beichen's heart sank, and he hurried his pace. As Zhao Beichen arrived at the intersection, he felt a powerful mental attack. There's a mental attack here, don't come over, he shouted before disappearing around the corner. Jia Yi and Xiong wouldn't have run into trouble, would they? Wang Xuechuan stared at Zhao Beichen's fading figure. If we heed Beichen's warning, there are likely many webs over there. Jia Yi and Xiong probably fell into them. Lin Shiqing analyzed softly. Just then they heard Zhao Beichen's voice. Jia Yi, Xiong, where are you? His call sent the hearts of the two women plummeting. Huang Jia Yi and Xiong had disappeared. At that moment, Zhao Beichen ran back, waving to the two women beneath the carriage. Hurry, jump down, I'll catch you. The two women dared not delay. Wang Xuechuan jumped down first, and Zhao Beichen caught her steadily. Then Lin Shiqing jumped down as well. They vanished. There are a lot of enormous spider webs over there. As soon as he steadied himself, Zhao Beichen hurriedly explained, vanished. Although they had their suspicions, hearing it confirmed by Zhao Beichen still shocked the two women. Just stay close to me, Zhao Beichen instructed the two women, then took the lead towards the corner. The two women hurriedly followed. After crossing the street, they encountered a gigantic spider web directly ahead. Huang Jia Yi and Xiong had likely fallen victim to this web. Fortunately, the mental energy on the web had already been drained by Zhao Beichen, otherwise the two women would have faced mental attacks from 10 meters away. This was also the first time Zhao Beichen had seen such a vast spider web. This single web expanded his perception range from 4,200 meters to 4,250 meters all at once. The sudden increase of 50 meters did not bring Zhao Beichen any joy. Because Huang Jia Yi and Xiong had seemingly vanished right before his eyes, he hadn't detected anything unusual in his perception. The fact that he wasn't able to sense any anomalies filled Zhao Beichen with unease. Not being able to sense an opponent was one thing, but he couldn't even sense Xiong and Huang Jiayi. This situation was exceedingly abnormal. As a result, he was unable to issue a warning in advance, not even knowing where the enemy was. However, Zhao Beichen's knowledge of cultivation was quite limited, and the emergence of this situation was entirely outside his understanding. With the spirit-piercing and thunderblade poised to strike, Zhao Beichen would not hesitate to attack at the slightest disturbance. Lin Shiqing crouched carefully on the ground, meticulously searching for clues. Wang Xuechuan also surveyed the surroundings, looking for anything suspicious. Shiqing, is there any way to evade divine sense detection? Zhao Beichen asked. Talismans, magic treasures, or even certain pills can achieve that. Why do you ask? Upon hearing Zhao Beichen's inquiry, Lin Shiqing looked up at him puzzled. Oh, it's nothing new, I just suddenly wanted to know, Zhao Beichen replied vaguely. By the way, Shiqing, do you think the Spider Queen would use such items? It's hard to say. The spider swarm attacked us today, and there might be a powerful Spider Queen controlling them. Who knows what the situation is? Lin Shiqing's words reminded Zhao Beichen that the spider swarm's attack earlier was very methodical, suggesting that a big boss might be behind it. If the enemy concealed their presence using talismans or magic treasures, then the situation might not be so dire. After all, talismans or magic treasures couldn't be worn indefinitely, there would still be opportunities. Zhao Beichen felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. However, thinking of the corpses he saw in the archery tower, his heart tightened again. If Huang Jiayi and Xiong were indeed captured by the Spider Queen, failing to find them soon could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, they heard Wang Zuchen's voice. This belongs to Jiayi. From a corner of the street, Wang Xuechuan picked up a hairpin. Zhao Beichen and Lin Shiqing hurried over. Lin Shiqing looked up at the eaves above where the hairpin had just fallen. It couldn't have fallen from above, could it? Lin Shiqing furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that Jiayi fell from the roof when she was taken? Wang Xuechuan looked up at the eaves as well. They were currently standing in front of a street-side shop. The shop's door was locked tight, and Huang Jiayi's hairpin had just been discovered beneath the eaves. There was a strong possibility that Huang Jiayi had been taken to the roof and dropped down. Wait, don't wander off. After giving the instruction, Zhao Beichen hurried back to the convoy. He found the tallest carriage and brought it over. He climbed onto the carriage and grasped the eaves, then pulled himself up onto the roof. With the two women in view, he had no way to showcase his abilities, so he could only proceed like this. On the roof, Zhao Beichen discovered a hairpin. Is this Jiayi's? Zhao Beichen held up the hairpin and asked the two women below. It's Jiayi's, Lin Shiqing replied, as she had been fiddling with the hairpin's tassel and pendant on top of the carriage earlier, so she remembered it clearly. It seems Jiayi was taken from the roof, Zhao Beichen said as he stood on the roof scanning the surroundings. The fog wall to the west was continuously closing in, and a few tiles on the roof had clearly been disturbed. Zhao Beichen approached and carefully examined the tiles. These tiles had shifted due to pressure, and the direction of the shift pointed east, indicating they had gone that way. Following the traces, Zhao Beichen moved eastward for a short distance and discovered several similar signs. Behind this shop was a courtyard, and without hesitation Zhao Beichen jumped down. He then jumped onto the roof of the building to the east. Since the two women couldn't see him, he resorted to the simplest methods. On the roof, he found several more similar signs. These were all tiles that had been shifted due to pressure. The traces were very fresh, indicating they had just occurred. However, the number of tiles that had shifted was not many, unlike what would happen with a spider monster with 7 or 8 legs. Zhao Beichen mimicked the pattern based on the traces. These signs were made by a person's 2 legs moving. It was a person, not a spider monster. Zhao Beichen concluded in his heart. It seemed that Huang Jiayi and Xiong had first fallen into the spider web, then had been abducted by someone. Why were only Huang Jiayi and Xiong taken while he and the others were spared? Zhao Beichen pondered to himself. Was it because the 3 of them were merely ordinary people? Or perhaps this individual was in a hurry to return for some reason? Zhao Beichen considered other possibilities. At that moment, on the edge of Zhao Beichen's 4250-meter perception, he sensed 3 individuals. However, they moved quickly and vanished outside the 4250-meter range in the blink of an eye. The direction was due east. It seemed the enemy felt they were safely distanced and had removed their concealed talismans or magical treasures, allowing their presence to be sensed by Zhao Beichen. However, they quickly exited Zhao Beichen's perception range. Although the encounter was brief, Zhao Beichen felt a surge. He clearly sensed that 2 of the 3 individuals were Huang Jiayi and Xiong. They had indeed been abducted. However, he had never encountered the other individual's presence. Regardless, it was good news. At least he now had a direction for pursuit. He hurriedly jumped back to the street-side shop and jumped down from the roof. I found something due east, Zhao Beichen said as he quickly walked to the back of the carriage and threw back the curtain. This carriage was filled with various incense burners he had collected earlier. Zhao Beichen jumped onto the carriage and tossed all the incense burners out. You two hurry and get in, it'll take you to chase them down, Zhao Beichen said, and without hesitation the 2 women quickly climbed onto the carriage. Zhao Beichen moved to the front of the carriage and began to run forward with it. At that moment, within his perception range, he made another new discovery. Within the limits of perception, numerous spider monsters surged towards their direction. With over 4,000 meters to go, Zhao Beichen could hardly be bothered with them. His current objective was to reach the place where the three individuals had vanished in the east as quickly as possible. This street was quite long. Only after traversing it and turning right could he access the east-west thoroughfare. The street was filled with numerous webs spun by the spider monsters. Zhao Beichen could only proceed after absorbing the webs. The spiritual energy within the webs had a significant impact on them. Fortunately, after breaking through to the initial stage of level, Zhao Beichen's absorption speed of spiritual energy had greatly increased. Otherwise, just this street alone would take an indefinite amount of time to traverse. By the time he turned onto the east-west thoroughfare, Zhao Beichen's perception range had reached 4,850 meters. Compared to the previous 4,250 meters, it had increased by a full 600 meters. However, it did not trigger a breakthrough in his realm. It seemed that upon reaching the level realm, a breakthrough would also require an advancement in divine sense, which likely required a high level. The 4,850 meters limit of perception did not detect any new spiders entering. Only the previous group that had entered, which Zhao Beichen estimated to number around 400 to 500. If he were merely an ordinary person, dealing with 400 or 500 spiders would be a trivial task. Having entered the east-west street, Zhao Beichen sprinted eastward with the cart. That direction was where he last perceived Huang Jia and Xiong disappearing. Beichen, will pulling us affect you? If not, just leave us here. Wang Zuchen's head popped out from the cart cover, shouting loudly at Zhao Beichen, who was pulling the cart ahead. It's fine, just sit tight with Shiqing. Zhao Beichen did not turn his head, continuing to sprint. He would never abandon the two girls. Both Huang Jia and Xiong were power users, and even they had been taken away without a sound. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were just ordinary people. It would be all too simple for someone to dispose of them. Why would there be other people appearing in the city? Zhao Beichen recalled the experience that Xiong had described. They had also encountered a strange person, a bald man chanting spells in Japanese. Could it really be the little devils? Zhao Beichen pondered quietly. The monsters were the little devils, and the people were also little devils. What conspiracy was behind all this? Zhao Beichen firmly believed that the little devils had no good intentions. If he didn't act quickly, Huang Jia and Xiong would definitely meet a dire fate. Zhao Beichen had considered sending Huang Jia and Lin Shiqing back and notifying the bureau to send people over. However, in such a large city, even if the bureau sent people, it was uncertain whether they could find Huang Jia and Xiong. Even if they could find them, would there be enough time? If the little devils were indeed the masterminds, these fellows were ruthless. Who knows what they would do to Huang Jia and Xiong? Thus, Zhao Beichen decided to take matters into his own hands, at least to understand the situation first. The main east-west street was just as chaotic as other places. The street was littered with all sorts of debris. It was unclear whether it was due to the street's width, but there wasn't a single web on the entire street. Unlike the previous long street, which had been completely sealed off by webs, the east-west main street had various shops on both sides, all with their doors wide open. It was likely that during the attack of the widow spiders, everyone was engaged in business. Zhao Beichen had no time to check the houses. The spiritual energy within the webs could only be dealt with later. At this moment, the spider swarm in his perception had advanced significantly. Coupled with Zhao Beichen sprinting towards them, the distance between them was now about 1,000 meters. At the current speed, in a few minutes they would meet. Hundreds of spiders the size of wash basins did not concern Zhao Beichen in the slightest. The power of the max-level Wind Thunder Slash had been tested in actual combat. It was not only powerful, but also capable of long-distance attacks without raising suspicions from Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. Zhao Beichen did not slow down, but instead increased his speed further, continuing to race eastward. Beichen runs so fast. Wang Xuechuan tightly gripped the pillars of the cart cover while sitting in the carriage. Yeah, I didn't expect that as an ordinary person he could pull such a large cart and run so fast. Lin Shiqing, sitting opposite Wang Xuechuan, also clutched the cart pillars tightly. Do you think Jia and Xiong will be okay? Wang Zuchen's face was filled with worry. The other party quietly took the two away, so they must be a master. I also feel uneasy. Lin Shiqing's beautiful willow leaf brows were tightly knitted together. Shiqing, should we teleport back first? We can find people at the bureau to help. Wang Xuechuan suggested. I was just considering that issue too. Lin Shiqing switched hands to tightly grip the pillar, but given the current situation, even if we teleport back, it would likely take a while for the bureau to send someone over, and it won't do much. Why? This city is too large. We have no idea where Jia and Xiong have been taken. Even if the bureau's people come, they wouldn't know either. If we could find Jia and Xiong's exact location, then teleporting back would be meaningful. Lin Shiqing analyzed to Wang Xuechuan. Wang Xuechuan remained silent, seemingly pondering Lin Shiqing's words, and after a long while nodded. So what should we do now? Wang Xuechuan looked up at Lin Shiqing. Beichen said he has a lead for now, we can only trust him and follow him. Lin Shiqing glanced at Zhao Beichen, who was sprinting with the cart. Yes, I trust Beichen. It's because of his timely warnings and correct judgments that we have made it this far. Wang Xuechuan also looked at Zhao Beichen. It's just that Beichen is working so hard to pull us. Wang Xuechuan said with concern as she gazed at Zhao Beichen's back. Sai, we're not helping at all, we're just dragging Beichen down. Searching, we must become power users or we cannot just be decorative vases. Wang Xuechuan withdrew her gaze resolutely looking at Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing remained silent, but firmly nodded. Yes, with strength, we won't be a burden, and we can help our friends. Zhao Beichen clearly heard the conversation between the two girls in the cart. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing seemed gentle and weak, but deep down they were both strong-willed. Zhao Beichen's fondness for the two girls increased significantly. In just a few days of interaction, he genuinely regarded all three women as friends. Moreover, their conduct in the face of adversity did not disappoint Zhao Beichen. From wanting to leave water for him to help him achieve good results to their performance during the mouse swarm attack, Zhao Beichen held them in high regard. It was precisely because of this recognition that Zhao Beichen wanted to help Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing obtain the breakthrough pills to become power users. Especially for Wang Xuechuan, as Wu Shuang's troubles had not yet been resolved. Wang Xuechuan becoming a power user was even more crucial. Only then would she have the ability for self-preservation. With Huang Jiayi's whereabouts unknown, Zhao Beichen felt very worried. He truly feared that something might happen to Huang Jiayi. Just as Zhao Beichen was reflecting, the spider swarm in his perception had already entered a range of 200 meters. 200 meters, this distance is very appropriate, completely within the attack range of the wind thunder slash, while also making it difficult for the two women to detect any clues. Zhao Beichen slowed down his running speed. He was about to start eliminating these hideous creatures. The max-level wind thunder slash was unleashed silently. Suddenly the sky 200 meters away stirred up wind. Countless dust and debris were swept up into the sky by the wind. Then streaks of lightning descended from the sky to the ground, accompanied by booming thunder. Heaven's punishment, the heavens are striking again, Wang Xuechuan shouted as she looked at the distant flashes of lightning and thunder. During mealtime, everyone had discussed this, but couldn't figure out who used lightning to kill the spider swarm. Later, Wang Xuechuan concluded that it was heaven's discontent that brought down the punishment. To her surprise, she witnessed it again and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the spider monster." Lin Shiqing saw a blue spider the size of a basin lying motionless on the ground in the area where the wind had ceased. Indeed, it is heaven's punishment. Oh, let the heavens continue to strike and annihilate these detestable creatures. Wang Xuechuan also saw the dead spider and clasped her hands in prayer towards the sky. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of thunder echoed again, and countless bolts of lightning struck the large blue spider on the ground. Wang Xuechuan was taken aback. She didn't expect the heavens to respond to her prayers. She then knelt in the carriage, her hands clasped, continuing to pray towards the sky. Naturally, Zhao Beichen was fully aware of Wang Xuechuan's actions. Since it was attributed to heaven's punishment, it couldn't be better. Thus, Zhao Beichen fully cooperated with Wang Xuechuan and unleashed even more wind thunder slashes. In an instant, a violent storm and lightning erupted 200 meters away, creating an extremely shocking scene. Lin Shiqing was mesmerized, glancing between the apocalyptic scene in the distance and the sight of Wang Xuechuan kneeling in the carriage. Wang Xuechuan, with her hands clasped and a look of sincere prayer, wore an expression of disbelief. At noon, when Wang Xuechuan mentioned that heaven's punishment killed the spiders, Lin Shiqing had been skeptical. As young people of the new era, the notion of heaven's punishment seemed like a joke to Lin Shiqing, who worked in scientific research. However, she didn't expect to encounter it so soon. Moreover, with Wang Xuechuan's continuous prayers, the so-called power of heaven's punishment seemed to be intensifying. Could it be that there really is heaven's punishment? Lin Shiqing poked her head out to look at the sky above, which was clear without a cloud. Then she looked at the 200 meters away, where dust filled the air and lightning raged. Just 200 meters apart, it was completely two different worlds. This phenomenon could not be explained scientifically. More and more spiders were struck by lightning, lying on the ground motionless, emitting wisps of smoke. Regardless of whether it was heaven's punishment, it was evident that it was helping them. Lin Shiqing understood this very well. As three ordinary people, they could not possibly resist so many spiders. Now, with the power of heaven's punishment, they had a chance to win. Having realized this, Lin Shiqing no longer cared about science, as she knelt down, like Wang Xuechuan, clasping her hands and praying to the heavens. Seeing Lin Shiqing join in, Zhao Beichen increased the output of wind thunder slashes. In an instant, thunder roared, and the sound of explosions echoed from 200 meters away. Countless bolts of lightning split the sky, striking fiercely at the spider monsters, causing plumes of smoke to rise. After joining in prayer, Zhao Beichen felt the power of heaven's punishment grow stronger. Lin Shiqing became even more fervent, closing her eyes and immersing herself fully in prayer. The two women prayed vigorously, while Zhao Beichen fought with equal intensity. Hundreds of spider monsters were quickly struck down, their burnt odor wafting from afar. In Zhao Beichen's perception, there were no living spider monsters left. Once again, they had effortlessly annihilated the swarm. With no more rumbling thunder and no more lightning striking like arrows, the dust in the sky gradually dispersed, and silence once again engulfed the area. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing opened their eyes, staring blankly at the ground littered with the corpses of spider monsters. They did not expect the power of heaven's punishment to be so great. Are they all dead? Wang Xuechuan asked, unsure, turning to look at Lin Shiqing. It seems they have indeed been completely annihilated, Lin Shiqing replied, although she still felt uncertain. Shall we go take a look? Wang Xuechuan suggested. Let's go, Lin Shiqing replied, turning and jumping out of the carriage. Wang Xuechuan followed her out. Beichen, let's go check if these hideous creatures are all dead, Lin Shiqing said, her timid demeanor changing as she spoke to Zhao Beichen. Aren't you afraid? Zhao Beichen was surprised to see Lin Shiqing had grown bolder. Not afraid of what is there to fear. The heavens are protecting us. Indeed, what is there to fear? The heavens' punishment just now was due to my and Shiking's prayers, Wang Xuechuan said as she joined the two. You prayed for this? Zhao Beichen feigned ignorance. Yes, indeed. Just now Shiqing and I were praying in the carriage, and that's why the heavens sent down their punishment to strike these hideous creatures. Wang Xuechuan declared earnestly. Oh, no wonder I saw the power of heaven's punishment increasing, but turns out it was your prayers. Impressive. Zhao Beichen gave both women a thumbs up. Of course, Wang Xuechuan puffed up with pride. How about that? Shiqing and I are not useless, right? No, it's thanks to both of you, otherwise we would be in big trouble, Zhao Beichen quickly agreed. Let's go see if they are really all dead. If they're not completely dead, we can ask the heavens for a few more strikes, Lin Shiqing said excitedly, leading the way forward. Zhao Beichen had already sensed that all the spider monsters were dead beyond recovery, and there was no danger left. He did not stop Lin Shiqing and followed her as they moved forward. The distance of 200 meters was quickly covered in just a few steps. The ground was littered with dead spiders smoking and emitting a burnt odor. Lin Shiqing and Wang Xuechuan covered their noses with handkerchiefs. The smell of charred flesh was quite unpleasant. You wait here, I will go check it out. Zhao Beichen looked at the ground covered with corpses, preparing to start inspecting them. Be careful, the two women cautioned. I will be careful, he replied. Zhao Beichen casually flipped over a dead spider nearby. Ding! A sound echoed in his mind. Zhao Beichen knew he had successfully gained the corpse looting value. He glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen, corpse looting value 12,000, full value reward max, level meteor step, current realm level B, beginner. The corpse looting value increased by 1 point. Although 1 point seemed insignificant with hundreds of spiders, that would amount to hundreds of points. Zhao Beichen began to feel excited. He quickened his pace, flipping each spider over. Ding ding ding. The system's sounds echoed continuously. After inspecting the last spider corpse, Zhao Beichen looked at the panel again. The corpse looting value had shown a significant change. Host Zhao Beichen, corpse looting value 532,2000, full value reward max, level meteor step, current realm level B, beginner. This time, they had easily annihilated 532 spider monsters. Zhao Beichen was very satisfied with this amount. If more swarms of spiders came, he would soon obtain his max level meteor step. Beichen, are there any still alive? Wang Xuechuan shouted from a distance. No, they are all dead. Heaven's punishment is indeed powerful. Zhao Beichen responded loudly as he walked towards the two women. Just then he looked up and saw the tall fog wall. Gray mist was rolling in. Zhao Beichen rushed a few steps to the side of the two girls. Look, he pointed to the sky behind them. A dense gray mist was rolling towards their direction. So fast. Lin Shiqing frowned. At this speed, it won't take long before it arrives. Zhao Beichen nodded. At this moment, Wang Xuechuan had already clung to his arm, and he could sense her inner tension. We should leave quickly. Zhao Beichen took Lin Shiqing's hand and headed toward the carriage. After all, Lin Shiqing was an ordinary person and her face was filled with anxiety. Once the two girls were seated in the carriage, Zhao Beichen pulled it and ran. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. Behind them was the rapidly advancing poisonous mist, and ahead loomed the elusive spider monster. Huang Jia and Xiong found themselves in an unknown location. They had wasted quite a bit of time eliminating the spider monster just now. Now all he could do was run towards the direction where he first noticed the three had vanished. Suddenly, in his perception range at the 10 o'clock direction, over 4,000 meters away, he sensed someone. A person with a weak aura stood motionless. This discovery made Zhao Beichen's heart race again. Why was there another person? First it was Xiong, then the one who took away Huang Jia and Xiong, and now a third appeared. Since entering Zhao Beichen's perception area, this person had not moved a single inch. Although their aura was steady, it was rather weak, suggesting they might be injured. What to do? Zhao Beichen ran with the cart, but felt troubled. The direction of this person was different from where he knew. If he wanted to find this person, it would surely take time. If he didn't go, what if it was another new recruit from the organization? Zhao Beichen glanced back at the ever-approaching mist. He sensed the person again. They remained in the same position, unmoving. If they were truly injured and unable to move, they would eventually be swallowed by the mist. Zhao Beichen was well aware that Wu Shuang had mentioned this mist was toxic. Should he go or not? Zhao Beichen was caught in a dilemma. In the end, he decided to inform the two girls and hear their opinions. Zhao Beichen decisively halted and described the situation to the two girls. Beichen, why don't you leave me and Shiqing here, and you can go check it out. What if it's also a new recruit from the training? We can't just stand by and do nothing, Wang Xuechuan suggested after thinking for a moment. But Zhao Beichen looked up at the mist closing in behind them. Are you worried the mist will swallow us? Lin Shiqing could tell what Zhao Beichen was concerned about. The speed of this mist is not slow. I think we shouldn't take the risk. Zhao Beichen nodded. Lin Shiqing also turned to look at the approaching mist. If you are fast enough, it should be Are you sure? Sure, I have roughly calculated the speed of this mist. Within 25 minutes we will be safe. Lin Shiqing replied confidently. Zhao Beichen remained silent and sensed the distance from the person again. Having pulled the cart and run a bit, it was now about 2,000 to 3,000 meters away. If he moved across the rooftops, it wouldn't take much time at all. All right, you both stay here and wait for me. They'll go quickly and return quickly. Zhao Beichen said, turning to run. Beichen, be careful. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing's voices called. Zhao Beichen didn't look back, just waved his hand to reassure the two girls and accelerated forward. About 20 to 30 meters ahead was a fork in the road, and the left path extended exactly towards the 10 o'clock direction. As he turned onto the path, the two girls were no longer in sight. Zhao Beichen leaped onto the rooftop without hesitation. If it weren't for wanting to avoid raising suspicion with the girls, he would have taken the rooftops long ago. Moving atop the rooftops was much faster, and Zhao Beichen swiftly approached the target, closing in within 300 meters. The target was in a building 300 meters away out of Zhao Beichen's sight. However, through his perception, the other party remained motionless, not shifting an inch. Simultaneously, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing were still within Zhao Beichen's perception range, also staying in place. Because of his sufficiently wide perception range, Zhao Beichen could constantly monitor the two girls' status, which gave him the courage to venture out alone. Otherwise, he would rather not rescue anyone than leave the two girls behind. Zhao Beichen continued without stopping until he arrived at a courtyard. The target was in the west wing of the courtyard. In his perception, besides the target, there were no other living beings. Zhao Beichen gently jumped down from the roof, landing in the courtyard, and then stealthily approached the west wing. The doors and windows were tightly shut. Zhao Beichen pushed several times, but couldn't get the door open. He poked a hole in the paper covering the window. The inside was dark, making it hard to see. However, the person he sensed did not make any movements. Zhao Beichen didn't wait any longer and kicked the door open. Using the sunlight from outside, he cautiously leaned in to take a look inside. A man bare-chested lay face up on the ground, covered in blood. Zhao Beichen hurriedly stepped inside and felt for the man's nostrils. There was a faint breath. Upon closer inspection, it was a young male whom Zhao Beichen did not recognize. His entire body was drenched in blood, resembling a blood-soaked gourd. Zhao Beichen also checked the man's carotid artery. Although weak, it was still beating. It seemed he wouldn't die immediately, and Zhao Beichen felt relieved. The man was bare-chested, covered in countless wounds. The shape of the wounds clearly indicated they were inflicted by sharp weapons. Blood constantly oozed from these wounds. If he didn't stop the bleeding, this man would bleed out. He wore jeans on the lower half, thankfully without any wounds. It seemed he was also a modern person, but Zhao Beichen had no idea about his identity. He didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly began to bandage his wounds. There were many wounds of varying depths. Among them, 2 cuts had almost pierced the heart and liver. Lucky for this person, if they had been off by just that little bit, he would have been done for. Currently unconscious, it was likely due to excessive blood loss. As long as he stopped the bleeding, the man would be saved. After all, Zhao Beichen was a top student from medical school, even specializing in forensics. For him, bandaging and stopping the bleeding were child's play. Once everything was taken care of, Zhao Beichen hoisted the man onto his shoulder and jumped back onto the roof to head back. There was no time to consider whether it was comfortable for the person he was carrying. Zhao Beichen was concerned about the 2 girls and wanted to return as soon as possible. He was familiar with the way back and moved quickly, soon arriving at the fork in the road. Zhao Beichen jumped back down to the ground from the rooftop. Probably due to the impact, the person on his shoulder let out a faint groan. Zhao Beichen didn't pay him any mind and saw that the 2 girls were still by the carriage, quickening his pace to run over. It's a person, but I don't recognize him, Zhao Beichen said as he reached the carriage and placed the man inside. Don't recognize him, never seen him before. As soon as Lin Shiqing caught a glimpse of the man's face, she spoke up. You both hurry up and get in, we can talk later, Zhao Beichen said as he looked up at the rapidly encroaching mist from the west. The 2 girls quickly climbed onto the carriage, and Zhao Beichen turned around, pulling the cart and swiftly heading east. Along the way, he didn't dare to slow down, occasionally glancing back to confirm the distance of the mist. He ran quite a distance until he had a safe distance from the mist before slowing down. Just then Wang Xuechen's voice, Beichen, he's awake. Zhao Beichen turned to glance at the gray wall. Now the gray wall was quite a distance away. He had indeed exerted himself and had run quite far. He stopped the vehicle, and Wang Xuechuan had already lifted the curtain. The person lay in the carriage, their eyes already open. Who are you? The person moved their lips slightly, their voice faint. Having lost so much blood, it was already remarkable that they could speak. We are from the 749 Bureau. Zhao Beichen couldn't figure out the person's background, so he could only introduce himself first. You must be newcomers too. I am also from 749. My name is Wu Di. Upon hearing Zhao Beichen's words, the person's face visibly relaxed. Wu Di, another surname Wu. Zhao Beichen felt a moment of caution. Could this guy be related to Wu Shuang? Zhao Beichen quickly activated his divine sense to observe Wu Di's realm. Great initial stage, just like himself. However, the brightness of his soul was only slightly more than that of the captain from Taoyuan village. For someone of this level of soul, it was a mere matter of Zhao Beichen's divine sense. Since he could easily overwhelm the other, there was no reason for Zhao Beichen to worry. Yes, we are all newcomers participating in the training session. Zhao Beichen did not reveal any unusual emotions. What about you? Which department are you from in the bureau? I am from the action department. I came in this time to investigate the matters concerning Wu Shuang and the others. After Wu Di finished speaking, he began to cough violently, taking a while to settle down. Wu Shuang. Wang Zuchen's expression turned tense upon hearing this name, and she instinctively grabbed Zhao Beichen's hand. What happened to him? Do you know him? Wu Di looked at Wang Xuechuan. Wang Xuechuan remained silent, but nodded her head. Wu Di coughed again. From his appearance, Zhao Beichen guessed Wu Di's lungs must have been injured. However, since it was still unclear whether Wu Di was an enemy or a friend, Zhao Beichen decided to refrain from acting for now and watch the situation. After coughing for a while, Wu Di finally calmed down. Is there any water? He glanced at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen quickly found some water and cautiously gave him a couple of sips. After drinking the water, Wu Di's condition improved considerably. The 4 members of Wu Shuang's group have already been transported back, but their condition is very poor. When I arrived, they were being rescued, and I don't know what the situation is now. I came in because the bureau sent me to Wu Di's words surprised Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. They hadn't expected something to happen to Wu Shuang. Zhao Beichen felt Wang Zuchen's grip on his hand loosen, not as tight as before. He leaned closer to Wang Xuechuan. Having her smell his scent would help alleviate her tension. Sure enough, after taking a few deep breaths, Wang Xuechuan visibly relaxed a lot. At this moment, Wu Di's nose twitched, seeming to express some confusion, and then it twitched again. Could it be a rat swarm? Wang Xuechuan murmured, then glanced at Lin Shiqing and Zhao Beichen. Rat swarm? What rat swarm? Wu Di perked up at Wang Zuchen's words and asked. Wang Xuechuan recounted the incident with the rat swarm, especially detailing how the swarm had suddenly disappeared and headed north towards the city. After listening, Wu Di fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. What about you? How did you end up like this? Seeing Wu Di silent, Zhao Beichen took the initiative to ask. I also experienced the city's reset, and earlier today, I was attacked by someone. Wu Di had lost so much blood that he spoke weakly. Oh, attacked by someone. Zhao Beichen immediately recalled the person who had abducted Huang Jia and Xiong Shan. Who was it? He continued to probe. A bald man in a black robe. Wu Di's words made Zhao Beichen and the others tremble. Wasn't this the black-robed bald man mentioned by Xiong Shan? Is it the same person? Did the other party speak Japanese? How do you know? Wu Di looked at Zhao Beichen in confusion. Zhao Beichen furrowed his brow. Even if this person were not the same one Xiong Shan encountered, they were at least from. So Zhao Beichen recounted Xiong Shan's experience to Wu Di. The more Wu Di listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. I was walking on the road in the morning, but that black-robed man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I am a great initial stage, yet I had no prior sense of him. Then he ambushed me, and after subduing me, he started draining my blood and collected it in a container. I don't know what he wanted to do. Later, I heard thunder in the distance. After hearing the thunder, the black-robed man stabbed me twice. At that moment, I barely dodged and avoided a fatal hit. He seemed very flustered upon hearing the thunder and didn't notice that I was still alive. Then he left. After he left, I found a place to hide, and then you all rescued me. Wu Di narrated his experience in bits. And what about your bracelet? Zhao Beichen looked at Wu Di's empty wrists. It was taken by the black-robed man. Wu Di appeared very frustrated. He appeared so suddenly. Well, when he showed up, I was caught off guard, and after taking my blood, he immediately took my bracelet. Does he know the bracelet's function? Zhao Beichen felt that this matter was not simple. The other party seemed very. Yes, his actions were very clear. After subduing me, he immediately took my bracelet, so he must know its function. Wu Di said with certainty. We have 2 companions who were taken away. Zhao Beichen recounted the abduction of Huang Jia and Xiong Shan. Wu Di listened attentively. It seems the other party must have something that allows them to conceal themselves, capable of hiding both their aura and their figure, which is why you couldn't detect them. Do you have anything from Huang Jia? Wu Di looked at Zhao Beichen and the others. Yes. Wang Xuechuan hurriedly took out the hairpin she had picked up earlier and handed it to Wu Di. Is this enough? If not, I have more. Zhao Beichen also took out the hairpin he had found on the rooftop. That's enough as long as there is her scent. After Wu Di finished speaking, he began to smell the hairpin under his nose. Zhao Beichen wondered what he was doing. Could this person really track by smell? My ability is tracking, especially proficient in scent tracking, which is why the bureau sent me here. After smelling for a while, Wu Di pulled the hairpin away from his nose. Continue heading east. The scent is still very strong. Hurry and follow. Wu Di gave a clear direction. Zhao Beichen felt a surge of tension. Indeed, he had a nose for tracking. He recalled that when he had leaned close to Wang Xuechuan earlier, Wu Di's nose had been twitching. That must have been when he was— Could it be that this guy discovered something? Zhao Beichen secretly murmured. Wu Di, have you found anything regarding Wu Shuang? Zhao Beichen asked Wu Di, who was lying in the carriage. No, the city has reset and nothing was found. Wu Di shook his head. We'll talk about this later. For now, what if we encounter the man in the black robe? We are all ordinary people, and look at your condition. Wang Xuechuan suddenly spoke up. Well, Wu Di was at a loss for words. Oh, Wang Xuechuan was right there. Group had no combat power at all. Xuechuan, let's find Jiai and the others first. If we do find them, you can teleport back to report to the bureau. That way, everything will be fine, Zhao Beichen suggested. Yes, that's a plan. We were just thinking the same thing, Lin Shiqing added. All right, you take care of Wu Di, and we'll head east. After saying this, Zhao Beichen turned and ran ahead, pulling the cart. Just an ordinary person, but he has quite a bit of strength, Wu Di commented as he felt the speed of the cart. Yes, although Beichen is just an ordinary person, he was born strong, Wang Xuechuan said with admiration in her tone. By the way, are you and Wu Di from the same family? Wang Xuechuan suddenly remembered something. Yes, I am his cousin. If I'm not mistaken, you are Wang Xuechuan, right? Wang Xuechuan appeared quite surprised. Wu Di nodded. My cousin has good taste. He then looked Wang Xuechuan up and down. Currently, she was dressed in ancient attire, truly stunning beyond compare. Even Zhao Beichen, who was usually around, was caught off guard when he saw her in this outfit, let alone Wu Di. Even if you don't like Wu Shuang, our Wu family has many good options. Wu Di grinned, a hint of fervor in his eyes. I know your situation. Marrying into our Wu family would only bring you benefits, not drawbacks. Wu Di gazed greedily at Wang Xuechuan, his eyes roaming recklessly over her. If he were not hindered, he might have— Wu Di was not the least bit worried that his words and actions would upset the others. Although he was currently injured and losing blood as a level beginner, he was still confident in handling 3 ordinary people. Moreover, in this damned place, neither heaven nor earth cared. The one with the biggest fist gets to say what goes. If Wu Di truly wanted to do something, how could 3 ordinary people stop him? Even if word got out later within Bureau 749, his Wu family still held influence. Wu Di truly did not believe anyone would dare to go against him. He had never met Wang Xuechuan before, otherwise there would have been no need for Wu Shuang. Wang Xuechuan felt very uncomfortable under Wu Di's scrutiny and turned her body away. Sorry, I already have someone I like. Her tone was very cold. After saying this, she no longer looked at Wu Di. Just as Wu Shuang left, another Wu Di appeared. This Wu Di seemed even more troublesome than Wu Shuang, who at least had some restraint. This Wu Di was reckless right from the start, and since he was an old hand in the bureau, Wang Xuechuan felt a wave of despair in her heart. She looked at Zhao Beichen, who was running ahead with the cart. The days she spent with Zhao Beichen were the most peaceful days. Someone you like. You can't be talking about him, can you? Wu Di also noticed Wang Xuechuan's gaze and pointed at Zhao Beichen, who was pulling the cart ahead. He won't do. There's no future following him. He's just an ordinary person, not capable of protecting you, Wu Di said with a mocking expression. It's this hopeless case who just saved you. Wang Xuechuan's voice was cold with anger. If you have any skill, get off. Wu Di, do not go too far. We are all colleagues, please show some respect. Lin Shiqing could no longer hold back and glared at Wu Di. Wu Di stopped talking, merely sneering dismissively, then closed his eyes to rest. He was too lazy to argue with the 2 women and just wanted to recover his strength. After that, he would seize these people's wristbands. Without their wristbands, he did not believe they could escape his grasp. He liked Wang Xuechuan's fierce temperament. It was exciting. He enjoyed fiery personalities. It being overly compliant was simply dull. Lin Shiqing frowned at Wu Di, then looked at Wang Xuechuan, who also returned her gaze, both of them showing disdain. Their disgust towards Wu Di was evident on their faces. Zhao Beichen in the cart heard everything clearly. Damn it, it's true that a bad apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Wu Shuang is a piece of trash, and it seems his cousin isn't any better. With only half his life left, he's still trying to pursue Wang Xuechuan. Being entangled with such trash from the Wu family, Wang Xuechuan truly had bad luck. This Wu Di seemed to be used to being arrogant. Even with blood nearly drained, he still acted so cocky. What would happen if this scoundrel were uninjured? Wu Shuang was already disgusting enough. Now here comes another Wu Di, even more repulsive than Wu Shuang. It seems that there isn't a good person in the entire Wu family. Zhao Beichen felt it was time to take action. Beichen, the dog nose, says to turn left. Lin Shiqing's voice came from behind before they reached the intersection. Got it. Zhao Beichen shouted back without turning his head, charging into the left street. Lin Shiqing didn't even call him Wu Di anymore, just referred to him as Dog Nose, showing her deep anger. Wu Di's Dog Nose was still useful. He couldn't be allowed to die yet. They needed to find Huang Jiai and Xiangshan first. After all, with nothing found in the current perception range, they had to rely on Wu Di's Dog Nose. Under Wu Di's guidance, Zhao Beichen wound through the city with the cart. Based on the route they had taken after capturing Huang Jiai and Xiangshan, they had first traveled across the rooftops for some time before entering the streets. The direction they were heading was towards the area that had been the city center. Zhao Beichen had seen very clearly last night. Only this area lacked any light. Thinking of Wu Di's various wounds and the black-robed man, he mentioned Zhao Beichen couldn't help but quicken his pace. Huang Jiai's petite frame couldn't withstand losing blood. Moreover, how could a girl with her body all cut up find a husband in the future? Just then Zhao Beichen sensed three people, two of whom were Huang Jiai and Xiong Shan. He was very familiar with their auras. Every ability user had their unique aura, just like every person has distinct fingerprints. Thus Zhao Beichen could easily distinguish them. As for the third person, Zhao Beichen could not tell whether it was the black-robed bald man that Wu Di had mentioned. However, he could finally sense them now. This meant the other party had not used any treasures to conceal their form or aura. This was Zhao Beichen's first encounter with an ability user. Moreover, this ability user also had a treasure. Zhao Beichen had not yet thought of a foolproof plan to take them down. They were still over 4,000 meters away from the opponent, giving Zhao Beichen time to consider. Beichen the dog nose says to keep moving forward. Lin Shiking's voice called out from behind again. Zhao Beichen waved a hand towards Lin Shirqing, signaling that he understood, and continued pulling the cart without looking back. He had not forgotten that there was still a Wu Di behind him. This guy was no good. The case with Wu Shuang was a warning. If he didn't finish the snake off, it might bite back. Today he must take this scoundrel down no matter what. He just needed to think of a way that wouldn't involve himself and the two. Zhao Beichen was secretly planning in his heart. A dull bell chimed, resonating through the air. Zhao Beichen and the others had heard this sound before. At that time they had just finished their meal at the tavern, and everyone was admiring the gold and silver treasures that Zhao Beichen had gathered. Now the bell sounded again. The direction was still east, which was the way Zhao Beichen was currently heading. Beichen, it's Wang Xuechuan poked her head out of the carriage and said to Zhao Beichen. Yes, still to the east, Zhao Beichen replied, pointing ahead before stopping the carriage. He walked to the front of the carriage where Wang Xuechuan had already lifted the curtain. Wu Di, there's a bell sound to the east. Have you noticed anything? Zhao Beichen asked Wu Di inside the carriage. As an ability user, Wu Di's injuries had been treated, and after resting for a while he looked much better now. He was even leaning against the carriage shed. Lin Shirqing and Wang Xuechuan were sitting at the back of the carriage, clearly trying to keep their distance from this guy. I haven't noticed anything, but Huang Jiai's scent is stronger here, so she should be nearby. Wu Di sniffed the air vigorously. Zhao Beichen had to admit that this guy indeed had a dog's nose, making accurate judgments based solely on the intensity of the scent. After hearing Wu Di's words, Zhao Beichen nodded. Beichen, let me get down and help you pull the carriage. You look like you're sweating a lot, Wang Xuechuan said as she took out a handkerchief to wipe the non-existent sweat from Zhao Beichen's forehead. Zhao Beichen wasn't sweating at all. However, he understood that Wang Xuechuan was doing this to show off in front of Wu Di. Sure enough, Wu Di squinted his eyes and shot a harsh glare at Zhao Beichen upon seeing Wang Xuechuan's actions. Zhao Beichen caught all these little gestures in his sight. Wang Xuechuan wiped twice with the handkerchief before jumping down from the carriage. I want to help too. Lin Shirqing also jumped down from the carriage, immediately wrapping her arms around Zhao Beichen's arm. Wu Di in the carriage seemed even more agitated at the sight of Lin Shiking's actions. Zhao Beichen couldn't be bothered with him and led the two women to the front to start pulling the carriage. He had stopped earlier just to call the two women down from the carriage. He already had a plan to deal with Wu Di. However, he didn't expect that before he could say anything, the two women had already voluntarily gotten off the carriage. It was clear that they disliked Wu Di so much that they didn't even want to sit in the same carriage with him. The current road was uphill, and the slope was not small. Pulling the carriage uphill was indeed not easy, so it was reasonable for the two women to get down to help. Wu Di, of course, did not find anything amiss. The key point was that he never considered that Zhao Beichen would have any intentions towards him. He didn't even regard Zhao Beichen as a threat. Now Wu Di sat in the carriage watching the three of them struggle to pull the carriage uphill. He felt quite pleased with himself, though ordinary people were born to be beasts of burden for them, the ability users. Wu Di had been taught this since childhood. The ability users from the Wu family had also demonstrated this to him. So Wu Di naturally knew that ordinary people and ability users were not of the same class. Wu Di looked down on ordinary people from the bottom of his heart. Of course, this exclusion did not extend to beautiful ordinary people, just like Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shirqing now. Looking at the graceful figures of the two, Wu Di's thoughts wandered, wishing his body would recover immediately. Xuechuan Jai, the slope is too steep, you should go to the back and help push. Pulling is too taxing. Zhao Beichen said with an air of effort. Sure, if Beichuan is tired, take a break, Wang Xuechuan replied, pulling out the handkerchief to wipe Zhao Beichen's forehead, which was completely dry. Then she and Lin Shirqing ran to the back of the carriage and began to push with all their might. Zhao Beichen had used this to send the two women away, planning to let the carriage lose speed once they reached the top of the slope. It would rush down from the top of the slope. With such a steep incline, the carriage's speed would surely be impressive. It would be best if Wu Di, that bastard, could fall to his death. Even if he didn't die, Zhao Beichen wouldn't worry. Because Zhao Beichen had sensed the spider monsters. There weren't many, around 80 to 90. They were all hiding in the houses on either side of the street at the bottom of the slope. If it weren't for Zhao Beichen's divine sense perception, he wouldn't have been able to spot these creatures with the naked eye. Even if Wu Di rushed down and didn't die, those 80 to 90 spider monsters could certainly give him a warm welcome. If the spider monsters couldn't kill him, Zhao Beichen wouldn't mind giving him another soul piercer. He had always been generous towards such scum. Staggering, Zhao Beichen finally struggled to pull the carriage to the top of the slope. The two women pushing from behind were also exhausted. Finally reaching the top, everyone relaxed. The two women also let go of the carriage and followed behind, walking while swinging their arms to loosen up. Zhao Beichen then pulled the carriage forward. After walking a short distance on level ground, they began to descend. The carriage's speed started to pick up. Suddenly, with a loud "ah," Zhao Beichen fell onto the street. He lay flat on the ground, as the length of the axle was far wider than Zhao Beichen. The wheels of the carriage rolled past him without touching him at all. Beichen, upon hearing Zhao Beichen shout, and seeing the carriage lose control, Wang Xuechuan, who was following behind, gasped. Beichen, Beichen! Lin Shiqing also cried out loudly. After calling out a couple of times, they saw Zhao Beichen lying on the ground as the carriage passed. Zhao Beichen quickly got up from the ground, exclaiming, "Oh no, the carriage has run away." He immediately chased after the speeding carriage. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing hurriedly followed behind. On the downhill slope, wearing ancient long skirts, it was naturally hard for the two women to run quickly, and they were soon left far behind. Zhao Beichen certainly wouldn't actually catch up to the carriage, it was all just an act. So even though he was much faster than the two women, he deliberately suppressed his speed, and the distance from the carriage grew larger. "Wu Di, jump off the carriage. Wu Di, hurry and jump off." Zhao Beichen pretended to shout continuously. He had just seen Wu Di's lifeless state. In this situation, jumping off the carriage was probably not easy. As expected, despite Zhao Beichen's loud shouts, Wu Di did not jump off the carriage. Wu Di didn't jump off, but the spider monsters in his perception began to move. They crawled out from the hidden houses on both sides. 70 or 80 spider monsters big as wash basins were enough to keep Wu Di busy. Zhao Beichen was very satisfied with the smooth execution of his plan. Even if someone were to investigate Wu Di's cause of death later on, Wu Di would either die from the fall or be killed by the spider monsters. What does that have to do with Zhao Beichen? With witnesses and evidence, Zhao Beichen was completely innocent and clean. If anything, the Wu family owed him a life-saving grace. As for the runaway carriage, it was normal for an ordinary person to lose control on such a steep slope. It was a reasonable explanation anywhere. Zhao Beichen ran, while shouting, appearing very anxious. But inside he was overjoyed. The out-of-control carriage sped faster and faster down the slope. Then with a loud bang, it crashed violently into a house by the street. The huge noise echoed far and wide. The wash basin-sized spider monsters swarmed towards that house. Now Zhao Beichen was about 400 to 500 meters away from where the carriage had an accident. He quickly stopped and observed from a distance. He had to give the spider monsters enough time, otherwise if Wu Di didn't die, he would have to step in. After a while, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing finally ran to where Zhao Beichen was. The two were panting and covered in sweat. "Beichen, what happened?" Lin Shiqing asked, wiping the sweat off her forehead, breathing heavily. "The carriage crashed into a house, and there are spider monsters." Zhao Beichen pointed to the location of the carriage incident. "Spider monsters." The two women instinctively held onto Zhao Beichen's arms tightly, one on each side. Then they gazed towards the house. Before they arrived, the swarm of spiders had already surged in, all running inside. So now they hadn't seen a single one. As they were looking around, 3 blue spiders crawled out from the house. 3 blue giant spiders crawled out of the house in reverse. After exiting, Zhao Beichen noticed that they were dragging a humanoid figure wrapped in a web with the silk from their mouths. "It's probably that bastard Wu Di. Very good, these spider monsters indeed have brains." They captured him and dragged him away perfectly as Zhao Beichen had expected. "Beichen, is that Wu Di?" Wang Xuechuan also saw the humanoid figure being dragged by the spider. "It must be him. May the Lord forgive his sins." Zhao Beichen drew a cross in front of his chest. "Yes, as ordinary people we can't help much, we can only wish him luck." Wang Xuechuan's smile was faint, yet it revealed her inner feelings. "Anyway, we did our best. This is Wu Di's fate. He has to accept it." Lin Shiqing plopped down on the ground, utterly exhausted from running. "Right, accept fate, and there will be no worries." Zhao Beichen nodded and sat down as well. "Oh, I'm so tired, let's take a break." Wang Xuechuan sat next to Zhao Beichen, hugging his arm with her head resting. Lin Shiqing also clung to his other arm. The two women sniffed Zhao Beichen as they desperately needed to relax their tense minds. Zhao Beichen knew they were actually very anxious and needed to unwind. The spiders in the house began to crawl out, starting to fill the entire street. Fortunately, they did not take the initiative to attack, merely guarding the street. The group was safe, being 400 to 500 meters away from the spider monsters. More spider monsters. Wang Xuechuan looked up at the sky. Where is the divine punishment? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Then she let go of Zhao Beichen's arm to start praying with her palms together. The previous 2 spider monsters were struck dead by the lightning of divine punishment. Wang Xuechuan was filled with anticipation for it. After praying for a while, the sky remained quiet. Nothing happened. Why is there no divine punishment? Wang Xuechuan, not giving up, tried again. The result was the same. Nothing happened. "Beichen, what should we do next?" Wang Xuechuan was a bit flustered, turning her head to look at Zhao Beichen. "There are so many spider monsters, and without divine punishment we can't fight them." "It's okay, Jia, and Xiong Shan should be just ahead. I plan to quietly bypass the spider monsters to check it out. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone?" Why don't we teleport back first and report the situation here to the bureau? Wang Xuechuan disagreed with Zhao Beichen's plan and suggested instead. I agree with Xuechuan. Now that we have confirmed Jiayi's location, it is indeed best to report to the bureau as soon as possible. Zhao Beichen thought for a moment and found this arrangement quite reasonable. Alright, you two go back first and report to the bureau. They'll keep an eye on things here. What about Wu Di's situation? Wang Xuechuan asked. Just state the facts to say how things happened. At least we saved his life, but who could have predicted the accidents that followed? Lin Shiqing said slowly. Alright, well, go with Shiking's way of speaking, we'll just tell the truth. Zhao Beichen nodded. Then you must be careful alone. Wang Xuechuan urged Zhao Beichen with concern. Don't worry, I run fast. Zhao Beichen grinned at her. Xuechuan, let's hurry up. Lin Shiqing stood up and said, Beichen, you must pay attention to safety. We'll wait for you outside. Rest assured, you'll be careful. Zhao Beichen nodded at Lin Shiqing. Wang Xuechuan also stood up, taking Lin Shiking's hand. Beichen, be careful. The two waved at Zhao Beichen, then pressed the green button on their wristbands. A blue light curtain slowly appeared. Beichen, we're leaving first. We'll wait for you outside. Wang Xuechuan called out to Zhao Beichen. Beichen, make sure to pay attention to safety. Lin Shiqing waved at Zhao Beichen again. Then the two girls held hands and walked into the light curtain, disappearing. As they vanished, the light curtain gradually dissipated. As soon as the two girls left, Zhao Beichen became excited. Now that he was alone, he could unleash his full potential. Without any hesitation, he ran towards the spider monsters. The soul piercer struck out without hesitation. The commotion from Wind Thunder Slash was too loud. The three people he sensed had not moved, indicating that the man in the black robe likely had not discovered him yet. Zhao Beichen still wanted to sneak attack this guy, so it was best to quietly deal with these spider monsters first. 80 or 90 spider monsters were practically serving themselves to Zhao Beichen. As Zhao Beichen ran, the soul piercer continuously pierced out one after another. As long as it made contact, the spider monsters would kick their legs and then lie still on the ground. By the time he arrived, all these spider monsters were dead. Zhao Beichen immediately began his looting endeavor without pause. Ding ding ding. The sound rang incessantly. While walking and looting, Zhao Beichen missed none. Finally, when no more sounds rang out, he glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen, looting value 615-2000, full value reward max, level meteor step, current realm, B level initial stage. Previously the looting value was 532 points, now it has reached 615 points, earning a total of 83 points. Not bad. Zhao Beichen was quite satisfied. Little by little it accumulated, providing a hopeful outlook. After finishing looting, Zhao Beichen ran towards the three people he sensed. Now the others were still over 3,000 meters away. As long as he moved gently, they might not even notice him. Thus Zhao Beichen moved lightly, no longer on the rooftops, but weaving through the streets. The distance between them grew closer, and Zhao Beichen slowed his pace. The others surely had methods to conceal their figures. If they spotted him and then hid, it would be troublesome. At that point he would completely lose track of them, forget saving people, he might even end up getting himself caught. Zhao Beichen carefully walked along the edge of the street. Turning a corner, a temple unexpectedly appeared before him. A temple situated in the heart of the city. The temple gate was adorned with the bold characters, Heju Temple. Heju Temple. The name sounds strange. Zhao Beichen hid at a distance, gazing at the words on the temple gate, muttering to himself. Within his perception range, the three were inside the temple, only 600 or 700 meters away in a straight line. Huang Jia and Xiangshan were still in their old position, without moving. The other person was wandering nearby, but it was unclear what they were busy with. Zhao Beichen scanned around. There were no spider monsters, no webs. The entire street was empty and quiet. He crouched low and cautiously ran towards the temple gate. The crimson gate was tightly shut, and the temple walls were estimated to be 3 to 4 meters high. Zhao Beichen lightly leaped onto the temple wall, behind which lay a vast square. He lay on the temple wall, observing the situation in the square. In the center of the square stood a huge statue, which was an enormous black crow. Huang Jia and Xiangshan were left beneath the giant black crow statue. The two were motionless, and Xiangshan's shirt had been stripped off, exposing his muscular body. Huang Jia was fine, fully dressed, which relieved Zhao Beichen. His greatest fear was that Huang Jia had been bled out. For a girl, if she was cut all over, it would be troublesome. The third person was completely shrouded in a black robe, their head bald and shiny. It should be the one who ambushed Wu Di. He just didn't know if it was the same person Xiangshan saw. If it is the same person, it would mean this guy has the ability to move freely between two small worlds. That wouldn't. The bald man in the black robe had his back to Zhao Beichen, drawing something on the ground. He muttered something as he drew. It was a bit too far away for Zhao Beichen to hear clearly, but he vaguely felt it sounded like Japanese. Could it be those little devils? Zhao Beichen thought to himself. 3 blue spider monsters lay still on the giant black crow statue. Wu Di, wrapped up like a zongzi, was carelessly tossed at the foot of the black crow. It seemed these spider monsters were closely related to this man in black. What exactly are these little devils trying to do? Zhao Beichen did not act rashly. At this distance his wind thunder slash was powerful and could strike at any moment. He had seen the black-robed man's realm. It seemed to be B-level mid-stage, and Zhao Beichen was confident he could deal with him. Since Huang Jiai was safe, he planned to wait a bit longer to see what this bald man in black was up to. Just then the sound of bells ding-ding-ding rang out once again. The sound of the bell echoed from deep within the temple, ringing with a noticeably increased urgency. As the chimes resonated, the bald figure in the black robe hastened his scribbling on the ground. The three spider creatures who had been motionless on the statue of the black crow began to stir. They crawled about, appearing quite agitated. Zhao Beichen noticed Wu Di moving slightly, uncertain if he had awakened. Several dozen meters behind the massive black crow stood the great hall, where two crimson doors began to open slowly. Blue spider creatures emerged in two neat lines, crawling out in an orderly fashion resembling two squads of well-trained soldiers. Following them, a massive blue spider creature larger than an ox stepped forward. Perched atop the creature was a woman. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a flowing blue dress that fluttered gently in the breeze. Her figure was graceful with delicate features, a true beauty. Zhao Beichen mentally rated her a 90 out of 100. Surrounded by a throng of spider creatures, the woman in blue guided the giant spider toward the bald figure in black. All of it was in Japanese, which Zhao Beichen could not comprehend. Could this woman truly be a Rokurokubi? He recalled Lin Shichi and the woman in the blue dress glanced at the three individuals lying on the ground, her face breaking into a satisfied smile. She then spoke something to the bald figure. All of it was in Japanese, which Zhao Beichen could not comprehend. Could this woman truly be a Rokurokubi? He recalled Lin Shichi and Huang Jiai's explanations from the Arrow Tower. They had said that a Rokurokubi would transform into a beautiful girl during the day to seduce men before draining them of their life force. This woman in blue, clearly able to command the spider creatures, was likely a Rokurokubi. He hadn't expected that this entity taking a human form would indeed be a great beauty. It was no wonder so many men would be unable to resist her. However, Zhao Beichen found it strange that after so many years the Rokurokubi hadn't drained the little devils dry. She seemed far from diligent, hardly a competent monster, and thus deserved a low rating. Zhao Beichen scoffed at her, then activated his divine sense to observe closely. The divine light of the Rokurokubi was dazzlingly bright, far surpassing that of the centurion from Taoyuan village, reaching at least grade. This made Zhao Beichen tense. He couldn't contend with a monster of this caliber. Moreover, there was also a grade intermediate bald figure and a group of spider creatures. He quickly activated his maximum stealth regardless of its effectiveness. It was the best strategy he could think of at the moment. Fortunately, the Rokurokubi did not notice Zhao Beichen, who lay flat against the temple wall as she continued to converse with the bald figure. The bald figure paused his scribbling, stood up, and approached Wu Di, swiftly tearing away the web that bound him. He then grabbed Wu Di by the feet and hoisted him upside down. Wu Di struggled for a moment, but the bald figure unhesitatingly kicked him hard in the stomach. At this point, Wu Di ceased to move, resembling a dead fish. This was a clear case of a villain meeting a villain's end. Zhao Beichen merely watched coldly, feeling helpless. One must respect Wu Di's fate. Is it not a matter of accepting one's destiny? The bald figure lifted Wu Di as if he were a mere chick. Just moments before crouching on the ground, he had not seemed so imposing, but now standing, Zhao Beichen realized this man towered above even Xiong. Having been kicked twice, Wu Di lay still. The bald figure hoisted him and leaped onto the black crow's head. As he settled on the crow's head, a knife appeared in his hand, without Zhao Beichen noticing. Before he could comprehend, the bald figure swiftly struck at Wu Di's neck. Wu Di let out no sound as blood gushed from his neck. The bald figure aimed Wu Di's wound toward the crow's wide-open beak, and the blood flowed into it. Zhao Beichen thought to himself, this is incredibly cruel, while his eyes remained glued to the scene, fearing he might miss any detail. The act of draining blood from a living person was not something one encountered every day. Now it was Wu Di being drained, not Huang Jiai or Xiong. Had it been them, Zhao Beichen would have rushed forward without hesitation. But since it was Wu Di, one had to respect his fate. Isn't it a matter of accepting one's destiny? Wu Di was indeed not a decent person. He had just been saved and was already thinking of targeting Wang Xuechuan. Zhao Beichen had learned the fable of the farmer and the snake. He did not wish to be bitten by the snake. As blood continuously poured in, the entire head of the black crow began to lose its black hue, gradually turning white. Zhao Beichen thought, what is happening? As he observed the transformation of the black crow statue, filled with questions. Could this black crow statue be alive? Watching the crow's head increasingly turn white, Zhao Beichen murmured to himself. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed above him. Bold demon, release my son at once. This startled Zhao Beichen. Until now he had sensed no one in his vicinity. As he looked up, several figures flew past. The newcomers moved at incredible speed, reaching the square within moments. Without uttering a word, they immediately engaged in battle. Beichen. Just as he was about to observe the situation in the square, he heard someone calling for him from below the wall. Zhao Beichen quickly looked down, astonished to see Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. Beichen. Just as he was about to observe the situation in the square, he heard someone calling for him from below the wall. It's fine, everyone here is a master. Come down, Wang Xuechuan replied cheerfully. With them here we are definitely safe. Hurry down. Lin Shiqing also smiled brightly and waved at Zhao Beichen. Hearing that everyone present was a master, Zhao Beichen felt relieved and promptly jumped down from the wall. How come I didn't notice you? You just appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Beichen asked in confusion after landing unable to sense Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing earlier. Because of this, Lin Shiqing replied, pulling a metallic sheet from her pocket. This is a high-tech concealment talisman that can hide one's aura. After saying this, she handed the concealment talisman to Zhao Beichen, who examined it closely as it lay in his hand. The metal was unknown in composition, thin, and inscribed with some kind of rune. Times have progressed, even runes have changed. Impressive. With just this little thing one can conceal their aura, Zhao Beichen remarked, playing with it for a moment before handing it back to Lin Shiqing. This is for you, we each have one. Such good fortune. Zhao Beichen smiled and tucked the concealment talisman into his coat. Isn't it because of today's events? Otherwise the department wouldn't be so generous. Wang Xuechuan pouted. Okay, Xuechuan, enough talking. Be careful, others might hear. Lin Shiqing pointed toward the inner wall. The two sides were fiercely engaged in battle in the square. A middle-aged man and a bald man in a black robe were locked in combat, exchanging blows without giving an inch. A woman and two men surrounded a spider monster the size of a water buffalo, battling vigorously. Two others were busy slaying smaller spider creatures the size of wash basins. Huang Jia and Xiong Shan lay still on the ground, while Wu Di was not far from them, seemingly rescued. Just a moment ago, Zhao Beichen had heard someone shout, "Quick, let go of my son." It was likely Wu Di's father who was battling the bald man in black. Damn it, having a background makes all the difference. Even after being bloodied, they could still be saved. The Wu family seems quite formidable, though I must not let them find a handle on me. Despite his thoughts, Zhao Beichen did not slow down his pace. He quickly reached Huang Jiayi's side, checked her carefully, and found that she had merely fainted. Zhao Beichen held Huang Jiayi in his arms, calling her name while shaking her vigorously. He also pinched her act. At that moment, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing arrived, and the three of them shook Huang Jiayi together, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Seeing that Huang Jiayi had awakened, Zhao Beichen quickly handed her over to Wang Xuechuan, and Lin Shiqing then ran over to Xiong Shan. Xiong Shan was bare-chested and deeply unconscious. Zhao Beichen was experienced with Xiong Shan, shaking him wouldn't work. For someone of Xiong Shan's build, slapping him was far more effective. Without hesitation, Zhao Beichen started delivering a series of slaps to Xiong Shan. He completely forgot that he had promised not to slap him again. In this situation, although the action team appeared to have the upper hand, one could never be too sure. It was more important to wake Xiong Shan. After all, one must be adaptable. After a flurry of slaps, Xiong Shan finally opened his eyes. Zhao Beichen, tired from the effort, sat down. Beichen, what happened? Xiong Shan sat up, looked at his bare chest, then at the chaotic scene around him, and finally, the situation is extremely critical. I just barely managed to wake you up. Zhao Beichen felt a bit guilty looking at Xiong Shan's battered face. Alright, get up quickly, we need to leave here. Zhao Beichen decided not to linger, and stood up. What are you standing there for? Let's go. After taking 2 steps, Zhao Beichen turned back and shouted at the dazed Xiong Shan hurriedly scrambled to his feet upon hearing Zhao Beichen's words. Jiayi, how are you? Zhao Beichen asked Huang Jiayi, who had already stood up with the help of Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Good, then let's move further away, this area is still quite dangerous. Zhao Beichen glanced around, noticing several groups still engaged in fierce combat. Huang Jiayi nodded, and as they were about to leave, someone shouted at them, "Take Wu Di with you, you all go back first." Zhao Beichen suddenly remembered Wu Di, whom he had completely forgotten earlier. Alright, he replied to Wu Di's father, who was the one who called for Wu Di to be taken. As Zhao Beichen reached Wu Di's side, he found him in a dire state. His complexion was paler than paper, and he was covered in blood. There was a deep cut on his neck. The bald man in black had struck hard. If he had pressed any harder, Wu Di's head would have been gone. It was uncertain whether Wu Di's father had given him medicine. Despite his condition, he was still breathing. With timely rescue, he should be able to survive. With experts from the action team present, Zhao Beichen could not afford to make any small moves. He could only obediently follow Wu Di's father's instructions. Xiong, come over here. Zhao Beichen waved at Xiong Shan, as Wu Di's bloodied appearance was quite nauseating. Zhao Beichen did not want to carry him, as it would ruin his clothes. It was best to leave it to Xiong Shan. After all, Xiong Shan was not wearing clothes and wouldn't mind getting dirty. Carry him away. When Xiong Shan arrived, Zhao Beichen pointed at the lying Wu Di. Who is this? Xiong Shan asked, not minding at all as he hoisted Wu Di onto his back. An old acquaintance, Zhao Beichen casually responded to Xiong Shan. Oh, so it's your acquaintance, then it's also my acquaintance. Xiong Shan grinned, but immediately his face twisted in pain. Zhao Beichen's slap had indeed been a bit too hard. Xiong Shan now looked even more like a pig than before. Can't you be gentler? Xiong Shan complained with a hint of sorrow. Sorry, seeing you fainted I was anxious and didn't hold back, it's my fault. Zhao Beichen appeared very sincere. I didn't mean to blame you, just a bit painful, Xiong Shan replied, his facial muscles twitching again. When we get back I'll treat you to a meal to make amends. Seeing Xiong Shan's face, Zhao Beichen felt a bit guilty, though not too much, just a little. You said it, don't go back on your word. I promise, Zhao Beichen patted his chest. Xiangshan carried Wu Di on his back following Zhao Beichen towards Wang Xuechuan and the others. The three women had retreated to the temple entrance waiting for Zhao Beichen and Xiangshan. This place was far from the battlefield and quite safe. Beichen, what should we do? Wang Xuechuan glanced at Zhao Beichen who had just arrived, and then at Wu Di on Xiangshan's back. There's no choice, we can only teleport back for now. Looking at the experts from the action team in the distance, Zhao Beichen knew that the hope of scavenging was slim and they had to retreat. They were called experts, it wasn't worth risking their secrets over something so trivial. What a pity for our treasure, Lin Shiqing lamented. What? You didn't bring the treasure. Xiangshan's eyes widened like two copper bells. If it weren't for you, how could we have left the treasure behind? Wang Xuechuan replied angrily. Can it be found again? Xiangshan's tone dropped significantly. Look, Zhao Beichen patted Xiangshan's shoulder and pointed into the distance. The others looked in the direction of his finger and saw the mist wall approaching. Look, Zhao Beichen patted Xiangshan's shoulder and pointed into the distance. The others looked in the direction of his. It's all our fault, Huang Jai said softly. Jai, how can we blame you? If we must blame someone, it should be those damn spiders and that big bald man. Wang Xuechuan said, her tone filled with anger. Exactly, it's those annoying guys' fault, or Jai has nothing to do with this, Lin Shiqing said, while tidying Huang Jiai's messy hair. As long as you all are safe, that's what matters. Safety is better than any treasure. Zhao Beichen cheerfully patted Xiangshan on the shoulder. When Huang Jiai and Xiangshan suddenly vanished, everyone had been frantic. Now that both were safe, it mattered more than any treasure. Life, this is our life, oh, we must accept it, Wang Xuechuan said with a smile, revealing that she had come to terms with it. Yes, what is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. What belongs to us will always be ours, or what doesn't belong to us cannot be taken by force. Lin Shiqing also smiled, sharing her perspective. Xiangshan, this is for you, Lin Shiqing said as she took out a new bracelet and handed it to Xiangshan. Your old one had cracks, so I brought you a new one. Thank you. Xiangshan accepted the bracelet. What a pity how we finally made it to the central area, and now we have to leave without figuring out the situation. Huang Jai spoke with regret. Jai, isn't there someone from the action team? They will find out the situation just the same, Lin Shiqing comforted her. Right. Wang Xuechuan had just spoken 2 words when they heard 2 loud croaks. The sound was very loud, and everyone quickly turned to look in the direction it came from. Everyone turned to look, and the sound surprisingly came from a gigantic crow statue. Caw-caw, it echoed again. This time they all understood that it was indeed the crow that was calling. The voice was loud and clear. Zhao Beichen even saw the creature's eyes turning. At this moment the crow's entire head had turned white. It looked somewhat like a beautiful white-headed eagle. Is this crow alive? Wang Xuechuan clutched Zhao Beichen's arm tightly. Whenever she was scared, this became her default behavior with Lin Shiqing. Indeed, Lin Shiqing also tightened her grip on the other arm. Earlier that bald man poured Wu Di's blood into. Zhao Beichen recounted what he had observed earlier. How did he not bleed to death? Lin Shiqing cast a glance at Wu Di, who was on Xiangshan's back, whispering. Zhao Beichen heard her words and gently patted her hand, signaling her to stop talking. Xiong'er, is this bald man the one you've seen before? Zhao Beichen suddenly remembered and asked Xiangshan. No, Xiangshan shook his head. This one is much taller and not as sinister. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and take Wu Di for rescue. Wu Di's father's voice came from afar, sounding very displeased. Zhao Beichen had originally intended to delay time, letting Wu Di die. With so many people around, he couldn't conveniently use his divine soul stab. Who knew what strange abilities the Wu family had that might trace back to him? So delaying time to let Wu Di die seemed the most reliable. However, it appeared that this tactic was no longer viable. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Wu Di's father's voice rang out again, sounding very dissatisfied. Alright, we were just getting ready, well, leave immediately. Zhao Beichen responded from a distance. There was no choice, the situation was dire, and they had to leave first. The group held hands and pressed the green button. A light curtain appeared before them, and as they stepped through they instantly arrived at the factory. The factory was crowded with people. As soon as Zhao Beichen and the others emerged, someone quickly took Wu Di off Xiangshan. They then lifted him onto a stretcher and rushed away. Those carrying the stretcher were likely also ability users moving swiftly. In the blink of an eye they disappeared at the entrance. Zhao Beichen, are you okay? Just as Zhao Beichen withdrew his gaze from the entrance, he heard a voice. Turning around, it was Instructor Wu Yadi. I'm fine, but it's hard to say about what happened inside. Zhao Beichen hurriedly informed Wu Yadi about the crow statue. Wu Yadi frowned after hearing this and led Zhao Beichen into a crowd of people. This is Director Wu Zhongshi from the operations department. Wu Zhongshi maintained a blank expression, merely gazing coldly at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen, repeat what you just said. Wu Yadi spoke sternly to Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen understood that the people before him were quite significant, especially this Wu Zhongshi, who was likely also from the Wu family. So he repeated what he had told Wu Yadi. Are you saying the color of the crow's head changed from black to white? Wu Zhongshi asked with a frown. Yes, but the neck area hasn't changed, the entire head is mostly white now, Zhao Beichen said, while did it do anything else besides calling it? A middle-aged man beside Wu Zhongshi asked. Its eyes turned around. Zhao Beichen had seen it clearly. Anything else? Did its wings move? The middle-aged man asked anxiously. No, at least I didn't see any movement before I left. Alright, you can go back now. If you think of anything else, remember to inform us. Wu Zhongshi waved his hand at Zhao. Zhao Beichen nodded and turned to leave, but was called back. What is that smell on you? Wu Zhongshi sniffed. I don't know, my previous clothes were all torn, so I just found a random piece to wear inside, Zhao Beichen replied. After saying that, he lifted his arm to sniff, asking, do I smell anything? I can't smell anything at all. He even pretended to sniff deeply a few times. It's nothing, you can go. Seeing Zhao Beichen's actions, Wu Zhongshi looked quite disdainful. As Zhao Beichen walked over to Wang Xuechuan and the others, 4 more people from Wu Zhongshi's group entered the light curtain. Inside the factory at this moment, besides Wu Zhongshi's group in the corner, were the other newcomers from Zhao Beichen's group. Wu Yadi was leading Zhao Beichen toward this group. Let's go. As they approached the crowd, Wu Yadi waved his hand, leading everyone toward the exit. Now, except for the 4 members of Wu Shuang's group, Zhao Beichen glanced around, and there were exactly 16 people, including himself. Instructor Wu, are we changing locations for the training? After catching up to Wu Yadi, Zhao Beichen asked. There was an incident. Not only did you encounter a situation in the small world, but many groups did as well, so the training is temporarily suspended. Wu Yadi's expression was serious. Oh, what happened? He's not from our group, why is he with you? Wu Yadi did not answer Zhao Beichen, but instead looked at Xiangshan behind him. As soon as they exited the small world, Wu Yadi had spotted Xiangshan, but the situation had been urgent, and she hadn't had time to ask. His name is Xiangshan, nicknamed Xiong'er from the first group. Zhao Beichen explained the matter regarding Xiangshan. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Wu Yadi complained. Everyone wait a moment, they'll be right back. After saying that, she ran toward Wu Zhongshi. Zhao Beichen muttered to himself, noticing Wu Yadi's back, that she hadn't asked earlier. I wonder if there's still a chance for rewards. Wang Xuechuan glanced at the other group members. It was evident that their group was the last to exit the small world. Logically, they should have been the best in this round. Didn't you hear Instructor Wu say? The entire training has been called off, so the chances of rewards are probably gone. Lin Shiqing said with a look of helplessness. So does that mean we have no chance? Wang Xuechuan appeared. There's always a way out, who knows? Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. Lin Shiqing remained optimistic. Don't worry, Xuechuan, I'm here too. Huang Jiai walked to Wang Zuchen's side and held her hand. Upon hearing Wang Zuchen's words, Lin Shiqing seemed to realize something. She then grabbed Wang Zuchen's other hand, saying, Yes, Jiai is right. We are here too, they wouldn't dare to mess. Zhao Beichen also solemnly nodded at Wang Xuechuan, indicating that he would stand with her. Wang Xuechuan looked up with gratitude at the others. I know him, he is also a newcomer in our operations department, Xiangshan nodded. I know, but we haven't spoken, Zhao Beichen admitted honestly. Have you seen him inside? Wu Zhongshi asked the two, pointing at the blue light screen. No, they both shook their heads. Wu Zhongshi remained silent, his cold gaze scanning Xiangshan, and then Zhao Beichen. As a superior, Wu Zhongshi exuded an oppressive aura. Xiangshan and Zhao Beichen felt a shiver run down their spines. Zhao Beichen dared not activate his divine soul probe to check the other's realm, instead silently operating his maximum concealment technique. So far, the concealment technique had proven quite effective. No one had ever detected Zhao Beichen's true realm. Currently, Zhao Beichen was at the initial stage of B rank. As long as they weren't at the 2S rank, no one could discern his level. Wu Zhongshi stared at the two, and after a long moment, he slowly spoke. The Wu Shuang team encountered problems in the small world. If you have any clues, remember to report them. Zhao Beichen sighed with relief, knowing that this old man hadn't detected anything. Director Wu, what happened to Wu Shuang and the others? Since he hadn't been suspected, Zhao Beichen boldly inquired. Upon hearing Zhao Beichen's question, Wu Zhongshi's brows furrowed tightly. Wu Shuang and the others are in a very bad situation. It seems there's an issue with their divine souls. An issue with their divine souls? Zhao Beichen feigned surprise. Yes, it's a serious divine soul injury. I wonder if you know about the rat swarm incident. Zhao Beichen attempted to lead the conversation in a misleading direction, proactively mentioning the rat swarm incident to Wu Zhongshi. I know your companion mentioned it when he returned. However, based on the timeline, Wu Shuang and them had problems on the first day they entered the small world, whereas you encountered the rat swarm on the second day in the new city, so the timelines don't match. Wu Zhongshi's words made Zhao Beichen shiver. He indeed had mismanaged the timeline. Fortunately, it did not raise Wu Zhongshi's suspicions. Alright, the timeline is off, Zhao Beichen awkwardly responded. Alright, you may leave. If you remember anything, make sure to report it. Wu Zhongshi waved his hand towards Zhao Beichen, and Xiangshan clearly irritated. Alright, Zhao Beichen and Xiangshan quickly nodded. Director Wu, we will take our leave now. Wu Yadi, standing nearby, greeted Wu Zhongshi before leading Zhao Beichen and Xiangshan towards the exit. Looking at the backs of the three, the middle-aged man beside Wu Zhongshi spoke. Dad, what do you think of these two kids? Xiangshan was not in the same small world as Xiao Shuang at the time, so he should have no connection to this. Moreover, his grandfather is Xiong Pejiang. I had some dealings with him in the past, and the Xiong family has no reason to act against us. The middle-aged man nodded slightly as he listened to Wu Zhongshi. What about that kid named Zhao Beichen? Did you notice? He continued to ask. That kid seems like an ordinary person, but I feel he is anything but ordinary. It's a strange Wu Zongxi's gaze was fixed on Zhao Beichen's back. The middle-aged man also looked at Zhao Beichen, seemingly trying to discover something through his silhouette. Dad, I see no cultivation level in him. Xiao Shuang is only a rank intermediate, so it makes no sense for him to fall into the hands of an ordinary person. The middle-aged man scrutinized Zhao Beichen's back, but found nothing unusual. You are right, perhaps I am overthinking it. Now I see everyone as a potential threat to Xiao Shuang. Wu Zongshi withdrew his gaze. This time those little devils truly took action. Wu Zongshi looked at the light screen leading to the small world and shifted the topic. Fortunately, we discovered it early. The middle-aged man turned to the blue light screen as well. Let's go, we should check it out. Perhaps Xiao Shuang has fallen into the trap set by these little devils. Wu Zongshi took the lead towards the light screen. The middle-aged man fell silent following Wu Zongshi towards the light screen. The others quickly followed suit, and soon the group vanished into the light screen. Zhao Beichen heard their conversation clearly. The expansion of his consciousness also made him more perceptive. It seemed he had no suspicions within the Wu family for now, and Zhao Beichen felt a surge of happiness. Previously he had handled everything very cleanly, leaving no clues behind, so it was only natural that the Wu family could not trace anything back to him. Now that Wu Zongshi suspected the little devils, it couldn't be better. It's a dog-eat-dog situation. This is the best scenario. Instructor Wu, what is the relationship between Wu Zongshi and Wu Shuang? Zhao Beichen asked Wu Yadi, who walked beside him. At this moment Wu Yadi was sniffing, and Zhao Beichen knew she was catching a whiff of his scent. After advancing to be ranked, the fragrance emanating from him had become more pronounced, but only to women. It was even more subtle for men. Xiong Shan couldn't even smell it. So far only Wu Zongshi and the keen-nosed Wu Di had detected it. Your scent is more pleasant now. Wu Yadi inhaled deeply again. Xiong Shan, hearing Wu Yadi's remark, looked puzzled, and turned to Zhao Beichen, sniffing vigorously. But he couldn't smell anything. Though undeterred he tried again, but still detected nothing. Wu Zongshi is Wu Shuang's grandfather, and the person speaking beside him is his son Wu Gua, who is also Wu Shuang's third uncle. Wu Yadi explained. Oh, I see. What about you? Are you also part of the Wu family? Zhao Beichen asked. Me? Although my surname is Wu, I have no relation to them, Wu Yadi replied with a smile. In the small world, Wu Bai is Wu Di's father, and also Wu Gua's elder brother. Wu Shuang's father is named Wu Jiang, and he is the second among the three brothers. She further introduced the general situation of the Wu family. Now Zhao Beichen had a better understanding of the Wu family. The head of the operations department, Wu Zongshi, has three sons, the eldest Wu Bai, the second Wu Jiang, and the youngest Wu Gua. Wu Di is Wu Bei's son, while Wu Shuang is Wu Jiang's son. It seems the operations department is predominantly composed of the Wu surname. No wonder Wu Di and Wu Shuang felt so secure. It turns out they indeed have considerable backing. Many small worlds have reported sightings of the little devils. This group is well prepared. I wonder what they intend to do. Wu Yadi suddenly shifted the topic to the little devils. Instructor Wu, what should we do now? Zhao Beichen asked. The training must be halted. You are all newcomers and can't be of much help now. Just return to your original units for the time being. What about the rewards? I heard that those with good results can receive breaking barrier pills. Zhao Beichen hurriedly asked, as he had been working hard for this. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing are still waiting for them. The bureau hasn't made any announcements yet. Everyone is busy with the little devils matters. However, based on current results, your performance is excellent. If there are rewards, I believe you won't be left out, Wu Yadi assured. Hearing this, Zhao Beichen finally felt at ease. He then inquired about some matters within the small world, but unfortunately Wu Yadi didn't know much either. The sky might be falling, but it wasn't something a small fry like him could manage. After dismissing everyone, Wu Yadi retrieved her phone. She exchanged contact information with Wang Xuechuan, Huang Ji, Lin Shiqing, and Xiong Shan. The three girls, Wang Xuechuan hugged Zhao Beichen's arm and sniffed him for a while before they satisfiedly dispersed. Zhao Beichen returned to the Clean 5 group office, but Gu Changfeng was absent and had no idea where he had gone. His phone was turned off, and Zhao Beichen guessed the other party must be busy. The door to the Clean 7 group office was tightly shut, and Xin Xiuxue and the others were also not present. Zhao Beichen made himself a cup of tea in the office. As he drank tea, he glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen Corpse Touch Value 615-2000 Full Value Reward Max Level Meteor Step Current Realm B Rank Initial Stage. He needed quite a bit more Corpse Touch Value to obtain Max Level Meteor Step. Over 1,000 points is not a small number. Zhao Beichen could only hope that his luck would be good in the future. Fresh corpses within reach would make it easier. This training session had yielded significant gains for Zhao Beichen. His realm had reached the initial stage of B rank, making him likely stronger than the vast majority of newcomers. In terms of skills, whether it was the Divine Soul Spike, Wind Thunder Slash, or Concealment Technique, all were at max level. Both the Divine Soul Spike and Wind Thunder Slash had been tested in actual combat, and proved to be formidable killing moves, which made Zhao Beichen very satisfied. The Concealment Technique was also powerful. At least no one could see through his realm now, and Zhao Beichen was very pleased about this. It saved him a lot of trouble, though otherwise he would have no way to explain why he had transformed from an ordinary person into a supernatural being. Apart from these, the most formidable ability was undoubtedly the capacity to absorb external spiritual attacks. This was Zhao Beichen's trump card. Looking inward at the 3 swirling energy orbs and the massive energy in his lower dantian, Zhao Beichen felt quite satisfied. His range of perception had now reached 4,850 meters. In just a few short days of training, Zhao Beichen had undergone a tremendous transformation. This training session was truly worthwhile. The time had already reached 5:30 in the afternoon, and Zhao Beichen glanced at the clock on the wall. After surveying the empty office, he decided that since there was nothing else to do, it was time to get off work. He took the car keys and stepped out. Driving home, Zhao Beichen returned first. He was still wearing the ancient costume he found in the small world. He needed to tidy up at home. There was no one at home. His father Zhao Dizhu's and mother Su Lin should be busy at the restaurant. Zhao Beichen quickly took a shower, changed his clothes, and headed out. After spending several days outside, home felt the best. He used to commute to university, and this was the first time he had been away from home for so long. It's a lie to say he didn't miss his parents. Thinking of his father and mother as well as the local cuisine restaurant made Zhao Beichen feel warm inside. Although his family wasn't wealthy, Zhao Beichen could truly feel his parents' love over the years. To see them as soon as possible, he drove without hesitation. He soon arrived at the local cuisine restaurant, and the sight before him took Zhao Beichen by surprise. There were customers lined up at the entrance, and the restaurant was bustling with voices, all tables occupied. The banner that the cleaning crew had hung when dealing with the drunken child was still there. The banner read, "Congratulations to the production team of Urban Chase for the successful immersive shooting at Zhao's local cuisine restaurant." Many people were taking photos. Zhao Beichen did not expect that the hype from Gu Changfeng would bring such benefits to his own business. It seemed he would have to let Gu Changfeng hype things up from time to time in the future, Zhao Beichen thought as he walked toward the restaurant. Passing by the crowd waiting outside, various discussions could be heard. "Wow, this young man is so handsome. Yeah, he has such great charisma. Do you smell that fragrance on him? It's so nice. This little puppy is simply unmatched." He had spent a long time with beauties like Wang Xuechuan, Lin Shirqing, and Huang Jiai. Zhao Beichen had unconsciously become immune to such comments, feeling no ripples. Upon entering the restaurant, his father Zhao Dizhu's was still busy tapping away at the counter. His mother Su Lin was bustling among the customers, serving dishes and cleaning tables, completely engrossed. The whole restaurant was filled with people and business was booming. "Boss, are you hiring?" Zhao Beichen walked to the counter and joked with Zhao Dizhu's. Hearing his voice, Zhao Dizhu's paused and looked up. "Qinshin, are you done with training?" Having not seen his son for many days, Zhao Dizhu's was overjoyed to see Zhao Beichen. He stepped out from behind the counter and hugged Zhao Beichen. "Honey, Qinshin is back." Without caring too much, Zhao Dizhu's shouted loudly to Su Lin, who was busy. "Oh, is Qinshin back?" Su Lin turned her head upon hearing Zhao Dizhu's voice and saw Zhao Beichen standing. She put down what she was doing and quickly ran over, saying, "Wow, how come you look even better?" As soon as Su Lin reached Zhao Beichen, she raised her head and stared at her son's face. "Your skin is so supple." As she spoke, Su Lin began to rub Zhao Beichen's face. Mom, there are people here. What's there to be afraid of? You're my son, can I pinch you a bit?" After saying that, Su Lin pinched Zhao Beichen's face. Zhao Beichen had no choice but to let her pinch him. It seemed that this was how women were. Wang Xuechuan, Lin Shirqing, Huang Jiai, and even Xing'er were like this. His own mother was the same. Oh, women probably had no resistance to soft, tender skin. "Oh dear, you're even wearing perfume now. Oh, our Qinshin has really grown up." Su Lin teased, smelling the fragrance on Zhao Beichen. "Not bad. What brand is it? I'll buy a bottle for your dad too." "What brand? I want to know too," Zhao Beichen thought to himself. "Guanglong Men's perfume. Ooh, I'll buy a bottle for my dad." Zhao Beichen replied perfunctorily. "All right, Mom, stop touching me. I'm going to help out now." Zhao Beichen rolled up his sleeves, ready to pitch in. "Put this on, don't get your clothes dirty. You're a doctor now." Su Lin took off her apron and tied it on Zhao Beichen. "Okay, got it." Zhao Beichen walked to a table where customers had finished eating and began to clean up. "Wow, this young man is so handsome. Can I get your WeChat?" "That's a must." As Zhao Beichen started working, the female customers in the hall went wild. "Young man, could you please add some water? Young man, could you please change the chopsticks?" In an instant, the hall was filled with voices calling for the young man. This made Zhao Beichen extremely busy. "Young man, can I get your WeChat?" As Zhao Beichen brought them napkins, one of the beauties at the table spoke up. In less than 10 minutes, this table had called for Zhao Beichen 5 times. Whether for changing chopsticks or adding water or getting napkins. The customer is God, and since it was his own restaurant, Zhao Beichen naturally provided attentive service without any displeasure. "Sure." Zhao Beichen readily opened his phone. With more friends, there are more paths. Since the beauties took the initiative, he had nothing to hesitate about. "Young man, I want to add too." The other 3 beauties at the table also took out their phones. "All right, no problem." Zhao Beichen smiled as he added their WeChats. Then at their request, he took several group photos. Only then did the 4 girls let Zhao Beichen go. Throughout the process, they kept sniffing Zhao Beichen, their faces full of excitement. The same thing kept happening, causing some male customers to look at Zhao Beichen with eyes full of envy. Zhao Beichen didn't care about them. Oh, as long as he could help his local cuisine restaurant attract customers, they could be jealous. Su Lin looked at so many girls vying for her son's WeChat and couldn't help but smile widely. Being a parent was not easy. There were endless worries at every stage of a child's life. When the child was in school, there were worries about academics. When the child graduated, there were worries about jobs. When the job was settled, there were worries about marriage. When the marriage was settled, there were worries about grandchildren. In short, as long as one was alive, the worries for the children would never cease. Su Lin was currently in the stage of worrying about Zhao Beichen's marriage. Seeing Zhao Beichen able to attract girls, she felt more at ease. Boss, let's add a few more dishes. A table of 3 girls who had already ordered a lot called Su Lin again for more dishes. Little girl, haven't you all finished eating? Why do you still want to add dishes? Can you eat any more? Su Lin looked puzzled at the table of dishes in front of them. Boss, whether we eat or not is secondary, the key is him. One of the bolder girls pointed her chin toward Zhao Beichen, who was busy. You want to order more dishes, just to see him? Following the direction pointed by the girl, Su Lin also noticed Zhao Beichen, whom I've come here twice before. How come I've never seen this young man? Oh, he's my son. He didn't come back earlier because of training at his workplace. He doesn't often come, only helping out when he has nothing to do after work. My son is a doctor and his workplace is quite good. He's still single and doesn't have a girlfriend. Looking at the 3 beautiful girls, Su Lin became enthusiastic and started promoting. Boss, can we add your son on WeChat? One of the gentle and graceful girls asked. Sure, what's the problem? Just after saying that, Su Lin called out to Zhao Beichen, Chin, come here quickly. Zhao Beichen, not knowing what was happening, hurried. Take out your phone and add these young ladies WeChat. As soon as Zhao Beichen arrived, Su Lin gave the order. Zhao Beichen did not expect his mother to call him for this matter, but he was also willing to go along with it. More friends meant more paths. Oh, wasn't it just adding WeChat? It wouldn't kill him, so he readily took out his phone and added the 3 young ladies. Do you still need to add more dishes now? Su Lin looked at the girls with a smile. Boss, let's add more. We want to stay a little longer. The bolder girl smiled at Su Lin. Everyone understood the rules. There were still so many people waiting outside. It wasn't appropriate to occupy a table after finishing eating, so the 3 girls decided to order a few more dishes. This way the boss wouldn't have a hard time and they could feel justified. Su Lin didn't expect the 3 to be so persistent. Are you really going to add? She confirmed with them again. Mad. The 3 girls nodded in unison. Su Lin looked at them, and then at Zhao Beichen, who seemed calm. She could only go to the kitchen to place an order. Zhao Beichen had already dealt with similar situations 3 times before. They were all instances of wanting to add dishes after finishing, so he was no longer surprised. He understood the girls' feelings. If they wanted to stay longer, so be it. Those who were comfortable in the restaurant were fine, but the ones waiting outside were not pleased. Many people rushed to the counter, causing Zhao Dizhu, who was calculating bills, to become flustered. He genuinely didn't know how to handle it. The ones causing trouble were all young ladies. They were merely expressing that the wait had been too long and weren't doing anything outrageous. Other than continually apologizing, Zhao Dizhu could do nothing. In the end, it was Zhao Beichen who stepped in. As soon as he appeared, the young ladies calmed down. They all expressed their willingness to wait, even if it took ages. Zhao Dizhu watched in astonishment, not knowing when his son had developed such extraordinary skills to pacify those young ladies so effectively. Zhao Dizhu stepped out from behind the counter and glanced outside. Just one look nearly scared him to death. It was Su Lin who was responsible for issuing number tickets to the customers. Zhao Dizhu had been busy counting money and was completely unaware of the situation outside. When he finally stepped out, he was greeted by a sea of people waiting for their turn. The crucial point was that they were all women. Little did he know that when Zhao Beichen appeared at the rustic restaurant, the ladies who were dining and waiting started to get restless. They began to call their friends, and before long a group of good sisters gathered. There was nothing Zhao Beichen could do. His looks and demeanor were simply too captivating. Of course, more importantly, the scent emanating from Zhao Beichen was utterly irresistible. The more they inhaled, the more they craved it, feeling increasingly comfortable with each whiff. Thus word spread, and soon the line of people waiting swelled considerably. Having run the rustic restaurant for over 20 years, it was the first time Zhao Dizhu encountered such a situation. With no experience in handling such a scenario, he felt completely flustered. Moreover, surrounded by a group of young women, he was even more at a loss. Chinchin, why are there so many people? What are we going to do? After being rushed by several groups of girls at the bar demanding tables, Zhao Dizhu was feeling a bit scared. Dad, it's fine. They're all here to eat, not to fight. What's there to worry about? That's true, but the people inside aren't leaving. This table isn't becoming available, and we can't keep them waiting indefinitely. Zhao Dizhu wasn't entirely wrong. Zhao Beichen also realized the issue. How about I go and calm them down? He knew these people were here for him. Can you handle it? Although Zhao Beichen had managed to pacify a few groups of girls at the bar, seeing the throng outside, Zhao Dizhu couldn't help but worry for his son. It's okay, Dad. Your son knows a thing or two. After saying this, Zhao Beichen flashed a smile at Zhao Dizhu and walked out. Zhao Dizhu dared not follow, only watching from a distance. Dealing with young ladies was indeed not his forte. It's just the chattering of the girls made him feel as if his head. Ladies, I sincerely apologize for making you wait so long. As soon as he stepped outside, Zhao Beichen approached the circle of girls sitting and apologized. For the customers waiting, the rustic restaurant not only provided chairs, but also offered sunflower seeds and tea, ensuring they weren't left standing idly. Otherwise, who would wait? They would have left long ago. Little brother, your restaurant's business is booming. We've been waiting quite a while. One of the heavily made-up women said in a flirtatious tone. Sorry. Business has picked up recently, and I truly apologize for the inconvenience. Adding me on WeChat would make it less inconvenient, the woman said, leaning close to Zhao Beichen and taking a deep breath. Sure, no problem. Zhao Beichen readily took out his phone. He wasn't exactly a big shot. Even though he worked at 749, he was just a small fry. Just adding someone on WeChat wouldn't violate any confidentiality agreements. Plus, it could help draw customers to the rustic restaurant. After all, weren't customers just looking to add someone on WeChat? Zhao Beichen truly couldn't find a reason to refuse. Moreover, he was well aware that those who had caught a whiff of his scent would only develop a favorable impression of him. Who would dislike having more people with a favorable impression of them? Furthermore, gods have their paths and ghosts have theirs. Knowing more people isn't a bad thing. Heaven knows when he might need their help in the future. Little brother, you're quite straightforward. The heavily made-up woman quickly pulled out her phone to add Zhao Beichen. The others naturally wouldn't be left out, and they all added Zhao Beichen on WeChat. Not only that, but several girls also asked if they could take pictures with him. Zhao Beichen had no objections and was completely satisfied. Zhao Dezuzu watched as his son interacted with the girls outside, adding WeChat and taking photos. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, feeling immensely proud. Indeed, a tiger father doesn't raise a dog son. Zhao Dezuzu was extremely pleased with himself. Thus, Zhao Beichen continued to flit between the various small groups waiting in line. Adding WeChat, taking photos, and chatting was a process he had become thoroughly familiar with. Chin, come over here quickly. Su Lin suddenly appeared at the entrance of the rustic restaurant, waving at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen hurried over, asking, Mom, what's wrong? The customers inside said they haven't seen you in a while and want you to show your face. Su Lin was smiling so widely that her back teeth were visible. She had thought her son was excellent, but she never expected him to be this outstanding. The diners couldn't stop thinking about him after just a short absence. It seems that the matter of having grandchildren might soon be on the agenda. Among the girls who exchanged WeChat with Zhao Beichen, there were quite a few whom Su Lin liked. Especially those demure girls, as she liked every single one of them. Despite the busy evening, Su Lin's smile had not faded. It wasn't just because business was good, but rather because her son was quite popular with the girls. Quick, let's go inside and greet them, especially at tables 4, 9, 13, 15, and also table 2. Those girls at those tables look great. You must perform well. After saying this, Su Lin helped Zhao Beichen fix. Why are you still wearing this? You should have taken it off first. Su Lin swiftly removed Zhao Beichen's apron. Alright, go on now. After saying this, she pushed Zhao Beichen into the dining hall. Zhao Beichen knew that his scent attracted women, but he never expected the allure to be this strong. It seemed that even if he stopped working at 749, with just this skill, opening a trendy restaurant would be a piece of cake. He wouldn't have to worry about customers. Upon entering the dining hall, Zhao Beichen was stunned. The current customers were all female patrons, and they were all young. Apparently, while he was busy outside, the dining guests had practically changed. Aside from a few tables that had ordered extra dishes, the rest were the women who had previously been waiting. Zhao Beichen smiled and walked around every table. Adding WeChat, taking photos, and chatting was a routine he followed at every table. Under the lights, Zhao Beichen appeared even more graceful and carefree, his aura captivating everyone. Coupled with his striking looks and enchanting scent, the female diners were utterly mesmerized in their affection for him. In their eyes, Zhao Beichen now seemed perfect in every way. Chin, come here quickly. Just as Zhao Beichen was finishing his rounds, Zhao Dezuzu at the bar frantically waved to him again. Zhao Beichen was unsure what had happened and could only apologize to the female diners before rushing to the bar. His sudden departure left the ladies in the dining hall quite disappointed. A chorus of sighs and murmurs filled the "Dad, what's wrong?" Zhao Beichen, forgetting about the diners in the hall, arrived at the bar and asked Zhao Dezuzu. At this moment, Zhao Dezuzu looked quite anxious. Chin, look outside. Zhao Dezuzu pointed toward the restaurant entrance. Zhao Beichen took a look and was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Zhao Beichen was also bewildered. Many people have gathered outside the restaurant, which he sensed earlier. However, they are all holding their phones, seemingly live. He couldn't sense this, but as soon as he saw Zhao Beichen walking out of the restaurant, someone started shouting, he's out, it's him. With one shout, the crowd erupted in excitement. He really is a standard little puppy. Not bad. His looks and demeanor are both top-notch. It's hard to believe that such a gem could be found in a humble restaurant. Various phones and cameras were now aimed directly at Zhao Beichen. At this moment, Su Lin also arrived beside Zhao Beichen and saw the crowd live streaming outside the restaurant. Chin, what's going on? Since Gu Changfeng and the others came, many people have indeed come to check in. But back then it was just taking a photo with the banner at the door and ordering a few dishes. Where is this kind of situation now? Mom, I'm not sure. It seems our restaurant has really become a popular spot. Chin, do you think it's possible they came for you? Su Lin's eyes suddenly sparkled. If that's true, her son would be a celebrity, making it easier to find a girlfriend. Su Lin felt she had grasped the point, and pushed Zhao Beichen outward. Qinshan, go out and greet everyone. This is a great opportunity. Mom, what great opportunity? Zhao Beichen was baffled by Su Lin's words. To become famous. If you become famous, wouldn't it be easier to find a girlfriend? Su Lin smiled even more brightly. At this moment, Zhao Dezuzu also approached them and happened to hear Su Lin's words. Qinshan, your mom is right, go quickly. After Zhao Dezuzu finished speaking, he and Su Lin pushed Zhao Beichen out the door. Now that Zhao Beichen had settled his work, the couple was counting on having a grandchild. Dad, Mom. Before Zhao Beichen could finish speaking, he was already standing outside the door. He really is a gem. This demeanor is simply excellent. How is it? I didn't lie to you, this trip has been worthwhile, right? Worthwhile indeed. As soon as Zhao Beichen stepped outside, the crowd began to chatter again. Fortunately, despite everyone live streaming, they were quite civilized, and no one acted out. Of course, personal quality was just one reason. More importantly, behind them stood a team of patrolling police. If they didn't care about their image, someone would help them maintain it. So everyone behaved well. The patrol team was led by Police Chief Zhang Ming, who happened to see a large gathering outside Zhao's restaurant while they were patrolling this block. Upon arriving and understanding the situation, they found out it was all live streamers. To prevent any accidents, the patrol team decided to stay nearby. Last time, when Gu Changfeng conducted the major memory erasure technique, they were fortunate to have Zhang Ming's cooperation, otherwise it would have been hard to wrap things up. Chief Zhang, this Zhao's restaurant has been thriving lately. Yes, their business has been good since they filmed that movie last time. However, it seems this situation hasn't occurred before today, the officer noted as he looked at the live streaming crowd. True, let's go in and take a look. Zhang Ming parted the crowd and walked in. Chief Zhang, why are you here too? Before Zhao Beichen could greet the streamers, he spotted Zhang Ming squeezing into the crowd. Xiaochen, what's going on? Why are there so many streamers here? Chief Zhang, I don't know, could it be because of this? Zhao Beichen pointed to the banner hanging at the door. He knew very well that these streamers were here for him, but he couldn't tell Zhang Ming that. So he brought up the banner as a topic. Doesn't seem like it. This wasn't the case before. Zhang Ming shook his head and walked over to a female streamer. Little girl, what are you live streaming about? This was a little girl dressed in a JK uniform who seemed surprised that Zhang Ming would ask her. For a moment, she became a bit nervous, blinking her big eyes, and after a while she pointed at Zhao Beichen and said, I'm here to stream him. Stream him? Zhang Ming turned back looking puzzled at Zhao Beichen. Hey Xiao Chun, I must say you seem different from before. Zhang Ming scrutinized Zhao Beichen. Chief Zhang, why? Is there something on my face? Seeing Zhang Ming staring intensely at him, Zhao Beichen touched his face and found nothing. No, I mean, you seem to have become more handsome. Really? I've always looked like this. Zhao Beichen pretended to be confused. Zhang Ming didn't say anything, continuing to stare at Zhao Beichen for a while before slowly saying, it seems you haven't changed, but the overall feel is different. Could it be related to your work? I've started working at a corporate hospital. That's possible. Your demeanor indeed. Zhang Ming seemed to accept Zhao Beichen's explanation. Little girl, you can stream, but you can't misbehave and you can't disturb their normal business. Could it be related to your work? I've started working at a corporate hospital. Xiao Chen, I'll go chat with your parents. Zhang Ming patted Zhao Beichen on the shoulder and walked toward the restaurant. Seeing Zhang Ming leave, Zhao Beichen breathed a sigh of relief. He was very aware of his changes. His interaction with Zhang Ming was merely a pretense. His appearance and demeanor had indeed changed significantly compared to before training. Especially the fragrance on him. Fortunately, men can't smell it, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. Thankfully, although the changes are quite significant, they haven't deviated too much from the past. After all, the adjustments to his appearance were just minor tweaks, not a sudden transformation from a flat nose to a high nose. Nor did he suddenly change from a round face to a square face. It wouldn't be to the point where acquaintances wouldn't recognize him. He had seen news of someone going to South Korea for plastic surgery and getting detained by customs upon return. The reason was that the person looked completely different from their ID photo. That was due to excessive surgery, completely disconnecting from their former self. Zhao Beichen certainly didn't want to experience such a thing. After all, he needed to integrate into social life. As long as he gave his old acquaintances some time to adapt, they would get used to seeing him. Soon they would forget how he used to look and only remember his current appearance. Live streaming worked while providing more opportunities for old acquaintances to see him. Moreover, he was very clear that his current appearance and demeanor were top-notch, bound to attract attention. Hiding was impossible. Gu Changfeng's major memory erasure technique had given him plenty of insights. The greatest concealment is hiding in plain sight, openly showcasing oneself. That is the highest realm of concealment. If he said he agreed to let the girls add him on WeChat for business reasons, then now with so many streamers coming, it was the best opportunity to be in the limelight. Don't you want to film? Let them film to their heart's content. Once people's curiosity is satisfied, their enthusiasm wanes. If he acted all secretive, it would only draw more attention. Moreover, with so many things happening online every day, he was sure he would be forgotten in a couple of days. At that time, things would settle down. In fact, before Zhao Dezuzu and Su Lin pushed him out, Zhao Beichen had already thought it through. Otherwise, even 10 Zhao Dezuzus and Su Lins couldn't push him out. As for keeping a low profile, he was just a small cleaning staff at a karaoke bar. In 749, he didn't even count as a nobody, and his current identity was merely the son of a restaurant owner. If people wanted to film him, what could Zhao Beichen do? So Zhao Beichen was quite clear in his thoughts. However, what he didn't know was that at that moment the 749 Action Unit was far from calm. The Action Unit of 749 Bureau is located in the northwest corner of a vast park. The small mountain has been largely hollowed out and extends downwards for several dozen meters. The Action Unit is situated here in a hidden chamber over 30 meters underground, where Wu Shuang is laid motionless on the ground. Beneath him is a massive talisman drawn with cinnabar. The chamber is unlit, illuminated only by the flickering light of 7 oil lamps surrounding the talisman. The size of the light from the lamps akin to soybeans casts a very limited area, leaving most of the vast chamber shrouded in darkness. 3 figures stand in the shadows. Second Master, there are only 3 days left for this Yin-Yang soul complementation array. If young Master Shuang's soul cannot be restored by then, it will be troublesome. A man dressed in Taoist robes looked at a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is Wu Shuang's father, Wu Jiang, the second son of Wuzhong City. Wu Jiang, wearing sunglasses, gazed at his son lying on the talisman. Chaibo, have the people we sent out returned with any news? Wu Jiang did not respond to the Taoist, but pushed up the sunglasses on his nose and turned to look at an elderly man standing beside him. Second Master, if we were just searching for the souls of ordinary people, that would be easy. However, what Master Ma mentioned regarding the Yang year, Yang month, Yang day, and Yang hour is indeed difficult to find, and we have not received any news yet. The elderly man referred to as Chaibo replied cautiously. A bunch of useless fools. Wu Jiang cursed harshly, then focused his gaze back on Wu Shuang, who was placed on the talisman. He is my only son, I must save him at all costs. Does Master Ma have any other methods? Wu Jiang's fists clenched tightly. Second Master, now that young Master Shuang's spiritual spirit, corpse dog, and hidden arrow are all gone, the only way to restore his missing soul and 2 spirits is to complete this. The Taoist known as Master Ma shook his head helplessly. Must it be the souls from Yang year, Yang month, Yang day? Can we find an ordinary person first, use their soul to make up for it, and then replace it later? Wu Jiang, that is absolutely impossible. Once a soul returns to a body, it cannot be separated again. Young Master Shuang is an ability user. If we use an ordinary person's soul, it will be rejected by the original soul, causing not only failure, but also possibly an outburst from the original soul. The consequences would be unpredictable. Only the souls from Yang year, Yang month, Yang day, and Yang hour can work, and they must be ordinary people's souls. Such souls possess strong spiritual power. If we can find them, not only will it restore young Master Shuang to his original self, but it can also enhance his abilities. Master Ma explained in one breath. What about using the souls of ability users? Would that work? Wu Jiang continued to ask. No, the current Yin-Yang soul complementation array cannot hold the souls of ability users at all, unless we have the Great Non-Phase Soul Talisman from the 3 Emperors Classic. The Great Non-Phase Soul Talisman. Wu Jiang muttered softly as if trying to recall. That talisman has been lost for hundreds of years. Ever since the 3 Emperors Classic was lost, that talisman has also disappeared. Master Ma murmured. So apart from finding the souls from Yang year, Yang month, Yang day, and Yang hour, there are no other methods, eh? None. Master Ma shook his head. Chaibo, have the subordinates widen the search area. Hospitals, health check centers, schools. Leave no stone unturned for anyone with a recorded birth date. If they are not found in Lingdu City, look in the neighboring cities. I don't care what methods you use, you must bring me someone born in Yang year, Yang month, Yang day, and Yang hour within 3 days. Wu Jiang said harshly to Chaibo. Understood, Second Master. After saying this, Chaibo exited the hidden chamber to issue the latest orders. People born in Yang year, Yang month, Yang day, and Yang hour are not cabbages, they're not easy to find. Although they can be traced through the household registration system, only the year, month, and day can be found. There are countless people born on the same date, but there is only one specific moment in the day for Yang hour. How to find it? Chaibo now felt overwhelmed. Watching Chaibo leave the hidden chamber, Master Ma looked at Wu Jiang and slowly spoke. Second Master, actually, there is another method. Master Ma, what method? Wu Jiang asked urgently. Master Ma did not answer immediately, but walked to the door, opened it, and looked outside. Confirming that no one was outside, he returned to Wu Jiang's side and whispered in his ear, use the soul gathering method. Wu Jiang repeated quietly. Master Ma, what does the soul gathering method entail? Master Ma glanced around again. Master Ma, please speak freely, this place is absolutely safe. Wu Jiang discerned Master Ma's hesitation. Master Ma nodded at this, saying, this method goes against the heavens. I pondered for a long time, unsure if I should. Master Ma, this is a small token of appreciation. It has 2 million inside, and the password is 6 zeros. Wu Jiang took out a bank card from his pocket and pressed it into Master Ma's hand. As long as my son is saved, I will surely reward you handsomely afterward. This, Master Ma hurriedly tucked the bank card into his pocket. Second Master, you are truly generous. All right, I will tell you the method. Thank you, Master Ma. Wu Jiang hurriedly bowed in gratitude. You need to gather 49 boys, extract all their souls, condense them into shape, and then inject them into young Master Shuang's body. This can also replenish his missing soul and 2 spirits. However, these boy souls will die soon after leaving their bodies, so it somewhat violates the natural order, Master Ma said with a smile. Didn't you just say that ordinary souls cannot be used? Wu Jiang asked coldly, his eyes behind the sunglasses fixed intently on Master Ma. Master Ma trembled in fright. Second Master, the souls of 49 boys once condensed exceed the category of ordinary people. Moreover, since they are innocent, their souls are pure and flawless, so they will not provoke rejection from young Master Shuang's soul. I did not intend to conceal this, it's just that this method is too forceful, so. Master Ma said while stealthily touching the bank card in his pocket. Upon hearing Master Ma's explanation, Wu Jiang nodded slightly. Master Ma, if I bring the people, can you guarantee success? Absolutely no problem, I guarantee it will be done perfectly. However, Master Ma began, but suddenly stopped speaking. Master Ma, after the deed is done, I will give you 10 million, not a cent less. Wu Jiang knew very well why Master Ma abruptly fell silent. Second Master, you are indeed a generous person. Then I will not beat around the bush any longer. I will charge a flat fee of 13 million. Money is not an issue, Master Ma. As long as you can cure young Shuang, I will give you 15 million. Second Master is magnanimous. Second Master is magnanimous. Master Ma exclaimed joyfully repeatedly, giving Wu Jiang a thumbs up. However, let me make it clear, if it fails, I, Wu Jiang, am not someone easy to deal with. Wu Jiang's eyes peering through his sunglasses fixed intently on Master Ma, speaking leisurely. Second Master, rest assured, as long as the boys are in place within a day, I guarantee to return you a lively young Master Shuang. Master Ma assured confidently. Alright, I will arrange it immediately. Wu Jiang said, pulling out his phone to make a call. Wait. Master Ma abruptly grabbed Wu Jiang. Second Master, these boys must not be more than 3 months. Why is that? After 3 months, the fontanelle of the boys begins to close, and once it closes, it becomes difficult to extract the soul. The Sual Ferry from the land of the stick. Wu Jiang never expected Master Ma to find such a place. Yes, that's the ship, Master Ma replied slowly, noticing Wu Jiang's surprise. The Eternal Life sect from the land of the stick used more than 300 high school students on this ship for a living sacrifice at that time. These high school students died in vain, their souls trapped aboard the ship, making it a very fitting place of extreme darkness. Moreover, the ship has already been salvaged and is being used for the ritual for the 2 young masters. I truly cannot think of a more suitable place than this, Master Ma explained to Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang remained silent, simply listening. He was aware of the Sual Ferry incident which occurred in 2014. At that time, there were a total of 476 people on board with 304 casualties. Besides the official reports, Wu Jiang had much more information. During its voyage, the Sual Ferry had actually dropped its left anchor early on. It continued to sail at high speed until the anchor got caught on 2 enormous submerged rocks, causing the entire vessel to capsize. The Sual Ferry incident was not an accident at all, but a living sacrifice orchestrated by the government of the land of the stick. All the crew members fled on the 2 lifeboats immediately after the ship capsized. The remaining high school students, apart from a few disobedient ones who managed to escape, all sank into the sea along with the Sual Ferry. Thinking back, the Sual Ferry was indeed a very suitable place of extreme darkness. Sure, this place is great, well, go there. After saying this, Wu Jiang took out his phone to start making arrangements. Meanwhile, at the port of Lingdu City, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class was parked in the shadow of a container. Gu Changfeng sat in the driver's seat, his eyes fixed on the distant cargo ship. Meanwhile, Shun Xiuxua sat in the passenger seat, resting with her eyes closed. In the back seat, Hong Do was wearing headphones and watching videos. Lin Xiao, like Gu Changfeng, was intently staring at the cargo ship docked in the distance. It was a container ship from the land of the stick, capable of carrying more than 2,000 standard containers, named Navigator. Old Gu, we've been waiting for 3 days. Do you really think those people will come? Shun Xiuxua opened her eyes at some point and glanced at the cargo ship. I don't know, the operations department has been extremely busy lately, otherwise it wouldn't be our turn to stake out. Do you think the land of the stick really dares to make a move against us? Who knows? Didn't the intelligence department say that? It seems these goods are in collusion with the little devils. Gu Changfeng pulled out a cigarette from his pack and put it in his mouth, but didn't light it. Team leader, look, this is Zhao Beichen. Hong Do handed her phone to Shun Xiuxua. Gu Changfeng quickly leaned in. Oh, it really is that little brat. On the screen was a live broadcast room, and at that moment Zhao Beichen was standing in front of Zhao's local cuisine restaurant talking to customers. Weren't you at training camp? Why didn't you say a word when you came back? This is simply lacking in organization and discipline, Gu Changfeng said, while pulling out his phone. Oh no, it's dead. Gu Changfeng hurriedly plugged the phone into the car charger. Team leader, have you noticed that Zhao Beichen seems to have become more handsome? Hong Do asked Shun Xiuxua. Shun Xiuxua directly took Hong Do's phone, held it up to her eyes, and stared for a moment. You're right, this kid has indeed become much more handsome. When did training camp add a feature for improving looks? She smiled and took another look before returning the phone to Hong Do. At that moment, Gu Changfeng also powered his phone on, and several messages popped up as soon as he unlocked it. Oh, I misunderstood this guy, or it was because my phone was dead before. Looking at Zhao Beichen's missed call, Gu Changfeng chuckled and called back. The call was quickly connected. Beichen, when does the training camp end? What? It ended early. What's going on? Gu Changfeng frowned as he listened to Zhao Beichen's account. Are you alright now? If you're okay, come to the port. I and Team 7 are here. After hearing Zhao Beichen's explanation, Gu Changfeng informed him. It seemed Zhao Beichen agreed, as Gu Changfeng nodded and hung up. Gu Changfeng reiterated what Zhao Beichen had said on the phone. It seems that the intelligence department's claim about little devils colluding with the land of the stick isn't without. Gu Changfeng reiterated what Zhao Beichen had said on the phone. It seems that the intelligence department's claim about little devils colluding with the land of the stick isn't without merit. Just what exactly are these guys up to? Gu Changfeng placed the cigarette he had on the center console back in his mouth. Old Gu, we've been waiting for 3 days. I refuse to believe we can't catch these guys. Shen Xiuxue had a determined look, not willing to give up until she achieved her goal. On the other side, at Zhao's local cuisine restaurant, Zhao Beichen went to the kitchen to pack a few dishes and grab some drinks. Chen, what are you doing? Seeing his son carrying bags, Zhao Dezuzu asked in confusion. Dad, a few colleagues invited me to have a midnight snack. I'm just going to grab some dishes. At that moment, Su Lin also walked over. Chen, it's already 10 o'clock. You're still going out. Mom, I have a few new colleagues who invited me to a midnight snack. Since I'm new here, I need to build good relationships with them, right? Zhao Beichen smiled as he tried to persuade his mother. What about here? Su Lin glanced at the still crowded dining hall and then at the crowd of live viewers outside. It's fine, I'll leave, and they'll slowly leave too. You can get off work early. Alright, just come back early. Mom, tonight, I'll just go back to the unit with them to avoid having to run again tomorrow. Oh, by the way, Dad. Zhao Beichen set down what he was holding, pulled out his car keys from his pocket, and handed them to Zhao Dezuzu. Need the car. I'm riding with my colleagues tonight. Okay, just be careful and don't drink. Su Lin reminded him. Got it, Mom. Carrying the midnight snack, Zhao Beichen walked out. At the door, the live bloggers snapped pictures, and Zhao Beichen smiled and greeted everyone before hailing a taxi and leaving. Having contacted Gu Changfeng, Zhao Beichen felt quite happy. Following Gu Changfeng, he might be able to gain some corpse-touching points. He still had a deficit of over 1,000 points, so he couldn't slack off. First, he arrived at the port. After getting out of the car, Zhao Beichen followed the location Gu Changfeng sent, winding around until he found a few people. Hey Zhao Beichen, quite a transformation, huh? Hongdou opened the car door and greeted Zhao Beichen. He didn't say much, just brought the midnight snack into the car. What is that smell? It smells so good. Shen Xiuxue in the front seat sniffed. As soon as Hongdou opened the car door, she noticed it. Food, what else? Gu Changfeng turned sideways to take the food Zhao Beichen handed over. You kid are thoughtful, knowing we have been working hard on stakeout. Not bad, not bad. While Gu Changfeng spoke, he opened the takeout box. Lin Xiao in the back seat was also busy with nimble hands and feet. Team leader, it's not the food that smells. Hongdou leaned in closer to Zhao Beichen. It's the fragrance from Zhao Beichen. It smells really nice. Shen Xiuxue also turned back, taking a deep breath. Hongdou isn't wrong, it is indeed the scent from this kid. After taking another deep breath, her face showed delight. Really? So magical. I can't smell anything at all. Gu Changfeng also leaned over, grabbed Zhao Beichen's hand, and sniffed. He couldn't smell anything. Lin Xiao, did you smell it? Gu Changfeng asked Lin Xiao, who was also sitting in the back seat. No, it's just the smell of the food. Lin Xiao sniffed and said seriously. You guys have a problem with your noses, such a rich fragrance, and you can't smell it. Hongdou was squeezed between Zhao Beichen and Lin Xiao, so she could smell it the clearest. Seeing everyone caught up in this topic, Zhao Beichen quickly changed the subject. Everyone hurry up and eat, or it will get cold. I packed quite a lot of good dishes this time. Right, hurry up and eat. I'm actually quite hungry. Gu Changfeng also stopped worrying about the fragrance and began to eat heartily. Lin Xiao also joined in eating vigorously. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuxue and Hongdou were still sniffing continuously. Zhao Beichen had long since gotten used to this situation and didn't bother with it. Looking at Gu Changfeng, he asked, Team leader, what are you guys staking out? Look over there. The cargo ship navigator from the land of the stick. We've been staking it out for 3 days. Gu Changfeng pointed at the cargo ship docked in the distance with his chopsticks. The brothers from the intelligence department said that the little devils have been colluding with the land of the stick lately, but we don't know what they're up to. Gu Changfeng spoke while chewing, his words slightly muffled. He swallowed the food, took a sip of the drink next to him, and slowly said, The intelligence reports indicate that they might be transporting something via this cargo ship, but it's unclear whether they are bringing it in or taking it out. We've checked the cargo that was unloaded from the ship. It's all equipment parts, and there's nothing suspicious. If it's not being brought in, then it's highly likely that it's going out, but we still can't figure out what they want to transport. Gu Changfeng spoke quickly and then began eating again. Team leader, isn't the smuggling of contraband under police jurisdiction? When did we start getting involved in this? Zhao Beichen asked in confusion, having glanced over the employee handbook when he returned to the office today. Well, you're not wrong. Generally, we wouldn't get involved in such matters. However, the other party has superpowered individuals, and ordinary police wouldn't be much use against them. Gu Changfeng said while focusing on his food. Old Gu, something's up. Shen Xiuxue suddenly spoke. The others in the car quickly turned to look at the windshield. A black sedan slowly came to a stop beside the gangway of the Voyager. As soon as the car entered the 48-50-meter detection range, Zhao Beichen noticed it. However, there was no commotion. With Gu Changfeng and Shun Xiuxue, the two group leaders present, it was not his. Looks like it's Zhao Yumin. Shun Xiuxue squinted and tried hard to look in the direction of the sedan. Gu Changfeng quickly set down the lunchbox in his hand and picked up the binoculars from the center console. Yes, it's definitely Zhao Yumin. What is he doing here? Gu Changfeng adjusted the knobs on the binoculars. Then he handed the binoculars to Shun Xiuxue, who took them and also began to look. Zhao Yumin. Who is he? This was Zhao Beichen's first time hearing the name. He's from the action department known as Chai Bo and is said to be the chief steward of the Wu family. Red Bean continued to eat her meal without looking up, clearly someone who didn't worry much. It's not just rumored, it is so. Lin Xiao was more attentive than Red Bean, staring intently at the distant car. And Wu family. You're talking about the Wu family from Wuzhong City. Do you know him? Isn't he the director of the action department? Yes, that's their family. I see the entire action department is under the Wu family's control. At this moment, several people disembarked from the cargo ship and welcomed Chai Yumin aboard. Old Gu, why is Chai Yumin mingling with these foreigners? Shun Xiuxue kept her eyes on the binoculars, only lowering them when Chai Yumin and his group disappeared into the ship. I don't know. Chai Yumin suddenly appeared, and I wonder if there are any members of the Wu family in the background. I suspect the Wu family is definitely involved. If that's the case, things will get complicated. Lin Xiao? Shun Xiuxue called out to Lin Xiao in the back row. Understood. Lin Xiao put down the lunchbox in his hand and pulled out a drone from his backpack. He opened the car window and tossed the drone out. The drone spread its wings and began to flutter in the sky, quickly disappearing into the night. Wow, that's high-tech. Zhao Beichen watched Lin Xiao's smooth operation. The latest bionic bird drone, Red Bean whispered in Zhao Beichen's ear. Lin Xiao was operating a device similar to an iPad. This was Zhao Beichen's first time seeing a bionic bird drone, and he was very curious, quickly leaning in. The image was high definition. The bionic bird flew high, clearly showing the illuminated Voyager below. From the looks of it, the flying height of the bionic bird should not be low. Even so, the image was still very clear. It could be seen that Chai Yumin and several others had already boarded the deck of the cargo ship via the gangway and were heading into the cabin. Lin Xiao controlled the bionic bird, starting to move its position, and the image on the iPad switched from a bird's eye view to a side view. Then the screen displayed many different red dots, some moving and some stationary. This is infrared detection. Red Bean actively explained to Zhao Beichen. These few are Chai Yumin. She pointed at a line of moving red dots on the screen. Those should be the resting crew members. She pointed at the stationary red dots. Zhao Beichen couldn't help but marvel. The technology of the 749 Bureau was indeed advanced. The seamless transition from video to infrared detection revealed the personnel distribution on the entire ship, making it impossible to hide. At this moment, Chai Yumin and his group had already reached the captain's cabin of the cargo ship. Lin Xiao adjusted the angle of the bionic bird again to parallel with the captain's cabin. However, there was quite a distance between the two. On the screen, apart from the few small red dots visible inside the captain's cabin, there were no others. Zhao Beichen didn't understand what the use of such monitoring was. From so far away, he couldn't see the image and couldn't hear any sound. Shouldn't the bionic bird be controlled to approach the cabin window? That way at least he could capture images inside the cabin. Red Bean, what use is there in monitoring like this? We can't obtain any information. He asked, Red Bean puzzled. Deputy Director Han Xingsong was in his office. The intelligence gathered by the intelligence department was laid out on his desk. The reports indicated that the recent occurrences in the small worlds were closely related to the situation of the small days. Fortunately, these small worlds were merely peripheral to the Bureau, resulting in minimal losses. The special item warehouse's small world remained unaffected, otherwise the problem would have been much more severe. How the small days entered these peripheral small worlds was still under investigation by the technology department. There has yet to be a conclusion. Meanwhile, personnel from the operations department had nearly all been dispatched to the problematic small worlds. Although they had mostly won their battles, they had not captured a single living soul. These guys in black robes with bald heads, they preferred to fight to the death rather than surrender, and many managed to escape. Gao Yishan. Han Xingsong murmured this name, which was the conclusion drawn by the intelligence department. These bald-headed men in black robes were likely associated with the small days Gao Yishan. Just as Han Xingsong was pondering this, his phone rang. It was Gu Changfeng calling. Director Han, we have a discovery. As soon as the call connected, Gu Changfeng reported. Oh, what discovery? Chai Yumin just boarded the Voyager and even met with the captain of the other ship. Gu Changfeng recounted the intercepted content. Wu family. After hearing Gu Changfeng's account, Han Xingsong appeared somewhat surprised. Qiu Shui and I believe that the Wu family is definitely behind this matter. Han Xingsong remained silent, only tapping his fingers on the desk. After a moment of thought, he said into the phone, Old Gu, this matter must not be disclosed to others for now. Director Han, you can rest assured, I know how to handle it. Moreover, do not act rashly. You all keep watch and see if there are any new discoveries. Alright, Director Han, but the Voyager has applied to the Port Management Office for a 4 a.m. departure. How should we handle it then? 4 a.m. They are departing already. Han Song glanced at his watch. It's already 1130. Time is running short. Yes, once the Voyager departs, we will have no means to follow. Old Gu, I will arrange for a vessel for you. You will follow to the open sea, and if nothing is discovered, then retreat. Even if we can't uncover the conspiracy between the small days and the Koreans, we must at least clarify what the Wu family intends to do, Han Song stated. Understood, Director Han, Gu Changfeng responded. The vessel is arranged, and the captain will contact you. After hanging up, Han Song proceeded to arrange the ship for Gu Changfeng. At the port dock, Lin Xiao had already retrieved the bionic bird drone. Old Gu, what did Director Han say? Shen Xiu asked. Director Han will arrange a ship for us to follow to the open sea, at least to clarify what the Wu family intends. Gu Changfeng shared the details of his conversation with Han Song with the others. Zhao Beichen, unfamiliar with the situation, remained silent, listening attentively. By the way, Beichen, you should head back first. Gu Changfeng suddenly turned to Zhao Beichen in the back row. Team leader, why? Zhao Beichen did not expect Gu Changfeng to ask him to leave first. You heard too. We need to follow to the open sea, and there may be danger. It's not suitable for you to tag along. Gu Changfeng genuinely did not want Zhao Beichen to be in danger. Team leader, there are only the two of us in our team. You, the leader, are out front while I, the team member, stay behind. That's simply unreasonable. Besides, who hasn't gone through training? Aren't we just following? How much danger could... Zhao Beichen was not the frail scholar he once was. He was at the level initial stage on par with Lin Xiao. He did not want to be protected forever. A true man must weather storms to see rainbows. Old Gu Beichen has a point. It's good to get some training. Shen Xiu began to speak up for Zhao Beichen. Red Bean also jumped in to support him. Unable to resist the pleasant aroma emanating from Zhao Beichen, her fondness for him soared. All right then, Gu Changfeng considered for a moment and agreed, but all actions must follow orders. He added, rest assured, team leader, I will not hold you back, Zhao Beichen replied eagerly. Time passed quickly, and the pilot had already boarded the Voyager. For tugboats were also ready. The Voyager began to depart. During this time, Chai Yumin did not appear, nor did the previously mentioned delivery person. Not a single small day was in sight. Old Gu, it seems the rendezvous point for the other side is not at the port. Shen Xiu set down her binoculars and rubbed her eyes. Yes, it cannot be ruled out that the handover occurs in open waters. Let's set off. The departure will take some... Shen Xiu leaned back against the rear, feeling uncomfortable after sitting in the vehicle all night. All right, let's board the ship. Gu Changfeng started the G-class and drove. Departing from a dock with a large cargo ship is not a simple task. It does not simply involve starting the engine and rumbling away. Rather, it requires coordination with the port's tugboats, executing a series of complex maneuvers under the guidance of the pilot. All of this takes time. Time enough for Gu Changfeng and his team to transition. Han Song had prepared a fishing boat for them with a tonnage of 500 to 600 tons, which was practically a toy compared to the Voyager. It's not that Han Song couldn't arrange for a better vessel. Rather, for the sake of the tracking mission, a fishing boat was the best cover. As soon as they got off the vehicle, they saw someone waving at the dock. It's old Jiao. Gu Changfeng waved back at him and said to Shen Xiu. Shen Xiu also smiled and waved back. Old Jiao, whose full name is Jiao Hui, is a retired soldier and has cooperated with the 749 Bureau, extensively serving as an informant on the periphery of the Bureau. Gu Changfeng, Shen Xiu, and Old Jiao had dealt with each other many times and could be considered old acquaintances. After greeting each other, they boarded the ferry. Old Jiao's fishing vessel Fuyuan No. 9245 was not docked at the shore and needed to be on the fishing boat. Besides Old Jiao, there were 4 crew members, all of whom were his brothers. After arranging, Zhao Beichen and the others, Old Jiao swiftly started the fishing boat, reported to the port management, and chugged out to the open sea. Though this small fishing boat had a modest tonnage, it was quite fast. Keeping up with the Voyager was not a difficult task. Old Jiao was also perceptive. He asked no questions and did exactly as Gu Changfeng instructed. Zhao Beichen, Red Bean, and Lin Xiao stood on the front deck. In the distance loomed the towering Voyager. At this speed, it would take a while to reach the open sea. Lin Xiao maintained his usual silence, quietly organizing his various equipment, while Red Bean chattered and said. It was through Red Bean's narration that Zhao Beichen learned about the incidents that occurred since the training began. It turned out that from the first day of training, various accidents had continuously occurred in the small world used for training. Initially, the Bureau thought these were normal occurrences, as various accidents would happen during every training session. However, as the incidents accumulated, the Bureau began to uncover the underlying issues. Thus, personnel were organized to initiate an investigation. Unbeknownst to many, the findings were shocking. Many small worlds had been infiltrated. Consequently, the personnel from the operations department were mobilized to rush between various small worlds. Under such circumstances, the cleaning team could not merely stand by. This was why they had been sent out to stake out. However, Red Bean was unclear about the mastermind behind the accidents in the specific small worlds and their intentions. The Bureau was still investigating, and according to the information obtained by Red Bean, the small days were the prime suspects. Zhao Beichen also recounted his encounter with the small days Spider Woman in the small world. Seeing this, the Fuyuan fishing vessel 9245, which Zhao Beichen and his group were aboard, could only stop from a distance. The vast ocean lay bare before them unimpeded, and getting closer was certainly not an option. Old Zhao was an experienced hand, quickly signaling a few crew members to start casting nets for fishing. This area happened to be where fishermen operated, so anchoring and netting was completely acceptable. Lin Xiao had prepared the drone early on. However, this time, it was not a biomimetic bird. The distance from the Voyager was too great, and the energy of the biomimetic bird could not support prolonged hovering. What Lin Xiao prepared was a round device resembling a small flying saucer. The latest microlight charging drone can quickly charge through solar power, has a long flight time, and can fly high, with a maximum altitude of 3,000 meters. Lin Xiao proactively introduced to the onlooking Zhao Beichen. While impressive, Zhao Beichen was once again astonished by the technology from Bureau 749. The maximum altitude for civilian drones is around 500 meters. To reach 3,000 meters, it must be an industrial-grade multi-rotor drone. Of course, excluding military drones, which can easily fly above 10,000 meters. This was the first time Zhao Beichen had seen such a small drone fly so high. Lin Xiao, take off. Shun Qiuxu's voice came from the cockpit. Lin Xiao nodded and forcefully tossed the drone into the sky. The drone shot up into the sky with incredible speed. This time Lin Xiao was not using an iPad. Instead, he wore something resembling an AR helmet. Then he wore a pair of black gloves, constantly making various gestures. Hongdo took out a screen the size of a laptop from Lin Xiao's backpack. Once powered on, the drone's perspective appeared. He's wearing a holographic AR helmet, just like a pilot's view in a plane. He can see up, down, left, right, and forward. Hongdo began to explain, pointing at Lin Xiao's helmet. The gloves are gesture-sensing controllers, allowing him to control the drone through the gloves. This screen displays the images captured by the drone. Hongdo raised the screen in hand. Zhao Beichen quickly leaned in closer. The screen showed a bird's-eye view of their fishing vessel. Zhao Beichen clearly saw the top of his head. He looked up at the sky, and the drone was already out of sight. Not to mention the maximum height of 3,000 meters. Even at 1,000 meters, it would be difficult to spot with the naked eye. Gu Changfeng and Shen Xiuxue also walked over to the three. Lin Xiao, fly over and take a look, Shen Xiuxue commanded. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the image on the screen changed to the vast ocean. The drone was flying rapidly toward the Voyager. Moreover, its altitude was steadily increasing. Soon Hongdo saw a clear bird's-eye view of the Voyager on the screen. Hongdo tapped on the screen, magnifying the image several times, clearly seeing a few people on the deck smoking and chatting. Just then, two helicopters flew in from the southwest. Gu Changfeng quickly grabbed the binoculars hanging around his neck and looked at the helicopters. UH-60 Black Hawk, civilian version, Gu Changfeng introduced while observing the helicopters. This was originally military equipment, over 40 or 50 years old. After stripping off the sensitive equipment and weapons, it was sold as a civilian helicopter. I wonder which wealthy person this is. Two helicopters came at once. Gu Changfeng had quite a bit of knowledge. Zhao Beichen had good eyesight. Even without binoculars, he could see the two helicopters shrunk into a tiny. Old Gu, why do I feel like they are heading toward the Voyager? Shen Qiuxue shaded her eyes with her hand. Gu Changfeng adjusted the binoculars to follow the flight path of the helicopters. That's right, they should be headed toward the Voyager. After speaking, he handed the binoculars to Shen Qiuxue. Hearing that helicopters were flying toward the Voyager, Lin Xiao directly raised the drone's altitude to the maximum of 3,000 meters. Fortunately, the two helicopters were flying close to the sea surface at a low altitude. They completely failed to notice the drone hovering above the Voyager. The helicopters moved quickly and soon flew above the Voyager. They did not land, but hovered instead. Luckily, Lin Xiao had already positioned the drone appropriately, and there was a real-time image on the screen. The helicopter door opened, revealing a baby cradle hanging from a rope, capturing everyone's attention. Look, Hongdo magnified the image on the screen, and inside the cradle lay a rosy-cheeked baby. As the rope was slowly lowered, the cradle was caught by the people waiting below. Shortly after, the rope was pulled back up, and soon another cradle appeared. Lin Xiao adjusted the position of the drone, flying directly above the other helicopter. The same scene was happening. Damn it, these guys are trafficking babies, Gu Changfeng cursed harshly. Old Gu, calm down, there's more, Shen Xiuxue said. Hearing this, Gu Changfeng managed to suppress his temper and continued to look at the screen. Zhao Beichen silently counted the number of babies in his heart. By the time the two planes left, he had counted a total of 49. Team leader, a total of 49 babies, these sons of bitches. Zhao Beichen announced the number he had counted. That's right, I counted 49 as well. Hongdo confirmed. Damn it, these bastards dare to traffic humans. I must take down these sons of bitches. Gu Changfeng gritted his teeth as he stared at the distant Voyager. Team leader, let's get closer and take these bastards down now. Zhao Beichen felt blood rush to his head, wishing he could rush over immediately. One baby represents one family. 49 babies mean 49 families. Those families that lost their babies must be in complete disarray. Perhaps one family has been ruined. Zhao Beichen could no longer suppress the fury in his heart, wishing to board the ship and kill them all. Everyone, don't act impulsively, they can't escape. Even if we need to act, it shouldn't be now. We must plan carefully. Since they have gone to such lengths to bring the children here, they should be safe for the time being. Let's report to the bureau first. Shen Xiuxue restrained Gu Changfeng, and Zhao Beichen then took out her phone to contact Han Qingsong. Shen Xiuxue was right, Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen had no choice but to hold back. Currently, they were about 2 nautical miles from the Voyager, roughly 4 to 5 kilometers. This was already the visible limit, not because of poor eyesight, but because the Earth is round. If the distance between the two sides were any further, they wouldn't be visible. However, if they just sailed over, the other side would quickly spot them. So without a perfect strategy, it would indeed be alarming the snake by striking the grass. Lin Xiao continued to control the drone circling high in the air. The screen clearly showed that once the people on the deck received the baby cradles, they had already transferred all the babies into the cabin. Lin Xiao switched the drone to thermal imaging mode. In one of the compartments on the second level of the ship appeared numerous small red dots. Hong Do counted a total of 49. It seemed this was the room for the babies. At this moment, Shen Xiuxue also finished the call. Director Han instructed us to maintain constant surveillance on the target, Shen Xiuxue said, slipping her phone away and relaying the order from Han Qingsong. Do we have backup? None. Director Han currently has no personnel he fully trusts. This operation falls entirely on us. Understood. Gu Changfeng nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the distant vessel Voyager. Team leader, shall we move in closer? Zhao Beichen approached Gu Changfeng and whispered his suggestion. We will board. Indeed we must, but not yet. The timing is still premature. Gu Changfeng glanced upward at the blazing sun overhead. 8 hours had elapsed since the Voyager cast off at 040 m. Now at noon, the sun hung fiercely overhead, casting sharp, unrelenting light. It was indeed an inauspicious moment. The target could easily detect any movement. After receiving the infant lowered by helicopter, the Voyager weighed anchor and resumed course. Zhao Beichen's fishing boat trailed far behind. The Voyager steered steadily northward, evidently bound for home. Departing from Lingdu port, its estimated arrival at Incheon port in Korea would take approximately 33 hours. Excluding the time spent anchored awaiting the helicopter, the Voyager should dock tomorrow afternoon around 5 or 6 o'clock. Given current conditions, however, arrival would likely be delayed until tomorrow night. The small fishing vessel followed leisurely in the Voyager's wake. Lin Xiao diligently piloted the drone, its extended flight endurance enabled by the low-light charging system. Thus it remained airborne for extraordinary durations. Along the route, nothing unusual emerged, until just after 9 p.m., when the Voyager dropped anchor once more. By then, darkness had swallowed the sea whole. From the deck of the fishing boat, the Voyager was utterly invisible, yet the drone preserved their pursuit. Without it, Zhao Beichen and his team would have lost all trace. Though the fishing boat's radar could still locate the Voyager site, and sound were absent, rendering radar alone useless. All wondered why the Voyager had anchored again. Amidst the vast, empty expanse of ocean, what precisely was the target preparing to do? Just then, Lin Zhao's urgent cry broke the silence. Quick! Come here! Something's happening! Zhao Beichen and the others rushed to her side. To optimize control, Lin Xiao had been operating the drone directly from the deck. Hong Do immediately unfolded the display screen, and the moment it powered on, turbulent waters churned violently around the Voyager. Massive waves erupted from the depths, crashing against the Voyager's hull, as if something immense were surging upward from beneath the sea. No one dared speak. All eyes remained locked on the screen. Suddenly, the sea surface split open, and a submarine breached the water. The Tage class, the most advanced conventional powered attack submarine in Japan's arsenal, Gu Changfeng identified the vessel instantly. Length 84 meters, beam 9.1 meters, draft 10.4 meters, standard displacement 3,000 tons, full load displacement 3,500 tons. By displacement alone, the Tage class ranks as the world's largest operational conventional attack submarine. Gu Changfeng recited Japanese naval specifications with effortless precision. Zhao Beichen had long known Gu Changfeng as a scholar of profound erudition, but never imagined his mastery extended so thoroughly to military hardware. Is this the collusion between Korea and Japan referenced in our intelligence? Shen Xiuxue murmured softly, gazing at the fully surfaced submarine. These bastards rendezvoused in international waters, wasting days of our surveillance. Old Gu, our vigil wasn't wasted. We did apprehend Chai Yumin. True enough, Gu Changfeng replied with a faint smile. Look, Voyager is lowering a lifeboat. Hong Do tapped the screen several times. The image resolved clearly, a lifeboat descending slowly from the Voyager's hull. 2 figures stood within it, flanking a large chest. Hong Do, zoom in on that chest. Gu Changfeng urged urgently. She responded instantly, and under the enhanced clarity of the low-light night vision system, the chest appeared sharply defined on screen. The lacquered clothing chest depicting the 28 lunar mansions, attributed to Marquis E of Zheng. Gu Changfeng murmured, scrutinizing the image. No. The cloud scroll motifs are inaccurate, the starpoint patterns mismatch as well. Lin Xiao, adjust the drone's angle. I need to see the chest's opposite side. Gu Changfeng called out sharply. Lin Xiao acted without hesitation, reorienting the drone's flight path. Instantly the screen revealed the chest's other face, bearing a single bold character, Do the Big Dipper. The 28 Mansions depiction remains inconsistent, but this Do character is authentic. This is not Marquis E of Zheng's lacquered clothing chest. Yet why does it resemble it so closely? Gu Changfeng muttered to himself. Zhao Beichen understood none of it, but on screen the lifeboat had already touched the water's surface. It began rowing toward the Tage-class submarine, already positioned nearby. Within moments it reached the sub's floor. A sailor aboard lowered a cargo net. The two men placed the chest onto it, then rowed swiftly back. Team leader, the handover is complete. Zhao Beichen shouted, watching the chest hauled aboard the submarine. He knew nothing of Marquis Yi's lacquered chest, but he'd clearly seen that bold Do character magnified on screen. This chest, its form, its inscription, was unmistakably of Longhua origin. It might well be a priceless cultural relic, now slipping into Japanese hands. How could he not feel desperate? Yet desperation availed nothing. They were too distant, and the adversary was a submarine. One dive, and they vanished beyond reach. The exchange concluded with startling speed. Having secured the chest, the Tage class submerged, vanishing without a ripple. The Voyager 2 raised anchor and sailed onward, as if nothing had transpired. Damn those Japanese and Koreans. Zhao Beichen slammed his fist hard against the railing. Korea smuggled the artifact out, then handed it over in international waters. Their methods are chillingly covert. Hong Duo voiced her own indignation. They deployed a submarine. Even Japan's self-defense forces are involved. That chest must hold extraordinary significance. This may prove far more perilous than we anticipated. Gu Changfeng murmured, his brow furrowed as he stared into the direction where the Tage class had disappeared beneath the waves. Old Gu, we must infiltrate the Voyager tonight no matter what. Shun Xiuxue drew a short sword, its blade gleaming faintly in the dim light. Agreed, Xiuxue, prepare your gear. I'll brief Director Han immediately. We move at midnight. Gu Changfeng assigned tasks with quiet authority. He turned and strode into the cabin to call Han Qingsong. Meanwhile, Shun Xiuxue sought out the ship's captain Lao Jiao, who led them down to the lower hold. Diving suits, oxygen tanks, underwater propulsion units, all lay ready in the hold. Shun Xiuxue and Lin Xiao began methodically inspecting each piece of equipment. Zhao Beichen could swim, but had never dived. Fortunately, Hong Duo patiently guided him through every component. Buoyancy control device, flippers, mask, mouthpiece, ballast weights. Hong Duo explained each function and how to respond should complications arise. None of it was cutting-edge technology. Zhao Beichen's sharp memory absorbed it all after a single explanation. Shun Xiuxue and Lin Xiao completed their inspection. Everything was functional and secure. At that moment, Gu Changfeng descended into the hold. Director Han has approved our operation, Gu Changfeng announced as he entered the lower cabin, relaying his conversation with Han Qingsong to the others. Lao Chui, Lao Chui. He leaned out and shouted. Soon Lao Chui had arrived in the lower cabin. Tonight we board the Hanghaes, not only to discover exactly what these people are doing, but to rescue every infant aboard. After speaking, Gu Changfeng turned to Lao Chui. Once we secure the Hanghaes, pull your boat alongside quickly and get all the infants onto your ship. The Bureau cannot provide support now. It will have to rely on you, Gu Changfeng said as he patted Lao Chui heavily on the shoulder. Team leader Gu, rest assured. I will not fail you, Lao Chui replied solemnly. Lao Chui nodded gravely. We will approach underwater. Has all the equipment been checked? Gu Changfeng asked, casting a quick glance at the team. Old Gu, everything has been checked. The gear is fine, Shun Xiuxue answered. Gu Changfeng gave her a thumbs up, then looked at Zhao Beichen. Beichen, you should sit this one out. Team leader, I can do it. Hongdo already handed everything to me. I promise I won't be a burden, Zhao Beichen said, springing up from his seat when told he could not join the operation. Beichen, it's not that I think you'll be a burden, you lack an ability, and this mission is dangerous, Gu Changfeng explained softly. Especially on the high seas. The people on that ship are not harmless. I know you mean well, and fear something might happen to me, Zhao Beichen replied. Since the day I joined Unit 749, I knew this job carried risks. If I refuse this mission because it is dangerous, will I refuse every dangerous mission thereafter? Besides, I gained much from the recent training. At the very least, I learned ways to keep myself alive, Zhao Beichen said, looking at Gu Changfeng with eager eyes. Gu Changfeng could not judge the full measure of his rank novice strength, but Zhao Beichen knew he was no longer the rookie he had been. He had some skill now. Would it not be a shame to miss such an opportunity? Well, Gu Changfeng hesitated, unsure how to respond, and shifted his gaze to Shun Xiuxue. Shun Xiuxue met his look and smiled. Old Gu Beichen has a point of fledglings must endure storms to grow. Exactly. Team leader Gu, everyone started as a newcomer. You cannot shield him forever. I will watch Zhao Beichen and ensure nothing happens to him. Hongdo also pleaded on Zhao Beichen's behalf. After speaking, she produced a Type 92 assault rifle and offered it to him. Here, this is for you. Firing a few rounds will help. She handed the rifle to Zhao Beichen. Whether his aim would be true or not aside, pulling the trigger at a target is not that difficult, is it? I can do it. I've seen plenty on television, Zhao Beichen said, taking the rifle as the bolt clicked back. Seeing this, Gu Changfeng relented. Fine, Beichen can join. But Hongdo, take him outside and let him fire a few magazines and don't let him shoot himself. Relieved, Zhao Beichen happily dragged Hongdo outside to practice shooting. As the saying goes, sharpening your spear at the last moment is better than not at all. By midnight, the five fully equipped slipped from the fishing boat into the sea. With underwater thrusters, the few nautical miles between the fishing boat and the hanghays were inconsequential. They soon reached beneath the hanghays. Each carried a new magnetic block. Clap it onto the hull, and their equipment would be fixed fast, unable to be swept away by the sea. Once within the 4850-meter sensing range, Zhao Beichen focused intently on perceiving every move. Their helmets could stream the drone's thermal imagery in real time, which proved more useful than his sensing. The distribution of people on the ship was clear at a glance. Stick to the original plan. Beichen Yu and Hongdo are responsible for neutralizing the thugs by the nursery and ensuring the infant's safety. Removing his oxygen mouthpiece, Gu Changfeng secured his gear to the hull and briefed Zhao Beichen. Understood. Zhao Beichen nodded. Lin Xiao, you take the bridge, Gu Changfeng instructed. Also manage the drone and share live updates of the others' movements with the team. Okay, got it, Lin Xiao said, wiping seawater from his face and nodding. Xiaoxue, we will take the captain first, then seize control of the entire ship. Gu Changfeng finally looked at Shin Xiaoxue. She said nothing, merely flashed an okay sign. Seeing everyone ready, Gu Changfeng wasted no time and vaulted onto the deck. Shin Xiaoxue followed. The portion of the hanghays above water rose some 30 meters, no height at all, but to conceal his true realm, he could only feign an ordinary man. Soon a rope descended from above. Zhao Beichen, Hongdo, and Lin Xiao climbed up in turn. Earlier, Zhao Beichen had activated a spiritual probe to check Gu Changfeng and Shin Xiaoxue were both crank novices. Hongdo and Lin Xiao were a rank latest stage. A single 30-meter leap would still be demanding for them. On deck, they set off along different routes according to their tasks. Thermal imaging revealed 27 people aboard the hanghays, infants included. Most of the red dots were motionless, likely asleep. Only a few rooms concentrated several moving red dots. One of those rooms was the nursery. Situated on the ship's second level, Zhao Beichen followed Hongdo, shouldering an assault rifle fitted with a suppressor. Hongdo held a large revolver in her hand. The first time Zhao Beichen had seen that revolver was in the special items. Seeing it again, Zhao Beichen was still astonished by the hefty sidearm. They stopped at the cabin door to await Lin Xiao. The ship was outfitted with surveillance cameras. Once Lin Xiao secured the bridge, he would shut them down, then they would enter the cabins. Meanwhile, inside the captain's quarters, Pu Donghu was playing cards with the first mate and the chief engineer. Damn it, lost again, he muttered, tossing his cards aside and downing 2 mouthfuls of liquor. My luck's rotten tonight. I refuse to believe it. Give me another round, he said, grabbing the stack of bills before him, tossing a few to the winning first mate and beginning to shuffle. Thanks, Captain, the first mate said with a grin as he pocketed the bills. Captain, we risked our lives delivering for Zairizzi this time. They should pay us, well, right. The chief engineer produced cigarettes and offered them around. What are you thinking, kid? The first mate chided, smacking his head. This was a cooperation with Zairizzi. There's no profit to be had. You mean it was for nothing? The chief engineer bristled. We took considerable risks this trip. There must be some reward. The first mate slapped the chief engineer's head again. Do you value your life? Didn't you see Zairizzi's militia mobilized? They ordered us from above. Do as you're told, or do you want someone to kill you in an instant? The first mate said, pointing upward as he spoke. Pu Donghu lit his cigarette and took a long drag. There will likely be a major operation against Longwa, he said. We're at the bottom. Keep your heads down and don't meddle. Captain, what kind of operation? The chief engineer asked, eagerly staring at Pu Donghu. Pu Donghu exhaled a smoke ring. You all know about that crate we delivered to Zairizzi. How much blood has been spilled over it these past days? That thing is uncanny. Zairizzi even sent a submarine to fetch it. Clearly it's something extraordinary. I suspect Zairizzi's move against Longwa will not be small. As he spoke, his hands continued to deal. Come on, deal, he said, then dealt the cards. Captain, do you think our government is involved this time? The first mate, now interested, asked Pu Donghu. You know the relationship between Wang Shengjiu and the government. They're cut from the same cloth. The government is probably involved, and those great financial families likely have a stake too. We don't know what they're planning against Longwa, but people from small Kalami like us wouldn't be privy to such matters. Just follow orders, Pu Donghu said as he finished dealing and arranged his hand with a smile. Come on, run it. 34567. Dun. Lin Xiao's voice came through the earpiece. Move, Hongdo led as she pushed open the cabin door. With both divine sense and infrared detection enhancing his perception, Zhao Beichen and Hongdo advanced smoothly, encountering no one along the way. When they were still 70 or 80 meters from the nursery, the 2 red blips inside suddenly stirred. Zhao Beichen and Hongdo immediately took cover behind a corridor corner. A burly man emerged from the nursery and scanned toward where Zhao Beichen and Hongdo were concealed. Dabing, what's wrong? I heard movement just now, Dabing replied, pointing toward their hiding place before drawing a handgun from the small. The wiry and scrupulous man said nothing. He held his breath and strained to listen in the direction Dabing indicated. I don't hear anything, he said, bewildered. My ability enhances hearing. I'm certain something moved over there. Dabing cocked his pistol and advanced slowly toward Zhao Beichen's position. Seeing this, the wiry man also drew his handgun and followed closely behind. Hongdo glanced at Zhao Beichen and gestured swiftly. Since we've been spotted, let's take them down. Zhao Beichen nodded and raised his assault rifle in silent acknowledgement. Then Hongdo rolled out from cover and in one fluid motion leveled her massive revolver at Bing and fired. The instant she moved, Zhao Beichen's soul spear struck. 2 radiant soul lanterns extinguished soundlessly. 2 low-tier A-rank cultivators. Erasing them required no more than a flick of Zhao Beichen's wrist. Hongdo of course knew none of this, yet she still pulled the trigger. A thunderous boom, boom, echoed as the revolver discharged twice, each shot tearing a bullseye cavity through Bing's and the wiry man's chests. Through those gaping wounds the scene behind them was starkly visible. They died twice. In an instant, first their Tai Guang soul light snuffed out, then their chests shattered by the revolver's brutal impact. They were utterly, irrevocably dead. Hongdo rose from the floor and blew gently across the barrel of her revolver, sending wisps of blue smoke curling into the air. Zhao Beichen rubbed his ears. The recoil had left them ringing. Those 2 gunshots ignited chaos across the vessel. On the thermal imaging display embedded in his helmet, red blips scattered wildly, running in all directions. Many converged toward Zhao Beichen and Hongdo's position. Hongdo moved with lethal swiftness, racing headlong into the oncoming tide of figures. Whoever dared raise their head or lift a weapon met immediate death. A skull shattered instantly, a chest torn open without mercy. Zhao Beichen watched Hongduo slaughter with chilling delight, and realized those first 2 shots had been deliberate. Her aim was to draw enemies here, to feast upon them. He had never imagined that this seemingly soft-spoken doll-like girl was in truth a reaper, her strikes decisive, merciless. These foreign abductors dared steal children from Longhua. They deserved no mercy, and Zhao Beichen stood fully behind her wrath. His soul spear lanced forth repeatedly, even as his assault rifle spat fire. Together their firepower inflicted devastating losses. When the acrid smoke settled, Zhao Beichen and Hongdo lowered their weapons. 7 or 8 corpses lay sprawled across the corridor, and the swarm of red blips that had rushed toward them now scattered in panic. Hongdo, you guard the children. Zhao Beichen swapped magazines and sprinted after the fleeing targets. Be careful, she called out behind him. Understood. Without glancing back, he raced downward, towards several red blips now deep within the lower decks. With divine sense and thermal imaging, their movements were laid bare before him. He pursued them all the way to the lowest deck, cornering them before a sealed bulkhead door. All were cultivators, yet their realms were pitifully low. The strongest barely reached latest digit rank. Though fire and wind affinities lashed toward him relentlessly against a mid-tier rank soul spear, such soul spear and rifle combined, 8 trapped cultivators fell in rapid succession. Just as Zhao Beichen turned to rejoin Hongdo upstairs, a heavy thud reverberated from the last locked bulkhead. The sound puzzled him deeply. Neither his divine sense nor the thermal imager detected anything beyond that door. No life, no heat, no presence. Where then did the impact originate? Treading carefully over the corpses, he approached the bulkhead and tested the handle firmly locked. As he leaned in to press his ear against the metal, another thud shook the door, so violently that the sealed hatch the force behind it was immense. Beichen, mission complete. Gu Chongfeng's voice crackled through the earpiece. Affirmative, but there's something new down here. What is it? Unknown. The bulkhead sealed tight, and something inside is battering it. Another thud punctuated his words. Stay put. I'm coming now. Gu Chongfeng ended the transmission. Zhao Beichen retreated several paces. Whatever lurked beyond that door remained unknown and its strength uncertain. Distance for now meant safety. Fortunately, Gu Chongfeng arrived swiftly, descending into the lowest deck within moments. Team leader, over here. Zhao Beichen waved urgently as Gu Chongfeng stepped onto the deck. All your handiwork? Gu Chongfeng asked, surveying the corridor's carnage. Bullet-riddled corpses strewn like broken dolls. Yes, my first burst lacked precision. I held the trigger a fraction too long. He sounded sheepish. Yet each corpse bore at least a full magazine's worth of rounds. That wasn't a fraction too long. It was gross overkill. No matter, just conserve ammo next time. Gu Chongfeng chuckled warmly, eyes gleaming with quiet pride. Ah, this door then. He sounded sheepish. Yet each corpse bore at least a full magazine's worth of rounds. That wasn't a fraction too long. A broad cleaver materialized in Gu Chongfeng's hand, drawn from his quantum storage space. Zhao Beichen recognized it, the same blade Gu Chongfeng wielded when slaying mountain spirits. Another deafening thud slammed against the bulkhead. Gu Chongfeng strode forward and grasped the circular wheel. Muscles straining, he wrenched, until with a sharp snap the lock shattered. He yanked the door wide open, then leapt backward, cleaver raised ready to meet whatever surged forth. Zhao Beichen leveled his assault rifle at the yawning darkness beyond, every nerve taut finger resting inside utter blackness, no light, no movement. Even Zhao Beichen's enhanced vision could discern nothing. Seconds stretched, no charge, no sound. Silence pressed down like lead. Gu Chongfeng glanced at Zhao Beichen and signaled, I'll go first, you cover me. Then he crept forward step by cautious step, while Zhao Beichen followed close behind, rifle steady, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. At the threshold, Gu Changfeng activated a high-intensity flashlight, its brilliant white beam slicing into the abyss. They're bound by iron chains to wrists and ankles, knelt a figure, head bowed, blood dripping steadily onto the deck. "Hey, you alive?" Gu Changfeng called from the doorway, sweeping the beam rapidly across the chamber. No reply, only the soft rhythmic plink, plink of blood striking metal. "Can you understand me?" Gu Changfeng shouted again, still silence. Gu Changfeng entered, cleaver in right hand, flashlight in left, while Zhao Beichen took position at the doorway, rifle trained unwaveringly on the kneeling figure. Should the figure move, even a twitch, Zhao Beichen would fire without hesitation. Inside, under the flashlight's glare, Gu Changfeng saw the chains bolted deep into the hull walls on all sides. The earlier impacts must have come from the figure's forehead striking the door. Gu Changfeng knelt before him and gently lifted his chin. "My Z." Gu Changfeng gasped, shock freezing his breath. "Wheat, wheat." Gu Changfeng put away the machete in his hand and continuously shook the shoulder of My Z. However, it seemed that My Z had fallen into a coma and could not be awakened no matter how hard he tried. Under the bright beam of the flashlight, Zhao Beichen saw clearly. It was a middle-aged man, his clothes tattered and in a state of disrepair. His complexion was pale, his body emaciated, and he was covered in white frost. Blood was continuously dripping from his head. Seeing this, Zhao Beichen hurriedly ran in and began to pull at the iron chains fixed to the cabin wall. The material of this iron chain was unknown, and despite his level initial stage cultivation, he could not break it. At this moment, he noticed that the entire cabin was covered in runes. It seemed these runes were blocking his perception. The cold air was swirling around, revealing that this cabin was actually a cold storage. No wonder the thermal imager showed no response. Fortunately, those guys had come here earlier and led Zhao Beichen over. Otherwise, if more time passed, My Z might have frozen to death. "Step aside," Gu Changfeng called softly, and then the machete reappeared in his hand, slashing down towards the connection point of the iron chain on the cabin wall. Clang! With a sound, the severed iron chain fell to the cabin floor. What a good knife, Zhao Beichen thought to himself, but it seemed he needed to find a suitable weapon. Gu Changfeng quickly circled the cabin, swinging his knife 3 times, and the iron chains broke as expected. He then picked up the person on the ground and rushed out of the cabin. "Xiu Shui, I found My Z. He is injured. Let's meet in the infirmary." Gu Changfeng sprinted while contacting Xiu Shui through the communicator, holding My Z. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Xiu Shui was already there. Gu Changfeng placed My Z on the operating table, and the two of them began to get busy. Zhao Beichen, being a top student from medical school, was much more professional than Gu Changfeng and Xiu Shui, who were mere amateurs. The injury on My Z's head was likely caused by the impact against the cabin door. It was not yet clear if it had caused a concussion. Although there was a long cut on his forehead, it was merely a superficial injury and could be stitched up without much trouble. His biggest problem was blood loss. His blood pressure was alarmingly low. After Zhao Beichen's examination, it was determined that My Z's blood loss was not due to the head wound. The amount of blood from the head injury was minimal. On both of My Z's arms, he discovered numerous needle marks. If he guessed correctly, he had been drained. My Z was nearly drained dry. Without a large blood transfusion, survival was unlikely. Upon learning that a blood transfusion was needed, Gu Changfeng turned around and left without hesitation. In no time, he brought 3 people into the infirmary: Park Donghu, the first mate, and the engineer who had been playing cards in the captain's cabin earlier. The 3 were gagged with cloth strips and tied up like Zongzi. Beichen checked their blood types to see if they matched. Gu Changfeng threw Park Donghu at Zhao Beichen's feet. Despite Park Donghu's imposing stature, he was now trembling all over like a leaf. Zhao Beichen wasted no time and quickly began his examination. Of the 3, 2 had blood types that matched My Z's. Since a blood source was available, there was no need to think further. Zhao Beichen swiftly drew blood from the 2. The total blood volume of an adult is about 4,500,500 milliliters. Each would contribute roughly 1,500 milliliters. They were going to die soon anyway, so they might as well do a good deed before they passed. Soon 3,000 milliliters of blood was hanging on the 4 stand for My Z. Fresh red blood flowed through the 4 tube into My Z's body. Captain Park Donghu happened to be the one whose blood type did not match, so Gu Changfeng dragged him to another room. He removed the cloth from his mouth and began a friendly interrogation. The Koreans were generally spineless, and it wasn't long before he confessed everything he knew. "Old Gu, how did it go?" As soon as Gu Changfeng returned to the infirmary, Xiu Shui hurriedly asked. He confessed everything. Gu Changfeng grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table and took a big gulp before beginning to recount the information he had extracted. The Voyager was ostensibly owned by the Korean Daya Shipping Company, but in fact it was the asset of the Korean Eternal Life sect. The Eternal Life sect was the mastermind behind the Shuriware incident. They had sacrificed more than 300 people in one go. The Eternal Life sect was not an easy opponent. Their methods were extremely ruthless. The main purpose of the Voyager's journey to the Dragon Country was to deliver the box to Little Ri. The box had been sent over by the contact person from the Dragon Country. It had been on the Voyager for 2 days, and this box was very sinister. It needed to absorb human blood every 4 hours. The person who delivered the box specifically instructed that they must not forget to provide blood for the box, or there would be serious consequences. Park Dong-hoo was aware of many strange occurrences in this world, so he dared not ignore the instructions. Mai-zi was delivered along with the box. In the past 2 days, they had been drawing blood from Mai-zi to feed the box. As for the infant, he only knew it had been sent by the Wu family. They were supposed to deliver it to Incheon Port, where the Wu family would send someone to retrieve it. However, what the Wu family intended to do they were unclear about. Park Dong-hoo had a low status in the Eternal Life sect and knew very little. Old Gu who delivered the box. After hearing Gu Changfeng's account, Shin Xiu-shui asked. He was someone I had never met before. It was our first interaction. What should we do next? I have already contacted the Coast Guard. They will come to handle it. The immediate priority is to get the infant out. Gu Changfeng turned to Zhao Beichen, asking how is Mai-zi doing now. After the blood transfusion, his vital signs have begun to stabilize, but it will take time for him to regain consciousness. When old CUIS ship arrives, we will transfer Mai-zi onto old CUIS ship. Xiao Shuiyu and Hong Do will take care of the infant while I will handle the bodies with Beichen and Lin Xiao. Having briefly outlined the plan, Gu Changfeng led Zhao Beichen out of the infirmary. There were still over 20 corpses to handle on the cargo ship, but as the cleanup crew this was originally their job, so it was quite fitting. Lin Xiao received the order and quickly joined Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen. Now at sea, dealing with corpses was incredibly simple. They could just throw them directly into the sea. Cleaning the bloodstains from the cabin took a bit more effort, but it wasn't too The special neutralizing agent from the 749 Bureau was excellent. When sprayed on bloodstains, they would quickly disappear. Leader, who is Mai-zi? Zhao Beichen finally had the chance to ask the question he had long wanted to know. He is a staff member from the canteen of the Bureau. How did he end up in the hands of the Koreans? I don't know. We'll find out once Mai-zi wakes up. Gu Changfeng surveyed the cleaned corridor. This was where Hong Do's revolver had made its mark. The gun was good, and the lethality was sufficient. It was just that the bits of flesh scattered everywhere were not easy to handle, but after a joint effort from the three, now anyone would find it impossible to trace any clues. Old CIS ship has arrived. Shin Xiu-shui's voice came through the earpiece. As they reached the deck, they saw 49 infant cribs set up on the deck along with the still unconscious Mai-zi. Using the lifeboat on the ship as a means of transport, everyone carefully transferred the infants and Mai-zi onto Old Zhao's ship, retrieving the diving gear that had been hanging on the side of the Voyager. They all boarded Old Zhao's ship and headed towards the waters of the Dragon Country. Leader, what about the Voyager? Zhao Beichen stared at the cargo ship, growing increasingly distant in the night. The Coast Guard will handle it, but we don't need to worry about it. Gu Changfeng said calmly. Sure enough, the next day the news reported the sinking of the Korean Voyager container ship in international waters. Captain Gu Mai-zi has woken up. Hong Do's voice came from the cabin. Gu Changfeng hurried towards the cabin. Mai-zi, how is the situation now? As Gu Changfeng entered the cabin, he saw Mai-zi opening his eyes. Mai-zi's tears began to flow as he spoke. Gu team leader, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived. 3 days ago he was on his day off, so he went fishing in the wild. Fishing was one of Mai-zi's greatest hobbies, especially wild fishing, which he loved the most. Though it was called wild fishing, the place he went to was not exactly remote. It was just a river on the outskirts of Lingdu City. He was not alone, many others were also fishing in that river. That day he had a good catch, and around 7 or 8 in the evening, he was preparing to pack up and go home. Suddenly several people came and knocked him out, stuffing him into a car. When he woke up, he found that not only was he in the car, but also several other fishing friends. Soon the group was separated. He was taken aboard the Voyager and locked in a cold storage room. Constantly someone came to draw his blood, and he felt like he was about to die from blood loss. The temperature in the cold storage was low, leaving him in a daze. Then he suddenly heard gunshots outside the cold storage, and he desperately began to bang his head against the door. He knocked himself out, and after that he had no knowledge of what happened. Team leader, this sounds very much like a random crime. Zhao Beichen scratched his nose. Yes, it's convenient to capture people in the outskirts, no one knows, and there are no surveillance cameras, making it hard to investigate. Gu Changfeng confirmed Zhao Beichen's thoughts. Then he asked Mai-zi, by the way, Mai-zi, you mentioned that you saw other fishing. How many were there? Do you remember? 5. Although I can't recall their names, they were all familiar fishing friends, Mai-zi replied confidently. Old Gu, why capture so many people? They can't all just be for blood drawing, right? Just as Shun Xiushua finished speaking, Mai-zi added, by the way, team leader Gu, I heard someone speaking Japanese. Japanese? Are you sure? Although I couldn't understand exactly what he was saying, I am certain it was Japanese from the pronunciation. Mai-zi, think carefully. Are there any other details you can recall? Gu Changfeng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Mai-zi fell silent and began to recollect. After a long while he shook his head. Team leader Gu, I can't remember anything else. I was knocked out from behind, and after getting out of the car I was blindfolded, so I don't know much. Alright, you rest well and recuperate. We won't disturb you anymore. Gu Changfeng signaled to Zhao Beichen and the others, and then they left the cabin. Unlike the Voyager, the Fuyuan U-9245 is just a small fishing boat of a few hundred tons without so many cabins. The few rooms available were given to the infants and Mai-zi. As the group walked onto the deck, before they could start talking, they spotted 2 Coast Guard boats from Longhua. According to Han Qingsong's arrangements, these infants were to be handed over to the Coast Guard. This way Gu Changfeng and the others would not be directly exposed to the Wu family. No one knew what the Wu family intended to do with these infants, but Gu Changfeng and his team had obstructed the Wu family's plans. If the other party found out, they would definitely be furious. Handing them over to the Coast Guard would deter the Wu family from taking action. Coast Guard operations against smuggling are quite normal. If the infants were discovered, it would only show that the Wu family had bad luck, not that they were targeted. The Wu family naturally dared not act recklessly. Although Han Qingsong knew that the Wu family was behind the scenes, he had no direct evidence to prove the Wu family's connection to these infants. Relying solely on Park Dong's testimony was completely insufficient. Even the conversations intercepted by the drone between Chai Yumin and Park Donghu only mentioned goods without specifying what the goods referred to. With an incomplete chain of evidence, it was not so simple to bring down the Wu family. After much consideration, Han Qingsong decided to prioritize caution and not expose this operation, handing it over to the Coast Guard. The transfer was quick. Soon 49 infants were moved to a Coast Guard ship. The Coast Guard ship turned around and headed toward the inland sea. Their speed was much faster than the fishing boat, and they quickly disappeared from sight. Another ship went to pursue the Voyager, as they still had tasks to accomplish. Team leader, what do the South Koreans, the Japanese, and the Wu family really want to do? Zhao Beichen had yet to make sense of it all, but felt vaguely that these guys were up to no good. Just now Director Han hinted at Koyasin from the Japanese side. Gu Changfeng took a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Old Gu Koyasin is also involved. Shin Xiuxue seemed surprised upon hearing the name Koyasin. Team leader Shin, what's wrong? Is Koyasin very powerful? This was Zhao Beichen's first time hearing the name Koyasin, and he had no idea what it referred to. Shin Xiuxue nodded, saying softly, not simple. Koyasin is located in the Koyasin town of Edo District in Wakayama Prefecture, Japan. During the Tang Dynasty, Master Kukai learned from Master Huigua at Qingsong Temple, imparting the 2 secret teachings of the Vajrayana, and was granted the title of Grand Master. Gu Changfeng began his educational segment. The entire Koyasin Shingen sect belongs to a branch of the Tang. After Master Kukai returned to Japan from the Tang Dynasty in 816 AD, he received permission from the then Emperor Saga to establish a Shingen temple at Koyasin. He added, a monk. Zhao Beichen suddenly recalled the bald man in a black robe he encountered in the small world. Master Kukai is indeed a remarkable figure, but his subsequent disciples seem to decline with each generation. During World War II, the monks at Koyasin held a surrender ceremony to assist the Japanese in conquering us, sooner attempting to suppress our resistance and help the Japanese achieve their goals. Hearing Gu Changfeng's words, Zhao Beichen was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. What happened later? Hong Do asked eagerly. It seems she was also unaware of this history. Later, our government also invited many accomplished masters to hold a disaster relief and national defense ceremony to confront the monks from Koyasin. Were they even our match? Naturally, they lost, but it seems these guys have never been satisfied and have started to make. Gu Changfeng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Old Gu, if Director Han says Koyasin is behind this, then the situation is not optimistic. Shin Xiuxue slowly remarked, the Shingen sect still has some means. Yes, indeed. Director Han mentioned that the bald man seen in the small world refused to surrender, and not a single captive was taken. Furthermore, these guys are quite cunning. They managed to escape quite a few. They have not learned a bit of Master Kukai's compassion. Everything they learned has been used for evil. Gu Changfeng threw the cigarette, but into the sea with force. The self-defense forces have dispatched their most advanced whale-class submarines. I fear it's not just Koyasin. The Japanese government is probably involved too. Shin Xiuxue analyzed. That's for sure. It's just unclear what exactly they want to do. Gu Changfeng suddenly turned to Lin Xiao, saying, Lin Xiao, let me take another look at the video of the boxes we filmed earlier. Lin Xiao acknowledged and hurriedly ran to the lower cabin to get his backpack. He took out a display tablet, operated it for a moment, and handed it to Gu Changfeng. The video of the boxes was very clear. At that time, Lin Xiao controlled the drone to capture footage from different angles. Gu Changfeng focused on the screen, pausing and zooming and lost in thought. Everyone dared not disturb him. Although they knew that the South Koreans and the Japanese were colluding, no one was clear about the schemes these guys were plotting. The boxes were a crucial clue. Perhaps Gu Changfeng could discern something from them. Meanwhile, in the nation of the Sticks at Incheon Port, Chai Yumin had already been waiting at the dock for quite some time. The ship navigator carried the 49 infants he had shipped, and Wu Jiang and his group had long since arrived in the nation of the Sticks. Daoist Ma was eagerly anticipating the arrival of these infants. When he saw Wu Shuang being brought in, Chai Yumin knew that these infants must be related to the treatment of Master Wu Shuang. Thus he did not dare to delay and arrived at the dock early. According to the ship's AS, he could clearly see the navigation trajectory of the navigator. The navigator was functioning normally and was heading towards Incheon Port. This AS, which stands for Automatic Identification System, is an advanced technological system used for the safety and management of ship navigation. By exchanging information between onboard devices, shore-based equipment, and ship-to-ship, it achieves automatic and real-time transmission and sharing of both dynamic and static information of vessels. The AIS system assigns a unique Maritime Mobile Service Identity MMSI code to each ship akin to a national ID number for vessels, which accurately identifies the ship's identity. Combining GNSS positioning information, the AIS can display the ship's location, heading, speed, and other dynamic information in real time and with precision. From the moment the navigator departed from Longhua Port, Chai Yu-min monitored its course every half hour through the AIS. The navigator was performing normally until 1 hour ago. Just as the navigator was about to enter the waters of the Styx, the AIS signal suddenly vanished. This frightened Chai Yu-min greatly. If something were to happen to the navigator, it would be serious. There were 49 infants aboard that Daoist Ma urgently needed. He understood the gravity of the situation. These infants were crucial for saving Master Wu Shuang. Without them, Master Wu Shuang would likely not survive. He had lost count of how many times he had called Park Dong's satellite phone. At first no one answered, and then the phone was turned off. If both the people and the ship had sunk to the bottom of the sea, it would be strange for the satellite phone to still be on. Without the AIS signal, and with the satellite phone turned off, the ship was lost at sea. Chai Yu-min was at a complete loss. He could only report to Wu Jiang. At this time, Wu Jiang and Daoist Ma, along with Wu Shuang and a group of subordinates, had arrived at the wreckage of the Suwal ferry. Since being salvaged, the Suwal ferry had been carelessly discarded in a remote corner of the port. The battered hull had several large holes resembling a ferocious beast in the night. After all, it was a site where over 300 high school students had been sacrificed. These souls, filled with extreme resentment, had been trapped on the Suwal ferry and unable to leave. Over time, this resentment had only grown heavier. Not to mention practitioners, even an ordinary person with a slightly sensitive perception could feel this chilling, ghostly aura. Logically, such a place would require a ritual to appease the souls. But for some unknown reason, the Styx had just discarded the Suwal ferry here. There was no sign of any rituals, nor even basic respect for the deceased. Being neglected and abandoned only intensified the ghostly aura of the Suwal ferry. The heavy ghostly presence made even Wu Jiang, a mid-level class practitioner, feel quite uncomfortable. However, he had to admit that the place Daoist Ma chose was indeed a very good extreme in location. The area within a mile was enveloped in this dense negative energy. Not a single plant could be found, as stepping into a onomil radius would leave a person feeling inexplicably cold, a chill that penetrated to the bone. Therefore, ordinarily no one would come here. This also provided convenient conditions for them to conduct their rituals on the Suwal ferry. Now that everything was ready, they just needed the 49 infants to arrive, and they could begin the rites. If all went well, his son Wu Shuang would soon be restored to normal. Wu Jiang still wore his large sunglasses, coldly observing everything around him. "Second Master, it's a call from Uncle Chai." A subordinate approached Wu Jiang, respectfully handing him the phone. "Uncle Chai, did you manage to get them?" Wu Jiang asked after taking the phone. "Second Master, something happened. We can't get in touch with the navigator. The AIS signal has also vanished." "What? How could this happen? Wasn't it fine before?" "Yeah, I don't know what happened either. It was fine all along, then suddenly the signal just cut off and no one answered when I called Park Dong's satellite phone." Chai Yu-min hurriedly explained. "Damn it." Wu Jiang cursed fiercely. Although his eyes couldn't be seen behind the sunglasses, the aura he exuded made it clear that he was extremely angry. "Uncle Chai." Wu Jiang calmed his emotions. "I don't care if you steal, rob, or buy them, but within 2 hours you must gather 49 infants no older than 3 months. "Understood." Chai Yu-min hung up the phone. "You all go too. Everyone spread out, and you must bring the infants within 2 hours. Wu Jiang threw the phone to a subordinate nearby and commanded yes. 20 to 30 subordinates swiftly vanished into the dark of night. "Second Master, there are only 3 hours until dawn. If we can't gather the infants, I'm afraid." Daoist Ma glanced at Wu Shuang, who was lying on the stretcher. "Daoist Ma, just prepare. We will definitely gather them in time." Wu Jiang returned to his cold demeanor. "All right, Second Master, I understand." Daoist Ma cautiously stepped back. This Wu Jiang's Second Master Wu was not an easy person to deal with. He was clearly in a foul mood, and Daoist Ma was not foolish enough to provoke him. "Is someone targeting my Wu family?" Wu Jiang began to ponder. After Daoist Ma told him about the soul-gathering method, he immediately set about preparing. To avoid suspicion, the infants were sourced by his subordinates from several counties outside Lingdu City. Leaving 3 to 5 infants in each place was not a big deal. Even if someone investigated, they wouldn't trace it back to Wu Jiang. The people involved were all trusted subordinates who undoubtedly no one would betray him. So how did the news leak? He glanced at Daoist Ma. This person had been with him the whole time, so there was no possibility of leaking information. Moreover, once the spell succeeded, Daoist Ma would receive 15 million. He had no reason to leak secrets. So who could it be? Wu Jiang fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Chai Yu-min, who had received the order, divided his 20 or so subordinates into several groups and immediately began searching for suitable infants. In fact, when he lost contact with Park Donghu, he had already made his preparations. Wu Jiang had traveled a long way from the country to the nation of the Styx with Wu Shuang, and he would never back down just because of a lack of infants. It seemed he would have to cause a commotion in Incheon. Cha Yumin silently made up his mind. Starting from the hospitals, the maternity wards should have quite a few infants. These infants all meet the condition of being under 3 months old. Cha Yumin pointed to 3 small leaders. Take your people and start from the major hospitals in Incheon. Groups start from the cities surrounding Incheon. I don't care whether you kill or set fires. In any case, I must see 49 infants within an hour and a half. If you delay the second master's important business, you won't need to come back. Is that clear to everyone? Cha Yumin understood, the crowd replied. Go. Cha Yumin waved his hand. The crowd immediately vanished into under the night sky. The only flickering candlelight in the great hero hall of the Congo temple casts a dim glow. The entire temple is enveloped in silence and darkness. A middle-aged monk clad in a black robe walks swiftly through the temple's corridor. He stops in front of a wooden door and whispers, Master Abu, I have brought the items. Heju, make sure to deliver them to the Yao courtyard without delay. An elderly voice emanates from within the room. Understood, Master Abu. Is there anything else you wish to instruct? The monk named Heju respectfully come in. As soon as Abu's aged voice fell, the wooden door slowly creaked open. A faint light emanated from the room, and Heju cautiously stepped inside, where only a small oil lamp flickered on the table. The light, akin to a yellow soybean, was almost imperceptible. Abu sat cross-legged on a mat, completely unclothed. Take her away. His youthful appearance in his 20s starkly contrasted with his hoary voice. He pointed at a lifeless woman lying on the tatami beside him and addressed Heju. Congratulations, Master Abu, on your return to youth. Upon seeing Abu's visage, Heju fell to his knees, bowing deeply. This woman is merely at the clever late stage. Her realm is too low. You must put more effort into finding those with higher cultivation levels in the future. Abu's words were filled with dissatisfaction. Disciple knows his mistake. I will certainly find you more high-level women next time, Heju replied cautiously while kneeling. Rest assured you will not lose out on benefits. I will certainly pass on this method of rejuvenation to you. Abu looked at the kneeling Heju with satisfaction. Thank you, Master Abu, for your kindness. Heju formally bowed 3 times. Enough, go now. This old monk is a bit weary. Abu waved Heju off, signaling him to leave before closing his eyes to enter meditation. Heju carefully approached the woman, reaching out to check. She had already lost her breath. He picked her up and exited Master Abu's room. This was already the 5th woman he had delivered to Abu this month. These women were not of low cultivation. The previous 4 were all at the level, and the one he carried had even reached the late level. Even so, they had been drained into desiccated corpses within a night. It must be said that Master Abu's method of rejuvenation was indeed formidable. Hearing that Master Abu would pass this technique on to him in the future sent waves of excitement through Heju's heart. He had coveted this method for a long time. Master Abu must be over 200 years old by now, Heju thought. This time, upon seeing Master Abu again, he appeared much younger than 3 days prior. 3 days ago, Master Abu looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and in just 3 days combined with a late clever woman, he had seemingly regained decades of youth. If Master Abu's voice were to also become youthful, who would be able to tell that he was over 200 years old? All of this was thanks to the rejuvenation method, and of course it required women of high cultivation. This technique was truly extraordinary, and Heju was filled with anticipation. Many monks in Congo temple practiced this technique, but Master Abu is the most outstanding among them. If he could obtain the master's true teachings, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly soar. The more Heju thought about it, the more fervent his heart became. He was already quite adept at handling corpses. Not just him, which monk in Congo temple wasn't skilled in this? After all, there was really not much technical difficulty involved. Carrying the corpse, Heju arrived at the deepest part of Congo temple, the demon suppression tower. He opened the tower door and entered. Beneath the golden Buddha statue in the center of the tower, there was an opening. Once the Buddha statue was moved, the opening would reveal itself, and all he needed to do was toss the corpse inside. The creatures kept below would devour the corpse until not a bone remained. Just as Heju finished this task, and was about to return the golden Buddha statue to its original position, he saw 2 senior brothers entering, each carrying a female corpse. As the actions of the Yao courtyard continued to unfold, the brothers were cultivating more diligently. The biggest problem now was the decreasing number of women with cultivation. This led them to search abroad. This time in Longwa to capture more women with special abilities. Many from Congo temple had even perished. This angered everyone on Koyasan. It's worth noting that Congo temple is only considered a first-rate level on Koyasan. The pinnacle, the Fudo Mayu temple, is truly first-rate. And all temples large and small on Koyasan are under the jurisdiction of Fudo Mayu temple. Fudo Mayu temple has declared that this time they will not rest until there is bloodshed with the people of Longwa. What exactly does this mean? Heju does not know. However, he vaguely feels that it is not as simple as just capturing Longwa women. There must be another plan. He speculates that this is related to the previous events concerning the Yao courtyard. Although he has stayed in Congo temple for over a decade, his status remains lowly. Many matters are beyond his level of understanding. For now, all he needs to do is execute Master Abu's orders. After hastily greeting the 2 senior brothers entering the tower, Heju left. He must convey Master Abu's words, urging the Self-Defense Forces Navy to hurry and deliver the box to the Yao courtyard. Meanwhile, he himself must wait at the Yao courtyard. Looking up at the sky, there are still several hours until dawn. It is the darkest time of the day, and the aura of Yin is at its heaviest. Heju truly does not want to go to the Yao courtyard. The name Yao courtyard sounds quite grand, but in reality it is merely a massive graveyard. A vast expanse with over 200,000 graves. Not just 20 or so, but over 200,000. This place is filled with a chilling atmosphere day or night. Just thinking about it makes Heju feel a chill run down his spine. Many oblivious tourists specifically enjoy visiting this place, unaware that they are draining their yang energy. Thanks to these fools, a substantial amount of yang energy is contributed. Otherwise, some extremely malevolent entities within the Yao courtyard would have escaped. Otherwise, Congo Temple would be the first to suffer, being the closest to the Yao courtyard. In recent years, with the advent of the internet, efforts have been made to attract even more naive individuals to the Yao courtyard. Koyasan's marketing team has spent a significant amount of money. They have invested heavily, and indeed the results came swiftly. Many social media influencers, after being paid, helped package the Yao courtyard. With all sorts of mystical claims, they elevated the Yao courtyard to the heavens. It feels as though not visiting once in a lifetime would leave a significant regret. In this vast world, there are wonders, and indeed many people believe it. A large crowd of clueless tourists visits the Yao courtyard daily. If these people had any common sense, they would realize that this place is no different from a cemetery. It is even more terrifying than an ordinary cemetery. Have you ever seen a cemetery with over 200,000 graves? Moreover, cemeteries are filled with ordinary citizens. Who is buried in the Yao courtyard? Since the establishment of Koyasan and the Shingon sect by Master Kukai, many prominent figures in history have made their resting place here. After their deaths, they all competed for territory in the Yao courtyard. Tokugawa Ieyasu, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Ishida, Mitsunari Date, Masamune. These are well-known figures in history. Which one of them does not have a notorious reputation as a killer? Each was more ruthless than the last, employing increasingly vicious methods. The Yao courtyard is filled with these desperate souls. Could such a place be considered good? Heju often feels that people nowadays are brainless, lacking even basic logic. They deserve to have their yang energy drained. Of course, the most important thing is that they are also draining good fortune. It is these tourists who travel far and wide, offering their fortune to the Yao courtyard and to the entire Koyasan. Going back 20 years, who knew about Koyasan, let alone the Yao courtyard, this vast graveyard? It is important to note that in Japan, temples are family-owned. Indeed, temples are inherited by families, passed down from generation to generation. Thanks to effective marketing these years, the various families in Koyasan have made significant profits. Among them, the contributions from the people of Longwa are considerable. Heju finds it puzzling. He has always struggled to understand why people from other places rush to Koyasan. But he simply cannot comprehend why people from Longwa keep coming in waves. Everything in Koyasan was learned from Longwa. Besides the Yao courtyard, there are no other innovations. He truly does not know what the people of Longwa come to see. As Heju walks, he feels very anxious about going to the Yao courtyard alone at night. He tries to distract himself from thinking about anything too disturbing. The path leading to the Yao courtyard is one he truly finds difficult to traverse. The more he walks, the more he admires those foolish tourists who dare to do anything out of sheer gullibility. Heju spotted a grave from a distance. This was the tomb of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and every time he passed by, his heart would involuntarily tighten. There was no other reason. It was because Toyotomi Hideyoshi was a thoroughgoing murderer. Back in the day, he invaded Korea and was on the brink of conquering the entire region. Unexpectedly, during the Ming Dynasty, Emperor Wanli suddenly dispatched troops to support Korea. Thus, the battle between the two sides lasted for 7 years. Toyotomi Hideyoshi built a tomb where he buried many noses. These were the victims of the war. Among them were over 1,800 Koreans and nearly 3,000 from the Ming Dynasty, totaling more than 21,000. The number was even greater than that buried at the Temple of the Abyss. If one were to find a place in the country with a similar aura of malevolence and ghostly energy, it could only be this tomb. After returning the greeting, Heju continued walking toward Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb. Seeing that there were finally people around, he felt his fear diminish considerably and was no longer as scared as before. Heju pointed in the direction of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb. Yes, the master has been reciting sutras. Could I have matters to discuss with Master Wome? Farewell, junior brother. After returning the greeting, Heju continued walking toward Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb. Seeing that there were finally people around, he felt his fear diminish considerably and was no longer as scared as before. The scale of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb was vast. Not only was he buried here, but many of his family members were as well, including his mother, his brother Hidekitsu, and his wife, his sister, his eldest son, Kei Matsuko, and the concubine Yudoko. Everyone wanted to bask in the glory of Master Kukai, so the whole family was buried together. Damn it, us living people can't benefit from Master Kukai's light, yet you dead ones can. Heju scoffed inwardly. This was a technique his mother taught him when he was very young. If you're afraid of someone, you must belittle them in your heart. This way you'll slowly stop being afraid. His mother taught him many things, but he remembered this one most vividly. He found this little technique quite useful, though its effects faded quickly. An abnormal phenomenon occurred at the family tomb of Toyotomi Hideyoshi more than half a month ago. The tomb trembled, and many things reportedly emerged. They were all extraordinary entities, though Heju was unclear about what they were. There were whispers among his fellow disciples that it was the spirit of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. It was said that Toyotomi Hideyoshi would return to the mortal realm. These rumors circulated with much detail. He found it hard to believe. If Toyotomi Hideyoshi could truly return, then what about Tokugawa Ieyasu, Ishida Mitsunari, and Date Masamune? If a bunch of murderous fiends gathered together, what would happen then? Although Heiju didn't take his fellow disciples' rumors to heart, he was not foolish. Recently, Koyasin had intensified its online promotions, and he himself had seen many videos from various bloggers. All of them were indisputably amplifying the publicity for the Temple of the Abyss, seemingly aiming to attract more traffic and hoping for more visitors. But why attract more people? It surely wasn't just for the ticket money. If it wasn't for money, then it could only be for life. Recently, more and more fellow disciples had gone to the Kongoji temple to deal with the corpses. The corpses he saw were all shriveled. Where had their vitality gone? Could it be that Toyotomi Hideyoshi had truly returned to the mortal realm? Thinking of this, Heiju felt he might have been too hasty before easily dismissing the rumors of his fellow disciples. Aside from attracting traffic, Koyasin had indeed dispatched numerous experts to guard Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb. This situation had never occurred before. For example, the Master Wume he was about to meet was a top expert in Koyasin on par with Master Abu. Today he was stationed at Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb. Heiju, you've arrived. Did Master Abu have any instructions? As he stepped into Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb, an old monk sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly spoke. Master Wume. Heiju first respectfully bowed to him before standing up. Master Abu instructed that the Maritime Self-Defense Force personnel should directly deliver the box here. Is there anything else? No, Master Abu only instructed this for the young monk. All right, understood. Please stand aside for now. Master Wume fell silent again, closing his eyes in meditation. Heiju did not understand why Master Wume wanted him to stand aside. Once he had delivered the message, couldn't he just leave? In this eerie place, he did not want to stay a moment longer. However, he did not dare disobey Master Wume's orders, and could only obediently stand aside. Once he stood still, Heiju quietly looked around. He noticed that Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb had been opened at some point. A large dark opening revealed nothing inside. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, rustling the leaves. Heiju couldn't help but shiver. He glanced at Master Wume, who remained seated reciting something under his breath. As Master Wume's chants grew faster, the cold wind intensified. It wasn't just the leaves, the surrounding trees began to sway violently. Heiju tightened his clothes, feeling a chill seep into his body, which made him extremely uncomfortable. A strong fear surged within him, as if something was about to tear him apart in the next moment. He wanted to run, but his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. He wanted to scream, but his mouth felt sealed, producing not a single sound. Heiji's fear grew stronger. He sensed that something terrible was about to happen. The only one who could help him now was the Master Wume in front of him. He hurriedly looked over. Master Wume's posture remained unchanged, but his mouth moved even faster. Long incantations burst forth from his lips. Suddenly, a black whirlwind surged out from Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb. Heiju heard a chilling, sinister laughter mixed within the whirlwind. Could it be that what his fellow disciples said was true? Toyotomi Hideyoshi had indeed returned to the mortal realm. This was Heiji's final thought before the black whirlwind enveloped him entirely. 2 minutes later, the whirlwind returned to the tomb. Heiju, however, had transformed into a light, shriveled corpse. When the body fell to the ground, it made not a single sound. Master Wume appeared to notice nothing at all. He silently stood up from the ground, and then respectfully knelt in front of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's tomb. I need more. A cold, piercing voice emerged from the tomb. Understood, Master. Master Wume replied. After a while, when no further sounds came from the tomb, Master Wume stood up. Iching. Master Wume called out toward the direction Heiju had come from. A figure quickly rushed over. It was the monk who had just greeted Heiju. Dispose of him. Master Wume pointed at Heiju's shriveled corpse on the ground. Disciple understands. Iching approached the corpse and vanished into the darkness while carrying it. At the foot, Matsushita Kohei was the police chief of Koyacho. Recently, Koyasin had become very ominous, with many tourists going up the mountain, yet none were seen coming down. The parking lot at the mountain foot was filled with tourist cars, and every day the monks of Koyasin were taking these cars away. As the police chief, Matsushita Kohei naturally knew that something significant was happening. He had reported it to the Wakama Prefectural Police, but the answer he received was to keep quiet, to pretend as if nothing had happened. How could so many tourists go missing and be treated as if nothing had occurred? Since the county wouldn't take action, Matsushita Kohei directly called the police headquarters. Yet the answer he received was the same, to act as if he had seen nothing. The police headquarters even warned him that if he spoke out, they would arrest him. This frightened Matsushita Kohei. He was just a small-town police chief. How could he contend with the big shots at the police headquarters? He completely fell silent. However, he was very clear that something major must have happened at Koyasan. So many tourists had vanished without a trace, yet the police headquarters was still blocking the news. This could only mean that whatever transpired at Koyasan had the consent of higher-ups. Matsushita Kohei no longer dared to stay in this place, and hurriedly fled with his family. But before he could leave Koyacho, he was stopped. Armed members of the ground self-defense force had sealed off the entire Koyacho. Now Koyacho was a place where one could enter, but not exit. By the time Zhao Beichen and his team returned to the dock, it was already afternoon. Throughout the journey, Gu Changfeng had been intently studying photographs of the chest, yet found nothing conclusive. At first glance, the chest bore a faint resemblance to the lacquered clothing chest adorned with the 28 lunar mansions diagram unearthed from the tomb of Marquis E of Zheng. Yet upon closer inspection, it proved entirely distinct. Every celestial motif on this chest, the Big Dipper and the 28 lunar mansions alike, was inverted. Why would anyone painstakingly carve an inverted star chart onto such an artifact? In ancient times, crafting even a single object demanded extraordinary effort. No artisan would invert sacred cosmological patterns without profound purpose. And if such inversion was deliberate, it must serve a deliberate weighty reason. Gu Changfeng racked his brain relentlessly, but drew no insight. The Marquis E chest had held garments, yet this one by every structural and aesthetic cue was clearly not designed for clothing. If not for garments, then what did it contain? And why had the upper echelons of Japan's government assigned such urgency to its retrieval, dispatching even a whale-class submarine? Though the clandestine rendezvous between Japanese and Korean operatives occurred in international waters, it lay perilously close to China's exclusive economic zone. Should our naval forces misinterpret the submarine's intent, sinking it outright would be neither unthinkable nor unjustifiable. Such risk weighed heavily, yet they took it anyway. Clearly this chest held irreplaceable significance for them. Alas, despite Gu Changfeng's exhaustive contemplation throughout the voyage, no revelation emerged. Only the Bureau's specialists remained capable of unraveling its secrets. After disembarking, the team had barely climbed into their vehicle when a call came in from headquarters. A yokai had appeared in broad daylight at a small public park. And though apprehended by the operations division, the incident had drawn witnesses. Several bystanders had filmed the event, and those videos were already circulating online. Headquarters now tasked the team with damage control, erasing public awareness, and containing the fallout. Headquarters then transmitted the footage. The moment Gu Changfeng opened it, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Yamataro again. That damned Japanese abomination, will it never cease? Zhao Beichen leaned in. On screen, two burly men clashed with a diminutive figure crowned with short curved horns, punches landing with visceral force, bodies leaping 7 or 8 meters skyward in bursts of unnatural agility. The fight escalated into pursuit, ending abruptly as all three vanished into a nearby residential complex. There the video cut off. Team leader Zhao Beichen asked Gu Changfeng what exactly is a Yamataro. A Japanese yokai resembling a child, horned and carnivorous. Gu Changfeng offered the barest explanation, his irritation palpable, his expression darkening with each word. He massaged his temples incessantly. The operations division's so-called experts show zero discretion. Why couldn't they lure it somewhere deserted before engaging? Always like this. No sense of operational secrecy whatsoever. They leave us to clean up their messes. Now the footage is everywhere. How on earth do we erase that? Do they think their abilities make them untouchable? Strutting about like gods, acting without a shred of forethought. His voice rose, fury tightening his jaw. Exactly. Team leader Gu is absolutely right. We're the Bureau's stepchildren. Every dirty job gets dumped on us. If operations exercised even minimal restraint, we wouldn't be in this bind. Now it's viral. How do we possibly mitigate this? Hongdo's lips curled upward in exasperation, her voice sharp with indignation. Hongdo, technically speaking, we are the cleanup division. It's literally written in our handbook. Lin Xiao murmured soft. Shut up, and go clean it yourself. Hongdo snapped, her temper flaring. Lin Xiao instantly fell silent, shrinking back into quiet obedience. Lin Xiao, don't take Hongdo's outburst personally. Operations was reckless this time, Shun Xiuxua interjected gently, offering Lin Xiao reassurance. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Team leader, I was only teasing her. Everyone, this isn't containment anymore. It's a full-blown public announcement. Zhao Beichen raised his phone high, displaying the screen to the group, unfazed by the gravity of the situation. He just browsed online. The park brawl video had spread virally. Beyond the park footage, another clip surfaced, filmed inside the residential complex. That second recording, however, was distant and hazy, its grainy resolution obscuring the yokai's features. The park footage, by contrast, dominated trending platforms, captured from an ideal vantage point. The camera quality was exceptional. Crystal clear resolution, revealing the Yamataro in stark detail, especially its twin horns arching from its brow. The combat unfolded with cinematic rhythm, blows exchanged with brutal precision, bodies soaring and recoiling in gravity-defying arcs. With orchestral accompaniment, it would have been indistinguishable from a blockbuster film. This precisely was the clip sweeping the internet. Team leader, why not simply instruct cyber police to delete it? Why burden us with aftermath management? Zhao Beichen asked, genuinely perplexed. Early deletion might have worked, but now headquarters has assigned us the task, meaning dissemination has already crossed critical thresholds. Deleting it outright would scream guilty conscience, a tacit admission that yokai exist. And once that truth escapes containment, chaos would follow. Gu Changfeng continued, kneading his temples, his face a mask of weary despair. So what do we do? Zhao Beichen stared blankly. He understood perfectly, yet grasped no solution. Headquarters demanded eradication of public impact. But how could such widespread exposure possibly be undone? Surely not by rounding up every viewer for confidentiality oaths. Moreover, the video had saturated the nation, topping trending charts nationwide. The original upload alone had surpassed 30 million views. Add in reposts, edits, and derivative content. And who could estimate how many eyes had witnessed it? With millions already aware, what recourse remained? What recourse? None. Whoever caused this mess handles it themselves. This time I refuse to indulge them. Gu Changfeng declared coldly, then closed his eyes, leaning back against the seat. Yet his fist repeatedly striking his forehead betrayed him. He was searching for answers, venting frustration because none came easily. Operations truly acted with shocking negligence. Could they not have waited until nightfall? Shun Xiuxua murmured, gazing absently through the windshield, her voice hollow with resignation. Damage control was after all one of the cleanup division's core mandates, just as it had been during the incident at Zhao Beichen's family-run restaurant, where the influence of the wine-swallowing spirit had been neutralized. This case, however, presented unprecedented scale. Mitigating impact across such vast public exposure was by any measure a formidable challenge. Silence settled over the vehicle. Zhao Beichen dared not speak. They'd endured days of surveillance at the dock, then a sea expedition followed by combat, leaving no time to catch their breath. No wonder tempers ran high. Zhao Beichen wisely avoided provoking further ire, opting instead for quiet observation. He sat quietly in the rear seat, turning the problem over in his mind. Unlike past operations, surveillance pursuit, or the final takedown of the Korean operatives to rescue the infant, those tasks belonged squarely to operations. Such duties lay beyond the cleanup division's remit. Should they decline, understanding would follow. But this, damage control, was their sworn domain. Success or failure, it was their responsibility alone. Complaining about operations conduct changed nothing. After all, operations could always plead exigency. We acted under immediate threat. And leadership faced with choosing sides would inevitably side with operations, not with cleanup. The very purpose of establishing the cleanup division was to manage fallout. So what message would it send? To declare the mess too vast to clean. Thus, however daunting the task, it must be done. The question wasn't whether, but how. Zhao Beichen sank deep into thought, searching for the path forward. So everyone, do you have any ideas? Gu Changfeng opened his eyes and looked at the three people in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Hongdo seemed to have something to say, but held back, looking deflated. It was obvious that no one had thought of any solution. Lin Xiao shook his head directly. Captain Gu, this is really difficult. The implications are just too vast. There's no way around it. This matter is now resting on the shoulders of our two teams. The higher-ups won't care whether you have a solution or not. They will only look at the results. It's always those fools in the action team causing trouble, isn't it? Hongdo spoke up, her voice full of resentment. Hongdo, maybe you should say less. Complaining won't change the facts. Lin Xiao shot a glance at Hongdo and said softly, "What? Is it not even allowed to vent? Are we not allowed to live?" Hongdo glared at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly fell silent, not daring to Seeing that Lin Xiao had stopped talking, Hongdo seemed to feel a bit better. "Captain Gu, how about we ask the director for support? It's a bit difficult for just our two teams. I have an immature idea." Before Gu Changfeng could reply, Zhao Beichen spoke up. "Oh, you have an idea?" Gu Changfeng turned to look at Zhao Beichen. "Go on, tell us about it." Hearing Zhao Beichen mention a solution, the others in the car became interested and focused on him. The key to this matter is not whether to delete the video now, but rather to make everyone disbelieve the video content, right? Zhao Beichen began to analyze. "Yes, that's right," Gu Changfeng nodded. "So as long as we prove that this video is fake, won't that solve the problem?" Upon hearing Zhao Beichen's words, the other four fell silent, all lost in thought. "That's true, but how do we prove the video is fake?" This time it was Shun Xiuxua who spoke up, turning her head to look at Zhao Beichen. "It's very simple. We can attach other hidden meanings to this video, letting everyone know that it was deliberately filmed for another purpose." Attach other hidden meanings? I don't understand. Hongdo frowned as she truly didn't grasp Zhao Beichen's point. Zhao Beichen scanned the others in the car. Their expressions were similar to Hongdo's, all looking confused. It was clear that his earlier words had not been understood. He must have been too vague. So he continued to explain. "Have you all heard of the Sham Shui Pa money rain incident?" Sham Shui Pa money rain incident. Are you referring to the coin young master? Gu Changfeng was the first to respond. "Yes, that's exactly who I'm talking about. How does he relate to this?" Gu Changfeng was momentarily puzzled. "Beichen, what is the Sham Shui Pa money rain incident?" Hongdo, not understanding what Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng were discussing, quickly asked. "Captain, why don't you enlighten everyone?" Zhao Beichen knew Gu Changfeng's extensive knowledge needed to be showcased, so he gave him the opportunity. Sure enough, Gu Changfeng did not decline, immediately starting his explanation. On December 15, 2018, around 2 in the afternoon, a flashy Lamborghini parked outside the Golden Computer City in Shamshui, Po on Hong Kong Island. A young man got out of the car. He then mimicked the man as he spoke, his expression exaggerated. He stood on the street and shouted loudly, "Do you believe money will rain from the sky?" Gu Changfeng paused for effect, making everyone laugh. Guess what happened next? Did money really rain down? Hongdo was clearly captivated by Gu Changfeng's performance and asked excitedly. Yes, it really did rain money. As soon as he finished shouting, a large number of $100 bills fell like rain from the rooftop beside the street. Instantly, the whole street erupted and passers-by jumped into a crazy money-grabbing frenzy. The street was chaotic and traffic was completely paralyzed. In the end, it took a significant police force to restore. This incident was filmed and posted online, garnering countless shares. That day it went viral, and everyone was discussing who the rich person behind this was. Did they find out who it was? Hongdo asked curiously. Yes, they found him. It was the guy who was driving the Lamborghini, the coin young master. He was also the one who filmed and uploaded the video. Why did he rain money? For fun. Hongdo couldn't understand the coin young master's motives. For fun. Throwing over $1 million just for fun. No. Gu Changfeng shook his head emphatically. This coin young master didn't do it for fun. The next day at the same time, he returned to the same location. Just as he was about to continue throwing money, he was detained by the police, who had been lying in wait. The charge was disturbing public order, and on the way to the police station, this guy was live streaming. The content of the live stream was asking about the price of the FCC coin today. What is FCC coin? It's a type of virtual currency similar to Bitcoin, but this FCC was created by the coin young master himself. Oh, I see. The coin young master rained money to advertise and attract attention. Hongdo's mind was quite sharp. Smart. The coin young master used just $1 million to successfully expose the FCC coin and later made a hefty profit. Gu Changfeng praised her with a thumbs up. However, how is this related to our situation? After finishing his explanation, he was still puzzled and looked towards Zhao Beichen. Captain, as we discussed earlier, the best way to eliminate the impact is to prove that this video is fake. The method of proof is simple. We need to make everyone believe that this video was intentionally made for advertisement purpose. Just like the Sham Shui Po money rain incident, the money falling from the sky was just to promote virtual currency. When internet users know the truth, will they still be curious about the money rain? If everyone had known from the start that the Sham Shui Po money rain was just the coin young master promoting a virtual currency, would the video have been this popular? Would there have been so many shares? Zhao Beichen stopped speaking, allowing the others to ponder. Certainly not. Even the purpose of sharing would be different from before. Hongdo seemed to grasp the key point. I figured it out. If our goal is to ultimately expose that this video was just for advertisement, thus proving it to be fake. Hongdo said excitedly. Yes, that's the point. Zhao Beichen gave her a thumbs up. Wait, what are you all talking about? I don't understand. Lin Xiao looked at Hongdo and Zhao Beichen with a confused expression. Lin Xiao, don't rush. Shun Xiuxue also spoke up. Beichen, you mean we must make everyone believe this video has ulterior motives? Then everyone will naturally believe this video was crafted with ill intent, and it's not a real monster, thus achieving a broad elimination of impact. Shun Xiuxue, being the leader, captured the essence of the problem succinctly. Yes, that's exactly what I mean, team leader. Indeed, that's a good idea. Shun Xiuxue nodded, her brows relaxing considerably. Thanks to Shun Qiuxue's explanation, Lin Xiao also understood and gave Zhao Beichen a thumbs up. Dude, you really have a way with your brain. Everyone agreed that Zhao Beichen's idea was indeed good. If executed well, it should solve the problem. So how exactly do we operate this? Hongdo asked. This matter is actually quite simple. What we need to do first is to carry out an information bombardment. Zhao Beichen had already thought out the plan. What do you mean by information bombardment? The others still did not know what kind of scheme Zhao Beichen had in mind. Zhao Beichen did not hold back, revealing his plan step by step to a few people. Wow, Beichen, how did you come up with this? Impressive. After hearing Zhao Beichen's plan, Gu Changfeng appeared much. Beichen, if we do it as you suggest, it will be incredibly fun. Hongdo seemed to think of something, laughing with abandon. Absolutely, I've learned something new. Beichen, you're something else. Lin Xiao did not hesitate to give Zhao Beichen a thumbs up. However, we need to report this to the department first, otherwise they will definitely go crazy. Shin Xiuxue chuckled, covering her mouth. Everyone, do you have any objections to Beichen's plan? Gu Changfeng initiated a democratic vote. I agree. I have no objections. Support. Everyone expressed their opinions. Alright, since everyone agrees, I'll report to the department right away. After saying this, Gu Changfeng opened the car door, got out, and made a phone call. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the car, his face filled with joy. The department has agreed. Director Han just told me that the matter has reached the highest levels in Yinjing, and now several directors are like ants on a hot pan. If this is not handled well, the highest levels in Yinjing will definitely hold us accountable. Beichen's plan is simply a lifesaver, and the department has expressed full support. They will provide manpower and funds. Director Han also said that Beichen is appointed as the overall commander and all resources will be at his disposal. Zhao Beichen did not expect to be promoted as well and was momentarily stunned. How could he command when he hardly knew anyone in the department? Besides, he was a newcomer. Even if he knew them, why would they listen to him? Team leader, I can't take the position of overall commander. I can offer suggestions, but please don't put me in that position. Zhao Beichen was well aware of his current situation and began to push back. I'm a newcomer who can't even command myself. How can I command others? If I become the overall commander, it will surely be chaotic. Zhao Beichen added. Old Gu Beichen has a point. You should be the overall commander. You're experienced, and the people in the department know you well, so they will give you some face. Beichen just started working a few days ago. It will be difficult for him to coordinate. Shen Xiuxue also spoke up for Zhao Beichen. She had always been protective of him and was quite optimistic about the newcomer. The first time Zhao Beichen fought against a mountain spirit in a special warehouse holding a fire extinguisher, Shen Xiuxue had already taken a liking to this young man. He was brave and tenacious, a good seedling. Moreover, having been exposed to Zhao Beichen's aura these past few days, her fondness for him had significantly increased. So she always spoke up for Zhao Beichen. Xiuxue, you make a good point. I will mention it to Director Han. Gu Changfeng got out of the car again to call Director Han. In no time, Gu Changfeng returned to the car. Director Han agreed. I will take the lead on this matter. Our two teams will be the main force and all departments in the Bureau will fully cooperate. Team leader, with the department's cooperation, it will be much easier. Shall we hurry? Zhao Beichen grinned at Gu Changfeng. Alright, let's hurry up. With a solution in hand, Gu Changfeng's mood visibly improved. Hold on tight, we're off. Gu Changfeng started the car and sped out of the dock. 3 hours later, a video began to circulate online. The video showed two people fighting against a young man with horns on his head on the rooftop of a high-rise building. Each punch landed with force, creating a whirlwind of energy. Initially, the video did not get many shares, but as time passed, the shares increased significantly. The video quality was very high, and the shooting angles were excellent. It quickly made its way onto the trending topics list. The comments section was in uproar. Wow, is there really a monster with horns on its head? Indeed, there was also a previous video where the monster had horns, but it was in a small park. Strange, the two people fighting the monster look very familiar. The two people in the small park video are indeed these two. I compared them. It's true, but the monsters are different. What's going on? Could it be special effects? Impossible, just look at that horn monster, it looks real. Hey up there, does the props team know anything? It's just two horns, that's nothing. Even the most exaggerated effects can be created. Everyone, have you noticed that the shooting angles seem a bit fake? I feel like this video was intentionally staged. Right, the shooting angles in the previous video were also like this. Could these monsters be fake? You don't know anything. That monster is called the wine-swallowing boy from the vicinity of the Little Days. If it's fake, I'll eat my words upside down. In the cleanup team's vehicle, several people were sitting. Not bad, not bad. Someone is starting to have doubts. Gu Changfeng looked at the comments and smiled happily. As long as we plant the seed of doubt, we can continue to water it, and this seed will grow bigger and bigger. When the time comes, we'll give it one last push, and it will be a perfect success. Zhao Beichen was also watching the comments section. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Beichen, this time you've done a great job. Gu Changfeng patted Zhao Beichen on the shoulder. Team leader, I didn't do anything. It was Lin Xiao and the two gentlemen from the action department who were fighting. Just look at how invested they were in the fight. Zhao Beichen pointed at Lin Xiao in the video. Lin Xiao worked harder. It's not hard, they are the ones who put in the effort. Lin Xiao pointed at the two action department members sitting nearby. They were the ones who had attacked the mountain spirit in the small park. Not only did they attack, but they also had the entire process filmed, which eventually ended up online. For these two instigators, the Bureau leadership did not spare any criticism, giving them a thorough dressing down before passing the blame onto Zhao Beichen. They were tasked with cooperating with Zhao Beichen's plan. It's not hard, this matter was brought about by my brother and me, causing everyone to suffer along. One of the slightly older brothers was quite sensible and admitted to their mistake. Chao, we can't blame everything on you. After all, the mountain spirit was targeting ordinary people and you were forced into it. Gu Changfeng took out a cigarette from his pack and offered it to the one called Chao. He then pulled out another one and tossed it to the other man beside Team Chao. Chao have one too. Chao and Xiao Chao were brothers and the two main characters in the small park video. Brother Gu, your cleanup team is truly impressive. You managed to come up with this kind of method. Ooh, I admire you. Xiao Chao lit his cigarette, took a puff, and looked at Gu Changfeng with gratitude. These two brothers had suffered greatly, being reprimanded by several directors, and they were almost overwhelmed by the scolding. Fortunately, Zhao Beichen's plan saved them, otherwise they could have been expelled from the Bureau. Exactly, old Gu, let's not say anything more, my brother, and I owe you a great favor. After saying this, Chao clasped his hands in thanks to Gu Changfeng. No, if anyone owes a debt, it's him. Gu Changfeng pointed at Zhao Beichen. The method was devised by this young man, and the plan was also made by him. It was just following orders. Young brother Zhao, thank you. The two brothers clasped their fists in salute to Zhao Beichen. If you ever need anything from us, just say the word. Zhao Beichen quickly returned the gesture, not expecting to receive a personal favor this time. However, he knew that the credit could not be solely his. After all, it was a collaborative effort. Zhao Beichen was clear about this. You two are too polite. I just offered some ideas. The results are primarily due to the hard work of the other colleagues in the cleanup team. If you really want to thank someone, thank everyone. Gu Changfeng smiled and nodded. This young man, Zhao Beichen, was not greedy. Just then the door to the vehicle was suddenly pulled open. The car door was pulled open, revealing Hong Do standing outside. Hong Do, is everything ready? Gu Changfeng asked. It's ready, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hong Do smiled cheerfully and then stepped aside to reveal the cargo truck behind her. She opened the rear door, and at a glance a considerable amount of items were piled inside. Seeing this, Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen jumped out of the car. Hong Do was in charge of costumes and props. If they were to portray monsters like the mountain spirit or the Luo Xian woman, it wasn't as simple as just adding a couple of horns. To achieve realism, more sophisticated props were necessary. Fortunately, the 749 Bureau had a wealth of talent. This time they were fully cooperating with Zhao Beichen and his team's follow-up actions, so no one dared to delay. According to the requirements, the necessary props were quickly produced. Zhao Beichen walked to the front of the truck and was the first to see a pile of black furry items. Picking one up, he realized it was a complete outfit mimicking the mountain spirit. The characteristic of the mountain spirit was its humanoid shape covered in fur with its heels at the front and toes at the back. This prop was made exceptionally well with great attention to detail. Not bad, not bad. The craftsmanship is truly impressive, Zhao Beichen praised continuously while looking. The talent in the 749 Bureau was no less than that of Hollywood's professional prop makers. The items produced were convincing enough to pass for real. Of course, the Bureau is full of hidden talents, and I've truly broadened my horizons this time. While speaking, Hong Do jumped into the truck and brought out a large item. Wow, what a big spider! Xiao Chao exclaimed upon seeing what Hong Do was holding. At that moment, Hong Do was holding a spider the size of a basin. Its body was covered in fur, emitting a blue glow. It looked exactly like the one Zhao Beichen had seen in the small world. Does this thing move? Zhao Beichen curiously stared at the large spider in Hong Do's hand. Of course it moves. What use would it be if it didn't? After saying this, Hong Do threw the spider on the ground, then pulled out a remote control from somewhere and began operating it. Sounds of joints moving could be heard from the spider. Then the large spider that had been lying on the ground stood up and quickly scurried about. Fortunately, the place where they were currently located was an underground parking lot. Earlier, Lin Xiao and the two Xiaos had filmed on the rooftop of this building. So now the underground parking lot became their stronghold. Outside, members of the 749 Bureau were keeping watch, ensuring no outsiders could enter. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of such a large spider would surely frighten people. Joking aside, where would ordinary people ever see a blue spider the size of a basin? Zhao Beichen watched as Hong Do operated the spider, which was extremely agile and could even climb up the walls. He couldn't help but marvel again at the advanced technology of the 749 Bureau. But then again, considering they could create something like a small world, crafting a nimble spider was certainly no challenge. Don't just stand there like fools, come and practice, you'll need it later, Hong Do said, noticing that everyone was just standing by while she was busy. Yes, Hong Do is right, Gu Changfeng quickly responded, as he certainly didn't want to annoy Hong Do. This little girl spoke softly and her appearance was sweet and charming. She looked just like a quintessential two-dimensional beauty. But this was all an illusion. When she got angry, her temper could be quite explosive. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Hong Do's voice, Zhao Beichen also reacted. On the Voyager, he had witnessed Hong Do's fierce side firsthand. This little girl was no light hitter. One shot could create a big hole. Seeing Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen moving, the two Xiaos and Lin Xiao dared not stand idly by. Each took a large spider from the truck and started practicing control. Although the large spider had 8 legs, the operating system was cleverly designed. When using the remote control, the operator didn't need to manage each leg individually. That would be far too complicated. Instead, the system was highly integrated, making the control process similar to playing with a remote-controlled car, which wasn't complex. Before long, everyone was able to control it skillfully. Under their control, several large spiders climbed walls, ceilings, and cars, seemingly capable of anything. Just then a glaring light shone in. Another vehicle entered the underground parking lot. The parking lot had already been secured by the staff of the 749 Bureau, and outsiders were not allowed inside. Thus, the vehicle that entered must belong to someone from their side. The car stopped right in front of them, and Shun Xiuxue, dressed in an ancient-style white dress, appeared before everyone. Shun Xiuxue was already a beauty, but in ancient attire, she looked even more stunning. Her flowing garments made her appear as if she were a fairy. Shun Xiuxue was to portray the Luo Xian woman, who was famously beautiful. It was perfectly fitting for Shun Xiuxue to take on this role. Wow, team leader, you look so beautiful. The first to react was naturally Hong Do. Girls are especially fond of beautiful things. Gu Changfeng was left dumbfounded, and Zhao Beichen had to nudge him to snap him out of it. Indeed, Shun Xiuxue was breathtakingly beautiful. No wonder Gu Changfeng lost his composure. Xiuxue, simply no words can describe your beauty, Gu Changfeng remarked, as he admired Shun Xiuxue. Okay, it's just a little makeup and some dressing up. What's so exaggerated about it? Shun Xiuxue smiled at Gu Changfeng, saying, there's not much time left, we should get started quickly. Yes, there's not much time left, Gu Changfeng echoed. Thus, everyone began filming the new video according to the previously arranged plan. And An hour and a half later, another video related to monsters was uploaded online. In the video, a woman dressed in a long white ancient gown obscured by a white veil appeared ethereally. Under her command, several basin-sized blue spiders were battling two men. The battleground was a dimly lit underground parking lot. With the support of the 749 Bureau, the video began to gain more and more shares. The comment section became lively once again. Is this Lingdu never-ending? Why do all the monsters flock there? Are they having a meeting? Wow, I've never seen such a large spider before, it's really scary. What's so frightening? This is obviously fake. Fake. Come on, open your eyes, this is as real as it gets. 3 monsters have appeared in Lingdu, the frequency is way too high. I think it's a bit fake. Whether it's fake or not, the female monster is quite a sight. Even with the veil, her figure and demeanor are simply impeccable. The person above is right, we need more of these female monsters, ha. Did everyone notice that the 2 guys fighting the monsters are the same ones from before? Can't they be a bit more professional with the faking? 3 videos, 3 different monsters, and they send the same 2 guys to fight. Lingdu really has no one else. I'm an insider, and I can responsibly tell you this is a real monster named Luo Xian Woman. Luo Xian Woman. What a nice name. The insider above, why don't you go to Lingdu to subdue monsters? Inside the underground parking lot, everyone was scrolling through videos on their phones. Just now, Shin Xiaoxue portraying the Luo Xian Woman had another showdown with the 2 Xiaos. With her white veil, no one could recognize her. The 2 Xiaos had already been exposed in the previous video at the small park. Zhao Beichen's plan was to have them completely revealed. Complete exposure would ironically serve as the best disguise. This way no one would be interested in them, as anyone who was important or had a special identity surely wouldn't expose themselves as openly as they did. Being so thoroughly exposed could only mean these 2 were mere pawns. Beichen, this is just the 3rd video, and the effect is quite good. Yes, more and more people are starting to lean towards believing that all 3 videos are fake now. Big Chow couldn't stop smiling, as it was he and his brother who had orchestrated this. Now with Zhao Beichen's plan, everything was developing in a positive direction. He and Xiao Chao could finally escape from their plight, which naturally made him very happy. His admiration for Zhao Beichen grew even more. But everyone shouldn't be too optimistic, things may not be as simple as we think. Shin Xiaoxue frowned slightly as she began reading a comment aloud. Upon hearing Shin Xiaoxue's words, everyone fell silent and listened attentively as she recited, I am a Taoist priest of Mount Mao ordained with the Dharma named Xuanji. The first video, featuring the yokai Yamako in the small park, is genuine. The monsters in the subsequent 2 videos are human impersonators. When Shin Xiaoxue finished reading, the group stared in stunned disbelief. This Taoist fellow named Xuanji, old nose, has some real insight. Hong Do murmured, leaning close to Shin Xiaoxue to scrutinize the comments more carefully. Xuanji, I think I've seen his comments before too, Gu Changfeng said, scrolling through his phone. Ah, here it is. This Taoist wrote precisely this. He cleared his throat. The horned yokai is indeed a human impersonator, but the impersonator possesses innate abilities enabling such extraordinary leaps. Well, this old nose truly knows his stuff, De Chao remarked, stepping closer to Gu Changfeng to examine Xuanji's comment in detail. Beichen, what do we do now? Someone has uncovered the truth. Gu Changfeng's voice betrayed a flicker of unease. The emergence of Xuanji had unsettled him. Team leader, what he says matters less than whether people believe him. If no one believes him, even death would render his words meaningless. Quite right. Gu team leader, look. The comments beneath his post are overwhelmingly skeptical. Beichen is correct. If no one trusts him, his words hold no weight, dead or alive. De Chao swiped across Gu Changfeng's phone screen, scanning the ensuing comments. Hearing De Chao's words, Gu Changfeng lowered his gaze once more to read the rest. Exactly. Beichen, you're absolutely right. I've scrolled further. Everyone else remains deeply doubtful of Xuanji's claims. Shin Xiaoxue refreshed the comment feed, her furrowed brow finally easing. Indeed. His remarks have been utterly drowned out, stirring no ripple whatsoever, Gu Changfeng concluded with a relaxed smile after finishing his own review. Truth resides solely in the hands of the few, not because they hoard it, but because when shared few choose to believe. Zhao Beichen smiled faintly. Beichen, this strategy is brilliantly subtle. So-called free will is little more than an illusion meticulously pre-guided. Gu Changfeng sighed in admiration. To neutralize widespread influence, we must navigate the labyrinth of human perception, guiding minds invisibly until each arrives independently at the conclusion that the videos were staged. On the surface, it appears each individual freely judges authenticity for themselves, yet every step has been deliberately orchestrated. Ordinary people absorb these subtle cues unconsciously, ultimately arriving at precisely the judgment their unseen manipulators intended, while still believing their conclusions arose from independent thought. Another video surfaced, online footage of De Chao, Xiao Chao, and Yamako locked in combat within the small park, filmed from above from a high rise. They are rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns, incapable of generating any meaningful disruption. Xuanji was merely a fleeting anomaly. The team proceeded seamlessly to the next phase. Another video surfaced, online footage of De Chao, Xiao Chao, and Yamako locked in combat within the small park, filmed from above from a high-rise building overlooking the park. From this vantage, the entire park lay exposed. Besides the three combatants, a group lurked nearby, operating. Wires attached to the Xiao and Yamako were repeatedly tugged, sending all three soaring and plummeting in sequence, a scene meticulously fabricated under Zhao Beichen's direction. This time, however, an actor closely matching Yamako's build stood in for the yokai. The video's resolution was modest, shot from considerable distance. Viewers naturally inferred the first park video must be fraudulent, and that was precisely Zhao Beichen's intended effect. Beichen, I must say your foresight is astonishing, Gu Changfeng remarked while uploading the video. Team leader, deception woven with truth, illusion entwined with reality. That's how one fishes in troubled waters. Zhao Beichen smiled. Beichen, you sly little fox. Shun Xiuxiue's eyes gleamed with unmistakable admiration. Under the 749 Bureau's orchestration, the video swiftly spread across the web. Damn it. All along it was fake. What on earth is Lingdu doing? Tourism promotion. A netizen vented upon viewing the footage. Told you so, no yokai exist. Since the founding of the People's Republic, no yokai may attain sentience. Those wires are masterfully rigged. The crew is genuinely professional. Sigh. Wasted my time chasing this trend only to learn it's all fabricated. Damn it. I am Xuanji, a Taoist priest of Mount Mao. This video is forged. The first uploaded video is authentic. That was Yamako, a yokai from Japan. Hey priest upstairs. Are you from Lingdu's Tourism Bureau? Trying to fleece my wallet again. Watching the torrent of online commentary, Gu Changfeng's face blossomed into a broad, satisfied grin. Events had unfolded exactly as anticipated. To ensure verisimilitude, Zhao Beichen had overseen an obsessive reconstruction of minute details during filming. He knew well that the internet abounded with meticulous analysts, those who dissect footage frame by frame, scrutinizing every nuance. Thus, immense effort went into this video, timing, positioning of Xiao and Yamako, and even the choreography of their exchanges, all replicated with surgical precision. Even side-by-side comparison of both videos would reveal no inconsistencies. Brother Beichen, I can only give you this. De Chao laughed heartily, raising a thumb toward Zhao Beichen. You've truly saved us this time. No words suffice for such gratitude. Rest assured, whenever you need anything, just speak. He clapped Zhao Beichen firmly on the shoulder. Brother Chao, you flatter me. Since De Chao addressed him as little brother, Zhao Beichen readily embraced the title. After all, cultivating connections within the Bureau was invaluable. He had little network here. Every ally widened his path. A favor freely offered. Why refuse? Beichen, no more words. This debt is etched in my heart, Xiao Chao declared, bowing respectfully. Brother Xiao Chao, please. Merely a trivial gesture. Zhao Beichen replied warmly, flattery cost nothing, and Xiao Chao was indeed his senior. A chime sounded. Gu Changfeng's phone rang. He stepped out of the van, returning moments later beaming with delight. Beichen, the Bureau leadership is thoroughly impressed with this operation. They watched it online themselves. The public narrative has fully pivoted. You'll soon receive formal commendation. Gu Changfeng's joy radiated unreservedly. Zhao Beichen felt elated. He hadn't expected accolades at all. It was wholly unexpected. Having joined the Bureau less than 2 weeks ago, not only had his cultivation realm advanced, but now, astonishingly, he'd earned official recognition. Team leader, this success belongs to everyone, not just me. Everyone's contribution is collective. Yours is uniquely yours. These are distinct matters. Now proceed according to your plan. Resolve this matter definitively and swiftly, Gu Changfeng added with feigned gravity. Yes, team leader. I guarantee mission completion. Zhao Beichen affirmed with a smile. Understood. Let's go. On to the next location. Gu Changfeng started the Ford Transit and steered it toward the parking lot. The old industrial area of Lingdu. This vast expanse of factories has been abandoned for a long time. The original factories either went bankrupt or relocated to the new industrial park. Due to its poor geographical location, it has remained undeveloped. For many years it has been idle. The weeds have grown tall, and it is seldom that one sees a person around. Even the homeless do not come here. Yet now it is bustling with people busy with various tasks, arranging props, hanging lanterns, and clearing the overgrown weeds. From the very first day of the plan, these people have been busy here. According to Zhao Beichen's plan, this large factory area will be transformed into a ghost town. Relying on the existing buildings, different horror elements will be added to create various scenes. For example, a coffin shop, a supernatural tea house, a soul ferrying vehicle, and pawn shop No. 89, among others. Each location will have its own horror story arranged by the staff, focusing on an immersive experience. After all the buildings are everywhere, the facades will be painted and simple renovations will be made where necessary. Then various prop, sound effects, and staff will be organized. The appearance of the ghost town is basically taking shape. The plan was made by Zhao Beichen and the project is executed by the Lingdu Cultural and Tourism Bureau. The project is named Lingdu Ghost Town. When Zhao Beichen and his group arrived, they were greeted by this busy scene. Not bad, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau is quite quick to act, Zhao Beichen said as he stood in front of a coffin shop observing the arrangements inside, where the eerie atmosphere was already manifesting. Indeed, this time the Bureau and the city have made a significant investment to eliminate any negative impact, and the mayor has given special instructions. Who would dare to be negligent? Gu Changfeng knew the inside story. Beichen, your mind is sharp. You found a great place, spending little money to achieve great results. The ghost town is already taking on that vibe. Shin Xiuxiu said, her eyes filled with admiration as always. Both of you leaders, all our videos must ultimately have a clear purpose. If the final video reveals that everything is just an advertisement for Lingdu Ghost Town, then everyone naturally won't believe in any so-called monsters. Exactly who knows, this might just boost tourism in Lingdu. Hongdo has already taken out her phone to photograph the street scenes. The Tourism Bureau also has experts. The entire ghost town is designed with a distinct, eerie flavor. Don't say there really is such a possibility, Gu Changfeng nodded. Leader, we should continue working hard and finish it sooner, Zhao Beichen suggested, as there were still plenty of tasks to shoot in the ghost town. Alright, let's get to work. Gu Changfeng waved his hand indicating to start immediately. This time the main characters in the video are the two Chao brothers and a mountain spirit, with the setting being the ghost town. Zhao Beichen's requirement is to move around to different scenes as much as possible for the fights. The video must subtly highlight the intention to promote the ghost town. This will enhance the promotional flavor of the video. Thus, viewers will naturally associate the previous videos with this one. They understand that all of this is merely advertising. The two Chao brothers and the staff member playing the mountain spirit No. 749 strictly followed Zhao Beichen's requirements. A beautifully produced video was uploaded online. The content shows the two Chao brothers being chased by the mountain spirit. From the coffin shop to the supernatural tea house, and then from the tea house to pawn shop No. 89. Then from pawn shop No. 89, they chased to the funeral home, and finally emerging from the funeral home at the human meat bun shop, the two Chao brothers finally managed to subdue the mountain spirit. With the cooperation of the 749 Bureau and various government departments, this video began to spread widely. Damn it, I said long ago that there are no ghosts or monsters in Lingdu. The previous videos were surely fake. The promotional flavor is just too strong. The person upstairs is right. The monsters in the video have changed, but the ones fighting them are still those two brothers. Lingdu really lacks originality. Why isn't it the previous white-clothed female monster? Negative review. By the way, where is the background of the video? It looks quite interesting. That pawn shop No. 89 looked really cool. I want to go play there. The coffin shop isn't bad either. The horror level is off the charts. Lingdu Cultural and Tourism Bureau doesn't play fair and has deceived my wallet. I am Taoist Xuanji. I am speechless. Comments from netizens have increasingly shifted away from focusing on monsters. It is evident from everyone's comments that their points of interest have already shifted. With the release of several videos, everyone's rhythm has been led astray under Zhao Beichen's guidance. Seeing the shift in online public opinion, Gu Changfeng was in an exceptionally good mood. He thought of the previous clear-minded figure, Taoist Xuanji from Maoshan, and began to search for Xuanji's comments. Seeing Xuanji's statements made Gu Changfeng smile. Hey everyone, let me read a passage. I am Taoist Xuanji. I am speechless. Gu Changfeng held up his phone and read it aloud to everyone. Leader Xuanji has surrendered. Hongdo was the first to rush to Gu Changfeng's side, looking at Xuanji's comments. Surrendered? Under Beichen's operations, who wouldn't surrender? Gu Changfeng said with a smile. Indeed, Beichen's combination of punches is simply beautiful. Big Chao flattered him, having long been impressed by Zhao Beichen. Beichen, you are simply a master of rhythm. Your control over people's sentiments is unmatched. Little Chao also generously praised Zhao Beichen. The two brothers were extremely convinced by Zhao Beichen. It was his clever maneuvers that pulled them out of the mire. Their compliments towards Zhao Beichen had a hint of flattery, but not too much. Much of it was genuinely heartfelt admiration. Zhao Beichen remained very clear-headed. He knew that the plan was at most two-thirds complete, and there was still a major act to come. Everyone, we cannot slack off now. We are about to enter the next phase, Zhao Beichen said. Beichen is right. We must not slack off. Everyone work hard and keep going. Gu Changfeng encouraged everyone. Let's keep going. The crowd responded enthusiastically, with Hongdo being the most proactive. The cleaning crew's job has always been to handle the aftermath and clean up the battlefield. Which corpse isn't drenched in blood? As a girl, Hongdo actually dislikes this, but being in the cleaning crew, she is. This cleanup operation felt very interesting and fresh to her. Zhao Beichen has given the cleaning crew a good lesson, this time expanding their scope of work. This is much more fun than cleaning up bloodied corpses. Thus Hongdo was very enthusiastic. Hongdo, you are the main force in this phase. Zhao Beichen walked over to Hongdo. Don't worry, it's a small task, Hongdo replied sweetly. I'll head there right now. With that, she bounced away. This phase's task posed no difficulty for Hongdo. It was simply to supervise the staff in the ghost town as they filmed their respective videos. Although the Lingdu Tourism Bureau had already issued orders to the staff, Zhao Beichen still felt uneasy, which is why he had Hongdo keep an eye on them. The videos from the staff are very important. Zhao Beichen instructed them to film videos of their own work. For example, if you were designing the coffin shop, you should film a bit of the work you were doing to implement the design and then post it online. Of course, the supernatural tea house next door can also be filmed a little. However, it cannot be too much. On one hand, we want to expose Lingdu Ghost Town, but each person can only expose a little. This way viewers will vaguely feel that such a place exists. Yet they won't be able to grasp the full picture, maintaining everyone's curiosity and attention. This sets the stage for the upcoming big reveal. Under the supervision of Hongdo, the staff cooperated quite well. Various work videos were continuously posted online. The emergence of these videos further solidified the notion that the so-called monsters were merely a gimmick orchestrated by Lingdu. Zhao Beichen was constantly scrolling through various comments online. He needed to adjust his strategies based on these comments. Fortunately, everything seemed to be developing in the direction he had designed. Indeed, the public had been misled. Now everyone's focus was more on the true purpose behind Lingdu filming. At the same time, many were curious about the filming locations. The curiosity of the Chinese people is quite strong, especially now that living conditions have improved. Everyone was looking for fun places and eager to join the excitement. Zhao Beichen felt that the time was ripe, and it was time to make a big move to put an end to this matter. Thus, a video titled Lingdu Ghost City, the Night of 100 Ghosts was quickly released on the official account of the Lingdu Tourism Bureau. The video broadly introduced the Lingdu Ghost City and showcased an experiential activity organized by the Lingdu Tourism Bureau based on this ghost city, the Night of 100 Ghosts. It also included various monster clips posted online earlier. Finally, it reminded everyone that the ghost city had opened its doors and welcomed visitors. With the cooperation of the 749 Bureau and the online department, the video was shared everywhere. It quickly made its way to the trending list. As I said from the beginning, these ghosts and goblins are fake. Indeed, Lingdu's cultural tourism strategy is impressive. Oh no, I've been deceived. Oh, Lingdu Tourism Bureau, you're ruthless. I must go. The Night of 100 Ghosts sounds thrilling. But I wonder if the white-clad monster will appear. Lingdu Tourism Bureau, my wallet. I remember someone said that if monsters were real, he would eat feces upside down, right? Hurry up, the feces are ready. Is 5 pounds enough? I told you that after the founding of the country, monsters were not allowed to become sentient. You didn't believe me, and now you do. Exactly, there are no monsters to speak of. I am Xuanyi. Oh, I have nothing to say. Look, group leader Gu Xuanyi has nothing to say again, ha. Hongdo laughed so hard that she trembled and handed the phone to Gu Changfeng. This arrogant Taoist is quite persistent. Even when he has nothing to say, he still wants to comment. Gu Changfeng finished reading the comments and smiled as he returned the phone to Hongdo. Xuanyi is quite pitiful, beaten to a pulp by Beichen. This time Xuanyi has completely lost. Hongdo glanced at Zhao Beichen and gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, far away at the Maoshan Temple, Xuanyi was looking quite helpless. In his 30s, Xuanyi had a dignified appearance, exuding an air of immortality. Currently, Xuanyi was sitting on a cushion scrolling through his phone. For the past few days, he had been focusing solely on videos related to Lingdu's monsters. As a clever expert, Xuanyi could naturally discern the authenticity of the monsters in the videos at a glance. When the first small park video appeared, he recognized that the creature in it was a Shantong. Shantong belongs to the Shao Riji, and Xuanyi was well aware of this. The appearance of Shao Rise's monsters in Longwo was quite unusual. Xuanyi felt it necessary to remind everyone to pay attention. Thus, he left comments on almost every shared small park video detailing the Shantong. At first, many people believed his words, and the public's interest in monsters was quite high. In the background, he received numerous private messages. Most inquiries were about Shantong, with some asking if he was accepting disciples. Xuanyi was considering whether to host a live stream to educate everyone. However, the situation changed later as more fake monster videos emerged. As the real small park monsters were on the verge of being forgotten by the public, Xuanyi became anxious. Comments became more intense, attempting to draw everyone's attention once again. Although he posted numerous comments, the effect was worsening. He watched helplessly as some individuals led the narrative astray. Moreover, the situation escalated, seamlessly integrating with Lingdu's cultural tourism promotional video. It wasn't until Lingdu's promotional video was released that Xuanyi realized there was an official presence involved. As an outsider, Xuanyi had no problem dealing with monsters, but when it came to discussing political strategies, he was at a loss. Thus, even when he noticed someone attempting to erase the authenticity of Shantong's existence, he couldn't fully grasp that the officials were taking action. Only when Lingdu's cultural tourism jumped into the fray did he become aware. Xuanyi was now in the process of deleting his previously posted comments. Going against the officials, wasn't that asking for trouble? Unfortunately, he had posted too many comments earlier, and now deleting them made Xuanyi feel dizzy. However, the officials' involvement further validated the existence of Shantong. Thinking of how Shao Rise's monsters had come to Lingdu, Xuanyi felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. As the senior disciple of Maoshan Temple, Xuanyi was passionate about slaying monsters. During this time, his fellow disciples often sought him out to discuss the videos of the small park Shantong. Since Shao Rise's monsters dared to come, they would have to face the wrath of the Taoists. Senior brother, the master is looking for you. A voice called from outside while Xuanyi was still deleting comments. Alright, I'll be there shortly. Responding, Xuanyi hurriedly got off the cushion. Upon arriving at his master's room, he found several uncles and aunts had already gathered. The room was packed full. As the head of Maoshan Zuanyi's master, Chunyangzi possessed unfathomable cultivation and usually focused on seclusion. Now that so many people had come, the matter was likely not simple. After Xuanyi greeted everyone, he stood aside, not daring to interrupt. After listening for a while, Xuanyi realized that his master and the others were also discussing matters related to Shantong. Junior brother Shantong is not the main focus. The main concern is how these creatures ended up here with us. Xuanyi's master, the head of Maoshan Chunyangzi, said to his junior brother Tienda, "Master, you are correct, and my earlier perspective was indeed too narrow." Tienda humbly accepted his senior brother's guidance. This matter is not only of concern to us at Maoshan. The old fellows at Longhushan are also paying attention and have contacted me. They are preparing to send some personnel to Lingdu. We all agree that something may soon happen there. Chunyangzi stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Master, do you mean that the appearance of Shantong this time is not an isolated incident? Yes, we are separated from Shaoriji by a vast ocean. How did Shantong make it over here? This situation is unusual. Chunyangzi finished speaking and glanced at Xuanyi, who was standing aside. Xuanyi, as the senior disciple, you will lead a few junior disciples to Lingdu this time. If it turns out to be nothing, consider it a trip for leisure, but if something arises, then deal with it accordingly. Understood. Chunyangzi emitted a fierce aura. This was the first time Xuanyi had seen his master like this. Disciple understands. Good, then select your team and head down the mountain as soon as you are ready. Disciple understands, so I take my leave. Xuanyi did not linger, turning to exit the room. He had long wanted to go to Lingdu. The moment the small Park Shantong video appeared, he had the urge to go. Now his master's order came at just the right time. Xuanyi selected more than 20 capable junior disciples and immediately descended the mountain towards Lingdu. Zhao Beichen and his companions were unaware of Xuanyi leading a group of junior brothers and sisters towards Lingdu. After several busy days, everything was satisfactorily resolved. Zhao Beichen and the others also returned to Bureau 749. The treatment at the bureau was quite good, and they assigned a dormitory to newcomers like Zhao Beichen. The so-called dormitory was actually a small apartment around 60 to 70 square meters, elegantly decorated. Everything was prepared inside, ready for moving in. After handing the dorm key to Zhao Beichen, Gu Changfeng went home. After running around for nearly a week, it was time to go back and take a look. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Zhao Beichen found it very much to his liking. His unit was on the 17th floor, affording a high vantage point with a splendid view. With some free time, Zhao Beichen took out his phone to reply to text messages. Wang Xuechuan, Lin Shiqing, and Huang Jiai had been in touch with him quite a bit, but Zhao Beichen was simply too busy to respond. As soon as he opened his WeChat, a screen full of red dots greeted him. Previously, he had added quite a few customers' WeChat contacts at the local restaurant. The messages from these people had nearly overwhelmed him in recent days. Zhao Beichen first contacted the three girls Wang Xuechuan, Lin Shiqing, and Huang Jiai to inform them that he had been assigned to a dormitory and invited them all for dinner that evening. He missed them quite a bit after not seeing them for several days. He then reached out to Lin Xiao and Hong Do, inviting them as well. They were all young people, and it would be lively to get to them. With a level initial realm, Zhao Beichen did not feel tired. He went out again to prepare ingredients, intending to showcase his culinary skills that evening. Just as he bought the ingredients, Wang Xuechuan and the other two arrived first. Upon meeting, they naturally embraced Zhao Beichen, taking in his scent until they were satisfied. Beichen, your cleaning team has made quite a splash this time, Wang Xuechuan said, habitually wrapping her arm around one of Zhao Beichen's. Yes, I heard from our department head that the method used by the cleaning team to eliminate the impact on such a large scale was devised by a newcomer in the team. Could this newcomer be you? Lin Shiqing asked with wide eyes. That would be me, Zhao Beichen replied with, Beichen, is it really you? Huang Jiai asked in disbelief. It really is me. Our team leader mentioned that the bureau will award us for it. I said it before, my Zhao Beichen is the best, Wang Xuechuan said happily while hugging Zhao Beichen's arm. What do you mean by my Zhao Beichen? Isn't my Zhao Beichen amazing? Lin Shiqing chimed in, unwilling to back down. Seeing that this was going nowhere, Zhao Beichen quickly changed the subject. What about the monsters this time? Have you heard any internal news? Upon hearing Zhao Beichen mention serious matters, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing stopped their banter. Our research department has indeed made some discoveries. Lin Shiqing, who works in the research department, said they have been extremely busy lately, but at least they found some clues. Oh, what's the situation? Zhao Beichen became interested. In the waters around Dongji Island, we discovered large-scale fluctuations in spatial fissures. Lin Shiqing began to explain the findings from the research department. The spatial fissure was something Zhao Beichen had heard Gu Changfeng mention on his first day at the bureau. He had brought it up again when slaying the wine-swallowing child at the local restaurant. However, it had not been elaborated upon. Searching what's going on with the spatial fissures. Zhao Beichen, we are still researching the specific principles, but based on what we currently know, this spatial fissure can connect to other. The spatial fissure in the Dongji Island waters has existed for some time. It was originally very small, and aside from some microscopic materials, nothing significant had passed through. However, recently something has happened that caused this fissure to expand significantly. The action department personnel went over early, and according to the intelligence returned, many strange occurrences have indeed appeared in that area. Lin Shiqing reached out to touch the grapes Zhao Beichen had just bought, preparing to pick one. You greedy one, they aren't washed yet. Huang Jia lightly slapped Lin Shiking's hand and got up to wash the grapes. Shurching, isn't Dongji Island very close to us? Could it be that the wine-swallowing child and mountain child from before came running from Dongji Island? Wang Xuechuan recalled the mountain child from before. Yes, there is a very high probability of that. Shurching, have you found out why the spatial fissure is expanding? Zhao Beichen asked. Not yet. Colleagues from the formation group in the research department said it might be because someone set up a formation there to disrupt our Great Golden Toad Bureau. Great Golden Toad Bureau. What is that? Zhao Beichen and Wang Xuechuan exchanged glances. They had never heard of it. Wait a moment, let me show you something. While saying this, Lin Shurching pulled out her phone. After searching a bit, she found a photo. Look, this is the Great Gold. Zhao Beichen and Wang Xuechuan quickly leaned in. The photo was a map with lines marked on it. The entire red line outlined a large golden toad. Lingdu happened to be the tongue of the Great Golden Toad, while the waters around Dongji Island were located at the right front of the toad's mouth. This is the Dongji Island waters. Do you see how it resembles a hook for fishing this Great Golden Toad? Lin Shurching asked while pointing at the map. Well, now that you mention it, it really does. What would happen if the golden toad were to be caught? Wang Xuechuan, not understanding much, asked. What is a golden toad? It represents wealth, do you understand? My silly sister, Lin Shurching gently patted Wang Xuechen's head. Our Lingdu is the engine of national economic development, the center of national wealth. If the golden toad, which represents wealth, is caught away by someone, what do you think would happen? Lin Shurching educated Wang Xuechuan. After hearing Lin Shiking's words, Wang Xuechuan looked closely at the photo on her phone. Oh, it really is true. This great golden toad was originally fine where it was being lured by Dongji Island. It could really run away. Now Wang Xuechuan realized that the problem was not simple. Therefore, our research department believes that someone is definitely up to no good with this fissure. Have you figured out? We haven't reached a final conclusion about who it specifically is, but based on the current evidence, the likelihood of it being Xiao Rizi is the highest. Huang Jia brought over the washed grapes, while Lin Shurching spoke as she ate. Damn it, it's Xiao Rizi again. These bastards just won't learn. Zhao Beichen cursed fiercely. They have never been at peace, always finding trouble for us. Huang Jia chimed in. Is there any response from the bureau? Do you know? Zhao Beichen asked the three girls. We don't know the specifics, but our logistics department has been purchasing a large amount of vermilion yellow paper and the like recently. I've also been extremely busy lately. Wang Xuechuan started eating grapes. Vermilion and yellow paper. Zhao Beichen repeated these items are combat supplies for Bureau 749, similar to bullets and shells in the military. Could it be that a fight is about to break out? He looked at the three girls with confusion. Just then there was a knock at the door. Outside the door were Hong Do and Lin Xiao. After Zhao Beichen's introduction, the young people quickly became familiar with each other. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhao Beichen started to busy himself in the kitchen. The others also came to lend a hand. Soon a table full of dishes was prepared. The six of them chatted while eating, the topic revolving around their daily lives. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed that the Bureau was likely preparing for a major operation with their daily affairs. With this hypothesis, everyone was excited, thinking about finally being able to personally take down the enemies. Even Lin Shurching and Wang Xuechuan, two ordinary girls, were eager to try. It was evident that the daily affairs were truly detestable. By the way, have you heard about the Wu family? Hong Do suddenly brought up the Wu family. Wu Shuang's family. Zhao Beichen wondered how Hong Do would bring up the Wu family. Yes, the Wu family from the operations department, led by their elder Wu Zhongshi. Hong Do picked up her chopsticks to get some food. That one named Wu Shuang has died. Wu Shuang is dead. Wang Xuechuan exclaimed, then looked at Zhao Beichen and the others. Here, apart from Zhao Beichen, no one knew what had happened to Wu Shuang in the small world. Even Zhao Beichen himself only knew that Wu Shuang had returned from the small World Cup, but he had no idea what happened afterward. He didn't dare to inquire further. Yes, dead in the country of the sticks. Hong Do took a small sip of wine. I only heard about this when I came back today. Hong Do, tell us what happened. Zhao Beichen felt quite pleased to hear that Wu Shuang had finally died and was eager to learn what had transpired. Hong Do didn't keep anyone in suspense and began to share what she had heard. The Wu Shuang team doesn't know what happened during their training in the small world. In their group of 4, 2 souls were missing. Not long after returning from the small world, the other 3 members of Wu Shuang's team perished. The Wu family temporarily used secret methods to keep Wu Shuang's life, and then brought him to the country of the sticks. What were they doing in the country of the sticks? Zhao Beichen, upon hearing this, couldn't understand the Wu family's intentions. Do you know about the Shuriwa ship? Hong Do didn't answer, but instead asked. Of course, this is too famous. It was a live sacrifice. It's hard not to know. Huang Jia was the first to respond. Yes, exactly, a live sacrifice. The Wu family brought Wu Shuang to the Shuriwa ship to leverage its extreme yin energy to help Wu Shuang restore the lost souls. As Hong Do said this, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen felt perplexed by her gaze, unsure of her intentions. To restore Wu Shuang's souls, the Wu family stole 49 infants under 3 months old in Incheon, South Korea. Upon hearing this, Zhao Beichen finally understood why Hong Do looked at him earlier. Previously, they had rescued 49 infants from the Voyager ship. It seemed the Wu family had stolen these to restore Wu Shuang's souls. These scoundrels, Zhao Beichen cursed silently in his heart. Previously, Director Han Qingsong had instructed them to hand over the infants to the maritime police and to never expose their actions. So Zhao Beichen could only pretend to be unaware. And then, did they really manage to gather that many infants? Zhao Beichen continued to inquire. Yes, they did. The Wu family still has some means. Hong Do took another sip of wine. Since they had the infants, how could Wu Shuang still die? Zhao Beichen found it somewhat incomprehensible. Because they underestimated the living souls on the Shuriwa ship. Seeing everyone looking puzzled, Hong Do continued to explain. The living sacrifices on the Shuriwa ship were mostly high school students, and they were very obedient. You all know this situation, right? Everyone nodded. Of the more than 400 high school students, those who were mischievous and disobedient had longs. What remained were those who obediently waited for rescue. Even the captain had fled, yet the broadcast kept urging everyone to stay put, and it was these obedient children who perished. These children were clearly very obedient, waiting patiently for rescue, yet little did they know they were being treated as sacrificial offerings. Thus, after dying, they bore heavy resentment, and since most of them were still pure, the power of their resentment grew. Moreover, after the Shuriwa ship was salvaged, the government of the Sticks turned a blind eye and carelessly discarded it. The current Shuriwa ship is no longer just a land of extreme yin, it is simply a place of ultimate yin. Hong Do's exaggeration was evident, but it was clear that the current Shuriwa ship was indeed extraordinary. So, did the Wu family fall into a trap on the Shuriwa ship? Zhao Beichen asked. Yes, after obtaining 49 infants, they boarded the Shuriwa ship, where a Taoist named Ma began performing rituals. They intended to extract the souls of the 49 infants, refine them, and then inject them into Wu Shuang's body. What the hell, are they even human? Zhao Beichen grew increasingly furious, slamming his palm hard on the table. This Wu family is truly heartless. They can commit such inhumane acts. Wang Xuechuan also appeared very angry. The Wu family was too evil. Don't be too angry. There are various factions intertwined in our bureau. Do you think the bureau leadership is unaware of the Wu family's background? If the bureau leadership knew, why would they allow the Wu family to act with impunity? Zhao Beichen was truly agitated. The 749 bureau belonged to the state and was established to protect its citizens. Now there was such a malignant tumor within the bureau, monopolizing the entire operations department. Using the resources of the nation to commit heinous acts, how could he not be angry? I estimate that the bureau leadership was probably unaware of the child theft before, but the Wu family is not good news. I think the bureau leadership is not foolish. Their inaction likely stems from being unable to act. Lin Xiao rarely spoke, and when she did, she said quite a bit. Lin Xiao, do you know something? Hong Do, surprised that Lin Xiao would speak, was equally taken aback. No more talking, we'll chat about it later if there's an opportunity. You continue. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and then buried her head in her food. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't want to say more, Hong Do continued discussing the Wu family. After boarding the Shuriwa ship, they didn't know what happened, and none of them got out in the end. Annihilation? Zhao Beichen asked excitedly. Almost. A few stayed outside the Shuriwa ship, but not a single one taken aboard returned. Later, the elder of the Wu family, Wu Zhongshi, received news and rushed over with a group of experts. After a great deal of effort, they managed to retrieve the bodies of his son Wu Jiang and grandson Wu Shuang. I heard the process was extremely perilous, and Wu Zhongshi almost perished inside. Hong Do said slowly. What a pity, it would have been better had they all perished. Zhao Beichen expressed his regret. Exactly, families like this are nothing but disasters. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing nodded in agreement. Hong Do, Wu Zhongshi is at Clevel Rear. What could have nearly cost him his life? Huang Jiai from the operations department, who was quite clear about Wu Zhongshi's capabilities, stated, there are several theories regarding this, one of which is relatively accepted. Aside from the living souls sacrificed on the Shuriwa ship, there is also a great terror. It is said that Wu Zhongshi himself has also mentioned this, but I'm unclear about the specifics, Hong Do explained. Who cares? As long as the Wu family can be eliminated, it's better to get rid of this malignant tumor sooner rather than later. Zhao Beichen raised his glass. Thanks, Hong Do, for the good news. Oh, let's drink to that. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. They were all young, just at the age where they Everyone had heard of the Wu family's arrogance and tyranny, and now hearing that the Wu family had suffered a heavy blow, they were naturally very happy. Doesn't that mean the operations department is going to undergo a change? Lin Shiqing suddenly asked. I heard that Wu Zhongshi was quite severely injured this time, so theoretically, he is very likely to step down from the position of the department head. However, it's uncertain who will take over. Hong Do seemed well informed and knew quite a lot. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's phones began to ring one after another. They realized it was their respective supervisors. Supervisors from different departments were simultaneously calling their subordinates. It seemed something had happened. The caller for Zhao Beichen is Gu Changfeng. Beichen, hurry to the office, there's action, Gu Changfeng said directly as soon as the call connected. Okay, team leader, I'll be there right away. After saying this, Zhao Beichen hung up the phone. Action. Zhao Beichen recalled what Lin Shiqing had mentioned about the spatial rift at Dongji Island. Could it be related to that? At this moment the others also finished their calls one after another. Without exception, they were all contacted by their respective supervisors asking everyone to report back to their departments immediately, citing that there was action. Beichen, be careful during the operation, Wang Xuechuan reminded Zhao Beichen before leaving. Don't worry, I have the team leader protecting me, it'll be fine, Zhao Beichen replied with a smile. Though I say that precautions must still be taken. This time, every department is mobilized. The operation scene. Lin Shiqing helped Zhao Beichen adjust his clothing, resembling a little wife, reminding her husband, who was about to embark on a long journey. Zhao Beichen knew that both Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing held a high regard for him. It was not surprising that they were so concerned about him now. Alright, let's go quickly. Beichen is not a child, he will take care of himself. Huang Jiai tugged at Lin Shiqing. Yes, don't worry, I will be cautious. You all take care too, Zhao Beichen said, looking at Wang Xuechuan and Lin. We're logistics and research, we won't be involved in any action. Staying at the bureau will be safe, Wang Xuechuan replied with a smile. Alright, let's go. Stop being so chatty. Hong Do nudged Zhao Beichen with her elbow. Let's go. Zhao Beichen smiled at Hong Do and took the lead to walk out. The group had no time to gather their things and hurried to report to their respective departments. When Zhao Beichen arrived at the office, Gu Changfeng was already there. Team leader, what's the situation? As soon as Zhao Beichen entered, he saw Gu Changfeng tidying up in the office. We're going to Dongji Island soon, grab all these things, Gu Changfeng said, while packing, pointing at a pile of items on the floor. Dongji Island. He had indeed not guessed wrong before, it seems to be related to the spatial rift at Dongji Island. Zhao Beichen stopped asking further and quickly started gathering his things as instructed by Gu Changfeng. The main duty of the cleaning team is to handle the aftermath. Unlike the action department, which charges in at the front lines, the items Gu Changfeng had Zhao Beichen bring were all related to cleanup. Body bags, neutralizing liquids, protective suits, and some instruments. They had prepared some of these in the trunk of their cleaning team's vehicle. Now they needed to bring more. It seemed this operation was quite significant, Zhao Beichen thought to himself. Soon the two had gathered quite a lot, and Zhao Beichen even noticed Gu Changfeng stuffing plenty of items into his own quantum space. Is this a long-term battle? Watching Gu Changfeng prepare so many supplies, Zhao Beichen muttered to himself. When they reached the parking lot, it was bustling with people. Everyone was loading items into their cars, and those who finished drove off directly. What kind of operation requires so many people? Zhao Beichen planned to wait until he got on the vehicle to ask properly. Beichen. He heard someone calling him, and turned to see it was Hong Do. The three of them from Cleaning Team 7 were also present, and Lin Xiao was busy loading items into their vehicle. Hong Do gestured to Zhao Beichen, encouraging him. Zhao Beichen responded with a gesture reminding her to stay safe. Then Lin Xiao finished loading the items, waved to Zhao Beichen, and got into the vehicle. The Big G sped off with a burst of acceleration. Team leader, where to? Zhao Beichen finished arranging his things and got into the vehicle, starting it while asking Gu Changfeng. Dongji Island. Gu Changfeng replied, fastening his seatbelt and announcing the destination. Alright, hold on tight, team leader. Zhao Beichen pressed on the accelerator and the vehicle burst out of the parking lot. He glanced at the rearview mirror. All the vehicles in the parking lot were starting up and following behind them. Team leader, what's going on? Zhao Beichen asked. The rift at Dongji Island has enlarged. Several vile creatures have escaped. This time it's quite tricky, Gu Changfeng said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting one. What kind of monsters are we dealing with? Zhao Beichen was excited. He hadn't had a chance to earn corpse points for a few days, and now was the perfect time for a bounty. The higher-ups only mentioned a lot, but what exactly there remains unclear, Gu Changfeng said as he rolled down the car window, letting the smoke drift away. So what is our specific task? Zhao Beichen knew they wouldn't be fighting the monsters directly, but what they were supposed to do remained uncertain. The task is still the same, eliminate all traces and handle the corpses, Gu Changfeng said flatly. Hearing this, Zhao Beichen felt relieved. He was just afraid they would be assigned to perimeter security that would prevent them from accessing the corpses in time. If they couldn't get in contact, how could they earn any points? He glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen, corpse points 615-2000, max value, reward max level, meteoric steps, current realm level B, initial stage. Now, with just over 600 points, he was still far from the 2,000 needed. He hoped there would be more monsters this time, allowing him to have a good haul. By the time Zhao Beichen arrived at Dongji Island, it was already deep into the night. 20 kilometers away from Dongji Island, there were already checkpoints manned by armed soldiers. Except for vehicles from Bureau 749, all others were turned away. The checkpoints became denser, with one every 3 kilometers. Moreover, the closer they got to Dongji Island, the stronger the firepower configuration of the soldiers at the checkpoints. At the last 2 checkpoints, Zhao Beichen even saw armored vehicles and tanks. Occasionally, armed helicopters flew overhead. Surrounding them were military tents, and rows of soldiers were patrolling. Team leader, this is quite a large operation. Zhao Beichen slowed down his speed, following the vehicles ahead. They were about to enter the core area, and the convoy's speed slowed down. The military has also been deployed. It seems there are indeed quite a few vile creatures. However, the military can only handle the periphery. We are the ones who have to deal with the main force. Team leader, aren't those big guys useful? Zhao Beichen pointed at the armored vehicles and tanks outside the window. They are useful, but the premise is that you need to hit them. The monsters are very agile and a tank's cannon can't even lock on how to hit. However, collective destruction can also be effective, Gu Changfeng added. After hearing Gu Changfeng's suggestion, Zhao Beichen quickly understood. Bullets and shells are lethal to certain monsters, otherwise calling in the troops would just be sending them to their deaths. However, using these firearms is also challenging. The monsters move quickly, and it's not easy for ordinary people to aim. At that moment, Gu Changfeng pointed to the 11 o'clock direction. Following the direction pointed by Gu Changfeng, Zhao Beichen saw a large tent. He slowly drove As soon as he stopped, Gu Changfeng jumped out of the car, saying, "You go park the car. They'll head to the command center first, and he'll come find you later." Watching him enter the tent, Zhao Beichen drove off to find a place to park. The area was filled with parked vehicles, most of which belonged to the 749 Bureau. Many people had gotten out of their cars smoking and chatting outside. It seemed they were all waiting for their leaders, much like Zhao Beichen. Gu Changfeng did not stay long in the command center. After quickly contacting Zhao Beichen by phone, he found the parking area. "Our mission is clear now, let's gear up and set off." He walked to the back of the car and opened the rear door. "This time we only need the corpse dissolution liquid and powder. We won't need anything else," Gu Changfeng said, while rummaging through the items. "What's wrong, team leader? Aren't we collecting the corpses?" Zhao Beichen exclaimed anxiously, realizing that if the corpses had dissolved there would be nothing left to collect. "There's no choice, there are too many monsters this time. It's unrealistic for our cleanup team to carry everything away." Gu Changfeng continued, "I just spoke with the command center, and the order from above is to dissolve the corpses to eliminate traces as much as possible." Gu Changfeng worked quickly, already pulling out the corpse dissolution powder and liquid. These two items were the latest inventions from the research department and were very effective. Whether powder or liquid, as long as a bit is sprinkled on the monster's corpse, it will quickly dissolve into a pool of thick blood. Truly, these are essential remedies for aftermath handling. "Oh, fine." Zhao Beichen understood that arguing would be pointless and decided to adapt to the situation later. Gu Changfeng divided the corpse dissolution powder and liquid into two portions, taking one for himself and giving the other to Zhao Beichen. Closing the car door, they headed towards the seaside. From their current location, it would take another 20 minutes by boat to reach Dongji Island. Many military speedboats were already docked at the seaside, with personnel from the 749 Bureau coming and going. By the time Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng arrived, a speedboat with 3 people on board was getting ready to depart. Seeing Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen, the boat stopped again. "Old Gu, there's just enough room for 2 more. Someone on the speedboat greeted Gu Changfeng. Zhao Beichen looked over and realized he did not recognize this person. He was a middle-aged man sitting with 2 young people. "Old Qiao, you're here." Gu Changfeng led Zhao Beichen onto the boat, saying, "Beichen, this is Qiao Shan from the operations department, team leader Qiao. This is our new member from team 5, Zhao Beichen." Gu Changfeng introduced Zhao Beichen to Qiao Shan. "Hello, team leader Qiao." Zhao Beichen greeted with a smile. Qiao Shan nodded with a smile. "This is Gu Changfeng, team leader of cleanup team 5. He introduced the 2 young people sitting behind him. "Team leader Gu, these are Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng from my team." After Qiao Shan introduced them, Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng hurriedly greeted Gu Changfeng. Though Gu Changfeng was from the cleanup team, he was still a team leader, which granted him some respect from Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng. However, they looked down on Zhao Beichen. While Gu Changfeng and Qiao Shan were engaged in a lively conversation, Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng chatted among themselves, not even bothering to acknowledge Zhao Beichen. In their eyes, Zhao Beichen was just an ordinary person and a member of the cleanup team at that. There was no need to socialize with him, so they couldn't be bothered to waste their time. What's up with the Bureau these days? How can they even recruit ordinary people? Jiang Wentao quietly complained to Zhu Jianfeng. In the cleanup team, as long as you have a bit of strength, that's enough. Why set the bar so high for a bunch of errand runners? You're right. Honestly, I don't think the Bureau needs a cleanup team at all. Isn't that just a waste of money? Zhu Jianfeng, with us around, isn't that enough? Wentao, you shouldn't say that. Without them, how can we showcase our excellence? Zhu Jianfeng glanced at Zhao Beichen. "Old Zhu, you see things clearly." Jiang Wentao gave Zhu Jianfeng a thumbs up. Then the 2 of them treated Zhao Beichen as invisible, not even looking his way as they discussed other topics. The speedboat was quite small, and Zhao Beichen heard their conversation clearly. The cleanup team's status in the 749 Bureau was low, and everyone considered them to be errand runners. Especially the people from the operations department, who looked down on the cleanup team even more. Zhao Beichen didn't care. He believed in mutual respect. "If you look down on me, I won't try to ingratiate myself with you." This was his principle in making friends, focusing on you. Not long after the speedboat set off, they spotted a yacht in the distance sailing ahead of them. "Oh, is that the Chao brothers?" Jiang Wentao with keen eyes recognized the 2 Chao brothers standing on the yacht. These 2 brothers were previously filmed in the park while capturing a mountain spirit, and Zhao Beichen had helped smooth things over later. "Sai, the Chao family is impressive. We take a speedboat for the same task, while they get to ride a yacht. That's the difference," Jiang Wentao remarked. "Of course. Have you thought about what kind of existence the Chao family represents? They have a heritage spanning over 1,000 years with profound roots. Old Zhu, the second operations department, is all about the Chao family now. I heard their benefits and treatment are excellent. It would be great if I could be transferred there. Jiang Wentao whispered, glancing at Xiao Shan, who was engrossed in conversation with Gu Changfeng and didn't pay attention to him. Isn't that right? The Chao family is known for their investment in the bureau, providing ample cultivation resources to those in the second department. Who wouldn't want to go there? Zhu Jianfeng's tone was filled with envy. If only I could connect with the Chao brothers. Wentao stopped dreaming. People like us don't even merit a glance from the Chao brothers. Connect with them. Dream on. Zhu Jianfeng patted Jiang Wentao on the head. Last time the second department was selecting personnel, it was those two who were doing the choosing. They were strict. If out of more than 100 people, not a single one was selected. Exactly, those two have high standards and really look down on ordinary folks. Old Zhu, do you think they would look at me? Wentao, I'm not trying to discourage you. Last time the Chao brothers were selecting people, they wouldn't even consider those at the mid-tier grade level. You being at the mid-tier grade, what confidence do you have? Old Zhu, can I not even imagine? Sure, why not? Go to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams. Zhao Beichen quietly listened, feeling a bit dazed, still unaware of the Chao brothers' prominent background. When he previously dealt with the online backlash, the two Chao brothers had stayed with him for several days. In his memory, they were very obedient, doing whatever he asked, completely devoid of the demeanor of aristocratic heirs. The impression he got from Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng's words about the Chao brothers felt like they were two entirely different people. As the speedboat reached the same level as the yacht, Xiao Chao noticed them and turned to take a look. Oh, isn't that Beichen? Beichen, my dear brother, you are here as well. Xiao Chao shouted enthusiastically upon seeing Zhao Beichen. Hearing Xiao Chao's words, the Chao turned around and saw Zhao Beichen, his face filled with joy. Beichen, come get on our boat. Our group leader Gu is here too. Come join us. The Chao also noticed Gu Changfeng on the speedboat. I'm accompanying group leader Qiao. Gu Changfeng pointed at Xiao Shan beside him. Let's all go together. The yacht is so big it can definitely fit us all. The Chao waved his hand towards Gu Changfeng. Beichen, hurry up. Xiao Chao frantically waved at Zhao Beichen. Zhao Beichen glanced at Gu Changfeng, who nodded in response. Then Gu Changfeng and Xiao Shan boarded the yacht first, followed closely by Zhao Beichen. Jiang Wentao looked at Zhao Beichen in disbelief. In his eyes, the seemingly unattainable Xiao Chao and De Chao actually knew Zhao Beichen, and it appeared they had a very good relationship. After everyone boarded the yacht, the speedboat returned to the shore to pick up more people. Beichen, why didn't you call me to arrange things for your trip to Dongji Island? One call, and everything would be perfectly arranged, De Chao said as he put his arm around Zhao Beichen's shoulder, looking like a good brother. I didn't know you two were so impressive, even sailing a yacht to fight monsters. Zhao Beichen rolled his eyes at De Chao. It's my brother's fault for not informing you earlier. I apologize and offer my respects. After saying this, De Chao retracted his hand, smiling as he made a bow gesture to Zhao Beichen. All right, enough with the formalities. You two promised to treat Beichen to a meal, and that hasn't been settled yet. Didn't the incident at Dongji Island happen? After this, we must treat Brother Beichen to a grand feast. You said it, no going back on your word. Don't worry, if I De Chao make a promise, it's as good as a nail. Whoever goes back on their word is a little pup. De Chao thumped his chest. Let's go, brother, we'll show you around, and we'll have a drink together. Group leader Gu, group leader Qiao, let's all go together. It will take a while to reach Dongji Island, so let's have a drink first. De Chao turned to invite Gu Changfeng and Xiao Shan. After that, De Chao walked ahead with his arm around Zhao Beichen's shoulder, while Gu Changfeng and Xiao Shan followed. Brother, there's me too. Seeing De Chao leading Zhao Beichen away, Xiao Chao hurriedly followed behind. Jiang Wentao looked at Zhao Beichen's back, and then glanced at Zhu Jianfeng beside him. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he swallowed hard. He never expected Zhao Beichen to be so close with Xiao Chao and De Chao. Old Zhu, do you think Zhao Beichen heard what we said on the speedboat just now? Not sure, our voices weren't loud, he probably did. Now Zhu Jianfeng felt a bit bitter. Why mention Zhao Beichen for no reason? He wished he could slap himself twice. Everyone knew that Xiao Chao and De Chao were fiercely protective of their own in the bureau. To be precise, the Chao family was infamous for protecting their own in the bureau, otherwise they wouldn't provide such excellent cultivation resources to the second division. If Zhao Beichen reported even a minor issue in front of Xiao Chao and De Chao, they would definitely make things difficult for him. Zhu Jianfeng looked helplessly at Jiang Wentao, who also had a bitter expression. At this moment, Zhao Beichen was being shown around the yacht by the brothers Xiao Chao and De Chao, completely forgetting about Zhu Jianfeng and Jiang Wentao. De Chao, what's the situation with Dongji Island? Zhao Beichen, not particularly interested in the yacht, began to inquire about Dongji Island. Gu Changfeng didn't know much either. After all, their identity as the cleaning team meant they wouldn't be aware of too many details. Have you heard of the Lisbon Maru? De Chao led Zhao Beichen to sit on the sofa in the yacht's main lounge. Lisbon Maru. Never heard of it. Zhao Beichen shook his head. The Lisbon Maru was a cargo ship used by the Japanese during World War II, requisitioned by the Japanese military in 1940. On September 27, 1942, the Japanese military loaded over 180 British prisoners of war onto the Lisbon Maru from the Deepwater Pier in Hong Kong. On October 1st of the same year, the Lisbon Maru was hit by a torpedo fired from an American submarine and sank in the waters near Dongji Island. Zhao Beichen listened intently. Xiao Chao and De Chao were indeed not ordinary people and had a wealth of knowledge. So what does the Lisbon Maru have to do with our incident at Dongji Island? Zhao Beichen took the drink Xiao Chao handed him and took a small sip. Brother Beichen, it's a big deal. This sudden situation at Dongji Island was caused by the Lisbon Maru. De Chao took a big gulp from his glass. Group leader Chao, you should drink too. He didn't forget to invite the two. De Chao, don't just focus on drinking, keep explaining. Zhao Beichen nudged De Chao with his arm. Alright, continue. De Chao took another sip. Those little devils are really not. The Lisbon Maru was said to be a cargo ship, but it was equipped with cannons and machine guns, so the American submarine mistakenly identified it as a warship and launched a torpedo. From the time it was hit by the torpedo until it finally sank, it took a total of 25 hours. Dongji Island is right near the Lisbon Maru, not far at all. Even by small boat it was entirely possible, and they had a full 25 hours. Damn it, even if they could only rescue 10 people at a time, there was more than enough time. But instead of rescuing people, those little devils nailed shut all the hatches in the hold, preventing the British prisoners from escaping. Those little devils are truly inhumane. Xiao Shan slammed his palm on the table, clearly hearing about the Lisbon Maru for the first time. Who says otherwise? These guys are utterly vile. When the British found a way to pry open the boards to save themselves, the little devils arranged for people on deck to shoot them down. Our fishermen on Dongji Island saw this and rowed out in small boats to rescue them. The little devils shot at our fishermen from the sea with machine guns, yet in the end our fishermen managed to save nearly 400 British prisoners of war. Wow, there's that too. I really hadn't heard before. Zhao Beichen was astonished. Those fishermen were incredibly brave. Absolutely true, it was all done by the fishermen from Dongji Island. They went barehanded against the machine guns of the little devils to save people. What happened later? Later, apart from those rescued by the fishermen of Dongji Island, the rest all died. Some were shot in the sea by the little devils. Over 800 people drowned, more than those on the Shiriwan devils, to save people. What happened later? Later, apart, they went barehanded against the machine guns of the little devils to save people. What happened later? Later, apart, over 800 souls were trapped inside the Lisbon Maru, unable to find release. Therefore, the waters near the sunken Lisbon Maru are quite sinister. Over 20 years ago, a small spatial crack formed there. Now someone has set up a formation near the Lisbon Maru, widening the mouth of that spatial crack, allowing many monsters to escape from the crack. De Chao continued explaining. Was this formation set up by those little devils? Zhao Beichen asked, recalling that Lin Shiqing had mentioned it before. Most likely, it's highly probable that it was those bastards from Gaoyashan, De Chao said, fiercely exuding a murderous. So what's the situation with the formation now? Hu Changfeng asked. Before De Chao could answer, there was a loud bang. Then the yacht began to shake violently. The massive impact caused the entire yacht to shake violently. Zhao Beichen nearly fell off the sofa. Zhao Beichen found it quite strange. In his perception, he did not detect anything unusual. Before he could think it through, Xiao Chao, Gu Changfeng, and Xiao Shan had already rushed out. As veterans of the 749 Bureau, they were incredibly experienced. They immediately concluded that something foul had collided with the yacht. Zhao Beichen followed them out, and as soon as he exited the cabin, he saw a fight breaking out on the deck. Xiao Chao was unleashing wind and water abilities towards the sea at the bow of the yacht. Gu Changfeng brandished a large machete, standing guard nearby. Xiao Shan was firing a Gatling gun madly at the surface of the sea. Seeing the commotion, Zhao Beichen rushed over. At that moment, the sea in front of the yacht had turned chaotic. A humanoid creature was struggling to fend off the attacks of several people on the yacht. The wind blades and water arrows launched by Xiao Chao continually struck the creature's body. Xiao Shan's Gatling gun traced clear trajectories in the night, splashing water all around the creature. Stop, stop, shouted Big Chao. Xiao Shan ceased firing, and the world fell silent. Everyone remained quiet, just staring at the surface of the sea. Gu Changfeng took out a powerful flashlight, and the yacht's spotlight illuminated the area ahead. It was then that Zhao Beichen finally got a clear look at the creature. It had a large bald head and two enormous eyes that nearly occupied half of its face. Its body was snowy white, adorned with fine scales. The upper half resembled a human, while the lower half had a fish tail. The creature floated motionless on the water, approximately 4 to 5 meters long from head to tail. There were several holes in its body, oozing blood. It seemed to be quite dead. It's a sea abductor, a monster from the Little Suntails. Gu Changfeng swept the flashlight over the monster several times. Team leader, what is a sea abductor? Zhao Beichen asked. The sea abductor, also known as the sea head, is this creature before us. They usually appear in groups and enjoy drinking human blood. In the legends of Little Sun, it is said that a monk once went to sea and was betrayed and killed by a boatman with his body thrown into the ocean. Later, fishermen going out to catch fish saw a giant with a bald head and a human body with a fish tail who specialized in ambushing humans at sea. It drinks only blood, not flesh, and after catching a person it drains them completely. People believe it to be the vengeful spirit of the monk who was murdered. Thus, this creature is referred to as the sea abductor or the sea head. Gu Changfeng was indeed knowledgeable, speaking fluently about various monsters. Zhao Beichen stood by stunned. This monster from the Little Sun Tales was quite peculiar. However, looking at the floating corpse of the sea abductor before him, it did resemble a monk. With a large head, and completely bald, it indeed looked like a practitioner. Team leader Gu, you say this creature lives in groups. Big Chow scanned the dark sea, the spotlight sweeping left and right, but found nothing. They usually do. Gu Changfeng, holding the powerful flashlight, was also inspecting carefully. Team leader, should I handle this corpse? Zhao Beichen was not concerned about whether they lived in groups or not. The fresh corpse of the sea abductor was right before him, and handling the corpse was the priority. He had observed that the sea abductor, despite its impressive name, was not very powerful. It was merely at the initial stage of grade, likely just a small fry among the sea abductors. Even a mosquito is still meat, and Zhao Beichen was eager to make his move. Alright, go ahead and handle it using the corpse dissolution liquid. Gu Changfeng agreed to Zhao Beichen's request. He dropped the lifeboat from the yacht, and quickly paddled to the corpse of the sea abductor. Xiao Chao and Xiao Shan had been too aggressive earlier. The lower half of the creature was basically obliterated. It was clearly Xiao Shan's handiwork, as Zhao Beichen had only seen Xiao Shan's Gatling gun causing splashes earlier. Turns out old Xiao had focused on the creature's lower half. Both Xiao Chao and his brother had also been quite ruthless. It was hard to see from afar on the yacht. Up close, Zhao Beichen noticed the upper half of the sea abductor was covered with dense knife wounds. It was obvious that these cuts were made by the wind blades. And those large holes were the work of the water arrows. Zhao Beichen felt a bit sorry for the creature. With such a vast ocean, why did it have to seek death here? Now it was in such a state that with just a couple more cuts, it could be served as sashimi. Thoughts aside, Zhao Beichen's actions did not slow down. He reached out and touched the fine scales, which felt cold. In his mind, a familiar ding sound rang out, bringing him joy. It had been a while since he heard that sound. He didn't check the system panel, as there were many people on the yacht watching. Zhao Beichen took out the corpse dissolution liquid and dripped 2 drops onto the sea abductor. This was his first time using it, and Gu Changfeng had claimed it was very effective, but he wasn't sure if that was true. Once the corpse dissolution liquid was applied, the parts of the corpse that were dripped on began to decompose rapidly. What was initially just a mark gradually turned into a small hole. Then the hole continued to expand, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The sea abductor, which had been floating face up, suddenly flipped over. This startled Zhao Beichen. He suddenly noticed the arrangement of the scales on the sea abductor's back was quite peculiar. It resembled some kind of rune, and this rune was not drawn on. Instead, it was formed through the different arrangements and densities of the scales. He couldn't decipher this rune, but it reminded him of his earlier inability to sense the sea abductor. Could it be related to this rune? Zhao Beichen pulled out his phone and took several pictures, planning to show them to Gu Changfeng later. If it really was as he suspected, and this natural rune could evade divine sense detection, then the situation would be quite serious. Without divine sense perception, there would be no early warning. He would have to endure it hidden. After taking the photos, the corpse dissolution liquid continued to dissolve the sea abductor's back. Before long, the entire 4 to 5 meter long sea abductor had vanished without a trace. The corpse dissolution liquid was indeed powerful, and Zhao Beichen silently gave it a thumbs up in his heart. With this, substance cleanup became much simpler. If there was no need to collect the corpse, just a couple of drops would suffice. No longer did he have to carry around body bags as before. Seeing the sea abductor completely disappear, Zhao Beichen paddled the lifeboat back to the yacht. At that moment, he glanced at the system panel. Host Zhao Beichen, corpse handling value 617-2000, full value reward max level meteor step, current level initial stage grade B. He had gained 2 more points in corpse handling value. An A grade initial sea abductor could provide 2 points, which was pretty good. Beichen, hurry, something's coming. While Zhao Beichen was still rowing, he heard Gu Changfeng shouting loudly from the yacht. He quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the spotlight. Zhao Beichen saw ripples spreading across the calm sea. He knew that something was moving rapidly beneath the water, heading right for him. Under the spotlight of the yacht, Zhao Beichen could clearly see the ripples on the sea surface. Just now, Gu Changfeng mentioned that the Sea King is a social creature. Watching the ripples moving from all directions on the sea, Zhao Beichen thought, this is probably the entire family of Sea Kings coming out. Zhao Beichen rowed faster, now only 3 to 5 meters away from the yacht, and he could reach it in just a few strokes. At this moment, the waves in front of him surged violently. A Sea King suddenly leaped out of the water, lunging towards him. Before Zhao Beichen could react, several water arrows pierced through the Sea King's body, while a blade of wind wrapped around it, causing it to spin. By the time the Sea King fell from the air, it was already a corpse. The reactions of the 2 brothers De Chao and Xiao Chao were very quick. They had been paying attention to Zhao Beichen all along. Seeing the Sea King surface, they quickly killed it. Beichen, are you okay? Came De Chao's voice. I'm fine, thank you, De Chao, and Xiao Chao will take care of this creature's body now. Zhao Beichen replied and rowed the lifeboat towards the floating corpse of the Sea King. Beichen, be careful. All right, teacher, I will do my best, Wei Yuan replied with a smile. It seems your mindset is still in good shape. That is how it should be. There is no such... He didn't bother to check the system panel. It wasn't the right time, as he heard Xiao Shan's Gatling gun firing. Without looking, he knew more Sea Kings were coming. He quickly took out the corpse-dissolving liquid, dripped 2 drops, and then looked around. Sure enough, more and more sea kings were jumping out of the water, rapidly charging towards them. Zhao Beichen hastily continued rowing towards the bow of the yacht. With so many sea kings coming, it was the perfect opportunity for him to reap a fortune. If he returned to the yacht, now those white fresh corpse points would slip away. He decided not to go back just yet, but to gather corpses below. On the yacht's deck, De Chao and Xiao Chao were continuously dealing damage from afar, while Gu Changfeng had moved to the back of the yacht for defense. Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng stood at the sides ready to join the battle. However, Zhao Beichen noticed that the two were trembling. He quickly rowed under the yacht where De Chao and Xiao Chao were above. It felt quite safe here. Of course, he wasn't planning to just watch. His soul piercer was ready to strike at any moment. Hiding beneath the yacht, he posed no risk of being discovered. The sea kings continuously leapt out of the water, getting closer to them. Although he couldn't sense them under the spotlight, Zhao Beichen could still see quite clearly. As long as he spotted a sea king leaping out of the water, he would unhesitatingly launch his soul piercer. The sea king struck would instantly perish and fall straight into the sea. De Chao, Xiao Chao, and Xiao Shan stood in a triangular formation on the deck, each responsible for one direction. Due to the overwhelming number of sea kings, no one noticed those suddenly falling from the sky. This allowed Zhao Beichen to kill with more peace of mind. Although there were numerous sea kings, their levels were not high. The ones appearing now were all at the initial stage of a grade. This kind of combat power was practically just offering him corpse points. The front deck of the yacht was ablaze with battle, and Gu Changfeng was also getting into it at the back. As long as a sea king jumped onto the rear deck, Gu Changfeng could easily dispatch one with a single blow. The entire situation was firmly under control. Seeing more and more sea king corpses floating on the sea surface, Zhao Beichen couldn't hold back. Collecting corpses had conditions. They couldn't be dead for more than an hour, and they had to be warm. Otherwise, even if he collected them, it would be in vain, and there would be no reward for corpse points. Although the battle continued, Zhao Beichen didn't plan to wait. He needed to collect corpses urgently. So he rowed towards where the corpses were. Collect 1, then drip 2 drops of the corpse-dissolving liquid. This was Zhao Beichen's workflow. Ding, ding, ding. The notification sounds in his mind rang endlessly, composing a beautiful melody that delighted Zhao Beichen immensely. Thanks to the brothers De Chao and Xiao Chao and Xiao Shan, Zhao Beichen felt grateful to everyone in his heart. Without them, how could he have collected corpses so easily? With so many sea kings, Gu Changfeng might take him to flee. He had no reason to stay and fight. He could only watch the corpse points he was about to acquire slip away. During the process of collecting corpses, Zhao Beichen had slain many sea kings. Whenever he spotted one, he would launch the soul piercer, never missing. The sea kings, unaware of the situation, kept rushing towards them. Though these creatures were not very high in level, their sheer number could eventually wear Zhao Beichen and his companions down. After all, the energy of an ability user is limited, akin to a battery. If a battery continues to discharge, it will eventually run out no matter how long. Seeing more sea kings jumping out of the water in the distance, Zhao Beichen contemplated whether to use the Wind Thunder Slash. The Wind Thunder Slash could inflict damage from a distance and was much more effective than the Soul Piercer. The downside was that it might expose his level. Just as Zhao Beichen hesitated, he saw several speedboats rushing over. It was other members of the 749 Bureau from the shore. Even before reaching the battlefield, some had already begun remote attacks. Their arrival significantly eased the pressure on the battlefield. Zhao Beichen could now collect corpses more confidently. Ding, ding, ding. The system's notification sounded again. Zhao Beichen glanced at the system panel. Host Zhao Beichen corpse points 109-12000, full value reward max, level meteor step, current level initial stage, B, having collected 617 points before it rose to 1091, an increase of 474 points. He had already collected 237 Sea King corpses, and Zhao Beichen calculated in his heart that he was quite satisfied with his efficiency. Collecting corpses, then dripping corpse, dissolving liquid. Zhao Beichen was now adept at this task. In the distance, a speedboat was anchored with Han Qingsong, the deputy director of the 749 Bureau, and Xiao Hui, the director of the 2nd Operations Department, standing on it. They had been there for a while, but had not intervened, merely observing from afar. Such a small scene did not require their involvement. Director Han, this kid is impressive, quite bold, Xiao Hui remarked to Han Qingsong. Indeed, as an ordinary person to dare to handle things alone in such a situation is quite courageous. By the way, old Xiao, do you know who this kid is? Han Qingsong asked. I don't know, Xiao Hui replied, carefully observed. The matters caused by your 2 sons were settled by this kid's ideas, Han Qingsong chuckled. Zhao Beichen. Yes, it's him. What do you think? Is this kid worth cultivating? Han Qingsong squinted at Zhao Beichen, who was, Director Han, I think this kid has some potential. He could be considered for training, Xiao Hui smiled. At that moment, Zhao Beichen was busy on the sea, completely unaware that he had already caught the attention of 2 big shots. Regarding Zhao Beichen, Han Qingsong has developed a nurturing interest in him. Zhao Beichen first entered his line of sight during the Voyager incident. Among those who boarded the Voyager at that time, Zhao Beichen was an ordinary person. As an ordinary individual to wield an assault rifle and dare to confront those with abilities, his courage is indeed commendable. Not only did he engage, but he also emerged victorious, which is quite impressive. It must be noted that for those with abilities, it is no small feat for an ordinary person to take them down. Being able to defeat those with abilities either indicates that Zhao Beichen's strategy was sound or that he was simply lucky. Regardless of which it is, victory is what matters. Later, when the two brothers Chao stirred up trouble, it was Zhao Beichen who provided the idea and led the entire operation. He eliminated the negative impacts and elevated the tourism of Lingdu to a new level. This shows that the kid has a brain. In recent days, the 100 Ghosts Night Walk event in Lingdu Ghost City has all the hotels big and small are fully booked, and the director of the Lingdu Cultural and Tourism Bureau has praised Zhao Beichen to the skies. This gives Han Qingsong a sense of pride. Most importantly, the higher-ups in Yinjing are also very pleased with how this matter was handled. Not only has accountability been removed, but praise has also been given. The upper management of the entire bureau is quite happy. Now, seeing Zhao Beichen handling matters alone, at Han Qingsong's satisfaction with him continues to grow. Zhao Beichen was unaware of all this. As more colleagues from Bureau 749 joined, the sea spirits were being defeated in greater numbers. He became busier expertly performing the 3 steps of corpse examination, decomposition, and boat rowing. By the time the last corpse of the sea spirit was dealt with, the numbers on the panel had changed dramatically. Host Zhao Beichen corpse exam value 19652000, full value reward max, level meteoric step, current realm, B level initial stage, just 35 points away from achieving the max level meteoric step. Zhao Beichen was overjoyed, having just gained 874 points in corpse exam value. This was thanks to the 437 sea spirits defeated, and he truly owes it to the support from Bureau 749 that arrived later. Otherwise, with just the few aboard the yacht, it would have been quite challenging to slay so many sea spirits. It remains unknown whether the sea spirits have been completely eliminated or if they have retreated. Now the sea is calm, and apart from the last corpse of a sea spirit, beside him not a single one can be seen. Beichen, are you alright? This was the voice of Gu Changfeng. Zhao Beichen saw Gu Changfeng standing on the front deck of the yacht, loudly calling out to him. The yacht was also heading towards his direction. As soon as Zhao Beichen boarded the ship, Gu Changfeng began to nag. You reckless kid, do you have a death wish? Rowing so far alone. Captain, wasn't I just trying to complete the task you assigned? Zhao Beichen, knowing that Gu Changfeng was concerned for him, replied with a cheeky smile. There's no rush to handle aftermath. Can it wait until after the battle? Must you rush into danger? Gu Changfeng's expression was stern, recalling how Zhao Beichen had charged into the crowd of sea spirits, which had scared him. They couldn't even guard the back of the boat, pulling the brothers Chao and Lao Chao to focus on attacking the sea spirits near Zhao Beichen, providing him protection. Understood, Captain, I'll be careful next time. Zhao Beichen hurriedly assured him. If I weren't worried that you would run off after finishing, would I risk going to examine the corpses, eh? He silently grumbled to himself. Alright, as long as you're fine, go take a rest. Gu Changfeng didn't actually want to reprimand Zhao Beichen. He still admired Zhao Beichen's bravery and boldness. He was just worried about Zhao Beichen encountering an accident. With so many sea spirits, if he accidentally got dragged into the sea, a rookie like Zhao Beichen would be doomed. Now, thinking back to Zhao Beichen's reckless charge just now, Gu Changfeng felt a pang of anxiety, grateful that he returned safely. Old Gu, this kid Zhao Beichen is indeed reckless with quite the guts. Xiao Shan walked over to Gu Changfeng, praising Zhao Beichen, who was chatting animatedly with the Chao brothers. Gu Changfeng discreetly glanced at Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng. He had observed their performance during the battle very clearly. These two young masters were exceptionally tense, and compared to Zhao Beichen, the gap was not small. Old Xiao, this kid is indeed fierce. On his first day, he wielded a fire extinguisher against a mountain spirit, quite reminiscent of my former self. Gu Changfeng pulled out a cigarette and tossed one to Xiao Shan. He hasn't even developed his abilities yet. If he does, heaven knows what will happen. Xiao Shan caught the cigarette, thrown by Gu Changfeng. Indeed, if his abilities are developed, I foresee this kid reaching great heights. Gu Changfeng looked at Zhao Beichen's figure in the distance, filled with admiration. Ah, damn it, truly people are superior to others, and goods compared to goods are discarded. Xiao Shan exhaled a puff of smoke and glanced at his two subordinates. He had witnessed how Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng performed in battle and was very dissatisfied. Old Gu, why not transfer Beichen to my team? I can train him. Xiao Shan developed an interest in recruiting Zhao Beichen, as the action department needed people with such daring spirit. Old Xiao, just give up on that thought. Let me give you 2 words, dream on. Gu Changfeng flicked the cigarette, but trying to poach my people. What a pipe dream, he thought. Old Gu, I'm not trying to negotiate with you. How about I swap those? Xiao Shan said with a fawning expression, pointing at Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng. Gu Changfeng laughed. I say, Old Xiao, your calculations are quite ambitious. For this caliber, not even 10 would be worth a trade. Old Gu, let's negotiate. Just state your terms. Xiao Shan was not discouraged. Old Xiao, don't waste your breath. The answer is no trade. Gu Changfeng's attitude was very resolute. Seeing Gu Changfeng's demeanor, Xiao Shan fell silent. Not speaking doesn't mean he lacked thoughts. On the contrary, his resolve to recruit Zhao Beichen had strengthened. Previously he hadn't felt this way, but with Zhao Beichen as a comparison, he was growing increasingly dissatisfied with the two under him. Recalling the cowardly performance of these two during the battle, Xiao Shan was infuriated. The training resources invested in these two were essentially wasted. Moreover, on the way here he had clearly heard Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng's private discussions. Everyone was originally colleagues, whether from the action department or the cleanup team. It was merely a matter of different divisions. Why should your action department feel superior? Are the members of the cleanup team lesser beings? Xiao Shan, who inherently disliked such self-important fools, found it particularly irritating. He just hadn't realized before that Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng were those kinds of people. What was even more frustrating for Xiao Shan was that these two only had empty words. When the sea spirits attacked, their performance was utterly disastrous. He was acutely aware that Gu Changfeng as well as the Chao brothers had all been watching their performance closely. Everyone was only refraining from voicing their opinions out of respect for Xiao Shan. It was likely they were laughing at. Xiao Shan glanced again at Zhao Beichen, who was animatedly chatting with the Chao brothers. He shot a glare at Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng, who were hiding off to the side, feeling a pain in his liver. Just then the yacht had already approached Dongji Island. From a geographical perspective, Dongji Island should be called Dongjia Mountain Archipelago. It is located in the eastern part of the Zhoushan Archipelago, facing the Pacific Ocean, bordered to the east by the Liang Brothers Islands, and the East China Sea, to the south by the Yellow Ocean, to the west by the Daiju Ocean, and to the north by the Shengshan Fishing Ground. The entire archipelago consists of 28 islands of varying sizes and 108 uniquely shaped reefs, collectively known as Dongji Island. Among them, Maya Ozahu, Dongfushan, Qingping, and Huangxing are the 4 inhabited islands. The remaining 24 small islands are uninhabited. The place they have arrived at is one of the 108 reefs. To reach Maya Ozahu, they must pass through this reef. Maya Ozahu is their destination. As the yacht slowly passed by the reef, Zhao Beichen, standing on the front deck, spotted a massive bonfire igniting on the reef. 8 purple light pillars shot up into the sky beside the bonfire. Big Chow, what's going on? Zhao Beichen asked, pointing at the reef. That's the technology department's array-breaking team. This reef is one of the focal points created by Zairizzi, which has been breached by the array-breaking team. Look at that. Big Chow pointed to the purple light pillars in the night sky. This is called the purple light nail of array breaking, connecting heaven and earth, specifically used for breaking formations. While they're using high technology to break formations now, Zhao Beichen was taken aback, because with the aid of the bonfire on the reef, he could clearly see the device emitting the purple light. That's necessary. It's called keeping up with the times. You wouldn't think they still use talismans or array plates, would you? Big Chow laughed at Zhao Beichen's astonished expression. It turned out he had guessed correctly. Zhao Beichen was indeed thinking that way. Big Chow, isn't that how it's written in novels? You just said that it's a novel. Can it work? We're in a high-tech era now, and the Bureau is closely following technology. Many things are high-tech. Zhao Beichen thought for a moment and felt that Big Chow was right. Quantum space, small worlds, corpse liquefaction, plus the current array-breaking devices. The Bureau indeed has a lot of high technology. It seems that times have changed, and the equipment for fighting monsters is different as well. At this moment, Zhao Beichen noticed that the purple light pillars suddenly thickened. This is the array-breaking nail, absorbing the chi of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing the power of breaking formations. This is just one of the focal points. This power can be transmitted to other focal points. Big Chow explained to Zhao Beichen. The purple light pillars were stunningly beautiful, and Zhao Beichen was mesmerized. After the yacht slowly passed the reef, it slightly increased its speed. The statue of Caibo Gong at the top of Myrozahu was now clearly visible, with its large torch held high. It is said that Caibo Gong was the first person to step onto Myrozahu Island, and later generations built a statue to commemorate him. A statue was specifically erected for him at the top of Myrozahu, holding a large torch. If it were daytime, one could see it from afar. At night, if the huge torch in his hand were to be lit, it would serve as a lighthouse. The yacht slowly approached the Myrozahu. Captain, what do we do next? As soon as Zhao Beichen disembarked, he hurriedly asked Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng and Xiao Shan were walking ahead when they heard Zhao Beichen's words and stopped. The higher-ups haven't given us a clear task. We're the cleaning team, so we naturally follow the action team. They are responsible for killing, and we are responsible for burying. Gu Changfeng smiled at Xiao Shan. So we'll be following Captain Xiao's group. Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng are just good at talking. During the battle with the sea boss, Zhao Beichen saw it all clearly. If he teamed up with those two, he'd only be asking for trouble. We'll be with the two big chows. Gu Changfeng was not a fool, and following the two big chows was definitely more comfortable than following Xiao Shan. Alright, got it. Hearing that he would team up with the two big chows, Zhao Beichen finally felt relieved. It turned out the captain was quite perceptive. Xiao Shan said nothing, only glanced at his two subordinates and slightly shook his head. He was well aware that Gu Changfeng looked down on his group. Let alone Gu Changfeng, even Xiao Shan himself looked. Old Gu will leave first. Be careful and keep an eye on my people. Xiao Shan glanced back at Zhao Beichen and then spoke. What do you mean your people? Old Xiao, put away your little thoughts and hurry up. Gu Changfeng rolled his eyes at Xiao Shan, waving his hand impatiently. This old fellow was still thinking of plotting against Zhao Beichen. Oh, what a pipe dream. Gu Changfeng was not an easy person to deal with. Xiao Shan was not angry, laughing as he led Jiang Wentao and Zhu Jianfeng away. Before leaving, Jiang Wentao glanced at Zhao Beichen. Earlier, Zhao Beichen had rushed in and out of the sea boss pile. Jiang Wentao had seen it all. He had to admit that this guy was indeed courageous. He no longer looked down on Zhao Beichen as he had before. Big Chow, our captain, said, we'll be following you too. You kill and we bury. Zhao Beichen said, putting his arm around Big Chow's shoulder. No problem, with my brother here you'll be fine. Big Chow increasingly admired Zhao Beichen. There were not many newcomers like Zhao Beichen who dared to be reckless, and he was very much to Big Chow's taste. Not to mention Zhao Beichen had helped him and his brother out of a big trouble. Otherwise, his old man Chow, we wouldn't know how to deal with his two brothers. Captain Gu, the target assigned to my brother and me is the Tsaibwa Temple, and we must guard it until dawn. Big Chow walked up to Gu Changfeng and explained his task. Tsaibwa Temple. Why do we need to guard Tsaibwa Temple? Gu Changfeng looked somewhat puzzled. The command center said that back then Tsaibwa Temple was built at the birth gate of the 108 islands. Only as long as the birth gate remains intact, the natural pattern of the 108 islands will not be broken. Are you saying the Dajinshan Bureau? Gu Changfeng was indeed well informed, and even knew about the Dajinshan Bureau. Yes, after the completion of the dripping water lake, the eyes of the Jinshan came into being, and the Dajinshan Bureau, the natural formation formed by these 108 natural islands, is the key to keeping the Dajinshan stable. Once this formation fails, the Jinshan will be caught. Then the Dajinshan Bureau will be finished. Big Chow said this to Zhao Beichen, as Zhao Beichen's face was filled with curiosity, clearly indicating that he knew nothing. Big Chow was spot on, or as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Beichen opened his mouth. Big Chow, can the Dajinshan... Beichen, let me ask you, what does the Jinshan like to eat? The Jinshan, a three-legged toad. Zhao Beichen had never seen one, so how would he know what it liked to eat? I don't know. He honestly shook his head. Of course what the Jinshan likes is money. Didn't you see that its shape is of a toad, holding a coin in its mouth? Little Chow had somehow caught up too. That makes sense. Zhao Beichen recalled the shape of the Jinshan he had seen. Wasn't it just like what Little Chow said? Each one was holding a coin in its mouth. Some held one coin, while others held three. These 108 natural islands form the Money Bureau, and Tsaibwa Temple is the center of this Money Bureau. Tsaibwa Wealth. Zhao Beichen murmured, realizing the intricacy behind it. In other words, the 108 natural islands are like coins, and Tsaibwa Temple is the square center within the coins. Only then is it a complete Money Bureau. Outside the Tsaibwa Temple, there is a large schematic diagram. It features a bird's-eye view of the Tsaibwa Temple. Zhao Beichen focused his gaze, noting that the entire structure of the Tsaibwa Temple is square-shaped. Outside the Tsaibwa Temple, there is a large schematic diagram. It features a bird's-eye view of the Tsaibwa Temple. Zhao Beichen focused his gaze, noting that the entire structure, only with the islands and the Tsaibwa Temple can the financial arrangement be truly constituted. Now do you understand? De Chao approached Zhao Beichen and inquired while looking at the schematic of the Tsaibwa Temple. Yes, I understand now. It is precisely because of the existence of this financial arrangement that the great golden toad remains steadfast and unmoving. If this financial arrangement were to vanish, the golden toad would surely be lured away. Lin Shiqing had mentioned the golden toad arrangement during dinner, but it was only now that Zhao Beichen fully grasped it. The golden toad has always been a symbol of wealth, and it is the economic engine of our nation. If this engine were to malfunction, the entire economy of the nation would be greatly affected. Little by little they plan to undermine our economy with insidious tactics, Gu Changfeng said calmly. However, their small tricks are merely imitations of what we have learned, and they are utterly unrecognizable. Now they actually think they can steal from us. It is simply a fool's dream. These fools will not even know how they met their demise. They are completely ignorant of true power. De Chao appeared confident. Let's go inside first, he said, waving his hand and leading the way. The Tsaibwa Temple was empty. In fact, all the people on the entire Kaizahu Island had been evacuated. Now only the personnel from Unit 749 remained on the island. The Tsaibwa Temple is located in the center of Kaizahu Island, and although it seemed that only the two Chow brothers were stationed here, it appeared that the unit had deployed more. In reality, there were masters stationed both inside and outside the temple with layers of protection. Upon entering the Tsaibwa Temple, Zhao Beichen's eyes were immediately drawn to a large golden ingot in the center of the square. It was placed on a stone platform that was 2 men high. The golden ingot was enormous, and Zhao Beichen estimated it to be at least 2 to 3 meters tall. It was unclear whether it was coated in gold powder or painted. The entire golden ingot shone brilliantly. This is the famous site of the Tsaibwa Temple, seeing gold upon entry. Anyone who walks in and sees such a huge golden object would feel particularly good. Zhao Beichen was no exception. The craftsmanship of this large ingot was truly remarkable. Even knowing it was fake, he wanted to take it back and place it in his own restaurant. The Tsaibwa Temple has a considerable footprint. Beyond the square lies the main hall, which is labeled Tsaibwa Hall. However, upon entering, anyone would recognize that the figure seated in the main position was indeed the god of wealth. With a beaming smile and holding a golden ingot, he exudes an aura of prosperity. Who else could it be but the god of wealth? After exiting Tsaibwa Hall, the group completely explored the entire Tsaibwa Temple. There were no particularly special discoveries. However, it was indeed a temple of wealth. Every decoration was themed around gold and silver treasures. Even knowing they were fake, the sights were irresistible. It was simply too impeccably crafted, almost lifelike. The entire Tsaibwa temple was permeated with the coppery smell of money. However, Zhao Beichen expressed that he actually liked this set. This was the first time he had seen such a temple, and thinking of the great golden toad arrangement, everything made perfect sense. Without gold and silver treasures, how could the great golden toad be retained? It must have long vanished without a trace. Although they were supposed to guard the Tsaibwa temple, there was really nothing to guard. The four of them simply sat at the entrance of Tsaibwa Hall, engaging in idle chatter. With so many masters outside the Tsaibwa temple, they really had no need to worry. Meanwhile, in Koyasan, at the site of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's grave, there was a constant flow of people, as if it were a market. However, it was unlike a typical market. Although there were many people here, not a single sound was heard. Everyone moved with light steps, and the surroundings were extremely quiet, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere. The comings and goings were all monks from Koyasan, primarily from the Kongo temple. They continually carried people to Toyotomi Hideyoshi's grave, and then took away the bodies that had been drained of life. The two streams of people moved in an orderly fashion with no conflict between them. The faceless master was kneeling on the ground. In front of him was a grotesque, skinless humanoid creature. It was steadily consuming the living individuals brought by the monks from Kongo temple. These people appeared to have been drugged, whether young or old. They were all in a state of unconsciousness. The people were brought before the skinless humanoid. The monster grasped them and began to voraciously suck their life force. The victims visibly deflated at a speed that was eye-catching. After being drained, they were tossed aside without a sound. The monks from Kongo temple then gently dragged the corpses away, only for more unconscious people to be brought forth. This endless cycle continued. Lieutenant Matsushita Jiro of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force stood by dumbfounded. He had previously come to deliver a box. The higher-ups of the Self-Defense Force had informed him that this box was of utmost importance, ordering him to personally deliver it to the secret temple. Once the submarine docked, he did not dare to waste a moment. Carrying the box, he disembarked from the submarine, where an elite Special Forces team from the Ground Self-Defense Force was already waiting at the shore. Under the protection of this elite team, Matsushita Jiro hurriedly made his way to the secret temple. Everything happening before his eyes was closely related to the box he had brought. The moment the faceless master opened the box in front of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's grave, everything spiraled out of control. Matsushita Jiro regretted the earlier scene. If he had known such a situation would occur, even if the higher-ups of the Self-Defense Force threatened him, he would never have brought the box to the secret temple. When the faceless master saw the box, Matsushita Jiro noticed that the man was trembling all over. From the expression on his face, Matsushita Jiro could tell that the faceless master's shivering was due to excitement. The moment the box was opened, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and it resembled the end of the world. Matsushita Jiro clearly saw a black smoke billowing from Toyotomi Hideyoshi's grave, all of it pouring into the box. At this moment, the sky grew even darker with clouds pressing down low. The lightning was frequent, tearing across. Matsushita Jiro felt as if the entire world was on the brink of destruction. At that moment, the monks from Kongo temple brought forth many individuals. Like a butcher, the faceless master directly slit their throats and blood gushed into the box, all of it being absorbed. Matsushita Jiro was completely stunned and dared not move. He feared that he would be next to be drained. Wasn't the faceless master supposed to be a monk? They say that monks are compassionate, yet the faceless master before him seemed utterly devoid of mercy. Now the faceless master resembled a malevolent ghost. With a swift slash, blood sprayed everywhere. The scene resembled a slaughterhouse. The ones having their throats slit were all tourists. Once Matsushita Jiro entered the Koyasan area, he encountered the blockade set up by the Ground Self-Defense Force. This meant that everything happening now was at least known to the higher-ups. They might have even received instructions from them. Matsushita Jiro dared only to think this, not daring to utter a word. After the faceless master had drained over 100 people, a skeleton leaped out of the box. When the skeleton appeared, the faceless master was already kneeling on the ground, continuously bowing to the skeleton and mumbling something welcoming the master. Even Matsushita Jiro, no matter how foolish he was, realized that the skeleton that had emerged was extraordinary. Then even more monks from Kongo temple arrived, bringing more people. They offered individuals for the skeleton to consume until it possessed a human form, lacking only skin. Matsushita Jiro's stomach churned continuously, but he dared not vomit. He didn't even dare to move. If he could stop breathing, he would absolutely not take another breath. The creature before him was far too terrifying. Matsushita Jiro did not wish to be targeted. He was now constantly praying in his heart to Amaterasu, hoping that this creature would quickly be satiated. At the same time, he also prayed to Amaterasu that the monks from Kongo temple had prepared enough individuals. He absolutely hoped that he would not be drained as well. Matsushita Jiro was worried as he saw many unconscious individuals lying in the square of Kongoji temple. These were all tourists visiting Mount Koya. With the cooperation of the Ground Self-Defense Force, entry was allowed, but no one could leave. During this time, all the tourists heading up the mountain were knocked unconscious and gathered in the square of Kongoji temple. They lay densely on the ground, filling the entire square. Ever since Toyotomi Hideyoshi transformed, his demand for human blood essence had greatly increased. Indeed, the skeleton that jumped out of the box was none other than Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Now only the final layer of skin was missing. Once that grew back, his transformation would be complete. Master Abu was directing the monks of Kongoji Temple in the square, continuously sending people to the inner sanctum. Hurry up, you fools. If you delay Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi's matters, you'll see how I deal with you. Master Abu held a whip in his hand. Whenever any monk moved slowly, he would not hesitate to strike them. Let these fools know what it means to be formidable. Master Abu's appearance had not only changed to that of someone in their 20s, but his voice had also become youthful. Thanks to Toyotomi Hideyoshi's blessing, the higher-ups of the Koya Mountain had completely sealed off the area. This also provided him with ample sources of blood food, although these tourists were merely ordinary people. However, Master Abu was feeding on children whose pure blood essence, while slightly inferior to that of enhanced individuals, was abundant in quantity. Master Abu felt fortunate for acting promptly, as the gang from Fudo Mayu Temple had also made a move, taking away many young boys and girls. If he hadn't decisively acted and fed before they did, he would have missed out. Now he was left with only these leftover scraps. Master Abu disdainfully glanced at the tourists who had been tossed aside after being rendered unconscious. Master Abu! Master Abu! It's bad. A young monk ran over in a panic, shouting. Shut up. What are you shouting about? In critical times one must maintain composure. Have you thrown your training to the dogs? After speaking, Master Abu lashed out at the young monk. Caught off guard, the monk was struck solidly, and a blood mark immediately appeared on his bald head. Now the young monk dared not speak, enduring the pain as he knelt before Master Abu. Speak, what is it? Master Abu looked at the monk with satisfaction, pleased with the effect he desired. As a practitioner, calmness was fundamental. Making a fuss over small issues was unbecoming. Reporting to Master Abu, the monk began slowly. The formation we set up in the East Extreme Island Sea area was breached by the Dragon Country people. Crack. Master Abu struck the young monk's head again. This hit much harder than the last. The monk rolled his eyes and fainted. Damn, it's such an important matter, and you take your time. Do you want to die? Master Abu said harshly, seemingly not satisfied, and struck the unconscious monk a few more times. How could this happen? The matter of East Extreme Island was arranged very secretly. The Dragon Country people were too formidable. Master Abu exited Kongoji Temple, making his way swiftly to the summit of Mount Koya. He now had to report to Fudo Mayu Temple, as the formation at East Extreme Island was planned by them and Master Abu had arranged the execution. Fudo Mayu Temple was the highest authority in all of Mount Koya. Those who did not heed their words risked losing their lives. Even someone as strong as Master Abu dared not act recklessly before them. The East Extreme Island formation was intended to disrupt the Dragon Country's Great Toad scheme, to lure away the Great Toad and cause the Dragon Country's economy to collapse. Once Toyotomi Hideyoshi completed his transformation with this killing god, the enhanced individuals of the Dragon Country would be insignificant. Especially that 749 bureau which had thwarted many of Mount Koya's good deeds over the years. Though he thought this, Master Abu's pace did not slow. He soon arrived at Fudo Mayu Temple. He couldn't meet the abbot, but he could see the attendant monk. Master Gibu, I have something to report. Outside the attendant monk's meditation room, Master Abu respectfully joined his hands in prayer, standing proper. Inside the room, a rustling sound of clothes could be heard, and after a while Master Gueba's voice emerged. Master Gibu, there has been an incident at East Extreme Island. Master Abu did not dare to conceal anything and reported truthfully. However, he had struck the young monk in anger, so he did not have much information. Was it the 749 bureau of the Dragon Country that made a move? The door opened, and Master Gibu stepped out. Master Abu looked up and saw two pale figures lying on the tatami mat in Master Gueba's room. Pervert. Master Abu cursed inwardly, but on the surface he still appeared very respectful. Reporting to Master Gibu, the current situation is still unclear. We only know that our formation was breached by the enemy. Damn it, those damn Dragon Country people. Master Gibu cursed fiercely. How far has Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi's transformation progressed? It's reached the final layer of skin stage. Barring any accidents, Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi will soon fall. Alright, I understand. You can return now. Master Gueba's tone was cold as he waved his hand dismissively at Master Abu. Just now he had been enjoying himself, and Master Abu really had no sense of timing. He felt annoyed that Master Abu had disrupted his enjoyment. Master Gibu wished he could slap Master Abu a few times. Should we continue to send people to East Extreme Island? Master Abu did not leave, but asked a question. This task had been assigned by the higher-ups of Fudo Mayu Temple, and he had arranged the actions. Now that there was a hiccup, he needed to clarify the next steps. Otherwise, if Fudo Mayu Temple pursued him later, would he have to bear all the blame? He was a monk, not a fool. He couldn't take all the blame. Master Gibu did not speak, frowning slightly. The most important thing now was Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi's transformation. East Extreme Island was initially just a diversion. Ideally, they would lure away the Great Toad. If they couldn't lure it away, they still had many backup plans and did not need to focus solely on the Great Toad. As far as he knew, several factions from Mount Koya had already entered the Dragon Country, each with different targets. If those people succeeded, the outcome would not be any worse than disrupting the Great Toads. Thus he said to Master Abu, let's put East Extreme Islands matter aside for now. Your main task at Kongoji Temple is to ensure that there are no accidents in Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi's transformation, otherwise both you and the entire Kongoji Temple will face dire consequences. Master Gibu looked at Master Abu with a serious expression. Master Gibu, I will definitely do my utmost to ensure there is no deviation whatsoever. Master Abu cautiously assured. Alright, you can go. Master Gibu waved his hand again, signaling Master Abu to hurry and leave. Master Abu quickly joined his hands in prayer and bowed, then turned to leave. Watching Master Abu's retreating figure, Master Gibu felt he still needed to report to the higher-ups of Fudo Mayu Temple. He glanced back at the two pale figures on the tatami mat in the room, shaking his head helplessly. These were the special choices made by his subordinates from the tourists. He could only enjoy them after reporting. Master Gibu closed the door, not even locking the chain. The individuals in the room were already unconscious beyond recovery. Just a whiff of the Shikaken-sen would put anyone into a deep slumber. The little monks of Kongoji Temple not only let these tourists smell it, but also mixed the Shikaken sand into their water and food, feeding it to them. Under such circumstances, waking up was utterly impossible. Master Gibu adjusted his clothes and headed towards the abbot's small courtyard. Kaibo Temple stands atop Myozohu Island, commanding a panoramic view in all directions. At 11 o'clock, relative to Zhao Beichen, 8 violet light pillars grow increasingly radiant. Everyone look. The formation-breaking spikes are glowing even brighter. Zhao Beichen pointed toward the luminous pillars. This likely signifies that having connected heaven and earth, they are now absorbing celestial righteous energy, enhancing their formation-severing power. Dechao rose and gazed intently toward the violet pillars. That direction is northwest, the Sun trigram. Judging by the pattern, the next to illuminate should be the Li trigram due south. As Gu Changfeng finished speaking, 8 violet light pillars blazed to life precisely at the southern Li trigram position. Impressive, team leader. You truly know your stuff. Someone gave Gu Changfeng a thumbs up. Well, how else could you possibly qualify as team leader? Gu Changfeng replied without modesty, smiling. Dongji, Eastern Extreme, as the name implies, it marks our nation's easternmost frontier. It is also the first place in the country to greet the dawn's golden light, the birthplace of yang energy. Moreover, the east corresponds to wood in the 5 phases system. With violet radiance illuminating all 8 trigrams, this wealth formation grows exponentially stronger. Gu Changfeng murmured softly in elaboration. Look, southeast is lighting up too. Xiao Chao shouted, pointing toward the Onio clock direction. Zhao Beichen swiftly turned, and indeed 8 violet pillars now gleamed at the southeast position. This marks the formal commencement of formation breaking. Once all 8 trigram positions blaze with violet pillars, the formation will be shattered. Precisely when the violet radiance illuminates the 8 trigrams, formation reaches completion. I must say, the Bureau's formation-breaking unit houses true masters. Leveraging this opportunity, they not only dismantled the Japanese conspirators' scheme, but further reinforced the wealth formation. Now the great golden toad won't merely avoid being lured away. It will settle in with unwavering docility. Gu Changfeng smoothed an imaginary beard, his expression serene and supremely self-assured. If he'd held a feather fan at that moment, the pose would have been utterly perfected. Zhao Beichen glanced at Gu Changfeng. Ever since this man had impersonated a film director at the rustic restaurant, Zhao Beichen had sensed Gu Changfeng's quietly flamboyant nature. Without occasional displays of effortless brilliance, he simply couldn't breathe. Team leader, you're undoubtedly a master possessing knowledge far beyond ordinary measure. But why does this violet radiance formation? Violet radiance illuminates the 8 trigrams. Gu Changfeng shot Zhao Beichen an exasperated glance. Yes, violet radiance illuminates the 8 trigrams. But how exactly does that anchor the great golden toad? This truly lay beyond Zhao Beichen's understanding. Wealth corresponds to water, violet light corresponds to metal, metal engenders water. The east belongs to wood, water nourishes wood. Thus a miniature 3-element cycle, metal generating water, water nurturing wood, is established. Compared to the original wealth formation, comprising merely 108 islands plus Kaibo Temple, this configuration is vastly superior. Under such auspices would the great golden toad dare to flee? Gu Changfeng, who knew not when he'd drawn out a cigarette and lit it, offered one to the Chao brothers. If the original wealth formation was a treasure vault, then this refined version is nothing short of a mountain of gold. In this state, the great golden toad will remain rooted more firmly than ever. Is that what you mean? Zhao Beichen asked, eyes alight with excitement as he turned to Gu Changfeng. Feng Shui proved unexpectedly fascinating. This was his first encounter with the art, and moreover a high-stakes geomantic arrangement tied directly to national destiny. Naturally his pulse quickened. Precisely. Gu Changfeng nodded toward Zhao Beichen. Meanwhile, the 8 violet pillars at the exact east position now ignited. 4 of the 8 trigram positions had thus far illuminated. The formation-breaking unit moved with remarkable speed. Seize them. Don't let those bald monks escape. Watch ahead. They may conceal hidden weapons. Take them alive. No lethal force. Distant shouts echoed, drawing rapidly closer. Gu Changfeng and the Chao brothers leapt into motion, sprinting toward the source of the commotion. Truly seasoned veterans. Their reflexes were impeccable. Zhao Beichen followed close behind. Were it not for concealing his true cultivation realm, his reaction time and speed would rival theirs without hesitation. By the time they cleared the courtyard gate, Gu Changfeng and his companions were already locked in combat, with several black-robed, shaven-headed figures, whose attire matched exactly what Zhao Beichen had seen within the microcosm. These must be the monks of Koyasan, no doubt about it, Zhao Beichen mused inwardly. Soon agents of Unit 749 emerged en masse, encircling the three black-robed figures completely. Before Zhao Beichen could even blink twice, all three black-robed figures lay motionless on the ground. Good heavens, how overwhelmingly formidable. Having grown accustomed to monstrous entities, this marked only his second encounter with a clash between cultivators. His first had occurred within the microcosm, when the Wu family battled the black-robed monks, but he'd been driven away before witnessing more than the opening exchange. He remained ignorant of the outcome. This was his second glimpse. Yet again the fight concluded before he could discern any details. Frankly speaking, the Koyasan monks proved astonishingly feeble, utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Within moments the onlookers dispersed with uncanny swiftness, as though they'd never existed at all. Several burly men dragged the three prostrate, shaven-headed figures away like sacks of grain. Team leader, how did it go? Gu Changfeng and the Chao brothers returned, still holding cigarettes between their lips, showing no trace of recent exertion. How did what go? Gu Changfeng exhaled a plume of smoke, regarding Zhao Beichen with mild confusion. Those three bald monks, did they perish? Zhao Beichen waved aside the smoke drifting from Gu Changfeng's mouth. Oh, you mean those three monks? They're very much alive. Didn't everyone shout, take them alive? How could you have missed it? Gu Changfeng strode back toward the courtyard. Alive? What use is such trash? Zhao Beichen hurried after him. Intelligence, do you understand? Gu Changfeng shot Zhao Beichen another exasperated look. Oh, I see. Zhao Beichen nodded vigorously. Senior brother to Chao. Since they're cultivators, can we extract intelligence from them? Zhao Beichen turned to the Chao, who'd just caught up beside him. The Operations Division's memory restoration technique is an inherited art, nearly impossible to resist. The Chao chuckled, removed the stub from his lips, pinched it between thumb and forefinger to extinguish it, then flicked it with surgical precision into a trash bin 5 meters away. Masterful technique. Zhao Beichen praised the Chao's fluid motion. Senior brother to Chao, are these the monks of Koyasan? Indeed. Just now those fellows babbled wildly in Japanese, though I couldn't make sense of their gibberish. Brother, they were chanting loyalty to Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Xiao Chao had also arrived. Toyotomi Hideyoshi. He's been dead for centuries, yet they pledge fealty. Utterly bizarre. Their minds must house unfathomable nonsense, always muttering incantations like possessed spirits. The Chao spat contemptuously onto the ground, his face twisted in disgust. Senior brother Xiao Chao, you're brilliant. You speak Japanese too. Zhao Beichen raised a thumb in admiration. Just picked up a few phrases watching action films. You know how it is, Xiao Chao grinned. I know, Zhao Beichen laughed, slinging an arm over Xiao Chao's shoulder, their expressions identical in mischievous delight. While Zhao Beichen and his companions exchanged banter, Xuangji, a Taoist priest of Mount Mao stationed in Lingdu, was overwhelmed with urgent affairs. The time rewinds to earlier today. After receiving the command from his master, Chunyangzi, Xuangji hastily brought over 20 capable junior brothers and sisters to the spirit capital. With no specific target, Xuangji could only wander around the spirit capital with his juniors, hoping to encounter a demon or two by chance. However, while they didn't encounter any demons, they did hear plenty of rumors about the ghost city of spirit capital. Everywhere on the streets, people were discussing the ghost city. The ghost city was created by the spirit capital's Cultural and Tourism Bureau to eliminate the information regarding the small Park Mountain spirit. Xuangji had realized this back when he was at Maoshan. He also speculated that the Cultural and Tourism Bureau was merely playing a supporting role in this matter. The true mastermind should be someone else. Having found no results during the day, the junior brothers and sisters clamored to visit the ghost city at night. Xuangji thought for a moment and did not oppose. His master had said that if they encountered demons in the spirit capital, they would subdue them. If not, they could consider it a vacation. Since it was a vacation, they had to check out the lively ghost city. After dinner, Xuangji led a group of junior brothers and sisters to the ghost city. Each person also paid a 30 yuan entrance fee, which made Xuangji feel a bit pained. However, remembering that his master would reimburse them in the end, he felt relieved. The ghost city was quite large, originally an abandoned industrial area, thus not small in size. One must admit that the spirit capital's Cultural and Tourism Bureau put in considerable effort. They treated the ghost city as a legitimate project, investing a lot of manpower and resources. The entire ghost city was made to look convincing. Hey buddy, let's take a picture. A young man dressed as a zombie jumped in front of Xuanji, a yellow talisman sticker on his forehead. Okay. Xuanji drew his peachwood sword and placed it against the zombie's neck. This pose is cool, let's strike a pose. The photographer accompanying the zombie raised his camera and started snapping shots. Xuanji cooperated while posing several times before sending the two away. There was no choice, many people in the ghost city were playing cosplay. Many were dressed as zombies, and this particular costume was fairly decent. The previous few dressed as zombies were covered in fake blood, which was quite unsettling. Dressed as Taoist priest Xuanji and his group were also mistaken for cosplay enthusiasts. Occasionally someone would come up to request a photo. Xuanji was a nice person, usually accommodating requests. He himself was not very old, and his junior brothers and sisters were all younger than him. Having spent years on the mountain, now stepping into the worldly life, they naturally wanted to enjoy themselves. It was just taking pictures and posing, there was nothing wrong with that. Senior brother, do you want to eat? The youngest junior sister Xianjun handed over a skewer of grilled squid. Did you add spice? Xuanji took it as Adam's apple bobbing twice. He had to have it spicy as life lacked much fun without the spice. Yes, it's devilishly spicy. Xianjun held a skewer herself, eating with grease smeared all over her mouth. Xuanji licked his lips, ready to take a bite. Suddenly, someone rushed past him, bumping into him hard, causing him to lose his grip on the skewer, which fell to the ground. You? Xuanji had just begun to curse when he sensed something was off. The person who bumped into him was suspicious. There was a hint of demonic energy. Xuanji sniffed hard. The air was filled with the smell of grilled squid, perfume, sweat, and various snack aromas. However, there was a faint trace of demonic scent mixed in, confirming the presence of a demon. Xuanji waved his hand and led his junior brothers and sisters to follow. The person ahead was running swiftly, darting through the crowd like an eel. Split up and chase. Xuanji shouted. His junior brothers and sisters immediately divided into 3 groups, scattering in 3 directions. The Maoshan Taoists were indeed well-trained, showing remarkable coordination among themselves. Coffin shop. Xuanji's keen eyes spotted the figures slipping into a coffin shop. The coffin shop was a famous spot in the ghost city. The spirit capital's Cultural and Tourism Bureau invested considerable manpower and resources in this regard. The coffin shop was decorated as a storefront facing the street, which was not large, about 100 square meters in size. Inside were various coffins on display. All the coffins were painted black, with some adorned with small oil lamps. The shop had only a dim 15-watt bulb lit, creating a truly eerie ambience. A small passage connected the street-facing shop to the backyard. When Xuanji and his group rushed into the coffin shop, there were quite a few people taking pictures inside. However, they did not see any demons. Following the faint demonic scent in the air, Xuanji and his team made their way to the backyard of the coffin shop. The entire coffin shop was built within a factory, with the front converted into a storefront. The back, however, retained much of its original factory appearance. The factory had been abandoned for many years, overgrown with weeds, with only a weak streetlight illuminating the area. As Xuanji led his group into the factory, they noticed something lurking in the shadows where the light did not reach. As they approached, Xuanji saw it was an old woman. His nose twitched. He could smell a strong demonic scent here. The smell emanated from this old woman and was identical to the scent he had detected earlier. Although he hadn't seen what the person looked like during the chase, his nose would not be mistaken. This was the scent. No matter how the other party transformed, it was futile. The old woman stood in the shadows, silent, coldly watching Xuanji and the others. Though it is remote and lies very close to the last planet consumed by the Zerg, the swarm has yet to discover it. Moreover, its energy reserves are Xianjun, the junior sister, pulled out a picture book from somewhere. After flipping through a few pages, she stopped at one. Then she held the book up in front of Xuanji. Xuanji quickly glanced at it. The picture book depicted an old woman. She was also dressed in black, hunched over with faint green light in her eyes. Compared to the woman in front of him, it wouldn't be accurate to say they were the same. They looked exactly alike. Read it. Xuanji only glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze, staring intently at the motionless old woman in the shadow. Xianjun hurriedly took back the picture book and began reading the text with the squid skewer she held in her hand. Xuanji glanced over and noticed that there were still 2 pieces of squid left on her skewer. Having just chased the person, the junior sister hadn't thrown it away, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. This junior sister was truly a foodie. Cat demons first appeared during the Kamakura period of Japan, possessing 2 tails, nocturnal habits, eating humans, and being adept at manipulating corpses. They are good at transformation, usually either turning into an old woman or an old man. Xianjun read each word slowly. Xuanji tilted his body. This was the first time he had seen a cat demon, and wanted to see if it truly had 2 tails. Standing in the shadows, Xuanji could not see. Go. Since he could not see, he would naturally be able to see at once. Xuanji waved his peachwood sword and led the charge. The other junior brothers and sisters had already chosen their positions, forming a semi-encirclement around the cat demon. Seeing their senior brother take action, they also drew their weapons and charged forward. With the addition of Xuanji, there are a total of 7 people. The positioning of the 7 aligns with the Big Dipper formation. Xuanji stands in the position of Tian Quan, controlling the entire formation. There is no established interstellar route here. If you wish to bring your clansmen over, you can rent an aircraft from the academy, the Titan teacher reminded him kindly. Just like now, as the main controller of the Big Dipper formation, Xuanji has already unleashed his strongest sword strike. The other junior brothers and sisters do not dare to be slow, each launching their attacks. Even Xianzhen quickly bit down on the last 2 pieces of squid, replacing the bamboo skewer in her hand with a copper coin sword. She unleashed her strongest sword strike. When Xuanji moved, Cat Yu also moved. With a leap, Cat Yu pounced to the left. She's trying to escape, be careful. Xuanji discerned Cat Yu's intentions and loudly reminded his junior brothers and sisters. Having just arrived in Longwa, Cat Yu, who had been carefree in Japan, knew nothing of the Big Dipper formation. She thought it was merely 7 people standing casually. Little did she know the moment the 7 positions were formed, an invisible force had already taken shape. Thus what appeared to her as a loophole on the left was in fact the greatest fatal flaw. When she decided to break through from that direction, her fate was already sealed. Indeed, 7 weapons struck simultaneously, and the entire Big Dipper formation emitted a faint starlight, a massive force converging into a single point, rapidly descending upon Cat Yu. Cat Yu, still midair, suffered a heavy blow, crashing straight down to the ground. She hit the ground hard, trembling twice before falling silent. Again, Xuanji commanded, and the junior brothers and sisters struck with their swords once more. Xuanji, being a cautious person, never took risks. Regardless of whether the opponent was defeated, he must ensure the kill. This time the immense force directly cut Cat Yu in half. Senior brother, she truly is just a cat. The deceased Cat Yu had regained her true form, resembling a tabby cat roughly the size of a calf. The cat from Little Japan is really large. Xuanji nodded, now clearly seeing Cat Yu's 2 tails. Senior brother, thankfully we arrived, otherwise who knows how many people this creature would have harmed. Little junior sister hopped over to Cat Yu's corpse and kicked it with her foot. Thanks to master for being decisive, otherwise we wouldn't have come. Xuanji also approached the corpse, crouching down to observe carefully. The second attack had sliced Cat Yu in half, her insides spilling everywhere. Xuanji poked with his peachwood sword, further tearing open her stomach. Senior brother, her stomach is still empty. It seems she hadn't had the chance to harm anyone yet. Xianzhen also used her sword to prod at Cat Yu's stomach. What a relief. Senior brother, the illustrated guide says this creature is a man-eater. If we hadn't discovered it in time, who knows how many people it would have devoured. Xianzhen pulled out the illustrated guide, flipping to the page on Cat Yu to examine it closely. By the way, senior brother, these creatures prefer to operate in groups. Xianzhen pointed to a line of text in the illustrated guide, handing the book to Xuanji. Cat Yu prefers to hunt in groups at night. The illustrated guide clearly recorded the characteristics of Cat Yu. Xuanji stood up and took out his phone to call the other 2 teams. He reported the situation on their side and requested everyone to closely monitor the entire ghost city. After giving instructions, Xuanji directed a junior brother with fire abilities to incinerate Cat Yu's corpse completely. After leaving the factory, everyone returned to the street-facing shop of the coffin store. Inside, there were still many tourists checking in. However, no one noticed the happenings in the backyard moments ago. This was because Xuanji and the others acted too quickly. After leading his junior brothers and sisters out of the coffin store, Xuanji and his group began to wander around the street. Their mindset was now different from when they first entered the ghost city. Previously, they came to have fun. Now they were here to hunt monsters. Even Xianzhen understood the gravity of the situation, and upon seeing delicious food, she no longer clamored to eat. As they walked, the group observed cautiously. The ghost city was now filled with tourists, and the illustrated guide stated clearly that Cat Yu hunted in groups. Xuanji was unclear why there had only been 1 Cat Yu earlier. However, since the guide mentioned groups, it was highly likely that there were other Cat Yu in the ghost city, so they had to be fully alert. With so many tourists, all of whom were ordinary people, not to mention a group of Cat Yu, even just one could lead to count. Thus Xuanji dared not be careless. Hey Bullnose, I'm calling you. Didn't you hear? A voice called from behind Xuanji. Turning around, Xuanji saw a young monk. He looked young, around 14 or 15 years old, about the same age as his junior sister Xianzhen. Monk, are you calling me? Xuanji was unsure, as all 7 of them were referred to as Bullnose, so who was this little monk actually calling? Who else if not you? Bullnose, where's my monster? Your monster? Xuanji was bewildered. The one I was chasing earlier, you intercepted it. The little monk was sweating, wiping his face with his hand. I chased for so long, and you just picked it up, shameless. He even rolled his eyes at Xuanji. You bald donkey, how do you speak? Your monster. Do you own it? Is there a mark of yours on it? Before Xuanji could speak, Xianzhen was already firing back, without holding back. You lost track of it yourself, and then blame others for intercepting it. Oh, what face did the Buddha give you? Xianzhen glared at him, completely unyielding. Which temple are you from, you little brat? Go find your elders, and stop causing trouble here. Xuanji knew that Xianzhen had a sharp tongue, but he didn't expect her to be this fierce. He said nothing, standing by happily watching her confront the little monk. You? Good men don't fight with women. Ooh, I want to talk to you. Will talk to him. The little monk was so angry that his face turned red, pointing at Xuanji and shouting. Reason prevails everywhere. It doesn't matter who you talk to. If you can't catch the monster yourself and blame others for catching it, what kind of cultivation have you achieved, you bald donkey? Xianzhen didn't care about any good men, not fighting with women, thinking of finding fault with her senior brother. There was no way. Tell me, which temple are you from? I'll go find your master for reasoning. You sharp-tongued girl. The little monk struggled to utter this after quite a while. I'm being reasonable, and you call me sharp-tongued. Doesn't your temple teach you cultural lessons? You just open your mouth and talk nonsense. Xianzhen rolled her eyes at the little monk, ready to show him the prowess of a Maoshan Taoist. Xuanji stood by, thoroughly enjoying himself. His little junior sister was the youngest. Everyone spoiled her on the mountain, so the little girl was fearless. This time the little monk had run into a tough opponent. Amitbach. At that moment a voice came. Xuanji turned his gaze toward the voice and saw a middle-aged monk approaching. The man's face radiated solemn integrity, and 9 distinct precept scars gleamed clearly upon his bald head, a rare sight among contemporary monastics. Fraudulent monks abound. Men who lease temples solely to swindle wealth and seduce the unsuspecting. For them, monastic life is no different from a 9-to-5 job. Donning saffron robes at work transforms them into monks. Once off duty, they shed their vestments and resume ordinary lives, drinking wine, devouring meat, returning home to warm hearts and loving families. They are no different from overworked office laborers, except their benefits are far superior and they answer to no KPIs. Master, they bullied me. As soon as the middle-aged monk reached Xuanji and his companions, the young novice began tattling. Tattling to your elders the moment they arrive. How utterly shameless. Zhuangzhen pulled a grotesque face at the novice, provoking furious indignation. His entire face flushed deep purple with rage, as though he had been holding it in for ages. Esteemed Taoist master, this humble monk hails from Mithria Temple. I am Huiming. Ignoring the novice, the middle-aged monk pressed his palms together in formal salutation toward Xuanji. Boundless longevity and blessings. I am Xuanji of Maoshan sect. Xuanji replied, raising his hands in return. Xuanji knew well of Mithria Temple. It was renowned throughout the realm, an ancient cultivation sanctuary where every single monk was a formidable master. Huiming stood among its most distinguished practitioners. His own master was Liao Ran, the current abbot of Mithria Temple, whose name echoed with equal prestige alongside Xuanji's own master Qinyangzi. Thus Xuanji treated him with utmost respect. This is my junior brother Yuanghua. His misconduct has disturbed you all. Please accept my deepest apologies. Huiming bowed slightly to Xuanji and his companions. Look at him. Learn from your elder brother. Stop spouting nonsense like cow knows this and cow knows that. Were it not for my brother's forbearance, he'd thrash you so thoroughly, even he wouldn't recognize you. Zhuangzhen seized the advantage without relenting, mocking Yuanghua openly before Huiming. You sharp-tongued wretch. At that moment Yuanghua seemed capable of uttering nothing else. Yuanghua apologized to the Taoist masters immediately. Huiming understood perfectly what Zhuangzhen implied. He knew his junior brother all too well, and knew full well that calling Taoist cownoses was precisely the sort of thing he'd do. Senior brother. No more stammering. I said apologize. Huiming's expression hardened, his gaze stern and unyielding. Taoist master, I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have called you cownose. Seeing his senior brother's anger, Yuanghua instantly relented and offered a sincere apology to Xuanji. And earlier, didn't you demand we hand over the yokai we intercepted? You insisted we compensate you for it. Zhuangzhen refused to let the matter drop so easily. Yuanghua glanced helplessly at Zhuangzhen, his face twisted with grievance. He had pursued that yokai tirelessly, only for them to intercept it, and now he was expected to apologize as well. Was he truly so easy to bully? Before Yuanghua could erupt, Xuanji interjected, Master, Huiming Taoist Yuanghua. The yokai you saw was a Nikomata from Japan, a nocturnal creature that always hunts in packs. Our priority now is to eliminate the entire pack. If Taoist Yuanghua remains unsettled about our interception, we'll gladly cede several to him once the battle begins. In truth, Xuanji bore no ill will toward Yuanghua. After all, they were all exorcists hunting the same demons. He had merely found their bickering amusing, until Huiming arrived. Taoist Master Xuanji, you say there are more yokai. Huiming showed no concern over his junior's intercepted prey. His sole focus lay on whether more yokai remained at large. Xuanji did not answer directly, but turned instead to Zhuangzhen junior sister. Fetch the illustrated compendium from Master Huiming. Zhuangzhen, ever pragmatic, recognized that monster slaying, not squabbling, was now paramount. She promptly withdrew the compendium, flipped to the page depicting the Nikomata, and handed it to Huiming. He accepted it reverently and studied it intently before returning it. Taoist Master Xuanji, the compendium confirms the Nikomata hunt in coordinated packs. We must act swiftly. His eyes swept across the steady stream of tourists, brows furrowing with concern. Indeed, the crowd is overwhelming. We must move decisively. Should the Nikomata pack commence its hunt, countless visitors may fall victim. This torrent of humanity was Xuanji's greatest fear. Upon hearing the yokai traveled in packs, Yuanghua's eyes lit up with excitement. Mithria Temple had dispatched numerous disciples, drawn by viral online footage of mountain spirits, and now converged upon Lingdu. The appearance of Japanese yokai in Lingdu alarmed Abbot Liao Ran, who sensed profound implications, and thus dispatched his disciples without delay. This was Yuingwa's first descent from the mountain to subdue yokai. For 2 days he wandered Lingdu with his senior brother, yet found nothing. Today at last he spotted one in Ghost City, only to lose it in pursuit. He felt deeply humiliated, yet now learning the yokai traveled in packs his frustration dissolved. Opportunity would abound. He needed only to strike. Yuingwa cast aside all prior resentment. Taoist master, I was wrong. It was my first descent, and impatience clouded my judgment. I offer my sincere apology. Might I also examine the compendium? He asked Zhuangzhen with a playful grin. His earlier fury vanished, and seeing Yuingwa's genuine contrition, Zhuangzhen ceased teasing him and generously produced the compendium, handing it over without hesitation. While Yuingwa perused the pages, Huiming photographed the Nikomata illustrations with his phone and forwarded them to his fellow disciples. Taoist Master Xuanji, many of my brethren are already here. I'm sharing these images, so all remain vigilant. Huiming explained as he sent the files. Huiming's action reminded Xuanji of his own junior brothers and sisters stationed elsewhere. He had only alerted them by phone, not yet shared the intelligence. He quickly snapped several photos and transmitted them. This compendium was hand-illustrated by Xuanji's junior sister. An extraordinary talent. When entering her focused state, she could render spectral beings with uncanny fidelity. Even creatures she had never seen materialized flawlessly upon paper, not only depicted but annotated with precise descriptions of traits, habits, and behavioral patterns. Thus the compendium served as a veritable encyclopedia of yokai, every known specter cataloged within its pages. Once information sharing concluded, Huiming and Xuanji conferred. Huiming and Yuingwa formally joined Xuanji's team to hunt the yokai. Without delay, the 9-member unit dispersed across Ghost City, scouring every alley and shadow. Were one granted a Godseer view, Ghost City would reveal multiple squads, monks in saffron robes and Taoists in azure robes, partitioning the entire district into distinct sectors. Within each sector such teams patrolled relentlessly. Under this coordinated assault, the Nikomata of Ghost City faced certain doom. As the Taoists and monks formed a team to battle monsters in Lingdu Ghost City, Zhao Beichen and his companions stationed at the Caibwa Temple also received the latest directives from the command center. To be precise, it was Gu Changfeng who received the latest instructions. This directive was unrelated to the Xiao Chao and was sent specifically to clean up Team 5. The content was straightforward. In the northwestern waters of Miaozi Lake, the action team had slain a large number of sea monsters. Gu Changfeng was instructed to take Zhao Beichen to provide support, as the aftermath work would be quite substantial. Upon hearing the details of the latest mission from Gu Changfeng, Zhao Beichen immediately sprang up, grabbing Gu Changfeng and heading out. This new command was akin to a timely rain. Zhao Beichen glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen Corpse, touching value 19652000, full value reward, max level meteoric step, current realm B level initial stage, just 35 more points to acquire the max level meteoric step. What could be more important than touching corpses? Thus Zhao Beichen did not bother to greet anyone, dragging Gu Changfeng away, leaving to Xiao Chao in astonishment. They truly did not expect that their little brother was so dedicated to his work. Beichen, you are really too focused on your job. As they exited the door of Caibwa Temple, Gu Changfeng shook off Zhao Beichen's hand. Team leader, I'm a newcomer, and isn't it the duty of newcomers to polish their skills? When work comes, how can one retreat? Right, Zhao Beichen replied with a playful grin. You little brat, you've got quite the routine going on. Gu Changfeng chuckled and patted Zhao Beichen on the head. The two of them playfully bickered until they arrived at the Miaozi Lake dock, where a speedboat was already waiting at the shore to take them towards the northwestern waters. On the boat, Gu Changfeng supplied Zhao Beichen with more corpse-dissolving liquid and powder, as Zhao Beichen had consumed quite a bit while cleaning up the Sea Sovereign. The battlefield was not far from Miaozi Lake Island, and numerous different boats of various sizes floated on the sea, creating a busy scene. At this moment, a hint of dawn was already appearing in the east. Around Miaozi Lake Island, 8 spots of purple light had begun to shine, each divided into 8 beams, purple pillars reaching towards the heavens. Now away from Miaozi Lake Island, Zhao Beichen was able to perceive the entire situation more clearly. The purple light has formed the 8 trigrams formation. Gu Changfeng noted, having also seen these light pillars. Team leader, does this mean that the little monster's formation has been broken? Yes, not only has it been broken, but the grand money formation of Miaozi Lake has also been upgraded. It can no longer be called a money formation, it should now be referred to as a gold mountain formation. Unbeknownst to him, alongside Gu Changfeng's words, Zhao Beichen vaguely perceived a massive illusory gold mountain flashing above Caibwa Temple. Team leader, did you see that? Zhao Beichen stuttered, pointing at the sky above Caibwa Temple. I saw it. This is the manifestation of the grand gold mountain formation. Gu Changfeng, clearly experienced, replied calmly. Wow, team leader, this is simply incredible. Can you set one up for my family's rustic restaurant someday? Sure, if you're not afraid of being crushed by money, then I'll set one up for you. Gu Changfeng smiled at Zhao Beichen. Team leader, what do you mean? I don't understand. Such a formation can only be at the national level. How could an individual bear it? Setting it up would only lead to a dead end. Oh, is there such a saying? Then how about a small golden toad formation? That should work, right? Zhao Beichen remained unconvinced. Money, 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 are you obsessed with it? Aren't you going to start working? Gu Changfeng lightly patted Zhao Beichen's head twice, appearing exasperated. Ouch! Zhao Beichen exaggeratedly hugged his head and shouted. Still pretending. I'll give you 2 more. Gu Changfeng raised his hand, poised to strike Zhao Beichen's head again. Alright, team leader, let's get to work. Zhao Beichen stopped pretending and quickly unbuckled his backpack, preparing to fetch the tools for work. Hey team leader, there's nothing on the surface of the sea. He turned around, looking at the nearby waters, which were empty, devoid. Upon hearing Zhao Beichen's words, Gu Changfeng also looked around, similarly failing to spot any corpses of monsters. Could you please steer the boat over there? Gu Changfeng instructed the soldier at the helm, pointing towards a large fishing boat in the distance. Zhao Beichen followed Gu Changfeng's finger and spotted the fishing boat. It was similar to the fishing boat they had boarded when tracking the Voyager a few days prior, also weighing around 500 to 600 tons. Although this size was quite small compared to container ships, it was still quite large compared to the speedboat they were currently on. The speedboat swiftly approached. When Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen jumped onto the fishing boat, they saw Han Qingsong, the deputy director of the 749 Bureau, and Xiao Hui, the director of the 2nd Division of the Action Department. Director Han, Director Qiao, Gu Changfeng greeted them as soon as he spotted them. The two nodded at Gu Changfeng, their gazes quickly shifting past him to Zhao Beichen behind. This was Zhao Beichen's first meeting with Han Qingsong and Xiao Hui. These two were significant figures, and someone like him who had just joined generally wouldn't have the chance to meet them. You must be Zhao Beichen. I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping my 2 boys. Xiao Hui spoke before Zhao Beichen. Director Qiao, this is simply the work of our cleanup team. Besides, it's all thanks to everyone's efforts. I'm just a bystander. Zhao Beichen replied with a smile, appearing very humble. Hearing Zhao Beichen's response, Qiao Hui exchanged a knowing glance with Han Qingsong. Han Qingsong's eyes were filled with appreciation. A newcomer achieving great merits, yet remaining humble, was commendable. Zhao Beichen displayed a maturity that far exceeded his peers, which Han Qingsong greatly admired. That may be true, but your contributions are evident to all. Here's what I'll do. I'll grant you one request. Just speak up. Qiao Hui's words startled Zhao Beichen. Is this old Qiao really so formal? He's returning a favor. Director Qiao, this is really all part of my duties. It's nothing. Even if it weren't for Qiao and Xiao, we would still need to manage the aftermath. Wouldn't it be better to maintain a good relationship with Qiao Hui than to openly ask for a favor? Besides Gu Changfeng and Shin Xiuxue, he didn't have many strong connections in the bureau. Now having Qiao Hui owe him a favor would be quite beneficial. Little Zhao, are you sure there's nothing you need? Xiao Hui was a straightforward person. He genuinely felt that Zhao Beichen had done an excellent job helping the Qiao family avoid numerous troubles and sincerely wanted to repay him. Everyone was smart. They understood each other with just a hint. Xiao Hui naturally understood Zhao Beichen's words, realizing that the young man was trying to alleviate any pressure on him, which only increased his fondness for Zhao Beichen. Everyone was smart. They understood each other with just a hint. Xiao Hui naturally understood Zhao Beichen's words, realizing that the young man was trying to alleviate any pressure on him, which only increased his fondness for Zhao Beichen. Alright, if you ever need any help in the future, just let your big brother Qiao or little brother Qiao know. When Zhao Beichen referred to Qiao and Xiao as brothers, he had already indicated his relationship with them. This was a clear signal to Qiao Hui that they were already on friendly terms, and Qiao Hui understood perfectly. Then thank Zhao Beichen said with a grin. Throughout the entire exchange, Han Qingsong stood by observing. He was quite pleased with Zhao Beichen's responses. This young man was worth cultivating. Compared to a few of the higher-ups in the 749 Bureau, his influence was still somewhat lacking. He needed to find some outstanding talents and cultivate them as his own. Every high-ranking official in the Bureau was doing this, and Han Qingsong was no exception. Director Han, the command center sent us to handle the aftermath, but we haven't seen any corpses. Seeing that the conversation between Qiao Hui and Zhao Beichen had reached a pause, Gu Changfeng asked Han Qingsong, "Come, let me show you something." Han Qingsong remained silent and turned to head towards the cabin. Zhao Beichen and the others quickly followed. A massive display screen hung on the wall of the cabin, showing a scene of the deep sea. Due to lighting issues, visibility was not very high. The images transmitted by the underwater camera were not very clear. However, even so, Zhao Beichen could see several divers equipped with diving gear working underwater. They were making various movements in the empty ocean. Zhao Beichen was utterly confused about what these divers were doing. Gu Changfeng approached the screen, nearly pressing his eyes against it, studying it carefully for a while. He then looked up at Han Qingsong and said, "Director Han, is it a water bug monster?" "Changfeng, you're impressive. You can even figure this out." Han Qingsong gave Gu Changfeng a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Beichen also leaned closer to the screen, widening his eyes to observe carefully. But after staring until his eyes nearly watered, he still couldn't make out anything. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Beichen adjusted his distance from the screen, repeatedly focusing intently for a while, yet still found nothing. The others were not in a hurry, and let Zhao Beichen take his time. "So did you find anything?" Gu Changfeng asked as Zhao Beichen lifted his head. "No, I couldn't see anything at all." Zhao Beichen rubbed his sore eyes. He had strained them too much earlier, and they felt uncomfortable now. "Look here," Gu Changfeng pointed to a faint line on the screen. Zhao Beichen leaned in again, following the trajectory traced by Gu Changfeng's finger. Do you see it now? Gu Changfeng traced the line from start to finish again. It looked somewhat circular, and following Gu Changfeng's finger, Zhao Beichen was beginning to discern a shape. However, he still didn't know what it was. Team leader, what is this thing? It's a water bug monster. What is a water bug monster? This is the first time I've heard this name. In fact, Zhao Beichen had hardly heard of any monsters at all. Water bug monsters are recorded in the Bag of Useless Tools by Niaoshan Shiyan. Gu Changfeng began his educational moment. Zhao Beichen actually enjoyed this part as he could learn a lot. Water bug monsters are semi-transparent jellyfish-like creatures that emit a peach-red glow when alive. After death, they become colorless and transparent. After listening to Gu Changfeng's explanation, Zhao Beichen turned to look at the big screen again. He located the faint line that Gu Changfeng had pointed out earlier. This was the edge of the water bug monster's body. Following the line, it indeed resembled a jellyfish. Finally, Zhao Beichen understood what this creature was. After dying, it turns transparent, which explains why it was hard to see. Water bug monsters are social creatures, but they generally do not actively attack humans. However, if they do engage in a fight with humans, these creatures will absolutely fight to the death. Moreover, their method of attack is quite simple. They release toxins. Don't be fooled by the peach-red glow of the water bug monster. When alive, it seems nice, but in reality, it's just a large toxic insect entirely covered in poison. Gu Changfeng continued his explanation. Director Han, how did such a thing end up here? They usually live in the deep sea. After finishing, Gu Changfeng looked questioningly at Han Qingsong. Isn't it because of the formation of the Little Days? The power of the formation tore open the original spatial rift of the Lisbon Maru, allowing these creatures to escape. Han Qingsong explained. Have they all been eliminated? Gu Changfeng asked with concern. Although water bug monsters do not actively attack humans, allowing them to drift to the coastline would be disastrous. It was the peak of summer, and the beach was crowded with people. If they really encountered these creatures, it would undoubtedly lead to a serious incident. Yes, they've been dealt with. The action department has sent many people. They've been working in this area all night. That's good. Gu Changfeng nodded. It was then that Zhao Beichen realized that most of the action department personnel had come here. No wonder he hadn't seen many people on Myozihu Island. Director Han, we're heading down to work now. Gu Changfeng said to Han Qingsong. Can Xiao Zhao dive? Han Qingsong looked at Zhao Beichen with some concern. Director Han, I'm fine. Last time, Zhao Beichen was about to mention that he had dived while tracking the Voyager, but he noticed that Gu Changfeng was constantly giving him signals. He then remembered that Han Qingsong had instructed no one to speak about the Voyager. With Xiao Hui nearby, he naturally couldn't discuss this matter. Last time I learned how to dive during a trip to Sanya. Zhao Beichen quickly changed his words. Gu Changfeng discreetly nodded at him. Are you confident? Han Qingsong didn't notice the small exchange between Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng. Director Han, no problem, I'm very familiar with it. Zhao Beichen patted his chest to assure him. He was just 35 points away from earning a reward for his corpse investigation. Going into the water was essential, no one could stop him. Alright, just be careful. Seeing Zhao Beichen's confident demeanor, Han Qingsong decided not to say more. On the deck, the diving equipment was all set. Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng quickly donned their gear. Since they were in the sea, the corpse powder and liquid couldn't be used. They had to retrieve the bodies of these water bug monsters and then dissolve them. Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng each took a large net bag. Their job was quite simple. They didn't even need to touch the bodies, just scoop them up with the net bags. Once the nets were sufficiently filled, they would hang them on the hooks of the rope extending from the ship. Then they would switch to another net and continue. This work required no technical skill whatsoever. If there was any skill involved, it would probably just be in spotting the water bug monsters. The already dead water bug monsters turned transparent, blending seamlessly with the seawater, making them quite hard to spot. However, with the special contact lenses provided by the technology department, it became much simpler. These lenses could distinguish the water bug monsters from the background color of the seawater, and since they were contact lenses, they didn't interfere with diving and were very convenient to use. Zhao Beichen had already put on these lenses before entering the water. As soon as he submerged, he saw countless water bug monsters. Although other cleaning teams had already started cleaning up, there were simply too many water bug monsters. There were also a large number of water bug monster bodies floating in the seawater. Looking at the densely packed water bug monsters before him, if he wasn't biting down on the breathing apparatus, Zhao Beichen would have burst out laughing. He increasingly felt that the cleaning team was suitable for him. He didn't have to do anything after others had exerted themselves with their firepower. He could simply come and pick up the leftovers. Where could he find such a good job? After entering the water, Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen split up. The area they needed to work in was vast, and everyone had their own designated zone. Zhao Beichen calmed his excited heart and swam towards the hooks holding the net bags. There were already many bodies of water bug monsters collected by the earlier cleaning teams on the hooks. He wondered if they had exceeded the 1-hour limit. Compared to retrieving them one by one, this method of collecting them in a net bag was much more efficient. Before long, Zhao Beichen swam to the edge of the hook. A thick rope is lowered into the sea from the fishing boat. Every 1 or 2 meters along the rope, there is a huge hook. This hook is used to hang the net bags. Once the cleaning crew has filled the net bags, they directly hang the bags on the hooks. When all the hooks on the rope are full, the fishing boat pulls the rope up to deal with the corpses of the water insects at once. 7 or 8 such ropes are thrown from the fishing boat. Now each rope has quite a few net bags hanging from it. When the action team was killing these water insects, Zhao Beichen was not present at the scene. Therefore, he is unclear whether the corpses of these water insects have exceeded 1 hour. If they have exceeded 1 hour, it would be of no use to him. Zhao Beichen swims to a large net bag. Thanks to the special contact lenses, he is able to see the water insects inside the bag. These creatures that resemble jellyfish are crammed into the net bag. They are packed tightly against each other. Without much thought, Zhao Beichen reaches out and touches the outermost corpse of a water insect. The voice in his mind did not come, so he glanced at the system panel again. The corpse value did not change, indicating that this water insect must have been dead for over an hour. Just as he was about to let go and touch other water insects, Zhao Beichen felt a subtle energy flowing from the corpse of the water insect into his fingertip. This energy is not strong but continuous and slightly cool, like a small stream of water. He hurriedly looked inward and found that this energy, upon entering through his finger, directly enveloped his finger bones. Not only that, it also seeped into the bones. What is going on? Zhao Beichen was momentarily puzzled. After the energy penetrated his finger bones, he felt a slight warmth. This feeling is quite pleasant. Qi organs. This thought suddenly emerged in his mind. In traditional Chinese medicine, the brain, marrow, bones, vessels, gallbladder, and womb are considered the qi organs. In the small world after he broke through level B, the energy began to flow not just in the 3 dansons. He distinctly remembers that the energy was circulating in the vessels and bones. Especially a large amount of energy entered the bones. Could it be that to advance from level B, one must fill the bones with energy? Zhao Beichen speculated in his heart. He is currently at the initial stage of level B, and how to advance to the intermediate stage is still unclear. Now that the energy from the water insects can enter his bones, he might as well give it a try. So Zhao Beichen extended his other hand to grasp another water insect in the net bag. Meanwhile, the original hand changed from touching to grasping. Perhaps due to having an additional channel, he clearly felt energy flowing into both hands. However, the energy was still flowing into the finger bones. Could it be that he needs to fill the finger bones first? Zhao Beichen began to ponder. After about 2 or 3 minutes, no more energy came. Zhao Beichen estimated that the energy from the 2 water insects in his hands had been exhausted, and the energy from these 2 water insects could barely fill the bones of his 2 palms. Zhao Beichen was quite satisfied with this situation. 2 water insects could fill 2 palm bones, and if he could get more, he could fill all his bones. Although he did not gain any corpse value, the thought that he might be able to improve his realm still made Zhao Beichen happy. Therefore, without hesitation, he grabbed another water insect with each hand. However, this time, strangely, no energy came at all. What is this situation? Zhao Beichen squeezed the 2 water insects in his hands again, but still there was no response. Could it be that the energy also expires? He mused, switching to 2 more. The same, still no energy came. Zhao Beichen did not give up and tried several others, but still no energy. Zhao Beichen was completely puzzled and did not understand what was going on. Fortunately, there were other net bags on the rope. Zhao Beichen swam up a little and arrived at another net bag. He reached out with both hands and grabbed 2 corpses of water insects. Then he clearly felt 2 streams of energy surging into his body, and the situation was exactly the same as before. It should be because the bones of his palms were filled with energy, as the energy directly flowed over the palm bones and enveloped the bones of his wrists. Then it continuously seeped into the bones, accompanied by a warm feeling. When the energy stopped flowing, the bones of his wrists were already completely filled. He grabbed 2 more corpses of water insects, but this time no energy flowed in. He tried other water insect corpses, but there was still the same response with no energy at all. Surely he couldn't be that lucky, finding energetic water insects in every net bag on the first try. Regarding the current situation, Zhao Beichen had no good guesses and could only continue to try. So he swam up a little more and arrived at the 3rd hook on this rope. This hook also had a large net bag hanging from it containing the corpses of water insects. He reached out with both hands and grabbed 1 water insect each. Again, energy continuously surged and flowing through the palm bones and wrist bones, reaching the bones of the forearms front. The entire section of bone was tightly wrapped, and then the energy began to seep into the bone. When the energy stopped flowing into his body, the front quarter of the forearm bones was also filled with energy. When he reached for other water insect corpses again, there was no energy flow. Looking at the densely packed corpses of water insects in the net bag, Zhao Beichen suddenly had a speculation. What he had been receiving each time was not the energy from the 2 water insects in his hands, but rather the energy from all the water insects in the net bag. After all, they were tightly pressed against each other. If this is the case, it could explain why after each energy transfer ended, grasping other water insects would yield. The more Zhao Beichen thought about it, the more convinced he became. So he quickly swam towards another net bag. This time he did not directly touch the water insects in the net bag. Instead, he put on gloves, took out 2 of them, and ensured that these 2 did not come into contact with the other water insects in the net bag. After removing the gloves, Zhao Beichen grasped these 2 water insects with both hands. He immediately felt a faint stream of energy. Compared to what he felt before, the intensity was much weaker. Not only was the intensity low, but the duration was also poor. Soon the energy disappeared. He replicated the method and the situation was completely the same. This was the energy possessed by a single water insect. It seemed his speculation was correct. In the first 3 attempts, he had absorbed the energy from an entire net bag of water insects at once. After absorbing that, touching other water insects naturally would not yield any more energy. Zhao Beichen couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly lucky he was. If it weren't for the fact that this large net bag of water insects was all gathered together, if it were just a single water insect, he would have found it difficult to notice the energy being transmitted. In that case, it would have been a waste of these water insects. Understanding the reason, Zhao Beichen scanned the net bags on the 7 or 8 ropes. These are treasures for his advancement in realm. As Zhao Beichen looked at these net bags, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He kicked his webbed feet and swam towards the next net bag. Zhao Beichen moved with deft efficiency. It took him less than 2 minutes to absorb the energy from each waterworm monster corpse in the nets. After he had drained the energy from all the nets hung on the 8 ropes, only the bones below his knees remained unfit. Dark impurities continued to be expelled from his body throughout the process. Zhao Beichen was already well accustomed to it. Taking advantage of the others' inattention, he stripped off his wetsuit and wore only swim trunks. He strapped the oxygen tank to his back so that whatever impurities his body expelled would be immediately washed away. This time he no longer reeked as before. Having emptied the nets, Zhao Beichen set his sights on the other cleaning teams. He had no intention of salvaging each net himself. That would be far too slow. Zhao decided to help those whose nets were already full. He would drag their full nets to the hooks and hang them up. Compared with merely scooping floating waterworm corpses with a net, towing a heavy net a long distance back to the boat was honest, exhausting labor. With Zhao Beichen taking the initiative, everyone relaxed. They only needed to collect corpses within their own zones, but once a net was full, Zhao would tow it away. The other cleaners welcomed this division of labor. Although everyone wore diving masks that obscured their faces, no one could clearly make out Zhao Beichen's features. He was also the only one not wearing a wetsuit in the whole area, so he was easy to recognize. Zhao began his hauling, taking full nets and towing them toward the boat. As he swam, he absorbed the energy from the waterworms in the nets. Beneath the boat, he simply hooked a net onto the rail and moved on to the next cleaner with a full bag. This arrangement greatly increased everyone's efficiency. Zhao Beichen's presence saved them countless trips and conserved a great deal of stamina. Zhao himself was already level lower tier, and with energy infused into his bones, his endurance had climbed another notch. He could swim back and forth without feeling tired. Like a buoyant fish, Zhao swam to Gu Changfeng, who had already filled a net. Gu made a gesture indicating Zhao. Gu Changfeng was pleased by Zhao Beichen's initiative. Before Zhao took over, the cleaning teams had been working independently. Their efficiency had been painfully low. By taking on the work no one wanted, freeing everyone from the arduous task of towing nets, Zhao quickly raised overall productivity. With only a few waterworms left in the sea, Zhao had saved face for their 5th cleaning group leader, Gu Changfeng. Zhao himself was even happier. He was only short of filling the bones of both feet, and Gus' net, barring mishap, should be enough to fill them. Thinking of the imminent breakthrough, Zhao towed the net toward the boat without pause. Unlike before, he would not absorb while en route this time. He planned to move away from the other teams before initiating the absorption, uncertain what might occur during an upgrade. He did not want to expose himself to prying eyes. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, and no one paid attention to the man in swim trunks towing a large net. Zhao increased his diving depth. Earlier, he had scouted a spot, a small rock hollow on the seabed. He intended to hide in that hollow and complete the upgrade. The sun had risen, and under its rays the underwater visibility improved greatly. The hollow lay among coral reef, small, but just large enough to hold a single person. Towing the net, Zhao swam into the hollow. It was clean inside, and 2 little fish fled at his approach. Once inside, he reached toward the waterworms in the net. Energy passed from his palm, coursing through bones already filled with power until it reached the metatarsal bones. 2 spheres of energy wrapped tightly around them and began to seep into the bone. When all the energy had been absorbed, a sharp pop sounded within him, as if something had been shattered. He knew he had advanced. He hurriedly glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen. Corpse touch value 196520000. Full rank reward meteor chasing moonstep max level. Current realm level mid-tier. Indeed, he had leveled up. Before he could rejoice, he felt the 3 dantians, the upper, middle, and lower, begin to spin rapidly. He immediately looked inward and saw a vast sea of liquid energy in the lower dantian surge toward the middle. At the same time, green energy from his spiritual sea poured into the middle dantian. As that influx continued, Zhao felt the radius of his perception steadily contract. The 2 streams from the spiritual sea and the lower dantian accelerated the middle dantian's spin. Pale golden energy welled up from the middle and flowed into his meridians. It was indeed a matter of the meridians and bones of the Qihing viscera. Seeing this, Zhao gained fresh insight into level advancement. Raising rank within level was wholly different from a level. It was not merely the absorption of soul force that elevated one. First, the bone interiors had to be filled with energy, which then triggered the energy stored in the lower dantian to enter the middle. Concurrently, his spiritual sense transformed into energy and entered the middle dantian, fusing with the lower dantian's power and being channeled into the meridians. Only then could the realm be advanced. The lower dantian's reserves had been filled by the system in a single injection. From Zhao's experience, that sea-like liquid energy was enough to sustain the entire level upgrade. He had not expected the upper dantian's energy to be derived from his spiritual sense. His perception range had been 4850 meters, and this upgrade consumed a full 850 meters of it. His perception was now only 4000 meters. Yet for the sake of rising to level mid-year, losing that reach was a bargain. The Bureau now possessed all manner of high technology. Tracking the Hanghays had shown him Lin Xiao's drones, so he no longer cared about losing 800 meters of sensory range. Even more impurities poured from his body than before. Zhao simply sat in the hollow and let them flow. Soon the water around him turned ink black. Fortunately, he had upgraded in the sea, otherwise he would have been blackened and reeking, and he did not know how he would explain that to Gu Changfeng. Earlier, some little fish had been curiously circling the hollow's entrance. When the impurities began to pour from him, the fish scattered. After all, the water around Zhao was darker than squid. Unperturbed, Zhao examined his body. His strength and agility had climbed a notch, and his 5 senses had been great. He tested his soul sting. Its range had increased from 300 meters to 400. Not only had the distance improved, the attack's intensity had clearly strengthened as well. A crowd waited outside. He could not remain absent for long. With a push of his feet, Zhao shot out. Level mid-tier and lower tier were truly different. Expelling impurities, Zhao left. A crowd waited outside. He could not remain absent for long. With a push of his feet, Zhao shot out. Level mid-tier and lower tier were truly different. He glanced around. Everyone was busy, and no one noticed him. Towing the net, he quickly reached beneath the boat. At that moment, Zhao noticed a sudden burst of light erupting from the seabed ahead. A bright light emanated from directly ahead beneath the sea, flickering continuously, as if a giant spotlight had been installed beneath the island. In a 4,000-meter radius, Zhao Beichen found nothing. Just as he hesitated about whether to go and take a look, he saw several figures jumping down from a fishing boat carrying oxygen tanks and holding underwater propulsion devices. Once these individuals entered the water, their propulsion devices pulled them swiftly towards the source of the bright light. With the underwater propellers, their movements were remarkably quick. Before long, Zhao Beichen could no longer see them, but he could still sense them clearly. There were a total of 5 people, and their direction of advance was toward the light. These people should be from the action department, Zhao Beichen thought. Many individuals had arrived this time, and regardless of what that light was, it was not his place as a new employee in the cleaning team to get involved. Thus, Zhao Beichen extinguished his desire to go take a look and obediently continued dragging his net bag. His realm had unexpectedly risen to mid-level B today, which was truly surprising for him. Initially, he had only intended to gather some corpse value. Unexpectedly, he had also leveled up in a muddled manner. Of course, it wasn't entirely muddled, as he had at least grasped the way to level up. At the level realm, to upgrade, it seemed he would have to follow the order of the extraordinary organs. This time he had filled the bones and meridians with energy. Next time, he was unsure which organ he would need to fill. However, Zhao Beichen had always been carefree, putting aside matters he couldn't comprehend. When the time came, he would naturally understand. Just like with this incident involving the water insects, who would have expected such an outcome? At that moment, Zhao Beichen saw someone in the distance waving at him. Someone had filled their net bag and wanted him to come over and drag it. Zhao Beichen quickly swam to that person's side and dragged away a fully loaded net bag of water insect corpses. Now, there were not many water insect corpses floating in the sea. The cleanup work was also nearing its end. Along the way of dragging the net bag, Zhao Beichen habitually felt around. However, this time, there was no energy input. Undeterred, he changed positions and felt around several times. The situation remained the same. It seemed that after his realm had improved, the energy of the water insects was too weak to enter his body anymore. Looking at the net bag in his hand, it was filled with water insects. Zhao Beichen did not feel regret. They had already completed their mission. The cleanup work was quick. By the time Zhao Beichen hung the last net bag of water insects on the hook, he was the only one left in the sea. Everyone else had completed their cleanup work. Zhao Beichen also swam to the surface and boarded the fishing boat. Gu Changfeng had already climbed aboard at some point and was smoking on the deck. Seeing Zhao Beichen surface, Gu Changfeng waved at him. "Hey, why do I feel like you're different?" As Zhao Beichen approached, Gu Changfeng sensed the change. "Chief, what's different about me?" With a max-level concealment technique, Zhao Beichen wasn't worried that Gu Changfeng would see through his realm. Gu Changfeng remained silent, smoking as he looked Zhao Beichen up and down. His first impression was that Zhao Beichen was indeed different from before, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. After observing for a long while, Gu Changfeng finally said, "Your skin has become fairer." "Chief, anyone who has soaked in seawater for that long would become fairer." Zhao Beichen naturally knew that every time he leveled up, he expelled a lot of impurities and his skin improved as well. That makes sense. By the way, why aren't you wearing a wetsuit?" Gu Changfeng accepted Zhao Beichen's explanation and shifted his attention. It was too cumbersome and uncomfortable, so I took it off. You rascal, go wash up quickly. Gu Changfeng waved his hand at Zhao Beichen, not wanting to chat further. After swimming in the sea, one needed to shower with fresh water, otherwise one would be covered in salt crystals. Zhao Beichen rushed into the fishing boat's shower room, rinsed off, haphazardly changed clothes, and returned to the deck. Since boarding, he had not seen Han Qingsong or Chao Hui, and he did not know if they were among the 5 figures he had seen under. Zhao Beichen was quite curious about what had happened at the bottom of the sea ahead. Gu Changfeng was currently directing the workers on the fishing boat to gather the ropes. 8 ropes were laden with net bags, all containing the corpses of water insects. It was now time for unified processing. Under Gu Changfeng's direction, the ropes were being pulled in one by one. The net bags were stacked one on top of another on the deck. Gu Changfeng did not wait for all the ropes to be collected before throwing corpse dissolving powder over the net bags on the deck. The effect of the corpse dissolving powder was much stronger than that of the corpse dissolving liquid. Before long, the water insects on the deck had vanished without a trace, leaving only a puddle of water. Once all the water insects had been dealt with, Gu Changfeng directed the crew to wash the deck with a high-pressure water gun. Everything was cleaned thoroughly. The cleanup work for this water insect incident was successfully completed. Beichen, come here. Gu Changfeng waved at Zhao Beichen from the bow of the boat. Several cleaning team leaders just praised you. Gu Changfeng smiled and patted Zhao Beichen on the shoulder as he praised me. Why? Dragging the net bags, you helped everyone by yourself, saving them a lot of trouble. Gu Changfeng looked at Zhao Beichen with a smile, admiration shining in his eyes. Chief, this is what I should do. Zhao Beichen scratched his head bashfully. He had only wanted to gather corpses, not expecting to help out along the way. As a newcomer, it's important to be diligent. Nowadays, some college students fresh out of school have high expectations, but low capabilities. Especially those who look down on the older comrades. After all, we are a government unit at 749, and seniority is unavoidable. Your performance today was excellent. Keep it up, understood? Gu Changfeng taught seriously. Understood, Chief. I will continue to work hard. Zhao Beichen understood that Gu Changfeng was teaching him how to work, so he would naturally learn humbly. By the way, Chief, just now underwater, I saw a bright light over there, and several people from the bureau rushed over. Zhao Beichen pointed towards the front of the fishing boat, which was the direction where he had seen the light. Lisbon Maru. Gu Changfeng followed Zhao Beichen's finger and looked over, then said quietly. The incident with the Lisbon Maru had been discussed by De Chao on the yacht earlier. Zhao Beichen knew that the space fissure in that area had been torn open by the formation of those from Little Japan. Chief, did a monster emerge? The bright light had been intense, and Zhao Beichen speculated. It's still unclear, but it's best if not. Gu Changfeng's expression appeared somewhat serious. Zhao Beichen also stopped talking, standing at the bow of the boat looking towards the Lisbon Maru. In his 4,000-meter sensing range, there was nothing unusual. He glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen, corpse value 196520000, full value reward, max level meteor step, current realm mid-level, be just 35 points away from receiving the reward. Although Gu Changfeng did not wish for monsters to appear, Zhao Beichen couldn't hope for anything more. With monsters around, he would be able to earn more corpse value. He looked at the sea surface. The speedboats were all rushing towards the direction of the light. The fishing boat he was on was also heading that way. Suddenly, a massive water column erupted from the distant sea surface ahead. Team leader, look quickly. Zhao Beichen shouted to Gu Changfeng, pointing at the distant water column. Gu Changfeng remained silent, his brow furrowing. What's going on, team leader? After the water column erupted, once it vanished, and the sea ahead fell into calmness. I'm not sure. Gu Changfeng shook his head. Meanwhile, the other speedboats on the sea noticeably accelerated, rushing towards the direction of the water column. Compared to the speedboats, the fishing boats were much slower. They were soon left far behind. Gu Changfeng took out a telescope from the quantum space, carefully observing ahead. Team leader, what's happening? Zhao Beichen asked after Gu Changfeng observed for a while. You can see for yourself. Gu Changfeng handed the telescope to Zhao Beichen. Taking the telescope, Zhao Beichen saw the waves surging on the distant sea. One after another speedboats arrived, and people jumped headfirst into the water from the boats. Team leader, so many people jumped into the sea. Zhao Beichen said clearly as he watched through the telescope. Yes, I saw it earlier too. They should be colleagues from the operations department. At that moment, Zhao Beichen saw the waves on the sea surface becoming even more turbulent through the telescope. Team leader, are they fighting something in the water? The fluctuations of the waves ahead made Zhao Beichen feel as if there was a significant energy disturbance happening underwater. It should be Director Han and Director Chao are also below the water. Did you see Director Han and Director Chao among the 5 people I spotted earlier? Zhao Beichen put down the telescope and asked Gu Changfeng. Yes, quickly prepare the gear, we might need to go down too. After Gu Changfeng finished speaking, he headed for the lower cabin where the diving equipment was stored. Zhao Beichen hurriedly followed. In the lower cabin, the two swiftly organized the necessary gear and brought it all to the deck. Now Zhao Beichen could sense the situation underwater. Many people were around a kilometer ahead of them beneath the sea. On the surface, 8 or 9 speedboats floated with soldiers on the boats holding guns on guard. The personnel from the 749 Bureau who were originally on the speedboats had all jumped into the sea. Gu Changfeng only glanced briefly at the situation on the surface before starting to put on his diving gear. Zhao Beichen, however, had not yet donned his diving suit. He simply strapped an oxygen tank on his back. Beichen, the situation down there is unclear. You should stay on the boat for now. Gu Changfeng was already wearing his mask, making the final preparations before entering the water. Team leader, I swim fast, quite I'll be fine. Moreover, the remaining people on the surface are just ordinary folks. If there are indeed monsters and the operations department can't handle them, it wouldn't make a difference whether I'm above or below the water. Moreover, the remaining people on the surface are just ordinary folks. If there are indeed monsters and the operations department can't handle them, it wouldn't make a difference whether I'm above or below the water. If there were really monsters, these guns would be useless. Alright, you make a valid point. It's not like earlier when we were dealing with the water insect monster's corpse. The situation below is uncertain. Once you go down, don't wander around, understand? Although Gu Changfeng didn't want Zhao Beichen to go down given the current situation, it might be the same whether he win or not. It would be better to go down and get some training. After all, with so many people from the Bureau present, the situation should be manageable. Don't worry, team leader, I know what I'm doing, Zhao Beichen said, and put on his diving mask. A kilometer isn't far for a fishing boat, and they soon reached the location. Gu Changfeng leaned back and jumped into the sea from the fishing boat first. Zhao Beichen followed closely behind. It was already past 9 a.m., the sun was bright, and the visibility underwater was excellent. Once Zhao Beichen stabilized himself, he saw that Gu Changfeng was already ready. He pointed towards the depths of the water, signaling Zhao Beichen to follow, and then swam down. In Zhao Beichen's perception, the personnel from the 749 Bureau were located a few dozen meters below them. Swimming swiftly behind Gu Changfeng, Zhao Beichen descended around 30 meters and spotted the members of the 749 Bureau, also wearing diving gear. Zhao Beichen estimated there were about 60 or 70 people. These individuals floated at different heights in the water, forming 3 layers like a fan. They were continuously attacking the convergence point of the fan formation. At the convergence point was a bright rift which was quite large, as Zhao Beichen estimated it to be 4 to 5 meters wide. The dazzling light was emanating from this rift. Dozens of ability users simultaneously unleashed their powers, striking right at this rift. Each attack stirred the sea, which Zhao Beichen thought must be the reason for the unrest on the surface. He looked back at the rift. Under the attacks of the 749 Bureau members, the rift was actually slowly closing. This must be the spatial rift that had torn the Lisbon Maru apart, Zhao Beichen thought as he glanced downward. Indeed, at the seabed about 10 meters down, a ship lay. The hull was rusty with several large holes. This was the sunken Lisbon Maru, and the rift was conveniently right above the Lisbon Maru. Suddenly, Zhao Beichen felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng signaled him with hand gestures to stay in place. Zhao Beichen nodded, indicating he understood. Then Gu Changfeng swam forward, joining the attacking formation. Zhao Beichen, using his fins, watched the battle ahead. He couldn't help with anything at the moment. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was just an ordinary person. The abilities unleashed by the ability users continuously struck at the rift. Zhao Beichen noticed that as the rift shrank, something seemed to be attempting to burst forth from it. However, it was pushed back by the members of the Bureau. It seemed that this spatial rift was no trivial matter, Zhao Beichen thought. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed that the thing behind the rift was very evil, filled with a deathly aura. In that brief moment, he had seen the opponent's eyes. They were cold and merciless, which was Zhao Beichen's immediate impression. Even though he was now a mid-level B rank, the killing intent in that gaze still sent chills down his spine. This was the first time Zhao Beichen had such a feeling. Fortunately, the eyes had flashed by, quickly vanishing behind. What kind of world was connected behind the rift? The deathly aura that emanated from the rift was overwhelmingly heavy. It was fortunate they discovered it early, otherwise if those things had burst forth, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When the eyes had appeared just now, Zhao Beichen had almost been unable to restrain himself from launching a spiritual attack. This was the first time he had felt danger since joining the 749 Bureau. Fortunately, there were enough people from the Bureau this time, and their continuous attacks on the rift were relentless. The rift kept shrinking, and the light spilling from it was steadily diminishing. Zhao Beichen saw several people swimming out from the attacking formation, heading towards the rift. They were about to get Suddenly, Zhao Beichen felt 2 strong auras of death emanating from the Lisbon Maru below. Zhao Beichen hurriedly looked down at the Lisbon Maru. 2 faint blue figures were swiftly heading towards the crack. At this moment, it seemed someone in the attacking formation had also noticed these 2 figures and launched an attack. The attack was initiated by an ice-type ability user, and Zhao Beichen clearly saw 2 ice arrows shoot out. The ice arrows were very accurate, but passed directly through the 2 faint blue figures. They did not hinder the 2 figures at all, who continued towards the few people near the crack at the 749 Bureau. The actions of the ice-type ability user drew the attention of others, and several more people launched attacks at these 2 faint blue figures. There were many types of abilities used in the attack. Zhao Beichen saw water-type abilities, wind-type abilities, and even various weapons being thrown. However, these attacks had no effect on the opponents who maintained their speed towards the few people near the crack. The few individuals near the crack seemed unaware of the danger approaching from below them. Zhao Beichen saw them setting up a formation around the crack. The current spatial crack had become very small under the continuous attacks, leaving only a tiny gap through which a little light could shine. As the few individuals approached the crack, Zhao Beichen estimated that they were trying to stabilize the shape of the crack with the formation to prevent it from expanding further. The two faint blue figures swiftly swimming from the Lisbon Maru simply by their intense aura of death were clearly not good entities. However, the previous attacks from the Bureau had caused no harm to these two figures. Meanwhile, many more people continued to attack the crack, unable to spare any effort to deal with these two beings. With the help of the soul piercer, Zhao Beichen clearly saw that these two faint blue figures were soul bodies. Similar to the Yin soldiers he encountered in Taoyuan village, they were formless souls, thus the physical attacks from several ability users in the Bureau had no effect on them. The soul lamps emitted by these two faint blue figures were much brighter than those of the Centurions in Taoyuan village. Based on Zhao Beichen's current estimation, they were likely at the mid-B level, matching his own realm. These two beings were clearly aiming to disrupt the formation setup. If they succeeded, who knows what disaster would follow. Did the people in the Bureau still have the ability to close the spatial crack? Zhao Beichen vividly recalled the mysterious eye behind the crack. If such a being were released, it would surely lead to calamity. Zhao Beichen could not care less about whether anyone noticed him. Without hesitation, he shot the two rapidly moving faint blue figures with the soul piercer. This skill, specializing in attacking souls, was a nemesis to soul bodies, causing them to perish. Even if they were of the same realm as Zhao Beichen, they could not block the attack of the soul piercer. Having each been struck, the two faint blue figures immediately lost their glow and began to fall towards the sea. While Zhao Beichen unleashed the soul piercer, others in the Bureau were also launching physical attacks. Seeing the two figures stop advancing and begin to drift down to the seabed, everyone realized that the attack had succeeded. They turned to look at those who had just attacked, with many giving them a thumbs up. Because everyone was equipped with diving gear, they could not communicate verbally and could only gesture to each other. At that moment, no one was clear about who exactly had taken down these two entities. But it didn't matter, as long as they could defeat them, that was enough. Everyone turned their attention back to the ongoing attack on the crack. The formation was still being set up, and the closure of the crack relied entirely on their relentless ability attacks. Thus no one dared to let their guard down. Naturally, no one noticed Zhao Beichen behind them. Zhao Beichen watched the two soul bodies that had been struck down gradually drift towards the Lisbon Maru. He had extensive research on soul bodies. In Taoyuan village, he had frequently dealt with such entities. Since soul bodies lacked physical forms, physical attacks were ineffective. They could only be dealt with through soul attacks, and once the soul body was destroyed, it would soon dissipate into the world. This form was merely an energy body, not a true entity. It had only taken on a physical shape due to the bind. The first thing that came to Zhao Beichen's mind was to collect the corpse value. He needed to hurry, otherwise once the energy body dissipated, there would be nothing left to collect. Zhao Beichen glanced at the 3 layers of the attacking formation in front of him, where everyone was continuously launching attacks at the crack. The few people near the crack were busy setting up the formation, completely unaware of him. So he swam towards the Lisbon Maru. As he got closer, he could see the appearance of these two soul bodies. They were 2 small ghost soldiers dressed in World War II uniforms, currently lying on the deck of the Lisbon Maru. Due to being energy bodies, they were not very heavy and swayed slightly with the waves. With a strong kick of his flippers, Zhao Beichen quickly reached the side of the soul bodies. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch them. Ding! A sound echoed in his mind, and upon hearing it, Zhao Beichen was over. Quickly, he looked at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen, corpse value 53,000, full value reward system space 555, current realm mid-B level. Just now, it was 1,965. After reaching the full value, there are still 5 points left. It seems a mid-B level ghost can yield 40 points of corpse value. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Beichen was extremely pleased. At that moment, a surge of information flooded into his mind regarding the max level meteor step. Zhao Beichen had long since grown accustomed to the rewards from the system, so he was not surprised. The max level meteor step was indeed impressive, simply the pinnacle of movement skills. The system provided exquisite skills. This set of movement techniques felt as if Zhao Beichen had practiced it thousands of times, already completely familiar. Now he possessed 4 skills: max level soul piercer, max level wind thunder / max level concealment technique, and max level meteor step. From offense to escape, he had all the necessary means. The system's arrangements were truly excellent, comprehensive, deserving of the title of a divine level corpse collection system. Zhao Beichen slightly used the meteor step. Even in the deep sea, his figure was frighteningly fast. Almost with just a thought, he moved a little and reached the other soul body on the deck several meters away. Now the most important thing was to collect the corpse. Zhao Beichen was quite clear on that. The matters on the system panel could wait until after he finished collecting, otherwise if the soul body dissipated, those 40 points of corpse value would be wasted. He reached out to touch it, and once again the ding sound echoed in his mind. Zhao Beichen looked at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen corpse value 454000. Full value reward system space 555 current realm mid-B level. Indeed, the mid-B level soul body contributed another 40 points of corpse value. This time the requirement for the system reward was too high, doubling to a total of 4,000 points. Zhao Beichen felt the difficulty was still considerable. However, seeing that the reward was system space and it was 125 cubic meters, the corpse value didn't seem too high. A portable space of 125 cubic meters was incredibly powerful. 5 meters high, 5 meters long, and 5 meters wide. How much could it hold? If only he had such a portable space in the small world, he would never lose any treasures or antiques. But arriving now is better than never, having it is better than not. Zhao Beichen was filled with anticipation for the rewards he would receive next. A strong surge of seawater rippled from above. Zhao Beichen looked up and saw that the people from the 749 Bureau had intensified their attacks on the spatial rift. The rift, which had previously shrunk, inexplicably widened again. Several individuals were still busy setting up formations near the rift. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from the rift, illuminating the seabed. However, this dazzling light vanished in an instant. This was not a good omen. Could it be that the spatial rift was about to spiral out of control? Zhao Beichen thought to himself. He was just about to swim up to help when he felt a slight tremor on the deck. In fact, Zhao Beichen had not taken a good look at the Lisbon Maru before. It was only after sensing the tremor that he carefully looked down at the deck beneath him. The Lisbon Maru had a displacement of over 7,000 tons, quite a significant vessel, much larger than the fishing boat he had been on earlier. The entire ship was over 100 meters long. There were several compartments below the foredeck, 2 of which were opened. Zhao Beichen swam over to take a look, but it was dark inside. 3 other hatches were sealed shut. Zhao Beichen recalled that Chao had mentioned that over 800 British soldiers had been sealed inside the bottom compartment of the Lisbon Maru back in the day. It seemed these 3 hatches must be the ones. He swam to the first sealed hatch, which was not very large, roughly. Currently, the entire hatch was nailed shut with wooden boards. He wondered what kind of wood was so durable that after decades submerged in the sea, it was still intact. Zhao Beichen was curious and reached out to wipe the dirt off the wooden boards. After all, the Lisbon Maru had sunk for decades and the deck was covered with a thick layer of mud. As Zhao Beichen was wiping, he distinctly felt a slight vibration coming from the hatch, as if something was tapping. However, strangely, Zhao Beichen could not sense anything unusual. In his perception, the entire structure of the Lisbon Maru contained nothing. Before he could figure it out, the vibration came again. Something was down there, and Zhao Beichen quickened his wiping speed. Soon the mud on the hatch's wooden boards was cleared away, and through his diving mask, he could see the full appearance of the boards. Before he could figure it out, the vibration came again. Something was down there, and Zhao Beichen quickened his wiping speed. Soon the mud on the hatch's wooden boards was cleared away. No, the way these symbols were drawn was quite different from Yunzhuan. It was not the same thing. So where else had he seen them? Zhao Beichen suddenly remembered where he had seen these symbols. In the bottom compartment of the Voyager, he had discovered them in the cold storage room, where the wheat was kept. At that time, he could not sense the wheat inside the compartment, because the runes could block the detection of divine sense. Also on the back of the sea monk, their scales were arranged in this form of runes. He had even taken photos to consult Gu Changfeng about them later. However, he forgot. Just then the hatch's wooden board vibrated again, or it seemed there was indeed something inside. Zhao Beichen wasted no time, reached out to grab the wooden board and try to pry it off. However, at that moment the runes on the board seemed to come alive, emitting a faint light, and Zhao Beichen was unable to move it. Zhao Beichen tried again. The moment he exerted force, the runes on the board glowed. No matter how hard he tried, the wooden board sealing the hatch would not budge. Damn it, it seems this rune is up to no good. Zhao Beichen activated his divine soul piercing to carefully observe the rune. When they discovered the Yunzhuan runes in the Jingxujia garden, Huang Jiai had given them a brief introduction. The composition of the rune includes the rune head, rune foot, rune core, and order. Among them, the rune core is the center where the rune energy converges. All the energy of the rune painter gathers in the rune core. As long as the energy in the core is depleted, the rune becomes useless. With the enhancement of the divine soul piercing, Zhao Beichen easily found the place where the energy converged. It was an inconspicuous stroke at the corner of the entire rune. This stroke gathered a lot of energy. If it weren't for Zhao Beichen having the divine soul piercing skill, very few would pay attention to this inconspicuous stroke unless they were rune masters. It seemed that the person who drew this rune back then was not an ordinary individual. Discovering the rune core, Zhao Beichen was not sure he could destroy it. This was also his first time doing such a thing, but how would he know if he didn't give it a try? So he thrust one divine soul piercing toward the rune core at high speed. As expected, the full-level divine soul piercing was impressive. Once it pierced, the energy gathered at the rune core dissipated into nothingness. Zhao Beichen hadn't even exerted much effort. With just a light jab, the wooden board of the hatch shattered into pieces. It seemed that the reason the wooden board remained uncorroded for so many years was this rune. With the rune's obstruction gone, Zhao Beichen quickly dismantled the hatch. Before he could look inside the hatch, several pale blue figures sprang out from within. They swung a blade at him. Zhao Beichen focused his mind, activated his full-level meteor step, and with a slight flick of his flippers, he swiftly moved far away. The opponent's strike missed completely. At this moment, Zhao Beichen finally saw what emerged from the bottom compartment. 4 ghostly soldiers, one of whom appeared to be a small leader. He held a commander's blade, and the earlier strike had come from this guy. The other 3 were scattered around him, each wielding a Type 38 rifle. The bayonets on the guns were rusted. The 4 little ghosts were shrouded in death energy. Being ghostly soldiers were naturally filled with a sense of death. These 4 ghostly soldiers had ferocious expressions filled with murderous intent. Seeing Zhao Beichen suddenly move away, they said nothing more and continued to charge at him. Damn it seems you've been spoiled and don't know the difference between right and wrong. Zhao Beichen had already activated his divine soul piercing. As soon as the other party moved, 4 divine soul piercings shot out rapidly. The 3 with guns were Blevel initiates, while the one in the middle with the commander's blade was a Blevel intermediate. Such small fry posed no burden to Zhao Beichen. Piercing their souls resulted in immediate destruction. No extra effort was needed. Indeed, reaching Blevel intermediate while mastering the full-level divine soul piercing made Zhao Beichen quite formidable. The 4 ghostly soldiers instantly dimmed, turning into true dead ghosts. Zhao Beichen lightly tapped his flippers and quickly approached the ghostly corpses. He reached out, and with a series of clear sounds, ding 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 ding, echoed in his mind. Then he glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen corpse touch value 105-3000 full value reward 555 portable space current level Blevel intermediate. The corpse touch value increased by 100 points, with the Blevel intermediate contributing 40 points and 3 Blevel initiates contributing 60 points. Earning 100 points in a single wave was quite nice, and Zhao Beichen felt elated. He looked up to see that the experts in the bureau were still continuing to attack the spatial rift with no one paying attention to him. Now the spatial rift was slightly smaller than before. It seemed that the experts in the bureau were engaged in a tug-of war with the rift, making it difficult to close it. With the situation above under control, Zhao Beichen was no longer anxious. He needed to see what was really in the bottom compartment. What was that vibration earlier? Dragging 4 ghostly corpses, Zhao Beichen swam towards the hatch. Upon reaching the hatch, Zhao Beichen first threw the corpses of the 4 ghost soldiers inside. Although these ghostly bodies would soon dissipate into the heavens and the earth, leaving no trace behind. However, this would take about half an hour. If someone were to discover the ghost corpses during this time, Zhao Beichen would find it. If they were thrown to the bottom of the cabin, it would be fine. Who would have the time to check on the Lisbon Maru? They had been sunken for decades. If anyone wanted to look, they would have done so long ago. After tossing the ghost corpses inside, Zhao Beichen unhesitatingly swam into the cabin. It was dark inside, yet in his perception, everything was clear. Over 200 souls were imprisoned within the formation at the bottom cabin. As he swam closer, Zhao Beichen twisted the glow stick attached to his belt, instantly illuminating the entire bottom cabin. Just as he sensed, over 200 souls were trapped within a small formation. Without a doubt, these souls were the English soldiers who had drowned. The light shield formed by the formation resembled an inverted bowl, trapping these over 200 English ghostly souls tightly within. Unlike the ghost soldiers from before, these English soldiers were purely spirits, without any energy entities. Originally, these souls should have entered reincarnation upon death, being reborn. However, trapped by the formation, they could only be imprisoned here, unable to participate in reincarnation unless someone came to rescue them. However, separated by the formation's light curtain, no matter how they shouted, Zhao Beichen could not hear them. He examined the entire bottom cabin while holding. However, separated by the formation's light curtain, no matter how they shouted, Zhao Beichen could not hear them. He examined the entire bottom cabin while holding the glow stick. The formation was inscribed on the surrounding cabin walls, making the entire bottom cabin a formation. Fortunately, there was water, allowing Zhao Beichen to float above the bottom cabin. Otherwise, he might have directly fallen into the formation. He didn't know if this formation would trap living beings. Zhao Beichen's understanding of formations was practically zero. He would not take such risks, thus carefully drifting outside the light shield of the formation. Even the most powerful formations are composed of various runes. As long as there are runes, they consist of 4 components: rune, head rune, foot rune, heart, and decree. Finding the rune heart and disrupting the energy gathered within could destroy the formation. With the soul needle, Zhao Beichen had a keen sense of energy. He quickly located the rune heart on the left wall of the cabin. Once he found the rune heart, the rest would be easy. Summoning the soul needle, the energy within the rune heart was destroyed, and the effect of the rune vanished. After the runes on the left wall were destroyed, the entire inverted energy shield weakened considerably. The spirits within the energy shield became even more excited, although Zhao Beichen couldn't hear what they were shouting. However, just from their movements, Zhao Beichen could tell that these beings were thrilled. Anyone imprisoned for decades would react. Zhao Beichen did not delay and continued to destroy the runes on the other walls. When the last rune was destroyed, the entire inverted energy shield completely dissipated. At that moment, Zhao Beichen finally heard the clamoring of the spirits. Strangely, regardless of the language the souls spoke, Zhao Beichen could understand them all. The Yin soldiers from Taoyuan village, the ghost soldiers from before, and now the souls of the English soldiers were all the same. The moment the formation was destroyed, the appearance of all these spirits changed completely. Previously looking frail, now each person had returned to their prime state. Even the tattered military uniforms transformed into pristine condition. This must be the innate ability of the souls themselves, Zhao Beichen thought silently as he observed the changes in the spirits before him. It seems death is not so frightening, it merely opens another journey. At that moment, a spirit resembling an officer floated in front of Zhao Beichen. The other party saluted Zhao Beichen with a standard military salute. "My name is Qiao Yi. Wells, I am the commander of this unit. Thank you very much for saving our souls. Without you we would not know how long we would have been lost. The war is over, the Zayarizi lost. You can peacefully reincarnate." Zhao Beichen thought these words in his mind, unsure if the other party could receive them. "The war is over. That is wonderful. Thank you very much for bringing us this good news." Clearly Qiao Yi could hear Zhao Beichen's thoughts, making communication much simpler. "Yes, the little mustachioed painter committed suicide in the end, and your country achieved final victory, so you can rest assured." Zhao Beichen knew that letting go of everything before reincarnation was best. Lingering attachments would only create obstacles. "Thank you again, although I still do not know your name, I will bless you." As Qiao Yi spoke, his body began to become not only him, but all the English spirits also became increasingly blurred. They were entering reincarnation. "Dear warrior, I bless you." This was the last sentence left by Qiao Yi, who then vanished without a trace along with the other English spirits. Zhao Beichen could tell he still had many things to say, but time had run out. They had lingered in the mortal world for far too long. Zhao Beichen held the glow stick and scanned the surroundings of the bottom cabin. Apart from the 4 ghost corpses floating in the water, the entire bottom cabin was left with only a pile of bones. These scattered bones were indeed those of Qiao Yi and the others. There was no way to take them away. After everything was over, Zhao Beichen planned to report to the bureau. Being able to return these bones to England would be considered a way for their souls to return home. What Zhao Beichen did not know was that it was precisely because of his report that this incident stirred up a storm in Britain. Many British people went to Dongji Island to mourn the English soldiers. Some even made a film about the Lisbon Maru incident, uncovering this forgotten story from 70 years ago. It also allowed the world to once again see the cruelty and inhumanity of the Zayarizi. Of course, all of this was a later story. There were still 2 such cabins, and Zhao Beichen dared not delay. After all, oxygen is limited. The situations in the next 2 cabins were basically similar to the first one. Each hatch had runes on the wooden boards, and upon opening them, there were still the ghost soldiers of the Zayarizi. The bottom cabin still contained the English souls trapped by the formation, but the number of souls in these 2 cabins was greater than in the first one. The 3 cabins combined held a total of 800 to 900 people. The Zayarizi were truly insane. Drowning these English soldiers was one thing, but imprisoning their souls so they could not reincarnate was another. Their methods were utterly despicable. What was most hateful was that they had no bottom line even for themselves. The Zayarizi ghost soldiers guarding the English soldiers also could not reincarnate. The Zayarizi as a nation was truly beyond redemption, too evil. Zhao Beichen, feeling uneasy, checked through all the cabins of the Lisbon Maru once again. Fortunately, there were no other imprisoned souls. The ghost soldiers of the Zayarizi guarding the souls were also absent. The current Lisbon Maru was entirely clean. Only then did Zhao Beichen have time to check his system panel. Host Zhao Beichen. Corpse touch value 305. 3000 full value reward 555 portable space, current realm B class intermediate. Not bad, not bad. Having eliminated 2 teams of ghost soldiers, my corpse touch value increased by 200 points. This is very good. It seems that more tasks need to be completed. Such tasks which involve following behind the powerful are the best. Just as Zhao Beichen was feeling pleased, a strong light suddenly emanated from his head. The light came suddenly and intensely. Zhao Beichen could not open his eyes. After a while he slowly cracked them open, only to find a blinding whiteness before him. What on earth is going on? Could it be that there's a problem with the spatial rift? Although he couldn't see with his eyes, Zhao Beichen could still sense it. In his perception, the 3-tiered offensive formation remained unchanged, just as it had always been. However, he could not sense the light source. Light was something one could only see, not perceive with divine consciousness. After waiting a bit longer, Zhao Beichen opened his eyes again. This time, without the strong light, everything had returned to normal. He looked up at the formation, which was still in its original state. In his perception, the 3-tiered offensive formation remained unchanged, just as it had always been. However, he could not sense the lights. Several individuals originally tasked with the formation were swimming around the area where the rift had been, likely checking for anything unusual. After a while, Zhao Beichen saw one of them gesturing towards the offensive formation. The 3-tiered formation then dispersed, indicating that this rift had been dealt with. Although Zhao Beichen wanted to loot the corpses, he had not forgotten the shocking glimpse he had caught behind the rift. That cold, merciless killing intent made his scalp tingle just thinking about it. If such a creature were to emerge, it would be uncertain who would end up looting whose corpse. Isn't it more enjoyable to fight small monsters and pick up some easy loot? Just like today, facing waterbugs and ghost soldiers with no risk involved and high rewards. This is exactly the kind of thing Zhao Beichen wanted to do. Before he could finish his thought, he saw someone swimming towards him. As they got closer, he recognized it was Gu Changfeng. As Gu Changfeng approached, he gave Zhao Beichen a couple of playful slaps on the head and pointed upwards. The message was clear: why wasn't Zhao Beichen staying up top, swimming down to the seabed alone? There's no need to wonder how Gu Changfeng recognized him from afar. In the entire seabed, he was the only one not wearing a diving suit. If Gu Changfeng still couldn't figure it out, then his eyesight could only be deemed fake. Zhao Beichen was not annoyed by the playful slaps on his head. He knew that Gu Changfeng was showing concern for him, and besides, what strength could a couple of slaps underwater have? It didn't even count as a tickle. Zhao Beichen pointed to the first lower cabin and led the way over, gesturing for Gu Changfeng to follow. The 4 ghost soldiers that had originally been in the cabin had long since returned to the world. Zhao Beichen wasn't worried about Gu Changfeng discovering anything. He wanted Gu Changfeng to see the skeletal remains of the British soldiers inside. There were about 800 or 900 in total across the 3 cabins, which was significant news that needed to be reported. As he entered the lower cabin, Zhao Beichen twisted a new glow stick, and under the green light the eerie white bones were particularly striking. Gu Changfeng was clearly startled. After a moment, he snatched the glow stick from Zhao Beichen's hand and dove down to the cabin floor, carefully examining the text on some remaining military uniforms. Gu Changfeng studied carefully in the lower cabin for quite a while before advancing with Zhao Beichen into the 2nd and 3rd cabins. He examined each cabin thoroughly, and Zhao Beichen did not rush him, but waited quietly. They changed several glow sticks in total. Eventually, when the oxygen in the diving tanks ran low, Gu Changfeng led Zhao Beichen out to the surface. On the water's surface, all the speedboats were gathered near the fishing boat. The personnel from the 749 Bureau had boarded the fishing boat, and the deck was packed with people. Director Han Qingsong was speaking to everyone from a raised position on the deck. As Zhao Beichen climbed onto the fishing boat, he finally heard clearly that Han Qingsong was summarizing the recent operation to close the rift. Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen's arrival did not attract much attention. The cleanup crew themselves did not have anything noteworthy about them. Zhao Beichen glanced around and realized he did not recognize anyone on the deck. The operations division was quite large, and having only been employed for less than a month, how many could little Kalami recognize? It was perfectly normal not to know anyone. Zhao Beichen was not interested in what Han Qingsong was saying. He found a corner where no one was paying attention and secretly sat down. Just as Han Qingsong finished speaking and was about to dismiss everyone, Gu Changfeng hurried over. Whispering in Han Qingsong's ear, he spoke about the discovery of the skeletons on the Lisbon Maru. 800 or 900 skeletons were a significant matter, no matter where they were found. Han Qingsong did not dare delay. He quickly assembled the team and descended back into the sea. Those who were not called upon naturally would not leave and remained on the fishing boat. This time Gu Changfeng went along too, as he needed to lead the way. Although everyone knew the location of the Lisbon Maru, it would be inappropriate for Gu Changfeng not to follow the director. After all, it was he who reported the situation to the director, and subordinates were expected to act as such. However, Zhao Beichen did not need to be like Gu Changfeng. Having a team leader in front was sufficient. Someone like him, a little Kalami, did not deserve to be beside the director. Zhao Beichen was happy to relax, taking the opportunity to hop over to the small shower room on the fishing boat and rinse off. Otherwise, the salt all over him was simply unbearable. After a quick shower and changing clothes, it wasn't long before Han Qingsong and his group returned. Then Zhao Beichen was pulled onto a speedboat by Gu Changfeng. Team leader, where are we going now? The sound of the speedboat's engine was loud, so Zhao Beichen could only shout. Regroup. Gu Changfeng yelled into Zhao Beichen's ear. Zhao Beichen's ears buzzed from the noise, causing him to instinctively turn his head away from Gu Changfeng. Team leader, why are you shouting so loudly? Are you trying to make me deaf? Zhao Beichen complained inwardly. As the speedboat surged forward, the roar of the engine was deafening. Under such circumstances, Zhao Beichen had no intention of continuing to chat with Gu Changfeng. He did not want to become a deaf person. Meanwhile, at the Lingdu Ghost City, as the sun rose, the battle originally involving Maoshan Taoist Xuanji and the monk Hui Ming from the Methria Temple came to an end. A team composed of Taoists and monks had combed through the entire Ghost City from start to finish, eliminating 17 cat monsters. The operation was discreet and swift without attracting the attention of ordinary people. The main reason was that by the late night, there were hardly any visitors left in the Ghost City. Who would stroll around all night? Most people would return home to sleep by 2 or 3 o'clock. This created an excellent opportunity for Xuanji and the others. The 17 cat monsters, the largest of which was as big as a water buffalo, had disguised itself as a statue, remaining completely still. It was fortunate for them that Xianzhen was there. When the little girl threw away the leftover hawthorn candy, she accidentally hit its eye. The creature blinked, and coincidentally the little monk Yuan saw it. That's how they discovered it. Otherwise, it would have truly eluded them. A cat monster that could conceal its demonic aura to the point that even Xuanji couldn't detect. It was no ordinary creature. Fortunately, there were monks brought by Hui Ming. With 70 or 80 Taoists and monks, they eventually wore it down. Indeed, no one could defeat this creature in an unknown fight, but with so many helpers it couldn't hold out. In the end, the creature was indeed worn down to death by the crowd. Among the 17 cat monsters, the happiest was the little monk Yuanhua. He personally killed 4 of them, which made him incredibly happy. One must say that the Taoists and monks were quite meticulous. After dawn, they thoroughly combed through the ghost city 2 more times. They indeed found no omissions, and only then did they leave. Huiming took his team to a temple in Lingdu, which was where they were staying. Xuanji, having received operational funds from his master, took the little disciples to open a hotel. The 2 groups exchanged contact information before parting ways. Both parties were quite satisfied with today's collaboration and agreed to continue teaming up in the future. However, what they did not know was that their monster hunting efforts had already caught the attention of certain observers. After reaching the shore, Zhao Beichen realized that Gu Changfeng's mention of disbanding was indeed true. They were no longer involved with cleaning Team 5. Having worked through the night, Zhao Beichen, young and vigorous, felt no fatigue, though Gu Changfeng was somewhat tired. Beichen, let's head back to the bureau. Gu Changfeng sat in the front seat of the car, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and now that the mission was completed, he could finally relax. All right, Captain, you should take a break. Zhao Beichen started the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot. By the way, Beichen, I just heard from Director Han that there will be a reward for you this time. Gu Changfeng rolled down the window and waved his hand to dispel the smoke inside the car. Oh really, Captain? What kind of reward will the Bureau give? Zhao Beichen was quite looking forward to the commendation for their efforts in mitigating the impact of the small park video. You kid, can't you be a bit more composed? Gu Changfeng shot a glance at the exuberant Zhao Beichen. Yes, Captain, you're right. I am indeed a bit too excited. Zhao Beichen replied with a grin, looking somewhat shameless. So what do you want? Gu Changfeng flicked the ash from his cigarette out the window and glanced at Zhao Beichen driving. I must admit, I am becoming more and more satisfied with this kid. He is bold and hardworking, clever on his feet, and respects his elders, a good prospect. When Han Qingsong informed Gu Changfeng about the Bureau's plans to reward Zhao Beichen, Gu Changfeng felt quite proud as Zhao Beichen's direct supervisor. See, this is the soldier I, Gu Changfeng, have trained. Captain, can I really choose for myself? Isn't it all determined by the organization? Zhao Beichen understood well that Unit 749 was a legitimate state entity, and no matter how capable he was, he had to obey the organization's arrangements and couldn't just talk nonsense. The organization's arrangements are correct, but don't we also need to consider the actual needs of our comrades? Just say what you want and I will help you fight for it, Captain. Captain, you're too kind. I won't hold back then. Zhao Beichen felt genuinely happy. What is the most important thing in the organization? It's not ability, but rather standing with the right people. If one ends up with an unreliable leader, the more capable one is, the faster they might fall. Gu Changfeng might be unreliable in many trivial matters, but when it really mattered, he was a trustworthy leader. So what do you want? 3 breaking barrier pills. 3 breaking barrier pills. Don't you want anything else? If I get 3 breaking barrier pills, do I still need anything else? Zhao Beichen's greedy nature was laid bare. The worst thing in life is to be insatiably greedy. Gu Changfeng shot Zhao Beichen a glance. The breaking barrier pill was indeed quite precious, but it depended on who was evaluating it. If it were viewed from the perspective of the Bureau's leadership, this item was just that, nothing too precious. In Gu Changfeng's original thoughts, Zhao Beichen was an ordinary person. The best reward combination would be 1 breaking barrier pill along with some cultivation resources, allowing Zhao Beichen to reach the initial phase of grade A and slowly cultivate. Isn't 1 breaking barrier pill plus other cultivation resources good enough? Why 3? Gu Changfeng asked in confusion. Captain, it's like this. During training, I made 2 good friends. Zhao Beichen did not hide anything from Gu Changfeng and recounted the matters regarding Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, especially about how Wu Shuang coveted Wang Xuechuan, which Zhao Beichen emphasized. That Wu family is really getting more and more outrageous. Gu Changfeng knew well about the Wu family. They were quite disliked within the Bureau and were very bothersome. However, they had backing, and an ordinary person really couldn't do anything about them. That's why I want 3 breaking barrier pills, Zhao Beichen said. Gu Changfeng remained silent. The breaking barrier pill had limited use, mainly to stimulate special abilities. For ordinary people it was indeed a treasure, but for those who were already superpowered it was akin to candy. Alright, I will apply to Director Han for you, and do my best to get it approved. Gu Changfeng supported Zhao Beichen's loyal and righteous behavior. Who wouldn't want subordinates like that? No one likes a white-eyed wolf. Rather, someone who values loyalty like this is worth cultivating. At least they won't stab you in the back. Captain, I really appreciate it. Zhao Beichen released the steering wheel and clasped his hands in gratitude to Gu Changfeng. Drive well, show me your skills, Gu Changfeng admonished. Don't worry, Captain, my skills are good. Zhao Beichen replied with a smile, but he still firmly gripped the steering wheel. The return trip went smoothly, and upon arriving at the Bureau, the 2 hastily had a bite to eat in the cafeteria, and Gu Changfeng went to report to Director Han. Director Han had returned by helicopter and had arrived at the Bureau quite early. Zhao Beichen then returned to the office of Cleaning Team 5. The first thing he did upon entering the office was check his phone messages. Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing had sent the most messages. There were too many messages, and Zhao Beichen was too lazy to reply to each one. So he called both girls to let them know he was safe. Of course, he did not mention the breaking barrier pills, Now that Gu Changfeng was negotiating, it was still uncertain if they could be secured. Once everything was settled and the breaking barrier pills were in hand, he would give both girls a surprise. At the same time at Mount Koya in the Hall of A, something was brewing. The Faceless Master was furious. Various ceremonial instruments used for rituals around the tomb of Toyotomi Hideyoshi had been smashed to pieces by the Faceless Master. Not only that, many monks nearby suffered as well, nearly beaten to death by the Faceless Master. All the monks trembled in fear except for a small, seemingly 40-year-old man. This man sat atop Toyotomi Hideyoshi's grave, happily gnawing on a sacrificial chicken. This person was Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who had successfully transformed. The Faceless Master's rage was precisely because of him. After consuming countless essences, Toyotomi Hideyoshi had finally completed his transformation. Every element of flesh, blood, and skin was perfectly in place. Now Toyotomi Hideyoshi had truly returned to the human world, and he looked exactly like he did at the peak of his 40s. However, there was a slight flaw. He had no brain. Yes, physically he had no brain. Toyotomi Hideyoshi's head was empty, completely hollow. A Toyotomi Hideyoshi without a brain could only act on the most primitive biological instincts. The moment he completed his transformation, Toyotomi Hideyoshi ran around naked. He stuffed everything he saw into his mouth: stones, leaves, roots, candles. Whatever he laid his eyes on was shoved in. He couldn't speak, didn't understand what others were saying, and certainly had no special abilities. He was just a pure fool. How could this not infuriate the Faceless Master? From the highest levels of government to all of Mount Koya, they had sacrificed so many tourists. Wasn't it all to bring Toyotomi Hideyoshi back to life and slaughter indiscriminately? After spending money and resources, they ended up with such a thing. The Faceless Master felt a headache, unsure how to explain this to the higher-ups. After a fit of anger, the Faceless Master finally calmed down. Looking at Toyotomi Hideyoshi still squatting on the grave and gnawing on its chickens, but the Faceless Master was filled with helplessness. Captain Matsushita Jiro of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Forces whale-class submarine experienced the most tumultuous day of his life. First, he escorted a box to the Hall of A. Then he witnessed countless tourists being drained into dry corpses. As the dust settled and Toyotomi Hideyoshi completed his transformation, he knelt down in pain only to discover that what had emerged was a fool who only knew how to eat. Now Matsushita Jiro's mind was completely empty. He had no thoughts. Today's experiences were simply too damn absurd. Your department is currently kneeling before the true decision-maker of the Fudong Mingwang Temple, Yongbien Xiaotai. The Yongbien family is indeed the ultimate authority of the Fudong Mingwang Temple and the actual controller of the entire Koyasan. Any host is merely a clown prancing on the stage. The real decisions must be made by the members of the Yongbien family. Yongbien Xiaotai is the current head of the Yongbien family, the true power holder. This man, only in his 30s while still young, possesses a sharp intellect. Otherwise, how could he surpass his several brothers to become the head? Your department, your current level of action truly disappoints me. The head Yongbien Xiaotai reclined on the tea table, resting his weight on a younger man beside him. This young man was dressed flamboyantly, more dazzling than a woman, gently massaging Yongbien Xiaotai's. Meanwhile, another young man was carefully peeling grapes and feeding them into Yongbien Xiaotai's mouth. Lord Xiaotai, this time it's mainly that fool Abu from the Congo Temple who underestimated the people of Longhua, especially those from the 749 Bureau, which is why the mission failed. Ague swiftly shifted the blame. After all, the task of sabotaging Longguo's Jinshan Bureau was originally Abu's responsibility, and he couldn't possibly take the fall for him. That old fellow Abu is really regressing. He can't handle such a trivial matter. Yongbien Xiaotai's voice was icy, startling the young man massaging his shoulders to pause momentarily. Yongbien Xiaotai huffed heavily through his nose and turned to glance at the man beside him. The man, frightened, hurriedly resumed the massage, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yongbien Xiaotai looked again, finally satisfied. Yongbien Xiaotai did not continue discussing Abu's failure at the Congo Temple. Destroying Longguo's Jinshan Bureau was merely a trivial pawn compared to other. Yongbien Xiaotai did not continue discussing Abu's failure at the Congo Temple. Destroying Longguo's Jinshan Bureau was merely a trivial pawn compared to other operations. The success or failure of this one was of little significance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have assigned it to Abu. Yongbien Xiaotai was well aware of the capabilities of that bunch of bald monks at the Congo Temple. To summarize, they were utterly useless. The real actions must rely on the strength of the Fudong Mingwang Temple itself. Report to Lord Yongtai. Before I arrived, Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi's transformation had already reached the final step. By now it should have succeeded. Your department indeed did not know the latest situation. Just as Yongbien Xiaotai was about to speak, he heard the voice of a guard outside. Lord Xiao, Time Master Wu Mian requests an audience. Let him in. The wooden sliding door was pulled open and Master Wu Mian hurriedly rushed in. Upon entering, he promptly knelt before Yongbien Xiaotai. Wu Mian, how is the situation with Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi? Yongbien Xiaotai straightened up as he placed great importance on the matter of Toyotomi Hideyoshi returning to the mortal realm. The high-ranking officials of the Little Japan government have spared no effort to support this matter. As long as Toyotomi Hideyoshi can return to the mortal realm, the Little Japan government will have an extra trump card against the people of Longwa. Everyone knows that Toyotomi Hideyoshi is a top-tier killing god. In response, Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi is currently outside. Master Wu Mian has now chosen to give up. He has no idea how to handle Toyotomi Hideyoshi's situation. So many people have died only to end up with a fool who can do nothing but eat. This matter is too big beyond his control. Just let someone taller take the blame. After all, he is only 1.45 meters tall. If the sky were to fall, it wouldn't land on him. Yongbin Xiao Tai being 1.7 meters tall is much taller than him. Let Lord Xiao Tai take the heat. Oh, quickly please invite Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi in. Yongbin Xiao Tai stood up excitedly, startling the two young men attending him. Master Wu Mian did not dare to delay, hurriedly running out of the room, then pulling Toyotomi Hideyoshi's hand as they entered. Upon seeing the two holding hands, Yongbin Xiao Tai felt a bit dazed. When he saw Toyotomi Hideyoshi gnawing on a roast chicken with grease all over his face, he was even more baffled. This was far from the killing god he had imagined. Currently, Toyotomi Hideyoshi was draped in a monk's robe. This was something Master Wu Mian had worked hard to cover him with, otherwise he would be completely exposed. The roast chicken was given to him as bait to lure him over, or else he would cause all sorts of trouble. Wu Mian, is this Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi? Yongbin Xiao Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. In response, Lord Xiao Tai, this is indeed Lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi. My lord. Yongbin Xiao Tai, still unclear on the situation, did not dare to offend Toyotomi Hideyoshi, thus softly called out to him. After entering the room, Toyotomi Hideyoshi had already shaken off Master Wu Mian's hand. He then plopped down on the tatami, hugging the roast chicken and gnawing on it as if in a trance. As for Yongbin Xiao Tai's calls, he completely ignored them as he could not understand. He also had no idea what the my lord. Yongbin Xiao Tai, unwilling to give up, shouted a few more times. Toyotomi Hideyoshi still had no reaction, merely crunching down on the chicken bones. I must say, this guy has a good set of teeth. He crushed the chicken bones in a few bites and swallowed them without wasting anything. Damn, isn't this just a fool? Yongbin Xiao Tai had already made a judgment in his heart. Wu Mian, what is going on here? Yongbin Xiao Tai could no longer hold back and glared fiercely at Master Wu Mian. Master Wu Mian was frightened and quickly lowered his head. Yongbin Xiao Tai was not a soft-hearted person. Many had died at his hands. With a thud, Master Wu Mian knelt down firmly. My lord, everything was done according to the secret method. I have no idea how it turned out like this. Master Wu Mian felt soaked in sweat all over. The killing intent emanating from Yongbin Xiao Tai was too heavy. Next, he could only hope that Yongbin Xiao Tai would remain furious. That way he might have a slim chance of survival. If Yongbin Xiao Tai calmed down and said nothing, it would mean he intended to kill. With a bang, Master Wu Mian felt a large foot heavily kick him. Then his whole body was kicked away. During the glide, Master Wu Mian let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he had saved. With a crash, Master Wu Mian slammed into the paper sliding door, leaving a large hole. As soon as he landed, he hurriedly knelt and crawled back to Yongbin Xiao Tai's feet. Now he must let Lord Xiao Tai vent his anger. Taking a beating is far better than losing his life. Indeed, Yongbin Xiao Tai's fists rained down on Master Wu Mian like a torrential downpour. He gritted his teeth, daring not to make a sound. After a fierce barrage, Yongbin Xiao Tai's anger subsided. Another heavy kick sent Master Wu Mian flying far away. Meanwhile, the master of your department knelt on the ground, not daring to move. At this critical moment, if he accidentally provoked Yongbin Xiao Tai, it would be tantamount to seeking death. After finishing with Master Wu Mian, Yongbin Xiao Tai was just about to return to the tea table for a drink and catch his breath. Toyotomi Hideyoshi had already finished the roast chicken in his hands and rushed to the tea table first. He grabbed the pastries and fruits on the tea table and stuffed them into his mouth. Seeing this, Yongbin Xiao Tai was filled with anger and went up to Toyotomi Hideyoshi with a few kicks. But even so, this guy still acted like a starving ghost, shoving whatever he could grab into his mouth. Drag this guy out. Yongbin Xiao Tai glared at Toyotomi Hideyoshi and delivered a couple more kicks. The masters of your department and Wu Mian did not dare to delay, hastily approaching and dragging him out like a dead pig. They threw the struggling Toyotomi Hideyoshi outside. The guards outside received him and dragged him away. This guy must be locked up. Looking at Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Yongbin Xiao Tai only felt exhausted. His subordinates worked way too. Reviving Fengcheng Xiujin and administering eye drops to the Dragon Kingdom is not the true purpose. The upper echelons of the Shaori organization support this endeavor wholeheartedly, driven by their own selfish motives. Everyone will die, yet who in high positions and glory wishes for death? No one desires to die. However, no one can escape death. What if one could be revived after death? Wouldn't that allow one to continue playing music and dancing? The secret method of revival is one of the hidden techniques of Mount Koya. However, there has always been a crucial artifact missing, namely the reverse Heavenly Patterns resurrection box brought back by this self-defense force. It is precisely because they have obtained this item that the higher-ups have made the resolute decision to commit the ultimate taboo of sacrificing all the tourists. After making such a significant move, the outcome is this. Was the revival a success or a failure? If it was a failure, then Feng Chung Xiujin stands here perfectly fine before us. Moreover, he is in his prime, around 40 years old. If one considers it a success, then this fellow seems to have no sense. He only knows about eating and nothing else. Such a revival seems to lack meaning. Young Bian Xiao Tai feels a headache and thinks to himself, had he known, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this murky water. However, he himself also wishes to be revived in the future. Thus, this murky water is something he has pursued himself. Young Bian Xiao Tai rubbed his nose, pondering how to deal with this troublesome matter. The high officials in the government are still waiting for a response. Seeing his master in distress, as a servant, one naturally needs to possess some insight. If the master were to fall, these dog servants would definitely not have a good ending. My lord, I have an immature idea, not sure if I should mention it. Your department kneels on the ground and speaks softly. Damn you, if you already know it's immature, why even mention it? Although Young Bian Xiao Tai silently complained, as the first generation, he still needed to have the necessary composure. Your department, go ahead. Young Bian Xiao Tai sat back in his previous position, while the two young boys hurriedly massaged his shoulders and legs. My lord, let's consider this an experiment. From the results alone, they are quite astonishing. At least Lord Feng Chung Xiujin is lively and well right now. Your department is indeed cunning and shrewd. His words carry some truth. This piqued Young Bian Xiao Tai's interest. Him continue. As for experiments, it is inevitable there will be various issues, otherwise it can't be called an experiment. The next step is merely to identify the problems and continue experimenting. As long as the number of trials accumulates, enough success will come sooner or later. After speaking, your department climbed to the coffee table and filled Feng Chung Xiujin's empty cup. Young Bian Xiao Tai quite like this person from your department. This old boy indeed has some insight. What about the turtle? Young Bian Xiao Tai took a sip from his cup, giving your department a face. Landslide, mudslide. A few simple words from your department. The original plan was for Feng Chung Xiujin to return to the mortal realm and have this killing god stir up trouble for the Dragon Kingdom. This was intended to divert public attention from the disappearance of the tourists at Mount Koya. Now that Feng Chung Xiujin is of no use, alternative methods must be devised. It must be said that your department is indeed cunning. The methods he has thought of are quite clever. Alright, you go arrange it. Remember, it must be done convincingly. Young Bian Xiao Tai instructed, a few words, waving his hand for your department to hurry and take action. Your department dared not delay, bowing a few times before swiftly leaving. He understood clearly that no matter the circumstances, etiquette must never be neglected. Watching your department's departing figure, Young Bian Xiao Tai nodded. Your department is a competent servant. Unlike Wu Mian, this fellow only knows how to shirk responsibility when things go awry. This guy must have known the situation before bringing Feng Chung Xiujin here, yet he says nothing, clearly wanting to evade responsibility. According to Young Bian Xiao Tai's temper, even if he doesn't kill this guy, he would certainly deal with him thoroughly. However, he has only been the first generation for a short time, and two older brothers are watching closely. Mount Koya may seem small, yet various factions stand tall. Who knows who belongs to whom? Even including the kneeling Wu Mian before him, Young Bian Xiao Tai is not entirely clear which side this fellow is on. But it doesn't matter. Young Bian Xiao Tai has already found him a job. Let this old boy go to work, saving him from floating around and ruining the mood. Wu Mian take a few people and go to the Dragon Kingdom to find Nagahari Ikemen and assist him in completing his task. Young Bian Xiao Tai fixed his gaze on the kneeling master Wu Mian, whose rear was raised high, causing discomfort. Understood, my lord. I will return to prepare and head to the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. You must keep your identities secret. Do not let anyone know you are from Mount Koya. Understood? Understood, I know, my lord. Alright, you may go. Young Bian Xiao Tai waved his hand, signaling Wu Mian to hurry and leave. Wu Mian bowed several times and carefully exited the room while kneeling. Young Bian Xiao Tai withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. Feeling the massage from the two favored boys beside him, he does not like women, he prefers men. This is not a secret at Mount Koya. However, Young Bian Xiao Tai's attention is entirely focused not on his favored boys, but on contemplating Nagahari Ikemen's task. Nagahari Ikemen has been in the Dragon Kingdom for quite some time. His current task is quite heavy. He must thoroughly destroy one of the three main dragon veins of the Dragon Kingdom. This dragon vein winds from the high western part of the Dragon Kingdom to the east, entering the sea from the east. It constitutes the Grand Azure Dragon enters the sea formation. It is precisely because of this dragon vein that the highlands of the western Dragon Kingdom, the plains of the central area, and the hills of the east ultimately connect with the sea. It invigorates the qi flowing from west to east in the Dragon Kingdom, allowing the vitality from the East China Sea to continuously radiate throughout the central and western parts of the Dragon Kingdom. This ancestral dragon is the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as this ancestral dragon exists, the overall fortune of the Dragon Kingdom will not vanish. Destroying this ancestral dragon has been the dream of the upper echelons of Shaori for many years. However, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have always guarded this ancestral dragon while leaving no opportunities to act. This time, Nagahari Ikemen's core task in the Dragon Kingdom is to eliminate this ancestral dragon. As long as the ancestral dragon is gone, no matter how grand the golden toad formation is, these are merely minor scenes. They hold little significance for the overall picture. According to the intelligence transmitted back by Nagahari Ikemen, his progress in the Dragon Kingdom is going smoothly. He has already opened up many joints. Success is imminent. This makes Yongbien Xiaotai very pleased that after becoming the first generation, he can achieve such a significant accomplishment. In the future, who would dare to challenge his authority? Contemplating these thoughts, Yongbien Xiaotai's mood brightened once again. His gaze towards the two favored boys softened considerably. A surge of wicked fire arose within him. Yongbien Xiaotai reached out to caress the face of one of the favored boys beside him. Before long, the sound of rustling clothes being removed filled the room. Changri is a connoisseur of the Dragon Kingdom, possessing a profound understanding of its culture. He has been in the Dragon Kingdom for over 3 months now, during which he has accomplished quite a few things. He registered a company, recruited a few people, and has even secured several core plots of land. The plan to sever the ancestral dragon is about to commence. These plots of land are situated directly above the ancestral dragon's lair, but once these lairs are firmly secured, the greatest ancestral dragon of Huaxia will be doomed. However, to acquire these core plots of land, Changri has put in considerable effort, as they are located not in inhabited towns, but deep in the mountains. Buying land in the mountains without any reason would be absurd. Wouldn't that be akin to writing, "I have a conspiracy on one"? Changri is certainly not that foolish. With ample funds at his disposal, any expense incurred to eliminate the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Kingdom is worth it. Thus, Changri first registered a company with a capital of 2 billion Dragon Kingdom coins to gain trust. The company's main business is real estate development, which happens to be favored by certain officials in the Dragon Kingdom. Real estate is synonymous with money. Who wouldn't like that? With the company established, Changri transformed into the company president, making it much easier to conduct business moving forward. His aim was to win over people, specifically officials, to have them endorse his endeavors. The means are nothing more than throwing money and women at them. As long as the other party dares to ask, Changri dares to fulfill their requests. It's not about whether you ask, it's about whether you don't. Once you take it, everyone becomes friends and business proceeds smoothly. Thus, for the past 3 months, Changri's main task has been this. Through his efforts, he managed to win over many relevant personnel in the government. Subsequently, he acquired a substantial area of mountainous land, including the ancestral dragon's lair, at an extremely low price. This mountainous land is far from town, perceived by local officials as barren hills. Now that Changri's company is willing to invest in building a high-end villa area, that's considered a good thing. However, they fail to consider why one would build a villa area in such a desolate place. Who would buy after it's built? Only a fool would come to live in such remote mountains. Under Changri's financial and charm offensives, this simple question was never raised. His real estate plans were given the green light all the way. The entire process went smoothly beyond Changri's imagination. Sometimes he would wake up laughing from dreams, marveling at how foolish the Dragon Kingdom's people were. Now that the project has been approved and the land secured, Changri happily led the construction team into the mountains. This construction team is no ordinary crew. All the technical personnel were brought over from the homeland of the Little Sun. Their actual work has nothing to do with real estate development. They arrived in the Dragon Kingdom with a singular goal: to sever the ancestral dragon's fate. The specific approach begins with destroying the ancestral dragon's lair. The identification of the dragon lair did not start recently. It was determined back during World War II, when feng shui masters from the Little Sun had already mapped it out. Not only was it mapped out, but a detailed plan to sever the dragon had also been prepared. At that time, the high-ranking officials of the Little Sun made 2 plans. One was to quickly occupy the Dragon Kingdom, ensuring the ancestral dragon's survival, as they would be the rulers and would still need the ancestral dragon. The second was to completely sever the ancestral dragon. As the war commenced, the Little Sun's confidence was inexplicably high. They believed it wouldn't take long to occupy the Dragon Kingdom entirely. However, the disparity between expectation and reality was vast, and both sides quickly found themselves in a stalemate. Subsequently, the Little Sun's military situation deteriorated to the point that even initiating the dragon severing plan became a distant dream. Although decades have passed, the desire to sever the dragon remains alive. This time, the Takayama family stands at the forefront, with the Little Sun's government lurking in the shadows. They are restarting the dragon severing plan, and this time the Little Sun has invested heavily, leaving no room for failure. As the mastermind behind the entire plan, Changri is thrust into the spotlight. He feels exhilarated to be part. His grandfather Changri Huan was one of the original planners. To inherit his grandfather's legacy fills Changri with a sense of honor. Every day feels like a shot of adrenaline with an endless supply of energy. The Chang family is a renowned feng shui family in the Little Sun. Their lineage can be traced back to the height of the Tang dynasty. Changri's ancestors studied under a disciple of Guan Lu, making them true inheritors of the form school. The form school focuses on the core elements of dragon, lair, sand, water, and direction. The hand-copied classic of the Doubtful Dragon remains a treasured heirloom of the Chang family. Decades ago, his grandfather and other feng shui masters sent by the little son spent 2 years in the mountains tirelessly tracing the dragon vein. Finally, they identified the location of the ancestral dragon's lair. Had the high-ranking officials at that time heeded his grandfather's advice and severed the ancestral dragon's lair promptly, the outcome of the war would have been different. After the defeat of the little son, his grandfather passed away in sorrow. Grandfather, the task you couldn't complete will be fulfilled by your grandson Changri. Just disembarking from the vehicle, Changri gazed at the lush mountains before him, silently reflecting. He has visited this place countless times, each visit leaving him in awe of the beautiful landscapes. If it weren't for the task at hand, Changri wouldn't bear to destroy this treasure of land. Mr. Changri, what do you think about the matter we discussed earlier? Village Chief Zhao Beichen asked with a fawning expression, hoping Changri could provide him with a small project for his construction team. What a bunch of fools. Don't they realize that they are digging their own ancestral dragon's grave? Once the ancestral dragon is gone, they will all be left to perish. Changri couldn't help but scornfully disdain Zhao Beichen. Yet he wore a cheerful smile, showing no signs of displeasure. In fact, Changri preferred fools like Zhao Beichen. Why not use someone willing to dig at their own ancestral dragon? Village Chief Zhao, absolutely no problem. Just have your secretary contact me later. Thank you so much, Mr. Chang. Zhao Beichen exclaimed, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and hurriedly lighting it for Changri. Changri took a deep breath and said, Village Chief Zhao, there is still much to be done in developing this high-end community, so I will need your assistance throughout. Mr. Chang, you are being too polite. As long as there is anything Zhao Beichen can help with, just let me know. Upon hearing Changri agree to the project, Zhao Beichen was practically eager to worship him. Then I thank you, Village Chief Zhao. Mr. Chang, you take care of your business first. I will go find your secretary to discuss further. With that, Zhao Beichen left to find Changri's secretary. Watching Zhao Beichen's retreating figure, Changri couldn't help but sigh, what a fool. However, the more such fools, the better. He turned his gaze back to the rumbling construction vehicles heading into the mountains. His heart was ablaze. This time he could finally sever the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Kingdom. The actions of the man in the long day were quite covert, and the 749 Bureau had not detected anything amiss. Naturally, Zhao Beichen from the cleaning team was even more unaware. The situation on Dongji Island was handled successfully, and with no other incidents occurring, the Bureau had been relatively calm in recent days, allowing everyone a rare opportunity to rest well. Gu Changfeng proved to be quite reliable, genuinely securing 3 barrier-breaking pills for Zhao Beichen. This reward actually consisted of 2 parts. The main credit naturally belonged to Zhao Beichen for eliminating the video of the Little Park Mountain. Another part was due to Zhao Beichen achieving first place in the first 2 rounds of the newcomer training, even though the training was eventually called off. After all the rules were in place, and rewards still needed to be given. Coupled with Gu Changfeng's persuasion, Deputy Director Han Qingsong was also keen to cultivate Zhao Beichen, and in the end generously rewarded him with 3 barrier-breaking pills. The rewards were distributed in Han Qingsong's office with only Han Qingsong, Gu Changfeng, and Zhao Beichen present. It wasn't a significant matter, so there was no need to make a big announcement. Zhao Beichen was naturally very pleased with this outcome. After receiving the barrier-breaking pills, he urgently contacted Wang Xuechuan, Lin Shiqing, and Huang Jai. In Zhao Beichen's dormitory, the group joyfully indulged in a feast. Zhao Beichen gave 1 barrier-breaking pill each to Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing, which delighted the 2 girls immensely. Who wouldn't be happy to become an ability user? As for how to consume it, there is a strict method. This is not a secret within the Bureau, and Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing naturally knew about it. During this time, Lin Shiqing also brought the ancient book she had promised to Zhao Beichen in the small world. Upon looking at it, Zhao Beichen realized that not only would the 11 later stages have 10 minor realms, but the level would as well. The completion of each realm is not merely the initial, intermediate, and later stages currently known. Rather, there are 10 minor realms following each later stage. Only when one has cultivated all 10 minor realms after completing each major realm can it be truly considered complete. However, this information from the book was not of much help to Zhao Beichen. It merely enriched his theoretical knowledge slightly. With the god-level corpse-touching system, achieving completion of realms was merely a matter of course for him. Generally speaking, the Bureau would have cultivation methods available. Some of these methods are quite ordinary, while others are relatively precious. However, Zhao Beichen had little interest in these as he did not need to cultivate. Furthermore, what cultivation method could be better than what the system provides? As Zhao Beichen's realm had risen to the intermediate level, the fragrance he emanated became more domineering. The girls couldn't help but hug Zhao Beichen, both smelling and absorbing this fragrance. In this lively atmosphere, the meal stretched on for quite some time, and everyone shared a lot of conversation. Wang Xuechuan mentioned that Wu Di had already recovered and returned to work at the Bureau. This fellow was quite resilient, having survived bloodletting in the small world, and even a cart rolling down a slope without a scratch. Has he been bothering you? Wu Di was nearly out of health in the small world, while trying to pursue Wang Xuechuan, and now he was alive and kicking, which made Zhao Beichen a bit worried. Yes. Wang Xuechuan nodded. Since Wu Di returned to the Bureau, he had been buzzing around her like a fly, which was really annoying. Fortunately, she shared a dormitory with Huang Jia, and whenever Huang Jia went out she would stay with Lin Shiqing, which prevented Wu Di from finding an opportunity. This Wu Di was a nuisance and needed to be dealt with at an opportune moment. Listening to Wang Zuchen's complaints, Zhao Beichen silently resolved to act. However, it was certainly not feasible to make a move in the bureau. He had to wait. Beichen, can you give me the key? I'm afraid that sometimes when Shiqing is not around I'll have to hide with you. Wang Xuechuan hugged Zhao Beichen's arm, feeling very safe as long as she held on to him. What's wrong with that? Zhao Beichen got up to fetch the spare key, giving one to Wang Xuechuan and also providing one each to Lin Shiqing and Huang Jia. After moving into the dormitory, he had replaced the lock and had exactly 4 keys, one for each person. Xuechuan, don't worry, even if Wu Di has ideas, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the bureau. Zhao Beichen gently ruffled Wang Zuchen's hair, feeling quite sympathetic towards the little girl. Is being beautiful a crime? Being stared at by these scum every day? As long as you're by my side, Beichen, I feel very safe and fear nothing. Wang Zuchen's eyes turned slightly red. She had been living in fear for years. The pressure from the Wu family was simply too great. Only by being with Zhao Beichen could she feel relaxed. It's all right, Xuechuan, I'm here. I won't let anyone bully you. Zhao Beichen looked into Wang Zuchen's eyes and said, thank you, Beichen. Wang Xuechuan tightened her grip on Zhao Beichen's arm. The barrier-breaking pills given by Zhao Beichen were placed before her, and she vowed to work hard in her cultivation, raising her realm so that she could protect herself. The meal lasted deep into the night, and the 3 girls stayed over squeezed together on Zhao Beichen's bed while that night Wang Xuechuan slept particularly soundly. During this time the monsters in Lingdu seemed to have vanished without a trace. Nothing happened. After consuming the barrier-breaking pills, Wang Xuechuan and Lin Shiqing successfully activated their abilities. Wang Xuechuan possessed fire and thunder abilities while Lin Shiqing had wood-type abilities. Both of their abilities were quite impressive, and they found suitable cultivation paths for themselves. The next step was to secure cultivation resources and proceed with their training step by step. Zhao Beichen was naturally very happy to hear this news. Everyone gathered in the dormitory for a meal, and this time Hong Do and Lin Xiao also joined. As seniors, Hong Do and Lin Xiao shared numerous insights on cultivation, which greatly benefited Zhao Beichen and the others. Thus, this comfortable life continued for over half a month. During this time, Zhao Beichen returned home twice. The family restaurant was still doing quite well. To avoid drawing attention, Zhao Beichen did not show his face at the restaurant. The peaceful days were eventually disrupted by a task. That afternoon, Zhao Beichen was on duty in the office. Since there had been no incidents recently, Gu Changfeng had been slacking off, spending his days wandering aimlessly. As a newcomer, Zhao Beichen naturally had to take on the duty alone in the absence of tasks. It was truly idle when there were no assignments. In the office, whether playing games or sleeping, no one cared. Working at the 749 bureau was quite pleasant and relatively free. Beichen, we have work. Just then Zhao Beichen was reading when Gu Changfeng rushed into the office and shouted at him. Having not received any income from corpse touching for a while, Zhao Beichen was naturally very excited to hear about work. The two of them grabbed their gear in the office. They drove out of the 749 bureau in a van plastered with advertisements. Team leader, what's the mission this time? Zhao Beichen drove the Ford Transit at high speed following the navigation coordinates provided by Gu Changfeng. They had just left the 749 bureau and were still in the suburban outskirts of Lingdu. Traffic was light, so accelerating posed no issue. You brat, every time we deploy you're wired like you've taken stimulants. Driving this fast, are you rushing to reincarnate? Gu Changfeng shot Zhao Beichen a sharp disapproving glance. Team leader, isn't it just my passion for duty? Zhao Beichen eased off the accelerator, gradually reducing speed. A grown man acting so impetuously. How can that possibly do? Yes, team leader, you're absolutely right. I'll be more mindful, Zhao Beichen replied with a light-hearted grin, though he'd indeed been overly hasty moments earlier. It's not that I'm not concerned. The corpse will exceed the 1-hour window, and then we'll forfeit the looting value. I don't know the specifics myself. A clarity only comes upon arrival at the scene. We're the cleanup unit, not the operations division. Who'd bother briefing us in detail? Gu Changfeng's tone carried unmistakable frustration. Nearly every assignment unfolded this way, a bare address, nothing more. No context, no background. What exactly does the cleanup unit do? Sweep up refuse. Why would we need exhaustive details? Just get to the designated location swiftly and dispose of the mess cleanly. That's all. Don't ask. Even if you do, you won't be told. This was the unvarnished reality of their unit within the bureau. No wonder Gu Changfeng bristled with discontent. Yet resentment changed nothing. Their rank was fixed, their orders binding. Wherever they were sent, they went. Noticing Gu Changfeng's sour mood, Zhao Beichen fell silent. Truth be told, inquiry would have been futile. Gu Changfeng himself knew only the address, an old hardware store in Lingdu's historic district. By the time Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng arrived, the street outside the hardware store teemed with onlookers. Police officers cordoned off the area, maintaining order. Crowds craned their necks, straining to glimpse inside the shop. Yet its roller shutter hung halfway down, obscuring all but shadowed glimpses. Zhao Beichen hadn't expected such a spectacle. Uniformed officers present, crowds thick and restless. His brow furrowed instinctively. In their line of work, crowds were far more perilous than solitude. More people meant exponentially more complications in aftermath management. Zhao Beichen glanced at Gu Changfeng, whose own brow was knotted tight. Their thoughts evidently aligned. The operations division grows bolder each day. Bloody hell, next time they hunt monsters, why not live stream it? Zhao Beichen seethed inwardly, glaring at the throng crowding the storefront. Now utterly uninformed, they couldn't possibly stride brazenly into the scene before dozens of curious eyes. Team leader, what now? Zhao Beichen parked the van and killed the engine, turning expectantly to Gu Changfeng. No rush, let's wait. Gu Changfeng lowered his window and lit a cigarette. Obedient to his leader's command, Zhao Beichen remained seated, observing the commotion ahead. From their parking spot, the hardware store's facade was clearly visible. Yet the crowd blocked most sight lines, and with the shutter drawn halfway down, little of consequence could be discerned. Before the cigarette burned halfway down, Zhao Beichen spotted a police officer slipping beneath the shutter's edge. Ah, there's old Bai. Gu Changfeng murmured, squinting as he recognized the figure. Who's that team leader? Bai Hushan, chief of the district's criminal investigation division. Criminal investigation. But this operation should belong to the operations division. Didn't they conclude it? Though Zhao Beichen had noticed officers near the cordon, his experience dictated that if the cleanup unit had been summoned, the operations division's work must already be complete. Police cooperation was routine, but the presence of the criminal investigation division signaled something deeper. Their mandate? Solely serious criminal cases. I'm not sure either. Let's find out. Gu Changfeng pulled out his phone and dialed a number. After barely 2 rings, Chief Bai Hushan answered. Zhao Beichen now understood Gu Changfeng had called Bai Hushan directly. The team leader's network ran wider and deeper than anticipated. Last time at the rustic restaurant, he'd secured endorsement from Zhang Ming, the local precinct chief, lending credibility to their fabricated film crew cover story. Old Bai, I'm here. What's the situation? Gu Changfeng asked the moment the call connected. You're here? Where? I don't see you. Zhao Beichen watched Bai Hushan pivot at the storefront, scanning the crowd. 11 o'clock, Ford Transit. Gu Changfeng pinpointed their location. Bai Hushan's gaze locked onto them instantly. Got it. I'll be right over. He ended the call and pushed through the crowd toward their van. As Bai Hushan approached, Gu Changfeng leaned out the window in greeting, then opened the door and shifted sideways to make room for him to enter. Their transit had only 1 bench seat, fortunately wide enough for 3. Old Gu, you arrived swiftly, Bai Hushan said warmly as he settled in. How dare we delay, once ordered. We're mere functionaries, born to labor, Gu Changfeng replied, offering Bai Hushan a cigarette. And who's this? Bai Hushan accepted the cigarette and peered curiously at Zhao Beichen. Oh, he's our new team member, Zhao Beichen. Beichen, this is Bai Hushan, chief of the West City District's Criminal Investigation Division. You may address him as Chief Bai. Gu Changfeng introduced them formally. Chief Bai, pleased to meet you. Zhao Beichen inclined his head respectfully. Good to meet you, Xiao Zhao. This case will require both your diligence and your team leader's expertise. Bai Hushan was a northerner, a veteran who'd served in the military before joining the police force, ascending steadily from patrol officer upward. Each step earned through merit and mastery. His current post as chief demanded exceptional competence, and he possessed it in full measure. Old Bai, what's the situation? Gu Changfeng flicked his lighter, igniting Bai Hushan's cigarette. Bai Hushan inhaled deeply. A massacre. A massacre. Gu Changfeng's brow tightened. Old Bai, continue. Early this morning, 110 received reports of screams and violent struggle emanating from this hardware store. By the time officers arrived, all 4 family members, parents and 2 children, were dead. The scene was unspeakable, resembling a slaughterhouse. Husband, wife, and 2 children, all gone. The youngest was barely 4 or 5 years old. Bai Hushan drew 2 more hard drags, struggling visibly to steady himself. A seasoned officer needing such composure spoke volumes about the horror within. Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen remained silent, waiting patiently for him to continue. Ordinary homicide wouldn't warrant the 749 bureau's involvement. Their summons alone confirmed something profoundly unnatural lay buried beneath the surface. Indeed, after a quiet pause to regain equilibrium, Bai Hushan resumed. This case defies logic. That's precisely why we called you. Oh, in what way? Because the killer was one of the victims. Moi. Gu Changfeng frowned, bewildered. The killer was one of the victims. How could such a thing be possible? Baihu Mountain slowly recounted the entire case from beginning to end. The husband was named Jiang Xiong, and the wife was named Zhao Mei. They were both outsiders who moved to Lingdu over 10 years ago and opened a hardware store. They had a son and a daughter. Their eldest daughter was 10 years old this year, and their youngest son was 4. Although they weren't wealthy, their hardware store did fairly well due to its good location. The family was living a relatively comfortable life. According to the gathered information, Jiang Xiong did not indulge in gambling or prostitution, and he was kind to others. Zhao Mei was also an honest person. The couple had a good relationship, often showing affection towards each other and being very loving to their 2 children. However, this harmonious family of 4 suddenly exploded into severe conflict. Today, the hardware store was closed, which was unusual for Jiang Xiong and his wife. The neighbors assumed they were busy with something and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until the afternoon that they heard the sounds of fighting and the cries of children calling for help from inside the house, which made them realize something was wrong. However, no one could get through the door, so they had to call the police. By the time the officers arrived, there was already silence inside the house. When they opened the door and reached the second floor where the family lived, they found that all 4 people were gone. The entire second floor resembled a slaughterhouse, with each person brutally hacked to pieces. Even the 4-year-old daughter was not spared. This family had been wiped out. Such a significant case naturally fell under the jurisdiction of criminal investigation. That is why Beihu Mountain was here. After preliminary investigation, the conclusion drawn left all the officers present in shock. Based on the post-mortem lividity on the corpses, the forensic expert initially determined that the family had died about 20 hours ago. According to this preliminary deduction, the family had died around midnight yesterday. Yet this afternoon, the already deceased were seen wielding knives and axes against each other. This clearly exceeded the operational range of the criminal investigation team. Thus, they sought support from the 749 Bureau. After listening to Beihu Mountain's account, Zhao Beichen gasped in surprise. He had originally planned to examine a monster's corpse, but he never expected to hear such a strange story. Team leader, what is going on here? People who have been dead for over 20 hours are still fighting each other. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Gu Changfeng did not respond, his brow tightly furrowed. He was well versed in various matters, having seen all sorts of demons and monsters. However, what Beihu Mountain described was something he had never heard of before. I do not know, I've never seen anything like this before, and it isn't mentioned in any books. Gu Changfeng shook his head. What happened next? Did the personnel from the action department arrive? Yes, not only did the action department personnel come, but also people from your technology department. They thoroughly examined the scene and took samples, but there were no useful findings. Beihu Mountain pulled out a cigarette from the box on the control desk, lighting it, and taking a deep puff. Did they leave? Gu Changfeng continued to ask. Yes, they told us to secure the scene, and your cleaning team will come to handle the aftermath. What about the corpses? They were taken back to the bureau. The forensic team is performing the autopsy. The official autopsy report will take some time. There are too many people here right now. Oh, it isn't appropriate for us to go in. Gu Changfeng pointed to the crowd gathered outside the hardware store. Just wait a moment, they'll make some arrangements. Beihu Mountain pulled out his phone and dialed a number. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Zhao, bring me 2 sets of clean auxiliary police uniforms in size. Beihu Mountain turned to glance at Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng. The size is all XXL, so hurry up. There is a vehicle parked outside the hardware store that is covered in small advertisements. They'll be in the car, so just grab it when you get here. After quickly finishing his instructions, Beihu Mountain hung up the phone. Upon hearing Beihu Mountain's description of the vehicle with advertisements, Zhao Beichen felt a sense of embarrassment on his face. He glanced at Gu Changfeng, who seemed completely unconcerned, appearing indifferent. Thinking of team leader Shin's group and their luxury vehicle, and then recalling his own vehicle plastered with small ads, it was hard not to feel envious. But Zhao Beichen knew that his opinion didn't count. A vehicle with small ads was still better than having to ride shared bicycles. With that thought, Zhao Beichen let go of his concerns. Soon the 2 sets of auxiliary police uniforms were delivered. As all men, Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen quickly changed into the uniforms without any fuss. Not bad, looking somewhat respectable. Oh, why not come work under me? Beihu Mountain smiled as he observed Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get to work. Gu Changfeng patted Beihu Mountain on the shoulder. The 3 of them got out of the car with Zhao Beichen carrying a backpack filled with various tools. They followed Beihu Mountain into the hardware store. The first floor of the hardware store was about 70 or 80 square meters, filled with shelves, and along the walls were a series of glass display cases. They passed through the first floor where a staircase led to the family's living quarters. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered the living room, which was furnished with a sofa and a television, not much different from an ordinary household. To the south of the living room was the couple's master bedroom, where the scene was found. The master bedroom had a large bed that was covered in bloodstains. The entire bedsheet and mattress looked as though they had been soaked in blood. The walls and wardrobe surrounding the bedroom were splattered with blood. Zhao Beichen, being a forensic expert, had some knowledge about the crime scene. After carefully observing, he roughly reconstructed the scene from that time. The smallest among them, the 4-year-old girl, must have been standing on the bed. Jiang Xiong and his wife, along with their eldest daughter, stood by the bed, and the 4 of them were hacking at each other with knives and axes. The bloodstains were primarily concentrated in the direction where they fought. This indicated that during the mutual attacks, the 4 of them did not change positions. They just kept hacking away at each other. Zhao Beichen looked at the area where they fought and felt a wave of nausea. After inspecting the bedroom, Zhao Beichen began to look at the other rooms. Although they were only there to clean up, curiosity got the better of him. Gu Changfeng and Beihu Mountain did not mind him. After all, the scene had already been investigated, and Zhao Beichen, wearing shoe covers and gloves, could look around without any issues. Beside the master bedroom was a secondary bedroom containing a bunk bed, which should belong to the brother and sister. Aside from the bunk bed, the room had a desk and a wardrobe. However, in a corner of the room, there was unexpectedly an altar. The altar was dedicated to the ancestral tablets of the Jiang family. Electric candles and incense were arranged neatly. Who helped them set up this altar? Who places their ancestral tablets in the bedroom? Zhao Beichen simply could not understand what this family was thinking. Not to mention, this is not solemn and respectful enough. Even placing the tablets in the living room would be better than putting them in the children's bedroom. After mentally criticizing this, Zhao Beichen was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that the jade pendant on his chest had reacted. This jade pendant was given to Zhao Beichen by Xinger when he was in Taoyuan village. Since then he has always worn it around his neck. However, the pendant never exhibited any unusual characteristics, and Zhao Beichen regarded it merely as an ornament. Now inexplicably it felt slightly warm. This was clearly abnormal. Zhao Beichen lifted his head and scanned the bedroom of the siblings. Earlier in the master bedroom, the pendant showed no reaction. It was only after entering the siblings' room that the pendant reacted. Although Zhao Beichen did not understand what this reaction meant. However, he was no longer a novice and knew that there must be something amiss. After observing the room aside from the shrine in the corner, there truly seemed to be nothing out of place. The wardrobe had long been inspected by the previous occupants. Now the wardrobe door was open, revealing only the children's clothes inside. Could it be this shrine? Zhao Beichen thought to himself. It was indeed the first time he had seen an ancestral spirit tablet placed in a child's bedroom. This arrangement felt quite eerie. At night with the lights off, there were 2 red electric candles in the corner along with 3 electric incense burners. Just ask if it looked strange. How could the child not be afraid? The arrangement by Jiang Xiong and his wife was utterly illogical. Zhao Beichen took a couple of small steps toward the shrine. This time he distinctly felt the pendant on his chest heat up slightly more than before. It seemed the issue lay with this shrine, and Zhao Beichen hurriedly approached it for a closer inspection. As he got closer, the warmth of the pendant on his chest noticeably increased. However, this gentle warmth felt quite comforting to Zhao Beichen, causing no discomfort. Although it was daytime, the electric candles and incense on the shrine were powered on and placed at the very front. The shrine appeared quite ordinary, merely a common wooden box with the tablet of the Jiang ancestors placed in the center. Zhao Beichen looked all around, but found nothing unusual about the shrine. He took a few steps back. As long as he kept his distance from the shrine, the pendant on his chest was not as hot. Once he completely exited the siblings' bedroom and stood in the living room, the pendant showed no reaction at all. He tried a few more times, but the situation remained unchanged. This shrine was problematic, Zhao Beichen had already concluded in his mind. However, he did not understand why the previous action team did not discover this. Had it not been for the jade pendant given by Xinger, Zhao Beichen would only have thought that the placement of the shrine was odd. He would not have noticed any actual issues with it. Once again he approached the shrine, meticulously examining every component of it. After a thorough inspection, he still found nothing unusual. If it weren't for the pendant on his chest continuously heating up, Zhao Beichen would have thought he was overthinking. If there was nothing wrong with the shrine, then what about behind it? Suddenly Zhao Beichen had a flash of insight. Acting on impulse, he carefully removed the shrine. As soon as he took down the shrine, the heat from the pendant on his chest intensified. Indeed, there was something wrong behind the On the wall behind the shrine, there was a square hole. Inside the hole sat a beckoning cat, one of its paws continuous. Unlike the usual beckoning cats, which are predominantly gold, symbolizing wealth, and typically have cheerful expressions, this one was different. This beckoning cat was entirely black, exuding a chilling aura. Its facial expression was quite menacing, especially its eyes, which glowed with a faint green light. It looked almost alive. Team leader, team leader. Zhao Beichen shouted loudly. Gu Changfeng, who was preparing to clean up in the bedroom, hurriedly ran over upon hearing the voice. Bai Hushan followed closely behind him. There's a hole back here. As soon as he entered the room, Bai Hushan spotted they had thoroughly examined the entire house before. After the team from the 749 Bureau's Action Division and the Technology Department arrived, they re-inspected everything, yet no one had discovered that there was a hole behind the shrine. A black porcelain cat. Gu Changfeng exclaimed upon seeing the beckoning cat in the hole. Quick, let's get out of here. He pulled Zhao Beichen and retreated toward the exit. He accidentally bumped into Bai Hushan behind him, pushing him outside as well. Gu Changfeng exerted force on his hand, dragging Zhao Beichen into the living room. Then suddenly a peachwood sword appeared in his right hand, and a yellow paper talisman appeared in his left hand. With a flick of his left hand, the talisman shot straight toward the beckoning cat in the wall hole. Then he suddenly had a bell in his hand, shaking the bell with one hand, while wielding the peachwood sword with the other, charging back into the siblings' room. Gu Changfeng, being an old hand from the 749 Bureau, executed everything fluidly, completing the tasks in an instant. Bai Hushan watched in astonishment, completely bewildered as to where Gu Changfeng had conjured all these items from. Where? Of course it was from his personal quantum space, but neither Zhao Beichen nor Gu Changfeng had time to. The yellow paper talisman that Gu Changfeng had shot out ignited as soon as it reached the beckoning cat, exploding into a small fireball in the air. Within moments the talisman turned to ash and scattered in the air. Gu Changfeng shook the bell more urgently while the peachwood sword in his other hand plunged straight toward the beckoning cat in the wall hole. Zhao Beichen finally understood that Gu Changfeng intended to attack the beckoning cat. He quickly activated his spiritual sense and discovered that a layer of light shield enveloped the beckoning cat. The yellow paper talisman had spontaneously combusted upon contact with this shield. This meant that the light shield was the protective barrier of the beckoning cat. The sound from the bell in Gu Changfeng's hand had a significant restraining effect on this defensive barrier. As he shook the bell more and more urgently, the sound growing increasingly frantic, Zhao Beichen saw the defensive shield of the beckoning cat begin to tremble. He was just about to take the risk of being discovered by Gu Changfeng to unleash his spiritual sense attack. Gu Changfeng's peachwood sword had already broken through the defensive barrier, stabbing directly into the center of the beckoning cat's forehead. Then the protective glow completely vanished. Then Gu Changfeng's bell disappeared, transforming into a yellow paper talisman. He deftly placed the talisman on the beckoning cat's forehead. In an almost magical manner, the peachwood sword in his right hand turned into a piece of red cloth. Gu Changfeng moved quickly, wrapping the beckoning cat tightly. Done! Gu Changfeng exclaimed as he exited the room, holding the red cloth. Old Gu, are you performing magic? One moment it's the peachwood sword, and the next the talisman. Where are you hiding all these things? Bai Hushan circled around Gu Changfeng several times, still unable to find where he hid his items. Old Bai, stop looking, you won't find it. He'll tell you when there's a chance later. Hearing Gu Changfeng say this, Old Bai also stopped searching. He clearly knew that the 749 Bureau had many strange and unusual items. Whenever it could be mentioned, Gu Changfeng would naturally tell him. Otherwise asking would be futile. Not looking anymore, but Old Gu, what is this thing? You seemed quite serious just now. Bai Hushan pointed at the red cloth package in Gu Changfeng's hand and asked, This? It's a sinister item I haven't seen in decades. I never expected it to resurface now. Old Gu, please explain what's going on. This is not something that can be explained in a few words. Let's handle this first, and I'll slowly explain it to you later. Gu Changfeng glanced at the master bedroom, where there were bloodstains everywhere. Cleaning it up would take quite a bit of time. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Bai Hushan was quite agreeable. Gu Changfeng flicked his hand, and the red envelope wrapped around the beckoning cat was stored in his space. Beichen, let's get to work. He gestured to Zhao Beichen with his chin, and then took the lead toward the master bedroom. Let's get to work. Zhao Beichen followed closely behind. The upcoming task is not particularly difficult, but rather tedious. Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen need to use the neutralizing solution to clean the bloodstains in the bedroom piece by piece. Logically, this is a crime scene and should not be cleaned up so quickly. However, the circumstances of this family of four are so strange, they rose to attack each other with knives more than 20 hours after their deaths. Such occurrences are too unbelievable for ordinary police. Since the scene has already been carefully inspected, it is best to clean it up now that the 749 Bureau is here to avoid any unexpected complications. Bai Hushan stood at the bedroom door, watching Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng gradually neutralize the blood in the room. The neutralizing agent sprayed onto the bloodstains quickly decomposed them. Where there were once bloodstains, only some watermarks remained. Old Gu, this thing is quite impressive, or it can clean the blood. This is Bai Hushan's first time witnessing the cleanup team of the 749 Bureau. It is indeed impressive. It was developed by the Bureau's scientific research department, saving us a lot of trouble. Gu Changfeng carefully sprayed the neutralizing solution while wearing a mask, and he and Zhao Beichen worked on either side of the bed. If the bad guys get their hands on this, it could be disastrous. They could kill someone and clean up the scene, and how would we solve cases in the future? This thing is ineffective on normal human blood. Spraying it would be pointless. Oh, that's somewhat reassuring. Bai Hushan felt relieved upon hearing Gu Changfeng's words. Otherwise, if this neutralizing solution fell into the wrong hands, it would truly be troublesome. Don't worry, the people from our Bureau's scientific research department are not fools. Gu Changfeng stood up after finishing cleaning the last bloodstain. Finally done. Beichen, how's it going on your side? Team leader, almost done. Zhao Beichen was neutralizing the bloodstains on the wall. His side was near where the fight occurred, so there was a lot of blood splattered on the wall. Soon Zhao Beichen cleaned the wall as well, while Gu Changfeng evenly sprayed an entire bottle of neutralizing solution on the bed. This bed was a disaster zone, not only with blood, but also with a lot of flesh. Although the neutralizing solution could neutralize blood, it could not neutralize flesh. Even the corpse dissolving solution wouldn't work because it was too fragmented. They could only handle the blood first, and then take the whole mattress away. Such things should be burned to ashes. By the time they packed the mattress, it was already dark. The onlookers outside had long dispersed, and with Bai Hushan's help, the three lifted the mattress into the trunk of the Quanshun vehicle. Now Zhao Beichen finally recognized the advantages of the Quanshun. If the large vehicle from Team 7 had come, they definitely wouldn't have been able to transport such a large mattress. Old Bai, we'll head back first. Do we need to deal with this thing? Gu Changfeng passed Bai Hushan a cigarette. Alright, I need to leave too. I have no idea how this case will conclude. It's giving me a headache. Bai Hushan lit his cigarette with the lighter Gu Changfeng handed him and took a deep puff. You all have your work cut out for you. We'll take our leave now. Gu Changfeng waved goodbye to Bai Hushan, while Zhao Beichen slowly drove the car out of the parking space. Team leader, what's the situation with the fortune cat? On the way back, Zhao Beichen asked. He had been busy with work, and with Bai Hushan around, Gu Changfeng hadn't elaborated much on the fortune cat. Have you heard of Ru Kiln? Team leader, are you referring to the Ru Kiln, which is ranked first among the 5 famous kills of the Song dynasty? Yes, that's the one. What about Ru Kiln? Is it related to the fortune cat? It is. Gu Changfeng took out a piece of gum from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Beichen, who also took a piece and put it in his mouth. But team leader Ru Kiln had a brief period of production lasting only about 20 years. That's not long at all. How is it related to this fortune cat? Zhao Beichen chewed the gum and said this cat doesn't even look like it belongs to the Song dynasty. Saying it's related to Ru Kiln is not strictly about the kiln itself, but about the firing techniques of Ru Kiln. Firing techniques. Yes, the full glaze firing method. I previously thought that the fortune cat was most likely made using this technique. Team leader, you're quite impressive. You know about ceramics too. You should consider who your team leader is. Gu Changfeng appeared, but team leader is the full glaze firing method unique to Ru Kiln. Why are you so certain it's Ru Kiln? Zhao Beichen didn't understand a lot of Gu Changfeng's explanation. The full glaze firing method is unique to Ru Kiln and has been lost. Otherwise, how could Ru porcelain be so valuable? And there are only a little over 100 pieces in total. If the full glaze firing method still existed, wouldn't the sky be filled with Ru porcelain of that color? Gu Changfeng said. Well, that makes sense. But team leader, since the full glaze firing method has been lost, how do you know the fortune cat was made using it? There's something called books. Don't you know? I often tell you to read more, but you never listen. Zhao Beichen felt a buzzing in his head. Didn't the team leader ever tell him to read? It seemed like he hadn't. However, that wasn't the main point. Zhao Beichen continued asking team leader, let's not talk about Ru Kiln for now. Oh, what's the deal with the fortune cat? Speaking of the fortune cat, we must talk about Ru Kiln because the first fortune cat was produced at Ru Kiln. Does that mean there are many of them? I don't know how many there are, but the one we saw this time is definitely not the first one. Then Gu Changfeng began to tell Zhao Beichen the story of the fortune cat. It turned out that Ru Kiln only existed for over 20 years, closely related to the fortune cat. It is said that during the Song dynasty, a refugee from outside the past came to Ru Kiln. This guy had the surname Wu and the given name Ren, making him Wu Ren. He was in his 30s or 40s at the time, and was very diligent, working efficiently. He stayed at Ru Kiln as a helper, assisting with tasks such as moving mud and doing physical labor. Wu Ren worked during the day and read books at night. He had brought a very old and worn book with him. Days passed in a rather uneventful manner for 3 or 4 years. Wu Ren remained silent, doing whatever was asked of him, and was seen as a transparent figure by others. However, this seemingly insignificant figure later accomplished something significant. He secretly fired a black ceramic cat, and after this black ceramic cat appeared, Ru Kiln and the surrounding villages were thrown into chaos. Deaths occurred one after another, starting with some lonely elderly people. As time went on, the number of deaths increased. Many villages were completely wiped out. Ru Kiln was not spared either. This finally attracted the attention of the authorities, who traced the events back to Wu Ren. Ultimately, Wu Ren was killed and peace was restored. However, all the people of Ru Kiln had already perished and the skills were lost as a result. Team leader, you're claiming that a ceramic cat killed people without any evidence. Zhao Beichen didn't believe a word Gu Changfeng said. He could make such ridiculous claims himself. You don't believe me? Gu Changfeng asked with a smile. I don't believe it. Haha, when others told me this before, I didn't believe it at first either. Gu Changfeng laughed heartily. However, after laughing for a moment, he suddenly stopped. When I truly saw those black ceramic cats, I realized this was not just a legend. Team leader, do black porcelain cats truly exist? Zhao Beichen asked. They're stored in room QZ4 of the Special Artifacts Warehouse. Not just one, but a whole collection, Gu Changfeng replied coolly. All these black porcelain cats were fired using the full glaze supported firing technique, an eerie method indeed. Their primary function is to absorb human essence. Typically within 3 to 5 days, the victim's essence is entirely drained. I see why you acted so swiftly after only a glance at that hardware store, Zhao Beichen murmured, finally understanding Gu Changfeng's intense reaction. Aside from those housed in the Special Artifacts Warehouse, this is the first time I've ever encountered them in person. Previously, I'd only read their archival records. Team leader, what happens after these black porcelain cats absorb a person's essence? What then? In truth, though uniformly jet black, these cats vary greatly in form. Not all resemble the traditional beckoning cat. The collection in the special warehouse comprises specimens seized across different dynasties, each uniquely sculpted, yet all uniformly black and crafted via the full glaze supported firing technique. Gu Changfeng continued his explanation. Team leader, you still haven't explained what occurs once they've absorbed the essence. These cats are merely vessels, not sentient agents capable of independent absorption. Rather, sorcerers imbue them with enchantments, transforming them into conduits for essence extraction. Then what purpose does the extracted essence serve? No one knows. Historical records mention only that the last known appearance of black porcelain cats occurred 40 years ago. At that time, the mastermind behind them was named Diwu Dasha. He was neutralized by our bureau during apprehension. Since then, no further sightings were reported, until today. Gu Changfeng had now shared all he knew. So, from the Song dynasty onward, the Diwu clan has preserved and transmitted these black porcelain cats across generations. Zhao Beichen found this astonishing. How many centuries had passed since the Song dynasty? Could such an enduring, powerful lineage truly exist? If logical deduction holds yes, the Daewoo clan's black porcelain cats align perfectly with legend. Then what use does the Daewoo clan make of this harvested essence? Unknown. Beyond Daewoo Dash's elimination 4 decades ago, our bureau has uncovered no other members of the Daewoo clan, rendering the black porcelain cats an unsolved mystery. The Daewoo clan remains deeply enigmatic, Zhao Beichen observed, smoothly parking the vehicle in the 749 bureau's lot. Indeed, Gu Changfeng replied as he stepped out first. Our concerns lie solely with maintenance. Action Division will handle investigation and enforcement. We simply ensure operational cleanliness. Understood, team leader. Zhao Beichen held little interest in Action Division's combative operations. Whether the Daewoo or even the Liuwu clan stood behind it, such matters fell far beyond the purview of a newcomer and cleaning unit. Let's proceed to the special warehouse and deliver the artifacts. Gu Changfeng gestured for Zhao Beichen to follow. The black porcelain cat, wrapped securely in a red envelope within Gus's spatial realm, lay motionless. Not only the black porcelain cat, but also the blood-stained mattress, required transport to the special warehouse where a dedicated incineration chamber awaited. After considerable effort, the two finally entered the warehouse. Ma Daya opened the door once more. With few anomalies recently, he'd enjoyed relative quiet. Upon spotting Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen, he launched into another torrent of banter. Only after Ma Daya and Gu Changfeng concluded their exchange did he unlock room Queasy 4, and there Zhao Beichen indeed beheld numerous sealed black porcelain cats. As Gu Changfeng had described, each cat gleamed with uniform obsidian depth, exquisitely crafted, surely employing the full glaze supported firing technique he'd mentioned. Yet their forms varied markedly. Zhao Beichen surmised they originated from distinct historical periods. Indeed, the iconic beckoning cat motif hadn't existed 50 or 60 years prior, nor would its specific design have been conceived then. Suddenly a question struck Zhao Beichen: why a cat? Why not a wealth-attracting dog, pig, or goose? When did the universally recognized beckoning cat first emerge? Who orchestrated its rise? Was the Daewoo clan pulling the strings? Was there a deeper conspiracy concealed beneath this seemingly benign symbol? Gazing upon the sealed black porcelain cats within room Queasy 4, Zhao Beichen found himself flooded with questions. Beichen, what's on your mind? Gu Changfeng asked, having just completed the sealing protocol for the newly acquired beckoning cat, only to find Zhao Beichen lost in thought. Team leader, I've been pondering quite a few things. Zhao Beichen recounted his musings. Intriguing, Gu Changfeng nodded approvingly. Yet remember, we're cleaning unit. Such speculation serves no practical purpose. I understand, team leader. I'm merely turning ideas over idly. Zhao Beichen smiled. His reflections were purely speculative. After all, Action Division bore the vanguard burden. Whether investigation or pursuit loomed ahead, none of it fell to Zhao Beichen. His earlier curiosity had stemmed solely from fascination. If tasked with actual inquiry, he possessed neither time nor inclination. Though this assignment yielded no corpse examination credits, it broadened his horizons, and he'd even made the acquaintance of captain of the Xiqing branch's criminal investigation unit, a worthwhile gain. The bloodstained mattress would be incinerated in the special warehouse's contained dimensional chamber, a task Ma Daya handled independently, requiring no intervention from Zhao Beichen or Gu Changfeng. After completing formalities, the three lingered briefly in the cavernous empty warehouse hall before Gu Changfeng escorted Zhao Beichen out. Night had long since deepened outside. They grabbed quick meals at the bureau's modest canteen before parting ways. Zhao Beichen returned to his dormitory and slept soundly once more. Thereafter calm reigned. Zhao Beichen's cultivation level manifested openly at Tierra initial stage. Entirely plausible, given his acquisition of the barrier-breaking pill. Gu Changfeng expressed genuine delight upon witnessing Zhao Beichen's awakened ability, and even hosted a celebratory meal. Meanwhile, as Zhao Beichen drifted through days of tranquil idleness, Chang Rinan found himself overwhelmed, having grossly overestimated his own capabilities. He'd previously believed his joints fully unblocked. Yet once machinery and equipment arrived, he realized starkly accomplishing anything in Longwood demanded far more than bribing a few high-ranking officials. Every petty official, every minor bureaucrat, if even one felt slighted, construction could not commence. Dream on, dreams hold everything. This blunt counsel came from Xiao Huangmao, seated opposite him on the sofa. His name was Xiao Jun, underling to Brother Ji. Brother Ji ruled Honghua Town. His brother-in-law Xiao Hui served as the town's mayor. Crucially, Chang Rianan's construction site lay squarely under Honghua Town's jurisdiction. Chang Rianan had spent lavishly to secure the project, yet overlooked Longwa's intricate socio-political reality, assuming elite-level approval sufficed. Thus, immediately after project approval, he boldly deployed crews, placing Mayor Qiao in an untenable position, undermining Honghua Town's administrative authority. This was sheer contempt, disregarding even the humblest token of respect. Hence, Xiao Jun arrived with his crew to provoke disruption. Want to break ground? Did you ask Brother Ji first? Did you seek Mayor Qiao's consent? Xiao Jun exhaled smoke, eyes fixed coldly on Chang Rianan across the sofa. His terms were laid bare, now awaiting the foreigner's response. Brother Jis' request is quite simple. Chong Ri Inen requires a fee for each person every month. It's calculated based on the number of workers. 100 yuan per person each month. This is not only Brother Jis' request, but also Mayor Chiao's. It is just Brother Ji who carries it out. Initially the fee was set at 50 yuan per person. However, after hearing that Chong Ri Inen is a little troublesome, Brother Ji raised the fee to 100 yuan. Little troubles are certainly not something to be taken lightly. Despite being in the underworld, Brother Ji can still discern righteousness. Xiao Jun as the messenger has conveyed Brother Jis' requirements very clearly. He is now waiting with a cigarette in his mouth for Chong Ri Inan's response. It's not that Chong Ri Inan is stingy with money. He can afford to spend tens of thousands a month. It's not a matter of money. Can Chong Ri Inan not have a temper? Damn it, I've taken care of everything in Longhua, and you little brats actually want to collect protection fees. Can this be tolerated? Chong Ri Inan will not pay the fee. He is confident he can handle it. However, he also knows that ruffians like Xiao Jun can either be dealt with decisively or need to be placated. Currently, they haven't done anything concrete, making it difficult to deal with them decisively. So he decides to placate them first, and then call the higher-ups in Longhua to let them handle it. Xiao Jun, my friend, Chong Ri Inan said with a smile as he offered Xiao Jun a cigarette. What do you mean, my friend? I'm not Japanese. Xiao Jun spat disdainfully and did not accept the cigarette offered by Chong Ri Inan. Call me Mr. Jun. All right, Mr. Jun. Chong Ri Inan naturally wouldn't argue over such trivial matters. It is impossible to pay this fee, but we can be friends. What the hell? I'll ask you one more time, are you not paying the fee? Mr. Jun, I'm sorry, but this expense is not in our budget. Chong Ri Inan was a bit angry as well. You are just a little thug. What are you being so arrogant for? Fine, you have guts. Xiao Jun stood up from the sofa and waved to his two subordinates. Let's go. Without further ado, Xiao Jun left Chong Ri Inan's room. Brother Jun, this little troublemaker is quite arrogant and formidable, said Xiao Jun's underling on the way back. Brother Ji anticipated this. These guys will definitely not pay easily. No worries, just follow the plan later. Let's see who truly holds the power in Honghua Town, Xiao Jun said with a smile. Don't worry, Brother Jun, everything is arranged, and we'll see if this Chong Ri Inan can withstand it. Another one of Xiao Jun's subordinates added. While Xiao Jun was making arrangements, Chong Ri Inan was not idle either. He had just made a phone call to the county leaders reporting Xiao Jun's collection of fees for heads. The leader was furious and promised to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Chong Ri Inan had personally visited this leader, and all the necessary gifts had been delivered. Otherwise, how could a single phone call lead them to help resolve the issue? The county leader was also straightforward. After ending the call with Chong Ri Inan, he immediately called the Honghua Town government. The person they were looking for was Mayor Chiao. He of course did not know that Xiao Jun's boss was Mayor Chiao. According to the process, such matters must be directed to Mayor Chiao. On the phone, the county leader elaborated on Xiao Jun's situation, requesting Mayor Chiao to deal with it seriously. Mayor Chiao readily agreed, and as for how to handle it, he naturally had his own methods. Soon Xiao Jun appeared in the detention room of the police station. Awaiting him was a 5-day administrative detention. The county leader was certainly satisfied with this resolution, and so was Chong Ri Inan. If you are all satisfied, what about me, Chiao Hui? Do I not care about my own face? Mayor Chiao still has a big card to play. Detaining Xiao Jun is just a smokescreen. Xiao Jun is eating and sleeping well in the detention room. This place is quite similar to his home, and this time it was arranged personally by Mayor Chiao, so the officers treated him even better. Thus Xiao Jun treated this as a holiday for himself, and he didn't need to worry about the subsequent matters. Not only was he in the detention room, but there was also an old man locked up. The old man was about 60 years old and was in tatters. It was said he was locked up for stealing a chicken. Honghua Town is neither too large nor too small, with a population of several tens of thousands. This old man was someone Xiao Jun had never seen before. Do you smoke? With nothing to do, Xiao Jun decided to chat with the old man and pulled out a cigarette from his pack to offer it. I don't smoke. The old man waved his hand. I heard you got locked up for stealing a chicken. Xiao Jun lit one for himself and held it in his mouth. I didn't steal, I was just looking. The old man appeared quite angry. Oh, what happened? Tell me about it. Xiao Jun became interested. Many years ago there were still people who stole chickens, but now no one cares about such antics. Encountering such an old man, Xiao Jun found it quite amusing. I passed by Zhao's family gathering and saw a family had a big rooster, so I went in to take a look, and they said I stole a chicken and called the police. Of course I know Zhao's family gathering, I just returned from there. Zhao's family gathering is the most remote village in Honghua Town, about 7 or 8 kilometers from the current construction site of Chong Ri Inan. Xiao Jun didn't expect this old man to venture to such a remote place. When did you go to someone's house to see their chickens? At night. Haha, old man, you went to someone's house at night, no wonder they took you for a chicken thief. Upon hearing Xiao Jun's laughter, the old man seemed a bit embarrassed. I was just passing by, otherwise I wouldn't have gone into someone's house at night. Old man, what were you doing in Zhao's family in the wilderness? Xiao Jun was genuinely curious. There was nothing to be found in Zhao's family gathering, and he wondered what this old man was doing there at such an hour. I was just passing through Zhao's family gathering. I was headed to Longtu Ridge. Longtu Ridge? What were you going there for? Longtu Ridge is where Chang Ri Nen is currently working, just a desolate mountain. To pay respects to the graves. Pay respects to the graves, eh? Xiao Jun couldn't recall any graves in that area. Now that Longtu Ridge is being developed, the graves you're visiting wouldn't happen to be there, would they? Developed? What development? The old man appeared very agitated. You don't know? They're selling Longtu Ridge now. Xiao Jun recounted the plans for Chang Ri Nan to build a villa area at Longtu Ridge. Damn these bastards, the old man cursed fiercely after hearing Xiao Jun's account. Then standing at the door of the detention room, he shouted loudly, I want to make a phone call, I want to make a phone call. What the hell are you shouting about? A duty officer walked to the door of the detention room and struck the steel bars harshly with his baton. Seeing the officer's demeanor, the old man seemed startled, quickly retreating a few steps and no longer daring to speak. Zhao Gui's old and not quite right in the head, don't argue with him. Xiao Jun quickly pulled out a cigarette and offered it to the duty officer. Xiao Jun, keep an eye on him, don't let this old guy shout for no reason. Got it, Zhao Gui, leave it to me, Xiao Jun assured. Only then did the duty officer walk away. Old man, what's wrong with you? Why are you making noise for no reason? After seeing the officer leave, Xiao Jun turned to ask the old man. Something big is about to happen, I must contact the outside world, the old man said nervously. Something big? What kind of big thing? Xiao Jun looked at the old man in confusion. Old man, what big event is about to happen? Xiao Jun found the old man amusing. Since it was just the two of them in the detention room with no other entertainment but sleeping, he decided to tease the old man. The old man glanced at Xiao Jun, then looked outside the detention room, wanting to speak, but ultimately holding back. Are you afraid someone might be eavesdropping? Xiao Jun walked to the bars of the detention room and looked around. The adjacent detention room was empty. He had checked it when he first entered. Old man, there's no one here, it's just the two of us. Xiao Jun returned to the bed and plopped down. What bed is there in a detention room? It's just a large sleeping area. I can talk to you, but I need to make a phone call. Can you? The old man laid out his conditions. Sure, no problem. Xiao Jun readily agreed, as he could manage to let the old man. You really think Longtalings is being developed? The old man confirmed again. Old man, why would I lie to you? I just came back from Longtalings, to be honest. I went there to collect protection fees. Those damn little devils want to build houses on my territory, and do they think they can do that without paying protection fees? Xiao Jun was quite casual about it, not fearing the old man would spill his words. Longtalings is so desolate that even the nearest Zhao family gathering is 7 or 8 kilometers away. Would you buy a villa in a place like this? The old man posed a question to Xiao Jun, his eyes gleaming with an intelligence that belied his appearance. You have a point, old man. This Longtalings is a barren land with inconvenient transportation and no living amenities. It's not a good place for building villas. Xiao Jun pulled out a cigarette, lit one up and pondered. Furthermore, there's another question for you to think about. Old man, what is it? Since it's not a good place for building villas, who would, if they can't sell them, won't that just leave them stuck with the properties? Would those little devils throw huge amounts of money into a project that's clearly unprofitable? The old man shifted his body closer to Xiao Jun. Old man, your analysis makes a lot of sense. But what are those little devils trying to achieve? Young man, have you heard of the 3 dragon veins of Huaxia? The old man's expression turned serious, completely shedding his earlier disheveled demeanor as an aura suddenly erupted from him, as if he had transformed. I've heard of them, but I'm not very clear about the details. Xiao Jun unconsciously sat up straight, feeling the old man before him suddenly exude a sense of authority. Moreover, as the old man moved closer, he didn't smell any unpleasant odor from his tattered clothes. Our country has 3 main dragon veins, namely the North Dragon, the Central Dragon, and the South Dragon. After saying this, the old man began to draw on the bed. Xiao Jun hurriedly extinguished his cigarette and leaned closer to watch him draw. The North Dragon originates from Kunlun Mountain, flowing along the Yellow River, through Qinghai, Gansu, Shaanxi, and the eastern provinces of Hebei, extending to the Korean peninsula, with the imperial capital located above the North Dragon. The Central Dragon also originates from Kunlun Mountain, but flows through the regions between the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, including Sichuan, Shaanxi, Hebei, Hubei, Anhui, Shandong, and so on, ultimately reaching the Bohai Sea. The Central Dragon mountain range embodies both grandeur and elegance, and the areas it has traversed have historically been a place of talent, consistently producing many exceptional individuals throughout the ages. Old man, if what you say is true, doesn't that mean our Honghua town is located in the area where the North Dragon's chi flows? Xiao Jun interrupted the old man, now addressing him with respect. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. The South Dragon, since the time of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, has dredged the Zhongshan in Jinling and channeled the waters of the Yangtze River, thereby draining the royal qi of Jinling, which is why dynasties that established their capitals in Jinling have always been short-lived. After the royal qi of Jinling was drained, the South Dragon lost its imperial aura. The old man seemed a bit parched, and Xiao Jun observant as he was quickly fetched water for him. After drinking a couple of sips, the old man continued, and Zhu Yuanzhang demolished the over 80-meter-high prosperity tower left by the Northern Song dynasty in Kaifeng, reducing it to just over 30 meters, which also eliminated the royal qi of the Central Dragon. After the prosperity tower was truncated, the feng shui layout of Kaifeng was completely destroyed, and the royal qi vanished without a trace. Kaifeng, after losing its royal qi, continued to decline after the Northern Song dynasty. Although it remained the capital of Hunan province during the Ming and Qing dynasties and the Republic of China for the next 5 to 6 centuries, it was incomparable to the glorious status of being the world's first capital during the Northern Song era. Therefore, after Emperor Yang of Sui opened the canal connecting the qi of the North Dragon, Central Dragon, and South Dragon, and following the draining of the royal qi in Jinling by Qin Shi Huang and the elimination of royal qi in Kaifeng by Zhu Yuanzhang, now the only remaining dragon vein with imperial aura is the North Dragon. The majestic Taiying Mountains in the north of the imperial capital and the renowned Yinshan Mountains seem like two steadfast mountains guarding its rear, while the rolling Bohai Sea in the southeast acts like a broad reflective mirror illuminating the grand vision of the imperial capital. This is the standard feng shui pattern of having support behind and reflection in front. The layout of the imperial capital combined with the imperial aura of the North Dragon is what has given us our current prosperous era. This is the root of our national fortune. The old man paused to take another sip of water. Xiao Jun, being a small-time rascal, had never encountered such profound theories before. Although he didn't understand, it didn't hinder his admiration for the study of feng shui. How many people in the Dragon Kingdom don't believe in feng shui and destiny? Things that have been passed down for thousands of years and embraced by countless people must have their merits. Xiao Jun was completely captivated by the old man now. He was contemplating inviting the old man to his home to check the feng shui once he got out of the detention center. He had made some money over the years, but frequently ending up in the detention room was not a good thing. Xiao Jun felt that there must be an issue with his family's feng shui, and this was no trivial matter. It needed to be addressed. Old man, what's next? Please continue. Xiao Jun refilled the old man's cup with water, urging him on. This old man was a treasure, and he needed to be well taken care of. The old man didn't hold back, taking the cup of water Xiao Jun handed him, and continued speaking. Young man, what do you think would happen if the North Dragon were to be destroyed? Old man, if the North Dragon really were destroyed, wouldn't it be just like the Central Dragon and South Dragon? Xiao Jun had been listening very attentively. What do you mean by just like? It's simple, it means there would be no imperial aura. Xiao Jun casually replied, then suddenly leaped off the bed. Old man, do you mean someone is trying to destroy our national fortune? Longtu Ridge is where the Dragon Qi of Beigan Long gathers, commonly referred to as the Dragon's Den. Building a villa at the Dragon's Den isn't that a malicious intention. Once they succeed, the Dragon Qi of Beigan Long will dissipate. Won't our national fortune also be lost? The old man's voice turned stern. Old man, how do you know that Longtu Ridge is the gathering place of Beigan Long's Dragon Qi? Xiao Jun realized that this was a serious matter. Damaging the national fortune was no small issue. This concerns every citizen of the Dragon Nation, including himself. As the saying goes, under a collapsed nest there are no intact eggs. When the nation thrives, the common people benefit. If the country is in turmoil, not everyone will suffer, but at the very least the common people will definitely be affected. Xiao Jun was involved in the underworld, but that didn't mean he was a fool. The old man spoke convincingly, but Xiao Jun wasn't sure if the situation was truly as he described, so he still needed to clarify his doubts. In response to Xiao Jun's question, the old man did not answer, but stared at him intently. Xiao Jun felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and touched his face. Old man, is there something on my face? Young man, your mountain root is prominent, your nose bridge like a sword. You are naturally able to handle matters and command respect. Those who follow you will naturally be obedient. The old man began to read Xiao Jun's face. Your lips are thin like a blade, naturally equipped with a sharp tongue. In arguments, no one can outdo you, yet the slight upward curve of your lips reveals a kind disposition, indicating that despite wandering the Jianghu, your hands remain free of bloodshed, which is quite rare. The old man said with a smile. In fact, he had seen through Xiao Jun's face as soon as he entered the detention room. It was precisely because Xiao Jun was not a villain that the old man chatted with him for so long. Xiao Jun was taken aback by the old man's words. The old man was very accurate. That was exactly his situation, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Although he mingled with the underworld, he was not disliked by neighbors and relatives, mainly because he had not done anything to harm others. Whenever someone faced difficulties, he never hesitated to help. However, you young man have a darkening hall and a somewhat cramped earth lodge. This signifies verbal disputes and the potential for legal troubles. Minor conflicts will always find their way to you, and you'll find yourself having to drink tea at the station every now and then. Fortunately, your heavenly cord is full and your cheekbones are rounded, keeping great calamities at bay. Old man, you are absolutely correct. This detention room is almost like my second home, or I have to spend a few days here every so often. Xiao Jun's eyes lit up. The old man's words were too accurate. He had consulted many people before. From fortune-telling to divination, he had done a lot, but no one had been as precise as the old man. Old man, what should I do? Currently, the prison line is subtly emerging. You need to act cautiously, hide your brilliance to protect your livelihood. The old man spoke slowly. Xiao Jun did not respond, but lowered his head to think for a long time before looking up at the old man and saying, Old man, thank you for your guidance. I understand now. Then do you believe that Longtu Ridge is the gathering place of Beigan Long's dragon Qi? The old man asked with a smile. I believe it. If you say so, then it must be true. Xiao Jun sat back on the bed. Old man, if that's the case, are the little devils trying to destroy our Beigan Long's dragon den by developing villas? If, as you just mentioned, the villa development is indeed at Longtu Ridge, then there's a high probability, but to be safe, I still need to see it in person. The old man glanced at the iron bars of the detention room. But I can't go out. Old man, didn't you say you wanted to make a phone call earlier? Do you want to make it now? I can help you. Sure, that would be great. Xiao Jun nodded at the old man, got off the bed, and Officer Zhao returned from outside the detention room. Xiao Jun was arranged into the detention room by Mayor Qiao to avoid trouble, so Zhao knew very well. Soon he brought Xiao Jun's phone. After Xiao Jun handed the phone to the old man, he did not hesitate and quickly dialed a number. However, the other party was turned off. He tried several times, but it was still off. Old man, are there any other people you can contact? Xiao Jun asked, looking at the increasingly gloomy old man. No, no one else can help. The old man helplessly handed the phone back to Xiao Jun. If only I could see Longtu Ridge in person. So what's so difficult about that? Isn't it because you were caught stealing? It's a small matter, I can resolve it for you in no time. Xiao Jun directly contacted his boss Brother Ji. He recounted everything that happened in the detention room with the old man in detail. Xiao Jun dared not exaggerate, he stated exactly what he heard. Fortunately, this kid had a good memory. He conveyed the general situation fairly well. Soon Brother Ji arrived. Brother Ji's appearance and demeanor were seriously inconsistent with his name. In his 30s, Brother Ji wore gold-rimmed glasses and a suit looking cultured. He spoke in a very refined manner, completely unrecognizable as a big brother from the underworld. Xiao Jun had particularly mentioned the old man's skills in face reading over the phone, and Brother Ji believed in fortune-telling and face reading even more than Xiao Jun did. Upon hearing Xiao Jun say he encountered a master in the detention room, he immediately dropped everything and rushed over. As the brother-in-law of Qiao Hui, the mayor of Honghua Town, who would dare to disrespect him? The old man's situation wasn't serious, and Xiao Jun had voluntarily entered the detention room. Now that Brother Ji wanted to take both of them away, the station chief was more than happy. It would save him a few meals. Thus, Brother Ji respectfully took the old man back to his home. Brother Ji was not the kind of person who looked down on others. Although the old man was poorly dressed, he did not dare to treat him casually. Old man, can you take a look at me? Once they settled in the living room at home, Brother Ji respectfully served tea to the old man. Young man, your face reveals a shrewd spirit. Your heavenly court is broad and full, indicating a sharp mind. You should have business dealings. Although you may not earn a lot, you certainly won't be short of money. The old man wasted no time and began to analyze Brother Ji's face. He needed to go to Longtu Ridge, and with Brother Ji's help, he wouldn't have to walk there slowly. Therefore, Brother Ji invited him to tell his fortune, and he did not hesitate. Your brow bone is firm, and you have the support of noble patrons behind you. It seems someone is backing you up. The old man's few words made Brother Ji nod repeatedly. He had opened a construction company in town, and business was fair. The key was that his brother-in-law Qiao Hui was supporting him, so the old man's observations were very accurate. Looking at the smile at the corners of your mouth and the gentleness in your eyes, even though you walk the path of the underworld, you harbor good intentions and do not deceive the common people. This is rare in the Jianghu. However, although you can earn some money now, it will always be difficult to achieve great wealth. Old man, you are absolutely right. I have indeed earned a little money, but it's just small change. Please provide some guidance. Brother Ji kept bowing in front of the old man, requesting advice. Young man, you are a decent person. If you were capable of wrongdoing, I wouldn't be sitting in your living room, and you definitely wouldn't have met me, so do more good. That's for sure. Brother Ji promised repeatedly. There's always some faint gray energy at the palace of your fate. Although your mountain route is prominent, the patterns on both sides are chaotic, signifying obstacles to your financial path. Delving deeper, the problem lies in the feng shui of the ancestral grave. Feng shui of the ancestral grave. Brother Ji frowned. It should be that the area around your grandfather's grave has encountered the scattering wealth evil. Either there are sharp stones resembling blades in front of the grave disrupting the chi field, or there are polluted ditches flowing scattering the wealth that should have gathered. As a result, even if you have backing to connect you with opportunities, if the feng shui is broken, it will be hard to gather wealth. The old man directly stated the problem. Grandfather's grave. Brother Ji fell into deep thought, and suddenly slapped his thigh, remembering that the old man was absolutely correct. His father had once hired a haphazard feng shui master, claiming that his grandfather's grave was set up in a broken military formation. Shortly after his grandfather was buried, a large stone sword was erected in front of the grave. It was said that the stone sword killed indiscriminately. What a load of nonsense. Ever since his grandfather was buried, Brother Ji's situation had worsened year after year. Clearly, with Qiao Hui's full support, it was either one disaster or another. Money would never stay in hand. It turns out the problem lies here. Brother Ji recounted the situation of his grandfather's grave. Old man, what should we do to fix it? The old man pondered for a moment and proposed a solution. First, remove the original stone sword. Second, erect a bagua mirror 3 zhang in front of the ancestral grave, facing outward to reflect the evil qi Third, plant a circle of cypress trees around the grave, as cypress belongs to the yang, which can stabilize the feng shui qi field. Fourth, find a piece of natural yellow crystal, wrap it in red silk, and bury it in the left front of the ancestral grave, as yellow crystal attracts wealth and gathers qi. Brother Ji was also a person of action and immediately arranged for Xiao Jun to take action. Xiao Jun took the order and led a group of younger brothers to set off. The task assigned by the old man requires time to complete. However, the first step of removing the stone sword can be done immediately. Xiao Jun, accompanied by his subordinates, set out to accomplish this task. The task was not difficult, despite the original stone sword being 5 to 6 meters tall. Destruction is always faster than construction. By the time Xiao Jun made a video call, the stone sword had already been smashed into 7 or 8 pieces and loaded onto a transport truck. Just after finishing the video call with Xiao Jun, Jigu received a notification from the town's finance office instructing him to go collect the project final payment. The project had been completed over 2 years ago, but the final payment had never been received. It wasn't that the government was withholding it. Who would dare to cross him, the brother-in-law of the town mayor? The issue was that there was genuinely no money in the financial accounts, and he had lost count of how many times he had urged for it. Over 700,000 is no small amount. After more than 2 years, despite his persistent follow-ups, he was almost ready to give up. Unexpectedly today, just by pointing out the removal of the large stone sword, the money arrived, without him having to do anything else. This delighted Ji Gu. He now truly believed that the old man before him was indeed an extraordinary person, one among the extraordinary. Such a figure must be urgently brought to his brother-in-law. He sought money, but his brother-in-law sought power. While Ji Gu was calling, Xiao Hui, the old man, sat leisurely in the living room, savoring his tea. He had clarified the relationships among Xiao Jun, Ji Gu, and Xiao Hui. The matters concerning Longtu Ridge were no longer something he, an old man, could meddle in. He needed to leverage more power. The number he had dialed was left to him by a mysterious individual years ago. This person had informed the old man that he worked at the 749 Bureau, and if anything strange happened in the world, he could be contacted. However, now the other party's phone was turned off. After arriving at Ji Gu's home, the old man had attempted to call twice more, but it was still off. He had no idea how to reach the 749 Bureau. Xiao Hui was a government official, and now the old man had no choice but to rely on him. First, he needed to establish a connection and see if he could find the relevant department to halt the Longtu Ridge project. At the sight of the dragon's lair in Bagon Long, letting the little devils build villas was utterly outrageous. The more the old man thought about it, the angrier he became. Xiao Hui arrived quickly, reportedly rushing over after a hurried meeting. He was not previously aware of Ji Gu being notified by the town's finance office to collect the final payment. He only understood this clearly when Ji Gu mentioned it on the phone. He had also put in considerable effort regarding this final payment, but the county finance department truly could not release any funds, leaving him helpless. His wife had nagged him about it countless times, nearly driving him mad. Unexpectedly, after a slight hint from the high-ranking individual Ji Gu encountered today, the issue was resolved. This truly made it impossible for him not to feel moved. Xiao Hui had held the position of town mayor for 7 years. At 40 years old, he no longer had the luxury of time. If he didn't find a way to advance, his political career would soon stagnate. He was not greedy in this life. Reaching the county level would be enough for Xiao Hui to be content. For this, he had invested considerable effort in building connections and had worked hard in his current position. However, for someone like him who had no connections and had climbed step by step, moving up was harder than ascending to heaven. On the phone, Ji Gu praised the old man to the skies, and Xiao Hui dared not delay. However, his current priority was not merely to change positions. Now that trouble had come knocking, he was in a state of panic. When Xiao Hui arrived, he saw the old man leisurely sipping tea on the living room sofa, looking calm and collected. "Old man, it's a pleasure to meet you." As soon as he entered, Xiao Hui smiled and bowed respectfully to the old man, his attitude sincere. He had just reached the side of the sofa and hadn't even sat down when the old man spoke. "Young man, your facial features indicate a prosperous official career. Your heavenly garden is full and your hall is wide, suggesting a smooth path in your career with noble assistance to come. However, at present the ends of your brows are scattered like wild grass, and the veins at the corners of your eyes are faintly visible, which is a sign of being entangled by petty people with calamities from outside. The brows represent the palace of brothers. Disarray at the ends suggests being implicated by others. The visible veins at the corners of the eyes indicate liver energy stagnation, concealing disputes and unwarranted entanglements." The old man's words startled Xiao Hui. They were remarkably accurate. Today, the disciplinary committee had informed him that they wanted to talk to him this afternoon. 2 major figures in the county were currently at odds. Among them, Deputy County Head Ma was Xiao Hui's supporter, and this conversation clearly indicated that he had failed to suppress the opposing side. He had become a sacrifice. The so-called celestial beings fighting resulted in the common man suffering. This matter gave Xiao Hui a headache, and he was shocked that the old man could see through this before he even sat down. Old man, you are amazing. Is there more?" Xiao Hui asked, respectfully, stuttering as he stood, looking again at your high cheekbones though lacking flesh. "This is a sign of a solitary peak rising alone. Although you possess dignity, you lack noble assistance. The noble who should have protected you due to the shifting of fortunes has been unable to extend a helping hand, resulting in you becoming a victim of upper-level conflicts. Though your destiny is upright, your fortunes have taken a downturn, caught up in this undercurrent and suffering this unwarranted disaster. The old man spoke calmly. Oh my, you are indeed a living celestial being. You have accurately identified everything. Xiao Hui repeatedly bowed to the old man. The old man's words were too precise. His superior was currently struggling to maintain their own position and would hardly be able to extend any assistance. Although the town mayor sounds like a significant position to the higher-ups, he is merely a small fry and it wouldn't take more than a minute to crush him. Old man, please save me. Xiao Hui knew that once the disciplinary committee got involved, even if nothing was found, they could always fabricate something against him. Moreover, nowadays, which cadre doesn't have a few skeletons in their closet? One has to maintain various relationships, or one has to visit their leaders' homes. How could one go empty-handed? With that meager salary, if one doesn't use their brain, how can they afford the gifts for visiting? So everyone's situation is quite similar. No one is significantly cleaner than the others. However, once they find something on you, then it's sorry you have a problem. Xiao Hui was currently in such a state that describing it as hanging by a thread would not be an exaggeration. Is there an old tree in your yard? Have there been many dead branches appearing lately? The old man asked. How do you know? Xiao Hui was very surprised. Indeed, there was an old osmanthus tree in his yard planted by his great-grandfather when he was young, and it was now over 100 years old. Recently, for some reason, dead branches had been falling from the tree. Although he found it somewhat strange, he hadn't paid much attention. The old tree is the guardian spirit of the home. Its decline signifies that the protective power is dissipating, allowing evil energy to invade and disturb your career fortunes. The old man continued to explain. Xiao Hui took a deep breath. It turned out the problem lay here. Old man, what should I? You need to prune the dead branches and bury red ochre and 5 imperial coins at the roots. Red ochre dispels evil, and the 5 imperial coins gather energy, helping the old tree regain vitality and restore its protective power. The old man succinctly provided a solution. Thank you, old man, I will take care of it right away. Xiao Hui hurriedly left, taking less than 5 minutes from entering to exiting. Red ochre and 5 imperial coins were not rare items. When Xiao Hui returned home, he grabbed scissors and started cutting the dead branches of the old tree. Then, according to the old man's instructions, he buried the red ochre and 5 imperial coins at the base of the old osmanthus tree. After doing all this, Xiao Hui suddenly smelled a waft of osmanthus fragrance. But it was not the blooming season yet. He carefully searched around. There wasn't a single osmanthus flower on the tree, yet he could distinctly smell the fragrance of osmanthus. This scent lasted for a little while, before gradually fading away. Just as Xiao Hui was still feeling puzzled, the phone from the disciplinary committee rang. They informed him that he didn't need to go for the talk in the afternoon, as they had already clarified his situation. After hanging up, Xiao Hui stood under the osmanthus tree dazed. All of this was truly unbelievable. Soon he realized that the old man was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Xiao Hui hurriedly rushed towards Ji Ge's house. While the old man was recruiting disciples in Honghua town, Gu Chongfeng, far away in Lingdu, felt an inexplicable unease in his heart. Looking at Gu Chongfeng pacing back and forth in the office like a headless fly, Zhao Beichen asked, Is something wrong? I just feel like something is happening, but I can't recall what it is. Gu Chongfeng stopped walking and sat at his desk. Is something happening? Zhao Beichen scratched his head. Everything had been peaceful lately, and they hadn't had any missions for several days. It's as if the monsters have all but vanished. At this rate, the 749 Bureau might just disband. Team leader, what area is it related to? Let me think for you, Zhao Beichen said, feeling quite bored and looking for some entertainment. What area? Zhao Beichen's words caused Gu Chongfeng to ponder. Clearly he himself did not know what it pertained. After thinking for a while, it seems you haven't figured anything out. Team leader, could it be that you forgot to turn off the gas at home? Zhao Beichen tentatively asked. Many middle-aged people have memory issues, often forgetting to turn off the gas windows or doors. Gu Chongfeng remained silent and merely shot him a glance. Or did you owe someone money and haven't paid it back? Zhao Beichen, unfazed by Gu Chongfeng's glare, continued to ask boldly. Or perhaps you are secretly thinking of someone. An unbreakable obsession. It can't be that your lover is cheating on you and you've been betrayed. Zhao Beichen joked, knowing that Gu Chongfeng was not married. This time Gu Chongfeng couldn't even be bothered to roll his eyes. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Sigh, there are too few people in our team. If we had a few more, we could conduct a brainstorming session and solve everything. After several failed guesses, Zhao Beichen lost interest and mumbled, What did you say? Say that last sentence again. After several failed guesses, Zhao Beichen lost interest and mumbled, What did you say? Say that last sentence again. Not that the previous part. The previous part. Zhao Beichen scratched his head. I said our team is too small. If we had a few more. Before Zhao Beichen could finish, Gu Chongfeng stood up from the desk, walked a few steps to the wall, and stared at the photo. Zhao Beichen walked over a few steps, asking, Team leader, have you thought of something? He quietly inquired as he watched Gu Chongfeng fixate on the photo. This photo was introduced to him by Gu Chongfeng on his first day at work. It featured 4 people, all of whom were veterans of cleaning Team 5. 2 have died, 1 has gone insane, leaving only Gu Chongfeng remaining. Gu Changfeng did not respond to Zhao Beichen, but it seemed he had suddenly remembered something and turned back to the desk. He took out a key, opened a drawer, and retrieved an old-fashioned mobile phone. Gu Changfeng had mentioned that this phone belonged to Hua Xiaochuan. Hua Xiaochuan was one of those who died in the photo. According to Gu Changfeng, that night Hua Xiaochuan had left after receiving a phone call. When he was found again, he was already dead in an abandoned hospital building. At the time, Hua Xiaochuan had nothing on him, just this phone tightly clenched in his hand. A significant amount of manpower and resources was invested by the Bureau into investigating Hua Xiaochuan's death, but in the end no conclusion was reached, and it became a cold case. This phone ended up in Gu Changfeng's possession as a relic. Hua Xiaochuan was an orphan and had been very close to Gu Changfeng, and even after 3 or 4 years Gu Changfeng had not let go of his death. He was still investigating both overtly and covertly, and he continued to pay the phone bill for this phone, occasionally taking it out to charge and turn on. Team leader, does it have something to do with Brother Hua? Zhao Beichen saw Gu Changfeng press the power button. I don't know, your earlier words reminded me, and I feel it might relate to Xiaohua. Zhao Beichen secretly rolled his eyes at Gu Changfeng, thinking, boss, your thought process is way too jumpy. I just said if we had a few more people, how did it turn into involving Brother Hua? This doesn't connect at all. Ding ding ding. The phone just powered on, received several missed call notifications. Gu Changfeng glanced at Zhao Beichen, who was also looking at him. Both felt a bit bewildered. Since Hua Xiaochuan's death, it was the first time someone had called his phone. Gu Changfeng glanced at the missed call notifications. There were 2 numbers, each having called several times. The time was earlier today. Gu Changfeng didn't hesitate and dialed the first number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, may I ask who you are? Gu Changfeng asked cautiously, while Zhao Beichen leaned in closer to the phone. You called me, and you're asking who I am. The other party's voice sounded a bit arrogant. It's like this, my phone was out of battery and shut off. After turning it back on, I saw the missed calls, so I wanted to check. Gu Changfeng paid no heed to the arrogance in the other person's tone and explained, oh, wait a moment. I remember now, it was the old immortal who called. Oh, wait, don't hang up. Old immortal? Gu Changfeng looked at Zhao Beichen in confusion, asking if he knew such a character. Zhao Beichen shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it. The person on the other end was Xiao Jun. Previously the old man used Xiao Jun's phone to call this number. He had just finished dealing with the stone sword at Brother Jai's ancestral grave and had just entered when he received Gu Changfeng. Old immortal, you called a while ago. Oh, I'm calling back now. Xiao Jun carefully held the phone up to the old man, who had already received Brother Jai's consent. Who else could it be but the old immortal? Oh, the old man's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the phone from Xiao Jun's hand. Are you Xiaohua? Are you looking for Hua Xiaochuan? Hua Xiaochuan has been gone from this world for 3 years and 9 months. This is the first time Gu Changfeng has obtained a clue, so he must meet the person on the other end of the phone as soon as possible. The other party spoke very clearly, just now mentioning that some matters are not suitable to discuss over the phone. After years of navigating through society, Gu Changfeng naturally would not take everything at face value. The words of the other party still need to be verified. Putting aside the matter of Hua Xiaochuan, the destruction of the North Ganlong Dragon Cave is no small issue. If the North Ganlong Dragon Cave has indeed been destroyed, it would be a serious problem. However, Gu Changfeng would not easily believe the other party's casual remarks over the phone. He must see the situation with his own eyes. In order to catch the flight, Zhao Beichen drove very quickly. With an hour and a half until departure, they just barely made it, while changing boarding passes and going through security. On the way to the boarding gate in the waiting hall, Zhao Beichen was bumped into from behind. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention while walking and didn't notice. I truly apologize. The person who bumped into him was a man in his 50s or 60s, dressed in a sharp suit and pulling a small suitcase. The man was quite polite, although his shiny bald head was very noticeable. It's fine, no need to worry about it. Zhao Beichen waved his hand dismissively. The man said a couple more words of apology and then hurriedly left. Oh, he's also an ability user. Watching the man's retreating figure, Gu Changfeng murmured while stroking his chin. Oh, Captain, the other party is also an ability user. Although Zhao Beichen was at the level intermediate stage, he still lacked the ability to gauge others' levels. Yes, at least Clevel. Gu Changfeng nodded. Captain, I remember you are also Clevel. Is this person at the same level as you? The major level is the same, but I am just at the initial stage of Clevel, and I am not quite sure about this person's situation. Captain, if you aren't sure, could it be that this person's minor level is higher than yours? It's possible. After hearing Gu Changfeng's words, Zhao Beichen glanced again at the man's figure. Although ability users are indeed fewer in number compared to ordinary people, that is relative to the vast number of ordinary people. In fact, there are quite a few ability users. It's not surprising to encounter one. However, Clevel ability users are not as common as cabbages that can be seen everywhere. This person is clearly not from the 749 Bureau. As for his background, it's unclear. After taking a few glances, Zhao Beichen couldn't figure it out and decided not to dwell on it. By the time he and Gu Changfeng slowly walked to the boarding gate, they discovered that the man was actually on the same flight as them. The man also saw Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng smiling and nodding. Zhao Beichen smiled back and then found a seat with Gu Changfeng to wait for boarding. The bald man was actually the faceless master from Koyasan. following the orders of Ayama Kyotai to meet with Nagahari Ikemen, assisting Nagahari Ikemen in destroying the feng shui of the Longwo's ancestral dragon. Faceless originally hoped to revive Toyotomi Hideyoshi and leverage him to elevate his status in Koyasan. Who would have thought that the revived Toyotomi Hideyoshi would be a fool who only knows how to eat? Not only did he fail to realize his aspirations for status enhancement, but he was also dispatched by Ayama Kyotai to serve as someone else's subordinate. Faceless was very frustrated when Ayama Kyotai was competing for the speaking rights of the Ayama family with his two brothers. He should have clearly sided with Ayama Kyotai, instead of hedging his bets and trying not to offend anyone. If he had truly supported Ayama Kyotai back, then why would he be out here doing such labor now? The world of ability users is actually not much different from that of ordinary people. There are still various social circles, and within each circle there are still various rules. This time Faceless clearly understands that Nagahari Ikemen is a favored subordinate of Ayama Kyotai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to Longwa to oversee the destruction of the Dragon Cave. This operation's significance is self-evident. As long as Nagahari Ikemen succeeds, it would indicate that his future prospects are boundless. Faceless must cling tightly to this major support, and he has made up his mind. Zhao Beichen naturally could not have imagined that this bald man who was about to board the same flight as them was actually from Koyasan. Captain, are we sure we won't report this to the bureau? Zhao Beichen took an apple out of his backpack and handed it to Gu Changfeng. After staying in the bureau for nearly half a month, Zhao Beichen understood a lot. The 749 Bureau is a serious administrative agency. Although there are indeed many ability users in the bureau, so what? Are ability users something to be proud of? Not at all. As long as one is in the 749 Bureau, even the most powerful ability users must accept government supervision. In the face of absolute violence, ability users must also comply. Like other administrative agencies, the 749 Bureau naturally has its own set of rules and regulations. Zhao Beichen reminded Gu Changfeng because he did not want Gu Changfeng to make a mistake. Strictly speaking, we are here this time for Xiaochuan's matter, so let's treat it as a personal affair. This way it can be justified within the bureau. Captain, is this really okay? Zhao Beichen knew that Hua Xiaochuan's case was still pending in the bureau, and he was unsure if it was appropriate for him and Gu Changfeng to investigate privately. No problem. I know you're worried I might make a mistake, but it's been over 3 years since Xiaochuan's case, and although it is still pending in the bureau, no one has been investigating it for a long time. So our private investigation now won't be an issue. Gu Changfeng patted Zhao Beichen on the shoulder. With that, Zhao Beichen was no longer worried. Captain, wasn't Brother Hua in charge of aftermath handling? You mentioned he was secretly investigating the case. Oh, what is that all about? I told you that Xiaochuan is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. You remember that, right? Zhao Beichen nodded. I remember you also mentioned that Brother Hua had a good relationship with the other orphans in the orphanage. Yes, Xiaochuan was older in the orphanage, so he always considered himself an older brother taking care of the younger sister. After he started working in the bureau, he gave almost all his salary to the orphanage's matron to support it. Zhao Beichen had not actually heard Gu Changfeng mention these things before. He only knew that the orphanage where Hua Xiaochuan grew up was actually a private institution. A kind old lady childless adopted more than 30 orphans, and Hua Xiaochuan was nearly the oldest. Not long after Xiaochuan started working, 5 children from the orphanage also entered society, but suddenly these children went missing, and they couldn't be contacted at all. They went missing. Yes, these 5 children were around 18 or 19 years old, and were working in society. At first, everything was fine. They maintained contact with Xiaochuan and the matron, and every month they sent money to help the orphanage. Yet within less than 3 months, these 5 children suddenly disappeared, and they couldn't get in touch with them at all. Although Gu Changfeng had mentioned Zhao Xiaochuan before, he hadn't clarified it so thoroughly. Did you report it to the police? Yes, but the police couldn't find any clues. So Brother Hua is investigating this matter? Zhao Beichen asked, as cases of missing persons are very difficult to investigate. Yes, aside from work, Xiaochuan has devoted all his time to this. In the vast sea of people, finding someone is not that easy. Gu Changfeng sighed, and it was evident that Hua Xiaochuan had certainly put in a lot of effort on this matter. At that moment, the boarding announcement was made at the gate. This flight has a duration of over 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Gu Changfeng recounted the events concerning Hua Xiaochuan to Zhao Beichen. He refrained from speaking earlier because it would have been futile. Now that they were about to meet someone who possessed clues, Gu Changfeng felt it better for Zhao Beichen to understand the situation clearly. After finishing his words, Gu Changfeng felt a bit down and closed his eyes to rest. Zhao Beichen gazed at the blue sky and white clouds outside, yet felt an undeniable chill. For months after Hua Xiaochuan's death, a group of hikers stumbled upon a skeleton while climbing in Shuixian County. Recently, heavy rains had washed the bones out of the ground. After receiving the report, the police found over 30 more skeletons near the original site. Some had already decomposed, while others were significantly rotted, with 2 having died within the past month. Among the over 30 corpses, the earliest death occurred 6 or 7 years ago, while the most recent ones had died no more than 2 months prior. According to the police autopsy report, apart from the decomposed remains, others had their organs removed. The police classified this case as a major criminal incident on March 23rd. However, more than half a year has passed, and there has been no significant progress in the investigation. Gu Changfeng mentioned this case because among the identified victims were 3 siblings that Hua Xiaochuan had desperately been searching for. 3 young people around 18 or 19 years old had their organs harvested, and particularly since they were Hua Xiaochuan's siblings, Gu Changfeng felt deeply saddened after speaking. Zhao Beichen did not disturb him, allowing him to rest well. Where there is demand, there is trade. As long as there are people willing to perform organ transplants, the organ trade will not cease. Driven by immense profit, some individuals will continually take risks. Orphans are the easiest targets for these people. Their social connections are simple, and even if something goes wrong, no one will bother to investigate. Although he as a forensic expert was accustomed to life and death, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger at the thought of those living beings brutally having their organs removed. Hua Shixiang might never have imagined that his siblings would fall victim to such heinous acts. Thinking of Hua Shixiang, Zhao Beichen recalled the group photo hanging on the office wall. In the photo, Hua Xiaochuan appeared radiant and handsome. He wondered if Hua Xiaochuan's death was related to discovering some clues leading to his silencing. Hua Xiaochuan was an ability user and held the identity of the 749 Bureau. It was evident that his adversaries were not ordinary. The 749 Bureau and the police had investigated for a long time with no leads, indicating that the opposing party was indeed formidable. This over 30 corpses were just those discovered. How many more remained hidden? How many could there be? Zhao Beichen let out a heavy sigh, pondering the absurdity of this world. Only when the plane landed did Gu Changfeng open his eyes, and Zhao Beichen noticed that Gu Changfeng's mental state had returned to normal. As expected of a team leader, Zhao Beichen silently praised Gu Changfeng. Upon exiting the airport, he saw the bald man who had bumped into him being picked up by a luxury car. He and Gu Changfeng rented a car and headed toward Honghua Town. The address was provided by an old man over the phone. According to the navigation, the distance from the airport to Honghua Town was not short, requiring over 4 hours of driving. Zhao Beichen readily took on the role of the driver. By the time they reached Honghua Town, it was already close to 10 o'clock. Gu Changfeng pulled out his phone and dialed Zijin's number. The call was quickly answered. "I've arrived in Honghua Town. Alright, I'll send you an address shortly. Just drive over." The person on the line was not Xiao Jun, but the old man who had been After hanging up, a new address was quickly sent to Gu Changfeng's phone. Zhao Beichen wasted no time following the address until they found the location. It was a villa located in the southwest corner of Honghua Town. 4 people stood at the entrance: an elderly man in tattered clothes, a middle-aged man, and 2 younger individuals. These 4 were the old man, Xiao Huijigu, and Xiao Jun. After receiving Gu Changfeng's call, the old man insisted on greeting them personally at the gate, and Xiao Hui and the others naturally did not dare to be negligent, accompanying the old man to wait at the villa entrance. "I am Gu Changfeng. May I ask who I am speaking with?" After getting out of the car, Gu Changfeng inquired, though his gaze was primarily focused on the old man. "It's me. My name is Tan Zijiang, and I am a friend of Xiao Hua." The old man stepped forward to shake hands with Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng was slightly taken aback by Tan Zijiang's attire. It was a different era, yet this old man still dressed so shabby. However, he did not think much of it, as long as there was a lead on Hua Xiaochuan, Gu Changfeng wouldn't care if the old man was dressed in rags or even stark naked. Ji Gu directed Zhao Beichen to park the car in the courtyard before they all entered the house. To welcome Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen, Ji Gu had already prepared a feast. Now that Tan Zijiang, the old immortal, was his financial backing, Ji Gu dared not show any signs of negligence. He himself benefited from this. The overall feng shui of his grandfather's grave had not been altered, only the large stone sword had been removed, and after 2 years of pursuing the final payment for the project, the payment was voluntarily given to him. As Xiao Hui changed the feng shui of his family's osmanthus tree, the disciplinary committee immediately withdrew their inquiry against him. This immediate effect was evident, and Ji Gu was not foolish enough to neglect Tan Zijiang. Even if he wanted to be negligent, he wouldn't dare to, especially with Xiao Hui around. Not to mention being negligent, even a hint of disrespect in his tone would result in Xiao Hui striking him. Earlier, when he was speaking to Tan the Immortal, he used "you" instead of "you, sir," and was met with a few harsh slaps from Xiao. Ji Gu was beaten thoroughly, and understood well that having been in this line of work for a long time, some habits couldn't just be changed, or it took Xiao Hui's severe reprimand to correct them. So when Xiao Hui slapped him, he felt grateful. By the time Zhao Beichen parked the car and walked into the dining room with Ji Gu and Xiao Ju, and Gu Changfeng, Tan Zijiang, and Xiao Hui were already seated at the table. Seeing Zhao Beichen enter, Xiao Hui, as the host, was about to make arrangements, but Tan Zijiang abruptly stood up. He walked a few steps to Zhao Beichen's front and closely scrutinized his face. Zhao Beichen felt perplexed under Tan Zijiang's gaze, unsure of what this old man was up to. Gu Changfeng also looked at Zhao Beichen in confusion, then turned to Tan Zijiang, equally unsure of the situation. Only Xiao Hui and Ji Gu understood. Tan the Immortal was reading Zhao Beichen's face. Just as Zhao Beichen was about to speak, Tan Zijiang took the lead. "Young friend, your facial features are quite unique." "Unique facial features?" Zhao Beichen touched his face after he displayed an enthusiasm for touching corpses at a young age. His parents were quite frightened. As a result, he had seen various superstitious fortune tellers and shamans. He had undergone many divinations and even had his bones measured, yet no one had ever mentioned that his facial features were unique. At this moment, Tan Zijiang continued, "Your heavenly court is full and round, like a suspended moon, your earth palace square and firm like a rock, with proportions in the 3 courts and 5 eyes perfectly balanced. This is a sign of great wealth and nobility. Your brows are like distant mountains, and the distance between them is just enough for 2 fingers. This indicates an open mind and the presence of noble benefactors. You are destined for great wealth and nobility, with noble benefactors to aid you. Your future is limitless. And these eyes, bright like the stars with clear black and white, and a glimmering light in your pupils, clearly show that you are favored by destiny, endowed with wisdom." He glanced at Zhao Beichen a few more times before cheerfully saying, "Young friend, you are destined to soar into the heaven." Tan Zijiang's words left Zhao Beichen utterly perplexed. Yet Xiao Hui and Ji Ge were beside themselves with excitement. They both had first-hand experience of Tan Zijiang's exceptional abilities. This old man could not be described as a deity, but he was certainly akin to one. His words seemed to carry an otherworldly power. Just moments ago, everything Tan Zijiang said to Zhao Beichen was crystal clear to them. The young man before them was extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Meeting him today was a stroke of fate, and they had to hold on tightly to this opportunity. Xiao Hui was flushed with excitement. In the bureaucratic system, without connections one could hardly move an inch. Although he was unaware of Zhao Beichen's background, he trusted Tan Zijiang. He clearly heard Tan Zijiang's final pronouncement fly to the heavens. How fortunate must this young man be for Tan Zijiang to say such things. He was about to invite Zhao Beichen to take a seat quickly, but Tan Zijiang spoke again. "Young friend, may I take a look at your hand?" Zhao Beichen looked at Tan Zijiang with disdain. "Old man, who do you think you are? You can't just touch my hand as you please. Do you think you're Wang Xuechuan Lin Shirqing or Huang Jiai?" Seeing Zhao Beichen's expression, Tan Zijiang realized he hadn't explained himself, clearly leading to a misunderstanding. "Young friend, I meant to read your bones. Oh, I have some expertise in bone reading." Tan Zijiang hurriedly explained, almost pleading. After decades of wandering the world, he had seen countless people, but he had never encountered someone with such an astonishing appearance as Zhao Beichen. If appearances were to be ranked, Zhao Beichen's would be at the very top. He had seen the facial features, but he had yet to assess the bone structure, which is why he eagerly requested to look at his hand. Fearing Zhao Beichen would refuse, he let slip a hint of pleading in his words. Those who were obsessed with fortune-telling were akin to those who were infatuated with chess or tea. Having found something, he was captivated by Zhao Beichen, was now the object of his focus. Upon hearing Tan Zijiang mention bone reading, Zhao Beichen thought for a moment, felt there was no harm, and extended his hands. Tan Zijiang was overjoyed at this, and quickly grasped Zhao Beichen's hands, closing his eyes to begin his bone. The more he read, the tighter Tan Zijiang's brows furrowed, and those around them were left bewildered, keeping silent and breathing softly. Tan Zijiang suddenly opened his eyes, took Zhao Beichen's hand again, and examined it closely. After observing for a long time, he reluctantly released Zhao Beichen's hand. "Young friend, you are remarkable," Tan Zijiang exclaimed, astonished. Just as Zhao Beichen was about to ask what was so remarkable, Tan Zijiang began to speak for himself. "The fingertips lightly touch, and the bones feel warm as jade. The palm lines are clear, but hide profound secrets. The lifeline is long and thick, bifurcating at the end, resembling clouds supporting the base. The career line is straight, as it soars, extending to the root of the middle finger, symbolizing a rise to great heights." A rise to great heights. Xiao Hui listened enviously from the side. Why didn't he have such a fate? If he entered the political sphere, wouldn't that be like riding a rocket? Just shoot straight up. The earlier facial features were already indicative of immense wealth. Now the hand reading was equally unbeatable. "This big brother, I Xiao Hui acknowledge you and vow to follow you faithfully in the future." Little did Zhao Beichen know Tan Zijiang had yet to finish speaking, and he had already gained a new little brother as the town mayor. While he was confused by Tan Zijiang's words, he understood the general meaning. Essentially, it meant he had a great destiny, a variety of good fortunes, but great wealth and nobility. His parents ran a small local restaurant which hardly matched such a description. While he pondered this, Tan Zijiang hurriedly added, "The most extraordinary is this jade column pattern extending from the Kan Palace directly to the Li position, continuous and unbroken, clearly indicating that a celestial being is secretly protecting you, turning misfortune into good fortune and bringing peace in times of trouble. In the future, you will surely soar to great heights. Wherever you go will be blessed by celestial affinities, and your fortune will be immeasurable." Zhao Beichen was secretly startled by Tan Zijiang's words. This god-level corpse reading system could not be anything less than a celestial affinity. This old man truly possessed remarkable skills. Zhao Beichen squinted his eyes, sizing up Tan Zijiang with a newfound understanding of the old man. He saw Tan Zijiang's thumb moving rapidly over the knuckles of his other fingers, indicating he was calculating. Before long, Tan Zijiang continued, "Young friend, you are just beginning your journey. This is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. The road ahead is limitless, absolutely limitless. Indeed, this old man is quite skilled. Although I possess a god-level corpse reading system, wasn't it just as the old man said, I was just beginning my journey. Before joining Bureau 749, this system was merely decorative, and I was just an ordinary person. In just about a month since joining Bureau 749, my life has undergone a complete transformation, and everything is developing in a very positive direction. I must admit this old man has some skills. Xiao Hui felt he was so excited he could fly. Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen had arrived by car with Zhao Beichen as the driver. This meant that the mighty figure before him was still in the early stages of his rise. Following him during this time, when Zhao Beichen gains power, Xiao Hui would also share in the glory. In that case, wouldn't his life have a solid foundation? As a town mayor, Xiao Hui had seen quite a bit. However, today he had been completely convinced by Tan Zijiang, and he firmly believed in Tan Zijiang's fortune-telling regarding Zhao Beichen's face and bones. No matter what one does, it requires a strong backing. Without it, one can only engage in minor skirmishes. Xiao Hui possessed both intelligence and capability, but what was lacking wasn't the lack of a strong backing. He did not believe that the vice-county chief Ma had a fate like Zhao Beichen's. Seeing that Tan Zijiang had finished speaking, Xiao Hui hurriedly led him and Zhao Beichen to take their seats. After almost a day's journey, Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng were already hungry. Without being polite, they dug in heartily. Xiao Jun, as the youngest brother, naturally took on the role of the server. He was busy passing cigarettes and pouring wine, thoroughly absorbed in his work. Tan Laosheng was a treasure he had discovered in the detention room, and this big treasure radiated a light so dazzling it nearly blinded his titanium-coated eyes. Unexpectedly, through Tan Laosheng, yet another remarkable figure had arrived. Xiao Jun noticed that Xiao Town Mayor was looking at Zhao Beichen with sparkling eyes. Town Mayor Xiao was clearly aligning himself with Zhao Beichen. Xiao Jun was not a fool and could naturally see that Zhao Beichen was a potential asset. He knew himself best if Town Mayor Xiao had no backing. His own backing wasn't any better. Ji Gu had been struggling for years, and if it weren't for meeting Tan Laosheng today, the days ahead would be uncertain. Now Town Mayor Xiao seemed poised to cling to Zhao Beichen's leg, and it was likely the same for Ji Gu. With both leaders yielding, Xiao Jun naturally would not resist. Thus Xiao Jun now regarded Zhao Beichen as his boss. Everyone enjoyed the meal greatly. However, Xiao Hui, brother Ji, and Xiao Jun had all gotten drunk. After all, they were just ordinary people. How much could their alcohol tolerance be? Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen, being superhumans, found the alcohol as harmless as water. They could utilize their powers to expel the alcohol from their bodies at any time. Xiao Hui, brother Ji, and Xiao Jun helped each other to rest. In the dining hall, only Zhao Beichen, Gu Changfeng, and Tan Zijiang remained. Tan Zijiang understood that Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen had come a long way primarily for the matter concerning Hua Xiaochuan, so he refrained from drinking during the meal. Tan Lao, can we discuss Xiaochuan's situation now? Tan Zijiang was nearing 70, so it was not inappropriate for Gu Changfeng to address him as Tan Lao. Tan Zijiang sighed deeply, saying, Team leader Gu Xiaohua was a good kid. I never expected he ultimately couldn't escape misfortune. He took a sip of tea before recounting the events between him and Hua Xiaochuan. Tan Zijiang is the 185th generation successor of the Lu Zhuang physiognomy. Lu Zhuang physiognomy was founded by the Ming dynasty physiognomist Yuan Gong and has been passed down for nearly 700 years. Years ago, Tan Zijiang offended some powerful individuals, and to avoid implicating his family, he had to live incognito in the martial world, drifting from place to place. 5 years ago, he accidentally met Hua Xiaochuan, and they quickly became friends. A month before Hua Xiaochuan's murder, Tan Zijiang noticed a drastic change in Hua Xiaochuan's physiognomy after not seeing him for months. In his words, Hua Xiaochuan's originally balanced physiognomy had transformed into one of great misfortune. His forehead was overshadowed by dark clouds, the celestial palace was sagging, the earthly foundation was askew, and his facial features were out of proportion. His sclera was filled with blood vessels, his pupils dull and lifeless, and the lines at the corners of his eyes were chaotic and fractured, resembling withered branches. The bridge of his nose was marked by bulging veins directly connecting to his forehead, while the nasolabial folds were suddenly interrupted. The corners of his mouth drooped like a bow with fine lines crisscrossing on either side, resembling a spider's web. According to physiognomy, drooping mouth corners signify loneliness, while crisscrossed lines foretell calamity. With such a physiognomy, within 6 months, he would surely face calamity and die an untimely death. Ultimately, just as Tan Zijiang predicted, over a month later, Hua Xiaochuan was betrayed and perished. He couldn't understand why Hua Xiaochuan's physiognomy had changed so drastically. Hua Xiaochuan merely mentioned that he had been affected while investigating the disappearance of his younger siblings. When Tan Zijiang asked what kind of influence it was, Hua Xiaochuan remained silent. He only informed Tan Zijiang that he suspected the disappearance of his siblings was related to a multinational corporation. The company's name was Oak Technology, and its main business was related to genetics. Its headquarters were in the Great Beautiful Nation, while Lingdu Company was merely their Asia-Pacific branch. Before parting, Hua Xiaochuan left behind a name, Mike Chun. Later, Tan Zijiang was forced into hiding in Southeast Asia due to pressure from enemies. He only recently sneaked back to the country, which meant he had lost contact with Hua Xiaochuan over the years. Had it not been for the Longtuang incident, he probably wouldn't have called Hua Xiaochuan. The clues Tan Zijiang provided were limited oak technology and Mike Chun. Zhao Beichen searched for oak technology on his phone, and it appeared to be a legitimate genetic technology company primarily engaged in various genetic products. These products complied with national standards, and there was nothing more to be found online. As for Mike Chun, there was no information available at all. Although it was already late at night, Gu Changfeng was still very excited to have obtained the clues. He immediately contacted an acquaintance in the bureau. He asked them to investigate oak technology and the individual named Mike Chun. Investigations naturally take time, and results won't come quickly. Now having a bit of direction is much better than groping in the dark. After discussing Hua Xiaochuan's situation, Tan Zijiang also brought up Longtuang. Initially while in the detention room, Tan Zijiang had planned to investigate Longtuang immediately. However, after hearing from Xiao Jun and Brother Ji about the current situation at Longtuang, he felt that even if he rushed over to take a look it would be of little use. The Little Devils had legally acquired Longtuang through proper procedures. They were protected by the government, and with just his personal power Tan Zijiang knew he couldn't handle it. Thus he decided to help Brother Ji and Xiao Hui resolve their issues. He wanted to see if there was any possibility of scrapping the project from the government side. Now that Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen were here, it was undoubtedly a tremendous boost, as both were from the 749 Bureau. Especially Zhao Beichen, after Tan Zijiang had read his physiognomy, he felt reassured. With someone like him involved in the Longtuang matter, the Little Devil's conspiracy surely wouldn't succeed. Zhao Beichen, however, was not as optimistic as Tan Zijiang. He was quite aware of his own capabilities. His family operated a local restaurant, and his parents had been ordinary citizens their entire lives. The highest-ranking official he had ever seen was probably the police station chief. Moreover, he had no relatives or friends in politics. Now Honghua Town and Lingdu were not even in the same administrative district. He genuinely couldn't think of how he could be of assistance. However, he agreed with Tan Zijiang's analysis. This time the Little Devils were genuinely working on a government-sanctioned real estate development project. The land was purchased with money, and the project had government support, all laid out in the open. This was different from the Dongji Island incident where monsters appeared, and the 749 Bureau could request military assistance to clean up. They couldn't just send troops to Longtuang. That would be absurd. He felt completely lost on how to proceed with this matter. Gu Changfeng meanwhile was deep in thought, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the dining table, and after a long while he still showed no signs of stopping, indicating he too had no good ideas. Finally, it was still Tan Zijiang who spoke up. Team Leader Gu, I believe that solving this issue solely with the 749 Bureau will be quite challenging. We must gain the support of the government to succeed. Gu Changfeng nodded, acknowledging that Tan Zijiang was indeed an experienced veteran with depth in his perspective. Moreover, I estimate that the local government may not have the final say. We must reach a higher level. Tan Zijiang took a sip of tea and continued leisurely. Higher level? Tan Lao, are you suggesting we need to reach the provincial level? Gu Changfeng asked. Tan Zijiang shook his head and sighed, saying, Team Leader Gu, I previously thought we needed to reach the provincial level, but this afternoon Mayor Qiao informed me that this project was signed off by the Little Devils at the provincial level. I fear that the provincial level may also have been compromised by the Little Devils. This matter is truly difficult to handle. Bang! Gu Changfeng slammed the table fiercely, exclaiming, These traitors for a few stinking coins have sold out the country. Tan Zijiang remained silent. How many people were there who sold out national interests for their own gain? He had seen too much of this. Tan Lao, at dawn we will go investigate the site. If the situation is as stated, I will report it directly to the director. Gu Changfeng said. Alright, Team Leader Gu, I will accompany you into the jaws of danger. Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I Tan will go with you, Tan Zijiang declared, raising his wine glass. Zhao Beichen did not expect that Tan Zijiang at nearly 70 still had such spirit, and he also raised his own wine glass. Seeing this, Gu Changfeng filled his empty glass again. With this cup of wine down, Tan Zijiang's spirits noticeably lifted. Having shared all that he knew, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Group Leader Gu, do you understand the significance of the Bagandong? After speaking, Tan Zijiang picked up a peanut and slowly chewed. I know the Bagandong is now one of the only remaining ancestral dragons with royal qi among the 3 ancestral dragons. The Qinglong's entry into the sea relies on the Bagandong. Gu Changfeng picked up the wine bottle and refilled Tan Zijiang's glass. Indeed, the Qinglong entering the sea. Tan Zijiang squinted, seemingly lost in thought, remaining silent for a long while. He gulped down the wine in one go, drinking a bit too hastily, leading him to cough. Zhao Beichen quickly patted him on the back, and after a short bout of coughing, Tan Zijiang turned his head and smiled at Zhao Beichen, signaling that it was no longer necessary to pat him. Zhao Beichen hurriedly poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Tan Zijiang. Tan Zijiang took a sip of the tea and remarked, The dragon qi of the Bagandong is vigorous, and the power of the dragon's lair is extraordinarily strong. It is not an easy task to destroy the dragon's lair. The dragon vein is the backbone of the world, the soul of mountains and rivers nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The essence of the sun and moon seeps into the layered peaks, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth transforms into an invisible flow gradually converging along the dragon vein. Thus the dragon vein is truly favored by heaven and earth receiving their chi. This is merely the dragon vein, while the dragon's lair is where the essence of the entire dragon vein resides. The spiritual energy contained within is immeasurable. This energy is the vitality of the entire dragon vein. Once the dragon's lair is destroyed, the vitality of the entire dragon vein dissipates, and the dragon becomes a dead dragon. The Qinglong's entry into the sea will cease to exist. You must understand, once the Qinglong enters the sea, it won't be long before it ascends to the skies. It is no secret that the Zhao wanted to destroy the dragon's lair. They planned to take action during the Second World War. My master even had several encounters with the Zhao dragon seekers, eliminating several of their members. At this point, Tan Zijiang's eyes brightened. Oh, there was such a story. Tan Lao, please tell me more. Zhao Beichen was most interested in these tales from the martial world. My master is named Gui Feng. He is not only skilled in physiognomy and bone reading, but also has profound knowledge of feng shui and dragon lairs. During the War of Resistance, he learned that the Zhao had sent dragon seekers to pursue our dragon veins. Knowing that the Zhao had no good intentions, he gathered a few friends to try and stop them. The Zhao dragon seekers were quite formidable. It is said that one of them possessed the Yilong Sutra, passed down from the Tang dynasty. In the end, the Zhao really did find the dragon lairs of the Zhongganlong and Nanganlong. For 2 full years, my master and his friends searched the mountains for the Zhao group. Several encounters occurred, and 2 of my master's friends lost their lives during these confrontations, while my master was also injured. The last confrontation happened at Longtouting. That time, only 2 of the opposing side escaped. My master's side also suffered heavy casualties, and he was severely injured, taking a long time to recover. The position of the Bagandong's dragon lair was exposed during that last encounter. Afterward, my master brought me to check the Longtouting every year, worrying that the Zhao would target the dragon lair. Later, when my master passed away, this task fell upon my shoulders. However, a few years ago, I went abroad to evade enemies. When I returned this year, I intended to visit Longtouting, and the events that followed are known to you all. After finishing, Tan Zijiang took a sip from his cup. Zhao Beichen was surprised to learn that such events occurred during the War of Resistance. He knew that monks in Gaoyushan practiced subjugation methods, while high monks on their side conducted rituals to protect the nation. He did not expect that conflicts occurred not only between practitioners, but also among geomancers from the 2 countries. It seems this comprehensive resistance against Japan was not limited to the battlefield, but extended to all aspects. Regarding geographical feng shui, Zhao Beichen knew little, but he became interested upon hearing this. Tan Lao, how would you assess the Zhao approach if they wish to take action? The dragon's lair originally derives its energy from heaven and earth. To destroy it, they must also seize the right moment from heaven and earth, otherwise it would not be easy to damage the dragon's lair. Tan Zijiang closed his eyes after speaking, and his right thumb quickly calculated key points on his 4 fingers. On the day of Iyo Jue and Guimao, Tan Zijiang calculated a time. On the day of Iyo Jue and Guimao, group leader Zhao Beichen looked at Gu Chongfeng, genuinely perplexed by the heavenly stems and earthly branches system of counting years. From September 23rd, 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Gu Chongfeng swiftly calculated the specific Gregorian date. Tan Lao, does this time hold any significance? Gu Chongfeng asked Tan Zijiang. In the month of Iyo, the heavenly stem E is a yin stem, and the earthly branch U is a yin branch. On the day of Jue, the heavenly stem G is a yin stem, and the earthly branch Wei is a yin branch. At the hour of Guimao, the heavenly stem Gui is a yin stem, and the earthly branch Mao is a yin branch. So you mean the time of Iyo month Jue day and Guimao hour is during a yin month yin day and yin hour? Gu Chongfeng furrowed his brow tightly. Exactly this time is when the yin energy is at its strongest this year. If I were the Zhao, I would choose this moment to destroy the dragon's lair, to take advantage of the moment when heaven and earth are weakest. Zhao Beichen observed that the time from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. on September 23rd was only a month away. Group leader, what should we do? Zhao Beichen looked at Gu Chongfeng, realizing that if Tan Zijiang's words were true, their time was running short. Gu Chongfeng took out a cigarette and offered one to Tan Zijiang. Seeing Tan Zijiang wave his hand to decline, he lit one himself, took a deep drag, and then slowly exhaled. It is getting late now, we should rest first. Tomorrow morning, we will head to Longtouting to understand the situation better and see what exactly is happening. After thinking for a moment, Gu Chongfeng made a decision. Alright, I will follow group leader Gus' lead. Tan Zijiang nodded first to show his agreement. Zhao Beichen naturally would not object. Then Tan Zijiang brought Gu Chongfeng and Zhao Beichen to the prepared bedroom. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Zhao Beichen got up and went out, discovering that the others were already awake. Xiao Jun was busy preparing breakfast, having already made it ready. The others were seated at the dining table ready to have breakfast. Despite Xiao Huijigu and Xiao Jun being utterly drunk last night, they seemed energetic after just a night's sleep. On the other hand, Tan Zijiang seemed somewhat lethargic as he was getting older and could not withstand the turmoil. Breakfast was consumed quickly, and afterward everyone split into 2 cars and headed towards Longtouting. Longtushan is located about 20 to 30 kilometers away from Zhao Family Gathering, with Zhao Family Gathering being the nearest village to Longtushan. The distance from Zhao Family Gathering to Longtushan is less than 10 kilometers. Currently, the highways across the country are well constructed. The road from Honghua Town to Zhao Family Gathering is paved, and traveling 20 to 30 kilometers doesn't take much time. Zhao Family Gathering has 200 to 300 households, making it a moderately sized village. However, most of the young people have gone out to work, leaving mostly the elderly, the frail, and the sick in the village. With Xiao Hui, the town chief of Honghua Town, leading the way, Zhao Beichen and his group found it much more convenient. Upon hearing that Chief Qiao had arrived, Zhao Detzi, the village head, quickly came out to greet him. "Chief Qiao, why didn't you give me a call before coming? This is quite a surprise." Zhao Detzi, in his 50s with a shrewd expression, joked as soon as he saw Qiao Hui. "Old Zhao, what? Are you afraid of my surprise visit? You're not hiding a mistress, are you?" Qiao Hui responded with, "How could I dare? Look at my old back. I have the intention, but no strength." Zhao Detzi exaggeratedly adjusted his waist as he spoke. "Old Zhao, that's not right. A man should never say he can't do it, even if he can't." Xiao Hu's words drew laughter. Zhao Beichen could tell that this village head, Zhao Detzi, seemed to have a good personal relationship with Xiao Hui, otherwise such jokes wouldn't be made between superiors and subordinates within the system. After some casual conversation with Zhao Detzi, Xiao Hui introduced Zhao Beichen and his companions. Then everyone followed Zhao Detzi into the village committee office. "Old Zhao, the main reason I came this time is to understand the progress of the Longtushan project. Why don't you start with..." As soon as they entered the village committee office and sat down, Xiao Hui asked Zhao Detzi what the purpose of his visit was. He was very clear about it. The matter regarding Longtushan and the Dragon Cave is no trivial matter, especially since he wanted to curry favor with Tan Zijiang and Zhao Beichen, so he naturally distinguished between the primary and secondary issues. "Chief Qiao, even if you hadn't come today, I plan to find time to report this matter to you," Zhao Detzi said as he took out a cigarette and offered it to Xiao Hui, lighting it for him before continuing. "This project is quite strange." "Oh, what's strange about it?" Zhao Detzi's words piqued everyone's interest, prompting Xiao Hui to ask. "There are several oddities. Firstly, the construction team only works at night, not during the day when the site is completely quiet. When night falls, the whole construction site becomes noisy. It's good that it's far from our Zhao Family Gathering, otherwise no one would be able to sleep at night." The idea of not working during the day and only working at night was something Zhao Beichen had never heard of before. Many projects do have night shifts, but that's usually to catch up on progress, or because there are no conditions to work during the day. In the past, the city had to work overnight to demolish a pedestrian bridge on a main road, because closing the road during the day would severely impact traffic. But in the wilderness of Longtushan, why not utilize the good construction conditions during the day and instead work at night? Who would believe there is nothing fishy about that? Zhao Beichen glanced at the others, and their expressions indicated that their thoughts were likely similar to his. Zhao Detzi continued, "It's not just that they don't work during the day and only work at night. The entire project site is surrounded by iron sheets. Even the trucks delivering materials can only unload at the entrance of the project site, and then the people inside have to carry them in. This situation is even stranger than only working at night. The materials used in construction are not simple things like foam plastic. Reinforced concrete is heavy, so isn't this extremely cumbersome?" "Old Zhao, how do you know that the materials can't be directly taken inside?" Xiao Hui asked with a frown, as this was also the first time he had heard of such a situation. "My useless son has taken on a little business with them." "Are you talking about Ri Bao? "Yes, Zhao Ribao, my younger son. Doesn't he have a small transport team? A while ago he went to find that manager named Chang Ri and got a small job helping to transport goods for them. This is what he told me. Every time, no matter what they are transporting, their trucks can only unload at the entrance, and then the people inside come out to carry the goods in." Zhao Detzi crushed the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Ribao also mentioned that the construction team was all brought over from Little Japan, even the ones guarding the gate, and they speak Dragon Country language haltingly. So there isn't a single person from Dragon Country in the entire construction team. Xiao Hui pressed for more information. "I also asked Ribao, and he assured me there isn't a single one. I was still worried and asked a few other drivers from his team, and they all said the same thing, not a single one, all from Little Japan. That's why I thought this matter was suspicious, and I wanted to report it to the town personally. I didn't expect you to come right away." Zhao Detzi lit another cigarette, indicating he had quite the smoking habit. "Town chief, I believe these little Japanese are up to no good. The project entrance is practically missing a sign that says no entry for Dragon Country citizens and dogs." Zhao Detzi's tone was unfriendly, clearly showing his anger. Xiao Hui felt very uncomfortable. What era is this? How can Little Japan still act so arrogantly on Dragon Country's land? He suppressed his emotions and continued to ask, "Old Yang, are there any other strange things?" Zhao Detzi went silent for a moment before replying, "Town Chief Qiao, this matter is a bit serious. I don't know if I should say it or not. After saying this, he glanced at Gu Chongfeng, Zhao Beichen, and the others. Old Zhao, these are all our own people, trustworthy. If there's anything, just say it directly. Xiao Hui noticed Zhao Dezi's concerns and took the initiative to reassure him. All right. Zhao Dezi stood up, walked to the door, glanced around, and then closed the door before returning. He lowered his voice and said, I saw Su Fengming, Yuan Changwei, and Wu Hongmin have also come. Zhao Dezi mentioned these names, but Zhao Beichen had never heard of them. However, seeing Zhao Dezi's cautious demeanor, it was clear these people were significant. The secretary of Huangxia. Gu Chongfeng pondered with his head lowered. The secretary of the provincial committee is generally referred to as the second-in-command. Although their official rank might only be that of a department head, they often wield more influence than those in actual power. However, being by the side of the leader, their words often carry more weight than those of formally powerful leaders. As they say, a seventh-rank official stands at the gates of a prime minister. The provincial secretary is a high-ranking official governing a province, making his secretary's position exceedingly valuable. Gu Chongfeng did not expect the secretary of the provincial secretary to come personally. If this were merely Su Fengming's private action, it would be fine. If he were acting on Huangxia's orders, however, it would be troublesome. Despite being a supernatural being, what could Gu Chongfeng do against the provincial secretary? From the moment he learned about Su Fengming's identity and background, Gu Chongfeng understood that the affairs of Long Taoling were beyond his reach. Even Han Qingsong was not qualified. This matter was equally beyond the jurisdiction of the Lingdu 749 Bureau. The only course of action was to report to the Yanjing 749 Bureau headquarters and see what kind of influence they had. What is he here for? This time it was Gu Chongfeng asking instead of Xiao Hui. Zhao Daji glanced at Xiao Hui, who nodded at him, and he replied, It's quite coincidental. Recently, too many trucks have been pulling materials to Long Taoling. The cement road in our village was originally designed as a village-level road and cannot withstand so many heavy vehicles. So one section has been severely damaged. That day I was repairing the road, and Su Fengming's car was blocked. When he opened the window to see outside, I recognized him at a glance. Are you sure it was Su Fengming? Gu Chongfeng pressed. I don't have many skills, but once I've seen a person I remember them. I've seen that guy Su Fengming on the provincial television news many times, so there's definitely no mistake. Zhao Deji affirmed confidently. What happened next? It was about 20 minutes later that we refilled the road and his car was able to pass. In front of us was just the construction site at Long Taoling. Where else could he possibly go? Do you know what he was there for? I can't say for sure, but after I saw it was Su Fengming, I kept my guard up and didn't go home. I waited by the roadside until after 10 at night, when I saw Su Fengming's car return. This guy stayed at Zairizhi for most of the day, or I don't know what he was up to. Zhao Deji, being quite astute, managed to keep everything under control. What about Yuan Changwei and Wu Hongmin? Yuan Changwei is the director of the Provincial Development and Reform Commission, and Wu Hongmin is the executive vice-governor of the provincial committee. Both of them came separately a few days after Su Fengming was here. How do you know it was them? Gu Chongfeng asked, puzzled. Nowadays vehicles have good window tints, making it difficult to see inside, let alone recognize the people. Zhao Daji chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head. After Su Fengming came, I sensed something suspicious about the project. Coupled with the strange actions of the Zairizhi construction team, I had the villagers dig up the road just to block the cars and see who was coming. Zhao Beichen then remembered that there had indeed been large holes in the road approaching the village before which they had encountered when they arrived. However, there were a few villagers by the roadside, and after their cars stopped, these villagers helped set up wooden planks over the holes so that their cars could pass. At that time, Zhao Beichen thought the Zhao family village had a very simple and honest culture, not realizing it was all arranged by village chief Zhao Deji. This Zhao Deji really is a talent. So Qiaotown head, don't you think this project is quite strange? Building villas in the middle of nowhere with the secretary of the provincial secretary, the executive vice-governor, and the director of the Provincial Development and Reform Commission all showing up. Is this place a gold mine? Are they all flocking here? Zhao Deji complained. A gold mine? This place is worth much more than a gold mine, Tan Zijiang murmured. Old man, what do you mean by that? Zhao Deji asked in confusion. Tan Zijiang did not hold back and explained the situation regarding the dragon's den at Beiganlong from start to finish. Damn it, isn't this treason? After listening to Tan Zijiang's account, Zhao Daji angrily threw his cigarette, but to the ground, and crushed it underfoot. Everyone, Su Fengming has come, and so have Yuan Changwei and Wu Hongmin. It's obvious these bastards have colluded with the little devils. Their power is substantial, and dealing with the Long Taoling matter won't be easy. Zhao Daji furrowed his brows tightly. Village Chief Zhao, can you take us to Long Taoling? It would be best if we could view it from a high point. Gu Chongfeng asked. View from a high point? Zhao Daji thought for a moment, and then slapped his thigh. Believe it or not, there is indeed such a place called Qiao Jiao Peak, but the road there is not very easy to navigate. That's fine. Can you take us there now? No problem, let's go right now. Zhao Daji was also a person of action, ready to do it immediately. Qiao Jiao Peak is not close to the village committee, so the group first drove then walked when the road was impassable. By the time they climbed to Qiao Jiao Peak, nearly 2 hours had passed. No matter how much everyone urged, Tan Zijiang insisted on going up the mountain, and in the end the old man really followed everyone to the top of Qiao Peak. Qiao Peak got its name from its unique shape. From a distance, the entire peak resembles a dragon horn, hence the name Qiao Peak. Qiao Peak is situated to the southeast of Longtaoling with a straight line distance of less than a kilometer. From Qiao Peak one can see the entire situation of Longtaoling. Damn little devils, I curse your ancestors. As soon as Zhao Daji climbed to Qiao Peak, he began to curse loudly. The originally lush Longtaoling now had no vegetation at all, just barren land. Furthermore, it was a mess dug up everywhere. This place was not like this before. It used to be shaded by green trees, with a small stream flowing continuously, its scenery unmatched. In such a short time the little devils had turned it into chaos, which is why Zhao Daji was cursing vehemently. What a sin, what a sin. Seeing the situation at Longtaoling, Tan Zijiang felt immense pain, nearly tearing up. He had visited Longtaoling every year, and over decades understood it, as well as Zhao Daji did. Those ancient trees that had stood for hundreds of years, and the ever-flowing streams were now completely gone. The current Longtaoling resembled a piece of cowhide exposed to the scorching sun. Tan Zijiang hurriedly took out his compass, his hands shaking with anger. The old man took several deep breaths to slowly stabilize himself. His face, however, remained dark as if it could drip water. The vegetation and terrain had been severely damaged, and Tan Zijiang could no longer pinpoint the specific location of the dragon's den. He could only use the compass to reposition himself. Now he could only hope that the little devils had not yet finalized the location of the dragon's den. Otherwise, given the way these beasts were operating, once they identified the dragon's den, it would likely be disastrous. The Taoist Xuanji stood before the main hall of the Three Pure Ones, gazing towards the northwest. Just now he sensed a powerful resentment emanating from that direction. What has happened this time? Xuanji pondered. After dealing with the cat demon in Lingdu Ghost City, he had stayed for a while longer with his junior brothers and sisters. He had roamed the streets and alleys of Lingdu with the monk Hui Ming from Methria Temple, yet the monsters seemed to have taken a collective holiday, as they found nothing. Since there were no more monsters, there was no point in staying, so he bid farewell to Hui Ming and returned to Maoshan. Upon returning, all was calm. He resumed his peaceful days of meditation and cultivation. However, the resentment from the northwest made Xuanji feel uneasy. Senior brother, master is calling for you, came the voice of his youngest junior sister Xianjun. Xuanji turned to see the little girl with a rice cake, her mouth full. This little girl was a glutton. She was either eating or searching for food. All right, I'll go right away. Xuanji smiled, waved to his junior sister, and then walked towards Master's room. There was no one else in Master's room except for Master. Xuanji, you are to divine and see what has transpired in the northwest, Master Chunyangzi said slowly, eyes closed, sitting on a cushion. Yes, Master. Xuanji knew that Master must have sensed the resentment from the northwest, which was why he called for him. Xuanji approached the treasure shelf in the room and took down a tortoise shell along with 6 copper coins. This was something Master Chunyangzi had used in his youth, though it was now rarely used, and not formally passed down to him. Master would always summon him to use this set of items whenever a divination was needed. Xuanji placed the 6 copper coins into the tortoise shell and held it in his hands, praying for the blessing of the 3 pure ones. He then gently shook the tortoise shell, and the coins clattered inside. Once he felt it was enough, Xuanji poured out the copper coins from the tortoise shell. Kuan hexagram. He was startled, immediately sensing a bad omen. Among the 64 hexagrams, the Kuan hexagram represents the earth, symbolizing softness and nurturing, which should embody generosity, tolerance, and the ability to nourish all things. Yet at this moment, the appearance of the Kuan hexagram in the divination for the northwest dragon vein revealed something abnormal. A normal dragon vein should harmonize yin and yang, balancing rigidity and softness akin to a mighty dragon coiling, exhibiting both an imposing vigor and a gentle, nurturing vitality. However, this purely yin manifestation hinted that the situation of the northwest dragon vein was falling into an extreme predicament. Master. Xuanji looked up at Chunyangzi, who had opened his eyes at some point, now focused on the Kuan hexagram formed by the 6 copper coins. Xuanji, something has happened to the ancestral dragon in the northwest, Chunyangzi said, frowning. No wonder there is a wave of resentment coming from the northwest. It is likely emitted by the ancestral dragon itself. Master, do you see any chance for a turnaround? When it came to interpreting hexagrams, Xuanji believed no one was more skilled than his master. The initial line symbolizes the foundation, representing the starting point and basic state. The initial line is yin, indicating that the foundation of the northwest dragon vein has been severely infiltrated by yin energy. The situation looks very perilous. Chunyang's face was serious. In feng shui, the foundation of a dragon vein is like the roots of a great tree, the source of its stability and vitality. At this moment, with the initial line being predominantly yin, it perhaps indicated that the core of the dragon vein, the dragon's lair, was under siege by some powerful negative force, fundamentally shaking the stability of the dragon vein, as if the roots of a great tree were beginning to rot and erode, making it difficult to firmly draw the earth's vitality to nourish the branches of the dragon vein. The third line represents the feng shui situation. The presence of the yin line here further confirms that the feng shui of the northwest dragon vein has serious problems. Good feng shui emphasizes the balance of yin and yang, the mutual generation of the five elements, presenting a natural harmony and a thriving upward energy. However, the yin line in this hexagram acts like a heavy wall, obstructing the mingling of yin and yang energies, disrupting the cycle of mutual generation among the five elements, causing the feng shui of the dragon vein to fall into a stagnant and obstructed state, unable to exert its nourishing and protective effects. Chunyangzi continued to explain. Master, the Northwest is the Beigan dragon, and the royal energy of the Beigan dragon governs the current fate of the nation. If the Beigan dragon encounters problems, it would be a major disaster. Xuanji realized the severity of the issue. Indeed, the stability of the Beigan dragon vein is crucial to the fate and pattern of the entire world, akin to a stabilizing needle in a sea. Its rise and fall directly affect the peace or chaos of the world and the welfare of the people, so there must be no mistakes. The Beigan dragon still holds great luck. This situation should not have occurred, which only suggests that it is man-made, a calamity caused by humans. Chunyangzi stated decisively. Man-made? Who would dare to meddle with the Beigan dragon? Xuanji asked, puzzled. I don't know, but as long as the benefits are substantial enough, there will naturally be those who would take the risk. Chunyangzi shook his head and said, Xuanji, you should go northwest and assess the situation. Master, the Northwest is so vast. Oh, where should I go to investigate? At the Longtu Ridge in Zhejiasi, Honghua, Town, Jincheng County, in the northwest. You'll know when you get there. Chunyangzi provided the specific address. Yes, master, I will set off immediately. Xuanji bowed to Chunyangzi and exited the room. He hurriedly packed a few things and descended the mountain. This matter was very serious, so he did not bring his junior brothers and sisters, as moving alone would be more convenient. His task was to quickly investigate the situation of the Beigan dragon and then report back to master. Reaching Zhejiasi from Maoshan was not easy. Xuanji first had to travel to the provincial capital, take a flight to the capital of Xixinganshi, and then take a high-speed train to Jincheng County. From the county seat, he would need to take a vehicle to reach Honghua Town, and then finally Zhejiasi. This journey would cover several thousand kilometers. Just as Xuanji hurriedly descended the mountain, he encountered Huiming from Methria Temple, who had just exited the temple. Huiming had a bag on his back, looking as if he were embarking on a long journey. His destination was the same as Xuanji, Zhejiasi, in Honghua Town, Jincheng County, Xixing. Just now, his master, the Empty Master, had explained to him clearly that there were evil forces targeting the Beigan dragon. He urged him to hurry to Zhejiasi and clarify the situation. Huiming had also felt the resentment coming from the northwest. If master hadn't said it was emitted by the ancestral dragon, Huiming wouldn't have thought anything could possess such immense energy. Huiming didn't understand too much about the Beigan dragon, but he knew that the dragon vein shouldn't be disturbed. Now that some petty individuals dared to meddle with the Beigan dragon, Huiming was not one to be trifled with. Is the wrath of the Buddhas angered Vajra merely for show? Since they dared to touch the ancestral dragon, let's see if I can take action against them. Huiming hurriedly left the temple with his bag. Zhao Beichen was naturally unaware of the matters concerning Taoist Xuanji and monk Huiming. He did not know these two individuals. Therefore, he was even more unaware that both the Buddhist and Taoist sects were involved in the affairs of the North Dry Dragon. Currently, Zhao Beichen and his companions were observing the situation at Longtu Ridge from Qiaojiao Peak. After much effort, Tanzijiang finally managed to roughly locate the dragon's lair, but since it was not at Longtu Ridge, there was some deviation in the positioning. However, Tanzijiang assured that this deviation was within 1 meter. Qiaojiao Peak was still a kilometer away from Longtu Ridge, and achieving a positioning deviation of no more than 1 meter from such a distance showed that Tanzijiang was indeed quite skilled. The North Dry Dragon's lair at Longtu Ridge consisted of 2 locations, one on the northern side and the other on the southern side of Longtu Ridge. The northern lair used to have 3 ancient trees that were several hundred years old nearby. Tanzijiang referred to this as the 3 talents protecting the dragon formation. The 3 ancient trees represented the heaven, earth, and humanity, known as the 3 talents. Their protection indicated that the northern dragon's lair was guarded by the energies of heaven, earth, and humanity. With the protection of the 3 talents, the dragon's lair could better absorb the spiritual energy of the world to nourish the dragon body. Now the 3 ancient trees had vanished without a trace, thus breaking the 3 talents protecting the dragon formation. Without this protection, the speed at which the dragon's lair absorbed the world's spiritual energy would significantly slow down. While this might not have immediate consequences, over time the entire North Dry Dragon would inevitably lose its vitality. Tan Lao, has the northern dragon's lair been destroyed? After Tanzijiang explained the 3 talents protecting the dragon formation, Zhao Beichen inquired. Zhao Beichen's question was in fact the question on everyone's mind. Upon hearing Zhao Beichen's inquiry, all eyes turned to Tanzijiang. It's not that simple. If it could be destroyed just by cutting down a few trees, then it wouldn't be a dragon's lair. Tanzijiang put away the compass into his bag and spoke slowly. Undeniably, with the support of the three talents protecting the dragon formation, the northern dragon's lair could absorb the spiritual energy of the world more effectively, but this merely accelerated the absorption speed. Even without the three talents protecting the dragon formation, the northern dragon's lair would still continue to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Tan Lao, didn't you just say that if this continues the North Dry Dragon would inevitably lose its vitality? Zhao Beichen asked in confusion. I didn't explain clearly earlier. It should be that with the loss of the three talents protecting the dragon formation, if the northern dragon's lair suffers substantial damage, then the vitality of the entire North Dry Dragon would be greatly affected. Currently, although the three talents protecting the dragon formation is gone, the northern dragon's lair has not been destroyed, so the impact on the North Dry Dragon is still not too significant. Tan Zijiang found a stone to sit on. After all, he was 70 years old. He had just forced himself to climb up Xiaojiao Peak, and had been busy determining the location of the dragon's lair with the compass. He truly felt exhausted now. Sitting on the stone, Tan Zijiang was drenched in sweat. Gu Changfeng took out a bottle of mineral water from the quantum space, and first handed it to Tan Zijiang, then distributed one bottle to each person. To maintain the cover, everyone only saw him pulling the mineral water from his backpack. Only Zhao Beichen knew that Gu Changfeng would never carry mineral water up the mountain on a hot day, and must have taken it out from the quantum space. Thinking about the quantum space, Zhao Beichen glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen. Corpse touch value 305-3000. Full value reward 555 portable space. Current realm B level intermediate. This time the system reward was indeed a portable space, which was a good item. The volume of 555 was significantly larger than Gu Changfeng's quantum space. However, seeing that he only had a corpse touch value of 305, he was still far from the requirement of 3,000 points. Recently the world had been peaceful, leaving Zhao Beichen without any income for a long time. However, he was also quite helpless. The monsters seemed to have disappeared, making it impossible to touch any corpses. After complaining a few times in his heart, Zhao Beichen stopped focusing on the system panel and brought his attention back. Tan Zijiang drank several sips of water and rested a bit before continuing. Just now I was talking about the northern dragon's lair. Now everyone look over there. That is the southern dragon's lair. Following the direction pointed by Tan Zijiang, everyone saw a massive stone. Old immortal, are you referring to that stone? Qiao Hui squinted his eyes and pointed in the same direction. Yes, the southern dragon's lair is located 2 meters in front of the giant stone. Old immortal, I remember that place used to be a small pond, right? Water flowed down from the giant stone, forming a small waterfall, and all the water gathered into that small pond. It was Zhao Ditzi, a local elder from Zhao family village, who spoke. He still had some memories of Longtu Ridge. Village chief, Zhao, you remember correctly. That place used to be a small pond, and this formation is named the Spirit Dragon, playing with Pearl's Hidden Dragon formation. The southern dragon's lair lies beneath the emerald pond, with the giant stone as a pearl to entice the spirit dragon not to hide too deeply, maintaining a certain level of vitality. Now, although the giant stone remains, the water in the pond has been drained. To find water, the spirit dragon will likely have to dive deeper. Isn't it better for the spirit dragon to dive deeper? Zhao Beichen asked. Not good. If it dives too deep, it becomes a hidden dragon in the abyss, and since the North Dry Dragon carries the dragon's energy, it must be activated. If it continues to hide in the abyss, it cannot be activated, so the spirit dragon in the dragon's lair must maintain a certain level of vitality. After listening to Tan Zijiang's explanation, Zhao Beichen nodded. The southern dragon's lair was somewhat akin to the corpse dog soul, one of the 7 souls in the 3 souls, 7 souls, which governs an individual's response to stimuli. An excessive response is not good, nor is no response at all. A balanced state must be maintained, or problems will arise. The southern dragon's lair is the same. Being overly active is not good, nor is being inactive. Now that the external feng shui formations of both the northern and southern dragon lairs have been broken, I believe Xiao Rizi has likely already located these 2 dragon lairs. This was precisely what Tan Zijiang feared the most. Tan Lao, what do you estimate Xiao Rizi's next move will be? After listening to Tan Zijiang's explanation, Gu Changfeng's expression was quite grim. In fact, it was not just him, everyone's faces were broken, the external feng shui formations of both the northern and southern dragon lairs. Although these were not fatal blows to the North Dry Dragon, Xiao Rizi not only could find them, but had also already broken the external feng shui formations of both the northern and southern dragon lairs. Although these were not fatal blows to the North Dry Dragon, it already indicated that Xiao Rizi had confirmed the locations of the northern and southern dragon lairs. In fact, it was not just him, everyone's faces were broken, the external feng shui formations of both the northern, the day of the EU month on the Jiwei day at the Gui Mao hour. Yes, I estimate these guys will likely make their move on the dragon lair at that time. Gu team leader, what was that time you mentioned just now? Xiao Hui had been drunk the previous night, and was not present when Gu Changfeng, Tan Zijiang, and Zhao Beichen were talking, so he was unaware of what had happened afterward. Thus Gu Changfeng recounted the events of the Yin month Yin day, and Yin hour to Xiao Hui, Ji Ge, Zhao Detzi, and Xiao Jun. Everyone then realized that even heaven and earth have their weakest moments. Old Immortal, do you mean to say that Zhao Rizi is very likely to strike at the dragon lair during the month, day, and hour? Xiao Hui asked again. Yes, there is a significant probability. Now that we have a general understanding of the situation at Longtu Ridge, and with about a month left until the month, day, and hour, we still have time to think of ways to stop Zhao Rizi. Otherwise, we should descend the mountain first. It wouldn't be good if Zhao Rizi discovers us and alerts the snake. Xiao Hui proposed. Everyone considered this and agreed that he had a point, so they descended from Xiaojiao Peak. Upon returning to the Zhao family village committee, everyone felt quite despondent. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves before going to Xiaojiao Peak, seeing Longtuping in such a dire state still left them unsettled. Ji Gu and Xiao Jun, who were accustomed to resolving issues with force, immediately expressed their intention to rally their brothers to storm the project department of Zhao Rizi. Xiao Hui certainly would not allow Ji Gu to proceed with such actions, as it would be utterly futile. Currently, Zhao Rizi was operating under legitimate land acquisition and approval processes, making it a completely lawful project. If Ji Gu truly led people to attack the project department, it would not only achieve nothing, but also jeopardize Ji Gu himself. Apart from Tan Zijiang, Ji Gu and Xiao Jun, the others present were all considered government officials. Including Zhao Beichen, everyone understood that such matters must follow proper channels. After a short break, Gu Changfeng took his phone and stepped outside. He needed to contact Han Qingsong to report the current situation at Longtuping. After a lengthy phone call, Gu Changfeng finally returned to the room. Team leader, what did Director Han say? As soon as Gu Changfeng entered, Zhao Beichen hurriedly asked. Tan Zijiang and the others looked at Gu Changfeng with eager anticipation, knowing that going through the 749 Bureau was their only option. Director Han said he would send someone over and advised us to prepare for their arrival, waiting until the Bureau personnel are confirmed before proceeding. Gu Changfeng understood that these were necessary procedures. This is good. With the 749 Bureau officially involved, our power here will increase significantly, Tan Zihui remarked. Yes, if it were just the few of us, we wouldn't stand a chance, especially with Su Fengming, who would easily overpower us. Xiao Hui nodded. Having been in the bureaucratic world for decades, he was well aware of the potency of power. As a small-town mayor, Su Fengming could easily manipulate him at will. Let alone Zhao Detzi, the village chief, who would scarcely be considered an ant in front of someone like Su Fengming. Su Fengming was merely the frontman. His backing was Huang Xia, the top leader of Xixing. This incident opened Zhao Beichen's eyes. He had originally thought the 749 Bureau dealt only with various supernatural events. Wasn't it just monsters? Killing them would suffice. However, reality was not as simple as he imagined, as sometimes it was not monsters that instilled fear, but rather people. Just like this time, acting as Zhao Rise's shield, openly destroying the dragon vein, was something Zhao Beichen had never dared to conceive. After some idle chatter, Zhao Detzi had already arranged for someone to prepare lunch. They had only eaten a simple meal at Ji Guest's house that morning, and now they were starving. Zhao Detzi prepared a large pot of green pepper chicken, which everyone devoured completely. Old Tan, if Zhao Rizi ultimately intends to destroy the dragon cave, how would they do it? After finishing the meal, Zhao Beichen took a sip of the freshly brewed tea from Zhao Detzi and asked Tan Zijiang to eliminate the dragon nails. Eliminate the dragon nails. What are those? Upon hearing Tan Zijiang begin to explain some crucial details, everyone became interested again. The northern and southern dragon caves extend about 10 meters underground. If Zhao Rizi wishes to destroy the entire North Ganlong, I estimate they will use the Dragon Elimination Formation. The Dragon Elimination Formation consists of placing 14 dragon elimination nails according to a specific pattern around the dragon cave and its vicinity, effectively sealing the North Ganlong in one go. However, this project is not trivial. Each dragon elimination nail must be driven at least 15-20 meters into the ground, and the diameter of the nails cannot be less than 1 meter. Old Tan, isn't this just piling? Gu Changfeng had some knowledge about construction. You could say that, but these are not ordinary piles, they are meant to be living piles. At this point, Tan Zijiang's expression grew serious. Living piles. Old Tan, are they planning to bury people in the piles? Gu Changfeng's face changed. Over a decade ago, he had encountered a case involving living piles, so he was well aware of the implications. Team leader, what exactly is a living pile? This was the first time Zhao Beichen had heard this term. It involves placing a living person inside a pre-designed steel framework when driving the piles, then directly pouring concrete. Once it sets, the person becomes buried within the concrete pile. Damn, that's a crime. Zhao Beichen gasped. In the 21st century, is there really someone so ignorant as to do such a thing? Team leader, isn't that just live burial? Yes, but it's even more horrifying than live burial. Zhao Beichen nodded. Gu Changfeng was right. Watching a living person being continuously engulfed by concrete was indeed a feeling of despair that was terrifying beyond measure. After hearing Gu Changfeng's explanation, everyone around was stunned. Earlier, Tan Zijiang had clearly stated that the Dragon Elimination Formation required 14 dragon elimination nails. If they were to do living piles as well, wouldn't that mean they needed 14 living people? Just thinking about such a scenario sent shivers down their spines. Xiao Jun, get some people for me, we must take down these bastards today. Jigu abruptly stood up, his swift movement knocking over the teacup in front of him, spilling tea everywhere. Alright Jigu. Xiao Jun pulled out his phone ready to start making calls. Sit down. You're a grown man, yet you still act so rashly every day. Xiao Hui shouted at Jigu, who seemed to be quite effective at maintaining order. Hearing Xiao Hui's outburst, Jigu obediently sat down, saying, Brother-in-law, this Xiao Rizi is truly despicable. Did you see them arrest someone, or did you see them doing living piles? You don't even have evidence, and you want to resort to violence. You're 30 years old, why can't you think a little? Did Tan Xinxian not just say that? I'm just being cautious. Jigu lowered his head, not daring to meet Xiao Hui's gaze, muttering softly. Tan Xinxian mentioned that Xiao Rizi might do this in the future. They haven't even started yet. What are you getting so worked up about? Xiao Hui shot Jigu a sideways glance. Jigu wanted to explain. Zhao Beichen interjected. Alright, Mayor Xiao Jigu is also a man of character, don't be too hard on him. Since Tan Xinxian mentioned Xiao Rizi's upcoming actions, we should seriously consider our options. We can't just watch as 49 people are truly sacrificed. Xiao Rizi has tightly secured the entire construction site, making it impossible to ascertain the situation. This is a challenging issue. We can't just have people guarding Xiao Peak every day. Xiao Hui frowned. Brother-in-law, I think what you just mentioned is a good idea. Sending someone to guard Xiao Peak. Yes, leave this to me. I have many little brothers, we can rotate shifts. As long as village chief Zhao arranges food and accommodation for us in Zhao family village, it won't be a problem. Jigu will take care of the food and accommodation, so don't worry. Zhao Beichen patted his chest and assured. Xiao Hui did not speak, just glanced at Tan Zijiang, then his gaze settled on Gu Changfeng. He knew that the 749 Bureau would definitely intervene in the Longtuping incident soon, and listening to Gu Changfeng was undoubtedly the right choice. I think Jige's idea is great. For now, Jigu work hard to send someone to guard. When my colleagues arrive, they will bring drones, and we can hand things over to them. Alright, let's do it this way. Xiao Hui nodded, and then looked at Zhao Beichen. Old Zhao, the logistics are up to you. Don't worry, Mayor Xiao, it's a trivial matter. Xiao Ji, you start gathering people now, but don't get too many of quality over quantity, you understand. Xiao Hui reminded Jigu again. Got it, brother-in-law, I know how to handle it. He then took Xiao Jun and went out. Zhao Beichen watched these people and couldn't help but give them a thumbs up in his heart. Dinner was still at Zhao family gathering. Since they planned to visit Xiao Peak later that night, everyone decided not to return to Honghua Town. Zhao He's mentioned that the construction team only worked at night. During the day when they went to Xiao Peak, the entire site was indeed silent, with not a soul in sight. So everyone decided to go to Xiao Peak to observe what these people were up to. In the afternoon, Brother Jis' 4 subordinates arrived. Following Xiao Hui's instructions, Brother Ji didn't recruit too many people. He only selected 4 who were a bit clever. Including himself and Xiao Jun, there were a total of 6 with 2 in each group working for 8 hours. With 3 shifts, they had to keep a close watch on Longtu Ridge. When these 4 arrived, Brother Ji specifically instructed them to bring drones. However, the small civilian drones had very short flight times, only able to fly for half an hour. This made it nearly useless for monitoring Longtu Ridge. They needed to have people to guard it. After dinner, when it was completely dark, everyone set out from Zhao family gathering towards Xiao Peak. Originally, everyone didn't want Tan Zijiang to go, but the old man insisted on joining. In the end, they had no choice but to take him along. They first drove, then walked. Climbing Xiao Peak at night was much more difficult than during the day, and by the time they reached the peak, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. In the distance, Longtu Ridge was brightly lit, illuminating the entire construction site. Many people were busy at the site, setting up a platform in the central open area using steel pipes. What are those guys doing? Brother Ji asked, adjusting the knob on his binoculars. When his 4 subordinates arrived, Brother Ji had instructed them to buy a batch of binoculars, and now everyone had one, even though they were not military grade. However, they were sufficient for observing Longtu Ridge from a kilometer away. It looks like a sacrificial altar, Tan Zijiang murmured while observing with the binoculars. A sacrificial altar? Are these bastards up to something again? Zhao he was not fond of these people. Hearing they were doing something strange made him angry. Village Chief Zhao, these guys came to Longtu Ridge to cause trouble, so it wouldn't be surprising if they were making a sacrificial altar as well, Tan Zijiang said, putting down the binoculars and squinting in the direction of Longtu Ridge. That's true. Zhao he's continued to observe with the binoculars and fell silent. The actions of these people were quick. Before long, a platform about 10 meters long and wide was set up. Then people began to arrange tables on the platform. 3 or 4 long tables were quickly arranged in a row. More people lined up holding various items to place on the long tables. At this point, Zhao Beichen understood Tan Zijiang had not been wrong before, and this platform was indeed a sacrificial altar. Common offerings such as incense, wax, paper, candles, flowers, fruits, and pastries were present. Surprisingly, they even brought a sedan chair onto the platform. The sedan chair was essentially a small palanquin, but since these people were generally short, the sedan chair was also quite small. Visually, it looked similar to the cages used by the common folk in Longhua to carry pigs. However, this kind of cage was a symbol of status among these people. In the Edo period, the sedan chair was a symbol of privilege for the aristocracy. Ordinary folks not only had little opportunity to ride in one, but also viewed carrying a sedan chair for the nobility as a rare job. Seeing the sedan chair carefully placed in one corner of the sacrificial altar, Zhao Beichen shook his head. The more he learned about these people, the more he felt they should not exist in this world. After the sedan chair was placed, a group of men suddenly appeared, all wearing only a loincloth. They were covered in tattoos and were carrying a statue. Ghost Buddha. Before Zhao Beichen could clearly see what they were carrying, he heard Gu Changfeng's voice. Zhao Beichen quickly moved the binoculars up to finally see the statue's shape. Indeed, it was a statue of a Buddha, but this statue had its eyes wide open, grinning with a sinister smile, clearly not something good. This eerie Buddha statue was placed in the center of the sacrificial altar. Then a bald man in a black robe began to dance and sing on the altar. The other people were respectfully kneeling beneath the altar. Zhao Beichen recognized the bald man in the black robe. He remembered bumping into him in the waiting hall at Lingdu Airport. Leader, do you remember that guy who bumped into me at Lingdu Airport? Zhao Beichen walked over to Gu Changfeng and whispered, "Oh, it really is him," Gu Changfeng said, raising the binoculars to take a closer look. He also recognized the bald man. "What are they doing, leader?" Zhao Beichen looked at the jumping figure, completely at a loss. "They should be praying to their god, right? Aren't they followers of Amaterasu? The statue they brought up just now doesn't look like Amaterasu. It seems quite... It indeed doesn't look like it. It's a ghost Buddha, but there are many ghost Buddhas. I have no idea who these guys are worshipping." Gu Changfeng lazily put down the binoculars and found a place to sit down. "Leader, what should we do now?" "Just wait here." Zhao Beichen sat down next to Gu Changfeng. He occasionally waved his hand to chase away the mosquitoes around him. The weather was still quite warm, and there were many mosquitoes in the wild at night. He had already been bitten several times. "Let's wait a bit longer. I think Tan Lao is right. These guys are probably still preparing. They might not act until the Een month, Een day, and Een hour. Leader, that ghost Buddha seems quite sinister." "It is indeed eerie. It definitely doesn't look like a good thing." While the two were chatting, Gu Changfeng's phone rang. It turned out that the people sent from the bureau had already landed and were heading towards Honghua town. "Old Xiao, our people from the bureau are on their way from the airport to Honghua town. Shall we head back now?" After spending a day together, Gu Changfeng and Xiao Hui had become quite familiar, and their addresses had changed. "Alright, watching these guys jump around is boring anyway. Let's go." Xiao Hui instructed Brother Ji a few more things. Brother Ji picked two younger brothers to stay behind, and the rest descended from Xiao Jiao Peak. Arriving at Zhao family gathering, Brother Ji Xiao Jun and the other two subordinates stayed behind to replace the two who were guarding Xiao Jiao Peak. Gu Changfeng, Zhao Beichen, Xiao Hui, and Tanzi Zhang drove back to Honghua town. They were going to pick up the people sent from the bureau. The reception was still arranged at Brother Ji's villa. Since Brother Ji was unmarried and the villa had enough rooms, it was just right for hosting. Back at the villa, the group didn't waste any time and hurried to tidy up the living area. This time, quite a few people had been sent from the bureau. The journey from the airport to Honghua town was not short, and by the time the bureau's people arrived, it was already deep into the night. P.S. Dear friends, if you have time, please help by clicking to urge updates. This way the platform might give a little traffic. This book has always had little traffic. The author is purely writing for love, and life has been truly tough. Recently there have been family matters, so I have updated one less chapter, but I won't stop updating no matter how busy I get. Once I sort things out, I will add more updates. Thank you all. This time the bureau sent 4 people. Big brother Chow, little brother Chow, why have you both come? Zhao Beichen had been waiting at the villa's entrance, and as soon as the group got out of the car, he recognized the Chow brothers. Director Han personally ordered us to come and support you, Big brother Chow said with a hearty laugh as he gave Zhao Beichen a big hug. Then little brother Chow also gave Zhao Beichen a bear hug. Last time these two had dealt with a mountain spirit in the small park of Lingdu, but the entire fight was filmed and posted online. The video's spread was incredibly fast. By the time the Bureau's network management department planned to delete it, the video's reach had already become too vast to remove. Seeing that the public was about to panic due to the appearance of the monster, it was Zhao Beichen who came up with a plan, releasing many videos that blurred the lines between truth and fiction. By thoroughly misleading netizens, he eliminated the initial impact of the park video. Thus Zhao Beichen had helped the Chow brothers immensely, and from that time on they became friends. At this moment, the 2 members from the Feng Shui group sitting in the back of the car also got out. Gu Changfeng clearly knew these 2 well, and as soon as they got out of the car, the 3 began to converse. Leader, shall we go inside to talk? Seeing everyone chatting at the villa's entrance, Xiao Hui quietly interrupted the conversation. Yes, please come in. Standing at the entrance is quite inappropriate, Gu Changfeng said with a smile as he led everyone inside. The car driven by the Chow brothers was parked by Xiao Jun in the villa's parking lot. The supper had been prepared early, and everyone sat down at the dining table. Gu Changfeng introduced the 2 groups to each other. Through Gu Changfeng's introduction, Zhao Beichen learned that the 2 members from the Feng Shui group were no ordinary individuals. The slightly older man in his 50s was named Lai Shixiang, a direct descendant of the Lai family. The Lai family was a prestigious feng shui family, with their ancestor being the renowned Lai Bai, known as Lai the Diviner. The other man in his 40s was named Gong Shueshan. Although the Gong family was not as famous as the Lai family, they had their own unique insights into feng shui and were a well-regarded clan in the industry. Just after Gu Changfeng finished his introduction, Tan Zijiang stood up and addressed Lai Shixiang. Mr. Lai, do you know Lai Hongming? Lai Hongming is my fourth uncle. Does old Master Tan know my fourth uncle? Well, your fourth uncle is my junior apprentice brother, Tan Zijiang replied. Old Master Tan. Are you perhaps Tan Kadi? Old Master Tan. Lai Shixiang also stood up, looking at Tan Zijiang in surprise. Tan Kadi? Wasn't the old man called Tan Zijiang? Zhao Beichen looked at Tan Zijiang in confusion. I am Tan Kadi, but I've changed my name to Tan Zijiang now. Tan Zijiang spoke with a hint of resignation. Zhao Beichen understood that for over a decade old Master Tan had been avoiding enemies, so changing names was not surprising. Old Master Tan, I finally get to see you in person. You have no idea how often my fourth uncle mentions you in front of us juniors, praising you highly, and saying you rightfully deserve the title of the greatest feng shui master of our time. Your fourth uncle is being too modest. A decrepit old man like me is merely surviving. How can I deserve such a title? Tan Zijiang waved his hand, clearly not wanting to continue this topic. How is your fourth uncle doing now? I haven't seen him for nearly 20 years, Tan Zijiang sighed. He's doing well, but he often reminisces about the times he followed you in his youth to seek dragons in the mountains. Haha, it seems we are all getting old. Only the old reminisce about their youth. Not old, not old. I believe you can live to at least 200 years. Although Lai Shixiang was nearing 50, he still regarded Tan Zijiang as a senior. Well, may your words bring me good fortune and allow me to live to 200 years. Seeing an old friend brightened Tan Zijiang's mood, and he said with a smile. Nobody expected Tan Zijiang to have such a significant reputation in the feng shui world, nor that he and Lai Shixiang shared such deep connections. With this, the atmosphere at the dining table became lively. Everyone enjoyed the supper, although Qiao Huijigu and Xiao Jun ended up drinking too much again. Ordinary people have no chance against supernatural beings in a drinking contest. Even if you are born with a high tolerance, you have no odds. In the end, Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen had to carry the three drunkards into the bedroom. Tan Zijiang, however, had not drunk much. After all, he was older, and even if he wanted to drink, others would not let him indulge. At the dining table, Gu Changfeng and Tan Zijiang detailed the situation at long tushin. After listening, Lai Shixiang and Gong Shueshan felt the urgency of the situation. By the time they finished the supper, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. They still insisted on taking Gu Changfeng to Jiao Peak. After all, they were all supernatural beings, and not sleeping for 3 to 5 days was nothing to them. Gu Changfeng did not refuse. He drove with Lai Shixiang, Gong Shueshan, and the Chao brothers to Jiao Peak. Zhao Beichen stayed at home to protect Tan Zijiang. Given old Master Tan's reputation in the feng shui world, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Although old Master Tan himself did not say anything, everyone could guess that his enemies were certainly formidable. It was one thing not to know old Master Tan's identity before, but now that he did, it was necessary to provide some protection. Although Gu Changfeng viewed Zhao Beichen as only having initial level strength, he was still much better compared to Qiao Huijigu and the others. So he decided to keep Zhao Beichen behind. Zhao Beichen did not object. He did not want to go to Jiao Peak either, and besides, he wouldn't be able to discern anything there, which would be quite boring. It was better to stay at home and get a good sleep. Gu Changfeng's group was gone for quite a while, and when they returned, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Everyone's faces were not looking too good. Team leader, what happened? Is there a change at Long Tushin? Zhao Beichen served tea to everyone. Xiao Dongyang has started digging pits. Gu Changfeng took a sip of tea. Is it the Dragon Slayer formation? Tan Zijiang looked towards Lai Shixiang. Lai Shixiang nodded with a grim expression. During supper, Tan Zijiang had already shared his deductions with Lai Shixiang and Gong Shueshan. Tan Zijiang believed that Xiao Dongyang would use the Dragon Slayer formation to set up stakes to damage the dragon's lair, and Lai Shixiang had agreed with Tan Zijiang's view at that time. However, everyone thought there was still some time before the Een month, Een day, and Een hour, and Xiao Dongyang would not act so quickly. Little did they know he was already digging pits. Based on the current construction speed with the aid of machinery, digging foundations for 49 stakes would not take long. At most within a week, the foundations for these stakes would be completed. Once the foundations for the 49 Dragon Slayer formations were completed, their impact on the dragon's lair would become evident. The situation was more troublesome than previously anticipated. At Jiao Peak, Lai Shixiang had already reported the situation at Long Tushin to the bureau. The higher-ups were holding a closed-door meeting to discuss countermeasures. Xiao Dongyang was using a public strategy this time, conducting operations at Long Tushin in a legitimate manner. All their projects had the necessary permits, and the overall design plans had passed approval. In the location of the Dragon Slayer formation, Xiao Dongyang's overall design included a shopping plaza. How ridiculous is it that a villa district is planning to build a shopping plaza in such a desolate place like Long Tushin? Who would shop at a shopping plaza? Ghosts. Furthermore, the plaza's exterior resembled a round lock ring capable of tightly binding the Beigon dragon. If Zhao Dongyang succeeded, the Beigan dragon would be utterly incapacitated. It would be pinned down by 49 stakes, each 20 meters deep and 1 meter thick, and then locked by the enormous lock ring. No dragon could withstand that. The situation had been reported to the Bureau, and now there was nothing more that could be done. They could only wait for the Bureau's notification. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive. In the outskirts of Anqi City, the capital of Xixing Province, there stood an opulent villa. Huang Xia was soaking in the indoor hot spring attended to by two young and beautiful maidens who were helping him bathe. As the top leader of Xixing Province, Huang Xia's greatest desire now was to continue advancing. To most people, being a high-ranking official was already the pinnacle of success, but to Huang Xia this was merely a starting point. Currently, he held a ministerial position with real power, and further ascension could lead him to the role of viceroy. At just over 50, Huang Xia was in the prime of his life, and compared to wealth, power was far more enticing. This does not mean that Huang Xia viewed money as worthless, rather in comparison to power, money ranked second. Nevertheless, Huang Xia wanted both power and wealth, though only a child would make such a choice. Adults desire everything. This time the project for the villa at Longtu Ridge, initiated by Zhao Dongyang, was pushed forward by Huang Xia. He nodded. Who would dare oppose? Previously, the director of the Land and Resources Bureau had strongly opposed the project, stating that Longtu Ridge was a national nature reserve and could not be used for commercial development. Without hesitation, Huang Xia removed this director from his position. With this example set, no department dared to voice any objections. Anyone with eyes could see that Huang Xia was firmly supporting this, so even if there were doubts, no one dared to express them. Who would risk testing whether Huang Xia's knife was sharp enough? The previous one to test, that was the director of the Land Bureau, who was now under investigation by the disciplinary committee. His position was surely lost, and whether he would face consequences was uncertain. Thus, Zhao Dongyang's Longtu Ridge project was given the green light. From initiation to approval, it took less than half a month. This speed was truly a miracle in Xixing's history. They say one should return favors with kindness. Since Huang Xia had given his strong support, Zhao Dongyang was also willing to invest. Before the project was even approved, Huang Xia's overseas account had already received $50 million courtesy of Zhao Dongyang. Moreover, this was just the first installment. Another $50 million would follow upon completion. Not to mention the latter $50 million, the initial $50 million that had already been deposited when converted to Longwa currency amounted to approximately 5 million. 5 million may indeed be a substantial sum, but in Huang Xia's eyes, it was merely that. At his level, money was just a string of numbers. As a regional leader, would Huang Xia be short of money? He had more than 10 accounts overseas under his family's name, each containing at least 20 or 30 million. Therefore, to be honest, Huang Xia did not care much for Zhao Dongyang's 5 million. How could someone like Huang Xia, who rose to be the top leader of Xixing, have a mind filled with trivialities? Zhao Dongyang's villa in the remote wilderness surely had ulterior motives, yet Huang Xia was indifferent to such matters. What he cared about was progress, and Zhao Dongyang provided assistance in that regard. 3 elders from the Nagayama family came, and their arrival was to ensure Huang Xia's progress. The 3 elders from the Nagayama family spoke plainly. Given Huang Xia's fate, his political career had come to an end with no possibility of further advancement. When the eldest elder Nagayama Ichiro expressed this, Huang Xia wholeheartedly agreed. He was acutely aware of his current situation. In the eyes of the higher-ups, Huang Xia did not have any remarkable achievements, and his next step awaited him, a promotion to viceroy, followed by an idle position for retirement. From then on, he would be distanced from the center of power, signaling that his political career had reached its conclusion. Huang Xia was of course unwilling to accept this outcome, and he had exerted great effort to try to open up further possibilities through various connections. However, attempting to navigate the political landscape through such manipulations at a higher level was essentially futile. Consequently, Huang Xia was in a prolonged state of despondency. The longer one remains in a high position, the harder it is to relinquish power. Huang Xia had forgotten how to be an ordinary person, not to mention that sometimes in his dreams, when he envisioned himself retreating from the front lines, he would wake up in fright. Thinking of the lack of potential for progress left Huang Xia feeling unmotivated in all endeavors, even sinking into despair. It was only with the appearance of the Nagayama family elders that he glimpsed hope amidst his despair. Nagayama Ichiro told him that although his fate was not that of a sovereign, if he could successfully shape a dragon body, he would break through the constraints of his fate. If the fate was broken, then soaring high like a great rock would be merely a matter of time. Claiming the throne would just be a question of when. Nagayama Ichiro's proposal reignited hope in Huang Xia's life. However, he also mentioned that shaping a dragon body was no easy feat. It required the dragon chi from Longtu Ridge. To obtain the dragon chi, the dragon lair must be broken. Only then would the dragon chi that had accumulated over millennia be released. Once the dragon chi was released, Nagayama Ichiro assured that they had the means to gather it. Then they would shape a dragon body for Huang Xia. Initially, Huang Xia was somewhat skeptical of Nagayama Ichiro's claims. He did not care if the dragon lair at Longtu Ridge was destroyed, or what did that have to do with him? Compared to national fortune, Huang Xia cared more about his own destiny. As long as his fortune was good, even if the national fortune was poor, Huang Xia could accept it. He was doubtful of Nagayama Ichiro's ability to gather dragon chi and shape a dragon body for him. If he was all talk and no skill, wouldn't the dragon chi be wasted? Huang Xia was ambitious, claiming the throne was his ultimate goal. He had previously been unaware of this path, but now that he knew, what if Xiao Dongyang turned out to be incompetent? Wouldn't that ruin his grand plans? Huang Xia had even instructed those around him to start seeking feng shui masters. However, Nagayama Ichiro's displayed abilities alleviated Huang Xia's previous concerns. This was Huang Xia's third day at the villa. Over these 3 days, Nagayama Ichiro had performed several rites for him. After each rite, Huang Xia distinctly felt a few years younger. After 3 days of rites, Huang Xia felt that he had at least regained 20 years of youth. He was now full of vitality, stronger than ever. The Nagayama family had sent numerous Danyang women, but none could match Huang Xia's prowess. Each one was promptly subdued by him. Huang Xia was astonished by his own strength. The 2 Danyang women currently attending him in the bath were already the 3rd batch of the day. Huang Xia felt that he was becoming increasingly formidable, with each encounter frighteningly strong. He was very satisfied. What was he seeking as he advanced in his political career and grasped power? Wasn't it for more money and more women? If not for these, was it to serve the people? Haha, how naive. Previously, he had sent his secretary Su Fengming to inspect the site, and the progress of the Longtu Ridge project was going smoothly. According to Zhang Ri-yin and the project supervisor, they would soon break the dragon lair and release the dragon chi. Once the lair was breached, the dragon chi would be unleashed. Then the elders of the Nagayama family could immediately gather the dragon chi to shape a dragon body for Huang Xia. Imagining that he would soon be endowed with dragon chi, Huang Xia's mood brightened, and a flame of desire ignited within him. He reached out and grabbed one of the women's soft hands, pulling her into his embrace with force. The warmth and fragrance enveloped him, making Huang Xia feel rejuvenated. In an instant, the hot springs splashed water everywhere, a tempest of passion igniting in the room. Zhao Beichen felt quite frustrated, and others were not much better off. The Bureau had already relayed news that they agreed with the unanimous judgment from the people of Honghua Town that Zai Donjiang was sabotaging Bagan law. However, given the current situation, there was not much the Bureau could do. According to their investigation, the ultimate protector of the Zai Donjiang Long Taoling's villa project was Huang Xia, the top leader of Xixing. With Huang Xia's intervention, even if the 749 Bureau's headquarters in Yanjing wanted to halt Zai Donjiang's project, it would be impossible. The headquarters attached great importance to the situation at Long Taoling's and had already reported it to higher-ups. However, waiting for the higher-ups' instructions would take time. Therefore, not only could Zhao Beichen and the others do nothing, but even the Bureau was powerless. They had only dispatched another group of people as backup. The latest order Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng received was simply to wait. In fact, the order was not even meant for Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng. As a cleaning team, they didn't even have the qualification to intervene. The order was for the Chao brothers Lai Shixiang and Gong Xueshan. Fortunately, the Bureau approved Gu Changfeng's request for an extended leave, allowing him and Zhao Beichen to stay. What is this about? Protecting Zai Donjiang while digging up our own dragon vein? This is ridiculous. Big Chao complained. Exactly, this is truly a bizarre phenomenon, utterly absurd. Little Chao echoed. Sai, back in the day, several of my senior brothers died in battle to stop Zai Donjiang from destroying the dragon cave. If they knew about the current situation up there, they would probably be turning in their graves. Tan Zijiang said gloomily, his gaze unfocused, as if he was recalling something. Yes, Tan Lao, my fourth uncle, often told me stories about the war when I was young. You chased after Zai Donjiang's feng shui team, running around the mountains for 2 whole years. Moreover, in the end, you made tremendous sacrifices to protect Long Taoling's. Lai Shixiang poured tea for Tan Lao. A hero fights for the country and the people. Huang Xia has wasted that title. Tan Zijiang sighed, not responding to Lai Shixiang's words, clearly not wanting to dwell on the past. Why don't I go find that old rascal Huang Xia and give him a good lesson? Little Chao said. Brother Little Chao, that absolutely cannot be done. No matter how you put it, Huang Xia is still a significant official, and mishandling this could lead to serious consequences. Lai Shixiang was startled by Little Chao's words and quickly interrupted. Master Lai, I naturally understand this, so don't take it too seriously. Little Chao shook his head helplessly. Right now we can't do anything, but it's really too frustrating. The others remained silent, each feeling the weight in their hearts. After a while, Zhao Beichen spoke up. How about we dig a road? Dig a road? Beichen, what are you thinking? Lai Shixiang looked at Zhao Beichen, puzzled. Last time we went to Zayajakin, the village chief, Zhao Detai, said his son Zhao Rabao had contracted the transportation of some construction materials for Zai Donjiang. Even if Zhao Rabao withdrew, Zai Donjiang could easily find other transportation teams. If we dig a road, wouldn't that hinder their supply of materials? Zhao Beichen explained. If the road is damaged, no matter what kind of convoy you have, if they can't pass, they won't be able to deliver materials. This way we could delay their progress, right? But right now Zai Donjiang is digging the foundation. They don't need much construction material, so digging a road doesn't have much significance. Big Chao shook his head. Brother Big Chao, what if their machinery breaks down? What if they run out of diesel? Do they need to transport new machines? Do they need to replenish diesel? After all, without fuel those construction machines would just be piles of scrap iron. Without machinery, how long would they have to rely on manpower to dig? Zhao Beichen smiled. Are you suggesting that we sneak in and sabotage their construction machines and set their diesel on fire? Big Chao's eyes lit up. Yes, that's pretty much the idea. Not just construction machines and diesel, but also the rice, flour, oil, and water they need for daily living. In short, we'll sabotage everything we can and delay their project. Let's see who can outlast whom. Zhao Beichen took a sip of tea. Back then, didn't the guerrilla teams behind enemy lines do just that? The Japanese built the guerrillas destroyed. You just finished repairing the railway, and I'll immediately move your steel rails and sleepers. As long as you dare to repair, I dare to move. Let's see who can outlast whom. The facts have already proven that construction is always slower than destruction. Now Zhao Beichen felt the same method could also be applied to Zidongjiang. Aren't you wealthy? Let's see if your money can allow you to smoothly destroy the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Kingdom. After Zhao Beichen finished sharing his thoughts, everyone fell silent, lost in contemplation. After a while, Gu Changfeng spoke up. I think Beichen's suggestion is worth trying. It's not too troublesome, and we have enough manpower right now. It's better than just sitting here. I also think it's worth a shot. Besides us here, no one knows that these acts of sabotage are being carried out by us. Even if Zidongjiang looks for someone, he wouldn't find us, right? Little Chao could hardly wait and wanted to start acting immediately. Alright, I'll take care of the digging. I'll contact Zhao Decisive. That old rascal is clever and will handle things brilliant. Xiao Hui said. As for sabotaging the construction machinery, my brother and I will take care of that. Big Chao patted his chest. I guarantee that starting from now, not a single construction machine will be able to move for the Japanese. Brother-in-law, you ask Village Chief Zhao if there are enough people to dig the road. If not, I can quickly send some of my younger brothers. Jiga looked at Xiao Hui. He still had dozens of younger brothers under him. While they couldn't handle complex tasks, they were more than capable of putting in the effort to dig a road. Alright, I'll discuss it with old Zhao right away. After finishing, Xiao Hui didn't delay and went aside to call Zhao Decisive. Previously, whether it was Xiao Hui or Jiga, they had only been thinking of reaping some benefits from Tanzijiang. They wanted Tan Lao to guide them in feng shui, helping them to become wealthy or get promoted. However, after seeing the current state of Longtaolings, both of them had unknowingly changed their original intentions. What they were doing now was not for personal gain, but for the nation's fortune. As part of the Dragon Kingdom, they could not stand by and watch Zidongjiang wreak havoc while doing nothing. Whenever they could be useful, both of them would not hesitate. On the phone, Zhao Decisive agreed to the road digging, but mentioned they were indeed a bit short on manpower. After all, most of the young people in the village had left, and what remained were mainly the elderly, the weak, and women and children. However, Jigu agreed to bring 40 brothers over, and Zhao Decisive felt there was no problem. To avoid being too conspicuous, Jigu divided his 40 younger brothers into several groups, and sent them to Zhejiang. Zhao Decisive arranged the logistics in advance, and as soon as the people arrived, they would start digging the road. Zhao Beichen, Gu Changfeng, the Chao brothers, Lai Shixiang, Gong Shueshan, Tenzijiang, and Xiao Hui would split into 3 cars and head to Zhejiang in advance. Jigu and Xiao Jun would arrange the dozens of brothers behind. After everything was set, they would split up and finally gather at Zhejiang. By the time they arrived at Zhao family gathering, the sky had already darkened. Zhao Detzi was reliable and had arranged for dinner to be prepared. Although Brother Ji and his companions had yet to arrive, everyone didn't wait and decided to eat quickly to get back to work. The construction team of Little Donyang only started working at night, meaning that Dragon Head Ridge was actually the busiest at night. It would still be somewhat challenging to cause trouble at the construction site during this time. At Xiaojiao Peak, Zhao Beichen had seen that bald man. When he was in the airport waiting hall, Gu Changfeng had mentioned that this guy was Clevel, but it was unclear which particular realm of Clevel he belonged to. Gu Changfeng himself was at the initial stage of Clevel, while De Chao was at the later stage of Clevel, and Xiao Chao was almost at the middle stage of Clevel. Lai Shixiang and Gong Shueshan were only proficient in feng shui, lacking in combat power. Although both of them were not young anymore, their realm was only at the middle stage of level, similar to Zhao Beichen. However, Zhao Beichen's realm was concealed. To everyone else, he appeared to be merely at the initial stage of a level. Thus, the primary destruction mission was carried out by Gu Changfeng and the 2 Chao brothers. Lai Shixiang and Gong Shueshan assisted Zhao Detzi in digging the road. Tan Zijiang was older and rested at home during the night. Zhao Beichen had initially been arranged to dig the road, but after persistent persuasion, Gu Changfeng reluctantly agreed to bring him to the construction site. However, Gu Changfeng had informed Zhao Beichen in advance that he could only assist outside the construction site, and Zhao Beichen did not oppose this. Although he couldn't enter the construction site, assisting from outside didn't mean Zhao Beichen had no intention of sitting idly by during this destruction mission. With so many Little Donyang members presenting themselves, it would be a disservice to their enthusiasm if he didn't take down a few. Taking down a few didn't mean he had to kill them, especially since they were on Dragon Country's territory. If he really killed someone, Zhao Beichen wouldn't have a good explanation. However, inflicting suffering on someone didn't necessarily mean killing them. If Zhao Beichen wanted to make someone suffer, he had plenty of methods, and he could ensure that no one would notice. After dinner, Zhao Beichen, Gu Changfeng, and the two Chow brothers, a total of 4 people, headed towards Dragon Head Ridge. Dragon Head Ridge was already over 10 kilometers away from Zhao family gathering. To avoid alerting little Dongyang, they didn't drive. For those with abilities, 10 kilometers was just a matter of 10 minutes. By the time they left Zhao family gathering, the sky was completely dark. When they reached the vicinity of Dragon Head Ridge, it was pitch black, and one couldn't see their own hand in front of them. There was no moon tonight, making it indeed a good time for action. Little Dongyang had occupied a large piece of land at Dragon Head Ridge. Although the construction team was working at night, they were only in a very small area. In other areas, it was dark and deserted with no signs of people. Little Dongyang was very cautious, surrounding the entire construction site with barriers. The Tumterhide barriers prevented anyone outside from seeing inside. The Chow led the way, circling around the barriers and finally stopping at a pitch-black spot. Zhao Beichen had already sensed it with his divine sense. Within an 800-meter radius around them, there was not a single person. "Old Gu, let's go in from here," the Chow said to Gu Changfeng, looking at the barrier in front of them. "All right, there's no one here. After we get in, we'll scatter. It'll handle little Dongyang's kitchen. If I leave them a single grain of rice today, I won't call myself Gu Changfeng." "Haha, old Gu, I didn't expect you to be this ruthless." "Well, it depends on who it is. For little Dongyang, isn't this kind of operation normal?" "That's true, but your personal space is a bit small. How about this, let Xiao Chao team up with you. Together you two will have a decent amount of space, and you can clean out little Dongyang's kitchen. What do you think?" the Chow asked. "That works, best case scenario." Gu Changfeng nodded. The quantum space for the cleaning team was only 2 cubic meters, while the action team had 5 cubic meters, significantly larger than the cleaning teams. Now with Xiao Chao, they had a total of 7 cubic meters of personal space, which should be sufficient to clear out little Dongyang's kitchen. "Beichen, just stay outside and don't run around. If something happens, contact me via the communicator." After Gu Changfeng finished speaking, he took out a headset and a throat microphone from his space. This set of equipment had been used by Zhao Beichen during the operation against the Nautilus. This throat microphone attaches directly to the throat, allowing one to speak softly or even convert throat vibrations into electrical signals and transmit them without making any sound. It was indeed very convenient not to have to hold a walkie-talkie. Not only Zhao Beichen wore the communication equipment, but the two Chow brothers and Gu Changfeng also did. They conducted a test, and the communication quality was excellent. All instructions had been given and all preparations had been made. The Chow took the lead and lightly jumped over the barrier. Such things were manageable for ordinary people, but completely inadequate against those with abilities. The Chow's task was to sabotage the construction machinery. The Little Dongyang construction team was currently working, making the destruction of machinery a tricky task, so the Chow kept an eye out for opportunities. If there was an opportunity, he would act. If not, he would wait until daytime to figure it out. As for Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao, their job was to deal with the kitchen and see if they could also waste little Dongyang's fuel. After jumping over the barrier, the three split into 2 groups and dispersed. People are like iron and food is steel. Regardless of what they manage, they all need to eat. They would clean out the kitchen and see what little Dongyang ate. Soon both groups found their targets and quietly made their way over. The kitchen was located in the southeast corner of the construction site and was a temporary structure made of colored steel plates. Although it was temporary, its area was not small. After all, little Dongyang's construction team had over 3,000 members, and cooking for 3,000 people was no simple task. The kitchen stored a substantial amount of rice flour and oil. For over 3,000 people, the rice consumption per meal alone would reach several thousand pounds. Additionally, there were countless vegetables, so a small kitchen truly wouldn't suffice. When Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao sneaked near the kitchen, there were about 20 to 30 people busy inside. Little Dongyang had just finished dinner not long ago, but since they slept during the day and worked at night, a normal dinner for them was equivalent to breakfast. Around midnight was their lunch. The kitchen staff were currently cleaning up, and in 2 to 3 hours they would begin preparing for their midnight lunch. Having cleaned up now, they still had about 2 hours to rest. Therefore, the 20 to 30 individuals worked quickly. Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao hid in the shadows outside the kitchen. They weren't in a hurry. Once the staff left, the kitchen would be theirs to control. After about 10 minutes, the kitchen staff gradually left the kitchen. They had gotten up too early and were now heading back to their dorms to catch up on sleep. Once everyone had left, Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao slipped into the kitchen. P.S. Yesterday we had a heavy rain with strong winds and torrential downpours. Even during the day, it was pitch black, resembling a film apocalypse. Luckily, after about 2 hours it lightened up, but it was truly frightening. I saw on the news that another place has suffered from flooding. Having favorable weather really isn't easy. I hope that there are no casualties in the affected areas. The construction team at Zhaidanjiang Longtouting has about 3,000 workers, and the daily consumption of food and drink for such a large number is not a trivial matter. Longtouting is located in a remote area, with the nearest place for bulk procurement of supplies being Hongwaji. Perishables like vegetables and meat can be purchased daily by the logistics staff of the construction team at Hongwaji. However, items such as rice flour and oil are bought in bulk and only replenished after consumption, which is why there is a considerable stock of rice flour and oil in the kitchen storage. When Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao sneaked into the storage, they were greeted by a pile of supplies. Without wasting time, they grabbed the rice flour and oil and placed them into their spatial storage. Xiao Chao's quantum space can hold 5 cubic meters, while Gu Changfeng's can hold 2 cubic meters, totaling 7 cubic meters, which barely contained all the ingredients. As for the cooking oil that they couldn't carry away, the two were not polite and dumped it all on the ground. Various condiments were also soaked in water with a focus on complete destruction. They also opened the valves of the gas canisters used for cooking, filling the kitchen with the smell of liquefied gas. Gu Changfeng thoughtfully opened the windows and doors. They were there to cause destruction, not an explosion. In just 10 minutes, the entire kitchen was in disarray. Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao exchanged satisfied glances before slipping out of the kitchen. The next target was the oil storage warehouse at Zaidanjiang. The oil warehouse was not hard to find. It was located on the western side of the construction site. Unlike the kitchen, it was somewhat difficult to access the oil warehouse as there were 2 workers present. However, these 2 were not guarding the oil, but were instead refueling the construction machinery. Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao hid in the shadows, observing the busy little Danyang workers at the oil depot. Leader Gu, why not just blow it up directly? That won't do. It's not like the old days when the little devils would blow things up or chop down trees at will. This is a time of peace. So what should we do? It looks like these little devils won't leave anytime soon. Xiao Chao murmured as he watched the incoming and outgoing construction machinery. Let's wait a bit longer and think of another way. The kitchen won't hold out for long. Once the little devils go to cook, they'll discover that someone has been there, so we need to come up with a plan quickly. Gu Changfeng did not reply, but instead gazed at the oil storage, pondering various strategies in his mind. Outside the fence, Zhao Beichen circled around the perimeter after Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao entered. Zhao Beichen was not wandering aimlessly within a range of over 400 meters. He was aware of everything. He arrived at the spot where the dragon's den was being excavated, separated only by an iron fence. The little Danyang workers inside could not see Zhao Beichen, and he could not see them either. However, it didn't matter. Zhao Beichen had spiritual perception, so he was well aware of the situation inside. The dragon-slaying formation required 49 dragon-slaying nails, and the little Danyang workers were currently drilling deep wells at these 49 locations. In Zhao Beichen's perception, there were 7 drilling teams operating simultaneously. Little Danyang was truly investing heavily this time, deploying 7 drilling teams at once. At their current pace, it wouldn't take a week to complete the 49 deep wells. The rotary drilling rigs which Zhao Beichen had seen online could achieve a drilling diameter of 2 meters, more than sufficient for creating the dragon-slaying nail foundations. Thus it was imperative not to let little Danyang carry on unchecked. Without hesitation, he directed the spiritual stab to strike at the drilling personnel's spiritual essence, which determined a person's intelligence level. Zhao Beichen did not intend to eliminate these little Danyang workers, but rather to render them foolish or mentally impaired. If their intelligence were to drop below 0, he would see how they could operate the machinery. To achieve his goal, Zhao Beichen controlled the strength of the spiritual stab, aiming not to extinguish the other party's spiritual essence, but to significantly weaken it. In the darkness, the spiritual stab silently flew towards the driver of the first drilling team's machinery. These construction workers from Little Danyang were ordinary people. They could hardly withstand Zhao Beichen's spiritual stab. Thus the driver's spiritual essence dimmed immediately. What was once bright and vivid turned into the size of a yellow bean after being struck by the spiritual stab. After the attack, the driver merely paused for a moment before becoming dazed in the driver's seat. Watanabe, why have you stopped? Someone below the rotary drilling rig shouted to the driver. Watanabe Junichiro. I don't know how to operate the machine anymore. Watanabe Junichiro stuttered. What? Watanabe, have you lost your mind? The person jumped onto the rotary drilling rig, poking his head into the driver's seat and hitting Watanabe Junichiro on the head. Captain, I really can't do it, Watanabe Junichiro said, rubbing his head. You brat, stop joking around. Hurry up. They're pressing us for results. If we don't get those deep wells drilled, everyone will be in trouble. The captain gave Watanabe Junichiro a few more hits, annoyed. Captain, please stop. I really can't. Watanabe Junichiro cried out, desperately shouting at the captain. Seeing Watanabe Junichiro state, the captain was startled. His expression was not one of joking. Watanabe, no, I suddenly just can't operate the machine anymore. Watanabe Junichiro replied in confusion. Are you sick? Go check the infirmary. He'll have Yamada come in for you. The captain said before jumping down from the rotary drilling rig and waving at someone in the crowd. Professional machinery like the rotary drilling rig cannot be operated by just anyone. It requires trained personnel. Yamada can go take over for Watanabe. He might be sick. When Yamada arrived, the captain pointed at the driver's seat and urged him to get in quickly. Yamada nodded and climbed into the driver's seat, replacing Watanabe Junichiro. Soon the rotary drilling rig roared back to life. Little devils, do you think you can work without my permission? Sensing that the driver had been replaced, Zhao Beichen's new spiritual stab silently launched again. The target remained the spiritual essence. Unsurprisingly, Yamada's spiritual essence weakened immediately, just like Watanabe Junichiro's. The rotary drilling rig came to a halt immediately. Yamada-kun, what's going on? Keep going, we are pressed for time. The captain shouted up at Yamada in the driver's seat. Captain, I don't know how to operate the machine. What? Captain's eyes widened in disbelief at Yamada's words. Yamada, this is the direction lever, and this is the power knob. Do you remember how to use them? The captain pointed at the control panel in the driver's seat, asking Yamada. Captain, I don't remember. Yamada said with a bitter face. What? The captain gasped, realizing something was wrong. The captain had known that the project here was challenging ever since they were dispatched from the homeland. The construction team members had been saying that this place known as Long Touting was the ancestral dragon of the Long Kingdom. Now drilling holes and causing destruction on their ancestral dragon had left many construction workers fearing retribution, making them anxious. To address this, Chairman Nagari Ikemen had even arranged a ritual for everyone to feel at ease. However, what happened to Watanabe Junichiro and Yamada proved that they were indeed facing retribution from the ancestral dragon, leaving the captain feeling nervous. There are still 6 teams left. Zhao Beichen sensed that the nearest drilling team had already stopped work, shifting their focus to the second one. There was nothing extravagant about the spiritual soul-piercing, it was simply plain and unadorned. Soon the second drilling team met the same fate as the first. 2 rotary drilling machine operators, Sheng Ling, were attacked and completely lost their ability to operate the machinery. They not only did not know how to operate the machines, but their entire intelligence level regressed to that of 7 or 8-year-olds. Perhaps I should just be a happy child, Zhao Beichen thought to himself. By the time Changri arrived at the first drilling team site, Zhao Beichen had already halted 5 drilling teams. Realizing something was amiss, Changri halted the last 2 teams himself. As a result, all 7 drilling teams ceased operations. The entire construction site became chaotic. This turmoil caught the attention of 2 small Easterners from the fuel depot, who left the depot to see what had happened. Curiosity is a universal human trait. Everyone enjoys a spectacle, and these 2 small Easterners were no exception. Team leader Gu, the Little Devils have left. Seeing the 2 small Easterners leave the fuel depot, Xiao Chao's eyes lit up. Let's go, this is a good opportunity. Gu Changfeng glanced at the distant construction site, now surrounded by many people. Earlier, De Chao mentioned he would be responsible for sabotaging the machinery. Could it be that he succeeded? Gu Changfeng thought, not slowing his pace. He ran a few steps with Xiao Chao into the fuel depot. Inside the fuel depot were 2 large fuel tankers and some barrels of oil. Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao's quantum space was filled with ingredients, making it impossible to take any fuel. Since they couldn't take it, they had to let it go. Thus, the 2 opened the oil tanker's discharge valves, and the diesel poured out onto the ground in a torrent. Fortunately, the fuel depot contained only diesel, which has a flash point of 80,120 degrees. Even if this diesel spilled on the ground, it wouldn't ignite with an ordinary flame. If it were gasoline, it would be much trickier. Pouring it on the ground would immediately turn the area into a sea of flames with just a single cigarette, but the small barrels contained diesel too. Gu Changfeng opened the lids of each barrel, and Xiao Chao kicked them over. The diesel flowed everywhere in no time. Watching the diesel flow everywhere, Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao were very satisfied. This was the effect they wanted. Without fuel, what use are your machines? Want to transport oil again? Sure, but first they must get past Zhao Deji. After finishing with the fuel depot, Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao withdrew and found a secluded spot to hide. De Chao, we've handled our side. How's it going on yours? Gu Changfeng called De Chao through the throat communication. Old Gu, I'm busy right now. I will talk to you later. De Chao replied hastily, then fell silent. De Chao was indeed quite busy taking advantage of the chaos at the construction site to sabotage the machinery. De Chao's approach was crude but direct. He simply added some materials to the engines of the construction machinery. Before setting off from Zhao's family village, De Chao had made a trip to the supermarket and bought a large quantity of sugar. That's right, sugar. Currently, De Chao was wearing a construction outfit of unknown origin and a helmet. He was going around adding sugar to the engines of the small Easterners' machinery. You all like to flaunt and Longwo, right? This time let's see how you enjoy it. De Chao muttered to himself, his hands never slowing down as he poured bag after bag of sugar into the engines. With the addition of sugar, a major repair of the engines was inevitable, and even if they were repaired, it was uncertain whether they would work properly. De Chao felt a bit dissatisfied with himself for not buying any urea. He had heard that combining sugar and urea was a perfect match. Not being able to give the small Easterners the full treatment this time left De Chao feeling rather regretful. I must say De Chao is quite reliable. Besides the construction machinery, he didn't spare any of the small vehicles. He added sugar to everything he could see. Some vehicles not only had sugar added to their engines, but also had some poured into the fuel tanks. Once he had finished with all the vehicles, De Chao slowly exited the construction site. The 4 of them met a couple of kilometers away from the construction site in a small grove. Bro, did you get it done? As De Chao approached, Xiao Chao greeted him. Of course, when has your brother ever missed? This time the little devils won't know what hit them. De Chao laughed, patting Xiao Chao on the shoulder. What about you guys? The little devils won't have a meal. Next time, everything that could be packed was packed, and what couldn't be packed was dealt with. Additionally, Xiao Chao and I poured out all the diesel in the fuel depot, leaving the little devils without a means to refuel. Good job. As long as the little devils dare to buy well, come back next time. Let's see if they can buy fast, or if we can pack fast. Chao was quite pleased with his brother's actions. Bro, if it weren't for you causing a ruckus over there at the construction site, Xiao, and I wouldn't have been able to act in the fuel depot. What? Was the chaos over at the construction site caused by you and team leader Gu? By this time, Chao had already approached, looking at Xiao and then at Gu Changfeng. No, it wasn't you either. Then that's strange. Why did the little devils start a ruckus? Gu Changfeng looked at Chao in confusion. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. The more chaotic it gets for the little devils, the better. I hope they get even more chaotic. Chao said casually. Gu Changfeng thought for a moment and felt Chao's reasoning made sense, so he decided not to pursue the matter any further. Zhao Beichen, listening to their conversation from the side, felt a bit anxious. He certainly didn't want anyone discovering his secret. Fortunately, no one was interested in why the small Easterners were in chaos, so he could finally relax. Tonight's operation was very successful. Let's go back now and see how Zhao village chief and the others are doing with the road excavation. Gu Changfeng suggested. The other three nodded in agreement and walked towards Zhao family village. The closer they got to Zhao family village, the more difficult the road became. There were large potholes everywhere, and even large trucks couldn't do anything about them. Fortunately, Zhao Beichen and the others had previously walked from Zhao family village to Longtaolings. If they had driven, they would have had to carry the vehicle back. Though the road had many potholes, Zhao Beichen knew that this wouldn't hinder the small Easterners for long. After all, they had thousands of construction workers, and it wouldn't take long to fill these holes. For now, they could only manage to delay them as much as possible. Upon returning to Zhao family village, they only saw Ten Zijiang. The others were nowhere to be found. Old Master Ten explained that they learned that Xiao Hui, Zhao Deji, and Brother Ji were outside the village digging the road. They first dug the road from Longtaolings towards Zhao family village. Now they were digging towards Honghua town. Xiao Hu's intention was to dig as much as possible while there was still time. No one knew what would happen next. It is said that the righteous often come from the ranks of the butcher's apprentices, while the treacherous are usually educated people. Xiao Hui and Zhao Deji could only be considered very grassroots officials, while Brother Ji and his underlings were merely ordinary citizens. However, in the face of major issues, they all knew how to discern right from wrong. They understood what could be done and what couldn't. Compared to the likes of Huangxia, they were far better. These obscure little figures are the true heroes. Late at night, Daoist Xuanji was wandering around Honghua town. He had just rushed over from the airport, and by the time he arrived at Honghua town, it was already evening. It was clearly not appropriate to go to Longtu Ridge at night, not because it was late, but mainly because there were no vehicles. Xuanji planned to find a place to stay first and wait until dawn to find a car. Xuanji. Neo busy. Xuanji heard someone calling his name, and when he turned around, he saw Huiming running towards him with a backpack. Bald donkey, why are you here? As Huiming got closer, Xuanji looked at him in surprise. In Lingdu Ghost City, Xuanji had worked with his fellow disciples and Huiming to deal with the cat again, and then they each returned to their own sect. Both parties were quite happy with that collaboration, and after returning, Xuanji and Huiming occasionally kept in touch, but they didn't expect to run into each other in Honghua town. Since they were familiar with each other, they casually called each other Neo Busy and Bald Donkey. I haven't asked you yet, how did you end up here? Huiming first joined his hands in a gesture of greeting to Xuanji, then asked. Although he called Xuanji Neo Busy, he still maintained the necessary etiquette. I sensed the aura of dragon resentment earlier, and after casting a divination, I found out that something was wrong with the ancestral dragon. My master sent me here. What about you? I am here for a similar reason. My master sent me here too. What are your plans now? It's too late. I just arrived in Honghua town. How about we find a place to stay first? Huiming suggested. Yes, I just arrived not long ago, and was looking for a place to stay when I ran into you. Let's go, I know there's a hotel up ahead. I am here for a similar reason. My master sent me here too. What are your plans now? It's too late. I just arrived in Honghua town. How about we find a place to stay? There are many monks and Taoists running around these days, but the combination of a monk and a Taoist is rather rare. This piqued the curiosity of the young lady at the front desk, who bombarded them with questions. Through chatting with the young lady, Xuanji learned quite a bit about the situation at Longtu Ridge. Once they entered the room and Xuanji set down his luggage, Huiming spoke up. From what the front desk lady said, the situation at Longtu Ridge isn't looking good. The young lady told them earlier that construction was underway at Longtu Ridge, and they were planning to build a vacation villa area. No wonder there's such great resentment. It turns out the dragon's lair at Longtu Ridge is being affected. As Xuanji spoke, he started boiling water with an electric kettle. Neo Busy, the front desk lady, said the project is from Little Danyang. Could it be that Little Danyang wants to disturb our dragon's lair? What's so strange about that? Little Danyang has been coveting us for quite some time now. It's not surprising that they would do something despicable. Xuanji took out a packet of tea leaves and 2 cups from his backpack, and when the hot water was ready, he brewed 2 cups of tea. Try it, it's the Mingxian tea I personally picked. Xuanji lifted a cup and placed it in front of Huiming. Neo Busy, you know that our Buddhist sect is not adept at feng shui and geomancy. Can you explain what's going on at Longtu Ridge? Huiming lifted the teacup and sniffed it. Longtu Ridge is the lair of the Bagon dragon, you know that, right? I know, my master mentioned it before I came. Huiming nodded. Currently, the Bagon Dragon governs the nation's fate, while the Dragon's Lair at Longtu Ridge governs the Bagon Dragon. If the Dragon's Lair is damaged, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be. So you mean that little Dongyang actually intends to disrupt our national fortune? Huiming asked in surprise. Yes, hasn't little Dongyang been engaging in such vile acts all along? Otherwise, how would spirits and Katagan appear in Lingdu? Xuanji raised his teacup, took a small sip, and looked ecstatic. These bastards really forget the pain after a beating. Huiming declared fiercely. Bald donkey, try not to get too worked up. Seeing Huiming getting angry, Xuanji comforted him. How can I not be angry? We've been robbed. Huiming hadn't finished when he was interrupted by Xuanji. Aren't we here now? Since you and I are here, it means that others will also come. They won't just sit by and watch the Dragon's Lair get destroyed. Don't worry, little Dongyang can't stir up any trouble. They couldn't before, and they won't now. Meanwhile, while Xuanji and Huiming were chatting in the room, a small team of 6 led by Deputy Director Han Qingsong from Bureau 749 also arrived at Honghua Town. However, this small team did not stop, but continued driving towards Zhao. After receiving a report from Gu Chongfeng, Han Qingsong did not dare to delay and quickly reported the situation at Longtu Ridge to the director. Several senior officials in the bureau held a meeting, and after the meeting reported the situation to the headquarters of 749 in Yinjing, then sent the Chao brothers and the geomancy groups Lai Shixiang and Gong Shueshan to investigate Longtu Ridge. Lai Shixiang and Gong Shueshan had already reported the current situation at Longtu Ridge to the bureau, and it was not optimistic. If there was no action, Han Qingsong couldn't sit still any longer and personally brought people over. The road from Honghua Town to Zhao is a national road, and after completing that stretch of road, it turns into the rural road is paved with cement, and it was quite good at first. After a while, they saw a group of people wearing headlamps and holding flashlights busily working on the road at night. As the car approached, Han Qingsong realized that these people were actually digging up the road. Digging up the road at night. What's going on? The car stopped in front of the crowd, and Han Qingsong got out. Director Han. As soon as Han Qingsong got out of the car, he heard someone calling him. Following the voice, he saw Lai Shixiang from the geomancy group running towards him. Director Han, thank you for your hard work. Lai Shixiang knew that Han Qingsong would come, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Are you all digging the road? Yes, little Dongyang has already started digging the foundation piles. Digging the road is meant to slow down their construction progress. Lai Shixiang reiterated what Gu Chongfeng and the Chao brothers were doing to sabotage the construction. However, he was responsible for digging the road, so he hadn't seen Gu Chongfeng and the others, and didn't know if they had succeeded in sabotaging the construction site. Tell everyone to stop digging. It's of little use. First, take me to the village. The Yinjing headquarters had discovered that the top figure in the West Province was the person behind little Dongyang. With such a big shot backing them, these interrupted roads would soon be restored. So digging the road was really of little significance, which is why Han Qingsong ordered everyone to stop working. Although Lai Shixiang didn't know what Han Qingsong was thinking, since the director said not to dig, they wouldn't dig. He then informed everyone of the suspension of work and called Xiao Hui and Zhao Deji to take Han Qingsong back to Zhao. At this moment in Zhao, Zhao Beichen was busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. Gu Chongfeng and Xiao Chao had brought a large amount of ingredients in their quantum space, and Zhao Beichen was now making supper for everyone. Digging roads is a labor-intensive job, so how could they do without food? Due to the large number of people, Zhao Beichen didn't prepare multiple dishes, but made a few large pots of stew and steamed several pots of rice. Just as he finished preparing, he heard the sound of everyone returning. As Zhao Beichen emerged from the kitchen with a dish, Han Qingsong and his group entered the door. Oh, Zhao, are you making a midnight snack? Han Qingsong spotted Zhao Beichen carrying a large basin of food. Director Han, what brings you here? In preparing a midnight snack for everyone, they've all worked hard. While speaking, Zhao Beichen distributed the food onto the table. Fortunately, the yard of Zhao Dezi's house was quite spacious, otherwise all these people wouldn't have fit tonight. Road construction is physically demanding, you keep at it, Han Qingsong said. Alright, I'll just get the dishes, and then we can eat, Zhao Beichen replied before heading into the kitchen to fetch the bowls and chopsticks. Xiao Jun also brought a few of his younger brothers into the kitchen to help carrying out several basins of casserole dishes that Zhao Beichen had prepared earlier. There were quite a few people eating the midnight snack tonight. With over 40 subordinates brought by Brother Ji, plus Han Qingsong's group, the amount of food Zhao Beichen had prepared was somewhat insufficient. Fortunately, with Xiao Jun and the others helping, and with enough ingredients, Zhao Beichen continued to busily work in the kitchen. Outside in the yard, Gu Chongfeng and the Chao brothers were already reporting on the progress of the sabotage operations to Han Qingsong. Han Qingsong nodded repeatedly. Although the sabotage operations were merely a temporary fix, they could at least delay the small Easterners, buying more time for their side. After introducing the sabotage operations, Gu Chongfeng proceeded to introduce Tenzijiang Xiao, Hui Zhao Deji, and Brother Ji to Han Qingsong. Everyone was surprised that the deputy director of Bureau 749 had personally come, and they expressed their excitement. Especially Xiao Hui, Amir, deputy town chief of Honghua Town, was thrilled to be working alongside the deputy director of Bureau 749 against the small Easterners. Zhao Beichen swiftly cooked, and before long the food was served. Everyone divided their portions and began to. After the midnight snack, Han Qingsong instructed Brother Ji to take his subordinates away. With so many people staying at the Zhao family compound, it was too conspicuous. Moreover, road construction was technically illegal. As soon as Huang Xia issued a command, the local authorities would start. Thus Han Qingsong told Brother Ji not to return to Honghua town yet, but to take the others away to hide for a while, and to come back once things were settled here. Since Han Qingsong had spoken, Brother Ji naturally wouldn't delay. He quickly organized his subordinates to withdraw. He had a small project in the neighboring county, so he instructed Xiao Jun to take his brothers there to hide for a bit. After arranging for these younger brothers, Han Qingsong asked Xiao Hui to return to work so that he could stay updated on the local government's movements. Even if Huang Xia was powerful, his orders would still have to be implemented at the lower levels, and Honghua town was firmly in control of Longtaolings, so any moves made by Huang Xia would not escape the notice of Xiao Hui, the town chief. Xiao Hui didn't linger, rushing back to Honghua town that very night, while Brother Ji stayed behind. Bureau 749 was composed of outsiders, and without someone familiar with the local situation, things would be challenging. Brother Ji remained to run errands. Brother Ji was naturally happy with this task. Being associated with Bureau 749 could lead to future opportunities. He felt it gave him significant bragging rights. After all the arrangements were made, only a dozen or so from Bureau 749 remained, along with Zhao Daji and Brother Ji, the two locals. Han Qingsong slightly organized the division of labor, then under the lead of Gu Changfeng and the Chao brothers headed towards Longtaolings. He wanted to see the situation there with his own eyes. At this moment, the construction site at Longtaolings was already in chaos. When the kitchen staff arrived at the cafeteria to prepare meals for the small Easterners, they found the entire cafeteria in disarray. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were scattered everywhere, and the water tank for drinking water was filled with chili and mustard. The storeroom for ingredients was empty, with not a single cabbage left. As for the storeroom for oil, a strong smell of diesel permeated the area for a radius of 200 meters, and the diesel on the ground had formed small streams flowing everywhere. Chang Ri received reports from his subordinates continuously, and he knew that someone was sabotaging them. This made him, although it was late at night, not having food was not acceptable. Construction work is physically demanding and meals must be guaranteed. There was no choice. Chang Ri had to send someone immediately to Honghua town to procure supplies. Even at night, as long as the money was in place, he believed that staple foods like rice and flour could still be bought. Food could wait, at least they needed something to eat first. The logistics supervisor, after receiving Chang Ri's order, set off in a large truck. However, just a few steps out of the construction site gate, the truck broke down and wouldn't start no matter what. There was no choice but to switch to another truck, which seemed fine, but after some distance it broke down as well. Even a fool could guess that someone had tampered with these vehicles. Baka, these Dragon Country people are really something. Chang Ri's face darkened. Chang Ricken, the Dragon Country people this time are skilled. I didn't notice anything at all during the whole process, Master Wumian said somewhat apologetically. Notice? You came here and were drunk all day. How could you notice anything? Chang Ri thought sarcastically as he looked at the intoxicated Wumian. Since this guy arrived, apart from conducting one ritual, he has just been drinking to the point of inebriation every day. He really didn't understand why the Koyasan sect sent such a useless person. If the opponent weren't a supernatural being, Chang Ri would have loved to slap this bald man. Master Wumian, you're right. The visitors are not friendly at all. I suggest you request support from Koyasan and send more skilled people over. Chang Ri found it hard to look at Wumian, but he didn't dare offend him since he was just an ordinary person. For a supernatural being to deal with an ordinary person like him would be a piece of cake. Chang Ri hoped to have a supernatural being to safeguard his project rather than having a supernatural being who was just a drunkard doing nothing but drinking all day. However, he didn't want to offend Wumian and could only take the opportunity to have him request additional personnel from Koyasan. Requesting support. No, Chang Ricken, there's no need for that. This time it was just my carelessness. There won't be a next time. After saying this, Wumian let out a burp that almost suffocated Chang Ri. All right, Master Wumian, I'll leave the next steps to you. I have to handle some other matters, so excuse me. After saying that, Chang Ri quickly left. He couldn't rely on Wumian and would have to discuss requesting support from. The immediate issue was to solve the supply problem. Just now someone reported that all the vehicles had been tampered with and the 2 trucks that had gone out to buy supplies had broken down. The other vehicles were currently being checked, but so far no problems had been detected. They didn't know what was wrong with these vehicles. When Chang Ri arrived, he saw a crowd inspecting various vehicles, but no issues were found. What to do? Feeding 3,000 people was no small matter. Chang Ri ordered the last truck to start. They had to try again. The roar of the engine came, and everything seemed normal at first. However, the truck had barely reached the gate when the exhaust pipe emitted a cloud of black smoke, and the truck stopped. Yet another truck had broken down. Damn it seemed the vehicles were unusable. Chang Ri glanced around. Apart from 2 small vehicles, everything else was heavy machinery. With gritted teeth, Chang Ri ordered the last 2 small vehicles to start. A miracle didn't occur, as shortly after starting, these 2 small vehicles also followed the big truck's fate. Shibu, come here. Chang Ri gritted his teeth and shouted at Shibu Hong, who was watching the commotion by the vehicles. Shibu Hong was a translator who could speak fluent dragon language. "Manager, what can I do for you?" Shibu Hong hurried to Chang Ri's side upon hearing the call. "Hurry and take a few people to the town to buy grain, then contact Zhao Riba to bring the grain back." "Manager, the vehicles can't move. How can we get to the town?" Shibu Hong asked cautiously. The distance from Long Taolings to Honghua town wasn't short, at least 30 to 40 kilometers. Now that the vehicles couldn't move and it was late at night, they couldn't possibly walk there. "Walk there? What else can we do?" Chang Ri replied irritably. "Walk. It's at least 30 to 40 kilometers, and how long will that take? Once you exit Zhao's family compound, it's the national highway. Won't hitchhiking be an option? There are so many ride-sharing apps in Dragon Country, can't you use one? Is your brain just for eating?" Chang Ri nearly wanted to kick this guy for not thinking at all. "All right, manager, I understand now. I'll take someone right away." Seeing Chang Ri getting angry, he quickly called 2 people and set out. "Qianbian Jun, how are they doing?" A man named Chang Ri entered the medical room, glancing at the few dazed drill operators sitting inside, then asked the medical staff, "Qianbian Jingxia. Manager, I just checked them all. Their bodies are fine with no internal or external injuries, but what?" Chang Ri pressed further. "But their IQ has regressed to that of a 7 or 80-year-old child." Hiss. Chang Ri inhaled sharply. A perfectly healthy person with neither internal nor external injuries inexplicably having their IQ drop to that of a child. What kind of method is this? Tonight must be the work of the Longwa people, but how did they do it? These drill operators became foolish right under the eyes of everyone, and no one saw any outsiders at the scene, nor did anyone notice any abnormalities. Are the Longwa people really that clever? If they could do this to me, would I, Chang Ri, have to go back to 2nd grade? Thinking of this, Chang Ri shivered. "How did their IQ regress?" he asked the medical staff, Qianbian Jingxia. Qianbian shook his head. "I can't see anything at all, no scars. They themselves can't explain it, it just happened suddenly, and then they became like this. Nanny, there really are no special circumstances." Chang Ri, unwilling to give up, pressed on. "No, I didn't sense any anomalies at all." Qianbian nodded confidently. "However, if we do a brain CT or MRI at the hospital, we might find something." "All right, we'll discuss this later." After saying this, Chang Ri left the medical room. The sudden regression of IQ must be investigated thoroughly. However, there are no vehicles available at the moment. Even if I wanted to send these people to a big hospital, I can't. For now, I can only put it on hold. The important thing now is to report this matter to the domestic side. They must send more experts over. Otherwise, who knows when the Longwa people will turn these 3,000 construction workers into children. Thinking of the possibility of being affected himself, Chang Ri broke out in a cold sweat. It seems the project at Longtu Ridge is no longer something he can handle. Previously, in order not to offend Wumian, Chang Ri was hesitant to report today's events to the domestic side. Whether it's food ingredients or fuel, spending more money to buy them is not a big problem. But IQ regression is something that money cannot resolve. Compared to offending Wumian, the regression of his own IQ is far more terrifying. So without hesitation, Chang Ri directly dialed Yongbian Kaitai's phone. Xiaobo Hong brought 3 burly workers out of Longtu Ridge. It is at least 8 kilometers from Longtu Ridge to the nearest Zhaojiaji, and at night, it would take 2 or 3 hours to get there. If they could find a vehicle at Zhaojiaji, it would be alright, but if there's no vehicle to reach Honghua town, it's still 20 to 30 kilometers away. Who knows if they can make it by dawn? Xiaobo Hong regretted why he had to come out to watch the excitement. Wouldn't it have been better to stay in the dormitory and sleep? He hadn't even seen the excitement before being conscripted by Chang Ri. If they really had to walk to Honghua town, how long would that take? Xiaobo Hong felt extremely displeased. Just walking Longtu Ridge is already in a wild and desolate area. It was already past 10 at night, and once they left the construction site, it was practically pitch dark. Even with a flashlight, the visible range was very limited. Surrounded by darkness, only the wind rustled the trees, making a hissing sound. Xiaobo Hong tightly gripped the flashlight in one hand, while holding a short wooden stick in the other. In recent years, the ecological protection work in Longhua has been very good, and places like Longtu Ridge are originally protected areas rich in various wild animals. Xiaobo Hong did not want to be bitten by a venomous snake, as that could be fatal. He was genuinely afraid. If it weren't for Chang Ri getting angry, he wouldn't have run out of the construction site in the middle of the night. "You guys stay alert," Xiaobo Hong shouted at the people around him. "Be careful of snakes." "Hi," the others responded in unison. As a translator, Xiaobo Hong still had a bit of authority, and these 3 ordinary workers did not dare to offend him. Moreover, this time, it was directly arranged by the manager Chang Ri. They were even less likely to disregard the orders. Although they were reluctant, they had no choice unless they wanted to quit. Hearing their responses, Xiaobo Hong felt a bit reassured. However, seeing their burly figures, he couldn't help but, although these guys looked robust, would they really step up in a crisis? Xiaobo Hong had no confidence in that. He now regretted bringing these guys along. If they encountered danger, these guys would definitely run faster than him, leaving him as the last one standing. But now that they were out, there was no turning back. He could only pray for the protection of the gods. However, unfortunately, his prayers went unheard, because he would soon run into Han Qingsong and his group. After leaving Zhao Di's house, Gu Changfeng led Han Qingsong and his group towards Longtu Ridge. Although Gu Changfeng, Lai Shixiang, and even Ten Zijiang had already reported the current situation at Longtu Ridge, Han Qingsong insisted on personally checking it himself. There was no way out. Gu Changfeng could only take them to the Longtu Ridge site. Since these people were all ability users, the night was like day to them, so they naturally didn't need flashlights. Moreover, each of them moved quickly. The few kilometers from Zhaojiaji to Longtu Ridge was truly nothing for them. About 3 to 4 kilometers from Longtu Ridge, Gu Changfeng spotted Xia Buhong and his group in the distance holding flashlights. Director Han, those people should be members of the construction team from Zaidanjiang. Gu Changfeng pointed to the distant flashlight beam. "The Chow, it seems your sugar-coated meal had an effect. The Zaidanjiang vehicle must be broken down, otherwise they wouldn't be walking out at night." Han Qingsong chuckled. "Director Han, I not only added some ingredients to Zaidanjiang's vehicle, but I also left them something at the construction site." The Chow appeared quite smug. "Oh, you left something. What did you leave?" Han Qingsong asked curiously. "A signal jammer. You mean you blocked the signal at Zaidanjiang's construction site?" "Yes, they can't make calls now, and not just at Zaidanjiang's construction site. I set up several within a 2-kilometer radius." The Chow laughed. "Not bad, you've got a good mind." Han Qingsong patted the Chow on the shoulder with a smile. "Director Han, how should we handle these little devils?" This time Zhao Beichen also came out. In the eyes of everyone, he was at least in a level beginner esper, so when Zhao Beichen strongly requested to come along, Han Qingsong did not oppose. After dealing with the rotary drilling rig driver, Zhao Beichen felt uneasy. He realized that his considerations were not thorough enough. Since they were going to sabotage the Shuangling, why focus only on the technical personnel? Could it be that without machinery these small Donyang would not destroy the dragon's lair? Those more than 3,000 small Donyang can't be just idle, can they? Without machinery they can dig manually. So upon returning, Zhao Beichen berated himself thoroughly. Originally he planned to wait until the late hours when everyone was resting, and then find an opportunity to secretly come over and deal with as many of the small Donyang at Longtu Ridge as possible. Unexpectedly, Han Qingsong and the others actually came, and Han Qingsong even wanted to personally inspect Longtu Ridge. Truly wishful thinking brought this opportunity. While Zhao Beichen was still pondering, the distant De Chao had already succeeded. A clever esper dealing with ordinary people could only be described as extraordinarily easy. By the time Han Qingsong and his group arrived, the lower section Hong and 3 other brawny men were already lying on the ground. "Knocked out?" Han Qingsong asked. "Don't worry, Director Han, they won't wake up for at least 7 or 8 hours, De Chao replied with a smile. "All right, let's go." Han Qingsong waved his hand, and everyone stepped over the 4 unfortunate souls lying on the ground, continuing towards Longtu Ridge. Zhao Beichen walked at the back, intentionally keeping a slight distance from the main group. Then the divine soul needle shot unhesitatingly towards the Shuangling of the 4. Those who dared to come and disrupt the ancestors of the Dragon Nation must be prepared to bear the wrath of the Dragon Nation. Zhao Beichen watched as the Shuangling of several people shrank to the size of yellow beans before catching up with the main group. The small Dongyang's primary school had gained a few more second-grade students in their 30s. Corey Ickerman dialed several numbers in succession. None of the calls went through, and upon closer inspection, he found that his phone had no signal. Then he discovered that not only did his phone have no signal, but everyone at the construction site had no signal either. This was very abnormal. It must be the work of the Dragon Nation. There must be a signal jammer nearby. Hurry up and find it, Corey Ickerman ordered loudly to his subordinates. The entire construction site instantly became more chaotic, with people everywhere searching for that damned signal jammer, according to Corey Ickerman's orders. However, it was late at night, and many places had no lights. Several diesel generators were no longer working due to a lack. This made the entire construction site appear even darker. In such a pitch-black environment, not to mention a signal jammer, even if a living person stood 3 to 5 meters ahead, they might not be seen. Thus, although many people were searching, there was no immediate gain. When Corey Ickerman burst into the room of Wu Mian was drinking. Seeing this, Corey Ickerman's mouth twitched. If he weren't genuinely unable to defeat him, he would have long since killed Wu Mian. "Master Wu Mian, our phones can't make calls." Corey Ickerman stopped 3 steps from Wu Mian. The smell of alcohol on Wu Mian was simply overwhelming and unbearable. "Corrican, it's fine tomorrow. Tomorrow will be fine," Wu Mian said, while letting out a few burps. Corey Ickerman had heard before that Master Wu Mian from Koyasin Congo Temple liked to drink a couple of cups, but he never expected it to be like this. This guy didn't dare to be reckless in the temple, but outside, he was simply lawless. This wasn't just drinking, it was as if he was soaking in alcohol. "Corrican, you should have a drink too," Wu Mian said, holding out a glass, swaying as he tried to pass it to Corey Ickerman. "Master, you drink. I have things to do," Corey Ickerman said, helplessly shaking his head and turning to leave the room. Originally, he hoped Wu Mian could make a trip and find a place with a signal to see if they could contact the outside world. But now he had no hope left. It seemed Wu Mian was intent on drinking himself to death. Corey Ickerman decided not to think about Wu Mian anymore. Let's consider this guy as if he had never appeared. The most important thing at the moment was to establish contact with the outside world. They must let the domestic side understand the situation here. Moreover, Huang Xia could also start moving. Giving him so much money was not for nothing. But where could he make a phone call? Corey Ickerman looked around. Now, apart from the construction site where the stakes were being driven, there were only a few generators working. Elsewhere, the generators were silent. The vast majority of places were pitch black, and Corey Ickerman did not have the courage to run out to make a call now. Who knows if the Dragon Nation had laid an ambush? Corey Ickerman did not want to regress his intelligence to that of a 7 or 80-year-old. Better to wait until dawn. Yes, wait until dawn to talk. There was no need to take risks now. Corey Ickerman made a decision in his heart. When Han Xingsong and his group arrived at the perimeter of the construction site, only 2 or 3 generators were still working. The entire construction site was dark except for the area near these 3 generators, which still had light. Since they couldn't work and had no food to eat, most workers had returned to the dormitory except for some who were assigned to patrol. This was also Corey Ickerman's arrangement. To avoid unnecessary accidents, he had gathered everyone together. After searching for a long time and not finding the signal jammer, Corey Ickerman had no choice but to give up and wait until dawn. Although he looked down on Wu Mian, this was a very special time. Apart from Wu Mian's room, Corey Ickerman really couldn't find a place where he could feel at ease. Thus, enduring the strong smell of alcohol, Corey Ickerman stayed in Wu Mian's room. Han Xingsong and his group, of course, had no idea what was happening at the construction site. However, since they were already there, they certainly couldn't just leave without seeing the site. Han Xingsong divided the group into several teams, each infiltrating the construction site. As before, Gu Changfeng jumped over the wall formed by the barriers and especially instructed Zhao Beichen to wait outside and not to run around. Zhao Beichen readily agreed, but as soon as Gu Changfeng went in, Zhao Beichen raised his foot and ran. He had already clearly sensed the current personnel layout of these small donyang. The vast majority were in the dormitory. Wasn't this a prime opportunity to strike? Han Xingsong and the others were concerned about the dragon's lair and were inspecting the dragon's lair. Naturally, no one would pay attention to those small Dongyang's construction personnel. Zhao Beichen was waiting for this Accommodating 300 people was no small matter. The dormitories made of mobile board houses were stacked like building blocks, forming many 2-story small buildings. These small buildings were arranged very neatly with 10 people in each room, totaling 300 such rooms. To destroy the shuangling of these guys was indeed no small project. Silently skipping over the barrier, Zhao Beichen executed the maximum level of meteor chase, his figures swiftly darting through the darkness. One temporary housing unit after another was pieced together, forming a small neighborhood. Due to insufficient diesel for power generation, the accommodation area was shrouded in darkness save for a few solar street lamps. The Little Easterners mostly stayed in their own dormitories, each of them fully aware of the events unfolding tonight. It was clear that someone was particularly targeting them. Though the construction workers were not superhumans, they were not ordinary people either. Most of them had risen through the ranks of associations, having experienced their fair share of violence, thus maintaining a decent mindset. Even knowing that it was very likely the Dragon Country people were behind this, they didn't consider it a significant problem. They had known before being dispatched from their homeland that the mission was to destroy the ancestral dragon cave of the Dragon Country people. Upon learning this, the construction crew members expressed that they would work hard even without pay. Had it not been for the generator running out of fuel, the construction team had already decided to manually dig the ground stakes due to the darkness on site. The sooner they dug out the 49 ground stakes, the sooner they could set up the dragon-slaying array, thus ensuring the downfall of the Dragon Country. These Little Easterners were filled with zeal. Although there were no lights, it did not dampen their enthusiasm for discussion. The cacophony of their chatter made the entire accommodation area sound like a bustling marketplace. Bird Mountain, have you heard? Mount Fuji seems to be becoming increasingly active lately, which is quite concerning. I've heard that news many times as well. The child of my neighbor next door studies geology at Kyoto University, and he told his parents to stock up on emergency supplies. Could it be that Mount Fuji is really about to erupt? Who knows? If only we could move to the Dragon Country. There are no active volcanoes here. Isn't that simple? As long as we destroy the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Country people this time, they will lose their support, and your wish, Bird Mountain Kun, will soon be realized. Such conversations were everywhere, all revolving around how to conquer the Dragon Country. Although Zhao Beichen could not understand their chatter, he knew that these Little Easterners were up to no good. Zhao Beichen was not the kind of person to turn the other cheek. Since they had come all this way, it would not be fitting for a host to. With the enhancement of meteor chase at maximum level, Zhao Beichen stealthily approached a 2-story temporary house. This 2-story building had 5 rooms on each floor, accommodating 10 people per room, totaling 100 people. Zhao Beichen didn't need to look. Everything was clear in his perception. Most of these Little Easterners were lying on their beds chatting in the dark, while a few sat outside on small stools to enjoy the breeze. Due to the lack of lights and no one wandering about, they all remained in their rooms. This was perfect and very suitable for action. Zhao Beichen silently praised Gu Changfeng and Little Chao. Their strategy of cutting off the Little Easterners' diesel was quite effective. Zhao Beichen quietly approached the window of the first room on the east side of the first floor. The soul spike silently shot towards the 10 Little Easterners inside the room. Zhao Beichen did not seek to take their lives, he merely wanted to significantly weaken their spiritual strength. The strength of one's spiritual energy basically represented the level of intelligence. Those with stronger spiritual energy naturally had sharper minds, while the opposite was true for the dull-witted. This time Zhao Beichen showed no mercy. The intensity of the soul spike was enough to regress the intelligence of these 10 individuals to that of infants. Previously, when he attacked the operator of the rotary drilling rig, Zhao Beichen only regressed their intelligence to around 7 or 8 years old. Reflecting on himself for quite some time, he felt he had been too merciful. If positions were reversed, would the other party show mercy? The answer was evidently no. The Little Easterners were devoid of humanity and would certainly strike hard. Thus, with a clear mind, Zhao Beichen decided to send these guys back to their infancy. Using his level intermediate strength, weakening the spiritual energy of these 10 Little Easterners was an effortless task. In the blink of an eye, the once noisy room fell silent. Then someone began to wail loudly. This cry was contagious, prompting others to join in just like infants do. One infant crying would trigger another to cry as well. Watching a group of grown men wailing like infants was as absurd as it was amusing. The cries quickly attracted the attention of other Little Easterners in different rooms, who all came out to see what was happening. This was just right, saving Zhao Beichen the trouble of dealing with each room one by one. As a Little Easterner came out, Zhao Beichen would weaken one. The Little Easterners regressed to infancy. Although their physical abilities could still support independent walking, their consciousness could not effectively control their bodies. Thus, apart from wailing, this group of infants in their 50s could do nothing. More and more individuals came out to see what was happening, and increasingly they were weakened by Zhao Beichen's attack back to infancy. Soon in the area where Zhao Beichen was, there were several hundred giant infants sitting on the ground and wailing. This bizarre scene caused the remaining Little Easterners to hesitate to approach, only daring to watch from a distance. Zhao Beichen knew that this situation had definitely alarmed Han Qingsong and others, as well as Chong Ri, a man. It wouldn't be long before they would arrive. Therefore, Zhao Beichen did not delay any longer, immediately using maximum level meteor chase, transforming into a shadow that lunged towards the observing Little Easterners. The soul spike continuously shot through the crowd, and with each thrust, one Little Easterner's spiritual energy was weakened. Then a freshly minted infant would sit on the ground and start crying loudly. As Zhao Beichen's actions grew quicker, the number of crying infants increased. The Little Easterners who had yet to be attacked were utterly terrified, instinctively bolting towards the construction site gate. No one knew what was happening. They only saw people around them suddenly sitting down with a thud and bursting into tears. The cries were heart-wrenching, as sorrowful as could be. Some even attempted to drag the crying individuals along with them. However, these individuals seemed to have lost their ability to act aside from crying. This realization sent shivers down the spines of the already terrified Little Easterners. No one dared to stay in this place any longer, as the deafening cries were too chilling. The group was terrified that Zhao Beichen had no intention of letting these guys go, maximizing the meteor chase to leave behind only fleeting shadows. A man named Chong Ri was hiding in a faceless room. When he vaguely heard the first cry, a strong sense of unease arose in his heart. In this desolate mountain wilderness, who would cry out without any restraint? If it had been before, Chong Ri would have certainly gone out to see what was happening, but today was different, and he found himself in a dilemma about whether to go out. He was just about to wake up the drunken, faceless man to check the situation when a second heart-wrenching cry sounded. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth. One after another, like disturbing a hornet's nest, the cries quickly merged into a chorus. Chong Ri knew something was wrong, as something serious must have happened. Faceless master, faceless master. Chong Ri desperately shook the drunken, faceless man, but there was no response. He continued to snore loudly. Chong Ri saw a basin of used water in the room, unsure whether it was for washing the face or feet. He didn't care anymore and splashed the entire basin of water onto the faceless man's face. "Oh, it's raining, it's raining." The faceless man sprang up with a start, looking around in a panic. Faceless master," Chong Ri shouted loudly, trying to calm him down. Though his intentions were good, the faceless man remained unchanged. Slap. Chong Ri delivered 2 resounding slaps to the faceless man's face. The force and sound were so great that Chong Ri shivered inwardly, realizing he had been too heavy-handed, fearing the faceless man might return the favor. Fortunately, the slaps were effective. The faceless man was truly awake now. He stared blankly at Chong Ri. "Chong Ri Jun, what's happening? Why is there crying everywhere?" The faceless man stood up and quickly walked to the window, peering outside at the pitch-black night, no longer showing any signs of drunkenness. Seeing this, Chong Ri breathed a sigh of relief. "Faceless master, I'm not sure what's happening outside either." At this moment, the wailing grew louder, indicating that more people had joined in the lament. "Let's go check it out," the faceless man said as he opened the door and strode outside. Chong Ri wiped the sweat from his forehead and followed him. Ahead, about 80 to 90 meters away, was the lodging area for construction workers. Originally, there were dozens of solar streetlights in that area, but now not a single one was lit. All was dark. With Chong Ri's eyesight, he could barely make out the vague outline of the temporary housing. The overwhelming cries were coming from the lodging area. The faceless man did not linger after exiting the room, quickly running towards the source of the cries. True to his clever strength, the faceless man moved swiftly, and by the time Changri came out a moment later, he merely saw the faceless man's figure flash and then vanish. Changri stood at the doorway looking towards the lodging area, his legs trembling slightly. It was a bit better when he was with the faceless man, but now that the faceless man was gone, Changri looked around and saw nothing but darkness and the eerie wailing, which scared him quite a bit. It was impossible to go forward. Changri wasn't foolish enough to do that. Hiding away was the wisest choice. He glanced once more at the distant lodging area before turning back and cautiously retreating. He needed to hide. Even though the faceless man was quite knowledgeable, seeing 2,000 or 3,000 strong men crying on the ground was still a first for him. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" the faceless man asked loudly as he looked down at a man sitting on the ground. The faceless man's loud voice startled the man who had been crying, and the crying paused briefly before resuming with even more fervor. Tears and snot were everywhere. He cried, as if heartbroken. "Hey, I'm asking you a question." The faceless man, seeing that the other party dared to ignore his question, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and kicked the strong man. The faceless man's strength was too great, sending the strong man flying like a ball, and he knocked several others who were also sitting and crying out of the way. The people nearby were startled, and after a brief pause they increased the volume of their cries, surrounding the faceless man like a tumultuous wave.
"I damn. The soul slaughter engraving was simply an outrageous entry. Did this mean that with every monster he killed his attack power would permanently increase by 1 point?
They didn't even give him any hints with their eyes. To the faceless man, these 2,000 or 3,000 crying strong men were no different from infants. This left the faceless man utterly perplexed. Just moments ago he had examined dozens of strong men and found no injuries. He also felt no fluctuations of magic. Therefore he truly had no idea what had happened to these strong men. Why had they all suddenly regressed to infancy? Now outside the doors of the temporary housing in the entire lodging area, there were these large infants with many more inside the rooms. Some seemed to have cried themselves to sleep. The faceless man woke several of the sleeping ones, but once they were awakened they started crying loudly again, which made the faceless man extremely frustrated. He examined many people, but until now he had no clues. He had no idea what was wrong with these people. Just as the faceless man was bewildered, Zhao Beichen was chasing after those little Danyang who tried to escape the construction site, causing chaos. About 7 or 8 meters from the construction site's entrance, Zhao Beichen weakened the last little Danyang's energy. It had to be said that these fellows ran for their lives quite swiftly, faster than dogs. But no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun Zhao Beichen's meteor chase, so not a single little Danyang escaped his. Zhao Beichen sensed the situation within his perception range. Aside from one person moving about, all the other little Danyang were sitting on the ground. Those sitting on the ground were the giant infants who had regressed to infancy after their energy was weakened. The one moving around was an ability user, and Zhao Beichen immediately thought of the big bald man. Zhao Beichen was not mistaken. The only one active was the big bald faceless man. Changri had already hidden far away beyond Zhao Beichen's perception range. Then several figures entered the edge of his perception range. Zhao Beichen knew it must be Han Qingsong and the others who had come after hearing the cries. Zhao Beichen did not want his secrets to be discovered, so he used meteor chase to run out of the construction site, sprinting a whole kilometer. Originally, Gu Changfeng had instructed him not to enter the construction site from the outside. Now that he was hiding outside, no one would suspect him. He was quite satisfied with his actions tonight. Wasn't it said that little Danyang had entered old age? It was also said that the birth rate had plummeted. Now suddenly sending 3,000 giant infants, the government of Little Japan should be quite pleased. At least dozens of kindergartens could reopen. Thinking of this, Zhao Beichen almost let out a crowing sound. This method of handling was simply too good. I won't take your life, but I'll make you regress to infancy. Little Japan's government, will you take care of these people or not? If not, no one will continue to serve you. If you do, I wonder how many resources will be consumed on these giant infants. Imagining that kindergartens would be filled with 3 or 4 decades old giant infants, Zhao Beichen couldn't help but smile broadly. While Zhao Beichen was lost in his beautiful dreams, Han Qingsong and his team also arrived at the lodging area. "Director Han, there are experts here." Gu Changfeng squatted in front of a giant baby who was wailing, pressed the acupuncture point on the other's throat, and then spoke to Han Qingsong. Han Qingsong nodded and surveyed the surroundings. Their group had just rushed to the accommodation area of Shao Danyang after hearing the cries from near the dragon's lair. Now what Han Qingsong saw was thousands of weeping men in the accommodation area, each with tears and snot all over their faces, crying with utmost sorrow. "I suspect they are injured in their souls." De Chao waved his hand, casually knocking out a sturdy man who was crying, and after a careful examination he said, "What De Chao said is correct. I can see that these people's spiritual essence has been severely weakened. The one who attacked them has a profound understanding of the soul, able to significantly weaken the spiritual essence without completely destroying it. Definitely an expert." Gu Changfeng also casually pressed the sleeping point of the sturdy man in front of him and then stood up. "I didn't expect there would be experts. I didn't perceive anything. How about you all?" Han Qingsong continued to scan the surroundings. As an ice-type ability user, he had limited knowledge about the soul. I didn't notice anything either. It seems the other party doesn't want to reveal themselves yet. I agree with old Gus' statement, but Director Han, I believe the other party is a friend, not an enemy, Chao echoed. Han Qingsong nodded. Given that the construction workers of Shao Dongyang ended up like this, they definitely are not people from Shao Dongyang. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Be careful, there are ability users ahead. Han Qingsong pointed to the depths of the accommodation area. Hearing Han Qingsong's words, everyone turned their gaze toward the direction he indicated. That was to the north of the accommodation area, while they were currently in the south with quite a few mobile boardrooms in between. Due to the obstruction of view aside from the thunderous cries, no one saw the ability users Han Qingsong mentioned. Let's go take a look. Han Qingsong waved his hand and led the way toward the direction he just pointed out. Although the others did not detect the ability users Han Qingsong spoke of, they were aware of his Clevel Advanced realm. Clevel Advanced is already considered top-tier combat strength in Lingdis 749 Bureau. Since Han Qingsong said there are, then there definitely are. Thus, everyone hurriedly followed him. The Faceless Master is the ability user Han Qingsong mentioned. Right now the Faceless was on the verge of an explosion. The cries of thousands of sturdy men were driving him to the brink of madness. He had checked many sturdy men, but could not discern what exactly had happened to them. No matter how he tried, these guys only knew how to cry, exhausting the already limited patience of the Faceless Master. Currently the Faceless was mercilessly knocking out the sturdy men around him, as this was the only method he could think of. He simply could not tolerate the endless cries, driving him nearly insane. Within a 30-meter radius of the Faceless, sturdy men lay sprawled on the ground, but compared to the thousands of giant babies, this number was still far too small. If he wanted to knock out all the giant babies, the Faceless would have to expend a lot of effort. With no better methods, even if he was reluctant, he could only grit his teeth and rush through the crowd of giant babies, knocking them out one by one. Outside the mobile boardrooms, it was relatively easier to handle. He could just walk up and knock them out. The most troublesome part was inside the rooms, where many giant babies not only cried, but also messed themselves. Every room was filled with the stench of excrement and urine, and the smell was overwhelming. Each time the Faceless had to hold his breath to enter. Fortunately, as an ability user, his breath-holding skills were good, otherwise just the smell from those rooms could have suffocated him. Chong Rian had no idea where he had run off to. The Faceless could not even find a helper now. He could only grimace and repeatedly go in and out, knocking out these crying sturdy men. While the Faceless was busy and dizzy, Chong Rian had already hidden under the oil tanker in the oil depot. The diesel in the oil depot had been spilled all over the ground by Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao, so now the entire oil depot was filled with the smell of diesel. I have to say, Chong Rian was quite crafty. Choosing to hide in the oil depot was not a random choice, but a well-thought-out analysis. Although the smell of diesel in the oil depot was strong and hiding inside was uncomfortable, it was safe. This unpleasant smell provided a good layer of protection, completely masking Chong Rian's presence. Even if the world's best police dog came, Chong Rian believed it would be impossible to find him. Lying under the oil tanker, Chong Rian listened to the continuous cries outside, feeling his heart race with fear. Although he did not know exactly what had happened to the construction workers, Chong Rian knew it was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Chong Rian deeply regretted coming to Longhua, even more regretting participating in the Longtouting project. Now that the people of Longhua had just begun to act, the construction workers were in such a dire state. As the project leader, wouldn't his own situation be even worse? Thinking of this, Chong Rian couldn't help but tremble. Director Han, are we going to deal with him? De Chao asked, looking at the Faceless, who was continuously moving in and out of the mobile boardrooms. Following Han Qingsong, they quickly arrived at the northern part of the accommodation area. Now the group was standing on the roof of a two-story boardroom, the night concealing them well. They could see the Faceless clearly, but the Faceless had yet to discover them. Director Han, this guy presided over a ritual. Gu Changfeng recounted the ritual. He had seen the Faceless preside over at Xiao Jiao Peak from start to finish. Could this guy be from Gao Yeshan? After hearing Gu Changfeng's recount, Han Qingsong muttered. Director Han, recently during the newcomer training, quite a few monks from Gao Yeshan appeared in the small world. It isn't surprising to find one in Longtouting, who Xiao Donyang has always been up to no good. De Chao spat in the direction of the Faceless. Han Qingsong snorted heavily. I don't care what Gao Yeshan or any other mountain it is, if they dare to come to Longhua to seek death, they shouldn't expect to return alive. Our country is vast and many flowers and plants still need fertilizer. Following Director Han is indeed comfortable, unlike some leaders who are timid and dare not act, allowing others to run rampant above them. Han Qingsong's style suited De Chao's temperament. So what are we waiting for? Capture this old fellow for me, and remember to keep him alive. Don't kill him. We need to clarify how many more schemes Gao Yeshan is hiding. Rest assured, Director Han De Chao will handle it well. De Chao patted his chest and assured. Go ahead. Gu Xiao Chao Lao Lai Lao Gong, you all go too. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Fin the battle quickly. Han Qingsong issued the combat order. Director Han, just watch. As soon as the words fell, De Chao dashed out. Then 4 figures followed De Chao and sprinted away. The realm of a clevel without a face can be considered a notable figure in this world. However, one cannot underestimate the sheer number of opponents on the other side, and their realms are not particularly low. Thus the battle held little suspense, and the outcome was that the faceless one had both legs broken and his abilities sealed. Additionally, during the interrogation, due to his refusal to cooperate, he was slapped dozens of times by Zhao, losing several teeth in the process. In any case, when the crowd reunited with Zhao Beichen in the small grove, he found that the faceless one was barely hanging on to life. No one cared about the state of the faceless one. Had it not been for Han Qingsong's insistence on keeping him alive, he would have died countless times by now. Zhao Beichen looked at the faceless one with a smile, remembering how this guy had bumped into him at the Lingdu airport lounge. Back then he had still pretended to be dignified. Now looking like a pig's head was genuinely amusing. These Little Easterners lacking in skill were nonetheless ambitious. Do they really think they can covet the Dragon Kingdom? Well-deserved. Zhao Beichen spat at the faceless one. He had no patience for these little devils. They had the audacity to bully him if he didn't kill them should he invite them to dinner instead. Zhao Beichen felt that just spitting wasn't enough, so he lifted his foot and kicked the faceless one. Beichen, don't kill him. Gu Changfeng quickly intervened. Don't worry, team leader, I'm holding back. Zhao Beichen replied with a grin, kicking the faceless one a few more times. You little rascal, are you addicted to kicking him? What if he dies? Gu Changfeng moved beside Zhao Beichen and pulled him away. Team leader, look at this guy, he's as fat as a pig, how could it be that easy to kick him to death? Are you really never going to stop? Gu Changfeng glared. Alright, team leader, I was wrong, isn't that enough? You're getting bolder, aren't you, to disregard your team leader's words? Zhao Beichen apologized playfully. Come on, that's not right, team leader's words are always in my heart, never in my eyes. Zhao laughed, pulling out a cigarette. Enough with the banter, did you see anyone else after we went inside? Gu Changfeng stopped Zhao Beichen's jokes. Anyone else? I didn't see anyone. What's up, team leader? Is there anyone else coming to Longtu Ridge? Did you hear the cries from the construction site? Team leader, I'm not deaf, how could I miss such loud cries? Director Han said those Little Easterners' souls were shattered, hence their tears. There must be someone exceptional at work. Weren't you outside the whole time? So I'm asking if you found anything. Team leader, you said it was someone exceptional. How could a little shrimp like me? So you mean to say you found nothing? No, after you went in it was pitch black all around. I didn't see a single ghostly shadow. Got it, I understand. Gu Changfeng nodded and walked over to Han Qingsong. Zhao Beichen's words had no flaws in everyone's eyes. Zhao Beichen was merely a novice, a level ability user. Unless the exceptional person takes the initiative to reveal themselves, Zhao Beichen's current realm genuinely makes it impossible to discover anything. Originally, Han Qingsong had only planned to assess the situation this time. Unexpectedly, the entire construction site was in chaos now. Even if those Little Easterners wanted to start work, they couldn't, unless they quickly send another batch of people over. This mess cannot be cleaned up in less than 10 days or half a month. Let's go head back to Zhao family gathering. Han Qingsong waved his hand, leading the group as they dragged the faceless one, who was as limp as a dead dog, towards Zhao family gathering. As they passed by Xiaobu Hong and the others, Zhao Beichen glanced over intentionally. Zhao had struck pretty hard before. These three were sleeping like dead dogs. Zhao, did you collect the signal jammers? Han Qingsong asked on the way. Don't worry, Director Han, such small matters are we can't leave anything for those Little Easterners to exploit. You know they have Huangxia behind them. The fact that Huangxia was the big umbrella behind the Little Easterners was no secret to everyone. Director Han, do you think that Huangxia is out of his mind? Why would he want to collude with the Little Easterners? Zhao, I think this matter is not simple. To reach such a high position, Huangxia must not be a fool. There must be benefits to protecting the Little Easterners, otherwise he wouldn't be so reckless. Olgu, what benefits do you think Huangxia can gain? If the dragon vein of Beigan Long is truly damaged, how can he? I don't know what benefits, but it's nothing but money, power, and women. Oh, what else could it be? Are they going to send Huangxia? Gu Changfeng's words elicited laughter. Oh, it's a shame. I wonder which high-level person came today. If they could make Huangxia regress to an infant state, wouldn't that be delightful? Zhao laughed. You think too simply. Huangxia is a genuine high-ranking official. Do you think the Guard Bureau is just for show? You should understand that the experts in the Guard Bureau are not fewer than those in our department. Oh, Olgu, you mentioning the Guard Bureau just reminded me that those guys are not to be trifled with. This was the first time Zhao Beichen saw Zhao back down. Zhao, is the Guard Bureau really that formidable? This was Zhao Beichen's first time hearing about the Guard Bureau. Is it formidable? Remove that, and you'll see the Guard Bureau is filled with a bunch of freaks. Zhao replied awkwardly. They can't be more twisted than you, can they? More twisted than him. Gu Changfeng shook his head. Zhao and those guys really can't be compared. Those fellows are always ready to risk their lives. They're ruthless. Old Gu is right. Those guys in the Guard Bureau are really ready to take bullets for others, valuing their lives very lightly. These guys specialize in protecting high-ranking leaders and important figures. Each one is not to be underestimated. Zhao didn't often admire others, but the people from the Guard Bureau were an exception. Team leader, do you think there are people from the Guard Bureau protecting Huangxia? Zhao Beichen continued to ask. Yes, Huangxia is a proper high-ranking official, and the Guard Bureau must have sent people to protect him. Team leader, do you think there are people from the Guard Bureau protecting Huangxia? Zhao Beichen continued to ask. Yes, Huangxia is a proper high-ranking official, and the Guard Bureau must. Don't forget about party discipline and national laws. If Huangxia breaks the law, there will naturally be legal consequences. If you all act recklessly, wouldn't that just create chaos? Can the country remain stable? Han Qing-song could no longer bear the discussion among them. Director Han, what should we do then? We can't just watch Huangxia run amok, can we? Zhao asked. Don't worry, just because we can't handle it doesn't mean others can't. There will naturally be someone to deal with Huangxia. But we need to find a way to investigate the exceptional person who took action tonight, and see which deity it is. Han Qing-song continued. Zhao Beichen pouted. Old comrade Han, the deity you're referring to is right behind you. What do you want? Are you going to give me a certificate? Or perhaps a medal? These thoughts were just jokes. Currently Zhao Beichen was most pleased that his strength had not been. Stealthy development is the way to go. He didn't want to be on the stage so early. It was already late at night when everyone returned to Zhao Family Collective. Zhao Detzi, Tan Zijiang, and Jigu had not slept waiting for Han Qing-song and his group. As soon as they met, Tan Zijiang asked, Director Han, what is the situation at Long Touting now? Han Qing-song detailed what had happened at Long Touting. It's very satisfying. This is how we should deal with little Danyang. None of those guys are good, and in my opinion, it would be best to eliminate them all. Zhao Detzi said fiercely. Village Chief Zhao today is different from the past. If a few thousand Japanese devils really come to our country, that would be a serious problem. The current situation is actually the best. Tan Zijiang said slowly. Being older than Zhao Detzi, he was not as impulsive. Old immortal, I know what you mean. I was just expressing my frustration. Zhao Detzi chuckled awkwardly. Little Danyang has several thousand people, and in just one night, they've been thrown into disarray. This great figure is truly remarkable. Oh, it would be wonderful to have the chance to befriend him. Ji Gu chimed in. Who would disagree? This great figure comes and goes without a trace. We had no clue when he acted. If we have the opportunity to get to know him, we must share a good drink. Zhao also agreed. Zhao Beichen listened to their conversation, secretly pleased. You gentlemen are unaware that the great figure you speak of is right before your eyes. Hee. Zhao Beichen felt a sense of pride in his heart. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should rest early. I believe little Danyang won't let this slide easily. We need to conserve our energy. Han Qing-song suggested. Director Han is right. Let's sleep first. This will likely be a protracted battle, and we should take our time with them. After Zhao Detzi finished speaking, he busily assigned everyone their accommodations. Fortunately, Zhao Detzi's home was in the countryside, large enough with plenty of rooms. Otherwise, it would be difficult to accommodate so many people. Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng were assigned to one room, and the weather was still quite warm. Zhao Beichen laid out a mat on the floor, leaving the bed for Gu Changfeng. They had no further conversation that night. Zhao Beichen slept soundly, and when he woke up, Gu Changfeng was already gone. Upon leaving the room, he saw that everyone had already started eating breakfast. Beichen, come quickly, the porridge is good, Xiao Chao called out, raising the bowl he was holding. Alright, Xiao Chao will wash up and be there soon. Zhao Beichen quickly freshened up in the washroom, and then joined everyone at the dining table. Xiao, just wait a moment, I'll go fry you 2 eggs, Zhao Detzi said as he stood up from the table when he saw Zhao Beichen arrive preparing to head to the kitchen. Village Chief Zhao, please sit. I can manage myself. Zhao Beichen pressed, rushing to the kitchen to fry 2 eggs. With fried eggs paired with century egg and lean meat porridge along with Zhao Detzi's homemade pickles, Zhao Beichen had a very satisfying breakfast. Village Chief. At that moment, someone was calling from outside Zhao Detzi's house. Zhao Detzi hurriedly went out, and outside was a villager from Zhao Family Collective. After seeing Zhao Detzi, he mumbled something urgently to him. After a while, Zhao Detzi returned. Director Han, just now the villagers said they saw a construction team repairing the road outside the village. Zhao Detzi informed Han Qing-song. Is it repairing the road entering Zhao Family Collective from Honghua Town? Yes, last night we dug up a lot of places, and just now the villagers said a construction team is currently repairing them. Just as Zhao Detzi finished speaking, he heard his phone ring. Director Han, it's Mayor Xiao, Zhao Detzi said as he looked at the screen before turning to Han Qing-song. You take the call first, Han Qing-song said to Zhao Detzi. Zhao Detzi nodded, answered the call, and pressed the speakerphone button. Old Zhao, has the construction team arrived in the village? Xiao Hui asked anxiously as soon as the call connected. Mayor Xiao, I just received news that a construction team is repairing the road. I'm not sure if it's the team you're referring to. It should be. I just received the notification that a provincial construction team set out early this morning from the provincial capital to support Long Touting. What happened at Long Touting? Xiao Hui was not in Zhao Family Collective last night, so he was unaware of the situation at Long Touting. Zhao Detzi did not immediately respond, but looked at Han Qing-song. Han Qing-song nodded, signaling Zhao Detzi to go ahead. Only then did Zhao Detzi summarize the events of the previous night at Long Touting for Xiao Hui. No wonder, it seems there are still some remnants at Long Touting who contacted someone, which is why the construction team came in, Xiao Hui realized. Old Zhao, I will continue to monitor the situation here, and will communicate with you promptly if anything arises, Xiao Hui said before hanging up. Director Han, what should we do now? Zhao asked, having overheard the previous conversation. Digging up the road was just a temporary measure and doesn't solve the problem. Let them repair the road. We will act calmly and strategically, Han Qingsong replied. I think Director Han makes a valid point. The purpose of digging the road was to delay Little Dongyang's progress. With the Great Figure's actions yesterday, they've already paralyzed Little Dongyang's construction team, achieving our objective, so the road issue is not crucial. Indeed, it's good to have the road repaired, otherwise we wouldn't be able to drive out, and it would be inconvenient if we needed. That's true, there are still several thousand giant infants at Long Touting. If these people are not transported quickly, they will starve to death. Everyone expressed their opinions in a flurry. The final decision was to follow Han Qingsong's suggestion to act calmly and wait to see Little Dongyang's next move. After reaching a consensus, Han Qingsong assigned tasks. Zhao Detzi and Ji Gu, being locals, were sent to keep an eye on the construction team's road repair site. De Chao and Xiao Chao, along with Gu Changfeng and Zhao Beichen, went to Chaojiao Peak to observe the situation at Long Touting. Meanwhile, Han Qingsong, Tan Zijiang, Lai Shixiang, and Gong Xiefeng stayed at Zhao Detzi's house to coordinate. After the assignments, everyone busily went about their tasks. Zhao Detzi was indeed not to be underestimated. The road digging was very decisive. In just one night, the roads into Zhao Family Collective and towards Long Touting were left in ruins. Zhao Beichen and the others could only walk to Chaojiao Peak. Fortunately, they were all supernatural beings, so their speed was not slow. Before long, they reached the top of Chaojiao Peak. Standing there, the situation at Long Touting was fully visible. The entire Long Touting construction site was filled with people lying all over the ground. These individuals were all knocked unconscious by the roof last night. Some cries intermittently came from the direction of Long Touting. However, there were significantly fewer compared to last night. It appeared that some remnants had not been knocked out. Zhao Beichen observed the Long Touting construction site carefully through binoculars, thinking about how he had wreaked havoc there the night before. He felt a surge of excitement. The creator of infants, Zhao Beichen, gave himself a nickname. How could one walk the rivers and lakes without a nickname? The skill Soul Stab was indeed incredibly useful. Reducing Little Dongyang's intelligence to that of an infant was better than directly eliminating those guys, wasn't it? Thinking about how those burly men would look holding baby bottles, Zhao Beichen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Why is there still someone moving? Zhao Beichen suddenly spotted a person moving through the binoculars. Zhao Beichen saw this man through the telescope, and he was Chong Ri-Yinan. Among the more than 3,000 people in Longtu Ridge, he was the only one left with some intellect. Last night, Chong Ri-Yinan lay under the oil tanker, staying there until the late hours. Only when he heard the cries outside diminishing did he cautiously crawl out from the fuel depot. Upon emerging, he discovered that his phone surprisingly had a signal. Chong Ri-Yinan managed to contact the elder sent by the Yongbian family, Yongbian along. On the phone, Chong Ri-Yinan briefly explained the situation at Longtu Ridge, but he was unclear about why the construction workers had turned into their current state. Thus, when reporting to Elder Yongbian along over the phone, he was vague and was scolded harshly by Yongbian along. Chong Ri-Yinan felt as if he wished to die. When he took over the Longtu Ridge project, it was partly to fulfill his grandfather's wishes from years ago. Moreover, the main reason was to leverage this project to achieve results and climb higher in his career. The Gaoyushan was essentially controlled by the Yongbian family, which is firmly in the hands of Yongbian Xiaodai. As long as there were no issues with the Longtu Ridge project, the destruction of the North Ganlong Dragon Vein was a foregone conclusion. With such a significant contribution, Yongbian Xiaodai would surely promote him. But who would have thought that everything would turn out? Chong Ri-Yinan truly did not know how to explain himself to Yongbian Xiaodai. After being scolded by Elder Yongbian Ilan, Chong Ri-Yinan found an office to hide in. He had no idea where Wumyan was. Outside it was pitch black, and Chong Ri-Yinan dared not wander around. He stayed hidden until dawn, when he cautiously exited the office. The office was a bit far from the accommodation area. When Chong Ri-Yinan reached the lodging area, he was stunned. The ground was littered with construction workers lying in disarray. At first, Chong Ri-Yinan was startled, thinking that these guys were dead. After checking the pulse of many, he realized they were merely unconscious. This relieved him somewhat. Otherwise, if all 3,000 people had died, it would have been a huge problem. Even the Yongbian family and Gaoyushan couldn't bear that responsibility, let alone him, Chong Ri-Yinan. Regardless, it was a good thing that no one had died. In the accommodation area, scattered cries came from different temporary. Following the sound of crying, Chong Ri-Yinan entered one of the units and was nearly suffocated by the stench inside. The smell of sweat and excrement hit him all at once, akin to a biochemical weapon. Chong Ri-Yinan pinched his nose to enter, mainly because besides the majority of unconscious individuals, this guy was sitting on the bed crying. It was unclear if it was due to prolonged crying. His voice was hoarse and not loud. "How are you doing now?" Chong Ri-Yinan walked over to this person, pinching his nose and asking in a muffled voice. The other party glanced at him and then lowered his head to continue his soft lament. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Seeing the other person ignore him, Chong Ri-Yinan became furious and raised his voice. "Baka." Chong Ri-Yinan did not expect the other party to dare ignore him, the general manager, and he slapped him twice. Wow. These two slaps detonated like a bomb. The person who had only been softly lamenting suddenly cried out much louder. "Baka, shut up." Chang Ri Yinan grabbed the person's hair with one hand, and with the other hand delivered several more. However, instead of stopping his crying, the other person even lost control and wet himself. Seeing the urine soaking through the person's pants and the strong odor, Chang Ri Yinan became even angrier. After delivering another round of slaps, Chang Ri Yinan finally felt a bit better. By the time he left, the person had already been beaten into a pig's head. To figure out what was going on with these people, Chang Ri Yinan pinched his nose and entered several more temporary housing units. The results were the same. These construction workers could only cry and couldn't utter a single word. Chang Ri Yinan was practically furious to the point of exploding. What to do? How to report to the higher-ups? He knew that if he couldn't present an explanation, there would be no good outcome for him. Hey, where's Wumian? Why has he vanished? Chang Ri Yinan suddenly remembered Wumian. He hadn't seen him since he rushed out last night. Chang Ri Yinan searched thoroughly in the accommodation area, office area, and several warehouses, but found no trace of Wumian. Had he run away? Chang Ri Yinan pondered. Wumian was sent by Gao Yashan to protect the construction at Longtu Ridge. Yet since his arrival, he had basically been soaking in alcohol every day. Chang Ri Yinan felt that while the Longwa people were indeed detestable, Wumian's dereliction of duty was even more contemptible. If Wumian had just drunk a little less and paid a bit more attention to the construction at Longtu Ridge, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. As an ordinary person, he was still persevering at the construction site, while this extraordinary individual Wumian had vanished without a trace. No way, he thought, he wouldn't take the blame for the Longtu Ridge incident. Chang Ri Yinan had already made up his mind. If one dies, the other won't survive. Everything that went wrong with Longtu Ridge was Wumian's fault. Yes, it was all because of this old guy. Chang Ri Yinan organized his thoughts and dialed Elder Yongbian Yilong's number again. This time, he was going to put the blame on Wumian. Zhao Daji and Ji Ge were indeed seasoned players, and after just a few cigarettes, they forged connections with several team leaders. In a short time, they found out everything about this construction team. The team had rushed over from the provincial capital overnight, as they were previously engaged in a municipal project. With a call from the boss, half of the crew set out overnight from the provincial capital with their construction equipment. Zhao Daji and Ji Ge also learned that this construction team belonged to a construction company called Wanlight. The company was owned by Bao Xiaoqiang, and according to the team leaders, Bao Xiaoqiang was closely associated with Su Fuming, the secretary of Huangxia. The team leaders also mentioned that Bao Xiaoqiang had informed them that the company had taken on a high-end villa project right at. They had come specifically for Longtu Ridge. Just after Zhao Daji and Ji Ge got a handle on the situation, Xiao Hu's call came through. On the phone, Xiao Hui shared information about this construction team that was largely consistent with what Zhao Daji and Ji Ge had discovered. However, Xiao Hui mentioned some details that Zhao Daji and Ji Ge were unaware of. The county's top leader had directly contacted Xiao Hui requesting that Honghua Town fully support the Longtu Ridge Villa project. The top leader also stated that this was a directive from the provincial government and that they aimed to make the Longtu Ridge Villa project a model project. The county's top leader did not dare to be negligent and had personally led a team to Longtu Ridge. Xiao Hui asked Zhao Daji to inform Han Qingsong to prepare early. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Daji and Ji Ge immediately headed home. It was obvious that the information about Longtu Ridge had leaked out. They worked overnight to adjust the construction team and to exert pressure on the county. One could easily guess that it was definitely Huangxia who had acted. Huangxia's move was not surprising. It would be abnormal if this good-for-nothing did not take action. Thus, when Zhao Dizhi communicated the information he had gathered to Han Qingsong and the others, no one felt anything unusual. It was all expected. Huangxia had long been in cahoots with Xiao Dongyang and must have received considerable benefits from him. Now that the progress of the long-touting project was hindered, if he did not act, Xiao Dongyang would not spare him either. As the saying goes, one is soft when fed by others. If he willingly acted like a dog, what could anyone do? It's fine. Whether they want to build a road or send a new construction team, we have no reason to panic. A great person once said, "You do your thing, and I'll do mine. We just need to take care of our own business." Han Qingsong distributed a cigarette to each person present. Director Han is right. When soldiers come, we fight back. When water comes, we bury it. Just do it. Brother Ji took the cigarette and lit it for Han Qingsong first. I just want to see, and this construction team still has some skills. Their road repairs are quite efficient. The small stretch of road we dug up would only take them an hour or two at their speed. Zhao Dizhi had just seen that the construction team was using large engineering machinery. They had everything from rollers to excavators. Their repairs were genuinely simple. It's no problem, let them work. Even if the road is completed, what of it? Those 2,000 or 3,000 giant babies would be enough to keep them busy. Brother Ji said with a laugh. I just contacted the bureau. Xiao Dongyang has Huangxia behind him, but we have the entire country behind us. Compared to the nation, what is Huangxia? Let them stir up trouble. The more ruckus they make now, the worse they'll suffer later. Han Qingsong emitted a faint killing intent, causing Zhao Dizhi and Brother Ji, who sat beside him, to shiver. In Honghua Town, Da was Xuanji, and Monk Huiming had just exited the hotel. This hotel was quite nice. The owner had even specially prepared a few vegetarian dishes for the two this morning. All the dishes were made with vegetable oil. As the owner said, even the pots used were newly opened. The bowls and chopsticks were all brand new, not having touched any meat. The owner's cooking skills were quite good, and the few vegetarian dishes were well prepared. Xuanji belonged to the Zhengyi sect, and apart from beef dog meat, wild goose, and black fish, he had virtually no dietary restrictions. However, with the owner showing such care, Xuanji could not disregard the kindness shown. Huaming, on the other hand, was different. He was a fully vegetarian monk who adhered strictly to his precepts. Today's vegetarian breakfast truly suited his taste. Upon hearing that these two monks were headed to Longtouting, the owner kindly took them to the bus station in town. There were buses from the town heading to various villages, but the frequency of departures was not very high. Xuanji and Huiming waited for more than half an hour before the bus to Zhaojiabao finally departed. The road to Zhaojiabao was bustling with activity, with various vehicles continuously passing the bus that Xuanji and Huiming were on. Masterly, what day is it today? Why are there so many cars heading to Zhaojiabao? A passenger on the bus asked the driver masterly. It doesn't seem to be a particularly special day. How could it be that someone in Zhaojiabao has a wedding or funeral? Masterly, the driver also seemed curious about the unusually high number of vehicles today. Wedding or funeral? I just came from the market yesterday afternoon and I didn't hear of anyone having such events. This is strange. If there are no weddings or funerals, and it's not a special day, why are so many cars going to Zhaojiabao? Masterly murmured as he looked at the vehicles passing by. Do you think it could be related to Longtouting? Suddenly a passenger spoke up. Upon hearing the words Longtouting, Xuanji and Huiming exchanged glances. Longtouting was indeed their destination, and the two quickly perked up their ears to listen to the passengers' discussions. Speaking of Longtouting, it makes me angry. What a beautiful piece of land. Now it's all dug up messily. An elderly Grandpa Ma, you may not know, but it's said that a villa is going to be built at Longtouting. Bah, that place is remote. Who are they selling the villas to? I think those Shao Donyang folks have no good intentions. Grandpa Ma said angrily. The mention of building villas and Shao Donyang made Xuanji alert immediately. Feeling the resentment of the dragon, Xuanji drew an oracle in his master's room. The oracle showed that the dragon's lair in North Gan was facing a crisis, which was why he hurried over. How did Longtouting become related to Shao Donyang? Grandpa Ma, you mentioned that a villa is being built at Longtouting. What does Shao Donyang have to do with it? Xuanji hurriedly asked. This young master, you must be from out of town. Grandpa Ma, sitting in front of Xuanji and Huiming, turned to glance at them. Yes, I'm from Maoshan, and this is my companion master Huiming from the Mile Temple. No wonder you are from out of town. Shao Donyang has taken land at Longtouting, saying they are going to build high-end vacation villas. I think Shao Donyang is definitely up to no good. Has construction already started? Hearing Grandpa Ma's words, Xuanji was startled. It started long ago, at least. A couple of days ago, I went to check nearby. Longtouting was dug up in a terrible state. It's simply a travesty. Grandpa Ma shook his head helplessly. Longtouting was designated as a natural reserve years ago. I don't know how these Shao Donyang projects got approved. I suspect there must be some shady dealings involved. One young man on the bus wearing glasses remarked. Isn't that obvious? There must be a protective umbrella, otherwise Shao Donyang would be dreaming if they thought they could build villas at Longtouting. A passenger agreed. You probably don't know, but my great-grandfather used to say that Longtouting is a treasure land, and this place is related to the country's fate. It cannot be tampered with. Is there really such a saying? Indeed, some old folks in our village say the same thing. Longtouting must not be touched. In the bus, everyone began chatting excitedly. The more they spoke, the angrier they became. Meanwhile, Xuanji and Huiming were growing increasingly alarmed. Especially Xuanji, who was well-versed in feng shui, knew that Longtouting was the dragon's lair of North Gan. Before coming here, he had considered countless scenarios in which the dragon's lair might be harmed. However, he never expected that someone would actually want to carry out extensive construction at Longtouting. The destructive power this posed to the dragon's lair was simply enormous. He listened intently during the discussion on the bus. It was basically confirmed that the villa project at Longtouting was the work of Shao Donyang. To make matters worse, Shao Donyang had high-ranking officials at home acting as a protective umbrella, which Xuanji had never anticipated. Xuanji was not afraid of demons and monsters, but the power that government officials could wield was far greater. What now? Xuanji frowned and glanced at Huiming. This fellow had evidently considered this aspect too. His brows were tightly furrowed. Although the name of Jiao Peak contains the word peak, the summit is actually a large flat area. Numerous trees have also grown on this flat land. These trees have been around for years. The smallest ones require 2 or 3 people to embrace, while the larger ones are difficult for even 7 or 8 people to wrap around. Presently, Zhao Beichen is perched on a branch of a large tree, using binoculars to survey the situation at Longtu Ridge. Just now, a team of people drove various construction vehicles into the Longtu Ridge construction site. With a rumble, Gu Changfeng received a call from Han Qingsong, who detailed the situation regarding this group. After hearing Gu Changfeng's recounting, Zhao Beichen couldn't help but complain fiercely, while inwardly cursing. After hearing Gu Changfeng's recounting, Zhao Beichen couldn't help but complain fiercely, while inwardly cursing Huang Xia's ancestors for 8 generations. What's so unusual about this? After hearing Gu Changfeng's recounting, Zhao Beichen couldn't help but complain fiercely, while inwardly cursing Huang Xia's ancestors for 8 generations. What's group leader? Are you saying that this new construction team will take over from Xiao Dongyang and continue to damage the dragon? It's hard to say. Xiao Hui mentioned that this group of construction workers was transferred overnight from the provincial capital. These guys are quite professional and have already repaired the road that Zhao Beichen and the others painstakingly dug up. Whether they will replace Xiao Dongyang's construction team to continue the work is still unclear. Damn it, our own people digging their own dragon veins. Who would believe that? Dai Chao unexpectedly jumped onto the tree where Zhao Beichen and Gu Changfeng were. I think this construction team probably doesn't know about Xiao Dongyang's shoddy work. If they knew they were supposed to dig the dragon's lair, they likely wouldn't have the guts to do it. Gu money can sway hearts. If Huang Xia can be bought, what's to say about these ordinary folks? Dai Chao was evidently not as optimistic as Gu Changfeng. I think my brother has a point. Nowadays, many people no longer have any fear and won't consider what national righteousness is. They just want immediate benefits. I believe we should be prepared to take action. In my view, whether they are from Long Nation or Xiao Dongyang, anyone who dares to lay hands on the dragon's lair is an enemy and should be dealt with accordingly. That's right, Beichen is right. Traitors are also enemies, Dai Chao said with a smile. As long as these guys dare to continue helping Xiao Dongyang dig foundations, I wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Suddenly, a gleaming, ghostly blade appeared in Xiao Chao's hand. Xiao Chao, put that away. Don't hurt yourself, Gu Changfeng said with a laugh. Do we really need a knife to deal with these lackeys? Haha, right. Last night, that bald man from Xiao Dongyang claimed to be a clever expert, but wasn't he beaten into a pig's head by our guys? Xiao Chao waved his hand, and the ghostly blade vanished. Zhao Beichen knew that the knife had been recalled into Xiao Chao's quantum space. He felt a pang of envy as he glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host Zhao Beichen. Corpse touch value 305-3000. Full value reward 555 personal space. Current realm level mid-stage. To obtain the space he desired, he still had a long way to go before reaching the required corpse touch value. Zhao Beichen shook his head helplessly. On this trip to Longtu Ridge, he hadn't seen a single hair of a monster, let alone talked about corpse touch value. However, Zhao Beichen did not regret following Gu Changfeng on this trip. Yesterday, he had personally sent over 3,000 Xiao Dongyang into kindergarten. This sense of achievement was no less than receiving a system reward. Moreover, doing the right thing for the country and the nation, what does it matter if there's no corpse touch value? So Zhao Beichen was quite open-minded. There were plenty of monsters in this world. He wasn't worried about not being able to earn corpse touch value in the future. Wow, even the ambulances have arrived. Quite a few of them, Xiao Chao exclaimed. Zhao Beichen came back to his senses and picked up the binoculars to look at the Longtu Ridge construction site. A line of 7 or 8 ambulances followed the construction team into the site. It appeared that these vehicles were prepared to transport the Xiao Dongyang construction workers. Zhao Beichen chuckled as he watched the ambulances. With over 3,000 giant infants at the Longtu Ridge site, how could these 7 or 8 ambulances transport them in a timely manner? Let them take their time. They have plenty to transport. Zhao Beichen secretly chuckled to himself. He was increasingly satisfied with his strategy of weakening Xiao Dongyang's spirit. It was indeed extremely useful. Old Gu, that expert last night, was truly impressive. He could even weaken a person's spirit. I had never heard of such a skill before. I have seen techniques regarding spirits in an ancient book, but they have been lost for many years. I never expected them to resurface, Dai Chao remarked, looking at the ambulances as he handed Gu Changfeng a cigarette. Could it be a descendant of a hidden family? Xiao Chao chimed in. Hard to say, the hidden clans rarely move around outside. In any case, I have never seen anyone from the hidden clan. Gu Changfeng, being well-read, stated that he had never seen one. It was highly likely that, as he said, the hidden clans rarely... I wonder if the expert left or not. If he has, no matter how many Xiao Dongyang come, they will all be sent to kindergarten. Oh, let's see who still dares to covet Longtu Ridge. I think the expert probably hasn't left. Gu Changfeng exhaled a smoke ring. Old Gu, why is that? Dai Chao asked. If he came, it must be to resolve the issues at Longtu Ridge. Since the issues haven't been resolved, yet why would he leave? He's likely just avoiding us, and who knows, he might be hiding somewhere watching Longtu Ridge. The two Chao brothers fully agreed with Gu Changfeng's words. I'm hiding right beside you guys. Oh, what a pity that you don't know. Zhao Beichen was secretly delighted. His plan was simple. As long as someone continued to damage the dragon's lair, regardless of whether they were from Xiao Dongyang or Long Nation, they would all be sent back to kindergarten. Starting over from the kindergarten's lower class, learning how to be a decent person. If it weren't for the need to survive, Zhao Beichen would have long since told everyone not to waste their energy looking for some hidden expert. He himself was that expert. Unfortunately, the conditions did not permit it, and it was not yet time for him to reveal himself. He could only keep a low profile and develop quietly. While they were chatting, 7 or 8 ambulances with sirens blaring left the Longtu Ridge construction site. The previously entered construction team was busy settling those Xiao Dongyang who were sprawled on the ground unconscious. Settling over 3,000 Xiao Dongyang was no easy task. Longtu Ridge would not be able to continue working for the time being. Zhao Beichen and the others perched on the tree, keeping an eye on Longtu Ridge while chatting. The two Chao brothers even took out plenty of snacks from their personal spaces. They and Gu Changfeng also had a couple of drinks. If it weren't for the need to keep an eye on Longtu Ridge in the distance, the four of them would have seemed like they were on an outing. In contrast to their cheerful demeanor, Huang Xia was feeling completely overwhelmed. Secretary Su Fengming stood still, afraid to move. Just moments ago, Huang Xia had smashed another vase from the past. Now the entire study was in disarray. Huang Xia was very angry, truly furious. The long touting had gone out of control. Wasn't this jeopardizing his own dragon energy? When the elder of the Yongbian family, Yongbian Along, informed Huang Xia about the incident at long touting, Huang Xia became enraged. Although he immediately instructed Su Fengming to arrange for a construction team to rush to long touting to support Changrianan. But that was far from enough. Having spent years in the political arena, Huang Xia possessed a keen instinct. He knew that the incident involving the destruction of the North Dry Dragon's lair at Long Touting must have caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Whether it was the North Dry Dragon or the lair itself, Huang Xia didn't care. What mattered to him was the dragon energy within the lair. What concerned him was shaping the dragon body with dragon energy, breaking the shackles of his fate, and thereby striving for supremacy. However, now the construction at Long Touting had been completely sabotaged. How could the shaping of the dragon body continue? This was directly related to Huang Xia's own vital interests, so how could he not be furious? Investigate. We must find out who is behind this disruption, and all the rats must be caught. After venting his anger, Huang Xia calmed down considerably. Yes, Chief. Before the construction team set out last night, we already sent someone to investigate. An elder from the Yongbian family also went along. Su Fengming replied cautiously. Oh, did you find anything? Huang Xia looked at his secretary, slightly nodding. This secretary was reliable and could anticipate problems. Some news has come back. It is said that the person who attacked the Long Touting is skilled in spiritual soul techniques. Now over 3,000 of the little Danyang have regressed to an infantile state of intelligence. Hiss! Huang Xia gasped. More than 3,000 little Danyang have regressed. Is this true? He looked at Su Fengming in surprise. He had never heard of such a situation. The situation should be true, it was said by the elder of the Yongbian family, Yongbian Along himself. Now they are arranging vehicles to evacuate these people from Long Touting. Everyone has been affected except for the general manager Changrianan, and the monk Wumian sent by the Yongbian family from Gaoyushan has also gone missing. Su Fengming reported all the information relayed back by Yongbian Along. It seems the opponent is quite... Huang Xia crossed his arms and paced slowly in the study. Elder Yongbian said the key is that the opponent's spiritual soul skills are powerful, able to inflict damage on over 3,000 souls in just one night. The visitor should not be underestimated. Then what countermeasures does little Danyang have next? Elder Yongbian said he has already dispatched more people from the mainland, and they will arrive today. Continue to dispatch construction teams. Huang Xia frowned. If Gaoyushan doesn't send experts, sending construction teams is useless. No matter how many come, they will inevitably be taken out. It shouldn't be, judging from Elder Yongbian's tone, the reinforcements this time should still be from Gaoyushan. Huang Xia nodded and remained silent, continuing to pace slowly in the study. We can't just sit idly by. Little Danyang is untrustworthy. Have you found the expert I asked you to look for? Earlier, Huang Xia had instructed Su Fengming to search for experts. He couldn't risk putting all the pressure of shaping the dragon body solely on Yongbian Along. Although Yongbian Along had sworn that as long as the North Dry Dragon's lair was destroyed, the released dragon energy would help him shape the dragon body. However, Huang Xia felt this matter was too serious and he needed to prepare multiple contingencies. Thus, he had Su Fengming search for other masters. I found one. As he spoke, Su Fengming pulled out a document from his folder. This person is named Du Jiufeng and has quite a reputation in the ability user circle. Su Fengming handed the document to Huang Xia. Huang Xia took it and scrutinized it. Du Jiufeng, male, 65 years old, the 125th generation master of the Longyuan sect. He is proficient in feng shui divination and transportation techniques. He himself is a clever latest-stage Earth-type ability user. The document provided a detailed introduction about Du Jiufeng, indicating that Su Fengming had put in considerable effort. Have you been in contact with him? Huang Xia casually handed the materials back to Su Fengming after reading. I have made contact. Were there any conditions? In our first encounter, I didn't meet him directly, so Du Jiufeng didn't say anything. On the second visit, I went personally, and before I could say a word, Du Jiufeng immediately agreed. Looking back now, it felt like a dream. He had just met Du Jiufeng, who merely glanced at him, and before he could open his mouth, Du Jiufeng had already agreed. Su Fengming was left utterly confused. Oh, such a thing happened. Huang Xia had already sat down in his large chair in the study, looking at Su Fengming. Yes, I was also curious at the time why Du Jiufeng agreed so readily. Later, I had someone investigate and found out that Du Jiufeng recognized my identity after seeing me. So he knows that the one shaping the dragon body is me. Huang Xia asked. Yes, so I suspect that what Du Jiufeng wants is the power of the dragon. Upon hearing this, Huang Xia felt quite pleased. After seizing the throne, he needed to gather a group of extraordinary individuals to assist him. As long as Du Jiufeng handled this matter well, what was it to grant him wealth and honor? It was merely a matter of his word. Good, good, good. Huang Xia said good 3 times, then have him start acting quickly. The shaping of the dragon body is something that can't be delayed. He has already set off for long touting last night, and should have arrived by now. Huang Xia glanced at Su Fengming again. This secretary was indeed reliable and perceptive. Good. You must keep a close eye on this matter. Yes, but what about the Yongbian family? Proceed on both fronts. Whoever acts faster, we will use them. Huang Xia hedged his bets. But won't this upset the Yongbian family? Su Fengming cautiously glanced at Huang Xia, and then quickly lowered, upset. If they are unhappy, they should endure to do. They really think this is their territory. Huang Xia was clearly a bit angry. Alright, I understand. Su Fengming had been with Huang Xia for a while and knew his temperament. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. Huang Xia waved his hand, signaling Su Fengming to leave. Just as Su Fengming reached the door and was about to open it, Huang Xia added, called Sanjing and Zhao Beichen in. Sanjing and Zhao Beichen were beautiful women sent by the Yongbian family. Recently, after Yongbian Along performed a ritual, Huang Xia had increasingly found it hard to part with women. For the past few days, he had been in this villa reveling in romance every night. Su Fengming was enviously watching. After Huang Xia shaped the dragon body and seized the throne, he couldn't help but think that he would also have his share of the dragon's power. When that time came, Su Fengming would also enjoy life to the fullest. Su Fengming set a goal for himself. After leaving Huang Xia's study, Su Fengming made several consecutive phone calls. It was evident that for Huang Xia, Longtu Ridge was of utmost importance. Huang Xia was most concerned about whether they could break into the dragon's lair, obtain the dragon chi, and successfully shape the dragon body. As a secretary, if Su Fengming couldn't grasp this, there would be no reason for him to continue in this position. There were many who coveted this position. Therefore, Su Fengming dared not show any carelessness. His first call was to Lu Ming, the director of the Public Security Department of Xixing Province. Su Fengming informed Lu Ming that the project at Longtu Ridge had suffered severe damage and urged the Public Security Department to immediately organize personnel to investigate at Longtu Ridge. He also conveyed Huang Xia's intention that the Longtu Ridge project was a benchmark project established by the province and must not encounter any accidents. The Public Security Department was to ensure the orderly progress of the Longtu Ridge project. On the phone, Su Fengming spoke very sternly. Although both he and Lu Ming held the same official rank, Lu Ming was the head of a powerful department, yet he was insignificant in front of Su Fengming. Su Fengming represented the top leader of Xixing Province, Huang Xia. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, could he surpass the top leader? Indeed, Lu Ming was cautious on the phone, not daring to offend Su Fengming. He promised to immediately dispatch police forces to the construction site at Longtu Ridge to ensure the safety of the construction teams. This satisfied Su Fengming, otherwise he wouldn't have hesitated to let Lu Ming face consequences. The second and third calls were made to Wu Hongmin and Yuan Changwei respectively. Wu Hongmin was the executive vice governor and Yuan Changwei was the director of the Provincial Development and Reform Commission. Both were Huang Xia's subordinates. They had been fully promoting the Longtu Ridge project. Now that there was an issue at Longtu Ridge, Su Fengming felt it necessary to inform them. As expected, when Su Fengming contacted the two of them, they had already received news about the incident at Longtu Ridge. Each had dispatched their own personnel to investigate who was causing trouble at Longtu Ridge. Both were well aware that Huang Xia intended to use the dragon chi from the Longtu Ridge dragon lair to shape the dragon body. After all, they were both promoted by Huang Xia. Now that Huang Xia had the opportunity to vie for power, how could these two miss out on the merits of the dragon? Thus, they had been closely monitoring any developments at Longtu Ridge. Unexpectedly, after keeping an eye on the situation for so long, such a major incident occurred at Longtu Ridge without any prior warning. Fortunately, it was not too late to take action. Wu Hongmin and Yuan Changwei each dispatched capable subordinates to investigate the situation at Longtu Ridge. They needed to find out who was behind the sabotage. Su Fengming coordinated with the two and decided to personally visit Longtu Ridge. Su Fengming was quick to act. Wu Hongmin and Yuan Changwei were also swift, as the smooth progress of the Longtu Ridge project was crucial to their own interests. Therefore, in investigating the hidden hands behind the troubles at Longtu Ridge, Wu Hongmin and Yuan Changwei were also putting in their utmost effort. The combined strength of the top leader of the province, the executive vice governor, and the director of the Development and Reform Commission was tremendously significant. In no time, both the underworld and the law enforcement in Xixing Province were investigating who was behind the destruction at Longtu Ridge. Some even offered rewards, and anyone who provided information could receive a substantial reward. With the lure of money, both the underworld and respectable circles became more lively. Not to mention the reward, who wouldn't want to get on Huang Xia's big ship? Being on board would bring numerous benefits. As long as Huang Xia let slip, even a little one could thrive abundantly. Such a good opportunity was rare, and now as long as someone found a clue, they had the chance to cling to Huang Xia's thigh. Such an opportunity was seldom available. In no time, countless people flocked to Longtu Ridge, all eager to expose the hidden hands behind the chaos. Among these people, most were ordinary individuals, but there were also a few supernatural beings. Although supernatural beings were relatively few compared to ordinary people, they were not rare. Some of them were still wandering in the world. Wang Qingdao was one of these supernatural beings. His ability was quite unusual. It was not one of the traditional offensive abilities like metal, wood, water, earth, wind, thunder, or lightning. Instead, it was his sense of smell. Wang Qingdao possessed an extraordinarily sensitive sense of smell. The best police dogs were no match for him. Humans have about 5 million olfactory cells in their nasal cavities, while ordinary dogs can have between 125 million to 300 million, with the most sensitive police dogs exceeding even that. Their olfactory epithelium is dozens of times larger than that of humans, with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of olfactory cells per square millimeter, creating a massive scent-catching net capable of detecting even trace amounts of odor molecules in the air. In a laboratory setting, the most sensitive police dogs can precisely identify target smells among dozens or even hundreds of mixed odors, even if the concentration of the target scent is diluted to 1 part per million or even lower. For example, they can accurately sniff out a drop of blood in a barrel of water or identify individuals carrying contraband in a crowded area. Police dogs can deduce the time a target passed based on changes in the concentration and volatility of the scent. The most sensitive police dogs can even infer the exact duration that a target has been gone based on the decay curve of the scent, with an error margin controlled within minutes to several tens of minutes. In an environment filled with distractions, such as the stench of a garbage dump, the pungent odors of a chemical plant, or the damp smell of soil after rain, the most sensitive police dogs can filter out irrelevant odors like a precision filter, firmly locking onto the target. They can distinguish the scent characteristics of different individuals. Even identical twins can be differentiated by subtle differences in their living environments, such as the shampoo they use or the items they touch. Wang Qingdao's sense of smell is dozens of times stronger than that of the best police dogs. As long as he is willing, no one has ever escaped his tracking. Wang Qingdao is 25 years old with only his elderly mother left at home. He initially did not wish to go to Longtu Ridge. His mother is also a supernatural being and has fallen gravely ill. Conventional medicine has no effect on his mother's illness. This morning someone approached him and told him that if he could capture the hidden hand behind Longtu Ridge, he would be rewarded with 3 qiyang flowers. With the qiyang flowers, there would be hope for curing his mother's illness. Wang Qingdao had searched for these flowers for a long time. They seemed to have disappeared, and no matter how he searched, he couldn't find any. Even offering a high price for them yielded no results. The qiyang flower is not a particularly rare treasure, and for most supernatural beings, it holds little value. However, for ice-type supernatural beings like Wang Qingdao's mother, it is a precious treasure. The pills refined from qiyang flowers can neutralize the icy poison afflicting Wang Qingdao's mother. Originally, ice-type supernatural beings naturally harmonize with cold and hot elements, so there shouldn't be any icy poison. Wang Qingdao's mother was injured during childbirth, which caused damage to her Buddhist foundation. Every time she cast an ice-type spell, a trace of icy energy would accumulate in her body. Over time, the icy poison erupted, leading to her severe illness. This illness can only be cured by the qiyang flower. Thus, Wang Qingdao, who never participates in underworld affairs, headed to Longtu Ridge for the sake of these 3 qiyang flowers. The small Longtu Ridge has become increasingly lively now. Xuanji and Huiming disembarked from the bus outside Zhejiasi village. It was Xuanji's idea to get off early. One was a Taoist priest, and the other was a monk. Entering Zhejiasi in such a blatant manner was indeed very eye-catching. Especially today, for some unknown reason, cars kept arriving at Zhejiasi. This time Xuanji and Huiming came to Longtaoling for an investigation. Xuanji felt it would be better to keep a low profile, and Huiming agreed. So a few kilometers away from Zhejiasi, the two got off the bus. Their journey on the bus had proven quite fruitful. From the mouth of a local, they learned about the current situation in Longtaoling. They discovered that a small overseas company was building a vacation villa area. Most importantly, they learned about Xiaojiao Peak. An elder on the bus mentioned that Xiaojiao Peak offered a clear view of Longtaoling. Moreover, he enthusiastically pointed out the way to Xiaojiao Peak. There was still a distance between Xiaojiao Peak and where Xuanji and Huiming got off. However, this distance was nothing for extraordinary individuals like Xuanji and Huiming. After a burst of running, they soon reached the foot of Xiaojiao Peak. At this moment, Zhao Beichen, Gu Changfeng, and the 2 Chao brothers were still in the trees, eating and drinking while monitoring the activity towards Longtaoling. In Chao's quantum space, there were indeed plenty of delicious food and drinks. Chao was a foodie, and his quantum space had stored quite a lot of treats. Zhao Beichen lay on a tree branch, gnawing on a roasted chicken drumstick. Suddenly, he sensed 2 people rushing from a distance to the foot of the mountain. With Gu Changfeng and the 2 Chao brothers present, it was not his place as a newcomer Zhao Beichen to show off. Thus, although Zhao Beichen sensed someone approaching, he pretended not to notice and continued gnawing on his chicken leg. While munching, he quietly kept sensing. The newcomers had already begun to climb the mountain, and their speed was not slow, indicating they were also skilled practitioners. Zhao Beichen, still chewing on his chicken leg, observed the situation. He glanced at Gu Changfeng and the others, noticing they had put down their cups. Xiao Chao suddenly produced a gleaming, ghost-headed big knife. Clearly the 3 had sensed the newcomers as well. With a wave of his hand, Chao retrieved all the food and drinks back into his quantum space. In a flash, he jumped from the ancient tree to the ground. Gu Changfeng and Xiao Chao followed suit. Beichen, stay up in the tree and don't come down, Gu Changfeng reminded Zhao Beichen before jumping. All right, Captain, Zhao Beichen replied cheerfully. Gu Changfeng as a captain was quite considerate of him. No matter what happened, he always protected him. This made Zhao Beichen feel very touched. Who are you? Zhao Beichen had not finished feeling emotional when he heard Chao's voice. Following the sound, he saw a Taoist priest and a monk climbing to the top of Chaojiao Peak. Infinite Heavenly Master, I am the Taoist Xuanji from Maoshan. Upon seeing Gu Changfeng and the two Chao brothers, Xuanji first bowed. Ba, I am Hui Ming from the Mithria Temple. Hui Ming also raised his hand in greeting. Masters, why have you come to Chaojiao Peak? Gu Changfeng stepped forward, returned the salute, and asked. Maoshan and Mithria Temple were very famous places, and Gu Changfeng and the others naturally knew about them. May I ask how to address you? Xuanji did not answer Gu Changfeng directly. Given the unclear situation, everything had to be approached with caution. I am Gu Changfeng from the cleanup team of the 749 Bureau. These are my colleagues. Gu Changfeng revealed his identity without hiding anything. The 749 Bureau was a mysterious organization to most ordinary citizens. However, in the circle of extraordinary individuals, the 749 Bureau was widely known. Since the 749 Bureau also managed extraordinary individuals, they naturally knew about it. Oh, so you are from the 749 Bureau. That's great. My senior brother Hui Ming, and I came specifically for long toweling. Upon hearing Gu Changfeng introduce himself, Xuanji realized that the 749 Bureau must be aware of the situation in Beiganlong. He then explained the reason for their visit in detail. After Xuanji finished speaking, Hui Ming also shared his situation. However, it was much simpler. He was called by Is Chunyangzi your master? After listening to both of their accounts, Gu Changfeng looked at Xuanji and asked. Yes, Xuanji nodded. Do you know my master? Gu Changfeng shook his head saying, Chunyangzi is a Taoist of the purple robe. I am just a small figure and cannot know him. I have only heard of his great name. In the future, when you have time, come to Maoshan. I will take you to meet my master. He is quite easy to talk to, Xuanji said with a smile. Sure, I will definitely go when I have the chance. Afterward, Gu Changfeng introduced the two Chao brothers and Zhao Beichen to Xuanji and Hui Ming and detailed the situation in Longtaoling. Unlike the official organization of the 749 Bureau, Maoshan and Mithria Temple were renowned places of cultivation. A great person once said to unite all available forces. The situation in Longtaoling would benefit from the participation of more righteous forces. Therefore, Gu Changfeng spoke very carefully about the situation in Longtaoling. Captain Gu, the Huangxia you mentioned, I also heard about on the way here with Master Hui Ming. At first I thought it was just the ramblings of ordinary folks, but it turns out to be true. Xuanji frowned slightly. The involvement of high-ranking government officials in the Longtaoling matter was not a good sign. Xuanji Taoist, you need not worry too much about this matter. How strong can Huangxia be compared to the state? I don't think he can last much longer, De Chao chuckled from the side. That would be best, otherwise it would indeed be a troublesome matter, Xuanji nodded. Whether it is Huangxia, Zhangxia, or Li Xia, we must protect Beiganlong at all costs. Gu Changfeng looked towards Longtaoling. Indeed, even though I, a poor monk, eat vegetarian food, I am still capable of subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Hui Ming waved his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. Zhao Beichen watched from the side, feeling quite favorable towards this monk. De Chao walked over to a giant stone in the forest. The surface of this stone was flat, resembling a natural table. With a wave of his hand, he produced a pile of food, which surprisingly included several roasted sweet potatoes. Masters, I didn't prepare much in advance. This is all I have. Please don't mind, and take a bite. De Chao said to Xuanji and Hui Ming. Then we shall not stand on ceremony. Hui Ming replied with a grin, grabbing a large sweet potato. I must say, after a busy morning, I am quite hungry. Hui Ming brushed off some dirt from the sweet potato, not even peeling it, and took a big bite. Not bad. Not bad, it's very sweet, he said with his mouth full of sweet potato, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Just then Xiao Chao pointed towards Longtaoling. Look, more people are coming. Everyone turned to look in the direction. As soon as Xiao Chao's voice fell, Zhao Beichen saw a convoy entering the construction site of Longtu Ridge. It was actually a police bomb disposal vehicle flashing its warning lights. Zhao Beichen counted and found there were 8 vehicles. After the bomb disposal vehicles came to a stop at the construction site, a number of armed special police officers disembarked. Damn it, the special police have arrived. No need to think, it must be the work of that old rascal Huangxia, De Chao spat. Everyone is the person getting out of the last vehicle, Su Fengming. Zhao Beichen noticed that there was a black sedan at the back of the bomb disposal vehicle. A middle-aged man just stepped out of the sedan. Yes, it is Su Fengming. Gu Changfeng pointed his binoculars. Indeed, it's Huangxia causing trouble from behind. If I get the chance, I will definitely deal with this brat. De Chao also recognized the person getting out of the car. Village Chief Zhao Daiji of Zhao Family Village had mentioned Su Fengming before, so everyone knew exactly what he... That old Huangxia is really bold, sending the special police and letting his big secret come out personally. How much benefit has he gained from so openly supporting Xiao Danyang? Gu Changfeng muttered. Look, someone else is getting out of the car. At that moment, Zhao Beichen saw another person exit from the sedan. That's Su Feng. Du Jiufeng. Why is he here? Gu Changfeng immediately recognized the newcomer. Team leader, who is Du Jiufeng? Zhao Beichen asked. The others also looked at Gu Changfeng, clearly not recognizing Du Jiufeng. Du Jiufeng, the leader of the Longyuan sect, proficient in feng shui and divination techniques. Gu Changfeng briefly explained. He truly didn't expect Du Jiufeng to be involved with Huangxia. This Du Jiufeng indeed has some skills. He didn't think this old rascal would collude with Huangxia. Du Jiufeng's appearance made Gu Changfeng feel that Huangxia must have grand schemes at Longtu Ridge, not just simply being a protector for Xiao Dongyang. Otherwise, there would be no need for Du Jiufeng to intervene. Du Jiufeng has a rather poor reputation in the circles. Years ago, he even attempted to steal the royal qi from the tomb of the first emperor and was dealt with by the 749 Bureau. If it weren't for the swift action of the 749 Bureau back, then this brat would have almost succeeded. However, he still managed to escape, and now he unexpectedly appears here entangled with Huangxia. No, this time I must capture this old rascal. Gu Changfeng took out his phone and reported the sighting of Du Jiufeng to Han Qingsong. Director Han, I saw Du Jiufeng. Du Jiufeng, the bastard who wanted to steal the royal qi of the first emperor. Han Qingsong asked over the phone. Yes, that brat. He just arrived at Longtu Ridge with Huangxia's big secret Su Fengming. By the looks of it, he's alright. Keep an eye on them. They'll be there soon, Han Qingsong said before hanging up. Gu Changfeng did not try to hide the call from others, so everyone heard the conversation clearly. Team leader, what's the story about Du Jiufeng stealing the royal qi? Zhao Beichen asked curiously. It was the first time he had heard of the royal qi. As the first emperor of the world, the royal aura of the first emperor is the most powerful. This brat, Du Jiufeng, is proficient in divination techniques, so he wants to transfer the royal qi of the first emperor onto himself. If it weren't for the Bureau's swift action, this old rascal would have almost succeeded back then, Gu Changfeng explained. Team leader, what would happen if Du Jiufeng managed to transfer the royal qi of the first emperor onto himself? With the enhancement of the royal qi, he could at least become a local ruler standing toe-to-toe with the central authority. The others gasped at this revelation. This Du Jiufeng has grand ambitions. If this old rascal really succeeds, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? Therefore, his appearance at Longtu Ridge is definitely not a good thing. Director Han and the others are coming over soon. This time, we must not let this bastard get away. Gu Changfeng picked up the binoculars again, closely watching Du Jiufeng in the direction of Longtu Ridge. At this moment, at the Longtu Ridge construction site, as soon as Du Jiufeng got out of the car, he sensed the rich dragon energy of Longtu Ridge. He couldn't help but take several deep breaths. He had searched for the dragon's lair of the northern dry dragon for a long time, not expecting it to be right at Longtu Ridge. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have taken the risk to steal the royal aura of the first emperor's tomb at Lishan. How nice it would have been to directly transfer the dragon vein energy of Longtu Ridge. This is far stronger than the royal aura of the first emperor. Du Jiufeng greedily took a few more deep breaths. Just standing at Longtu Ridge, he felt the vigorous dragon energy. What would it be like if the dragon's lair were broken open, releasing all that dragon energy? Du Jiufeng could hardly imagine. When Su Fengming found him, he knew that Huangxia wanted to use the dragon energy to shape a dragon body. Du Jiufeng thought Huangxia was only after a treasure site. But he never expected Huangxia to be so bold as to target the dragon's lair of the northern dry dragon. He wanted to use the dragon energy of the northern dry dragon to shape his own dragon body. Huangxia's boldness was truly remarkable. If it were just an ordinary treasure site, Du Jiufeng would have lent a hand. Huangxia is now at the ministerial level with the dragon energy from the treasure site to shape a dragon body. He could certainly continue to advance in his career. However, Longtu Ridge is precisely where the dragon's lair of the northern dry dragon lies. Du Jiufeng has no intention of letting this enormous opportunity go to Huangxia. How could the merits of the dragon compare to his own claim to the throne? The dragon energy here, Du Jiufeng has already decided to claim it all for himself, to shape his own true dragon body. With these thoughts in mind, Du Jiufeng was so excited that he trembled all over. He had already decided that after claiming the throne, he would arrange a good position for Huangxia as a reward for contributing the dragon's lair of Longtu Ridge. Master, do this way, please. Su Fengming noticed Du Jiufeng standing there grinning after getting out of the car, unsure of what was wrong with him. Oh, all right, please lead the way. Hearing Su Fengming's words, Du Jiufeng reined in his smile, returning to a, Master, are you alright? Su Fengming curiously looked at Du Jiufeng. He had clearly seen the smile on his face just moments earlier. Su Fengming felt that Du Jiufeng had changed completely after getting out of the car. He wasn't sure what was wrong with Du Jiufeng, but the change made Su Fengming feel uneasy. I'm fine. I just feel that the dragon energy in this place is too rich. I've never seen anything like it, so I was a bit rude just now. Du Jiufeng hurriedly explained that he had been too absorbed in his thoughts earlier to notice Su Fengming beside him. Now he certainly did not want Su Fengming to catch on to anything. Master, don't forget our purpose here. The superior is keeping a close eye on this matter. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to explain ourselves to the superior. Although he wasn't sure what was wrong with Du Jiufeng, Su Fengming felt it necessary to warn him to prevent him from causing any trouble. Secretary Su, don't worry. I am clear on the gravity of the situation. Shaping a dragon body is a big deal. I promise nothing will go wrong. Du Jiufeng assured Su Fengming. Shaping a dragon body is indeed a significant matter, and Du Jiufeng would certainly give it his all. However, his all-out effort was not for Huang Xia, but for himself. Now he couldn't let Su Fengming discover anything, so he acted very obediently. Seeing that Du Jiufeng's attitude was still proper, Su Fengming said nothing more. Lifting his legs, he began to walk ahead, and Du Jiufeng hurriedly followed behind. From a distance, Chang Riyi saw Su Fengming get out of the car and immediately ran over. Su sang, "Thank you for making the trip." Chang Riyi quickly approached Su Fengming and bowed. Su Fengming did not return the gesture as he looked down on the likes of Chang Riyi. If it weren't for Huang Xia's cooperation with the other party, he wouldn't bother to exchange a word with someone like Chang Riyi. The situation is quite grim. Chang Riyi glanced at Du Jiufeng beside Su Fengming. He was unsure whether he could say what was on his mind. Su Fengming understood the expression on Chang Riyi face. "Chang Rijun, this is Du Jiufeng, Mr. Du. He is one of us, so feel free to speak your mind." "Hi." Chang Riyi brought his feet together and slightly bent his waist. "Mr. Du, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the project manager of the Long Touting Villa area. My name is Chang Riyi. Du Jiufeng." Du Jiufeng simply stated his name, casting a fleeting glance at Chang Riyi outstretched hand, showing no intention of shaking it. Chang Riyi hand hung awkwardly in the air, unsure whether to retract it or leave it extended, creating a moment of awkwardness. "Chang Rijun, there's no need for such formalities. Let's discuss the current situation at Long Touting." Su Fengming had no time to play games with these two. He was indifferent to whether Chang Riyi and Du Jiufeng got along. What he needed was to accelerate the progress of breaking the dragon's cave, for only then would the dragon energy be released. This was essential for Huang Xia to mold the dragon's body. It was evident that something had gone wrong at Long Touting, as they were clearly being targeted. Time was of the essence, and Su Fengming was worried about the lengthening of the night. Su sang, "We have already dispatched a new construction team from the mainland, and they should arrive tonight." Chang Riyi withdrew his hand, no longer looking at Du Jiufeng, and turned to Su Fengming. "How many people are in the construction team?" "The first batch of 300 people will arrive by plane tonight, while the rest will come by ship. The total will still be 3,000 people." Su Fengming felt relieved upon hearing that a batch of people would arrive tonight. Although the construction team dispatched from the provincial city had already reached Long Touting, he did not want to use them. These people were all from Longhua, and Su Fengming was worried about potential accidents if they were to dig the dragon's cave. It was better to let someone from Shao Danyang handle it, as he felt more assured. However, thinking about how Chang Riyi had been dawdling for over a month at Long Touting without breaking the cave, the slow pace of progress made his expression darken. Su Fengming asked Chang Riyi, "When can the 300 people arriving tonight start digging the piles?" His tone was serious and cold. His gaze toward Chang Riyi was filled with dissatisfaction. "They can start immediately upon arrival, but what?" Su Fengming despised people who only spoke half of what they meant. His tone carried a hint of disdain, and his brow furrowed slightly. Chang Riyi had just been publicly embarrassed by Du Jiufeng, and now he felt even more uncomfortable upon hearing Su Fengming's tone, which only heightened his displeasure. After all, Chang Riyi was a representative from Shao Danyang and had provided numerous benefits to Huang Xia. Su Fengming was merely his secretary, yet he dared to show him disdain. Was Chang Riyi supposed to be shameless? Since he had shown no respect, Chang Riyi had no intention of indulging Su Fengming anymore. So he spoke curtly. "They have traveled a long distance and could technically start working immediately, but as you Longhua people say, they must rest after a tiring journey. As for when they can start working, that depends on how well they rest." Su Fengming did not expect Chang Riyi attitude to change so quickly. His words were filled with obvious perfunctory. He was still contemplating how to quickly break the dragon's cave and gather the dragon energy. It seemed that Chang Riyi did not intend to cooperate. "Chang Riyi, what do you mean by this?" Su Fengming was angered, and he even changed how he addressed Chang Riyi. "Su Fengming, you're just a secretary, but don't take yourself too seriously. The one cooperating with us is Huang Xia, and you're not qualified enough." Chang Riyi was also infuriated. He was originally a cautious person who otherwise Takayama would not have sent him to lead the Long Touting project. However, he had been on edge all night due to last night's shock, and he was already mentally exhausted. He thought that with new reinforcements he would feel better. To his surprise, the reinforcements arrived with an arrogant demeanor, completely disregarding him. No matter how good-natured he was, he could not tolerate this, and thus Chang Riyi exploded with anger. Hearing Chang Riyi words, Su Fengming's face darkened. He had never encountered someone in Xixing who dared to speak to him like that. "Chang Riyi, do you believe I can shut down your project in a heartbeat?" Su Fengming fixed his gaze on Chang Riyi speaking coldly. "Shut down? Su Fengming, it's not that I look down on you, you don't have what it takes." Chang Riyi arrogantly raised a finger, shaking it at Su Fengming with disdain on his face. Fine, fine, fine. Let me show you whether I'm worthy or not. Su Fengming was further enraged. Nin was simply too arrogant. Previously, he had to rely on several elders from the Takayama family to use dragon energy to mold the dragon's body, as he hadn't found Du Jiufang. Now with Du Jiufang present and the construction team from the provincial city on site, it was merely about digging a foundation pile. How technically demanding could it be? The reason he hadn't allowed his own construction team to do it was simply to avoid any accidents. Now with Nin acting so high and mighty, Su Fengming could not tolerate it. Once the dragon cave was broken and the dragon energy was collected, he would not hesitate to stop the entire long-touting project, or else he would consider himself a loser. Su Fengming was ignited with true anger. He took out his phone. Bao Xiaoqiang, I'm at the entrance of the long-touting construction site. Hurry up and come here. After speaking, Su Fengming hung up without waiting for Bao Xiaoqiang to respond. Bao Xiaoqiang was the boss of the construction team dispatched from the provincial city. He had rushed to long-touting with a large amount of construction machinery after receiving Su Fengming's call last night. The road that had been severed at the periphery of Zhaojiaji was repaired by Bao Xiaoqiang's construction team. Otherwise, these vehicles would not have been able to enter long-touting today. Not long after, a chubby man in his 40s came. Secretary Su, when did you arrive? Why didn't you notify the brothers? I could have welcomed you at the gate. Before he even reached Su Fengming, Bao Xiaoqiang shouted loudly. Baozong, you worked hard last night. Bao Xiaoqiang was one of their own, so Su Fengming wouldn't lose face in front of outsiders. He had just been irritated by Nin, which was why he directly called Bao Xiaoqiang by name on the phone. Now that Su Fengming's emotions had calmed down, he addressed Bao Xiaoqiang as Baozong. No need to mention it, Secretary Su. As long as you give the order, we will not chase away a dog or divert a chicken. We will go east and never west. Bao Xiaoqiang was someone who mixed with society, and his words were smooth and reassuring. As soon as he spoke, Su Fengming felt pleasantly flattered. Baozong, I'll need the brothers to work hard again and continue digging those foundation piles. Is there any problem? Su Fengming pointed at the positions where Nin's construction team had previously dug. No problem. The machinery is already digging a few foundation piles. It's just a small matter. Bao Xiaoqiang patted his chest. All right, this is Mr. Du, so just listen to him for a while. Whatever Mr. Du tells you to do, just do it. Su Fengming pointed at Du Jiufang, who was standing next to him. Understood, Secretary Su, you can count on me. I'll make sure the foundation piles are dug deep and round. Good, you and Mr. Du go ahead and get busy. Su Fengming waved his hand signaling for Du Jiufang to take Bao Xiaoqiang to start digging. Su Fengming, what are you doing? Nan asked, watching Du Jiufang and Bao Xiaoqiang walk away. Su Fengming cast a contemptuous glance at Changri, his eyes brimmed with disdain. He could not be bothered with this fool. Doing what? Didn't I make myself clear? I told Bao Xiaoqiang's crew to dig the foundation piles. I cannot fathom why Gao Yishan would send an incompetent like you to preside over the Longtu Ridge project. Su Fengming shook his head, inwardly bristling with contempt. Seeing Su Fengming ignore him, Changri grew angrier. Su, don't get cocky. Wanna bet he'll call Huang Xia right? Su squinted, staring coldly at Nan. Is this little islander out of his mind? He actually dared to threaten. You little runt, take a good look at your situation. Do you believe that with a single word from me, you'll be arrested? Su Fengming's tone was ice cold. 8 armored riot control vehicles, 50 to 60 special police. Su Fengming was not bluffing. If Changri persisted in his obstinacy and continued to cause trouble, he would truly have him detained. He would really have the special police take this brat away. You little runt, this is my turf. If it's a dragon, it must coil for me. If it's a tiger, it must lie at my feet. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Su stepped forward, fixing Changri with an unwavering stare. Changri had not expected such hardness from Su. He glanced at the patrolling riot police. Changri understood that as the principal's secretary, a single word from Su could indeed see him taken away. There was no need to process him at the station. Just toss him into a riot van. Once Bao Xiaoqiang's crew finished their work, they could dump him out again. What could Changri possibly do? Su Fengming, don't get too pleased with yourself. We'll see about that. Changri spat the threat and turned away. He knew full well Su intended to excavate the dragon lair, release the dragon chi, and then shape a dragon body. After all, driving the dragon extinguishing stakes also required digging the dragon lair. Let Zus men fuss about it. Once they have finished the piles and our people arrive, we'll drive in the dragon extinguishing stakes ourselves. That might even make things more convenient. So Changri was lazier about interfering with Su. He did not want to be thrown into a riot van. Form trumped principle. Changri now stood alone and powerless. Elder of the Yongbian family, Yongbian Along had plainly said he would come. Yet he had not appeared. Changri felt small and weak. He truly had no strength to oppose Su Fengming. Of the 36 stratagems, flight is often best. Changri stormed into his office and angrily dialed Yongbian Yilong's phone. Elder Su Fengming brought people. Once connected, Changri embellished the earlier events as he recounted them. You say he brought someone with him? Yongbian asked. Yes, Du Jiufang. He's the one leading the crew to dig. This fellow looks unbearably arrogant. I suspect Su had ill intent in bringing him. Du Jiufang. Du Jiufang. Yongbian murmured on the other end, repeating the name, as if dredging up faint memories about. After a long silence, Yongbian continued, Changri, do you know this dude Jiufang? Elder, no. This is my first, but Su bringing him to dig the dragon lair. Could it be related to forging a dragon body? On the way back to his office, Changri pondered Zu's sudden change. Zu's behavior today was unlike before, urgent, unusually forceful. Suspicion took root in Chang. You mean Huang Xia enlisted this dude Jiufang to forge his dragon body and has cut us out? Yongbian grasped the implication in Changri's words. Yes, Elder, that is my conjecture. Su has behaved abnormally today, and he even mobilized so many police. I think we must prepare early. If that is so, Huang Xia clearly plans to double-cross us. If he truly succeeds in forging the dragon body, I doubt he will allow us to continue the Longtu Ridge project. A very bad feeling rose in Yongbian. If Huang achieved his aim, why would he continue to support our effort to destroy the Beigon dragon? Destroying the dragon lair would indeed deal a heavy blow to the Beigon dragon. But without driving the dragon extinguishing stakes and setting the dragon extinguishing array, one could not completely sever the dragon vein. Thus the dragon vein's momentum might weaken, but the dragon chi would still persist. All our gift-giving and sending of people, would it not be in vain? Changri, I suspect Huang Xia intends to shake us off and act alone. We cannot let him succeed. Elder, on the entire construction site, in the only islander. Even if I want to stop Su Fengming, I can't. Changri, don't worry. The Pingxi family are almost here. I'll let them resolve this when they arrive. The Pingxi family. You mean the Pingxi ninja line that has been passed down since the shogunate? Changri asked excitedly. The Pingxi family was a mysterious clan on the island. During the shogunate, the clan had been famed as a ninja family. Their shinobi could be counted among the island's most. Their methods were uncanny and deeply secret. Changri had once thought the Pingxi were mere legend. He had not expected the clan to exist in truth. To ensure the success of the Longtu Ridge project, the Pingxi family has dispatched a ninja squad. By now, judging by the timing, they should have already arrived. When they contact you, tell them the situation. Since Huang Xia has already ripped off the mask, we have no reason to keep secret. Yongbian snarled over the phone. Elder, if we expose this rift now, won't it affect our subsequent plans? Changri's grandfather had spent his life dreaming of destroying the Beigon dragon. Changri had inherited that legacy. To utterly ruin Beigon dragon was now his ultimate ambition. It will not. We need the dragon chi too. We cannot let Huang take it for free. Once the piles are dug, well, drive the dragon extinguishing stakes at once. The array can be laid within 3 days at most. It won't delay us. Elder, what about the living people required to drive the living stakes? I haven't prepared them yet. The ritual had been planned for a dark month, day, and hour, which remains some time away. So Changri indeed had not prepared the living people needed for the living stakes. That is easy. Isn't there a village near Longtu Ridge called Zhejiaji? There are only 14 people required, are there not? Zhejiaji should be able to muster them, Yongbian Ilong said with a smile. Elder understood. I know what to do. No sooner had Changri finished speaking than he felt a sudden surge of murderous intent beside him. A surge of killing intent suddenly manifested at his side, startling Changri Yinan. His hand clutching the phone tightened with fear until his knuckles whitened. Who? Changri Yinan shouted, mustering his courage. Changri, what's the matter? Yongbian Ilong on the other end, hearing the outcry, asked in alarm. The stranger was wrapped entirely in white cloth, even the head swathed, so only 2 eyes remained exposed. Cold, dead fish eyes. The stranger was wrapped entirely in white cloth, even the head swathed, so only 2 eyes remained exposed. Cold, dead fish eyes. Those eyes stared at him with an icy vacancy. From that gaze, Changri Yinan could sense no trace of living warmth. It felt as if a corpse stood behind him. Who are you? How did you get in? Changri Yinan rose from his chair and took several hurried steps back, widening the space between himself and the terrifying figure. Yongbian Ilong on the line continued to ask anxiously, Changri, what happened? The dead fish stare set Changri's nerves on edge. His heart thudded wildly. Cold sweat trickled drop by drop from his brow. He had no composure left to reply to Yongbian Ilong's inquiries. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Seeing the other remain silent, Changri asked again, edging backward to increase the distance between himself and those lifeless eyes. He nearly reached the door, and that small gain steadied him somewhat. If the other intended harm, being by the exit, at least offered a chance to flee. Just as Changri Yinan reached for the doorknob, the stranger spoke. I am of the Pingxi family. The voice was like winter, so frigid that even summer could not dispel the chill it brought. You are a Pingxi ninja. The mention of the Pingxi family made Changri immediately recall the Pingxi ninja the great elder had spoken of earlier. The stranger nodded in response. Changri had seen ninjas before, but never one like this. Rather than a ninja, the figure resembled a mummy. Wrapped head to toe in white cloth, only those dead fish eyes peering. The only distinction from a mummy was that the bandages were blindingly white, providing superb camouflage in daylight. Were it not for the sudden release of killing intent, Changri might never have noticed him. Great elder, it's the Pingxi ninja. Changri Yinan withdrew his hand from the door and pressed the phone back to his ear. Indeed, the Pingxi ninja keeps punctual hours. Explain the situation to him, and let him handle it. Understood. Changri hung up the phone. He stepped forward to the office sofa area and said, Ninja, please. Pingxi Yinan made a polite gesture indicating the Pingxi ninja should come and sit for a talk. Once he realized the visitor was one of their own, Changri's tension eased. No need. Tell me what's happening now. The ninja declined the invitation and remained standing, his tone icy, and seeing the ninja refuse to sit, Changri did not press. He poured himself a cup of water, drank it in large gulps, and then carefully described the situation at Long Tu Ling from beginning to end. When Changri finished, the ninja asked calmly, "So you believe the troublemakers from yesterday and the people digging pits today are not the same group?" "Yes, they should not be the same clique," Changri answered with certainty. The ninja fell silent, apparently lost in thought. Changri did not disturb him, sitting as quietly as possible to avoid making any sound. After a long moment, the ninja finally said slowly, "What would you have me do?" "Those who are currently digging the pits must be stopped," Changri replied. Yongbian Elong had made it clear over the phone the dragon chi within the dragon cave was desired by their side as well. Dragon chi, that was bona fide dragon chi who would not covet it. Why should it be handed over to Huang Xia for nothing? "Can force be used?" the ninja continued to ask. "Force? If you were capable of not being captured, then even blowing up the entire Long Tu Ling would be acceptable," Changri said with a grin. "Very well." The ninja's reply carried not a hint of warmth. Before, Changri knew he was an ally, that icy demeanor had terrified him. Now that he knew the ninja was on their side, Changri found that frosty disposition oddly pleasing. The colder the better. It would be fitting to deal with Su Fengming harshly. Having already torn relations with Huang Xia, everyone wanted Dragon Chi. It had become a question of who's fit. Previously on Long Tu Ling there had been only Changri Yinan, an islander, and he naturally dared not challenge Su Feng. Now that the Pingxi family's ninja had arrived, they could not simply stand aside. They would not watch Su Fengming walk away with the Dragon Chi. Changri knew how a dragon body was forged. He also knew Great Elder Yongbian had been stringing Huang Xia along. Such a prize should be reserved for forging one's own dragon body, not given away to Huang Xia. Of course they would not let Huang have it cheaply. From the start, the Eastern Devils, Changri included, had no intention of helping Huang shape a dragon body. Saying they would help was merely a ruse to win Huang Xia's trust and advance the Long Tu Ling project. Now Huang had realized the truth, which is why Su Fengming arrived with Du Jufeng in tow. They even brought a contingent of special police to provide escort. Changri watched it all clearly. Today's clash was inevitable. No matter what, they had to seize the Dragon Chi. "Ninja, if there are no objections, I suggest you commence operations now," Changri said, watching the ninja still standing where he had been. From the moment he was discovered until now, the ninja had not moved an inch. His posture was unchanged. Changri marveled. Truly the top bloodline that had persisted since the shogunate. "Good," the ninja replied with the same cold monosyllable. In an instant, Changri's vision blurred, and Changri rubbed his eyes hard. He was not mistaken. The ninja had indeed vanished. He rose from the sofa and walked to the spot where the ninja had been standing. There was nothing left there, empty, as if no one had ever been present. The ninja's disappearance was as if he had never appeared at all. Changri silently praised the Pingxi family's uncanny skill. With such unfathomable talent, Changri believed Su Fengming would be in for a rude shock. Just then, distant gunshots rang out from afar.